Chapter 1. 18 years have passed. It has truly been suffocating. All members of the family, heed my command. You shall venture out for 3 years during this time. You are free to pursue opportunities and treasures. The family shall not interfere in the slightest. Life and death are fated, and fortune lies in the heavens. Upon your return after 3 years, you shall compete for the position of the young patriarch. I hope for your safe return. Is that clear to everyone? At this moment, a robust, imposing middle-aged man with a physique akin to a bear and eyes resembling those of a hawk spoke in a resonant voice. This man was Yi Bideo, the head of the Yi family, one of the 3 prominent families in Xuanqing. We understand. The numerous disciples of the Yi family below responded, nodding in unison. There were over 100 disciples in total, the finest young talents of the Yi family and the hope for its future. Among this group, one disciple stood out remarkably. This young man, handsome and poised at 18 years of age, possessed an extraordinary demeanor, with eyes that seemed to reflect the sun, moon, and stars. Indeed, this strikingly handsome youth, resembling a celestial being descended to the mortal realm, was Yi Xian, the sole beloved son of Yi Bideo. Upon hearing his father's words, Yi Xian couldn't contain his excitement, exclaiming, "At last, I can venture out. I've been suffocating all this time." Though Yi Xian was indeed a member of the Yi family, he was not originally from this world. He hailed from a realm known as the Blue Star World. In his previous life, Yi Xian was a university student. One fateful day, while crossing the street, he witnessed a young girl about to be struck by an out-of-control vehicle. Without hesitation, Yi Xian stepped forward to save her. Although he successfully rescued the girl, he tragically fell in a pool of blood, losing his life in the process. Yi Xian had believed he was doomed to death. However, one day he awoke to find himself transformed into a tadpole, eventually becoming the son of the head of the Yi family by a twist of fate. Unlike the fortunate protagonists often depicted in novels, Yi Xian did not awaken any extraordinary systems or receive gifts from mystical old men upon his arrival in this world. His only asset was his striking appearance. Yet, in this fantastical realm, being handsome was merely a decorative advantage, offering no substantial benefits. Despite this, Yi Bideo cherished his son deeply, a fact for which Yi Xian felt immensely Fortunatian indication of divine favor upon him. However, one aspect that left Yi Xian feeling somewhat helpless was the strictness of the Yi family, renowned in the eastern wilderness of the Tianxin continent. As one of the 3 great families in Xuanqing, the Yi family imposed rigorous discipline on its members. Until the age of 18, disciples were forbidden to venture outside. Upon reaching 18, they were permitted to embark on a 3-year journey of training, during which the family would remain indifferent to their affairs. Life and death were predetermined should one perish. It would simply be a matter of ill fortune. 3 years hence, these disciples shall return to their clan, vying for the coveted position of the young clan leader. To put it plainly, once one ascends to this role, they shall become the steward of the family's destiny. Although Yi Xian is the son of the esteemed head of the Yi family, he is not exempt from the established norms. It is imperative that he embarks on a journey of training and experience. To an outsider, Yi Xian might appear to be in a rather constrained position. However, in truth, upon hearing of his impending adventures, he felt a surge of joy. Yi Xian believed that he would finally have the opportunity to explore the vastness of the world. A wise elder, surnamed Liu, once proclaimed, "Life encompasses more than the struggles at hand. It also beckons from afar and beyond." Now, at the age of 18, Yi Xian felt ready to venture forth. Even if he could not possess the company of beautiful women, the mere act of witnessing the world was enough. After the family's arrangements were concluded, Yi Xian, like his fellow clan members, stepped beyond the gates of his ancestral home. Observing Yi Xian's departing figure, Yi Batian felt an indescribable emotion welling up within him. Noticing the head of the family's demeanor, an elder beside him spoke up. "Head, should we not arrange for a skilled protector to discreetly safeguard Xianer? While his abilities may not be the most formidable and his talents may not shine the brightest, he is obedient and astute, contributing thoughtfully to family matters. Moreover, as your son, he is entitled to such a privilege. Nay, this is a tradition established by our ancestors. I cannot undermine it. The descendants of the Yi family must be treated equally until the age of 18. I can ensure his safety for a moment, but not for a lifetime. To thrive in this world, He must rely on his own strength. If he were to meet his end during these 3 years of training, it would be his fate. Yi Batian clenched his fists, resolute in his decision. The elders surrounding him could perceive the contradiction, although the family head spoke with unwavering determination. His tone betrayed a deep sense of reluctance. Ultimately, Yi Batian bid farewell to Yi Xian with a sigh. "Xiner, may you return safely." Meanwhile, upon stepping outside the family gates, Yi Xian walked resolutely forward. He understood well that this world operates on the principle of survival of the fittest, where the weak are often treated as mere fodder. Lacking any protective talisman or guardian, Yi Xian, having faced death once before, felt no fear of it now. Having been granted the chance to exist in this realm, he resolved to live passionately, unconcerned with the duration, but rather seizing the moment. Yet, not long after he had set forth, a sound reached Yi Xian's Ursa voice that stirred within him a sense of uncertainty and surprise. Upon hearing it, he was startled, nearly jumping in astonishment. Chapter 2. Do you know how I've spent these 18 years? Ding. The system has detected that the host is about to venture out for training. Meeting the binding conditions, the system begins to bind. Yi Xian. Upon hearing the voice resonating within his mind, Yi Xian was momentarily taken aback. No, he doubted whether he had misheard. After all, he had traversed into this world for 18 years without ever encountering such a voice. At this moment, a profound suspicion arose within him. Could it be that he was experiencing an illusion? Yet, upon further reflection, the voice felt startlingly real. Could it be? Was he truly about to acquire a system? The shock on Yi Xian's face was palpable. He understood that possessing a system would undoubtedly render him one of the most formidable beings in this realm, for systems are omnipotent and omniscient. As Yi Xian pondered this, the clear voice resounded in his mind once more. Ding. Congratulations, host. The branching system has been bound. Would you like to draw the novice gift pack? Upon hearing the system's voice again, Yi Xian confirmed that he indeed possessed a system this time. A dog system? Have you finally arrived? Do you have any idea how I've endured these 18 years? However, the name of this system sounded rather peculiar. It seemed he had never encountered such a system in other novels before. Before long, Yi Xian shook his head and composed himself. He then softly addressed the system. Draw the novice gift pack. Ding. The novice gift pack is currently being drawn. Please wait. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a cloaking talisman. Note, this talisman can conceal your form for 12 hours. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have gained 10 years of cultivation. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have achieved minor success in divination. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have attained great mastery in the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Would the host like to merge cultivation with the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and divination? As Yi Xian's words fell, a series of system notifications echoed in his mind. Listening to the system's voice, a smile of excitement crept across Yi Xian's lips. The rewards of this system sounded truly remarkable. First and foremost, he had acquired a cloaking talisman along with great mastery in the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and divination. This indicated that he now possessed several additional skills for traversing the martial world. Although the mastery of these arts may not be as tangible as cultivation, it certainly provided him with the means to impress others. In a world fraught with peril, possessing some skills for show was far better than having none at all. After briefly organizing his novice rewards, Yi Xian addressed the system. System, merge cultivation with the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and divination. Ding. Acknowledged. Commencing fusion. With Yi Xian's consent, in the next moment, he felt an exceptionally pure energy surge violently into his body. As Yi Xian's cultivation rapidly ascended, he reached the second level of the foundation establishment realm, then the third, and finally the fourth. His cultivation halted only after attaining the fourth level of foundation establishment. The decades' worth of cultivation awarded by the system enabled Yi Xian to elevate his prowess by 3 minor realms in an instant. In this world, the hierarchy of cultivation is delineated into several stages: Qi refinement, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul. Transformation into dragon. The term transformation into god was mistakenly referred to as transformation into dragon by a certain lady, so we shall adopt the latter: void refinement, integration, great ascension, and tribulation crossing. Each major realm is further subdivided into 9 levels. The path of cultivation in the immortal realm is an exceedingly harsh endeavor. For the average cultivator, breaking into the golden core stage represents a formidable hurdle. However, with the system at his disposal, Yi Xian felt no trepidation. Upon merging his decade of cultivation with a mastery of the arts of qin, chess, calligraphy, painting, and divination, his mind brimmed with newfound knowledge regarding these disciplines. Thanks to the beginner's gift package. Truly remarkable, the future holds promise, or rather, the future is bright. Yet, it is prudent to first comprehend the system's functionalities. Yi Xian murmured to himself. Turning to the system, he inquired, "What capabilities do you possess?" Beep. Reporting to the host. The function of this system is to provide rewards whenever the host marries a wife and bears children or wins the submission of beautiful women, thus expanding one's lineage in the fantastical realm. The more exquisite the submissive women or the higher the quality and quantity of the offspring, the more abundant the host's rewards will be, the system elucidated. This is a child-rearing system? Upon hearing the system's explanation, Yi Xian was struck with a sudden realization. It appears the road ahead is long. To bear children, one must first find a partner. Yi Xian furrowed his brow. Currently, Yi Xian remained a solitary figure. System, does that mean I can simply marry any woman and bear children to receive rewards? Yi Xian probed further. Although his current cultivation was not particularly formidable, and he was considered among the weakest in the immortal realm, in the secular world, a foundation establishment cultivation would undoubtedly categorize him as a significant figure. If Yi Xian were to express a desire for a wife from the secular realm, many women would certainly be eager to respond. No, to marry a partner, the system's approval is necessary, based on criteria such as appearance, talent, and cultivation level. Otherwise, rewards will not be granted. However, the host may also seek companionship for amusement. The system replied. I understand now, system, Yi Xian affirmed. After concluding his dialogue, he began his journey into the distance. Yi Xian's forthcoming task was to seek a beautiful partner and bear children. Chapter 3. A chance encounter with the enigmatic beauty as I step into this world, unperturbed by the swirling tempests. Yi Xian hums a few verses from his favorite lyrics of a past life, striding forward with an air of indifference. His spirits are elevated, for he is now a dashing young man endowed with a system. Yi Xian is acutely aware that possessing a system as a transmigrator essentially transforms this world into his playground. Meanwhile, not far ahead, a tall and alluring beauty cloaked in a veil, her eyes shimmering like stars, glides swiftly past. Yet, despite her rapid pace, it is evident to any keen observer that this enchanting figure is not in a favorable predicament. Her captivating gaze, with each passing moment, grows increasingly mesmerizing, evoking an irresistible allure. Any man fortunate enough to catch a glimpse of her eyes would undoubtedly find himself immobilized by her charm. Damn it, I've been afflicted with a seductive poison. The only remedy lies in the union of yin and yang, but in this desolate wilderness, there is nothing but barren land. The only men present are, but I cannot fall into their clutches. If I do, the beauty's expression betrays her discomfort. No, I cannot perish. I am the illustrious saintess of chaos. How could I possibly meet my end? Even the faintest glimmer of hope compels me to survive. For only in life lies the promise of everything. She clenches her delicate fists, resolute. After uttering these words, the tall beauty stumbles forward with urgency. As she advances, an unexpected scene unfolds before her. In the distance, a young man strides confidently ahead. He appears exceptionally handsome, akin to a celestial being descended from the heavens, exuding an extraordinary aura and elegance. The beauty is certain that this young man possesses the most striking visage she has ever encountered. This young man is, of course, Yi Xian, who is currently on an expedition for self-discovery. He had been contemplating how to find a partner, but never anticipated encountering such a stunning beauty in this place. Could it be? Am I dreaming? To meet such a breathtaking woman here? Yi Xian muses in disbelief. Although her visage is partially obscured, he can discern that she is undoubtedly a paragon of beauty. Just her pair of long legs could easily eclipse all the leading ladies from the films of his previous life. The allure of women in this world, enhanced by their cultivation, not only surpasses the extraordinary, but also eclipses the beauty he once knew. Yi Xian cast a glance at the stunning beauty before him. Although she was undeniably enchanting, he was not the type to be completely captivated by a womaness allure. The intricacies of a woman's heart can be as elusive as a needle in the ocean. Their thought processes can often be quite perplexing. Moreover, Yi Xian understood that women are like roses with thorns, requiring a gentle and gradual approach. Haste could lead to dire consequences. The aura of this beauty was formidable yet chaotic, and her gaze was unsettling. It would be wise for him to maintain his distance. With a shake of his head, Yi Xian prepared to walk past her. At that moment, the tall beauty called out, "Young man, please hold on. Are you addressing me?" Yi Xian's heart skipped a beat upon hearing her words. To be frank, he was not naive. Despite possessing a system that could yield substantial rewards should he father a child with this alluring woman, he was acutely aware of his own limitations. This woman was beyond his reach. Yet, the more he worried, the more the situation escalated. "Here, in this secluded area, I am indeed calling for you," the beauty replied. Her voice tinged with an alluring sweetness that nearly made Yi Xian falter, as if his strength had been drained away. "I am not acquainted with you, so might I inquire why you are calling me?" Yi Xian asked. "I have been afflicted by the Yinyang Hahuan poison. I need your assistance," the tall beauty implored. She was fully aware that delaying her plea could lead to dire consequences, as the pursuers would soon close in on her. If that happened, her fate would be truly grim. "What? You have been poisoned by Yinyang Hahuan?" Yi Xian was taken aback by her revelation, finally grasping the reason behind her unsettling gaze. However, before he could fully process her words, the tall beauty approached him with an urgency that was anything but ordinary, wrapping her arms around him. The details that followed are too extensive to recount. Chapter 4. Detoxification. This day was unforgettable for Yi Xian, for he had transitioned from an innocent young man into a true gentleman. However, what rendered Yi Xian somewhat uncomfortable was the fact that this transformation was purely coerced. How could a man of his stature be so easily swayed by a beautiful woman? After the encounter, Yi Xian sat on the ground to rest, while the stunning woman with long legs, veiled until now, had succumbed to slumber. In this moment, her veil was completely lifted, revealing a face of pure beauty, reminiscent of a celestial maiden. Gazing upon her exquisite features, Yi Xian was utterly entranced. He could hardly believe that mere moments after stepping out of his family circle, he had encountered such an enchanting beauty. Her long legs were simply mesmerizing. This must be the result of having a system, Yi Xian murmured to himself. As these thoughts lingered in his mind, a voice echoed within Yi Xian's consciousness, announcing, "Ding, a beautiful woman has been detected as your companion. Given this is your first experience, you are rewarded with a comprehensive guide to formations." With the system's proclamation, an abundance of knowledge regarding formations flooded Yi Xian's mind. Having shared an intimate moment with such a stunning woman, he felt he had struck a remarkable fortune. Should he make a hasty escape? After all, her cultivation was far superior to his. It would be unfortunate if she decided to forget him once she regained her senses. Yet, he thought, as a man who had faced death once, should he truly fear it again? Besides, he had saved her life. Logically, she ought to be grateful. He was not one to abandon his responsibilities. Yi Xian then settled down to discern the identity of this mysterious woman, armed with his newfound divination skills. After a brief period of contemplation, he was taken aback by the revelation of her identity. To his astonishment, she was a saintess. No wonder she possessed such breathtaking beauty and extraordinary grace, he mused. Moments later, after an hour had passed, the chaos saintess, Li Xiao, finally awoke. Upon regaining consciousness, she felt an unusual sensation, especially recalling the circumstances that had unfolded. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, akin to a delicate water lily. After a brief moment of shyness, her gaze met Yi Xian's, and she realized he was observing her as well. Should she eliminate him? Li Xiao's fists clenched in contemplation. However, she quickly shook her head, recognizing that had it not been for Yi Xian, her fate would have been dire, and she would have inevitably fallen victim to those assassins. "I hope you can keep this matter confidential. Otherwise, there will be no mercy." Li Xiao bit her pearly teeth and spoke sharply. Transformed from a girl into a woman, she appeared even more enchanting. Although her words sounded venomous, they held no power to intimidate Yi Xian. "I understand, but rest assured, I shall take responsibility," Yi Xian replied, speaking from the heart. Having shared a night with her, he felt obliged to be accountable. This was Yi Xian's guiding principle. A man may be affectionate, but he must not be reckless in love. Responsibility? "You must be unaware of my identity," Li Xiao smirked, a glimmer of mockery dancing at the corners of her mouth. Having never interacted with men before, This encounter with Yixin was her first, leading her to believe that his earlier words were somewhat exaggerated. The chaotic saintess, Li Xiao, a renowned figure on the immortal list. I am certainly aware of that. Yixin replied, a cryptic smile gracing his lips. What? You actually know who I am? Who are you? Upon hearing Yixin reveal her identity, Li Xiao took 2 steps back, her heart racing in astonishment. She was taken aback, at a loss for words, as her identity had been shrouded in secrecy. Aside from a few assassins, very few could recognize her, for she typically ventured out veiled. Little did she expect that Yixin before her would be privy to her true identity, which left her utterly astonished. I am Yixin, the son of the Yi family from Xuanqing. Compared to a colossal entity like the chaotic Holy Land, my family is hardly noteworthy. There is no need for such a reaction. I harbor no ill intentions toward you. If I had wished to kill you, you would have perished long ago, Yixin stated. He acknowledged that, at present, he was certainly not a match for Li Xiao. However, during their earlier entanglement, when she had succumbed to the seductive poison, he had still been capable. Li Xiao, how clever of you to hide here. It has made our search quite laborious. Now, escape is no longer an option for you. Just as Li Xiao was conversing with Yixin, an utterly frigid voice echoed from afar. Chapter 5. The shock of Li Xiao as the words fell. In the next moment, 6 figures instantly appeared before Yixin and Li Xiao, surrounding the two. The sanguine aura emanating from these 6 was overwhelmingly potent, particularly the leader. A woman clad in red, wielded a crimson umbrella that radiated an extraordinarily sharp energy, unmistakably a precious artifact. The other 5 were men, their faces obscured, rendering their features indistinguishable. Li Xiao, this time you have nowhere to escape, the woman in red declared, her voice icy. Upon sensing the aura of these 6 individuals, Yixin furrowed his brow slightly. They were all at the early stage of the Golden Core realm, significantly surpassing his own power. Nevertheless, Yixin remained unperturbed, adhering to the principle of confronting challenges head-on. Although his cultivation was merely at the 4th layer of foundation establishment, he was a man with hidden cards to play and was not so easily dispatched. Otherwise, he would not be bound to assist him. This saintess bears no grudge against you. Why do you relentlessly seek my demise? Are you not afraid of the retribution from the chaotic Holy Land? Li Xiao retorted coldly. Her venture outside the chaotic Holy Land was initially to investigate an assassination incident involving a core disciple who had been inexplicably slain. She intended to discreetly uncover the identity of the murderer, but never anticipated encountering a group of strangers intent on her life. During the ensuing conflict, Li Xiao was caught off guard and fell victim to an enchanting poison. Left with no choice, she had to utilize a treasure to escape, leading to a series of events involving Yixin. Ha! Li Xiao, you are truly amusing. Today, you shall perish here, unnoticed. How will your chaotic Holy Land find us? Moreover, you do not even know our identities. As for any grievances between us, that is not for you to know. Just understand that your demise is inevitable today. The woman in red sneered. You. Upon hearing the words of the woman in red, Li Xiao gritted her teeth in fury. She was truly incensed, feeling exceptionally unfortunate for having been pursued without cause and losing her integrity in the process. What was worse, she was now oblivious to the identities of her assailants, a situation that would frustrate anyone. Seeing Li Xiao's distress, the woman in red and her companions could not help but laugh. Meanwhile, Yixin stood by, observing the unfolding drama, but as he witnessed their arrogance, Yixin could not help but respond coldly. I have encountered arrogance before, yet I have never met someone as audacious as you. To speak plainly, today may very well be your 6 graves. Upon hearing Yixin's words, the 6 individuals, including the woman in red, turned their gazes towards the exceptionally handsome Yixin. You little brat, even Li Xiao is unaware of our background. How could a mere child like you know our secrets? Have you even matured yet? The woman in red scoffed. In her view, given Yixin's youth and modest cultivation, she was certain he could not possibly know their true identities. For those who did were already dead. Are you not members of the dark web? What is it that I do not know about you? Would you not agree? Yixin replied with a faint smile. What? The moment Yixin spoke, not only were the 6 individuals startled, but even Li Xiao was left speechless in shock. As the Chaos Saintess, she was undoubtedly aware of the dark web, a terrifying assassin organization reputed for its numerous skilled members, rivaling even the Holy Land of Chaos. They typically engaged in mercenary work, eliminating those willing to pay for their demise. It could be said that once someone was targeted by the dark web, their fate was sealed. Even some holy lands would think twice before provoking this organization. Li Xiao could hardly fathom that it was indeed assassins from the dark web who sought her life. Who could possibly be behind this? In a moment of confusion, she swept her gaze over Yi Xian, feeling immensely shocked. The fact that Yi Xian could even recognize dark web members indicated that he was far from ordinary. As for the woman in red and her companions, their eyes widened in disbelief, fixated on Yi Xian as if attempting to see through him. Unfortunately for them, there was nothing they could discern about Yi Xian's true nature. How did you come to know our identities? The woman in red demanded, her gaze icy. For assassins, the greatest taboo was having their identities revealed. If anyone alive were to learn who they were, their lives would be in grave danger. How do I know your identities? You are not worthy to know that. Yi Xian replied coolly. I was initially considering taking you back as a personal attendant, given your decent appearance. But it seems you must die now. The woman in red stated ominously. After saying this, she turned to the other 5 assassins and commanded, "Let us all strike together." Chapter 6. Are you familiar with the art of Chimenduanjia? As the words of the woman in red fell, the 6 assassins launched their attack against Li Xiao and Yi Xian. At that moment, the red umbrella in the woman's hand twirled rapidly, and countless fine needles, resembling a torrential rain of pear blossoms, shot forth towards Li Xiao and Yi Xian. The scene unfolded with such swiftness that it was almost overwhelming. Li Xiao's expression hardened as a 3-foot-long azure peak materialized in her grasp. With a gentle flick of her wrist, a torrent of sword energy swirled forth to meet the incoming needles. Clang, clang. When the flying needles collided with the sword energy, they were all successfully deflected. However, before Li Xiao could fully comprehend the situation, the other 5 assassins summoned their own treasures, the speed of their actions leaving her momentarily stunned. As she regained her senses, she found herself enveloped in a swirling mist, darkness surrounding her, and silence pervading the air. It was just her and Yi Xian. An illusion array? It was a most intricate array, unlike anything I have encountered before. After a careful observation, Li Xiao furrowed her brow. Though she held the esteemed title of Saintess, she was still young at only 20 years old, with limited experience. At that moment, a sense of foreboding crept into her heart. Do not panic. I am here, Yi Xian remarked with a faint smile, sensing the shift in Li Xiao's emotions. You. Li Xiao gazed at Yi Xian, feeling an inexplicable depth to him. Despite his youthful appearance, he exuded a maturity that was perplexing. He not only recognized her identity, but also discerned the identities of the 6 assassins before them. The depths of the sea cannot be measured, and appearances can be deceiving. Just follow my lead, Yi Xian said with a mysterious smile, beginning to assess the illusion array before him. Just then, several flying needles pierced through the array, hurtling towards Li Xiao and Yi Xian. As the needles approached, Li Xiao raised her azure peak and deftly blocked them. Li Xiao, do not resist. This is the net of our dark web, which we excel at. Even those in the nascent soul stage can be ensnared, let alone a mere golden core cultivator like you. The woman in red's voice echoed ominously. Ignore her, and listen to me. Strike to the left front, that is the array's focal point. Yi Xian suddenly interjected after a thorough examination. In the past, being trapped within an array would have meant accepting his misfortune. However, the current Yi Xian possessed a mastery of array techniques. Although his cultivation level was not particularly formidable, he was far from helpless. However, Yi Xian's theoretical prowess is unparalleled. If Yi Xian claims to be second in the realm of formations, no one in this world would dare assert themselves as the first. Good. Li Xiao nodded. Despite the brevity of her acquaintance with Yi Xian, an inexplicable bond of trust enveloped her the moment he discerned her identity as a dark web assassin. As Li Xiao's words fell, the aura of her golden core realm's 3rd stage radiated unreservedly. She then thrust her sword, a strike of unparalleled ferocity. A male assassin, taken aback, was utterly unprepared for this onslaught. Having claimed numerous lives, the 6 of them believed themselves to be invincible within their web of deceit. Not good. The assassin sensed an overwhelming intent to kill and instinctively sought to retreat, but it was already too late. With a piercing sound, Li Xiao's 3-foot azure peak penetrated the assassin's brow, extinguishing his life. As the assassin fell, the once impenetrable web of deceit unraveled effortlessly. Li Xiao, stunned by her own triumph over a dark web member, was astonished to realize that Yi Xian truly possessed the ability to dismantle formations. This revelation was nothing short of extraordinary. Who would have thought you could breach our intricate web? Quite surprising indeed. The woman in red interjected, "This fellow is rather peculiar. The other four of you, go eliminate him." Understood. With her command, one dark web member advanced toward Yi Xian, while the others lunged at Li Xiao. "Are you capable?" Li Xiao expressed her concern. She was acutely aware of Yi Xian's cultivation level, which rested solely at the foundation establishment stage. Surviving an assault from a golden core assassin would be exceedingly difficult. Yet, she recognized that she too faced the daunting task of confronting four assassins and could not afford to be complacent. "Have no fear. A man cannot utter the words, 'I cannot.' I am confident in my ability to defeat him," Yi Xian proclaimed with unwavering assurance. "Very well, I trust you." Upon witnessing the confidence radiating from Yi Xian's countenance, Li Xiao responded. With that, she engaged in battle with the four assassins, while Yi Xian turned his gaze toward the approaching dark web assassin. Chapter 7. The marvelous use of the invisibility talisman. As Yi Xian cast his gaze upon the opposing figure, he was met with an equally frigid stare, the corners of the latter's mouth curling into a cruel smirk. "Kid, I never expected that at such a tender age. You not only discern our identities, but also aided Li Xiao in breaking through this meticulously woven net. Soon, you shall meet a most gruesome fate." The voice of this dark web member was laced with ice. Had it not been for Yi Xian, Li Xiao might have long since become a mere plaything beneath their control, or worse, already deceased. Yet, due to Yi Xian's timely intervention, not only was the poison that ensnared Li Xiao dispelled, but they also suffered the loss of one of their 6 assassination members. This was an unbearable blow for the dark web member. "Do you really think you can take my life? You are not worthy," Yi Xian declared with an air of dominance. "Humph, so ignorant of your own limitations, prepare to die." The dark web member's voice turned even colder upon hearing Yi Xian's audacious words. As the statement hung in the air, a golden hook blade materialized in the dark web member's hand, lunging directly toward Yi Xian. This was no ordinary weapon. A single strike from this golden hook blade would spell certain doom. Yi Xian, upon witnessing the menacing approach of the golden blade, dared not underestimate it. He activated his invisibility talisman. Clang! Just as Yi Xian vanished from sight, the golden hook blade struck him. "Ha ha! Kid, my golden hook blade has never missed its target. You shall be no exception." The dark web member laughed triumphantly, believing he had struck true. Little did he know, he had merely pierced through Yi Xian's afterimage. "Is that so?" "You are mistaken." A voice, cold and detached, echoed from the distance. "Humph, you're not dead?" The dark web member's brow furrowed upon hearing Yi Xian's infuriating remark. He began to search frantically for Yi Xian's presence with his eyes and senses. Yet, no matter how diligently he searched, Yi Xian was nowhere to be found, despite having just spoken. "What on earth is going on? Where are you?" The dark web member's expression darkened. But soon, realization dawned upon him. Yi Xian had concealed himself. This is bad. Panic coursed through his veins as his complexion paled, prompting him to retreat at once. However, in the next moment, he was struck with terror as a wall suddenly materialized before him. What the hell? A formation? The dark web member's expression soured further. Before he could fully comprehend the shock, a gleaming dagger sliced through the air, finding its mark at his throat. Puff! As the dagger glided past, a streak of blood shot forth. Cough, cough. The member of the dark web clutched at his neck, his expression betraying a hint of unwillingness. Was this not the very method of assassination they typically employed? Yet today, was he truly fated to perish in such a manner? It was utterly suffocating. As this dark web member pressed his hands tightly against his neck, his face a mask of defiance, the figure of Yi Xian emerged before him. "What do you think? Is my method of killing to your liking?" Yi Xian spoke coolly. How could you possess such an extraordinary invisibility talisman?" Cough, cough. "Who exactly are you?" The dark web member gazed at Yi Xian, his eyes brimming with resentment and disbelief. This individual, too, had confidence in having utilized invisibility talismans, yet he had never encountered someone like Yi Xian, who wielded such a talisman without a whisper or trace. "Who I am is of no concern to you. Rest easy. Next year on this day shall be your memorial." Yi Xian's voice was as frigid as ice. With those words, Yi Xian plunged 2 daggers into his adversary. "While you are weakened, I shall claim your life." Although Yi Xian had never taken a life before, and in his previous life had been a well-educated university student, he understood the harsh realities of this world. To be merciless towards one's enemies was paramount, or else one would ultimately suffer. After enduring 2 more dagger strikes, the dark web member collapsed to the ground, letting out a few final cries before succumbing. In that fleeting moment of death, his eyes widened, filled with unfulfilled rage. Following the demise of this dark web member, the battle on the other side escalated into a fierce intensity. Initially, Li Xiao had been concerned for Yi Xian, but upon hearing the commotion and glancing at the unfolding conflict, her astonishment was profound. She never imagined that Yi Xian could vanquish an opponent who was a whole realm above him. It was simply inconceivable. Little did she realize that Yi Xian had cleverly combined formations with his invisibility talisman. Otherwise, given his current cultivation, defeating an opponent of such a higher realm would indeed have been challenging. This young man is truly unfathomable, Li Xiao thought silently to herself. Subsequently, she unleashed her full cultivation without any restraint. With a fierce cry, she brandished her 3-foot azure peak, charging with unmatched murderous intent towards the 4 dark web assassins encircling her. Chapter 8. The corpse touch time was of the essence. Apart from the woman in the red umbrella, the other 3 members of the dark web had fallen victim to Li Xiao. Damn, this was all orchestrated by that brat. The woman in red, having retreated several dozen meters and steadied herself, spoke with a frigid demeanor. At that moment, the situation for the red-clad assassin appeared grim. Her attire stained with blood, presenting a chilling sight. She believed that the failure of her assassination attempt on Li Xiao was primarily due to the unexpected appearance of a certain Yi Xian. Had it not been for Yi Xian, Li Xiao would likely have met her demise long ago. Li Xiao, consider yourself fortunate. I may not be able to kill you this time, but I shall ensure he accompanies you to the grave. After uttering these words, the red-clad assassin charged frantically towards Yi Xian's location. It was clear that she understood her fate was sealed. However, she was determined to take Yi Xian down with her. Yet, Yi Xian was not so easily vanquished. Just as the red-clad woman was about to reach him, his figure vanished from sight, a consequence of the invisibility talisman bestowed upon him by the system. This talisman could cloak him for 12 hours, rendering him silent and undetectable to outsiders. The red-clad assassin had initially thought she could drag Yi Xian down with her in death, but she never anticipated his ability to become invisible, a realization that filled her with frustration. As for Li Xiao, she had harbored some concern about Yi Xian, particularly given that the strongest of the 6 dark web assassins pursuing her was the red-clad woman. The disparity in strength between Yi Xian and the red assassin was immense. However, she was taken aback to discover Yi Xian possessed such a skill, leading her to further recognize that he was far from being as simple as he appeared. Nevertheless, Li Xiao quickly shook off these superfluous thoughts, prioritizing the defeat of the red-clad woman. In the next moment, wielding her 3-foot azure blade, Li Xiao stood before the equally astonished red assassin and thrust her sword forward. The speed of this strike was astonishing. The red assassin, caught in a state of shock, failed to react in time. In an instant, Li Xiao's sword pierced the assassin's heart. Upon witnessing this scene, Yi Xian felt an immense wave of relief wash over him, and he called out, "I'm here, I'm coming out." As Yi Xian's words echoed, he materialized not far from the red-clad woman. The disdainful expression on his face ignited a profound hatred within her. Yet, she knew that they had indeed met their downfall. As assassins, failure meant a forfeiture of their lives. "You vile creature, may you meet a dreadful end. Even as a ghost, I shall not spare you," the red-clad assassin proclaimed. Upon uttering these words, she collapsed to the ground, her legs spasming in death. After the demise of the red-clad assassin, Li Xiao resolved to dispose of the corpses. However, Yi Xian interjected, "Hold on a moment. Allow me to search for any valuable items they may possess." "You wish to search the bodies?" Li Xiao raised an eyebrow in disbelief. "Times are tough. There's no alternative." Yi Xian shrugged nonchalantly. He approached the fallen woman and began to rummage through her belongings. Before long, a storage pouch appeared in his hand. This pouch, though modest in size, contained primarily spirit stones. Without hesitation, Yi Xian collected them, for in this fantastical realm, spirit stones were as valuable as currency in his previous life on Blue Star. More was always better. Continuing his search, Yi Xian meticulously examined each body before finally incinerating the 6 corpses. Meanwhile, Li Xiao regarded him with keen interest. Following this incident, Yi Xian had successfully captured her attention. The man before her was not only extraordinarily formidable, but also possessed a myriad of ruthless tactics, starkly contrasting with his otherwise charming demeanor. Especially with the smile that often graced his lips, it was difficult to reconcile him with the notion of a ruthless individual. Pray tell, what other tricks do you have up your sleeve? Li Xiao inquired. Do you truly remain unaware of my capabilities? You've already experienced them firsthand. Yi Xian replied, half-jokingly. Do you dare threaten me? Li Xiao blushed at his mischievous tone. Enough of this banter. Let us discuss your matters. What are your plans moving forward? Perhaps you should refrain from venturing into the chaos sacred land. I could support you. Yi Xian extended an invitation. Before him stood Li Xiao, a vision of beauty with long legs and a fierce yet alluring presence, undoubtedly a dream for many men. Having such a woman by his side, Yi Xian mused, would make his life truly worthwhile. I must return. The dark web assassins have put me in grave danger, and the situation is far more complex than it appears. I need to uncover who wishes to see me dead, Li Xiao replied, shaking her head resolutely. Chapter 9. I will take responsibility for you since you do not wish to remain by my side. Do remember to seek me out at the Yi family in Xuanqing. Rest assured, I shall take responsibility for you, Yi Xian declared. His previous remark was, of course, made in jest. As a prominent saintess, she undoubtedly had her own affairs to attend to. Nevertheless, Yi Xian's actions merely signified his stance. Having shared an intimate encounter, he would be accountable to the end. Yi Xian was certainly not the type to indulge and then deny his actions. Very well, should you need anything, I will reach out to you. Li Xiao nodded in agreement. After her words, she transformed into a radiant streak and vanished from sight. Observing the graceful silhouette of Li Xiao as she departed, Yi Xian found himself momentarily entranced, murmuring, truly worthy of being a saintess. The experience is beyond words. Moreover, should such a beauty bear children, would it not be likely to produce twins of exceptional quality? He pondered, wondering if she might conceive this time. If such a stunning beauty were to become pregnant and give birth, the rewards from the system would surely be substantial. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Yi Xian began to contemplate his next course of action. After this incident, he understood that the world was fraught with peril. Given his current cultivation level, he was unable to fully safeguard himself. Moreover, his only trump card, the invisibility talisman, had already been expended. Thus, should he encounter beings of the Golden Core realm or higher once more, his situation could become precarious. Furthermore, he realized that pursuing romantic interests was essential. After all, this peculiar system he was entangled with was designed for branching out. Without romantic connections, there could be no offspring, and without offspring, there could be no rewards. However, the process of courting could easily invite trouble, making it imperative to find someone to protect him. Yet, who would willingly offer such protection? As Yi Xian contemplated, he began to engage in divination. After a period of reflection, a glimmer of hope sparked in his eyes. He had identified a potential ally, an individual named Yao Yi, a wandering cultivator. Although Yao Yi was a loose cultivator, his cultivation had reached the pinnacle of the Golden Core stage. While this level might not seem particularly high among the elite, for Yi Xian, it was an unattainable height. Having such an individual nearby would ensure his personal safety. However, the only concern plaguing Yi Xian was that this individual was notoriously reclusive, known as the Cautious King. Rarely did he make appearances, and his hideouts remained unknown to most. He was likely to be found quietly cultivating in some secluded location. Nevertheless, for Yi Xian, locating this person would not prove to be overly challenging. Desiring a cunning king to serve as my protector is no simple endeavor. However, human nature is fraught with vulnerabilities. I have discerned that this individual possesses a penchant for calligraphy and painting, a realm in which I excel. I could create a splendid piece of art, thereby enticing him to willingly assume the role of my bodyguard, murmured Yi Xian. Subsequently, Yi Xian ventured into a modest town where he procured a brush and paints, and set about crafting a painting. Once he had completed his preparations, he made his way toward the whereabouts of the cunning king. After traversing for 5 hours, Yi Xian finally arrived at the entrance of a secluded valley. This valley was encircled by mountains. Had it not been for Yi Xian's extraordinary foresight, it would have been nearly impossible to locate. Upon his arrival, Yi Xian surveyed the valley before him. At that moment, he beheld swirling mists and abundant spiritual energy, an ideal setting for cultivation. Naturally, he mused that the presence of several enchanting women would enhance the pleasure of the experience. However, he quickly dismissed the thought, for his objective today was to persuade the cunning king, Yao Yi, to become his bodyguard. This task was indeed formidable, considering his adversary was a terrifying being of the 9th level of the Golden Core stage. A single thought from him could extinguish Yi Xian's existence. Hence, Yi Xian remained vigilant, fully aware of the cunning king's reputation, as even his dwelling was fortified with numerous concealed formations and lethal traps. Yet, for one well-versed in formations like myself, these defenses posed little challenge, Yi Xian mused. He continued onward, but soon halted, as he sensed an overwhelming pressure enveloping him. At that moment, it felt as though the very heavens were collapsing upon him. Yi Xian's breath seemed to falter under the weight of this terrifying force. With the arrival of this dreadful pressure, a chilling voice resonated from afar. Who dares to intrude upon my domain? Chapter 10 Senior, I have entered. Is this truly the existence of the 9th level of the Golden Core realm? Indeed, it is terrifying. With my current cultivation, the other party could extinguish me with but a single thought. Upon sensing the overwhelming and fearsome pressure, Yi Xian murmured to himself. Gathering his courage, he declared, Senior, I am Yi Xian, and I mean no harm. I hope you might lift this oppressive force, for it is becoming quite unbearable. How did you find this place? After perceiving Yi Xian's true cultivation and surveying the surroundings, Yao Yi lessened some of the pressure. At that moment, Yao Yi was undeniably astonished. This secluded location was meticulously chosen by him, distant from the city and devoid of any precious resources. He believed that no one would be able to locate him here. Yet, he never imagined that today, a mere young lad would stumble upon this hidden sanctuary. Though Yi Xian's cultivation was not particularly formidable, to the cautious and meticulous Yao Yi, even an ant warranted caution, for ants could indeed topple elephants. As long as one wishes to find someone, there are always means to do so. I have come to seek you, Senior, to discuss a matter of great importance. Yi Xian stated. Oh, what matter could that be? Yao Yi inquired, curiosity piqued. He did not expect that despite Yi Xian's youthful appearance, he spoke with an air of remarkable maturity. Since it is a matter of significance, it can only be discussed face to face with the senior. Yi Xian replied, Very well, if you wish to see me, then enter. If you can breach the formations I have set, I shall grant you the opportunity to speak. Should you fail, you shall perish within my traps. Yao Yi asserted. Your words are clear and forthright, Senior. I appreciate that. Now, I shall enter. Yi Xian responded with a faint smile. In terms of cultivation, Yi Xian's combat abilities were indeed lacking. However, when it came to formations and similar arts, he faced no difficulty whatsoever. In a short time, Yi Xian adeptly navigated through the intricate traps and arrived in the valley. Upon entering, he beheld Yao Yi. Before him stood Yao Yi, a middle-aged man of unremarkable appearance. Yet, he was clad in armor and donned protective gear on both his head and feet, embodying the caution of legends. Yi Xian surmised that this individual was likely even protective of his pet. As Yi Xian appraised Yao Yi, the latter was likewise scrutinizing him, filled with incredulity. For Yao Yi was well aware of the implications. Although the art of Qi Min Dun Jia may not be particularly terrifying, it becomes rather formidable when wielded by a being on the cusp of transcending to the Yuaning realm. Yet, here stands Yi Xian, who has effortlessly dismantled these intricate techniques without so much as a scratch. This is indeed bizarre. The young man before me may not possess exceedingly high cultivation, yet his methods are undeniably sophisticated. Youngster, you have truly surprised me. At such a tender age, you are already versed in these arcane arts. However, we are not kindred spirits, and I implore you to depart post-haste after you have spoken your piece. I wish for no one to uncover my sanctuary. Yao Yi declared in a solemn tone. Senior Yao, I have come to propose a transaction. Yi Xian replied with a faintly harmless smile gracing his lips. A transaction? I must decline. I seek no entanglements with anyone. You should be aware of my disposition. I simply wish to remain a tranquil cultivator. Yao Yi retorted coldly. Is this the grand matter you referred to? If this is all you have, you may take your leave. Are you so eager to usher me away? You may truly regret this decision. Since I am here, I naturally have something of value to share. I have heard that you have a fondness for paintings, and I happen to possess one that I would like to present to you. Yi Xian proclaimed. As he spoke, Yi Xian retrieved a painting he had completed earlier and began to unfurl it. However, he quickly folded it back. The moment he unveiled the artwork, a glimmer of fervor ignited in Yaoi's eyes. He could distinctly sense that the contents of this painting would be immensely beneficial to him. Should he acquire it, he might finally transcend the barrier that had hindered his progression in the Yuaning realm for so many years. Yet, Yaoi found it somewhat vexing that this young man was quite astute, revealing only a glimpse before shutting it away, depriving him of a full view. What do you think? Surely this painting must stir your interest? Yi Xian inquired, fully aware of Yaoi's intrigue. Indeed, I am intrigued. But tell me, young man, do you not fear that I might end your life right now and seize this painting for myself? Yaoi asked with a hint of malice in his smile. Haha. Your words are quite amusing, senior. Yi Xian burst into laughter, his mirth echoing with audacity. What is so funny? Yaoi queried, perplexed. I find your words to be quite entertaining, to be honest. Since I dared to come here, I harbor no fear of you, senior. Yi Xian replied boldly. Such courage. But tell me, young one, what brings you here? What is it that you wish for me to do? Yaoi inquired, well aware that Yi Xian had traveled far for a significant purpose. I require you to. Chapter 11. The moment of entering the nascent soul. This painting is for you. I require your protection for 3 years. Yi Xian declared. 3 years. This would be the duration of Yi Xian's trials. After these 3 years, he would return to his family, at which point protection would no longer be necessary. Furthermore, Yi Xian anticipated that by then, his own cultivation would have reached formidable heights, rendering Yaoi unworthy of guarding him. What? Are you implying that I should become your subordinate? Upon hearing Yi Xian's words, Yaoi furrowed his brow. This proposition was somewhat unacceptable to him, as his life principle was to avoid unnecessary conflict. He would never act unless absolutely compelled. However, Yi Xian's request for him to provide protection was tantamount to demanding he be ready for action at any moment. Indeed, rest assured that accompanying me will bring you numerous benefits. Yi Xian replied, a disarming smile gracing his lips. Absolutely not. The outside world is far too perilous. I refuse to venture out. You ought to seek someone else. Yaoi resolutely shook his head. Are you rejecting this painting? Yi Xian inquired, shaking the scroll in his hand. This painting is immensely enticing, yet your terms are unattainable for me. Yaoi retorted. It was evident that Yaoi had firmly resolved not to expose himself unnecessarily. Such exposure was simply out of the question. What if I could facilitate your entry into the nascent soul stage? Yi Xian said calmly. What? You can help me reach the nascent soul? Yaoi's composure began to waver at this statement. He had been stuck at the 9th level of the Golden Core realm for an extended period. Despite his relentless efforts, he could not penetrate the barrier to the nascent soul stage. It is well known that the combat prowess between the Golden Core and nascent soul realms is worlds apart. Generally, a being at the 1st level of the nascent soul realm could easily extinguish a foe below that level with a mere finger. This stark contrast is why countless cultivators are willing to pay any price to achieve a breakthrough. Should you enable me to transcend into the nascent soul realm, I, Yaoi, vow to protect you for 3 years. Though I may not be virtuous, I am a man of my word. Yaoi finally conceded. He understood that his cultivation had reached a bottleneck. If Yi Xian could indeed assist him in breaking through to the nascent soul, he would be his benefactor, and thus, protecting him for 3 years would be an obligation. Excellent. I appreciate straightforward individuals. The secret to your breakthrough to the nascent soul lies within this painting. Examine it for yourself. Yi Xian stated. He tossed the scroll to Yaoi without fear of a change of heart. Yaoi was no fool. He had approached Yi Xian with confidence, suggesting he had a reliable foundation to rely upon. The more cautious a person's character, the more they tend to ponder. Yaoi is not a fool. He possesses a certain level of cognitive ability. He took the scroll and slowly unfurled it. The moment he opened the scroll, he was instantly captivated by its contents. The painting depicted a scene of dawn, illuminated by the sun's radiant beams. Below, 2 flower petals were poised to bloom, one basking in sunlight, while the other remained sheltered. However, Yaoi's thoughts soon delved deep into the petals. He observed that the protected petal withered the moment it encountered sunlight, whereas the petal braving the dawn and the storm blossomed rapidly, producing the most resplendent flower in existence. I understand now. At this moment, I am akin to that sheltered bud, sealing myself away and obscuring my view of the world's true nature. thus narrowing my heart and hindering my progress in cultivation. A true warrior must venture forth. Only by embracing the trials of this world and enduring its tempestuous challenges can one grow stronger. Haha, I have attained enlightenment. Upon grasping this principle, Yao Yi settled into a cross-legged position on the ground and began to meditate. Time passed slowly, and after 2 hours, an incredibly piercing roar erupted from within him. Yao Yi's cultivation surged from the 9th level of the Golden Core realm to the 1st level of the Nascent Soul realm. Upon this breakthrough, he opened his eyes, feeling markedly more powerful than before. Yet, he knew this was all thanks to the painting. Indeed, the function of Yi Xian. Were it not for Yi Xian's discovery of this place, he would never have achieved the Nascent Soul realm. As Yao Yi contemplated this, he prepared to put the scroll away. However, in the next moment, he was astonished to find the signature on the scroll was strikingly familiar. Was that not Yi Xian's name? You painted this? Yao Yi exclaimed in disbelief. Indeed, it was I, Yi Xian replied calmly. Now do you believe my words? A subtle smile graced Yi Xian's lips, his hands clasped behind his back, exuding an extraordinary demeanor. So, you are a remarkable figure. I must apologize for my earlier ignorance. I am willing to serve you in any capacity, Yao Yi said, bowing respectfully. He had now confirmed that the Yi Xian before him was likely a reincarnated celestial emperor, as such an extraordinary painting could not have been created by an ordinary person. You needn't be so formal from now on. You may simply refer to me as young master, Yi Xian stated. Chapter 12. The Celestial Maiden's teachings very well. From now on, I shall address you as young master Yi. Upon hearing Yi Xian's words, Yao Yi nodded in agreement. Yao Yi had been thoroughly captivated by Yi Xian, wholeheartedly wishing to become his guardian. Yi Xian, in turn, felt a surge of exhilaration within, for he had managed to impress Yao Yi with a mere painting. With a guardian of Yuanying level by his side, his safety was significantly assured, allowing him to focus on his own growth. It was only a matter of time before he would transcend to a higher realm. Through this experience, Yi Xian gleaned an important truth. In the realm of the fantastical, one must possess audacity. As the saying goes, the greater the daring, the richer the rewards. Old Yao, your next task is quite simple. You shall discreetly follow me. Should I encounter formidable adversaries intent on my demise, you will intervene. Otherwise, you may concentrate on your cultivation, Yi Xian instructed. Understood, young master, Yao Yi replied with a nod. Then it is settled. Let us proceed, old Yao, Yi Xian declared. After uttering these words, he set forth into the distance. Following several days of arduous travel, Yi Xian arrived before a grand city known as Luoyuan City. The sheer magnitude of the city left him nodding in appreciation, reflecting on the long journey he had undertaken and yearning for a well-deserved rest. At that moment, a throng of cultivators rushed past him, their appearances suggesting they had endured a long journey, yet their expressions were filled with fervor and excitement. Hurry! We must find a prime location to listen to the Celestial Maiden's teachings. One exclaimed. Indeed, the Celestial Maiden's discourse is a momentous occasion that has not occurred in a millennium. 3 years ago, I missed it, but this time, I shall not let it slip by. Another added. The Celestial Maiden's teachings? Yi Xian pondered, intrigued by the grandeur of the event mentioned. Admittedly, this was his first venture into the outside world, and he was still unfamiliar with its intricacies, particularly regarding the fairer sex. However, after his profound exchanges with the chaotic Holy Maiden, he understood that any woman hailed as a beauty in this realm was truly exceptional. Now, a Celestial Maiden had emerged, and it was clear to him that the Celestial Maiden was no ordinary being. Yi Xian contemplated inquiring further, but he soon noticed that the crowd had already entered the city. What if she happens to be an extraordinary beauty? I could pursue the Celestial Maiden, he mused internally. For Yi Xian's ultimate ambition was to win the hearts of beautiful maidens and subsequently create a legacy of his own. As Yi Xian contemplated, the voice of the system resonated in his mind. Ding! The unparalleled Celestial Maiden, Luo Ningxue, meets the criteria for expansion. Please proceed to conquer her. Upon hearing the system's proclamation, Yi Xian was utterly convinced that this Celestial Maiden was indeed an extraordinary beauty, a gem among countless others. Intrigued, he thought to himself that he should first inquire about the location where this Celestial Maiden imparts her teachings. Upon entering the city, Yi Xian noticed the throngs of cultivators who appeared to be brimming with excitement, all hastily converging towards a singular point. Witnessing this scene only reinforced his belief in the celestial maiden's remarkable allure. He couldn't help but ask a nearby cultivator, "Excuse me, brother, are you heading to listen to the teachings of the celestial maiden?" Of course, if one misses the chance to hear her, it would be a lifelong regret. The older man replied, his demeanor suggesting a blend of pride and enthusiasm. Yi Xian's curiosity piqued at the mention of this celestial maiden's popularity. "What? Is it truly possible that you do not know who she is?" The middle-aged man said, looking at Yi Xian as if he were bewildered. "This is my first time in Luoyang City, so I am unaware of the celestial maiden," Yi Xian admitted, his expression one of genuine embarrassment. "Oh, it is your first time. No wonder. If you had claimed ignorance of the celestial maiden otherwise, I might have felt inclined to chastise you. Allow me to enlighten you about her." The man's expression was now one of pride, evidently thrilled to share his knowledge of the celestial maiden. "Thank you, brother." Yi Xian expressed his gratitude. This celestial maiden is the foremost disciple of the Xianyun sect and is renowned as the most beautiful woman in the vicinity of Luoyang City. While no one has laid eyes on her true appearance, it is said that she possesses. Chapter 13, the tale of the celestial maiden, known as Luochen, is indeed captivating. She is said to possess unparalleled beauty, enchanting enough to rival the allure of a nation. Upon her birth, extraordinary phenomena adorned the skies, a divine phoenix's cry echoed, and celestial maidens danced in celebration. In that moment, she was regarded as a heavenly being descending to the mortal realm, hence earning her the illustrious title of Luochen. Now, as the celestial maiden prepares to deliver her teachings in Luoyang City, a rare event unfolds, one that occurs only once in a millennium. To catch a glimpse of such an extraordinary figure is a chance not to be missed. Moreover, she is proficient in the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Her melodies possess the power to soothe even the most troubled spirits. A single note from her qin could dispel one's worries. "I must hurry to secure a good position, or I shall find myself too far away," exclaimed a middle-aged man as he rushed ahead. As he departed, the streets came alive with throngs of people, all fervently making their way to the venue of the celestial maiden's discourse. One can only imagine the immense popularity of Luochen. How intriguing, thought Yi Xian, clenching his fists. I must find a way to win her favor. He, too, quickened his pace towards the gathering. Half an hour later, Yi Xian arrived at the location where the celestial maiden was to speak. The spacious area was already teeming with a sea of humanity. Tens of thousands had gathered. It was astonishing. Just how beautiful could Luochen be? His curiosity reached its peak. Yet, at that moment, she had not yet arrived. Yi Xian took the opportunity to purchase a grilled sausage and 2 eggs from a nearby vendor, for these were his favorite indulgences from his previous life. A taste he continued to relish in this one. After enjoying his meal, he settled in a spot to await the arrival of the celestial maiden. As he sat in contemplation, he pondered the challenges of attracting the attention of such a proud beauty as Luochen. Captivating her interest would undoubtedly be no small feat, and the notion of winning her affection seemed daunting. However, he reasoned that every woman has her vulnerabilities. If he could discern her weaknesses, she might just be inclined to draw near. Regardless, I must make my presence known when she arrives. It is essential to capture her attention to advance my plans. Yi Xian murmured softly. He felt a twinge of helplessness. His system seemed rather lackluster compared to others, which could yield rewards with mere breaths, while his required far more intricate means. The thought was disheartening. Yet, he quickly found solace, believing that fate had not dealt him an unfair hand. Only by being content can one truly perceive happiness. Just as Yi Xian's thoughts were soaring, a voice resonated. With the utterance of these words, the atmosphere in the vicinity, which housed hundreds of thousands, fell into an extraordinary silence, so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Upon hearing this declaration, all eyes turned in unison toward the distance. Yi Xian, too, could not resist the allure and lifted his gaze. At that moment, he beheld a woman clad in a delicate blue gown, her figure graceful and ethereal, akin to a fairy. Though her face was veiled, her eyes, which sparkled like celestial bodies, were clear and profound, truly captivating. Behind her, a breathtaking spectacle unfolded, petals cascading like a gentle rain. She was stunning, rivaling even the most revered of celestial maidens. Her form and presence surpassed 99% of women in the world. No wonder she was dubbed the Dustfall Fairy. After surveying this enchanting figure, Yi Xian felt a stirring astonishment within. Meanwhile, The crowd surrounding Yi Xian erupted in excitement upon the appearance of the Dustfall Fairy, their exuberance spilling over as they cheered. Wow, the Dustfall Fairy has arrived. She is breathtaking. I adore her. I feel as though I've fallen in love. Dustfall Fairy, I love you, as a mouse loves rice. You are my rose, my flower. Amid such fervent declarations, the Dustfall Fairy gracefully took her seat, and then she spoke. Next, allow me to share some wisdom with you all. But first, let me play a melody for you. Her voice was melodious, enchanting all present. The cultivators, upon hearing that she would perform, were overwhelmed with excitement and anticipation. Her music must be exquisite. If she were to bear a child, the quality would undoubtedly be unparalleled. While others eagerly awaited the sound of her strings, Yi Xian's mind wandered to a rather unorthodox thought. Fortunately, his musings were unknown to those around him. Otherwise, they might have been inclined to chastise him. They revered their goddess. While he was contemplating her bearing a child, what happened to decorum? What became of humanity? It was utterly absurd. Chapter 14. Alas, how could one dare to slumber whilst the celestial maiden imparts her wisdom? Following this, the ethereal figure of Luochen began to play a guqin, the sound resonating with a melodious and enchanting tune. The music flowed like a pristine mountain spring, cascading over stones, each note like pearls falling on a jade plate. The audience, composed of men, women, and children, fell into a hushed reverence. Many moved to tears as certain melodies evoked poignant memories of sorrowful pasts. Meanwhile, some cultivators clenched their fists, vowing to exert themselves in their practice, determined to never be underestimated. In stark contrast, Yi Xian appeared rather disinterested. To one who had mastered the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, the performance seemed rather lackluster. He could even discern several errors in the play. At this moment, his demeanor resembled that of a student in a previous life, enduring a lecture that was far from enlightening, but rather an insufferable lullaby. The more fervently the teacher spoke, the more it lulled the students into a slumberous bliss. Consequently, it was not long before Yi Xian succumbed to the embrace of sleep. Fortunately, this scene went unnoticed by those present, as their attention was wholly captivated by the enchanting strains of the guqin. Otherwise, they would have been astounded by the sight of Yi Xian in such a state, sleeping through the celestial maiden's discourse. As Yi Xian drifted into slumber, the music continued to resonate beautifully, lulling him deeper into restful dreams. Before long, the sound of his snoring filled the air. Initially, the audience, entranced by the music, paid little heed to this interruption. However, once Luochen concluded her performance, the snoring pierced through the lingering notes, becoming jarringly apparent. Upon hearing this, Luochen furrowed her brow, accustomed as she was to the adulation of the masses. In that moment, she felt a profound affront. Here she was, performing what she deemed her most exquisite melodies, while beneath her, someone dared to snore. This was simply intolerable. The men, women, and children in attendance soon traced the source of the snoring. There, in a corner, lay a rather handsome young man, sleeping soundly, his snores thunderous. Witnessing this spectacle, a unified thought surged through the minds of all present. Alas, how could one sleep whilst the celestial maiden speaks? Is this the conduct of a gentleman? It is utterly outrageous. How could one dare to slumber in such a sacred gathering? Such insolence deserves a fitting punishment. Indeed, it is imperative. Celestial maiden, allow me to eradicate this menace. No, today I shall serve the celestial maiden. The cultivators present began to jostle and vie for attention, eager to make a favorable impression before the celestial maiden. Who knows, if they performed well, perhaps the celestial maiden would take notice of them. Even a 1 in a million chance was worth pursuing. Should the celestial maiden deem them worthy, their lives would surely ascend to new heights. In an instant, the atmosphere grew unbearably tumultuous. At that moment, Yi Xian was roused from his slumber. Upon opening his eyes, he was taken aback, for all eyes were fixed upon him with an unusual intensity, brimming with indignation. Yi Xian could sense the collective ire directed at him. It was impossible to conceal the intent to strike, and even the celestial maiden seemed to harbor such thoughts. Hey, why are you all looking at me like that? Have you never seen a handsome man before? Yi Xian declared boldly. He understood that to capture the celestial maiden's attention, he must first stand apart from the crowd. You seek your own demise. The maiden is speaking, and you dare to sleep? Today, you shall surely meet your end. The surrounding cultivators growled with palpable menace. Oh, I slept because the maiden's performance was simply lacking. What business is it of yours? Yi Xian retorted with a dismissive expression. A ripple of astonishment swept through the crowd at his audacity. Could it be that he had just criticized the musical prowess of their goddess? Such an affront was infuriating. If he had claimed her vocal skills were lacking, that might have been somewhat acceptable, for until now, their goddess remained untarnished, never having practiced such arts. Yet, to disparage the melody that could penetrate the heart and evoke profound emotions? How dare he? You truly do not know the meaning of danger, do you? Today, I shall have you minced and fed to the dogs. The enraged cultivators shouted, advancing towards Yixian. Just then, the enchanting voice of the celestial maiden rang out. Silence. Upon hearing her command, the crowd fell utterly still. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Once tranquility was restored, the celestial maiden turned her captivating gaze towards Yixian and spoke coolly. This young man, you claim my musical skills are lacking? Pray, enlighten us. If your words bear truth, I shall reward you. If you speak in folly, I shall ensure you are reduced to ashes. As she concluded, an overwhelming aura of chilling intent enveloped her. Chapter 15. The Celestial Rain and the Golden Lotus rising from the earth as the enchanting fallen dust fairy. A paragon of beauty, she naturally possessed her own pride. Consequently, her words bore an air of aloofness. Upon hearing her remarks, the gathered cultivators cast their gazes toward Yixian, their expressions tinged with mockery and pity. Young man, you are doomed to perish for daring to oppose the fallen dust fairy. They thought, this lad is utterly oblivious to the gravity of his situation, yet one must admit, he is quite handsome. I find myself intrigued. Madam, this boy is courting death. He is unworthy of your attention. Should I not pique your interest instead? Begone, you grotesque wretch. How dare you set your sights on me? Do you presume I relish insipid pursuits? As for Yixian, he wore a faint smile as he nodded and said, so you are the fallen dust fairy? Would you allow me to perform a piece first, and afterward? I shall point out the deficiencies in your playing? Very well, I shall grant you this opportunity, replied the fallen dust fairy with a nod. With her consent, Yixian began to stride toward her amidst the watchful eyes of the onlookers. Witnessing this scene, the cultivators could not help but smirk, for in their eyes, Yixian was utterly unaware of his own insignificance, brazenly courting disaster. They believed the fallen dust fairy to be the reincarnation of a celestial being, a master of art and music since childhood. In contrast, Yixian, despite his striking looks, was deemed quite ordinary. What could he possibly offer to compare with the fallen dust fairy? As he approached her, Yixian was enveloped by a captivating aroma, reminiscent of delicate milk, wafting from the fallen dust fairy herself. Truly, she was a goddess in the eyes of countless admirers. The fragrance was intoxicating. Yixian's thoughts wandered momentarily. To others, it might seem that he was recklessly seeking his demise. However, Yixian felt unperturbed. After all, even celestial beings possess emotions and desires, regardless of their divine status. They too have physical needs. If the moment were right, there would be no door that could not be opened. With a casual demeanor, he stated, "It seems I shall expose my inadequacies today." He then took hold of the guqin, placing it before him as he began to tune the strings. Observing Yixian's unfamiliarity with the instrument, the fallen dust fairy frowned. Had it not been for his handsome visage, she might have already taken action against him. Once the strings were finally adjusted, Yixian commenced his performance. The initial notes resonated, yet they were unremarkable, lacking any distinctive quality. The brows of the celestial being of dust furrowed even tighter. It was evident to her that Yixian was utterly unfamiliar with the guqin. Clearly, he had been attempting to deceive her, a reckless endeavor indeed. Little did she know that although Yixian possessed unparalleled skill on the instrument, this was his first time handling it, resulting in a semblance of awkwardness. After experimenting with a few notes, the melodies gradually transformed, resonating like the harmonious flow of a mountain stream. Enchanting. This was the sentiment shared by all present, even the celestial being of dust, who prided herself on her understanding of the art of the guqin, began to relax her tightly knit brows. The music was genuinely delightful, possessing the power to purify the very soul, surpassing her own recent performance in technical prowess. This realization left the celestial being of dust utterly astonished. How could this be? Could his skills truly eclipse mine? Was he not deceiving me after all? Such thoughts flickered through her mind. As these musings coursed through her, an astonishing spectacle unfolded. The once clear sky abruptly darkened, casting a shadow over the realm. In an instant, the heavens turned ominous. However, the transition occurred so swiftly that the onlookers scarcely had time to react. Suddenly, rain began to fall. Rain? At that moment, as the droplets descended, the gathered cultivators found themselves engulfed in disbelief. Yet soon, they realized that this was no ordinary rain. What was happening? This was not rain. It was viscous and bore a hint of sweetness on their tongues. Suddenly, one cultivator exclaimed, "I too have noticed. This is not rain. How peculiar. Look at the ground." Another cultivator shouted. At the sound of this cry, all eyes turned to the ground. Before them, golden lotus flowers erupted from the earth. Golden lotuses? My heavens! I understand now. This is a phenomenon triggered by the exquisite melodies, a manifestation of the legendary heavenly dew and the emergence of golden lotuses from the ground. What? Is this truly the legendary celestial nectar? It is said that a single drop brings boundless benefits. Ha ha ha. Chapter 16. The fairy also bows upon realizing that what descended from the heavens was not rain, but rather sweet dew. The cultivators present descended into a frenzy. One by one, they opened their mouths towards the sky, fervently drinking in the nectar, fully aware of its myriad benefits. As for the ethereal fairy, Luo Ningxue, she was utterly astonished, her beautiful eyes fixated on Yi Xian, unable to shift her gaze even slightly. She comprehended that Yi Xian was undoubtedly the fabled existence spoken of in legends. A single melody from his instrument could evoke such extraordinary phenomena, a testament to the unparalleled nature of his musical prowess. As the crowd remained in a state of shock, Yi Xian's music abruptly ceased, and the wondrous spectacle faded. Nonetheless, the cultivators, having partaken of the sweet dew and basked in the influence of the melody, began to experience moments of enlightenment. After concluding his performance, Yi Xian turned his gaze towards Luo Ningxue, who was still intensely observing him, as if attempting to discern every detail of his being. Yet, to her astonishment, Yi Xian seemed enveloped in a veil of mystery, rendering her unable to see through him. Such is the nature of women. The more elusive the object of their intrigue, the greater their curiosity. Today, this fairy's teachings come to an end. Young master, may I have a word with you? Luo Ningxue finally spoke. Upon receiving her invitation, Yi Xian paused momentarily, understanding the nuances of approach. In the pursuit of a goddess, one must balance warmth and distance. Excessive eagerness may yield counterproductive results. It is essential to advance when the moment calls for it, and to retreat when necessary, for this dynamic keeps a woman intrigued. You have yet to point out the flaws in my musical technique, Luo Ningxue remarked. As a fairy, she held her pride. Yet Yi Xian's mastery of the instrument was simply breathtaking, prompting her earnest desire for his guidance. Since Miss Luo is so eager to learn, I cannot refuse. Let us proceed, Yi Xian replied, sensing the moment was ripe for engagement. What? You know my surname? Upon hearing Yi Xian address her as Miss Luo, a surreal sensation washed over Luo Ningxue. She was acutely aware that very few knew her true name, aside from her master and a select few from the Xianyan sect. The world referred to her as the ethereal fairy, a title she had carried until now. Yet, no matter how she pondered, she was certain she had never met Yi Xian before. How could he possibly know her surname? It was utterly astonishing. Ha ha, I possess an abundance of knowledge, Yi Xian remarked with feigned profundity. Little did he know that he wielded a mastery of divination, enabling him to discern everything about a person upon meeting them. Thus, uncovering Luo Ningxue's name would pose no challenge. Very well, please follow me, Luo Ningxue responded with a nod. At that moment, she was profoundly impressed by Yi Xian. Subsequently, she led him to the luxurious inn she had reserved. Upon entering her chamber, one felt as though they had stepped into a grand palace, enveloped in an exquisite fragrance that delighted the senses. However, Yi Xian's keen gaze noticed a personal garment tucked away in a corner. Luo Ningxue's intimate attire, evidently just discarded. Sensing his scrutiny, Luo Ningxue blushed deeply and gracefully waved her delicate hand, stowing the garment into her storage ring. May I inquire your esteemed name? Luo Ningxue asked, attempting to divert attention from the earlier awkwardness. The garment was one she had changed out of upon her arrival, and in her haste, she had failed to tidy up, unexpectedly encountering Yi Xian in the process. Yi Xian, of the illustrious Yi family, renowned for its grandeur, he replied. Then I shall address you as Master Yi. Might you share your insights on the shortcomings of my musical skills? Luo Ningxue inquired earnestly. Very well, Miss Luo. I shall speak candidly. Your musical prowess is yet to reach even the introductory level. Might I ask if you would consider taking me as your mentor? Yi Xian suggested. I have a master who occasionally offers guidance, though music is not her forte, and much of my learning has been self-taught, Luo Ningxue explained. That is precisely the issue. Firstly, your posture while playing is incorrect. Although playing the instrument relies solely on your fingers, an improper stance diminishes the beauty of the melodies by more than half. Secondly, Chapter 17, An All-Night Conversation. The men of Luoyun City are consumed by envy. In addition, coordination of the hands is essential, as demonstrated. It allows the melody to flow with greater coherence. To put it more plainly, posture equates to strength. Yi Xian began to elucidate the intricacies of playing the guqin to Luo Ningxue. Although it was Yi Xian's first encounter with the ancient instrument, for someone of his exceptional prowess in the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, these skills seemed as effortless as the breeze. Luo Ningxue listened, captivated and enchanted. She had once dreamt of meeting a companion well-versed in the art of the guqin, yet she never anticipated that Yi Xian would possess such remarkable mastery. Come now. Based on what I have shared, give it another try. Once you correct your posture, it will feel both comfortable and enjoyable, Yi Xian encouraged after his thorough explanation. Following his guidance, Luo Ningxue positioned herself correctly and began to play the guqin before her. The notes flowed beautifully, the melody far surpassing her previous attempts. More exquisite than ever. Let us create music together, Yi Xian volunteered. If he aspired to win over the goddess, he must demonstrate commitment, for otherwise, she would not readily yield her affections. How splendid! Luo Ningxue exclaimed, exhilarated by his words. Despite being revered as a goddess by the world, she was, at her core, merely a girl yearning for understanding, tenderness, and love, especially as she approached the age of budding emotions. Yet, over the years, people had regarded her with an air of reverence, leaving her to feel as though she wore a mask. However, Yi Xian had allowed her to shed this fade, liberating her from the superficialities that had encumbered her. No man had ever ventured into her heart, yet Yi Xian was an exception, who was playing a tune on the pipa reminiscent of the east wind's break, as the years peel away on the walls, recalling our youthful days. Now, the haunting melody lingers, waiting for you to hear. Before long, time slipped by unnoticed. This night was destined to be one of restlessness for the cultivators of Luoyun City, for their goddess was engaged in an all-night discussion of guqin techniques with Yi Xian. To the men who idolized Luo Ningxue as their dream companion, this was utterly unacceptable. Yet, they could do nothing. After all, it was her choice. Moreover, Yi Xian's skill was indeed extraordinary, reaching a pinnacle of excellence. A single piece played by him could invoke legendary phenomena, such as heavenly rain or the emergence of golden lotuses from the earth. Such a being was not one to be trifled with. Oh, my goddess, please do not succumb to him, for it would break my heart. Alas, my heart aches even more. The mere thought of being unable to concern myself with such a goddess fills me with an unbearable anguish. Many men expressed their sentiments in a muted manner. Meanwhile, in a tavern not far from the room where Luo Ningxue resides, a young man wears an expression of utmost gloom, his countenance radiating a chilling intent. Should any other cultivators from the Xianyun sect be present, they would recognize this young man as Chun Jinxiong, the second prodigy of the sect, aside from Luo Ningxue. At this moment, Chun Jinxiong feels as though his heart is bleeding, for he has long cherished a fairy maiden in his heart. And that maiden is none other than Luo Ningxue. Yet, it utterly devastates him that despite his unwavering devotion over the years, she remains indifferent to his affections. To his dismay, he discovers that simply because Yi Xian mentioned a few shortcomings in Luo Ningxue's musical prowess, they engaged in an all-night conversation. It is utterly infuriating. To steal the heart of the woman I adore, I shall ensure your demise. Chun Jinxiong clenches his fists, secretly plotting vengeance in his mind. At this moment, in the depths of his heart, Yi Xian has already been marked for death. Meanwhile, Yi Xian and Luo Ningxue are engrossed in their discourse. Luo Ningxue had initially believed that Yi Xian was only remarkable in the realm of music. Yet she was astounded to discover that he excels not only in music, but also possesses mastery in chess, calligraphy, and painting. It feels as though Yi Xian has opened a door to a new world for her, igniting an insatiable thirst for knowledge within her. Time passes in this manner. Although they have not shared the same bed these past few days, their bond grows ever closer. This morning, when Luo Ningxue approached Yi Xian, he removed his veil. At that moment, when Luo Ningxue unveiled her face, Yi Xian's eyes widened in disbelief. The beauty before him was beyond compare. With an enchanting grace that could captivate an entire nation, she moved like a delicate lotus. Her beauty rivaled that of Wang Chong, and her countenance echoed the allure of Chu women. She spoke with the elegance of flowers and exuded the fragrance of jade. Her national beauty was pure and fragrant, like the scent of orchids. Her hair, elegantly styled, was as exquisite as the finest silk, surpassing even the renowned beauties of Wenjun and Xuetao. Her allure eclipsed even that of the Chaos Saintess. Yi Xian could not help but marvel inwardly. Ningxue, did you not say that your beauty should not be gazed upon by men? Why then, do you allow me to see? Yi Xian inquired, curiosity piqued. Because you are the one I trust the most. Luo Ningxue replied shyly. It is that gentle lowering of her head, which renders one utterly enraptured. Are you not afraid that I might be a villain? Yi Xian teased. Hee, you are not a bad person. Luo Ningxue shook her head confidently. Are you so certain? Yi Xian responded with a gentle smile. Indeed, I have encountered true villains. Their eyes carry a fierce intensity, unlike yours, Luo Ningxue asserted. Thank you for your trust. Would you care to take a stroll this evening? Yi Xian extended the invitation. Strolling through the streets with a beautiful companion, followed by a delightful drink, is perhaps the most enchanting way to deepen the bond between both parties. Chapter 18. The Hidden Danger Behind Romance. As night descended, Yi Xian and Luo Ningxue found themselves strolling along the streets of Luoyun City. The passers-by quickly recognized the pair, their gazes filled with envy and jealousy. After all, Luo Ningxue's esteemed identity commanded respect. Who would dare provoke the most outstanding prodigy of the Xianyan sect? That would be akin to courting death. As for Yi Xian, he had recently been imagined by the masses as a magnificent celestial being, descended to earth to rekindle a bygone romance with Luo Ningxue. Thus, upon recognizing them, onlookers merely observed from a distance. Many cultivators felt that Yi Xian was indeed a worthy match for the ethereal Luo Ningxue, for he possessed an undeniable charm. However, amidst the crowd's admiration, a brooding young man, clad in a conical hat and with a dark expression, lurked in a corner 100 meters away. Fixated on Yi Xian's retreating figure, an aura of murderous intent radiating from him. This young man was Chen Jinxiong. He had long harbored the desire to confront Yi Xian, but regrettably, Yi Xian had been inseparable from Luo Ningxue, almost glued to her side, even in the most private of moments. This proximity thwarted Chen Jinxiong's plans. Yet tonight, he felt certain that Yi Xian would eventually find himself in a vulnerable position. The moment Yi Xian sought relief would mark the end of his life. To snatch away the woman Chen Jinxiong adored would lead to but one inevitable conclusion: death. Tonight shall be your final night, young man. Do not blame me. You have brought this upon yourself. Chen Jinxiong tightened his grip on the long blade in his hand, resolutely following Yi Xian from a distance, careful not to draw Luo Ningxue's attention. Should she discover his intentions, it would spell disaster. Meanwhile, Yi Xian sensed the weight of an intense gaze upon him. However, he remained calm, knowing the opportune moment to confront his pursuer would soon arrive. He harbored a strong aversion to being scrutinized by such predatory eyes, as it made him feel unnervingly exposed. As they continued their leisurely stroll, Yi Xian and Luo Ningxue admired the various wares displayed along the street. Ningxue, look at this exquisite hairpin. I believe it would look even more beautiful adorning your hair. Yi Xian exclaimed, delicately placing a radiant hairpin into Luo Ningxue's hair. At that moment, a spark of excitement lit up Luo Ningxue's face, for such a moment was unprecedented in her life. Previously, she had existed as an aloof goddess, untouched by the mundane world, yet it had brought her little joy, as she often wore a mask of pretense. Only in Yi Xian's company did she feel liberated from such burdens. Thank you, young Master Yi. Luo Ningxue expressed her gratitude, her heart warm with appreciation. Why thank me? I have done nothing remarkable, Yi Xian replied with a gentle smile. The two individuals continued their leisurely stroll. After wandering for a while, Yi Xian turned to Luo Ningxue and said, Ningxue, please wait for me a moment. I need to relieve myself. Relieve yourself? Luo Ningxue's beautiful eyes widened in confusion. Ahem. I merely need to urinate. Yi Xian chuckled at the adorable curiosity reflected in Luo Ningxue's expression. Upon realizing that Yi Xian's euphemism for relieving himself referred to urination, Luo Ningxue couldn't help but burst into laughter. Her enchanting smile infused the atmosphere with a vibrant energy. However, Yi Xian's mention of urination held a tinge of falsehood. His primary intention was to escape the unsettling gaze trailing him. Being on a date with a beautiful woman while being scrutinized by another person was undeniably uncomfortable. All right, go ahead. I shall wait for you here. Luo Ningxue finally nodded in agreement. After her acquiescence, Yi Xian departed. Upon reaching a secluded alley, he spoke, "Come out. You've been following me for quite some time now. It's time for you to reveal yourself." "Kid, so you realized I was here all along?" A figure emerged from the shadows just as Yi Xian finished speaking. The figure wore a wide-brimmed hat, obscuring their face, yet nothing escaped Yi Xian's keen intuition. "Remove your hat. While you conceal yourself exceptionally well, I have known your identity for some time now. Am I correct in saying you are Chen Jinxiong?" Yi Xian remarked, a faint and seemingly innocuous smile gracing his lips. While this smile may appear amiable to others, Chen Jinxiong felt an unsettling shift in the air the moment Yi Xian smiled. An ominous aura enveloped the space. "You know who I am, kid. You continue to surprise me. But it is unfortunate that you have chosen to associate with the woman I desire. Now, prepare to meet your demise." Chen Jinxiong's voice dripped with icy disdain. With those words, Chen Jinxiong made his move. Chapter 19. Drinking for joy. Old Yao, take care of him. As Chen Jinxiong prepared to strike, Yi Xian addressed the void with a calm demeanor. Upon the utterance of Yi Xian's command, in the blink of an eye, Yao Yi materialized before him, positioning himself firmly in front of Chen Jinxiong. The moment Yao Yi appeared, the fierce blade light that Chen Jinxiong had unleashed was instantly shattered. Upon sensing the terrifying aura radiating from Yao Yi, Chen Jinxiong's expression shifted dramatically. With his cultivation at the first level of the Golden Core realm, he was no match for Yao Yi, an otherworldly being of the nascent soul realm. Yao Yi, however, had no intention of engaging in idle chatter with Chen Jinxiong. He delivered a single, powerful palm strike. As Yao Yi's palm descended, a colossal imprint materialized before Chen Jinxiong. Confronted with this immense force, Chen Jinxiong felt an overwhelming sense of dread. A suffocating pressure enveloped him, filling his heart with terror and regret. Unfortunately, in this world, while many things can be had, the one thing that remains elusive is the remedy for regret. With a resounding impact, the massive palm imprint struck Chen Jinxiong, causing him to explode into a mist of crimson. After dispatching Chen Jinxiong, Yao Yi vanished into the night, leaving no trace behind. Meanwhile, Yi Xian retrieved his artifact and leisurely made his way back to the spot where Luo Ningxue awaited him. Upon his arrival, Luo Ningxue could not help but express her annoyance. "What have you been doing? Why did it take you so long to return?" "Apologies. There were very few places suitable for, so I had to search for a while," Yi Xian replied with a casual fabrication. "Don't you men have the freedom to?" Luo Ningxue teased. Although she was regarded as a celestial being in the eyes of others, in Yi Xian's presence, she transformed into a quirky young woman with whom he could converse openly, free from pretense. "That won't do. I adhere to principles." Yi Xian shook his head in jest. They continued to stroll together, and after a while, Luo Ningxue suggested, "Young Master Yi, shall we purchase some fine wine and find a quiet place to enjoy a couple of drinks?" "Of course," Yi Xian eagerly agreed, having anticipated Luo Ningxue's suggestion for quite some time. "If you don't get drunk, how will I have my chance?" This is a truth that countless sages have affirmed. After a lengthy wait for this moment, Yi Xian and Luo Ningxue procured some exquisite wine and beef from the street vendors before retreating to a secluded wilderness. The environment was serene, devoid of any onlookers, leaving only Yi Xian and Luo Ningxue to enjoy each other's company. Luo Ningxue, no longer shy, embraced the moment. She directly removed her veil. Yi Xian retrieved a small table from his storage bag. Once everything was arranged, the two began to drink. "Come, let us toast," Yi Xian said to Luo Ningxue. "Cheers." Luo Ningxue nodded and downed her glass in one swift motion. Upon swallowing the wine, her exquisite and beautiful face flushed instantly, resembling a little apple, radiating boundless shyness. Under the moonlight, she appeared enchanting and lovely. Surely, even a fairy could not surpass her beauty. This was Yi Xian's assessment of Luo Ningxue at that moment. After indulging in a few drinks, they lay side by side on the grass, gazing at the moonlit sky, everything seeming so wonderfully perfect. "Yi Xian, do you believe there are really fairies in this world?" Luo Ningxue inquired, her head resting closely against his shoulder, allowing him to catch a whiff of her maidenly fragrance. "Indeed, are you not one?" Yi Xian replied without hesitation. "You are so mischievous," Luo Ningxue playfully chided, though her tone was laced with pride. "May I embrace you?" Yi Xian asked, unable to contain himself. "You may, but you must not act lewdly." Luo Ningxue nodded in agreement. After spending some time together, She found herself harboring deep feelings for Yixian, and he felt the same. I would never. I am quite honest, Yixian assured her. Following this exchange, the atmosphere between them grew increasingly intimate. Luo Ningxue had come to terms with her feelings, just as Yixian had. That night, for both Yixian and Luo Ningxue, was unforgettable and beautiful. Although Yixian merely intended to snuggle, he ultimately broke his promise. After an intense exchange, Yixian heard the voice of the system echoing in his mind. Ding! Luo Ningxue has submitted to the host, rewarding the host. Just as Yixian and Luo Ningxue concluded their encounter, the system's voice resonated within his mind once more. Chapter 20. Encountering you is my fate. Ding! The system detects that the host has begun to cultivate. Reward: 50 years of cultivation. Reward: clarity of sword heart. Reward: the low-tier celestial sword technique. 10,000 swords return to origin. At this moment, a series of voices resonated in Yixian's mind. Upon hearing the system's announcement, a glimmer of brilliance flickered in Yixian's eyes, for these rewards were indeed abundant. Not only had he gained cultivation, but he also received clarity of sword heart and the 10,000 swords return to origin technique. From Yixian's understanding, possessing clarity of sword heart would enable him to grasp sword martial arts with a mere glance. Furthermore, the 10,000 swords return to origin was a celestial tier technique. In this world, martial arts are categorized from low to high as yellow tier, Xin tier, earth tier, and celestial tier. Beyond that, Yixian was uncertain, for according to his knowledge, the highest martial art was celestial tier. Perhaps there were even higher tiers, but with Yixian's current abilities, he had yet to comprehend them. Each tier is further divided into upper, middle, and lower grades. Now, he already possessed a complete celestial tier technique, a genuine masterpiece. It was likely that in the entire eastern wilderness region, such techniques were scarce. Based on Yixian's understanding of the Yi family, the most precious martial art they possessed was merely a low-tier earth technique. Many others were only yellow or Xian tier techniques, highlighting the rarity and value of celestial tier arts. Indeed, having the system made a substantial difference. Although his spiritual root remained relatively weak, Yixian believed that with the system, a day would come when he would become extraordinarily powerful. Yixian mused to himself. Then he addressed the system. System, merge the awarded cultivation. Ding! Received host. The system replied. As the system's words fell, an immense surge of energy flooded into Yixian's body, coursing through him. Yixian sat cross-legged on the ground, beginning to harness this overwhelming energy as it surged through his limbs and meridians. Before long, Yixian's cultivation began to break through. Foundation Establishment Stage 5. Foundation Establishment Stage 6. Foundation Establishment Stage 7. Foundation Establishment Stage 8. Finally, Yixian's cultivation halted after reaching the 8th level of Foundation Establishment Stage. Following this breakthrough, Yixian commenced his training in the 10,000 Swords Return to Origin. In the past, mastering this technique would have been quite challenging, for it was a celestial tier art. However, for Yixian, endowed with clarity of sword heart, it posed no difficulty whatsoever. As time gradually passed, a night slipped away. Yixian had made significant progress in the 10,000 Swords Return to Origin, reaching an introductory level, truly deserving of its celestial tier status. If it were a Xian tier technique, he would have likely mastered it by now, given his clarity of sword heart. Yixian murmured to himself, then ceased his cultivation. At that moment, Luo Ningxue had already awakened. You are awake? Yixian remarked with a charming smile. You scoundrel, did you not say it was just a hug? Luo Ningxue retorted, feigning anger. I admit I have made a mistake that every man is prone to, but rest assured, I shall take full responsibility, Yixian declared earnestly, taking a seat beside her. Upon sensing Yixian's enhanced cultivation, Luo Ningxue was astounded, for his strength had increased remarkably, a fact that left her in disbelief. Yixian, how could your cultivation have improved so much? Luo Ningxue exclaimed in surprise. Hee, it was merely luck, Yixian replied modestly. Yixian, I wish to hear you sing. Luo Ningxue said eagerly. All right. Yixian nodded and began to sing a beloved song from his past life. Meeting you is my destiny. Watching over you is my song. Dear, 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 I love you, like the snow lotus in the mountains, like the snow lotus in the mountains. The love song beneath the high mountains is this winding river, my heart swims in that water. The longing under the blue sky is this winding road. My dreams are all packed in my satchel. Everything waiting is no longer waiting. I have chosen you for my entire life. Meeting you is my destiny. Watching over you is my song. Dear, 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 I love you, like the snow lotus in the mountains, like the snow lotus in the mountains. Listening to Yi Xian sing Meeting You is my destiny, Luo Ningxue found it enchanting. It must be said that joyful moments are often fleeting. Soon, over a month had passed. During this time, Yi Xian rapidly grew stronger, sharing stories and singing during his leisure hours, making Luo Ningxue feel incredibly grateful for his presence. However, one morning, Luo Ningxue appeared dejected and said, Yi Xian, you big scoundrel, I am pregnant. Ah, so soon. Yi Xian exclaimed, excitement bubbling within him, as he had not anticipated such news. Yet, his heart fluttered with joy, for a child with a beauty like Luo Ningxue would undoubtedly be extraordinary. What will others think of me if they find out about your silver-tongued self? Luo Ningxue shot him a glare. Ningxue, remember, life is your own. We cannot forever live in the world of others. To live authentically is the best path, Yi Xian gently advised. Nevertheless, he did not wish for Luo Ningxue to terminate the pregnancy, as he genuinely desired a child. In his previous life, he had not experienced the joys and hardships of parenthood before his untimely demise. In this life, he yearned to taste the joys and sorrows of being a father. Very well, you scoundrel, I shall return to Xianyun's sect to enter seclusion. After the child is born, I will come find you. After a moment of contemplation, Luo Ningxue spoke. Chapter 21. Farewell, the headstrong princess encounters trouble. How wonderful it is. Once I have completed my training, I shall eagerly await your return. Yi Xian exclaimed joyfully, nodding his head. Before him stood Luo Ningxue, already confirmed as his destined partner. However, regarding the Chaos Saintess, Li Xiao, Yi Xian remained uncertain. After all, there were no feelings shared between them. Yi Xian had merely alleviated her seductive poison through a brief intervention. Once the poison was dispelled, Li Xiao departed, leaving Yi Xian with little opportunity for a deeper connection. After their agreement, Yi Xian embarked on a new journey, with Luo Ningxue following closely behind, seeing him off for an extended period. Over the days, Luo Ningxue had undeniably fallen deeply in love with Yi Xian. Truth be told, Yi Xian harbored profound affection for Luo Ningxue as well. Perhaps this is what they call love blossoming over time, beginning with beauty and ultimately culminating in love itself. What? You can't bear to part with me? Yi Xian teased, gazing at the reluctant Luo Ningxue. Who can't bear it? I merely wish to take a stroll. Luo Ningxue retorted defiantly. Yet, as she spoke, tears shimmered at the corners of her eyes. Silly girl, I am not abandoning you. Do not shed tears. I wish to be by your side forever. However, you must understand that when you have children, it is best I do not accompany you, for it would not be good for our offspring. Yi Xian embraced Luo Ningxue, gently wiping away her tears. Well then, I must take my leave. Take care of yourself. And if you need anything, send someone to inform me in Xian City. Yi Xian instructed. I understand, Yi Xian. I can tolerate you having other women. But should you forget me, beware of my wrath. Luo Ningxue warned. She was well aware that a man as handsome and skilled as Yi Xian would undoubtedly attract countless admirers. In this world, it was commonplace for men to have multiple wives and concubines. After all, the realm of fantasy was exceedingly cruel. In such an environment, monogamy and the concept of fewer and better offspring were simply impractical. Thus, Luo Ningxue did not mind Yi Xian having other women, but she had her limits. Yi Xian must hold her in his heart. As soon as Luo Ningxue finished speaking, she transformed into a radiant streak, heading toward the direction of the Xianyun sect. Rest assured, you occupy my every thought. No matter where I go, I will always think of you. Yi Xian called out, watching her retreating figure. Once he had uttered those words, Yi Xian too set off into the distance. He had committed himself to 3 years of training outside, and thus far, he had only spent a few months away. More experience awaited him. He had set a modest goal for himself. Upon completing 3 years of training, he must achieve a breakthrough to the transformation stage, and, should he cultivate a partner, the more the merrier. After all, that was the essence of his system. Without a partner in cultivation, one cannot attain true strength. Meanwhile, at a location thousands of miles away from Yi Xian, 2 figures arrived. Both were women, yet they donned male attire, clearly disguised as men. Despite their masculine garb, the leading lady possessed a beauty that radiated purity, exuding an endearing innocence that was undeniably charming. The outside world is truly delightful. It is indeed vastly different from the palace. The leading lady couldn't help but exclaim, Princess, you have brought me away. But if His Majesty finds out, my legs will surely be broken. The other woman replied, a hint of trepidation in her voice. Xiaolon, how many times must I tell you? From now on, call me elder brother. I am no princess. The leading lady admonished with a glare towards her companion. Yes, I understand. Elder brother. Xiaolon responded helplessly. Let us venture forth. I shall guide you through the martial world, standing up against injustice and reveling in a life filled with indulgence, allowing you to live your dream life. If I were in the palace, I would have to marry that rotund fellow, and I want no part of that. I read in a book that one must never marry a man of such size. The so-called princess boldly declared. Sigh, elder brother, I believe we should exercise caution. After all, I have heard tales of the dangers lurking in the outside world. However, princess, I think Lord Zhu is not as terrible as you say. Aside from his plumpness, he has many admirable qualities. He cares for you daily, holds a high position, and possesses great strength. Why do you not like portly men? Xiaolon, the maid, inquired with a hint of exasperation. Xiaolon, you do not understand. With such girth, one can only imagine the inadequacies. Princess Qingyan rolled her eyes in response. Princess, you speak so crudely. If His Majesty hears of this, you shall surely be punished with a 3-day silence. Xiaolon was at a loss for words. Xiaolon understood that whatever the princess set her mind to, she could not be deterred. After all, the princess had been spoiled throughout her upbringing. In the palace, she had caused quite the uproar. Yet due to her status as the beloved daughter of the current emperor, he turned a blind eye to her antics. Princess Qingyan had little interest in cultivation. During her time in the palace, the emperor had summoned numerous masters to train her. However, after a few days, the masters tearfully reported to the emperor, stating their inability to teach her and requesting to be relieved of their duties. Initially, the emperor remained hopeful, but after several failed attempts, he ultimately relinquished the endeavor of persuading Princess Qingyan to practice cultivation. Recently, upon her 18th birthday, the emperor sought a suitable husband for Princess Qingyan, but she vehemently opposed the match, as her suitor was named Zhu Luqiu. Princess Qingyan had always opposed the notion of an arranged marriage. Upon encountering Zhu Luqiu, she resolutely refused his advances, which provoked the emperor's wrath. Consequently, he ordered her to be placed under house arrest. However, to everyone's astonishment, Qingyan disguised herself as a man and managed to escape the palace. The princess envisioned her Prince Charming as an exceedingly handsome man, tall, strikingly good-looking, and of a fitting age with ample strength. She dreamt that one day he would arrive on a rainbow cloud to claim her. Xiaolon has departed, but my elder brother will guide you through the world. Let the winds of adventure carry us, declared Princess Qingyan, preparing to venture forth with Xiaolon. Just then, an unexpected scene unfolded before them. Suddenly, a whirlwind of dust arose as a multitude of fierce horsemen galloped towards them. Upon reaching the vicinity of Princess Qingyan and Xiaolon, these formidable riders came to a halt. Chapter 22. In broad daylight, alas, amidst this desolate wilderness, there exists a beautiful woman. Third brother, this one is also female. You should indulge. As the group of fierce horsemen encircled Princess Qingyan and Xiaolan, they could not contain their excitement. Initially, everyone assumed that the cross-dressing Princess Qingyan was a man. However, some sharp-eyed individuals soon discerned the truth. It turned out that Qingyan was indeed a woman, as her ample bosom threatened to burst forth from her attire. Had you not pointed it out, I might have remained oblivious. Truly, how magnificent, and so exquisitely beautiful. If only, Third brother, we are extraordinarily fortunate, are we not? It seems the heavens have deemed it fit to send us these two exquisite maidens to alleviate our long-standing cravings. With my 18 years of study on women, I can assure you that these two maidens are still untouched. Are you certain? Absolutely. I am an expert in this area. Oh, how delightful. Once the band of horsemen confirmed that Princess Qingyan and Xiaolan were indeed untouched, they erupted in jubilant cheers, some even unable to restrain their whistles. This band of horsemen was notorious in the nearby mountains as ruthless brigands, known for their thievery. In the past, they would often capture local women to satiate their desires. However, in recent years, stronger guardians had emerged in the neighboring villages, forcing these brigands into hiding and making encounters with women exceedingly rare. This had left them in an insatiable state of hunger. Today, the thieves had set out to hunt for prey, never expecting to stumble upon such exquisite maidens, who wouldn't be overwhelmed with excitement. Third brother, what shall we do? Should we take them back for the eldest and second brothers to sample first? Or shall it be us? One of the subordinates eagerly inquired. The man referred to as third brother was a fearsome figure, his visage intimidating, with eyes that resembled those of an eagle, instilling fear in all who gazed upon him. Are you a fool? My brothers have been starved for 2 years, naturally. We shall indulge ourselves first, though I shall partake first. The fearsome third brother retorted. He, of course, third brother shall have the first taste. Brothers, today we feast. The brigands erupted in exhilaration upon hearing third brother's words, unable to contain their enthusiasm. After all, Princess Qingyan and Xiaolan were tender and exquisite, the epitome of beauty. Who could resist such a lure? What do you intend to do? If you wish to live, you better leave now, or face death. Xiaolan rebuked, seeing the brazen demeanor of the men. What do we intend to do? Surely you know better than anyone. Of course, we shall seize them and bind them. The ruthless man beside the third boss waved his hand and commanded, Yes, third brother. His gang nodded in agreement before encircling Xiaolan and Princess Qingyan. Halt! I must inform you that our lady is a princess. Should you dare to disrespect her, beware of annihilation of your entire clan. Xiaolan bravely positioned herself in front of Princess Qingyan, though her heart quaked with fear. After all, Xiaolan had been taught since childhood that the safety of the princess was paramount above all else. A princess? Huh, how amusing. My brothers and I will have our fun with you. And once we're done, we shall eliminate you. Who would ever know? The third boss scoffed at Xiaolan's words. Princess, what shall we do now? Xiaolan's voice trembled with worry. I don't know. Princess Qingyan replied, her own fear palpable. Having lived her entire life within the confines of the palace, she had never ventured outside, and when she did, it was only to receive others' bows. No one had ever dared to confront her in such a manner. Princess Qingyan could hardly fathom that her escape from home would lead her into such peril. Miss, shall we run? Xiaolan suggested. Yes. Princess Qingyan nodded. However, before they could take more than a few steps, they were intercepted. Heh, you think you can escape? Dream on. A fierce man grinned coldly, extending his hand towards Princess Qingyan. In a moment of bravery, Xiaolan leaped in front of the princess. As the man's hand grasped Xiaolan, she urged, Princess, you must flee. Without hesitation, Xiaolan sank her teeth into the man's arm. Xiaolan. Princess Qingyan was at a loss as to what to do. Princess, run. Xiaolan shouted, her determination unwavering. Xiaolan. With no other option, Princess Qingyan reluctantly took off running. Ah, are you a dog? Let go of me. The fierce man roared. But no amount of threats would make Xiaolan relent. Infuriated, he brought down his blade, and Xiaolan, unable to evade, was struck down, her head severed cleanly. Damn it. I instructed you to capture her, not to kill her. Now what are we to do? The third boss cursed upon witnessing Xiaolan's demise. Third brother. It was not my intention. I thought you would dodge, but unexpectedly, the fierce man lamented. Enough, enough. Fortunately, we still have one left, otherwise, you would be in grave trouble. The third boss shook his head. Then her gaze shifted towards the fleeing Princess Qingyan. At that moment, Princess Qingyan was exerting every ounce of her strength to escape. However, upon overhearing the conversation between the two, she turned her head to look back. The sight that met her eyes nearly caused her to falter and collapse to the ground. For there lay Xiaolan, her body severed and sprawled amidst a pool of blood. Xiaolan, I am so sorry. It is my fault that you suffered this fate. Princess Qingyan lamented with profound sorrow. She understood all too well that had she not attempted to flee with Xiaolan, her companion would not have met such a tragic end. Nevertheless, Princess Qingyan recognized that she could not succumb to despair. She must survive. Otherwise, Xiaolan's sacrifice would be in vain. With that thought igniting a desperate fervor within her, Princess Qingyan dashed forward with reckless abandon. Yet, not long into her escape, her foot slipped, and she fell to the ground with a heavy thud. The impact was significant, and by the time she regained her senses, the third master, along with his subordinates, had encircled her completely. Chapter 23. Release that girl. The young lady runs quite swiftly. Does she not? Yet, do you truly believe you can escape beneath my very gaze? Remove your defenses and serve me well, should you manage to please me. Perhaps I shall show leniency and allow you to remain by my side as a favored companion. Otherwise, I shall indulge myself with you first, and then erase your existence entirely. The third-in-command's lips curled into a sinister smile. You are dreaming, Princess Qingyan retorted through gritted teeth. Ah, I relish women like you. Many have loathed me at first, yet once conquered, they could not bear to part from me. The third-in-command chuckled wickedly. As he finished speaking, he leapt from his steed and approached Princess Qingyan. I would rather die than let you succeed, Qingyan declared fiercely, preparing for self-destruction. However, the third-in-command was swift. He unleashed his true essence, trapping Princess Qingyan in place. Once ensnared, she realized she could not stir even a fraction. Heh, now you shall obediently submit to me. A mocking gleam danced in the third-in-command's eyes as he reached for Qingyan. Tears streamed down her face, engulfed by an overwhelming sense of despair. Meanwhile, Yi Xian arrived at a certain location. Upon his arrival, he was met with piercing screams echoing through the wilderness. What is happening? Why does it sound so chaotic in this desolate place? Yi Xian pondered, initially suspecting an illusion. However, after careful discernment, he realized the cacophony originated from human voices, predominantly male, alongside some female. They must be just ahead. I shall investigate, Yi Xian murmured, hastening towards the source of the noise. Before long, he reached his destination. There, he witnessed a group of over 20 men encircling a young woman. Though clad in male attire, her figure was exceptionally graceful, and her beauty was undeniable. To Yi Xian's astonishment, the girl was bound and helpless. Nearby, a menacing-looking man was tearing at her garments, having already stripped away her outer clothing, leaving only her undergarments intact. Upon witnessing this scene, Yi Xian was consumed by fury. How could such a brazen act occur under the open sky? Is there no sense of justice left in this world? Where's the law? Truly, the moral fabric of society is unraveling. Upon observing these men, each one exuding an air of brutality, it was evident they were far from virtuous. Yi Xian addressed them directly. Release that young woman. As his words fell, he swiftly advanced towards the group. In an instant, he arrived at the scene of the incident. At this moment, the third-in-command was experiencing a surge of hormones. Upon hearing Yi Xian's declaration, he ceased his actions, along with his subordinates, who all turned their gazes towards the newcomer. Before them stood a young man of remarkable appearance, exuding an ethereal charm and striking handsomeness, akin to a celestial being descended to the mortal realm. Who are you? The third-in-command inquired, his brow furrowing in confusion. He was perplexed. In this desolate wilderness, devoid of any living creature, how could a person suddenly materialize? I am your worst nightmare. How dare you bully this young lady here? Today, I shall teach you a lesson, you worthless scoundrels. Yi Xian's voice was as cold as ice. He did not consider himself a paragon of virtue. Yet he harbored a deep disdain for two types of men, those who prey upon women and those who oppress the defenseless. You seek death. Brothers, eliminate him. Upon hearing Yi Xian's audacious words, the third-in-command issued a direct command. Yes. With that, the fierce band of rogues brandished their long knives and charged at Yi Xian. Foolish mortals, since you have chosen your demise, let me hasten your journey to the afterlife. Yi Xian's voice was frigid. He had discerned that these men were callous brigands, their hands stained with the blood of the innocent. Thus, today he would act as the harbinger of justice. As his words resonated, Yi Xian plucked a few leaves from a nearby tree, channeling his energy to split them in two before casting them forth. With a swish, the leaves transformed into streaks of brilliance, slicing through the necks of the encroaching rogues. In the next moment, they froze in place, their eyes wide with shock, blood gushing from their necks. Soon, they collapsed to the ground, lifeless. Silence engulfed the space, an eerie stillness that felt almost surreal. The third-in-command was struck by disbelief. His entire crew had been dispatched with a single move. It was utterly inconceivable, especially since the young man had wielded no weapon, merely a few leaves plucked from a tree. The absurdity of it all left him in shock, and even Yi Xian himself found the outcome hard to fathom. Originally, Yi Xian merely intended to test the might of his 10,000 swords, returning to one technique, which harnesses the essence of all things as weapons in its assault. He had not anticipated such overwhelming power. In that moment, Yi Xian truly grasped the essence of a heavenly-tier martial art, which stands unparalleled by any ordinary practice. It's might utterly terrifying. Am I dreaming? Is it possible that such a dashing and formidable man exists in this world? Is he truly here to rescue me? At this moment, Princess Qingyan also felt a sense of unreality, captivated by Yi Xian's imposing display of strength. What are you waiting for? Come forth and meet your end, Yi Xian remarked nonchalantly upon seeing the third elder frozen in place. He had already sensed the elder's cultivation level upon his arrival, 9th tier of the Foundation establishment realm. While such prowess is commendable, to Yi Xian, it was akin to that of an ant. Spare me, young hero. If you grant me mercy, I will ensure this woman is yours to enjoy. The third elder spoke, his voice tinged with fear. Spare you? Even if I were inclined, I doubt the heavens would acquiesce. Yi Xian replied, with his words hanging in the air. He swiftly seized a branch from the ground, his speed reaching its zenith as he lunged towards the third elder. To harbor such sins and still seek to survive? That is a mere folly. Chapter 24. Grandchildren, come forth to meet your doom. You think it's easy to kill me? As Yi Xian approached with a branch in hand, the third master's expression turned icy. He unsheathed his long knife, delivering a fierce slash. Yet, to Yi Xian, whose heart was as clear as a sword, this strike appeared utterly mundane. Just as the blade was about to cleave into Yi Xian's arm, he deftly evaded it. The branch struck the third master's shoulder with a resounding crack, sending him crashing to the ground. Spare me, young hero. I was wrong. If you kill me, our leader and second-in-command will surely not let you off. The third master cried out, disregarding his pain. At that moment, he understood that Yi Xian was a force he could not provoke. Spare you? You are mistaken, Yi Xian replied, shaking his head before bringing his foot down with a decisive stomp. With a crack, the force of his foot felt as though the heavens themselves were collapsing upon the third master. There was no time for further contemplation. In the next instant, Yi Xian's foot had transformed the third master's head into a bloody pulp, a death most final. The third master could hardly have imagined that he, the esteemed third master of the Qingfeng gang, would meet such a wretched end. However, Yi Xian displayed no semblance of sympathy. As the saying goes, when in Rome, do as the Romans do. This was a fantastical world where no mercy could be afforded to villains. Nearby, Princess Qingyan, bound by true essence, watched in astonishment. Yi Xian, who appeared harmless with a faint smile, was ruthless in action. After dispatching the third master, Yi Xian hurried to Princess Qingyan's side and released her from her constraints. Once liberated, Princess Qingyan staggered and collapsed to the ground, overwhelmed by the tumult of life and death she had experienced in just half a day. This ordeal left her feeling utterly drained, as though her very essence had been siphoned away. Are you all right? Yi Xian inquired, taking a moment to appraise the stunning figure before him, particularly noting her generous assets. I'm sorry to Xiaolan. After a brief moment of shock, Princess Qingyan began to weep helplessly. May you find peace in your sorrow, Yi Xian said, though he was not one skilled in the art of consolation. After uttering these words, she sat beside him, waiting. Jiang Qingyan, after weeping for a while, finally ceased her sobs. Alas, why must a dignified princess like you endure such suffering? Yi Xian asked, bewildered. He had already deduced her identity upon sitting down. How did you come to know my identity and name? Upon hearing Yi Xian speak her identity, Jiang Qingyan was taken aback, her gaze fixed on him, attempting to see through him. I deduced it, Yi Xian replied nonchalantly. Deduced it? Jiang Qingyan found it hard to believe. This desolate place is far from safe. You should hasten back home, Yi Xian insisted. Lacking any system prompts, he had no intention of forming a connection with Jiang Qingyan. Return? You want me to go back and marry that rotund fellow? I would rather perish out here. Jiang Qingyan stubbornly shook her head. The outside world is perilous. Wouldn't it be better to marry and live a safe life? Yi Xian questioned, perplexed. It would be good, but only with someone I love. To live without love would be worse than death. Jiang Qingyan replied. You make a fair point. I plan to eradicate the Qingfeng stronghold next. What are your intentions? Yi Xian inquired, as their familiarity was limited and Jiang Qingyan had no cultivation. Hence, he did not intend to take her along. I'll follow you, and you will support me, Jiang Qingyan declared. Following me is too dangerous. Yi Xian frowned. Just then, a notification chimed, detected a suitable partner for the host. The beautiful Jiang Qingyan. Please cultivate feelings with her and deepen your bond. Yi Xian was momentarily stunned upon hearing the system's voice. He had assumed that suitable companions would be those adept in cultivation, never considering someone like Jiang Qingyan as a match. Since the system had spoken, Yi Xian, of course, would not be remiss. After all, Jiang Qingyan was not only a legitimate princess, but also an extraordinarily beautiful woman. Who could resist such a lure? Very well. Then come with me, Yi Xian said. That's more like it. Jiang Qingyan nodded and eagerly approached him. You should change your clothes. Such a lovely girl like you should not be dressed in male attire. Wouldn't women's clothing suit you better? Yi Xian remarked, feeling somewhat helpless, as Jiang Qingyan was ill-suited for men's clothing. With such a figure, Wearing male garments simply did not suit her. Disguising as a man should depend on the context. She conceded reluctantly. She then sought a secluded spot to change. When Jiang Qingyan reappeared before Yi Xian in women's attire, his eyes widened in astonishment. Jiang Qingyan's beauty was unlike that of Luo Ningxue or Li Xiao. Jiang Qingyan possessed a beauty that was grand and captivating, truly deserving of being chosen by the system as a stunning figure. Yi Xian could not help but think to himself. Subsequently, he assisted Jiang Qingyan in laying Xiao Lan to rest in this serene spot. Jiang Qingyan, addressing Xiao Lan, expressed her remorse, saying, "Xiao Lan, I am truly sorry. It was my fault that caused you harm. I hope in your next life, you will be reborn as a young lady from a noble family." After ensuring everything was in order, Yi Xian led Jiang Qingyan towards Qingfeng village. Initially, Yi Xian contemplated having Yao Yi eliminate the bandits at Qingfeng village directly. However, he soon reconsidered, realizing that he should personally make the journey. After all, he had recently advanced to the 8th level of the foundation establishment stage and needed some practical experience. The Qingfeng village presented itself as an ideal venue for such training. After traveling for 2 hours, Yi Xian and Jiang Qingyan arrived at the foot of a majestic mountain, known as Qingfeng Mountain, where the bandits resided. "It's quite perilous up there. You should remain here. I will deal with them and return shortly," Yi Xian instructed Jiang Qingyan. "All right." Jiang Qingyan nodded in agreement, fully aware that she had not undergone formal training and would only hinder Yi Xian's progress. Thus, she resolved to wait patiently. Yi Xian then proceeded towards Qingfeng Mountain. Upon reaching the mountainside, he spotted several bandits guarding the area. With a swift motion, he plucked a few leaves and tossed them aside. "Ah!" A series of anguished cries followed as the bandits guarding the slope tumbled down. In no time, Yi Xian reached the summit and shouted, "Your grandfather has arrived. Come out and meet your demise." Chapter 25. If you can't win, call for reinforcements at this moment. A group of formidable individuals at the Qingfeng stronghold was engaged in merriment and games. Upon hearing a sudden commotion, a throng of underlings rushed out. Before them stood a remarkably handsome young man, exuding a strong scent of blood. "Who are you, daring to cause trouble in our Qingfeng stronghold?" One of the underlings demanded loudly. "I am the harbinger of your descent into hell," Yi Xian retorted bluntly. "Humph, insolent wretch, eliminate him." Upon hearing Yi Xian's words, the underlings of Qingfeng's stronghold surged forward to confront him. Meanwhile, one underling hurried to report to the chief and the deputy chief of the stronghold. The chief, a former disciple who had been expelled from a sect, had taken refuge in Qingfeng's stronghold out of fear of retribution from his former sect. The deputy chief, a middle-aged man marred by a vicious scar across his face, bore the marks of past battles. Initially bored, the chief and deputy chief had agreed to engage in a game, competing to see who could endure longer. Just as they were engrossed in their game, an underling burst in, breathless with urgency. "Big brother, second brother, an audacious fool has invaded our mountain and slain many of our brothers." "What? He has come to our mountain? Outrageous. Second brother, let us go and investigate." The chief, incensed, halted his game. "Big brother, let us finish our game first, otherwise, I won't feel satisfied." The deputy chief protested, reluctant to abandon their contest. With tension building, he lamented, "The arrow is already knocked. If we do not release it, the discomfort will be unbearable. Allow me to assist. My speed surpasses yours." The chief nodded in agreement. "Thank you, big brother." The deputy chief expressed his gratitude. Then, with a flourish, the deputy chief underwent a significant transformation in his life. After their exchange, both the chief and deputy chief emerged from a hidden chamber. Upon their exit, they were met with the grim sight of over half their brothers lying lifeless in pools of blood. "Who dares to slay my brothers from Qingfeng's stronghold? Today, you shall pay in blood for your sins." The deputy chief's voice turned icy as he surveyed the carnage. With his words, he brandished a metal staff and approached Yi Xian, intent on delivering a crushing blow. The deputy chief had no desire for idle chatter. He swung the staff with fierce intent, the air crackling with power as it descended upon Yi Xian. Yi Xian, recognizing the deputy chief's formidable prowess at the second level of the Golden Core realm, prepared to respond with utmost seriousness, aware that his opponent's strength far surpassed his own. As the heavy staff was about to descend upon Yi Xian, he swiftly retreated while simultaneously sweeping his wooden staff horizontally. With a crack, the staff collided with the shadow of the weapon, shattering upon impact. Yi Xian's expression shifted dramatically, for in that moment, he realized that the combat prowess of this Golden Core realm expert far exceeded his expectations. This revelation made him acutely aware of the stark differences between realms. However, there was no time for contemplation. In the next instant, the metallic staff was already hovering ominously above Yi Xian's head, poised to strike down upon him. In that critical moment, a flicker of fear replaced the smile that adorned Yi Xian's lips. Transforming entirely, he unleashed a formidable surge of true essence, which coalesced into a multitude of razor-sharp swords that hurtled directly toward the second-in-command. The scene unfolded with astonishing rapidity. The second-in-command had believed that his strike would surely spell Yi Xian's demise, but he was unprepared for such a sudden counterattack. "Brother, be careful," the chief shouted in alarm upon sensing the terrifying might of the sword aura. Yet, it was clear that he was too late to intervene. The warning proved futile, and the second-in-command had grossly underestimated the terrifying power of the heavenly tier technique. In the next heartbeat, the sword energies pierced through the second-in-command's defenses, penetrating his very being. With a thunderous explosion, he could not withstand the onslaught, and his body erupted into a cloud of sanguine mist. "Brother!" The chief's eyes widened in horror at the sight. Though thieves may lack compassion, they had shared over 2 decades of life together, working side by side, robbing local villagers. It was unfathomable that the second-in-command would meet such a gruesome fate, leaving not even a trace of his corpse. "Do not fret. I shall send you to join him shortly," Yi Xian remarked coolly. As he spoke, he seized the metallic staff from the ground and moved swiftly toward the chief with intent to strike. "You insolent brat, today, I shall tear you to shreds." The chief's eyes glinted with ferocity as he brandished a long blade measuring a meter in length, swinging it down with great force. Clang! In an instant, the metallic staff met the blade in a shower of sparks. Yet, upon the collision, Yi Xian felt a numbing sensation in his hand, as the staff slipped from his control. At that moment, an incomparably formidable force surged forth. Confronted by this power, Yi Xian found himself utterly powerless to resist. With a muffled groan, he was propelled backward like a kite severed from its string. Bang! Finally, Yi Xian crashed heavily to the ground, creating a deep crater upon impact. However, fortune favored him this time, for he did not sustain any internal injuries. Yet, the sheer force of the impact compelled him to spit out a mouthful of blood. How potent! Truly worthy of the 7th level of the Golden Core realm. Yi Xian mused inwardly, astonished. In that instant, he realized that he seemed unable to contend with this individual before him. Nonetheless, he felt no overwhelming concern, for he still possessed a hidden card. "Kid, surrender the technique you just employed, and I can alleviate some of your suffering. Otherwise, today you shall meet a most gruesome end," the leader declared. The leader was not in a hurry to kill Yi Xian. Rather, he sought to acquire the formidable technique that Yi Xian had just demonstrated, which had indeed appeared quite impressive. "You want my technique? Do you believe you are worthy?" Yi Xian retorted with a cold chuckle upon hearing the other's words. "Heh, whether you like it or not, you will surrender," the leader replied, revealing a sinister smile. The implication was unmistakable. Yi Xian was at his mercy. However, Yi Xian remained unfazed, simply addressing the void with a calm demeanor. "Old Yao, it is your turn to take action." Chapter 26. A meal for you. Yi Xian was not a man prone to sentimentality. When he had engaged in battle earlier, he had already gauged the formidable strength of the leader. It was an opponent he could not defeat at present. Since he could not triumph, Yi Xian saw no point in expending his energy. He was not one to flirt with danger unnecessarily. If he could not win, he would simply withdraw. Such was his principle in life. "Huh, withdraw? You amuse me," the leader scoffed upon hearing Yi Xian's words. To him, it was apparent that Yi Xian's desire to retreat was belated. Unbeknownst to him, Yaoi had been closely following Yi Xian all along, merely concealing his presence, which the leader failed to perceive. As soon as the leader finished speaking, Yaoi burst forth with the swiftness of the wind, appearing directly before Yi Xian. An infant soul realm cultivator? The leader's expression shifted dramatically as he sensed Yao Yi's power. Deep down, he understood that the infant soul realm was far beyond his capacity to confront. "Little brother, this is a misunderstanding." The leader forced a smile that was more grotesque than sorrowful as he addressed Yi Xian. Yi Xian paid no heed to his words and instead turned to Yao Yi, saying, "Old Yao, eliminate them all, leave not a single one alive." With that, Yi Xian made his way down the mountain. After walking a considerable distance, he was met with a series of piercing, blood-curdling screams. With Yao Yi in action, none could hope to escape. Yet, these miscreants had brought this fate upon themselves. Had their hands not been stained with the blood of so many innocents, they would not have met such an end. Before long, Yi Xian arrived at the base of the mountain. Upon seeing him, Jiang Qingyan hurried over. "Are you all right?" she asked, scrutinizing Yi Xian with concern. "I'm fine. Sorry to keep you waiting," Yi Xian replied, shaking his head. "I'm just a bit hungry." Gurgle. Just then, Jiang Qingyan's stomach grumbled audibly. "Hungry? We are in the wilderness, far from the city. Can you cook?" Yi Xian inquired. Jiang Qingyan shook her head. "Then can you barbecue?" Yi Xian asked again. "What is barbecue?" Jiang Qingyan responded, revealing that as a princess, she had never encountered the concept of barbecuing. Yi Xian felt a headache coming on. Despite being a princess, Jiang Qingyan seemed to possess no practical skills. However, he thought she might at least know how to bear children. "All right, I understand your situation now. I shall procure something to eat. Just wait for me," Yi Xian declared. As he spoke, he extended his consciousness, scanning the surroundings for any game. Yet, after an extensive search, he found nothing at all. Not a single wild rabbit or similar creature could be seen, leaving Yi Xian at a loss for words. However, in the next moment, his eyes sparkled with excitement as he noticed a multitude of large birds soaring through the sky. The thought of roasting a bird for a meal seemed quite appealing. Consequently, Yi Xian picked up 2 stones from the ground and successfully brought down 2 birds. Watching Yi Xian's swift actions, Jiang Qingyan was filled with confusion, utterly unaware of his intentions. Yet, she refrained from questioning him, choosing instead to observe intently as he meticulously plucked the feathers and removed the innards of the birds before setting up a fire to roast them. "Surely, you cannot expect me to eat that?" Jiang Qingyan inquired, incredulously. "If I'm not cooking it for consumption, then what purpose does this serve?" Yi Xian replied with an eye roll. "But can we truly eat this?" Jiang Qingyan protested, her hunger undeniable, yet her reluctance palpable. "You have lived in the palace, indulged in exquisite delicacies, and thus have never tasted such fare. I assure you, birds are quite delicious," Yi Xian insisted. "I refuse to believe it. I would rather perish from hunger or thirst than consume such a creature," Jiang Qingyan declared vehemently. To her, birds were simply too adorable to be eaten. Yi Xian, uninterested in further debate, continued roasting the birds. Before long, an enticing aroma wafted through the air. Sensing the delightful scent, Jiang Qingyan swallowed hard. Yet she remained resolute in her decision not to take even a single bite of the bird. As time passed, the meat developed a golden-brown crust, exuding an even more intense fragrance. Yi Xian tore off a piece of meat and savored it, exclaiming, "Delicious. Care to try?" "I'm not interested," she retorted, though her stomach betrayed her with a loud growl. "Enough with the pretense. Just eat. Here, this large bird is for you," Yi Xian said, handing her the largest bird, knowing that most girls preferred the bigger portions as they were often more flavorful. "Go on, give it a taste. If you find it unpalatable, you can give it back to me," he encouraged, understanding her hesitation stemming from her sheltered upbringing of only enjoying the finest foods in the palace. "I'll give it a try," Jiang Qingyan said, cautiously tearing off a small piece and placing it into her mouth. In that moment, she began to experience something new. Jiang Qingyan felt an incredibly rich aroma swirling upon her lips, awakening her taste buds with an exquisite allure. It was simply delightful. After savoring a morsel, she could no longer restrain herself and began to devour the bird voraciously. In no time, her lips were glistening with grease, entirely shedding her princess facade. "Eat slowly. There's no one competing with you, and this sizable bird is more than enough," Yi Xian remarked, observing Jiang Qingyan's gluttonous display. He felt that the principle of irresistible allure applied perfectly to her. Half an hour later, Jiang Qingyan had completely polished off the large bird. Burp. After finishing her meal, she let out a satisfied belch, her crystal-clear eyes turning towards Yi Xian, filled with admiration. "I never expected your culinary skills to be this extraordinary," she exclaimed in praise. "Of course, after 18 years of being single, my skills are impeccable," Yi Xian replied with a double entendre. "Hee, you are certainly not modest at all. Being with you is delightful," Jiang Qingyan expressed her joy. However, at this moment, Yi Xian felt a twinge of concern. After all, Jiang Qingyan lacked cultivation, which posed a potential risk by her being near him. Thus, he sought assistance from the system, inquiring, "System, do you have any treasures that could protect her?" Ding. None available. But if the host mourns profoundly, with tears flowing and bloodshed, the city of Qi may suddenly collapse several feet, moved by the urgency of sorrow. Reading this truly evokes a deep sense of emotion. The bonds of loyalty and righteousness displayed by ancient individuals are genuinely remarkable. Chapter 27. You are clever. After a casual conversation between Yi Xian and the system, the night had already fallen. "Let us make do with sleeping here tonight, and we shall set forth at dawn," Yi Xian suggested. It would have been easier if Jiang Qingyan possessed some cultivation abilities. However, she had none, making the journey at night rather arduous. I shall heed your advice." Jiang Qingyan nodded in agreement. Soon, the night passed in tranquility. The following morning, Yi Xian and Jiang Qingyan embarked on their journey. As for their destination, Yi Xian had no specific plans. The very purpose of their outing was to undergo trials and grow stronger. Time flowed gently by, and 2 days later, they arrived at a city named Qingyan City, a place bustling with life. Upon entering the city, the air was filled with the sounds of vendors calling out and the chatter of passers-by. After some inquiries, Yi Xian discovered that Qingyan City was renowned for a particular delicacy, bean curd crafted by the talented Miss Shi Shi. Following this revelation, Yi Xian and Jiang Qingyan made their way to the stall where Miss Shi Shi sold her famous tofu. The crowd was immense, with many people lining up for a taste of her delectable creation, leaving Yi Xian momentarily stunned. Eventually, Yi Xian joined the queue, and after half an hour, a bowl of appetizing tofu soup adorned with a sprinkle of green onions was placed before them. The sight alone was enough to whet one's appetite. "Enjoy. This is the finest snack in Qingyan City," Yi Xian encouraged Jiang Qingyan. Jiang Qingyan nodded eagerly and attempted to grasp the tofu with chopsticks. However, she found herself struggling to pick it up. Observing her plight, Yi Xian adopted a mentor-like demeanor and advised, "You can eat it with a spoon." He demonstrated the technique. After watching him, Jiang Qingyan quickly grasped the trick and began to savor her dish. "Very good. You are quite clever. You picked it up so quickly. But why does such an intelligent princess like you not enjoy cultivation?" Yi Xian inquired, puzzled. He sensed that Jiang Qingyan possessed remarkable innate talent. As a princess, her spiritual roots must be extraordinary. If she were to cultivate, her progress would undoubtedly surpass that of ordinary disciples. Yet, she had no cultivation whatsoever, which left Yi Xian bewildered. The process of cultivation is too cumbersome, filled with rules and regulations. How tedious, Jiang Qingyan replied. As they conversed, their bowls of tofu awaited their attention. Having devoured everything to the last morsel, Yi Xian and Jiang Qingyan stepped outside after satisfying their hunger. The two were prepared to meander leisurely, but at that moment, Jiang Qingyan's expression shifted dramatically. Ahead of them stood several figures. Upon seeing these silhouettes, Jiang Qingyan hurriedly concealed herself behind Yi Xian. "What is wrong?" Yi Xian inquired, puzzled. "People from the palace have come to find me. Yi Xian, please take me away from here," Jiang Qingyan whispered urgently. Do you not wish to return with them?" Yi Xian asked, bewildered. "Return? Not a chance. If I go back this time, I will be forcibly wed to someone I despise, and I absolutely refuse." Jiang Qingyan shook her head vehemently. Upon hearing her words, Yi Xian felt a surge of compassion. After all, a girl as beautiful as Jiang Qingyan should not be compelled to marry someone she does not like, especially since she was the one Yi Xian had set his sights on. Consequently, he promptly led Jiang Qingyan away from the scene and eventually found refuge in an inn. Out of concern for her safety, Yi Xian secured a premium room. Once inside, Jiang Qingyan still appeared rather disheartened. "What is the matter? You seem quite upset," Yi Xian remarked, attempting to lighten the mood. "Since they have found me here, they will undoubtedly track me down," Jiang Qingyan replied, her voice tinged with distress. "Cheer up. You are under my protection. Try not to dwell on it, and get some rest," Yi Xian reassured her, though he found himself at a loss for words when it came to comforting her. "Yi Xian, what can I do to avoid marrying that insufferable fat man?" Jiang Qingyan asked, her tone pleading, her lovely eyes fixed on him with anticipation. To evade an unwanted marriage, one could either resist vehemently, but as a princess, that is hardly feasible. Alternatively, you might consider forming a partnership with another man. However, be warned, the one you choose may face peril. After a moment's thought, Yi Xian articulated, "Now that you mention it, I suddenly have an idea." Jiang Qingyan's eyes sparkled with newfound resolve as she gazed affectionately at Yi Xian. Chapter 28. Yi Xian's Confession from the Princess, observed by Jiang Qingyan. Yi Xian, feeling somewhat bashful, remarked, "Why are you staring at me like that? I know I'm quite handsome." Jiang Qingyan retorted, "What? Do men actually feel shy? Listen well, Yi Xian, I intend to bear your children." With unwavering determination, Jiang Qingyan made her declaration. Although she was reluctant to engage in rigorous training, she was undeniably a girl who loved fiercely and hated equally. To her, love was unequivocal. If she loved wholeheartedly. Before her stood Yi Xian, undoubtedly the ideal candidate to be her prince consort. "Is this a jest? Have you lost your senses? You wish to bear my children? Do you realize who you are? You are the princess of the Violet Kingdom, and I am but a mere commoner." Yi Xian shook his head in disbelief. Despite his words, however, he was inwardly elated. After all, who wouldn't be enamored by a princess as beautiful as Jiang Qingyan? Yet, he felt compelled to temper his enthusiasm, lest he appear overly eager. "I care not for your status. I desire you to be my husband, Yi Xian. Let us wed tonight, for only then, when I have a child, will my father cease to force me into an alliance with that insufferable fat man," Jiang Qingyan proclaimed. This matter had occupied her thoughts for quite some time, and upon encountering her royal palace's skilled individuals today, she resolved to pursue a child with Yi Xian. She was determined to seek her own happiness and would not passively marry a rotund stranger for the rest of her life. "Have you truly made up your mind?" Yi Xian inquired. "Yes, tonight, I shall be yours," Jiang Qingyan replied, her demeanor devoid of shyness. She considered that every girl, eventually, would engage with a man intimately. It was an inevitability she refused to shy away from. Now, at 18, she felt it was time to blossom into adulthood. Upon her affirmation, Yi Xian scooped Jiang Qingyan into his arms and gently laid her upon the bed. That night was destined to be a wondrous and blissful one for Yi Xian. Although the initial moments were somewhat awkward, through gradual communication, Jiang Qingyan learned to adapt. In the days that followed, the two remained inseparable, seldom stepping outside the inn, day or night. Particularly, Jiang Qingyan often clamored for food, leaving Yi Xian with little choice but to comply. Nevertheless, Yi Xian's training did not falter. Although his progress was slower without a systematic approach, he remained earnest in his endeavors. Thus, 2 months swiftly passed in this manner. Yi Xian had been diligently toiling away. Jiang Qingyan's physique was not as favorable as Luo Ningxue's, making conception a challenge. After all, Luo Ningxue had conceived within a month. However, after 2 months had elapsed, Jiang Qingyan showed no signs of pregnancy, yet Yi Xian remained unperturbed, understanding that such matters could not be rushed. He found a peculiar enjoyment in the process. As for Jiang Qingyan, she was brimming with excitement, unwilling to relent until she had thoroughly exhausted Yi Xian on several occasions. It was not until a morning 5 months later that Jiang Qingyan, with an air of mystery, proclaimed, "Yi Xian, I have wonderful news to share." "What is it?" Yi Xian inquired, curiosity piqued by her enigmatic demeanor. "I may not be able to indulge you today, for I am with child," Jiang Qingyan declared. "Ah, finally!" Yi Xian exclaimed, overjoyed, having toiled tirelessly for more than 5 months. The effort had been quite taxing, especially since Jiang Qingyan's carefree nature often left Yi Xian more fatigued than herself. "Well, in a little over a month, I shall return. I will then reveal the truth to my father. Surely he would not resort to harming me." Jiang Qingyan laughed merrily. Frankly, after discovering her pregnancy, Jiang Qingyan exhibited even more excitement than Yi Xian. This development meant she would no longer have to marry that loathsome, rotund fellow, Zhu Luqiu. "All right, I will heed your words. We shall take it easy from now on." Yi Xian nodded in agreement. "That won't do. I can hardly contain myself," Jiang Qingyan replied, filled with anticipation. "You must exercise restraint. It would be detrimental to the child. If we were to harm our offspring, we would bear the consequences." Yi Xian admonished sternly. His words rang true. Once conception occurred, certain activities were no longer permissible, as they could jeopardize the child's well-being. Although Yi Xian had been single in his previous life, he understood the gravity of the situation. "Very well, it seems the thrill has diminished considerably," Jiang Qingyan lamented. In the following month, Yi Xian focused on his cultivation while caring for Jiang Qingyan. One morning, a month later, Jiang Qingyan ventured onto the street, where several skilled individuals searching for her soon surrounded her. "We have seen the princess. We kindly request that you return with us," They stated, "Very well, I shall accompany you," Jiang Qingyan replied calmly, offering Yi Xian, who watched from the sidelines, a sweet smile. After their exchange, she followed the skilled individuals back. As Yi Xian observed her departing figure, an inexplicable emptiness enveloped his heart. Quite frankly, he felt Yi Xian had gradually adapted to having Jiang Qingyan by his side. This girl was quite whimsical, although she chattered incessantly every day. Yi Xian found her presence far from irritating. More importantly, Jiang Qingyan was open-hearted, unafraid to love and hate. Who could possibly resist such a spirited girl? Of course, after Yi Xian had spent the night with Jiang Qingyan, he was rewarded with extraordinary gifts, a century's worth of cultivation and a suit of golden silk armor. Yi Xian bestowed the armor upon Jiang Qingyan. During this period, he did not hasten to merge the century of cultivation. Once Jiang Qingyan had completely departed, Yi Xian made his way to the inn and addressed the system. System merged the century of cultivation. He believed that possessing this century of experience should enable him to make a significant leap towards the golden core realm. Ding, received, host. The system replied. As the words faded, an overwhelming surge of energy rippled into Yi Xian's body. Confronted with such immense power, he couldn't help but shiver. System, couldn't you be a little gentler? Yi Xian muttered in exasperation. He then began to guide this energy, commencing the refinement of his body. After a period of intense cultivation, Yi Xian initiated his breakthrough. Chapter 29. Entering the Golden Core Realm, 9th Layer of Foundation Establishment. After breaking through to the 9th layer of the Foundation Establishment realm, Yi Xian could distinctly sense that his progress seemed to have stagnated. Steady yourself, maintain a positive mindset. The cultivation of this century will undoubtedly enable me to ascend to the Golden Core Realm. Upon sensing the stalling phenomenon, Yi Xian immediately encouraged himself. He was acutely aware that cultivation is a brutal and arduous journey. For many cultivators, a lifetime may pass without ever reaching the Golden Core Realm, which serves as a critical juncture in their journey. In the past, Yi Xian had believed that breaking through to the Golden Core Realm would be exceedingly difficult. However, now he was a man equipped with a system. If he could not ascend to the Golden Core Realm even with the aid of the system, he would consider himself woefully inadequate. Thus, after regaining his composure, Yi Xian resolutely urged himself, stand firm. Having uttered these words, he guided the true essence within him to surge towards the Golden Core Realm. Yet, once again, he encountered failure. What could be the issue? Is it possible that my prolonged association with Jiang Qingyan has rendered me less vigorous? But that cannot be the case. Could it be my posture? Surely not. I possess a wealth of knowledge from my previous life, having amassed 5 gigabytes of study materials, and I have grasped the theoretical concepts. Determined, he declared, I refuse to accept this. Once more, failure is but the mother of success. Clenching his fists, he endeavored to calm himself and once again directed his true essence to assault the Golden Core Realm. This time, Yi Xian succeeded. Accompanied by a cacophony of thunderous roars erupting from within him, a golden core manifested at the location of his dantian. This golden core was the size of an adult's fist, radiating a brilliant golden light. At last, I have succeeded. Furthermore, from what I know, my golden core likely surpasses that of countless others. It is substantial from the outset, and when I reach the 9th layer of the Golden Core Realm, it will be even larger. Yi Xian exclaimed with elation. Upon opening his eyes, a reverberation filled the space around him. Indeed, breaking through to the Golden Core Realm marked a significant leap from the Foundation Establishment realm. He felt an unprecedented surge in his combat prowess, spiritual awareness, and perceptive abilities, igniting a fervor within him. Stepping outside, Yi Xian was met with the exuberant cries of a child proclaiming, a sensational revelation. A sensational revelation. For just 1 spirit stone, you can witness an astonishing piece of news firsthand. Realizing this, Yi Xian understood that even in this fantastical world, there existed publications. However, these newspapers had previously caught Yi Xian's eye, as they chronicled various happenings within the realm of immortality. Many contained trivial gossip from the cultivation world, while others delved into matters of spiritual training, rendering them quite amusing. Yet, at this moment, Yi Xian felt a pang of hunger and had no desire to peruse the papers any further. He resolved to continue on his way, but suddenly, he halted in surprise upon overhearing a nearby cultivator exclaim loudly, "What? The Chaos Saintess is pregnant, and no one knows who the father is?" Ah, my goddess. Who is the scoundrel responsible? I am distraught. My goddess is no longer pure, having conceived without my knowledge. Woe is me. Upon hearing this dialogue and the ensuing lamentation, Yi Xian paused, for he was all too familiar with the Chaos Saintess. Young man, bring me a newspaper as well. Yi Xian called out. Certainly, replied the young vendor, handing him a paper. As Yi Xian perused the publication, he was taken aback, for the entire issue was devoted to the revelation of the Chaos Saintess's pregnancy. Some headlines were particularly striking, such as, "Is it a loss of humanity or a decline in morality? The Chaos Saintess's late night." The main content elaborated on her condition, yet the identity of the father remained a mystery. Below were some amusing comments, including, "Ah, my heart is shattered. The Chaos Saintess is pregnant, and my youth is lost. Chaos Saintess, I revered you as my goddess, yet you bear another child. I shall weep in despair. Chaos Saintess, tell me who the culprit is. I shall make him pay." As Yi Xian absorbed the entire page dedicated to the Chaos Saintess, he fell into deep contemplation. The Chaos Saintess is pregnant? This could only imply one possibility. It must have been when I helped her with the seduction poison last time, and the timing aligns perfectly. Thus, those cursing the scoundrel were, in fact, cursing me. How utterly absurd. The more he pondered, the angrier he became. Consequently, Yi Xian approached the man who had just uttered the curse and delivered him a resounding slap. "Hey, why did you hit me?" The man, who was already distraught over the news of the Chaos Saintess's pregnancy, was caught off guard by the blow. Most anyone would find such an action intolerable. "You're asking for it," Yi Xian retorted, grumbling as he walked away. The man was left utterly perplexed, unable to comprehend the situation. He had merely vented his frustration about the scoundrel responsible for the Chaos Saintess's plight, and yet found himself on the receiving end of an unwarranted slap. What had he done to deserve this? "Why did you hit me?" The man, upon regaining his senses, initially thought to retaliate with a slap aimed at Yi Xian. However, he soon realized that Yi Xian had vanished without a trace. "You filthy dog," the man cursed. Meanwhile, Yi Xian had arrived at the tofu beach, where he indulged in the delightfully white, large, soft, and succulent tofu, a subtle smile curving at the corners of his lips. "Li Xiao is actually pregnant? How wonderful. If the child is mine, I would truly strike it rich. Currently, I have 3 women, and the system has stated that if I find 10 beauties and father their children, I shall receive a substantial reward. How exhilarating." Yi Xian mused blissfully within. However, around him, some cultivators were engaged in discussions regarding the Chaos Saintess. Upon hearing the news of her pregnancy, they were overwhelmed with discomfort and frustration, wishing they could replace the man responsible for her condition, yearning for it to be them instead. Meanwhile, Yi Xian continued to eat his tofu, and before long, he had gradually consumed an entire bowl. At the same time, while Yi Xian pondered life's intricacies, a significant event unfolded in the back mountains of a mansion in Qingyun City, sending shockwaves throughout the entire city. Chapter 30, Divine Light Ascending. Treasures awaiting emergence at this moment. The back mountain was illuminated by countless beams of divine light, soaring majestically into the sky, accompanied by a continuous rumble. Although this location lay some distance from Qingyun City, the appearance of such divine radiance stirred the practitioners of Qingyun. One by one, their gazes turned towards the source of the celestial glow. Upon witnessing this spectacle, excitement surged among the cultivators as they exclaimed, "Look! Isn't that the back mountain of the Tian family?" "Indeed it is," another replied. "Such resplendence surely heralds the emergence of treasures. We must investigate." Instantaneously, these practitioners hastened towards the residence of the Tian family. Observing this scene, Yi Xian felt an inkling of curiosity. The brilliance was so dazzling that he believed it must signify the presence of something extraordinary. Although Yi Xian had already ascended to the Golden Core realm and possessed a wall-hanging system, the functionality of this system seemed to rely heavily on the presence of women. What if the Tian family attracted an unparalleled beauty? In that case, Yi Xian would have something to engage in. Thus, Yi Xian followed in the footsteps of the other cultivators, making his way towards the Tian family estate. After several hours, he arrived at the location of the Tian family residence. At a glance, the area remained awash in divine light, and numerous practitioners, both male and female, stood before the estate, their eyes shimmering with anticipation. However, they were momentarily barred from entry by the Tian family's guardians. Patriarch of the Tian family, While this back mountain may belong to you, must all the treasures of the world be monopolized by your clan? One practitioner could not help but voice his indignation. Indeed, Patriarch, this is excessive. Though your family possesses great strength, you cannot impede the footsteps of the world. If we were to force our way in, you would be powerless to stop us. Brothers, please remain calm. The source of this divine light is not something we intend to monopolize. Instead, we wish to collaborate with all of you to explore its potential. A middle-aged man, who appeared somewhat refined and donned a long robe while wielding a sword, began to speak. What conditions do you have? Speak quickly, a practitioner urged, unable to contain his eagerness. It must be said that many cultivators were filled with anticipation regarding the location of the treasures. The prospect of seizing a tremendous opportunity could transform their fortunes overnight, elevating them to unparalleled heights. The opportunity to enter the back mountain of the Tian family is limited to practitioners under the age of 30, declared the patriarch of the Tian family. What? Under 30? This is utterly outrageous. A practitioner retorted in fury. I'm 31 this year. This is intolerable. The conditions set forth are exceedingly stringent, effectively barring the majority of men from entry. Please remain calm and allow me to finish, continued the head of the Tian family. There is another stipulation. Only male cultivators whose cultivation level is no lower than the 4th stage of foundation establishment are eligible. How dare you, head of the Tian family? Are you attempting to hoard the treasure for yourself? The audience erupted in indignation. Indeed, how disgraceful. Your blatant discrimination against women is appalling. Upon hearing the words of the Tian family leader, the gathered cultivators expressed their outrage vehemently. What? Not satisfied? If you are dissatisfied, feel free to step forward and challenge me. If you manage to defeat me, then you may ask our ancestral elder for permission. The head of the Tian family retorted coldly, his expression turning icy as he drew his sword, exuding an overwhelming aura of frost. Faced with the formidable pressure emanating from the Tian family leader, the previously enraged cultivators could only fall silent. They had no choice. The Tian family was, after all, the most powerful clan in Qingyun City, boasting significant strength and, more importantly, a venerable ancestor who had lived for centuries. The specifics of this ancestor's cultivation level remained a mystery, yet it was known that 300 years ago, he had already attained the Golden Core stage, a formidable expert in the secular realm, not to be trifled with. Now, a century later, one could only speculate how terrifying this ancestor had become. Those who meet the criteria, step forward. Should you find the treasure within, we may share it equally. Furthermore, you shall have access to the spirit pool cave at the back of the Tian family estate, and if you wish, you may also enter our household, declared the ancestor of the Tian family. What? Access to the clan's treasured spirit pool cave as well? The cultivators present were visibly stirred by the Tian family's announcement. Many had heard of the spirit pool cave, a deep, shadowy cavern rumored to house a mystical spring. It was said that cultivating within its waters could yield extraordinary results. The Tian family's rise to prominence as the foremost family in Luoyang City was largely attributed to their possession of this spring. Now, the fact that the Tian family was offering such privileges to the eligible cultivators was a source of intense envy. However, many cultivators could only harbor their envy in silence. Amidst the sea of longing gazes, a group of over 50 qualified cultivators stepped forward voluntarily. Yi Xian, intrigued, decided to join this assembly. Ah, splendid. The head of the Tian family could not suppress a flicker of excitement upon witnessing the gathering of over 50 cultivators. To be honest, he had not anticipated that this celestial phenomenon would attract so many cultivators. The ancestor will be pleased, was the first thought that crossed the mind of the Tian family leader at that moment. Then, the head of the Tian family addressed the eligible disciples. Come with me. After speaking, he led Yi Xian and the other qualified individuals towards the back mountain. Meanwhile, a group of cultivators who were thwarted outside the Tian family estate gazed enviously at the departing figures of Yi Xian and the others, consumed by jealousy and resentment. Yet, despite their envy, they felt powerless, for the strength of the Tian family was undeniable. Before long, Yi Xian and the other young disciples were brought to the back mountain. Esteemed guests, this is the place where the divine light emerges. If there are treasures to be found, they should be here. There is a passageway. You may enter, the head of the Tian family proclaimed. Thank you, head of the Tian family, for granting us this opportunity. The eligible young disciples expressed their gratitude, and proceeded towards the passageway. Yi Xian followed suit, and soon, all the disciples had entered the passage, observing their retreating silhouettes. A sinister smile crept across the head of the Tian family's lips. With so many offerings, the ancestor will surely be saved. Now it's up to you, ancestor. Someone, activate the array at this entrance. Not a single one must escape. Chapter 31. The Astonishing Deception Indeed. As the patriarch of the Tian family concluded his statement, several elders simultaneously sprang into action, activating the formation at the location of the cave in the back mountain. This formation was a lethal trap, rendering the disciples who entered it nearly incapable of escape. Patriarch, your calculations are truly remarkable. With the kidneys of these 56 young cultivators as medicinal catalysts, our ancestors' rejuvenation should pose no significant challenge. One elder chuckled gleefully. Ultimately, it is our ancestors' ingenuity that prevails. We merely lend a modicum of assistance. Another elder chimed in. However, we must keep this matter under wraps. Not a whisper must escape, lest the reputation of the Tian family be irrevocably tarnished. The patriarch admonished. Rest assured, we elders shall guard this place. Not a single soul shall emerge alive. The elders nodded in agreement. Very well, the patriarch affirmed before departing from the scene. Meanwhile, upon entering the cave, Yi Xian and his companions were greeted by a multitude of diverging paths. A few young cultivators, brimming with excitement, ventured deeper. Yi Xian, however, furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss, though he could not articulate precisely what felt strange. Initially, he contemplated divining his fate. Yet such practices were more fitting for others than oneself. What shall be shall be. According to the patriarch's words, the spiritual pool of the Tian family should be within. I shall seek that for cultivation, for treasures hold no allure for me. Yi Xian shook his head in resignation. Trusting his instincts, he proceeded down one of the passages. The cave was indeed deep and lengthy, seemingly without end, reminiscent of an ancient prose he had studied in his previous life. Entering through a narrow mouth, one finally encounters a vast expanse, only to find oneself confined in a narrow passage once more. Yi Xian felt that the words of the Venerable Tao were apt descriptors for this place. The spiritual energy here was increasingly abundant. He was certain he was on the right path. After traversing a considerable distance, he confirmed his intuition and continued onward. Simultaneously, a mile away from Yi Xian, several young disciples arrived at another location. Before them lay a serene lake, beside which sat a solitary figure. Upon noticing the young disciples approaching, the figure, who had been facing away, suddenly turned. At that moment, the youths were struck with trepidation, for they realized that the figure was an elderly man, whose appearance was rather intimidating. A pervasive lethargy enveloped him, as if he were on the brink of demise. Yet, those somewhat murky eyes gleamed with a ferocious light, reminiscent of a terrifying beast that preys upon the living. "Are you man or spectre?" questioned the group of youths, their brows knitting in unease. "Cough. I am, of course, a man. I have awaited your arrival for quite some time. Your timing is impeccable," the elder replied, licking his lips. In the elder's eyes, these youths were the epitome of tender, vibrant vitality, akin to the most succulent kidneys. To partake in one would undoubtedly be a boon to his strength. What do you intend to do?" one of the youths inquired, a tremor of trepidation in his voice. An unsettling sensation washed over the group, for they sensed the elder harbored sinister intentions. "I desire your kidneys," the elder declared. "Kidneys? Who are you, and what do you want with ours?" The youth's expressions shifted dramatically upon hearing the elder's words. My intentions are profound. Your kidneys promise me immeasurable benefits, and considering your youth and vigor, I also require your hearts," the elder stated nonchalantly. As his words fell, the elder's figure vanished from sight. In the blink of an eye, he reappeared before the youths. Their faces paled in horror as they attempted to flee. However, they soon realized they were ensnared, their bodies rendered immobile, leaving no room for escape. "You are a cultivator of the 6th level of the Golden Core realm. You are the ancestor of the Tian family?" one youth finally deduced, his voice quivering. "Quite astute of you. Indeed, I am the ancestor of the Tian family." The elder chuckled, though the sound sent chills down their spines. "I see now. The commotion you caused was merely an elaborate ruse. There are no treasures to be found in the Tian family's rear mountains, merely a deceitful trick," one youth exclaimed, enlightenment dawning upon him. "Astoundingly clever, yet tragically too late. Hand over your kidneys, the ancestor commanded, as a formidable surge of true essence coursed through his hands, plunging them into the back of one youth, precisely where his kidney resided. In no time, a remarkably fresh kidney was in the elder's grasp. Haha, so tender, so full of life. Consuming this will not only restore my vitality, but also aid me in mastering that divine technique. He laughed, then voraciously devoured the steaming, succulent organ. Moments later, the youth from whom the kidney was taken emitted a piercing scream of anguish. The pallor of their faces reached an extreme. As for the other young men, they were utterly terrified, their complexions drained of color. They could scarcely fathom that the Tian family could be so despicably shameless. Moreover, this patriarch of the Tian family was nothing short of a monster. The louder you scream, the more exhilarated I become. The patriarch of the Tian family cackled. He then proceeded to devour another kidney from the youth. Remarkably, despite having 2 kidneys removed, the young man still clung to life, albeit barely. The patriarch harbored no semblance of compassion. After consuming the kidneys, he directly extracted the young man's heart and swallowed it whole. Spare me no, please. As they witnessed one of their own perish in such a manner, the remaining captives trembled, their lips quivering. Scream all you want. The more you cry out, the stronger the life force of the kidneys and heart becomes. Waha! The patriarch of the Tian family remarked with a sinister chuckle, then advanced towards another youth. Meanwhile, Yi Xian had arrived at a certain location. Chapter 32. Your waist, my cultivation as far as the eye could see. The air was thick with abundant spiritual energy. On the ground lay a pool large enough for a person to lie in. Yi Xian was well aware that this was the Tian family's spiritual pool. At long last, after much hardship, I have found you. Yi Xian couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. Although his cultivation had progressed rather poorly without the aid of a system, he knew that as long as conditions were favorable, his abilities would gradually improve. Thus, he promptly shed his clothing and leapt into the spiritual spring. Yi Xian harbored suspicions about the Tian family, believing that their recruitment of so many gifted disciples must have ulterior motives. However, he had little to worry about for the time being. He decided to focus on cultivating in this serene environment. Upon entering the spiritual pool, a torrent of rich spiritual energy began to flow through his skin and into his body. How delightful! Yi Xian stretched luxuriously and allowed the energy to wash over his physical form and throughout his meridians. After a period of cultivation, he even took a moment to massage his indomitable essence. It was truly invigorating. Though Yi Xian currently had 3 partners, the status of the Chaos Saintess remained uncertain. After all, was the child she carried truly his? That remained to be confirmed by the system. If the child were to be born and grant him system rewards, it would undoubtedly be his offspring. Time swiftly passed, and on the 10th day, a piercing roar resonated within Yi Xian's body. In that instant, his cultivation skyrocketed from the first to the second level of the Golden Core realm. At that moment, the spiritual pool had transformed into a viscous, dark substance. Clearly, the essence within had been nearly completely absorbed by Yi Xian. Had the Tian family known of this scene, tears of sorrow would have surely streamed down their faces. For Yi Xian had squandered an invaluable resource. The spiritual pool was exceedingly precious, and Yi Xian had not only bathed and cultivated within it, but had also drained its essence entirely, an act beyond the realm of mere mortals. Alas, what a pity that the entire essence of the spiritual pool had only allowed me to break through a minor realm. Yi Xian lamented. Nonetheless, he felt a sense of fulfillment. As long as he could enhance his cultivation, there was little to complain about. This journey had not been in vain. It had been quite worthwhile. Yi Xian murmured to himself before making his way out of the pool. The spiritual pool itself was shrouded in mystery. One had to navigate through numerous formations to gain access. However, for one well-versed in formations, these obstacles posed no challenge. Before long, Yi Xian had exited the spiritual pool and began to walk away. But the further he went, the more he sensed an unsettling aura. As Yi Xian distinctly recalled, he had entered accompanied by over 50 comrades. Yet, after secluding himself in the spirit spring pool for half a month, he found himself utterly alone. It was perplexing beyond measure. Had they all stumbled upon some extraordinary treasures? Well, if the treasures belong to you, I, Yi Xian, harbor no interest. Yi Xian remarked nonchalantly. He then retraced his steps towards the exit. After walking a considerable distance, Yi Xian's brow furrowed in concern. Before him lay several corpses. Approaching the lifeless bodies, he examined them closely, and his expression hardened with intensity. These were indeed familiar faces, his fellow companions who had entered alongside him. Yet now they lay dead, their demises wrought with horror. Upon scrutinizing the wounds, Yi Xian discerned a disturbing commonality. Each corpse was missing its heart and kidneys. What the hell? All other parts remained intact, yet the kidneys and hearts were absent. Could it be that such a gruesome practice existed in this world? Yi Xian felt a shiver run down his spine. In his previous life, he had known of a place infamous for such atrocities, a locale that instilled fear in all. To dare venture there meant certain loss of one's kidneys. In this life, Yi Xian had encountered the very existence of that place once more. What manner of being could commit such acts? The gruesome scene bore the semblance of having been violently extracted while they were still alive. The expressions on their faces were twisted in agony. It seemed evident that something sinister lurked here. It was prudent for a man like him, who thrived on his kidneys, to exercise caution. At this moment, Yi Xian began to tread more carefully. In this cannibalistic realm of fantasy, vigilance was never misplaced. Life is singular. Should it be extinguished, nothing remains. After walking further, Yi Xian stumbled upon more scattered corpses, their appearances mirroring those he had seen earlier, also devoid of kidneys and hearts. The sight was disconcerting. As Yi Xian slowly advanced, several kilometers away, the patriarch of the Tian family revealed a glint of malice in his eyes. I cannot be mistaken. 56 young disciples were dispatched, yet only 55 hearts and kidneys have been consumed. There remains one elusive prey. If I can secure another heart and kidney, I shall reclaim my youth and live anew. Boy, where are you? You cannot escape. I will find you. Ha ha ha, the patriarch cackled ominously as he commenced his search. In the present day, the ancestral figure of the Tian family has long been capable of departing from this world. Yet, the patriarch of the Tian family harbors no desire for death. He yearns to continue living. However, few possess the ability to defy destiny and attain a second life. On one fateful occasion, while venturing outside, the patriarch fortuitously stumbled upon a tome detailing the sinister techniques of a cult. This manuscript contained a chilling method. By consuming the kidneys of 100 young disciples and subsequently practicing this arcane art, one could achieve the elixir of youth. In pursuit of immortality, the patriarch resorted to perilous measures, fabricating rumors of a treasure's emergence to attract countless disciples. Ultimately, he lured in those who met his criteria, allowing them to enter his realm. As of now, the Tian patriarch has already consumed the kidneys and hearts of 99 youthful souls. All that remains is to procure the kidneys and heart of Yi Xian, and the patriarch might indeed transcend the natural order to live anew. The patriarch quickly commenced his search, and after 2 hours of relentless pursuit, a triumphant smile crept across his lips. At last, he had successfully tracked down the elusive trace of Yi Xian's holy spirit. As the patriarch uncovered Yi Xian's whereabouts, the latter, of course, became aware of the patriarch's presence. Young man, you have proven to be quite a challenge to locate. Chapter 33. By heavens, you possess knowledge of formations? Who are you? Yi Xian inquired solemnly, gazing at the figure before him, whose eyes glowed a sinister red, as though he had emerged from the depths of hell. The identity of this old man is of no consequence to you. All you need to remember is that today, you play a pivotal role in my plans. For it is only you who can restore my youth. The elder replied languidly. His eyes, akin to those of a demon, roamed over Yi Xian. After a thorough examination, the ancestor of the Tian family was utterly astonished. He could distinctly sense the vitality pulsating within Yi Xian, profoundly vigorous. Both his kidneys and heart brimmed with extraordinary strength, igniting a thrill within the elder. You need not speak. I can deduce your identity. You are none other than the ancestor of the Tian family, the source of that resplendent divine light, conjured for the sake of cultivating an insidious technique to reclaim your youth. Yi Xian remarked coldly. Yi Xian's divination skills were somewhat lacking, for to discern the unfolding events, he needed to be in the presence of the subject. Thus, upon encountering the Tian family elder, everything became clear. You, young one, are far more astute than those I have encountered before. It seems you are indeed the key to my rejuvenation. I am grateful for your presence. The elder exclaimed, excitement evident in his nod. Life and death are natural laws. Why go to such lengths? After hundreds of years, have you truly degraded to a mere beast? Yi Xian's voice turned icy. From Yi Xian's understanding, the lifespan of one at the Golden Core realm typically spanned around 5 centuries, while those at the nascent soul level could reach 1,000. The elder before him appeared to be at the 6th level of the Golden Core realm, making his aspirations for immortality seem like the delusions of a fool. Heh, young man, you smile in ignorance. Do you have any final words? If not, prepare to become the vital sustenance for my rejuvenation. The corners of the Tian elder's mouth twisted into a sinister grin. Enveloped in the cave's dimness, his disheveled hair added to his terrifying and ghastly appearance. As his words fell, a torrent of profound energy surged forth from the elder, enveloping Yi Xian instantaneously, rendering him immobile. Having ensnared Yi Xian, the elder approached him directly. Do not blame me. Wish me success, for your sacrifice will yield immeasurable merit, he declared, extending his hand toward Yi Xian's kidney. In that moment, Yi Xian finally comprehended the fate of those who had suffered excruciating deaths when their hearts and kidneys were ripped from their bodies. This elder, in pursuit of eternal life, was indeed more beastly than human. However, the desire to seize Yi Xian's vital essence was not easily attainable. Just moments ago, Yi Xian had been ensnared, merely bewildering his opponent. He had deliberately concealed his cultivation level, leading the ancestor of the Tian family to perceive him as merely a foundational practitioner. As the ancestor's hand inched toward Yi Xian's waist, a sudden explosion occurred. In an instant, Yi Xian unleashed the full force of his cultivation at the 2nd level of the Golden Core stage. The terrifying true essence surged forth, crackling with energy. Once Yi Xian's cultivation was fully released, the true essence binding him shattered with a resounding blast, dissipating into the ether. Following this eruption of energy, Yi Xian launched a powerful punch aimed directly at the ancestor's abdomen, seizing the moment to strike a lethal blow. This sequence of events transpired with astonishing swiftness. The ancestor of the Tian family could hardly fathom that Yi Xian had concealed his true power, and he had failed to perceive it. By the time he reacted, he felt as though his chest had been struck with tremendous force. With a muffled grunt, he was sent careening backward like a broken sack, crashing into the wall with a thunderous impact before collapsing to the ground. As he rose, the ancestor could not suppress a mouthful of fresh blood. At that moment, he was filled with trepidation. Had it not been for his protective golden silk armor, Yi Xian's punch would have surely left him gravely injured. You actually concealed your cultivation? Such a young age, yet you have reached the 2nd level of the Golden Core stage? I truly underestimated you. The ancestor gazed at Yi Xian, disbelief etched across his face. Old man, quite clever indeed, with your golden silk armor for protection. But today, you are on a path to demise. While I may not concern myself with the affairs of this world, should anyone dare to target me, I will ensure their utter annihilation. Yi Xian's voice was frigid. Yi Xian was originally a man of congenial disposition, yet he possessed a firm principle. One does not provoke the unprovoked, but should anyone dare to infringe upon his boundaries, the only outcome would be their utter destruction. Humph. Young one, I concede that I underestimated you. However, your cultivation remains inferior before me. Dragon Confinement Formation. The ancestor's voice turned icy as he summoned a formation with a wave of his hand, directing it toward Yi Xian. This Dragon Confinement Formation was an artifact he had unearthed from a secret realm, albeit now somewhat incomplete. Had it been whole, it could even have ensnared a divine dragon from the heavens. As the formation was activated, the area became shrouded in mist, instantly trapping Yi Xian within its confines. Haha. Young one, this time you are doomed to face your fate. The ancestor coldly chuckled as he beheld Yi Xian ensnared within the formation. In the ancestor's eyes, victory was assured. Despite Yi Xian's formidable cultivation, escaping the clutches of this formation proved to be a formidable challenge. Is it so? Merely an incomplete array dares to confine me? Surely, you must be dreaming, Yi Xian retorted, a cold smile gracing his lips. As his words resonated, he stepped forth from the confines of the dragon-trapping array. Upon witnessing Yi Xian's figure, even the venerable ancestor of the Tian family, despite his vast experience, could not suppress an exclamation of disbelief. What in the world? You can actually break formations. Very well, it seems I must take matters into my own hands. With that, the ancestor of the Tian family summoned a gleaming crimson sword, exuding an aura of chilling ferocity, unmistakably a weapon of considerable caliber. Void-breaking technique, slash. He bellowed. As the sword was brought down with tremendous force, a torrent of radiant sword light surged forth, imbued with a terrifying might capable of shattering the heavens and obliterating the earth, hurtling directly towards Yi Xian. In its wake, the very fabric of the void was rent asunder, splintering into countless fragments, a sight both fearsome and awe-inspiring. Chapter 34. A fortuitous day. The prowess of the 6th level of the Golden Core realm is merely this. The myriad swords return to their origin. As the overwhelming sword aura surged towards him, Yi Xian revealed a cold smile. He was acutely aware that although the ancestor of the Tian family was at the 6th level of the Golden Core realm, the true combat capability of this ancestor was closer to that of the 4th level. It was evident that after breaking through to the Golden Core realm, the subsequent levels were merely attained through the accumulation of medicinal pills. As Yi Xian's words faded, the true essence within him circulated, transforming into torrents of transcendent sword energy that erupted forth. In an instant, countless sword energies were unleashed, meeting the terrifying sword light of the Tian family ancestor head-on. A thunderous cacophony erupted as numerous sword energies clashed violently in the void. After a fierce exchange, the formidable sword energy wielded by the Tian ancestor was obliterated. Before the ancestor could even react, the colossal sword energy he had unleashed was shattered, and a multitude of sword energies surged towards him. With a piercing scream, the ancestor was struck directly by the sword energy, sending him hurtling backward. Once he regained his footing, the Tian family ancestor appeared utterly disheveled. His golden silk armor pierced by the sword energy, and blood gushed from the wound on his thigh. Had it not been for the golden silk armor, he surely would have perished. Damn it, I will remember this grudge. The Tian family ancestor gritted his teeth, feeling that his anticipated rejuvenation had been thwarted by unforeseen troubles. Yi Xian's strength exceeded his worst fears. After uttering his bitter words, the ancestor vanished from his position, knowing he was no match for Yi Xian. The best course of action was to flee swiftly and seek revenge once he regained his youth. Heh, do you think you can escape under my very eyes? Impossible, Yi Xian remarked, a cruel smile gracing his lips as he witnessed the Tian ancestor's disappearance. With that, Yi Xian also vanished from sight. After his disappearance, the figure of the Tian ancestor reappeared in another location. Damn it, how fortunate this is my family's cave, or I would have surely fallen here. Where did this little beast come from to thwart my plans? I shall take my leave promptly. We can discuss this little beast's demise later. The patriarch of the Tian family felt a lingering trepidation. The mere recollection of the recent battle sent chills down his spine. The technique utilized by Yi Xian, the 10,000 swords return to origin, was utterly absurd and terrifying. As the patriarch's words fell, he prepared to depart. However, in the next moment, he nearly cried out in fright, for not far away stood a figure, exuding an extraordinary aura, reminiscent of a celestial being descended to the mortal realm. It was none other than Yi Xian. How could this be? Are you human or ghost? The patriarch instinctively tightened his legs in fear, sensing an unnerving presence that seemed to shadow him relentlessly. Perish, Yi Xian declared, wishing to utter no further words. He unleashed his full cultivation at the 2nd level of the Golden Core realm, releasing an overwhelming intent to kill. The technique of 10,000 swords return to origin was invoked, transforming the surroundings into a tempestuous sea of sword energy. Faced with this onslaught, the patriarch hastily enveloped himself in true essence for protection. Yet, the sword energy was far too formidable. In no time, his defensive barrier was pierced, and he himself was impaled by the sword energy, blood splattering forth. Ah no. Why? Does the heavens not assist me? The patriarch let out a roar of unwillingness as he sensed his impending demise. Even in death, he could not comprehend why he had failed at such a critical juncture. Success was tantalizingly close. His heart brimmed with resentment, yet such feelings were futile. Heaven's misdeeds may be forgiven, but self-inflicted calamities are inescapable. Choosing the path of depravity was destined to lead to ruin. After the patriarch's demise, Yi Xian approached him and retrieved the storage ring. Within it lay not only a sword of considerable quality, but also a plethora of spirit stones, along with a tome on rejuvenation. Yi Xian promptly destroyed the accursed book. Such notions of rejuvenation were preposterous to him. Having completed these tasks, Yi Xian made his way outside. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the patriarch's cave, For elders of the Tian family wore expressions of elation. It has been half a month. Surely, the patriarch's rejuvenation has succeeded? One elder remarked. Naturally, those youths must have served as nourishment for the patriarch's rebirth. Haha. Once the patriarch rejuvenates, our Tian family's power will ascend to new heights. Another added. Indeed, we must remain vigilant, lest we fail to recognize the patriarch upon his emergence. The four elders engaged in conversation, each feeling an overwhelming sense of joy. The rejuvenation of the ancestor signified that he could continue his cultivation. The stronger the ancestor became, the mightier the Tian clan would grow. With this thought in mind, one elder could not help but hum a tune. Today is a splendid day. All that one wishes for shall come true. Today is a splendid day. As we open our doors to welcome the spring breeze, melodious songs conveying deep affection, while the moonlight paints tomorrow's prospects bright. A beautiful world resides within our hearts. Inspired by this elder's song, the other three could not resist joining in. At this moment of elation among the three elders, suddenly a resounding roar erupted from the cave. Following this thunderous sound, a figure emerged unscathed from the cave's formation. Upon seeing this figure, the four elders wasted no time in kneeling simultaneously, proclaiming, "We humbly welcome the ancestor from his retreat, invincible in battle, unconquerable in attack, reborn anew. My grandchildren are truly filial. Rise." Upon witnessing such profound respect from these four individuals, Yi Xian responded with a calm demeanor. Wait a moment. Has the voice of the ancestor changed after his rejuvenation? Upon hearing these words, the four elders were left puzzled and turned their gazes towards the ancestor. When they beheld his countenance, their expressions changed dramatically. Chapter 35. The useless scholar, are you not the ancestor? Upon seeing Yi Xian's visage, the four elders' expressions shifted dramatically. They instantly recognized this young man, Yi Xian, who had entered alongside them. His strikingly handsome appearance had sparked their discussions as they entered the cave, each lamenting the superficiality of his looks. Today, they could hardly fathom that Yi Xian had emerged from this place. Wait, could it be that the ancestor has taken possession? One elder suddenly mused, tapping his forehead. This notion resonated with the others, as it seemed to be the only plausible explanation. However, the way the ancestor gazed at them felt amiss, as if he were regarding simpletons. My dear children, today I am in high spirits and have come to share sweets with you. Yi Xian chuckled. You are not the ancestor. Upon hearing Yi Xian's words, the elders finally grasped that this remarkably handsome youth could not possibly be their ancestor. Yet, how could this be? Within the cave lay not only their ancestor, but also countless formations. How had this young man managed to emerge so effortlessly? As the elders stood in shock, Yi Xian summoned the blood sword, which had once belonged to the ancestor of the Tian family. You actually possess the ancestor's blood sword? How is this possible? The elders struggled to accept the surreal scene before them. However, an ominous sense began to creep into their hearts. This blood sword was an artifact of the ancestor, and Yi Xian's possession of it suggested that the ancestor's fate was dire. To be frank, your ancestor has been vanquished by me. Soon, you shall join him. Yi Xian declared coldly. As his words hung in the air, Yi Xian's cultivation erupted, and with a swift motion, the blood sword traced a peculiar arc. In an instant, he vanished from sight, only to reappear before the four elders. Not good. The elders' faces paled as they prepared to retreat. Yet, before they could react, the blood sword in Yi Xian's hand radiated a chilling crimson light, slicing through the air toward their necks. In an instant, lines of blood erupted as the sword passed, leaving the elders gasping in shock, feeling an icy sensation at their throats, followed by an uncontrollable spurt of blood. The four elders clutched their throats in desperation, their gazes fixed on Yi Xian, filled with an overwhelming dread. In mere moments, they collapsed lifelessly to the ground, their eyes wide open, evidently unable to find peace in death. Do not look at me. This fate is of your own making, Yi Xian remarked coldly, erasing all traces of the four elders. He then made his way towards the Tian family estate. Meanwhile, within the Tian family residence, laughter and merriment filled the air. At that moment, the family head, Tianhua, was discussing significant matters with the three other elders. Eldest elder, considering the time, our ancestor should soon emerge from his rejuvenation. Tianhua proclaimed. Once he returns, we must celebrate grandly and feast with the heroes of the world. What say you? I concur with the family head. Our ancestors' revival would indeed be a monumental boon for the Tian family. One elder responded, "Indeed, if our ancestor succeeds, our family's strength will ascend to new heights." The other elders nodded in agreement, expressing their enthusiastic support for the family head's proposal. "You may be unsightly, yet your aspirations are rather grand." A languid voice interrupted their conversation. Upon hearing this voice, Tianhua and the three elders turned pale, their gazes darting towards the entrance, where they were stunned to behold a young man standing with a bloodied sword in hand, droplets of crimson cascading down its blade. The youth appeared strikingly handsome, akin to an ethereal being descended from the heavens. The moment Tianhua recognized the young man, his heart skipped a beat. This was the very individual who had entered the cave earlier, his striking features etched in Tianhua's memory. Moreover, the sword he wielded bore an uncanny resemblance to one that their ancestor possessed. "Who are you?" Tianhua queried, his voice low and tense, tightening his grip on his own sword. "I am here to claim your lives. Your ancestor has slaughtered countless innocents, and today that wretched being has acknowledged his sins. Now, it is your turn to face oblivion," Yi Xian declared, his tone resolute. "You dare to claim our ancestor's life." Upon hearing Yi Xian's words, Tianhua and the three elders were engulfed in a wave of fury. They had been preparing to welcome their ancestor, only to find themselves confronted by Yi Xian instead. "Elders, let us slay him together," Tianhua commanded, his voice frigid. As his words fell, he and the three elders charged forth. "How foolishly overconfident," Yi Xian retorted coldly. Even at the height of his power, their ancestor would not have been a match for him, not to mention the current situation with Tianhua and the three elders, who lay lifeless in a pool of blood, their eyes wide open in death. After mercilessly slaying Tianhua, Yi Xian decided to take matters into his own hands and annihilate the entire Tian family. He was acutely aware of the adage that one must eradicate the roots of a problem. Naturally, he claimed all of the Tian family's spiritual stones and other valuables as his own. Following the destruction of the Tian family, Yi Xian embarked on a journey of further cultivation. Meanwhile, the other practitioners in Luoyang City were left in shock upon witnessing the tragic demise of the Tian family. Yet, none were privy to the specific circumstances surrounding this calamity. Simultaneously, in a small village tens of thousands of miles from Luoyang City, a disheveled scholar stood before a sheer cliff, his face etched with frustration and despair. "Another failure? Am I, Ma Wentai, destined to achieve nothing in my lifetime?" he lamented, overwhelmed with sorrow. Ma Wentai had aspired to transcend through literature, yet despite his relentless efforts, he had been met with failure at every turn, leaving him utterly despondent and resigned. Contemplating his dismal fate, he considered taking his own life by leaping from the precipice. However, at that moment, an astonishing event unfolded before him, defying all logic. Chapter 36. Riding the sword to ride the wind. Wandering between heaven and earth at such a tender age, contemplating suicide? Youngster, have you truly squandered your years away? After immersing yourself in the wisdom of the sages, how can you be so naive? At this moment, an ethereal voice echoed. "Who are you?" Upon hearing this voice, Ma Wenkai felt a chill run down his spine, for it seemed to emanate from another realm altogether. "First, do not concern yourself with my identity. Answer my question. Have you ever been with a woman?" The enigmatic voice inquired. "No," Ma Wenkai lamented, his face a mask of despair. What girl would ever wish to be with him? He had been born into poverty, losing his grandparents at the tender age of 3, and his parents at 13. From then on, he was left utterly alone. Ma Wenkai had once believed that by diligently studying, he could achieve the status of a scholar and bring glory to his family name. However, from the age of 15 onwards, he had participated in examinations year after year. Yet for a decade, he had never once succeeded. During these 10 years, his only companions had been his own fingers, leading a life shrouded in gloom. "Since you have never been with a woman, is that a reason to end your life?" The ethereal voice pressed on. "Though it is regrettable, I feel I have no other choice. I do not wish to be a laughingstock in the eyes of others. Living is worse than dying," Ma Wenkai replied, as the long silence had transformed his initial shock into a calm acceptance. After all, death was merely an escape. What was there to fear when one no longer feared death itself? "Then let me ask you, do you desire boundless wealth and to be surrounded by the most beautiful women? Do you wish to be the greatest in the world?" The voice queried. "Of course I do. Who wouldn't want countless beauties by their side, endless riches, or unmatched power. Yet, I am unworthy of such things. They remain mere fantasies. Ma Wenkai murmured, despair reflected in his eyes. No, you do not merely wish. If you desire it, you can achieve it. Do you believe me? The voice continued. How could I achieve it? In my dreams? Ma Wenkai shook his head. No, in reality. I ask you again, do you wish to make it a reality? The voice coaxed. Who are you truly? I must know your identity. Ma Wenkai demanded, scanning his surroundings in a futile search for the source of the voice. You wish to know who I am? Then behold. The voice responded. As the words resonated, a shadowy figure materialized before Ma Wenkai. This apparition resembled a person, yet it bore no arms or legs, possessing only a menacing head. Are you a ghost? Ma Wenkai, filled with trepidation, staggered backward a few steps. Nay, I am an ancient deity, summoned to guide all beings, intoned a spectral voice. The mention of an ancient deity left Ma Wenkai somewhat skeptical. Although he had never encountered a deity, he was not devoid of intelligence. What will convince me of your divine nature? The ethereal figure inquired. I have heard that ancient deities possess the power to reshape the world. If you can level this mountain before me, I shall believe you, Ma Wenkai declared after a moment's contemplation. For Ma Wenkai, having met few cultivators, the prospect of someone capable of flattening the mountain was akin to encountering a being of unfathomable terror. Very well, step back, the spectral figure commanded. As the words fell from its lips, Ma Wenkai nodded and retreated to a place of safety. In the next instant, he beheld the spectral figure enveloped in a radiant glow. Simultaneously, he heard the figure chant, by the urgent decree, cleave the mountain and split the stone. Upon the utterance of this incantation, a beam of azure light surged forth, crashing into the mountain with a resounding roar. Boom! As the azure light struck the peak, an overwhelming cacophony erupted from the mountain. To Ma Wenkai's astonishment, the mountain was reduced to a flat expanse before his very eyes. Upon witnessing this astonishing spectacle, Ma Wenkai's mouth fell agape, utterly stunned. He had never imagined that this seemingly unremarkable spectral figure could wield such terrifying power. Truly, it was fearsome beyond measure. Do you now believe me? The ethereal figure asked. I do, Ma Wenkai hastily affirmed. Do you desire to become as powerful as I? The figure continued. I assure you, once you attain strength, beautiful women shall flock to you, eagerly awaiting your affection, and you may indulge as you wish. If you are powerful, others will regard you with respect. If you are weak, they will see you as a scoundrel. How can I become as formidable as you? Ma Wenkai inquired with eager anticipation. Kneel and take me as your master, the spectral figure proclaimed. Disciple Ma Wenkai pays homage to his master. Ma Wenkai immediately knelt, reverently bowing. Rise, my dear disciple. From this day forth, I shall guide you through the world, surrounded by beauty, and you shall achieve a legendary existence. However, to test your sincerity, I require you to perform a task, the ethereal figure declared. Master, please instruct me. I will do anything that will empower me, freeing me from the torment of ridicule and oppression. Ma Wenkai clenched his fists, resolute. These years, he had endured a wretched existence, weary of a life marked by toil and numbness. Ma Wenkai felt exceedingly fortunate to have encountered the assistance of an ancient deity. Now, my disciple, I shall guide you to a fortuitous opportunity known as the Tianyuan ruins, bequeathed by a formidable being at the transcendent stage of divinity. Should you seize the chance within, you shall soar to great heights, riding the winds with your sword, reveling freely amidst the cosmos. When the ruins are unveiled, countless beauties shall await you. Once you grow in strength, you may indulge in them as you please. The ethereal figure proclaimed. How splendid! Master, let us proceed, Ma Wenkai exclaimed, overwhelmed with excitement upon hearing his master's words. In his mind, he began to concoct vivid fantasies of how he might engage with the beautiful maidens he would encounter. The mere thought of it was exhilarating beyond measure. The more he imagined, the more he yearned to reach the Tianyuan ruins and become the brightest star among them. In a moment of inspiration, Ma Wenkai even composed a poem for himself. Look upon this day, amidst the illustrious figures, only I, Ma Wenkai, shall see countless beauties shed their garments. Foolish one. The ethereal figure could not help but chastise, sensing Ma Wenkai's uncontainable excitement. Without delay, the ethereal figure descended upon Ma Wenkai, guiding him toward the location of the Tianyuan ruins. Chapter 37. Men are all boorish creatures as Ma Wenkai made his way towards the Tianyuan ruins. There existed a place 100,000 miles away from the site of the ruins. Here, a multitude of buildings stood tall, constructed not from mere bricks and mortar, but from delicate flower petals. The air was infused with the fragrance of blossoms, and an array of vibrant flowers bloomed, creating a breathtaking spectacle. Should any cultivator find themselves in this enchanting locale, they would undoubtedly recognize it as the revered Flowerfall Palace, a paradise for men. Unlike other sacred grounds or sects, Flowerfall Palace was exclusively home to female disciples. While it was merely a gathering of women, the true marvel lay in the fact that every disciple of Flowerfall Palace, upon stepping beyond the mundane world, transformed into a peerless beauty that captivated countless men. Among the top 10 beauties on the Eastern Wilderness Domain's fairy ranking, 3 hailed from Flowerfall Palace, a testament to its extraordinary allure. Alas, the only lamentation for men in the world was that the disciples of Flowerfall Palace seldom ventured outside, and the palace itself remained shrouded in mystery, leaving most men unaware of its exact location. Thus, when men spoke of Flowerfall Palace, they did so with a mix of reverence and wistfulness. At this moment, within the Flower Palace of Flowerfall Palace, a stunning beauty, draped in sheer silk, reclined languorously upon a bed fashioned from petals. Her figure was enchanting, untouched by the passage of time. This captivating woman was none other than Hua Xiren, the esteemed leader of Flowerfall Palace. As she tenderly caressed her exceptionally fair skin, she couldn't help but exclaim, "Ah, the path to immortality is so slow." People say Hua Xiren, have high standards and disdain the men of this world, but how could they possibly understand that these foul creatures are as repugnant as dog excrement? Even ugly dogs avoid them. How could they ever hope to enter my gaze? Well, it is what it is. Living joyfully here is a kind of life in itself. Contentment brings happiness. I am surrounded by my lovely female disciples and my jade Rui. Though it has no emotions, it accompanies me in times of need, helping me endure the cold, lonely days. Hua Xiren mused to herself. As she contemplated, she propped herself up on her pillow, and before her appeared a long, spiked object made of jade, which she referred to as her cultivation partner. Hua Xiren intended to seize it for a moment of romantic delight. However, just then, a figure appeared within the flower palace, a stunning beauty of 29 years, named Hua Xiren. She was one of Hua Xiren's 3 cherished disciples and was renowned for her beauty. Ranking 3rd on the fairy ranking, dubbed the reincarnation of the flower goddess. Such was the extraordinary allure of Hua Xiren. Disciple you. Hua Xiren was on the verge of embarking on a splendid romance, yet unexpectedly, her disciple made an appearance. At this moment, Hua Xiren found herself in an exceedingly awkward predicament. The matter of her partner was one she could neither dismiss nor fully embrace. "Master, what are you doing? What is this?" Hua Xiren exclaimed, her clear, water-like eyes widening as she gazed at the jade in her master's hand. "Ahem, I merely felt a slight fever on my forehead and wished to cool myself with this object. Is it not proper for you to enter without knocking?" Hua Xiren retorted with mild irritation. However, it was abundantly clear to anyone that the esteemed leader of the Hua Luo Palace, who generally held men in disdain, was exceedingly indulgent towards her beloved disciple. "Master, did you not mention that I need not knock when I visit your room in the future? Moreover, could you please dress appropriately? It is rather peculiar for me to witness you in such a state. What if word spread that the leader of Hua Luo Palace is known for her disregard for clothing? That would be quite scandalous." Hua Xiren expressed her exasperation. She felt that her master was admirable in every regard, save for her penchant for minimal attire. There were instances when she roamed the Hua Luo Palace clad only in a delicate veil. Hua Xiren mused that if outsiders were to discover this peculiar habit of the ethereal leader, their jaws would surely drop in disbelief. "Disciple, who cares about appearances within Hua Luo Palace? What is there to be ashamed of? You have what I possess, and you are even more youthful than I am. As long as you remain here, who would know?" Hua Xiren replied dismissively. "Master, the Tianyuan ruins are about to be unveiled, are they not? I have been stagnating at the 7th level of the Golden Core realm for far too long, and I wish to venture out and seek my fortune," Hua Xiren declared. "The Tianyuan ruins? How could I almost forget about that trivial matter?" Upon hearing her disciple's words, Hua Xiren exclaimed. The Tianyuan ruins were remnants left behind by a formidable being at the transformation realm, and they held considerable opportunities. They opened once every century. And if one were fortunate enough to seize some of the treasures within, a breakthrough might indeed be possible. Very well, you are now 18. It is time for you to explore the world. However, before you depart the palace, there are some instructions you must heed. Remember, your sole purpose this time is to seek opportunities within. Do not engage with any men, do you understand? Men are nothing but deceitful creatures. If you fall for their tricks, you will swiftly grow old and live a life of torment. With no thoughts of men, the ancient flute will naturally resonate with the spirit. Hua Xiren admonished, Master, how can you claim that all men are deceitful when you have no partner yourself? Hua Xiren inquired, her curiosity piqued. To speak candidly, my mother was driven to her demise by the actions of men. Before she passed, she confided in me that in her youth, she had been deceived, resulting in my conception. Afterward, the man abandoned her. If you venture into the mundane world, you will find that many children are fatherless, for those men appear one way before a commitment and entirely different afterward. My disciple, you must always remember this. Hua Xiren said with a serious expression. Disciple, I shall absolutely refrain from conversing with men. Hua Xiren nodded resolutely. Go forth, my disciple. I have sheltered you for 18 years, and now it is time for you to venture into the world and learn to grow independently. Take this communication talisman. Should you encounter insurmountable troubles, summon me, and I shall ensure their utter destruction. You, my beloved disciple, are not to be trifled with. Hua Xiren declared. Thank you, master. Hua Xiren acknowledged with a nod. She then accepted the talisman from her mentor's hand, transforming into a graceful arc of light as she set forth toward the location of the heavenly Yuan ruins. After Hua Xiren's departure, Hua Xiren picked up the Jade Rui. Chapter 38. Tonight, I shall be the brightest star of Tianyuan City, bustling with activity due to the Tianyuan ruins. Resonated with the incessant sounds of vendors hawking their wares. Behold the ancestral treasure bowl. Come take a look. Behold the ancient artifact, the swallowing cauldron, passed down from my great-great-great-grandfather. With a mere invocation, it can defend against and capture demons and spirits. Goodness, is that what you call a treasure? It reeks of something far less noble. You wouldn't be trying to deceive everyone with your household chamber pot, would you? Based on my years of experience, it truly resembles one. By the heavens, break a leg for me. As Yi Xian entered Tianyuan City, the cacophony of street vendors enveloped him. Tianyuan City seemed far more vibrant than either Qingyun City or Luoyun City he had traversed previously, prompting an astonished remark from him. Just as these thoughts crossed his mind, a rather unsavory-looking middle-aged man approached him with an air of mystery, saying, Young brother, I possess an ancestral treasure book. Would you care for it? It has been passed down for 18 generations. What kind of book? Yi Xian inquired with curiosity, contemplating if it might be some form of cultivation manual worth a glance. This book can be yours for merely 10 top-grade spirit stones. Upon hearing Yi Xian's words, the dubious man retrieved a yellowed tome from his trousers. The book bore the marks of age, its pages tattered and worn, as if it had been perused countless times. More disconcertingly, it emitted a foul odor. When Yi Xian glanced at the title on the cover, he nearly fainted. The words, although somewhat blurred, were unmistakable. 18. Forbidden. With a sense of foreboding, Yi Xian mused that this book was certainly not one of virtue. What do you think? The illustrations are quite lifelike. Young brother, are you interested? The man, noticing Yi Xian's gaze fixed on the book, eagerly flipped a page. Yi Xian discerned that the tome contained hand-drawn illustrations, lacking the realism of the materials from his previous life. Begone! Yi Xian exclaimed, delivering a swift kick to the man's rear before disappearing into the throng. Initially, the man's mysterious claims of an ancestral treasure book had piqued Yi Xian's interest, leading him to presume it might be a cultivation manual. However, the reality of the book was far from his expectations. Had this been during his youthful days of awakening to romance, it might have captivated him. Yet now, Yi Xian had long since lost interest in such trivialities, especially considering that during his university years, he had amassed 5 gigabytes of premium learning materials. How unfortunate it was. Before Yi Xian traversed into this world, he had not deleted anything. Now, recalling those moments brings him a mix of emotions. After leaving, Yi Xian found himself in a dumpling shop, where he ordered a bowl of willow leaf dumplings filled with black fungus, tailored to his personal taste. This establishment boasted a variety of dumpling shapes, including the skyline dumpling, butterfly dumpling, and willow leaf dumpling. While enjoying his meal, the surrounding cultivators began to discuss recent significant events. Have you heard? Many outstanding disciples have emerged recently. One exclaimed, "Indeed, I've heard that with the opening of the Tianyuan ruins, numerous gifted disciples are eager to try their luck. After all, the Tianyuan ruins only open once every 100 years, which is quite a rare occurrence." Another added, "I have a little insider information. It seems that a peerless fairy from the Hualuo Palace is also coming to the Tianyuan ruins." What? Hualuo Palace? Is that true? That place is renowned as a realm of beauties. It is said that each disciple there is a stunning beauty, capable of overshadowing the fairies of other sects. This is merely hearsay, but some cultivators claim to have seen Harem. Is that the Harem ranked third on the Eastern Wilderness Fairy list? My goodness. Is the flower fairy about to make her appearance? I'm so excited. It is said that those who can make it onto the fairy list are truly captivating. I am definitely going to the Tianyuan ruins this time, not for anything else, but because I love exploring ruins. As the cultivators spoke of Harem, their expressions brightened with excitement. Yi Xian, while savoring his willow leaf dumplings, couldn't help but ponder these discussions. He also intended to inquire about the location of the Tianyuan ruins. After finishing his meal, he ventured onto the street and approached a cultivator to gather information. He learned that the Tianyuan ruins lay a mere 10,000 miles from Tianyuan City, a distance that was not particularly far. Thus, Yi Xian resolved to set off for the Tianyuan ruins the following day. His guiding principle in life was to follow the beauty wherever it led him. Next, Yi Xian arrived at an inn. As he prepared to enter, a woman approached him, her face veiled. Yet, her presence seemed to induce a sense of embarrassment in all that surrounded her. With a graceful figure and an alluringly slender waist, she exuded an irresistible charm. Even more captivating was the enchanting fragrance that enveloped her. The fragrance is utterly intoxicating. Ding. The system detects that the enchanting Harem is compatible with the host. Please pursue her. Just as Yi Xian marvels at the breathtaking beauty before him, the voice of the system resonates within his mind. It is indeed her. No wonder she possesses such extraordinary allure. Yi Xian muses silently. His master was right. Men are often lecherous, yet his gaze differs from that of other men. There is no lewdness in it, and he is undeniably handsome. At this moment, upon seeing Yi Xian, Harem cannot help but gasp in admiration. However, she soon departs from his side and enters a neighboring room. How intriguing, Yi Xian murmurs to himself, following suit into the inn. Despite the system's prompt, he does not rush to forge a connection with Harem, for they are still strangers. To make an advance recklessly would be to startle the beauty. To pursue her, one must tread carefully, step by step. After Yi Xian enters his room, night descends. Simultaneously, a figure cloaked in black enters Tianyuan City, revealing only a pair of eyes that are chilling, as if belonging to a devil that preys upon the unsuspecting. He cackles, "Tianyuan City, tonight I, Li Wuji, shall shine the brightest." Chapter 39. Children. Act. The eerie sound echoed through the night sky, sending chills down one's spine. The youth responsible for this was none other than Li Wuji, the young master of the ghostly sect. This sect belonged to the demonic path, known for its cultivation methods that predominantly drew upon the souls and blood of humans as their primary energy sources. Consequently, practitioners of the righteous path held it in disdain, and they had made numerous attempts to eradicate this sect entirely. Yet, many cultivators still chose to tread the perilous path of the ghostly sect. The principal reason for this was the allure of its cultivation techniques, which, while undeniably cruel, offered remarkable speed and advancement. For instance, two cultivators of equal potential might find one who practiced orthodox methods, still languishing at the foundation establishment stage, while the other, who had embraced demonic arts, could have already ascended to the golden core stage. This stark contrast in progression explains why many cultivators are willing to take such risks, and it encapsulates the underlying reason why the demonic sects are often insurmountable. On this occasion, Li Wuji had descended from the mountains primarily to refine a treasure using the blood and souls of cultivators. With the opening of the Tianyuan ruins, he was confident that numerous young talents would flock to Tianyuan City. For Li Wuji, tonight represented the greatest opportunity and a grand feast. Children, go forth and uncover the trails of the young cultivators. Li Wuji murmured softly as he stepped onto the street. He then exhaled deeply, and in an instant, A multitude of black smoke billowed forth from his mouth. As the smoke manifested in the air, ethereal forms of dozens of infants emerged from it, their soft cries resonating in the darkness of Tianyuan City. These infants were the very souls of those he had devoured shortly after their birth. Their blood and flesh had been completely absorbed by Li Wuji, but their souls had been preserved. He intended to cultivate these souls into his spies and enforcers. Remarkably, after undergoing Li Wuji's training, these infants possessed considerable abilities, capable not only of assisting him in locating fresh prey, but also aiding him in combat, demonstrating formidable prowess. As time slowly passed, Li Wuji sat cross-legged, awaiting the return of his ethereal minions. After a span of 1 hour, he abruptly opened his eyes. At that moment, the space around him trembled, and a black radiance ignited, signaling the return of the dispatched infants. Wah. Upon their return, the infants surrounded Li Wuji, emitting their plaintive cries as if communicating with him. After a chorus of their sounds, Li Wuji could not help but reveal a glimmer of brilliance in his eyes. Children, you have performed admirably. I did not expect such a multitude of exceptional young cultivators to arrive in Tianyuan City. Once I refine their souls and essence, the power of my soul-devouring banner will undoubtedly ascend to new heights. A chilling, hair-raising laughter escaped his lips. With his words concluded, Li Wuji made his way towards his first destination. Before long, the inn echoed with countless screams. However, these cries were shrouded by a veil of dark mist, preventing them from spreading outward. These agonizing sounds were, of course, the result of many cultivators having their souls and essence forcibly extracted by Li Wuji. After seizing the souls and essence of his targets, Li Wuji exited the inn, cackling, "Such tender essence, a delightful flavor indeed, and these souls are remarkably potent." He reveled in the darkness, exclaiming, "The night has granted me these ebony eyes, yet I wield them to hunt for essence and souls." Upon completing his work with the youthful cultivators at the inn, he hastened his pace towards another establishment. Within this inn, Yi Xian and Hua Sherman were present. "Oh, my first target lies within these walls. This room carries a delightful fragrance. Surely a woman resides here. A foul man would never emit such a lure at the threshold." As he stood before a door, Li Wuji murmured to himself. If Yi Xian were present, he would recognize the occupant of this room as the unparalleled beauty, Hua Sherman. At this moment, Hua Sherman was luxuriating in a bath, hydrating her exquisitely delicate skin, feeling utterly at ease. Yet, in the next moment, her brows furrowed as she leaped from the bath, swiftly donning a garment that lay before her. The droplets of water evaporated instantly, and her veil reappeared, for her master had once counseled her never to remove it in public, as her beauty was so striking that revealing her true visage would leave countless men heartbroken. "What intruder dares disturb me?" Hua Sherman intoned, her voice a melodious echo that resounded like celestial music to any who might hear it. "Quite alert, I see," came a sinister voice in response. Almost immediately, a shadowy figure appeared within the room. Upon seeing this figure, Hua Sherman's brows knitted tightly, her beautiful eyes locking onto the cloaked figure, revealing a hint of trepidation. As Hua Sherman keenly sensed the formidable aura emanating from her opponent, an overwhelming dread enveloped her, eclipsing her own presence. This realization heightened her vigilance. "My esteemed guest, it appears you may have taken a wrong turn. We are not acquainted." Hua Sherman articulated with a note of caution. "Not at all. I have come specifically to seek you out." "Ah, how delightful you are, such a fragrant allure." The figure cloaked in black inhaled deeply, savoring the scent. In a swift motion, he extended his arm, and instantly, the bathwater within the tub transformed into a stream, which he eagerly consumed. So fragrant and thirst-quenching, truly, the bathwater of an unparalleled beauty. "I find myself reluctant to bring about your demise," Li Wuji remarked with a nonchalant tone. After indulging in Hua Sherman's bathwater, he smacked his lips, appearing insatiable. "Perverse fiend, begone," Hua Sherman retorted fiercely. With her words, she summoned a 30-centimeter-long ancient flute into her grasp, placing it delicately between her lips. Aware that her adversary sought confrontation, she braced herself for battle. How thrilling! A maiden skilled in the art of flute playing. "I possess a long flute as well. Would you care for a duet?" Li Wuji exclaimed, his excitement palpable upon seeing the flute poised at Hua Sherman's lips. Chapter 40. Old Yao. I desire fish for a young woman skilled in the art of the bamboo flute. it is only natural that she captivates the hearts of men, as they can draw inferences from her talents. Every man understands the allure of having a maiden adept at playing the ancient flute serenade him. Are you a demon cultivator? Huashiman's voice was icy. To speak candidly, had her adversary not uttered the words kekekek, she would have harbored doubts about the identity of the figure before her. However, upon the casual mention of kekekek, Huashiman had nearly confirmed that this cloaked individual was indeed a demon cultivator, as this phrase was a hallmark of their kind. You are quite astute to have deduced my identity so swiftly. However, the more you know, the less I can allow you to live. First, you shall play for me, and then I shall seize your soul and essence. Kekekek, Li Wuji remarked coldly. It's not that I am clever. Rather, you are foolishly charming. A demon cultivator daring to rampage in the territory of righteous practitioners deserves death, Huashiman declared solemnly. With her words echoing, she began to play her bamboo flute. The moment the melodious notes filled the air, an invisible wave of sound surged forth, imbued with a terrifying intent to kill. For demon cultivators, the sentiment was clear: they must be vanquished. Thus, Huashiman's attack was a fierce and merciless one. At such a young age, reaching the 7th level of the Golden Core realm, impressive indeed. If I were to refine your soul, it would greatly benefit my treasures. Feeling the overwhelming dread of the flute's resonance, Li Wuji could not help but feel astonished. He then summoned a treasure to isolate the area, for he understood that if the sounds of battle were to escape, it would be exceedingly disadvantageous for him. Simultaneously, Li Wuji extended his arm and gently squeezed. Bang! In the next instant, the encroaching wave of sound erupted with a resounding blast, dissipating into the ether. A cultivator of the nascent soul realm? Upon witnessing Li Wuji effortlessly shatter her wave of sound, Huashiman's expression shifted dramatically. She had assumed their powers were evenly matched, but she had not anticipated that he surpassed her by an entire realm. The disparity between the nascent soul and golden core realms was monumental, as the saying goes. Each realm brings forth its own heavens. Indeed, do not entertain thoughts of resistance. In the face of absolute power, all defiance is futile. Come now, I shall grant you an opportunity tonight. After you play for me, I will claim your soul, allowing you to savor the essence of life in your final moments. In this regard, I am truly benevolent, Li Wuji proclaimed. At this moment, he felt no urgency, for the targets the children sought were all of the Golden Core realm. To a practitioner of the nascent soul realm, those of the Golden Core realm were akin to mere insects. You shall not succeed, even if I, Huashiman, must perish, Huashiman declared with an icy tone, continuing her relentless assault towards Li Wuji. Truly, one who does not appreciate an offer of goodwill must face the consequences. However, I find such a disposition rather endearing, Li Wuji replied nonchalantly, advancing towards Huashiman. Meanwhile, in the adjacent room where Yi Xian resided, he sat upon his bed, engrossed in a fervent state of cultivation. However, in the next instant, a frown creased his brow as a chilling aura swept over him. Though the coldness was faint, Yi Xian, being a transcender, possessed a spirit force far superior to that of the inhabitants of this realm, thus he detected it. A sinister intent had brushed against him. What could it be? My perception cannot be mistaken. Could it be Huashiman? Upon meeting her earlier today, I noticed a shadowy aura upon her brow. She must be facing a calamity, Yi Xian pondered, rising swiftly to his feet and stepping outside. As he cast his gaze towards the room occupied by Huashiman, his expression shifted dramatically. He could clearly see dark mist swirling within her chamber. Indeed, something was amiss. Yi Xian's face paled as he rushed towards Huashiman's quarters with unwavering determination. Upon bursting through the door, he was met with an overwhelming density of black mist that obscured the room. Yet, these shadows did not hinder his vision. As he peered inside, he beheld a figure cloaked in black, emitting a ghastly laugh while preparing to unfasten his belt. Huashiman was bound and evidently unable to move. Curse it! How dare you lay hands on the woman I hold dear? I shall have your head, Yi Xian exclaimed in a low, fierce voice. He summoned the might of myriad swords, shattering the black mist's defenses. You, a demon cultivator, dare to come here and harm an innocent. Today, you shall pay for your blood debts, he roared, swiftly positioning himself in front of Huashiman. Huashiman, engulfed in despair, never imagined that upon leaving the flower-falling palace, she would attract the unwanted attention of a demon cultivator. What crushed her spirit further was the realization that the area had been completely sealed. There was no way to relay a message to her master. However, when Yi Xian stood before her, she felt a surge of emotion. His presence was both towering and formidable. Upon sighting Yi Xian, Li Wuji's brow furrowed, for he had clearly set up a barrier to prevent such intrusions. Yet, Yi Xian unexpectedly breached these formations and entered. The timing is utterly infuriating. Just as matters were about to proceed, he barged in. How intolerable! Who is this insolent brat daring to disrupt my affairs? I shall eradicate you, Li Wuji bellowed. Then, he opened his mouth wide, and several wailing infants lunged towards Yi Xian. Infants transformed into malevolent spirits? This is utterly vile. Upon witnessing these infants, Yi Xian could not help but utter a solemn remark. Clearly, these infants were once the cherished offspring of their mothers. However, they had been ruthlessly turned into spirits by this individual before him. Furthermore, according to Yi Xian's understanding, the process of creating such malevolent spirits is exceedingly cruel. It is said that one must extract the infant on the 10th day prior to the mother's delivery. Once extracted, the infant is doomed to perish. Lao Yao, I crave fish, Yi Xian called out into the void. He was acutely aware of the presence of the figure clad in black before him, whose cultivation had reached the nascent soul realm. Yi Xian was unwilling to be a mere pawn. If he could fight, he would, and if not, he would summon Lao Yao. Here he comes. As Yi Xian's words fell, Yao Yi appeared before him. Kill. Upon Yao Yi's arrival, he immediately sprang into action. Chapter 41. This man is quite unique. Yi Xian turned to Hua Sherman and asked, Miss, are you all right? Rest assured, as long as I am here, no one shall harm you. Hua Sherman, completely restrained by Li Wuji, was rendered unable to speak. Even your voice is bound. That is truly excessive. You mean for me to release you from this confinement? Yi Xian inquired upon observing Hua Sherman's silence. Hua Sherman nodded. Very well. Yi Xian responded affirmatively and began the process of liberating her from her restraints. In a short while, the bindings on Hua Sherman's body were released. Yet, she still remained unable to move or speak. Hua Sherman expressed her discontent with a muffled sound. There appears to be another restraint in a rather sensitive area. This complicates matters, Yi Xian admitted, feeling somewhat troubled. His unfamiliarity with Hua Sherman made him hesitant. If things went awry, it would be difficult to explain. Though Yi Xian had an appreciation for beauty, he approached tasks with a steady and cautious demeanor, never acting recklessly. Hua Sherman, feeling equally uneasy, recognized that if Yi Xian did not free her from her restraints, she would remain immobile for a considerable time, an outcome she wished to avoid. After a moment of contemplation, she subtly gestured with her eyes, conveying her hope that Yi Xian might release her, assuring him of her safety. All right. With her consent, Yi Xian moved closer to her. The previous restraints had been relatively easy to address, but now, proximity and physical contact were necessary. Upon sensing Yi Xian's presence, Hua Sherman felt an overwhelming wave of shyness wash over her. Throughout her life, she had never been this close to a man. Although she had encountered men before, she had always adhered to her master's teachings, avoiding any interaction with them. Her master had warned her, men are but swine. Associating with them will lead to your downfall. Though Hua Sherman did not entirely grasp how mingling with men could lead to such a fate, she firmly believed in her master's wisdom, having been cherished like a beloved daughter. At this moment, Hua Sherman sensed an unusual atmosphere, one she had never experienced in the presence of her master or fellow disciples. Even when her master was unclothed, it had not felt this peculiar. Just bear with me for a moment. I shall resolve this swiftly, Yi Xian gently reassured her. As he channeled his energy through his right hand, he pressed it against a particular location on Hua Sherman's body. Ing. The next moment, Hua Sherman involuntarily emitted a soft sound, feeling as if an electric current had coursed through her. Yet, it lasted only for an instant. The constraints binding Hua Sherman's body were finally lifted. Yi Xian retracted his arm with a hint of lingering significance. The sensation he had just experienced was one he could savor for a long time. It was truly remarkable. At the moment when the restraints were released, Hua Sherman's face bloomed with a rosy hue, her head bowed, at a loss for words. After a prolonged moment of shyness, she mustered the courage to say, "Thank you. There's no need for gratitude. When we are out in the world, we ought to help each other," Yi Xian replied nonchalantly. As for Hua Sherman, she felt an unusual sensation. She realized that men were not as fearsome as her master had described, especially Yi Xian, who, up close, was strikingly handsome. His chiseled features and eyes seemed to reflect the celestial bodies, truly a paragon of refinement. While Yi Xian conversed with Harem, Yao Yi had already dealt with the infants, reducing the little demons he had crafted to mere wisps of smoke. Damn it, I will remember you. Li Wuji seethed with rage upon witnessing his painstakingly crafted spirits dissipate so easily. Knowing that he would gain nothing today, he spat out a fierce declaration before making his escape. Trying to flee? Not on my watch. Yao Yi exclaimed as he pursued Li Wuji. Do you want to see this? Yi Xian asked Harem. Yes, I want to see. If it becomes too dangerous, I'll call my master. Harem nodded eagerly, her voice akin to a celestial melody. Do not worry. It is no great trouble for old Yao to eliminate a demonic cultivator, Yi Xian assured her. They stepped outside to witness a fierce battle unfolding between Yao Yi and Li Wuji. The two were evenly matched, yet Yi Xian felt no trepidation. After all, righteousness prevails over evil, and he had faith in Yao Yi's capabilities. Casually, Yi Xian retrieved a handful of sunflower seeds and said to Harem, Here, enjoy some seeds while we watch the show. With a soft laugh, Harem found herself amused by Yi Xian's antics. She noted that he was unlike the men she had encountered before. There was no overt desire to consume her, but rather a refreshing sense of ease. Without hesitation, she accepted the seeds, and together they became mere spectators of the unfolding drama. Meanwhile, the battle below intensified. But once Yao Yi destroyed Li Wuji's prized soul-snatching banner, the latter found himself at a disadvantage. The soul-snatching banner was the source of Li Wuji's formidable power, and now, having been obliterated by Yao Yi, he was left in dire straits. Accompanied by a piercing scream, Li Wuji was sent hurtling through the air, ultimately crashing heavily to the ground. At that moment, he was gravely injured. After hitting the ground, Yao Yi approached him with a chilling intent to kill. You cannot slay me. I am the young master of the Li Gui sect. If you take my life, the Li Gui sect will not spare you. Feeling the murderous aura emanating from Yao Yi, Li Wuji could not help but speak out. The Li Gui sect? Upon hearing Li Wuji's words, Yao Yi's brow furrowed. He was well aware of the Li Gui sect, a formidable and sinister organization with disciples scattered throughout the eastern wilderness. Yao Yi had not anticipated that this individual was the young master of the Li Gui sect. If he were to kill him today, retaliation from the sect would be inevitable, placing Yao Yi in a precarious predicament. To kill or not to kill, if it were any other dark cultivator, Yao Yi would act without hesitation. Yet, this young man held a title that changed the stakes significantly. Old Yao, just eliminate him. If the sky were to fall, I would bear the weight. Do not fret, casually remarked Yi Xian as he popped a seed into his mouth. Very well. Yao Yi nodded in response to Yi Xian's assurance. Chapter 42. That night, Harem found herself unable to sleep. No, you cannot kill me. At this moment, Li Wuji was gripped by an overwhelming fear. To speak candidly, he had descended the mountain secretly, intending to refine his treasured soul-capturing banner into something even more formidable. However, he never anticipated encountering such a perverse individual. Truly, it was a situation fraught with peril. Enough of your rambling. Perish. Yao Yi's voice was as frigid as ice. As his words fell, he unleashed a powerful punch. Crack. The moment that fist connected, Li Wuji's chest caved in, and he collapsed to the ground, blood streaming from his 7 orifices. It was evident that he was on the brink of death. Young Master Yi, shall I dispose of the body? Yao Yi inquired, glancing at Yi Xian. Being a remarkably cautious individual, Yao Yi approached his tasks with utmost care. Wait, I still have questions to ask him, Yi Xian replied, popping the last sunflower seed into his mouth and clapping his hands. With that, he leaped forward, positioning himself before Li Wuji. Please, don't kill me, I beg you. Cough cough. Li Wuji pleaded desperately. Though he was a demonic cultivator, he still wished to preserve his life. After all, the path of cultivation was fraught with challenges. I will pose some questions, and if you answer them satisfactorily, I may spare your insignificant life, Yi Xian stated casually. However, despite his words, sparing Li Wuji was far from his intentions. After all, demonic cultivators were the sworn enemies of righteous practitioners. If given the chance, they would be eradicated without hesitation. Go ahead and ask, Li Wuji replied through gritted teeth, enduring his agony. Produce your storage ring, Yi Xian commanded coldly. At present, Yi Xian was not affluent, so he deemed it necessary to plunder his foes. Upon hearing Yi Xian's demand, Li Wuji summoned his storage ring with a flicker of his consciousness and hastily presented it. Yi Xian accepted the ring and examined its contents, only to discover that it was woefully lacking, devoid of the treasures he sought. Damn it! Yi Xian cursed, then demanded, "Where is your ghostly demon sect located?" This inquiry was of paramount importance. Yi Xian understood that if he eliminated Li Wuji, the ghostly demon sect would surely seek revenge against him. Thus, clarifying their whereabouts was essential. Once he grew stronger, he intended to eradicate them personally to avoid future complications. The location of the ghostly demon sect? I don't know. Li Wuji stammered, fully aware that revealing such information was out of the question. Very well, then you may die, Yi Xian declared coldly. As Yi Xian's words fell, he swiftly annihilated his adversary, erasing even Li Wuji's 3 souls and 7 spirits. Yi Xian held no reservations against his enemies. Originally a mere bystander, Hua Sherman was utterly astonished as she witnessed Yi Xian's ruthless eradication of Li Wuji. She could hardly fathom that this seemingly approachable figure, adorned with a gentle smile, harbored such a terrifying aspect within. Truly, one cannot measure the depths of the ocean. After obliterating Li Wuji's very existence, Yi Xian approached Hua Sherman. "Miss Hua, you may now rest easy," Yi Xian remarked. "I am truly grateful for your assistance tonight." Hua Sherman expressed her appreciation. Despite her master's repeated admonitions against casual conversations with men, Hua Sherman found herself breaking that rule, for she sensed that Yi Xian was unlike other men. Moreover, he had saved her life this evening, a tremendous favor she could not repay with ingratitude. "Not at all," Yi Xian responded, and then the two returned to their respective inns. Upon returning to his lodgings, images of unbinding Hua Sherman from her constraints flooded Yi Xian's mind. That moment was undeniably profound. As expected of the third-ranked beauty on the fairy list, even without witnessing her true visage, her figure and demeanor were utterly captivating. Yi Xian murmured to himself, succumbing to slumber. Meanwhile, in the adjacent inn where Hua Sherman resided, she found herself unable to sleep. Her mind was plagued by vivid recollections, particularly the moment Yi Xian placed his hand over her heart. It was an indescribable sensation, one that Hua Sherman realized she did not despise. Rather, she felt a sense of anticipation. She relished that tingling sensation that coursed through her. Her master had warned her that men were all untrustworthy. Yet why did she entertain such thoughts? No, she must forget him. Men are inherently wicked, and her master had cautioned against any entanglement with them, lest she fall into darkness. Yet her master had never specified where that darkness might lie. The innocent Hua Sherman pondered. Time flowed steadily on, and soon the dawn of the next day arrived. As Yi Xian prepared to venture towards the Tianyuan ruins, he noticed that Hua Sherman's door was ajar, indicating she had departed the inn. Yi Xian shook his head and completed the necessary checkout procedures before making his way to the site of the Tianyuan ruins, for their opening was imminent. As he approached the location of the ruins, at this moment, within an exceedingly opulent palace situated hundreds of thousands of kilometers from Tianyuan City, a man clad in a majestic yellow robe adorned with 9 dragons sits upon a throne. Gazing ahead, this location is none other than the Grand Hall of the Violet Kingdom. The formidable figure, draped in the dragon-emblazoned attire and seated upon the imperial chair, is none other than Jiang Xinrui, the sovereign of the Violet Kingdom. Before him kneels a remarkably corpulent man, whose dimensions are strikingly uniform in length, width, and height, weighing well over 1,000 jin. This rotund individual is the very fiancé mentioned by Jiang Qingyan, a veritable embodiment of girth. Your humble servant, Zhu Lucio, pays homage to the emperor. He proclaims, bowing deeply. Rise, Lucio, Jiang Xinrui replies with a calm demeanor. Thank you for your gracious kindness, your majesty, Zhu Lucio acknowledges, nodding before he ascends from the ground. Upon rising, he presents an imposing figure, akin to a towering mountain, his corpulent form quivering slightly, exuding a rather unseemly appearance. However, to perceive Zhu Lucio solely through the lens of his weight would be a grave misjudgment. Despite his bulk, he is undeniably a formidable warrior, the guardian deity of the Violet Kingdom, possessing an unfathomable strength. Chapter 43, Rebellious Daughter. Have you really conceived another's child? Your Majesty, I have heard that Qingyan has returned. May I request an audience with her? It has been quite some time, and I yearn to see Qin Yan. Zhu Luqiu earnestly implored. Indeed, this rebellious daughter has returned after a prolonged absence of over half a year. Come forth, summon Yen'er to me. Jiang Xinrui commanded upon hearing Zhu Luqiu's request. Yes. A eunuch nodded before departing to summon Jiang Qingyan. Shortly thereafter, Jiang Qingyan entered the grand hall. Qingyan pays her respects to father. She said, kneeling reverently. Humph. So you are aware of my existence as your father? Jiang Xinrui retorted, his voice tinged with anger upon seeing Jiang Qingyan. Your Majesty, it is only because Qingyan is young and foolish that I beseech your Majesty to show her mercy. Zhu Luqiu interjected. Very well, very well. For Luqiu's sake, I shall pardon you this time. Rise. Jiang Xinrui relented, although his heart was filled with affection for Jiang Qingyan. However, her clandestine escapade for over half a year had caused him both worry and ire. Now, seeing his daughter return unscathed, his anger naturally dissipated, though he maintained a faade of stern authority befitting a sovereign. Thank you, father, for your kindness. Jiang Qingyan stood up, her demeanor softened. Qingyan, where have you been for the past 6 months? We were all quite concerned for your safety. Now that you have returned safely, we can finally breathe easy. Zhu Luqiu approached with genuine concern, his gaze filled with affection. Stay away from me, you fat fool. Jiang Qingyan retorted with disdain. Deep down, she harbored a strong dislike for Zhu Luqiu. I truly care for you, Qingyan. Your Majesty, I humbly request your benevolence to allow us to wed. Zhu Luqiu suddenly knelt before Jiang Xinrui, pleading earnestly. Well, it is indeed time for Qingyan to marry, having reached the age of 18. Moreover, you seem to hold her in high regard. I have no objections to her marrying you. Jiang Xinrui nodded, recognizing Zhu Luqiu's strength despite his rotundity. He deemed it a prudent choice to wed his daughter to Zhu Luqiu, understanding that royal daughters often had to make political sacrifices. Father, I refuse to marry. Jiang Qingyan declared vehemently. Yen'er, you have overstepped. In the past, I may have indulged your whims, but on this matter, you must heed my command. You shall marry, whether you like it or not. Jiang Xinrui exclaimed, his frustration palpable. Then kill me. Jiang Qingyan retorted fiercely. Her stubborn disposition meant that once she had spoken, not even the strongest force could sway her. You, obstinate child, do you truly believe I would hesitate to act against you? Jiang Xinrui's anger surged, nearly compromising his health. Jiang Xinrui believed that his excessive affection for his daughter was the root of the current predicament. Had she not been spoiled since childhood, such a situation would not have arisen. However, he understood that feelings could be cultivated over time. Although his daughter currently harbored animosity towards Zhu Luqiu, he reasoned that if he forced her into marriage with him, love would eventually blossom through the passage of time. Summon someone to bind Yen'er, and prepare for the wedding in a month. During this time, she must be closely monitored. Jiang Xinrui commanded. Yes. Upon his words, 2 guards swiftly entered the great hall to apprehend Jiang Qingyan. Just then, Jiang Qingyan coldly retorted, Father, I am already with child by the man I love. Do you truly wish to bring about a double tragedy? Her declaration sent shockwaves through the room. Initially, neither Zhu Luqiu nor Jiang Xinrui could comprehend the gravity of her words. After a brief moment, Jiang Xinrui's expression turned to one of disbelief. What? You are with another's child? You. His voice was laced with incredulity, while Zhu Luqiu stood frozen in astonishment. The woman he cherished was carrying the child of another. The irony was painfully palpable. Indeed, if you doubt my word, you may summon a royal physician to confirm. Jiang Qingyan replied nonchalantly. She held no affection for Zhu Luqiu and was willing to do anything as long as she was not compelled to marry him. Yi Xian was the man she adored, and she was willing to bear his child. I do not believe it. Summon Physician Zhang. Jiang Xinrui ordered. Before long, Physician Zhang hurried into the grand hall. I pay my respects to your Majesty. Long live the Emperor. He exclaimed, kneeling. Rise, Physician Zhang. I need you to examine Qingyan. She claims she is pregnant. Jiang Xinrui instructed. Yes, your Majesty. Physician Zhang nodded and approached Jiang Qingyan, taking her pulse. After a brief moment, he reported to Jiang Xinrui. Your Majesty, Princess Qingyan is indeed pregnant, and she is already 3 months along. Physician Zhang, are you certain? Jiang Xinrui gasped in disbelief. Yes, there is no mistake. Physician Zhang affirmed. Rebellious daughter, do you wish to drive your father to madness? Upon confirming his daughter's condition, Jiang Xinrui felt as though his heart would explode with rage. Meanwhile, Zhu Lucio's eyes burned with fury, his fists clenched tightly, caught in a maelstrom of despair and anguish. Feeling more tormented than if his heart had been ripped from his chest. "Physician Zhang, you may withdraw." Jiang Xinrui waved his hand dismissively. Once the physician had departed, Zhu Lucio bellowed in anger, "Princess Qingyan, tell me, who is the father? I shall have his life." Zhu Lucio is truly ruthless, especially towards the one who caused Jiang Qingyan's pregnancy. "It has nothing to do with you." Jiang Qingyan replied coldly. "You are a rebellious woman, Lucio. Now that Qingyan is with child, any plans for your marriage must be abandoned. If you desire one of those noble ladies, I shall arrange for her hand in marriage to you. Now, please take your leave. I am rather weary today," Jiang Xinrui stated. "Yes, your majesty." Zhu Lucio nodded, his expression tinged with reluctance as he withdrew. Once he exited the palace, Zhu Lucio let out a soft whistle. Instantly, several dark figures appeared before him. "General, what are your commands?" "Stay vigilant. I need to identify the man responsible for Jiang Qingyan's pregnancy. Once you have any leads, report to me immediately. Also, keep a close watch on palace affairs. I want to know whom the emperor meets and what he discusses." "Rest assured, General." The shadows nodded in unison before vanishing from sight. Zhu Lucio then cast a glance back toward the palace, a fleeting glimmer of ferocity flashing in his eyes before it disappeared. Moments later, he departed from the location. Chapter 44. The Awakening of the Tianyuan Relics and the Arrival of Various Talents after Zhu Lucio departed from the imperial palace. Jiang Xinrui cast a disapproving gaze upon his daughter, Jiang Qingyan. "My dear, you ungrateful child, the emperor has decreed that you marry Zhu Lucio, yet you have secretly run away and become pregnant by another man. Do you not care about the dignity of our Jiang family? How will the citizens of the Violet Kingdom perceive us? You have truly enraged your father." To be frank, Jiang Xinrui was immensely frustrated. Jiang Qingyan had not yet married, yet she carried another's child. What kind of situation is this? "Father, I would rather marry someone else than that rotund fool," Jiang Qingyan retorted defiantly. For her, happiness was of utmost importance. With Zhu Lucio's considerable girth, she could not envision a fulfilling life ahead. The corpulent are often lacking in vitality. Furthermore, it was rumored that Zhu Lucio had inadvertently caused the demise of several maidservants. She, Jiang Qingyan, had no desire to become a political pawn. "But my dear, do you not understand? The reason I have arranged your marriage to Zhu Lucio is to counterbalance his power. The Zhu family's influence has already eclipsed ours, posing a significant threat. As long as our ancestor is alive, he can keep the Zhu clan in check. However, if he were to pass, our Jiang family could be in peril." Jiang Xinrui lamented, feeling a throbbing headache. Many envy the position of the emperor, yet they fail to grasp the multitude of concerns that burden such a role. First and foremost, the welfare of the populace must be considered, and one must also remain vigilant against those close by. Each day is fraught with anxiety. "Father, I am sorry, but if that is the case, I am even less inclined to marry him." Jiang Qingyan shook her head resolutely. "Very well, I shall not reproach you further. However, do tell me about the man you favor. What is he like? What are his virtues? And what of his family's talents?" At this moment, Jiang Xinrui softened his tone and asked gently, "I do not know much about his family, nor do I have a clear understanding of his cultivation level." Jiang Qingyan replied with a shake of her head. "You, rebellious daughter, how could you become pregnant without knowing anything about him?" Upon hearing his daughter's ignorance, Jiang Xinrui felt an overwhelming urge to chastise her for her reckless behavior. Throughout her life, he had showered her with affection, yet it seemed that the more he cared, the more she strayed from his wishes. In matters of the heart, one does not question lineage. "I love him for who he is, not for his family. I care not for such things," Jiang Qingyan stated coolly. "Then where is he now? I shall send someone to fetch him back." Jiang Xinrui inquired. "No need. He is not at home. He has gone out to train." Jiang Qingyan shook her head once more. "Rebellious girl, go rest now, lest you drive me to despair." Jiang Xinrui waved his hand dismissively. Jiang Xinrui found himself increasingly reluctant to engage in conversation with his daughter. He feared that if their dialogue continued, it would surely lead to a tempest of frustration within him. "I am grateful for your father's benevolence. I shall take my leave now." Jiang Qingyan nodded and swiftly exited the grand hall of the palace. Once she had departed, Jiang Xinrui couldn't help but exclaim in exasperation, How can it be that I have such a daughter? She neglects her cultivation and instead indulges in frivolous pursuits. I urged her to marry, only for her to run off and bear another's child. Yet I remain in the dark about the identity of that individual. Alas, I am truly beside myself with anger. Yet, despite his ire, after venting his frustrations, Jiang Xinrui commanded, "Summon someone to ensure that Princess Qingyan is well cared for during her pregnancy." "Yes, Your Majesty." Meanwhile, at the foot of a majestic mountain, a multitude of cultivators had gathered, their eyes fixed upon the imposing peak with palpable anticipation. This location was none other than the Tianyuan ruins. The disciples hailed from various esteemed sects in the vicinity, each one brimming with eagerness, for they understood the wealth of opportunities that awaited within the ruins. Gaining access to these chances would elevate their status immensely. Time was of the essence, as the opening of the Tianyuan ruins was imminent. This time, I shall seize the opportunities within. I must prove to my cousin that I am not the inept fool she believes me to be. Once my cultivation ascends, I shall emerge powerful. Many disciples clenched their fists, silently vowing their determination. Amidst this fervor, a disheveled young scholar, dressed in tattered clothes and bearing a face marred with dirt, approached the scene. Despite his ragged appearance, his eyes gleamed with an unusual brightness. This young man was none other than the scholar Ma Wenkai. "Master, this must be the Tianyuan ruins you spoke of," he remarked with hopeful anticipation. Yet, a tinge of worry crept into his heart, for all around him were formidable cultivators, while he remained merely an ordinary individual. This made Ma Wenkai feel diminutive in stature. However, as his gaze swept across the gathering, he began to harbor a flicker of hope upon noticing the presence of many enchanting beauties, each exuding an air of elegance far surpassing that of ordinary folk. He mused that if he could win the affections of such a lady, it would surely propel him to new heights. Indeed, this is the place. Do not feel inferior. Once the Tianyuan ruins are unveiled, I shall guide you to the opportunities within. In due time, your strength will surpass theirs, came the ethereal voice of his master. What Ma Wenkai remained oblivious to was that the ethereal figure before him was merely a remnant spirit, not an ancient deity. Had it been an ancient god, there would be no need for it to possess him. "Good master," Ma Wenkai nodded, his eyes sparkling with brilliance, entirely unaware that he had already fallen into the trap meticulously set by the remnant spirit. Shortly after Ma Wenkai's arrival, a figure descended upon the scene. This figure possessed an enchanting grace, undeniably captivating, none other than the bewitching Hua Sherman. However, due to her veiled face and her somewhat secluded stance, she did not cause much of a stir. Not long after Hua Shimon's arrival, Yi Xian also made his way to this place. Upon witnessing such a multitude of cultivators, Yi Xian was taken aback. The sheer number appeared to exceed several tens of thousands of disciples. The Tianjuan relic had indeed attracted such a vast gathering. It seemed this relic was nothing short of extraordinary. Yi Xian marveled inwardly. Suddenly, as Yi Xian pondered, a deafening roar erupted from the direction of the mountain peak ahead. Chapter 45. What an unusual shape. The thunderous roar resonated mightily, shaking the very heavens. Accompanying this deafening sound, an array of divine lights emerged from the mountainside ahead. Upon witnessing these radiant beams, the disciples present turned their gazes toward the mountainside, Yi Xian being no exception. At that moment, amidst the cascade of divine light, a dark and foreboding cave entrance materialized on the mountainside. The depths of this cave were utterly inscrutable, showcasing an abyss that seemed to plunge into eternal darkness. It was evident that the passage had been weathered by the sands of time. "Ah, the Tianyuan ruins have been unveiled. My springtime has arrived," exclaimed one disciple, brimming with excitement. "Indeed, I am utterly thrilled," echoed another, as the sight ignited fervor among the multitude. As the divine light gradually dissipated, an announcement appeared before the Tianyuan ruins, outlining the conditions for entry. It was stipulated that only those of the nascent soul realm or above may enter, and disciples over the age of 30 were prohibited from entry. However, this restriction held little significance for the gathered disciples, as the rules of the Tianyuan ruins were well known to them. "Let us charge in. The opportunities within are mine for the taking," one disciple declared. "Humph, you scorned me once, but when I emerge from the Tianyuan ruins, I shall be an existence you cannot aspire to." As the divine light faded completely, countless disciples cheered and dashed toward the cave entrance. Once they stepped into the ominous cave, they swiftly vanished from sight. Clearly, a teleportation array was concealed within the cave. As the disciples entered, Yi Xian followed suit. Witnessing this spectacle, Ma Wenkai felt a surge of anticipation. Master, should we not enter as well? Ma Wenkai was already captivated by many beautiful female disciples and envisioned pursuing them once his powers grew, hoping they would become his cultivation partners. The thought alone exhilarated him. Let us proceed, but do not wander aimlessly once inside. I have entered the Tianyuan ruins before and am familiar with where the opportunities lie. Remnant Spirit instructed Ma Wenkai. Understood, Master. Ma Wenkai nodded eagerly before stepping onto the teleportation array of the Tianyuan ruins. Suddenly, he felt the world spinning around him. When he regained his senses, he discovered he had been transported to an entirely different realm. The surroundings resembled a picturesque world, replete with blue skies, fluffy clouds, babbling brooks, and towering mountains. It was evident that he had entered a small world of its own. Master, what shall we do next? Ma Wenkai inquired. At this moment, Ma Wenkai harbored a singular ambition to grow stronger. He aspired to become the most formidable being, to possess the beauty of the world. Let me see. Yes. Continue forward. Your objective this time is to discover a particular opportunity. Once you find this opportunity, your strength will ascend to the Yuan-Ing realm. Upon breaking through to the Yuan-Ing realm, you shall be the most powerful presence here, and acquiring the company of beautiful women will be effortless. Spoke the lingering spirit with a sinister chuckle. Indeed, Ma Wenkai affirmed, and then he followed the spirit's guidance, moving resolutely ahead. After traversing for approximately 2 hours, he beheld a palace in the distance. This palace, we have arrived, the lingering spirit exclaimed, filled with excitement upon seeing the majestic structure. At this moment, several cultivators had already entered the palace. When those nearby sensed the aura of Ma Wencai's cultivation, they expressed looks of pity, unable to fathom how an ordinary person incapable of cultivation had ventured into the Tianyuan ruins. Do they not know the meaning of danger? Ma Wenkai thought, clenching his fists. I will prove them wrong. The disdainful gazes ignited a fierce anger within him, reminiscent of the way his peers had regarded him during examinations. Disciple, let us proceed inside, urged the lingering spirit. Yes, master. Ma Wenkai nodded, and they entered the grand hall. Upon entering, they witnessed numerous disciples engaged in fierce combat, striving to seize the opportunities within. The floor was already strewn with several corpses, each met with a tragic end. Confronted with such a grim spectacle, Ma Wenkai instinctively displayed a hint of fear. Previously, he had never encountered such brutality. The most he had witnessed were the slaughter of pigs and ducks. Yet here lay the lifeless bodies of once vibrant souls, extinguished in an instant. In that moment, Ma Wenkai comprehended that the world of cultivation was not the idyllic realm he had envisioned, but rather one steeped in cruelty. Disregard them, approach the statue ahead. Your opportunity lies within that sculpture. The lingering spirit noted Ma Wencai's trepidation and encouraged him. Understood, master. Ma Wenkai responded, resolutely marching towards the statue within the grand hall. Before long, he stood before the sculpture, a lifelike bronze figure of a man. Disciple, your opportunity resides within this statue. Directly face the sculpted mouth, and the essence will flow forth automatically, commanded the masterling. Upon hearing his master's words, Ma Wenkai couldn't help but display a look of hesitation. After all, there were numerous cultivators present in this grand hall. It would be quite embarrassing to be seen by so many. Although Ma Wenkai longed for strength, what his master suggested sounded utterly mortifying. As a man, he truly felt a sense of shyness. What's the matter? Are you unable to do it? Disciple, you must understand that this is the sole path to your empowerment. Once you grow stronger, everything else is mere triviality. Do you not wish to become the foremost in the world, to be surrounded by beautiful women? There is a stunning beauty here. Once you gain strength, she could be yours. Master Ling urged. I want to grow stronger. I no longer wish to be seen as a waste in the eyes of others. After hearing Master Ling's words, a resolute glimmer appeared in Ma Wencai's eyes. Upon making his decision, Ma Wenkai approached the sculpted mouth without hesitation. Initially, the other cultivators present did not notice his actions. However, it wasn't long before they became aware of Ma Wencai's unusual behavior. Then, a disciple exclaimed, "What an intriguing pose. Quite unique." Chapter 46. The transformation of the remnant spirit and the unleashing of carnage. Upon the exclamation of this disciple, the others were jolted back to reality. their gazes fixated upon the statue. The scene before them was utterly shocking, for it was too scandalous to behold. In broad daylight, such an audacious act transpired. How could one muster the courage to engage in such behavior? One might ponder the practicality of purchasing a piece of cured meat to play with instead, or perhaps bringing a pet from home, be it a dog, donkey, or cow, for immediate solace. Yet here one was, indulging in such public disgrace. It was profoundly embarrassing. Even some of the female disciples, upon witnessing this spectacle, turned away in bashful modesty, unable to bear the sight. As for Ma Wenkai, he paid no heed to the peculiar stares surrounding him. Following his master's guidance, he took a decisive sip. In the next moment, an overwhelming surge of pure energy gushed forth. As this energy coursed through his body, Ma Wenkai felt it meandering within him. Before long, his cultivation rapidly ascended. Qi Refinement Stage 1. Qi Refinement Stage 2. Qi Refinement Stage 3. Foundation Establishment Stage 1. Foundation Establishment Stage 2. Golden Core Stage 1. Golden Core Stage 2. Nascent Soul Stage 1. Ultimately, Ma Wenkai's cultivation broke through to the first level of the Nascent Soul Stage, halting only when confronted by the immense force of energy. The onlookers were left dumbfounded, struggling to fathom the reality of the situation. Initially, they believed Ma Wenkai's actions were spurred by some reckless impulse towards the statue. Yet, astonishingly, after such an encounter, his cultivation had soared to the Nascent Soul Stage. The fortuity was utterly incredible and defied all expectations. It was indeed a sight to behold. Who would have imagined that the greatest opportunity lay within the statue itself? It was beyond any dream, a source of envy for all present. The disciples, who had once mocked him so vocally, now gazed upon him with a palpable sense of jealousy and admiration. Master, I did it. My cultivation has truly broken through to the Nascent Soul Stage, Ma Wenkai exclaimed, brimming with exhilaration. He felt as if he could shatter mountains and split stones without difficulty. Indeed, but my dear disciple, your joy may be premature. The reason I instructed you to do so was for my own benefit. The remnant spirit suddenly chuckled ominously. Master, what do you mean by that? Ma Wenkai inquired, somewhat perplexed. Yet, he sensed an unsettling undertone in his master's words. The master commands you to serve as my wedding garment. Ha ha. The malevolent spirit cackled. As the words fell from the spirit's lips, its ethereal power abruptly pierced through Ma Wenkai's brow, invading his mind. Master, what are you doing? I have done nothing to wrong you, Ma Wenkai exclaimed, his head pounding excruciatingly. Having just achieved a breakthrough, he was at a loss as to how to utilize his newfound strength for defense. You fool, have you read in vain? You should know there is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. I have made you stronger solely to usurp your body. But fret not, my disciple. In the future, I shall be you, and you shall be me. I will fulfill your unaccomplished desires. The spirit chuckled ominously. With that, the spirit began to exert its force to seize control. No. At the moment of the spirit's invasion, Ma Wenkai felt unbearable pain, as if his body were no longer his own. In that instant, he was engulfed in agony, desperately wishing to cry out for help, only to realize he could not produce a sound. His consciousness began to blur. What is happening? Why is this occurring? The disciples present were equally astonished as they witnessed Ma Wenkai, having just experienced a breakthrough, suddenly collapse and writhe on the ground. They were oblivious to the nature of the spirit's invasion. Otherwise, they would have fled in terror. It was possible that the immense leap in his cultivation was simply too much for him to bear. Some self-proclaimed astute disciples speculated, casting their gazes toward Ma Wenkai. At that moment, he was seen clutching his head, his body curled up like a shrimp, exuding an aura of profound suffering. Little did they know, Ma Wenkai was ensnared in a relentless battle for possession, enduring torment beyond description. He felt as if he were trapped in the depths of the inferno. No. Ma Wenkai could distinctly sense his consciousness fading rapidly. In that moment, memories of his childhood flooded back to him. When his parents and grandparents were alive, he had truly been happy, carefree, and untroubled. Yet, those memories were fleeting and hazy. However, after the age of 3, his family life took a tragic turn. By the time he was 13, his existence had been irrevocably altered. All his relatives had passed away, leaving him utterly alone. Those days were shrouded in darkness, suffering, and desolation. He had thought this moment presented an opportunity, only to find himself deceived. This realization led Ma Wenkai to understand that perhaps his former life was not as wretched as he had perceived. he merely felt despondent. To exist is a form of happiness. Yet this time, he was truly on the verge of departing from this world. Fate can be exceedingly cruel. Ultimately, Ma Wenkai succumbed to unconsciousness. Cackling with triumph, he had successfully usurped the body. Although the previous vessel was merely a pale scholar, its spiritual roots were remarkably promising. From this moment forth, the world is vast, allowing fish to leap freely, and the sky is high, permitting birds to soar. I am the finest. Fear not, Ma Wenkai. I shall fulfill the tasks you left undone and indulge in the desires you never realized. The residual spirit, having successfully taken over, murmured to itself. Then, Ma Wenkai abruptly sat up from the ground, surveying the disciples around him. At the instant his gaze swept across them, the disciples felt as though their very beings were no longer their own. The chill in Ma Wenkai's eyes was terrifying. Cackling, he declared, I have just seized control. Now, you shall assist me in solidifying my spirit. A sinister smile graced his lips. Upon hearing this, the disciples snapped to attention. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Ma Wenkai had been usurped. Panic ensued, and they cried out, Quick, flee. They prepared to escape. However, Ma Wenkai was already well prepared. He clasped his hands and chanted incantations, urgent as the law commands, seal of heaven and earth. Chapter 47. I relish this moment. As Ma Wenkai recited the incantation, the fleeing disciples were horrified to discover a wall had materialized before them. At this moment, their escape was rendered utterly impossible. You cannot escape. Submit and become the sustenance for the fortification of my spirit, Ma Wenkai declared with a sinister smile gracing his lips. Without hesitation, he approached one of the disciples, enveloping him in a terrifying aura of true essence. Ah no, the disciple, ensnared by the essence, was gripped by sheer terror. Emitting a piercing scream, Do not fear, the pain will be fleeting, I shall be swift, Ma Wenkai reassured, as his verdant true essence surged forth, consuming the disciple's soul and flesh in an instant. The disciple was reduced to nothing more than a skeleton. Ah, devil! The remaining disciples gasped in horror as they witnessed the swift transformation of their comrade into bones. Now it is your turn. How delightful! I have tasted the essence of youth, and it is exquisite. Ma Wenkai licked his lips, casting his gaze upon the others. Please spare me. I am still so young. My mother awaits my return for dinner. I come from a humble background. As the saying goes, children of the poor must mature early. The disciples pleaded desperately, yet Ma Wenkai paid them no heed. With a flourish of his hands, he formed a series of seals and began to chant. In no time, a massive green net descended upon the disciples. As the net enveloped them, their cries of anguish filled the air, for their souls were being rapidly stripped away. Soon, bloodlines began to float from their heads. Ma Wenkai opened his mouth and consumed the bloodlines eagerly. Such pure essence, how youthful! He marveled. He continued to devour the souls of the disciples, and as their screams subsided, they were all reduced to mere piles of bones. Following this, Ma Wenkai commenced the stabilization of his own spirit. The remnant soul that had overtaken Ma Wenkai was inherently malevolent, having been a wicked practitioner in life, ultimately defeated and left incomplete by righteous cultivators. It was through a fortuitous encounter with Ma Wenkai that this lingering spirit found a chance at survival. After absorbing so many souls and essence, Ma Wenkai felt significantly rejuvenated. I recall that one of the greatest regrets of the late Marvin was his lack of experience with women. On this occasion, amidst the myriad female disciples in the Tianyuan ruins, I resolved to seek out a female disciple for some amusement. Only by fulfilling his regret could my spirit align more harmoniously with that of Marvin. With a calm demeanor, Marvin prepared to depart from this place. However, in the next moment, his gaze fell upon a stunningly graceful figure that suddenly appeared before him. The beauty was truly captivating, leaving even the seasoned Ling, who had encountered countless beauties before, utterly astonished. Her long, sculpted legs were exquisitely alluring, complemented by enticing curves and a pair of enchanting eyes that seemed capable of ensnaring one's very soul. What drew attention even more was the 30-centimeter ancient flute she held in her hand, indicating her mastery of the flute path. A woman of such beauty, adept at playing the ancient flute, was irresistible to any man. This unparalleled beauty was none other than Hua Sherman. Upon entering the Tianyuan ruins, Hua Sherman, for reasons unknown, had encountered no significant opportunities. Wandering aimlessly, she stumbled upon a palace, believing that such places often harbored fortunes. However, she could never have anticipated the horrific scene that awaited her. Before her lay a ground strewn with bones, over 100 in number. Each skeletal remains bore no signs of life, a testament to a cruel fate. Did you do this? Are you a dark practitioner? Washerman inquired, her gaze fixed on Marvin, radiating an icy coldness. She felt quite helpless, for her first venture outside the sect had already led her to the malevolent young master of the ghostly sect, Li Wuji, and now she faced yet another dark practitioner. Truly, her luck was abysmal. Ha ha ha. If you say I am, then I am. If you say I am not, then I am not. My dear lady, how about we spend a delightful evening together? A moment of passion is worth 1,000 gold pieces. And I see you are adept in the flute path. Your skills must be extraordinary. Marvin remarked with a sinister smile. Get lost. Washerman retorted furiously. She remembered how Li Wuji had made similar demands of her, and now this dark practitioner was no different. What was it with men in this world? They were truly perverse and wicked. With her words uttered, Washerman placed the ancient flute to her lips and began to play. As the melody resonated, waves of murderous intent surged forth, conjuring a terrifying tempest that rushed directly towards Marvin. At such a tender age, already possessing the cultivation of the 7th level of the Golden Core realm? Quite impressive indeed. However, today you have encountered me. As the sound of the flute surged forth like a tidal wave, Ma Wenkai revealed a cold smile. He then formed a hand gesture and chanted, urgent as the law commands, shatter. His words seemed to carry an immense power. Once uttered, a furious azure radiance erupted around Ma Wenkai, surging forth to meet the oncoming wave of flute sound. Bang! The two energies collided with a deafening roar. Yet, in a mere instant, the wave of flute sound was shattered. The sight of her flute melody disintegrating left Hua Shimon's countenance pale. She felt utterly unfortunate, having previously encountered Li Wuji, who was also at the nascent soul level, and now finding herself against another of the same caliber. The chasm between the Golden Core and nascent soul realms is unfathomably vast. Moreover, Washerman had little combat experience, rendering her no match for Ma Wenkai before her. Yet, there was no time for Washerman to ponder further. Following the obliteration of her melodic wave, Ma Wenkai's attack surged directly toward her. Hua Shimon's expression shifted dramatically as she hastily retreated. Although she ultimately evaded the assault, a powerful gust swept away the veil from her face. At that moment, as the veil was lifted, the entire world seemed to transform. Chapter 48, Re-encountering Hua Shiman, confronting the malevolent cultivator as the veil of Hua Shiman fell away. It unveiled a visage that could make any man in the world swoon. Ma Wenkai felt that the following verse aptly encapsulated the beauty before him. In a millennium, there is no unmatched beauty. The enchanting maiden pleases the eye. A countenance that could topple nations astonishes the world. For a moment, Ma Wenkai was utterly transfixed, for he had never beheld such an exquisite beauty. He mused that even the celestial maidens of the heavens might pale in comparison. So breathtaking was she, a transcendent beauty who could even enchant with her ancient flute, that he couldn't help but exclaim, I am entranced. Yet, as he approached Washerman, a flicker of dread ignited within her. Damn it, his prowess is formidable. I must flee. Washerman, far from naive, recognized that she was no match for Ma Wenkai. Thus, her best course of action was to escape, biding her time until she could seize the opportunities here and elevate her own cultivation. With this resolve, Washerman swiftly darted away. It must be said that even in flight, the ethereal beauty was captivating and soul-stirring. Witnessing her retreat, Ma Wenkai returned to his former position. Scoffing, escape? Can you truly evade me? With that, he pursued her, convinced that this time, Washerman was fated to be ensnared. The exceptional beauty he desired would not slip from his grasp. Meanwhile, 1,000 meters away, a figure moved forward with grace. This individual, with refined features and a tall, straight stature, exuded an unparalleled charisma. It was none other than Yi Xian. Since his arrival, he had encountered no extraordinary opportunities, merely a few minor ones. However, Yi Xian bore no concerns. His ambition was to charm every beauty in the realm, to have them bear him children, thus enhancing his own cultivation. Therefore, he wisely avoided perilous locales. Where could Miss Hua have gone? I still have unfinished business with her, Yi Xian murmured, a glimmer of anticipation lighting his thoughts. Just as he pondered this, a figure caught his eye. This silhouette was stunningly beautiful, evoking a sensation that rendered him immobile, captivated by her allure. How enchanting! Yi Xian gasped inwardly. As Yi Xian contemplated, in the next moment, a figure drew near to him. In an instant, he recognized the young lady before him. It was none other than Harem. Although she was no longer veiled, her figure and the depth of emotion in her eyes left a profound impression on Yi Xian. Yet, something seemed amiss. Harem appeared rather distressed, with traces of blood at the corner of her mouth. "Miss Hua," Yi Xian exclaimed involuntarily. Upon hearing her name, Harem lifted her gaze. She immediately recognized the young disciple standing not far from her. "Young Master Yi?" she called out, her voice reflecting surprise. Yi Xian was the first young man with whom she had spoken at length in her life, and he was also her savior. Harem could hardly believe her fortune in encountering Yi Xian once more. Observing her breathless state, with her chest heaving and waves of turmoil evident, Yi Xian could not help but inquire, "Miss Hua, what has transpired?" He was genuinely astonished. Harem was not weak in her cultivation, yet she appeared so disheveled, with blood seeping from her lips. It was clear she had endured a fierce battle. "Alas, I do not know why, but misfortune has befallen me repeatedly. I have encountered a malevolent cultivator whose prowess is formidable, akin to Li Wuji, existing at the nascent soul level." Harem lamented. "What? The nascent soul level?" Yi Xian's expression shifted upon hearing this. Indeed, he was likely not at the nascent soul level before. He must have discovered some extraordinary opportunity here that enabled his breakthrough. Harem warned urgently, "Young Master Yi, you must flee at once. I cannot allow you to be implicated. He is likely to pursue me shortly. I will hold him off for a moment while you escape." Her demeanor bore a hint of tension, and Harem was not feigning concern. She was genuinely alarmed. She understood that Yi Xian's cultivation was inferior to hers, and that he would certainly not be a match for Ma Wentai. Furthermore, Ma Wentai, coveting her beauty, would not hold back. However, if he were to encounter Yi Xian, the outcome would be uncertain. "Miss Hua, what do you mean?" "When faced with injustice, one must draw their sword to assist. Since fate has brought us together in this predicament, we shall confront it together," Yi Xian replied, shaking his head resolutely. He was not a man to retreat in the face of adversity. "But his strength is indeed overwhelming, and your guardian cannot enter this place. Within the Tianyuan ruins, that malevolent cultivator is likely the most powerful presence here. I truly regret my inadequate combat abilities, otherwise." Huashiman's voice trailed off, her discomfort palpable. "Do not worry, my dear maiden. When soldiers come, we shall stand firm, and when water rises, the earth shall embrace it. Together, we shall confront the malevolent cultivators. For at least we will look after one another. If we are to meet our end, let us do so together, so that we may not traverse the path to the underworld in solitude," Yi Xian declared with unwavering conviction. Upon hearing his words, Harem felt an overwhelming surge of emotion within her. Tears nearly brimmed in her eyes, for she was acutely aware of the fact that she and Yi Xian were but strangers. Yet he had saved her once at the inn in Tianyuan City, and now fate had intertwined their paths once more. In that moment, Harem realized that not all men were the brutes her master had described. Yi Xian, for instance, was distinctly different. He was a young man imbued with compassion, his gaze upon her devoid of any lasciviousness, radiating purity. "Thank you. Let us hasten our departure," Harem urged. Indeed, Yi Xian nodded in agreement as they prepared to flee. However, in the very next instant, a chilling voice echoed from behind them. "He, running quite swiftly, are we? It seems I have stumbled upon a delightful find. A foul man accompanying you. How intriguing." As these words reached her ears, Huashiman's brow furrowed in apprehension. Chapter 49. Misstep into the elixir garden. Upon hearing Huashiman's words, Yi Xian turned to glance behind him. At that moment, a figure emerged into view, appearing as a scholarly gentleman. However, his eyes betrayed a predatory gleam, completely at odds with his scholarly facade. Any ordinary person who beheld such eyes would likely be paralyzed with fear. This was not the true self, but rather a remnant spirit that had usurped a body. Recognizing this transformation in Ma Wenkai, Yi Xian immediately discerned the gravity of the situation. Usurpation? Harem suddenly grasped the implications of Yi Xian's words. Indeed, he has essentially merged with the original body, thus his combat prowess remains formidable. Yi Xian nodded in agreement. "I see. But but his combat capabilities are indeed exceptional, surpassing even Li Wuji by a slight margin. We must hasten our escape and avoid direct confrontation, Hua Sherman urged. Agreed. Yi Xian nodded, and the two swiftly surged forward. Witnessing this, a chilling smirk crept across Ma Wencai's lips. Humph, attempting to flee? This time, there's no way out. As Ma Wencai's words fell, he formed intricate hand seals and intoned, by the law of urgency, seal of heaven and earth. With the incantation spoken, a wall materialized around them, encasing Yi Xian and Hua Sherman within. Upon witnessing this, Ma Wencai's cold laughter echoed. Hee, you think you can escape under my watch? What a dream. In the next instant, Ma Wencai's figure flickered and he entered the heavenly seal. Yet, his expression changed abruptly, for within the seal, there was nothing, utter emptiness. What? They've escaped? Ma Wencai exclaimed in shock. This was something he had never anticipated. It must be that the young man possesses knowledge of the art of evasion, truly infuriating. But you cannot escape. His demeanor turned icy as he continued the pursuit. Meanwhile, at that moment, Yi Xian and Hua Sherman found themselves 1,000 meters away, gasping for breath. As Hua Sherman looked at Yi Xian, astonishment glimmered in her eyes. Young Master Yi, I did not expect you to be versed in the art of evasion. I have merely scratched the surface, yet this dark practitioner is indeed powerful. Given our current strengths, we are not his match, so we must swiftly flee and seek opportunities elsewhere. Yi Xian noted. He realized that although Hua Sherman's cultivation was commendable, her lack of combat experience significantly diminished her effectiveness in battle. Yi Xian believed that if his cultivation reached the 6th or 7th level of the Golden Core realm, he would undoubtedly be able to vanquish Ma Wencai. However, at present, Yi Xian's cultivation was merely at the 2nd level of the Golden Core realm, leaving a considerable distance to traverse before attaining the 6th or 7th levels. Naturally, Yi Xian contemplated that if he were to engage in a romantic encounter with Hua Sherman now, the system might reward him with considerable cultivation benefits. Yet, he was adamant that he could not force himself upon a maiden, as such actions were beyond his moral compass. What shall we do next? I will fully cooperate with you, Hua Sherman inquired. I possess some knowledge of formations. Allow me to set up a few here. This will buy us some time and aid in our escape, Yi Xian replied. He was no fool. Recognizing his inability to confront Ma Wencai head-on, he resolved to flee instead. Engaging in a futile battle would yield no benefits and could potentially lead to disastrous consequences. Yi Xian's guiding principle in life was to never undertake ventures without certainty. All right, Hua Sherman nodded, retreating to a safe distance. As Yi Xian's true essence flowed around him, intricate formations began to take shape. Miss Hua, let us go. After establishing several formations, Yi Xian and Hua Sherman resumed their flight. Once they had successfully fled the area, Ma Wencai arrived at the scene. Upon observing the formations before him, his expression turned even more frigid. This little wretch truly understands formations, thwarting my plans. When I capture you, I shall ensure you meet a gruesome fate. Ma Wencai's voice dripped with iciness. He lamented that if not for Yi Xian's sudden appearance, he might have already been indulging in the pleasures of life with Hua Sherman. By the authority I wield, shatter, Ma Wencai declared, forming seals with his hands and reciting incantations. As the words left his mouth, an overwhelming aura surged from him, crashing into the formations before him with tremendous force. Boom! The collision of attack and formation produced a deafening roar. Yet, in but an instant, with a resounding crack, the formations dissipated into nothingness. Such was the disparity of power. In the face of absolute strength, all efforts were rendered futile. With the formations obliterated, Ma Wencai pursued them relentlessly. During his chase, he encountered several disciples, who were unable to react before Ma Wencai drained their souls and flesh, leaving them lifeless. Before long, Ma Wencai spotted the figures of Yi Xian and Hua Sherman. You two truly have a knack for evasion, but do not harbor any illusions about escaping. In the face of absolute strength, all resistance is in vain. Ma Wencai's countenance remained icy, especially when gazing at Yi Xian. An overwhelming intent to kill filled the air. Upon hearing the words of Ma Wencai behind him, Yi Xian and Hua Sherman involuntarily halted their steps. Yi Xian had not anticipated such swiftness from Ma Wencai. You wretched creature, how swiftly you chase after your grandfather. Yi Xian remarked placidly as he came to a stop. Humph, you insolent brat, you have thwarted my plans. Today, I shall make you suffer 1,000 cuts. Ma Wenkai seethed with rage as he regarded Yi Xian, for the latter had delayed the fulfillment of what should have been a glorious moment for him. This was utterly intolerable for Ma Wenkai. Miss Hua, did you witness that? Stay close to me. There exists a concealed formation here. This array is unlikely to be easily breached. We can venture inside and provoke it. It is imperative that I hold your hand. Yi Xian explained to Hua Sherman, for this was an exceedingly fearsome killing array. If I do not grasp your hand, we might inadvertently trigger its lethal mechanisms. Hand-holding? Upon hearing Yi Xian's words, Hua Sherman felt an overwhelming nervousness, for throughout her life, no man had ever held her hand. Her heart raced, and her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. You little beast, come here and face your death, Ma Wenkai bellowed. He then swiftly formed a seal with his hands and directed his attack towards Yi Xian's position. This time, Ma Wenkai was resolute in not letting Yi Xian escape. Witnessing this scene, Yi Xian hesitated not for a moment. He grasped Hua Shimon's delicate hand and swiftly plunged into the formation before them. Chapter 50. The Poison of Romantic Flowers. Initially, Hua Sherman found herself in a daze. However, in the next moment, she felt a powerful arm firmly grasp her delicate hand. At that instant, her heart trembled as an unusual sensation coursed through her entire being, akin to an electric shock. Yet, there was no time for Hua Sherman to ponder further. She was led by Yi Xian, vanishing into the formation before her eyes. Boom! Just as the figures of Yi Xian and Hua Sherman dissolved from their original positions, Ma Wencai's attack struck the very spot where they had stood. However, this assault failed to hit Yi Xian and Hua Sherman, merely colliding with an afterimage. Ma Wencai had felt assured of victory, believing that this time Yi Xian was destined for demise. Yet, after the attack, he found himself nearly cursing in frustration. For at that moment, both Yi Xian and Hua Sherman had completely vanished. Damn it! How could this happen? I curse your ancestors for 18 generations. Though Ma Wenkai seldom resorted to vulgarities, he found himself unleashing a torrent of expletives. He had not anticipated that Yi Xian and Hua Sherman would escape once more. There was evidently a hidden formation here, one that must have existed long before in the Tianyuan ruins. This wretched little beast actually knows how to unravel various formations. After surveying the area with a scowl, Ma Wenkai stepped into the formation. Yet, in the next instant, a terrifying barrage of blade lights and sword shadows surged from within the formation. Upon sensing the dreadfulness of this onslaught, Ma Wencai's face changed drastically. He hastily formed hand seals and initiated a counterattack. Bang! However, to Ma Wencai's astonishment, the murderous intent of the formation was far too intense. Even the immensely powerful Ma Wenkai could not withstand it. With a muffled groan, he was violently thrown out of the formation, landing heavily on the ground. Puff! As he lay there, he spat out a mouthful of thick blood. Damn it! How could this formation be so terrifying? It even made me bleed. It seemed that the only way to pursue that little girl was to wait here. I refuse to believe they won't come out. While Ma Wenkai harbored such thoughts, several disciples, having heard the commotion, rushed over. Upon seeing them, Ma Wencai's expression turned icy. Sealing of the heavens and earth. With urgency, he unleashed a powerful strike, sealing the disciples in place. Ultimately, he refined their souls and essence, leaving them bewildered until their last breath. Why must one encounter such a formidable adversary? As for Yi Xian and Hua Sherman, upon stepping out of the array, the moment their gazes drifted towards the distance, both Yi Xian and Hua Sherman could not help but reveal expressions of astonishment. Before them lay an abundance of spiritual energy, as the landscape was entirely adorned with spiritual herbs. These herbs varied in type and were of considerable quality. To their surprise, they had stumbled upon a medicinal herb garden. Indeed, misfortune had turned into fortune. Yi Xian exclaimed with excitement, momentarily forgetting to release Hua Shimon's hand. They remained closely intertwined, hand in hand. Indeed, so many spiritual herbs. We are bound to prosper. Even the typically aloof beauty, Hua Sherman, was overwhelmed with exhilaration. However, she soon regained her composure, realizing that Yi Xian still held her hand. At that moment, an unusual sensation surged through her palm, a feeling that invoked both anticipation and shyness within her. Consequently, Hua Sherman hurriedly withdrew her delicate hand. Ahem. My apologies. I was rather hasty due to the urgency of the situation, Yi Xian said somewhat awkwardly. Hua Shimon's cheeks flushed a rosy hue, reminiscent of a blossoming sunset, captivatingly beautiful and utterly enchanting. Miss Hua, I did not expect you to be so exquisite. Yi Xian sincerely complimented. Many assert that all young ladies are alike, particularly when the lights are dimmed. However, through his experiences with the chaotic saintess, the dusty immortal, and Princess Qingyan, Yi Xian could confidently declare that each lady possesses her own uniqueness, each distinguished by her characteristics. Their voices, forms, and auras differ, resulting in a myriad of sensations. Young Master Yi, overwhelmed by Yi Xian's praise, Hua Sherman felt so bashful that she could hardly lift her head. All right, enough flattery. Let us now search for some spiritual herbs that can aid in our cultivation breakthrough. We must strive to enhance our powers swiftly. The array we entered is formidable. That fellow should not be able to breach it for the time being, allowing us to cultivate here in peace. Once we emerge, it will be the end for him, Yi Xian declared. Indeed. Hua Sherman nodded in agreement. Yi Xian spoke truthfully. There was but one way to defeat Ma Wenkai, and that was for them to elevate their cultivation levels as expeditiously as possible. With the entirety of the medicinal herb garden at their disposal, they were assured of sufficient resources. Thus, the two began to wander through the garden, assessing the available herbs. Remarkable, each herb is over 500 years old, brimming with potency, Yi Xian exclaimed with delight, even though he was not yet a master alchemist. However, the Yi family had instilled in their disciples a comprehensive understanding of spiritual herbs from a young age. Yi Xian possessed a general knowledge of the medicinal properties of each herb. Consequently, he was well acquainted with the various spiritual herbs in this garden. Hua Sherman, too, appeared elated. She had long been stagnating at the 7th level of the Golden Core realm, unable to make any progress. Now, she sensed a potential opportunity for a breakthrough. The abundance of spiritual herbs here could suffice for her to advance 2 minor realms. In fact, Hua Sherman believed that if she could refine all the herbs related to breakthroughs available here, she might even ascend to the nascent soul realm. As for the possibility of Yi Xian killing her to seize the herbs, Hua Sherman felt no apprehension. Although their time together had been brief, she had already developed a substantial trust in Yi Xian. He was a man worthy of that trust. Thus, the two wandered through the garden of spiritual herbs. With each step, Hua Sherman's astonishment grew, for the garden was far more expansive than they had imagined. What a windfall! Yi Xian marveled. Young Master Yi, look. What kind of herb is this? It's so beautiful, Hua Sherman exclaimed. Upon hearing her call, Yi Xian turned to her direction. However, the next moment, upon seeing the flower petals, Yi Xian's expression shifted dramatically as he urged, Miss Hua, do not move. Chapter 51. Burying the past, the present, the future, and the celestial beings. Miss Hu, do not touch that flower. Upon hearing Yi Xian's warning, Hua Sherman, initially grasping the bloom with both hands, tensed up. In her anxiety, she inadvertently tore a petal from the flower. Young Master Yi, what is the matter? Hua Sherman inquired, her beautiful eyes lifting to meet his gaze. She was utterly oblivious to the calamity she had just unleashed. Oh dear, what have I done? This flower is so delicate, I have damaged it. Yet, it does smell delightful, Hua Sherman remarked, bringing her hand to her nose to inhale its fragrance. Is this the love flower poison? The slightest touch can infect one with its venom, and the antidote is singular. Yi Xian began, but trailed off, believing Hua Sherman would understand the implication. Oh, why didn't you say so sooner? What are we to do now? The gravity of Yi Xian's words made Hua Sherman anxious. In that moment, she became acutely aware of an unfamiliar sensation. Yi Xian appeared more dashing than ever. She yearned to be closer to him, even wishing for him to be a bit more assertive. I have no idea. Yi Xian shook his head. His knowledge of alchemy was limited. Moreover, from what he understood, the antidote to the love flower poison was akin to the charm poison. It required a union of yin and yang. As Yi Xian contemplated their predicament, he sensed the effects of the love flower poison beginning to spread, having been released by the torn petal. Young Master Yi, just as he pondered their next move, Hua Sherman had succumbed entirely to the influence of the poison. Her voice was melodious, and her gaze held a hint of desire as she drew closer to him. Initially, Yi Xian managed to maintain his composure, but soon his defenses crumbled under the intoxicating effects of the poison he had inhaled. Thus, they found themselves enveloped in a tender embrace. 2 hours later, Yi Xian and Hua Sherman had shared a romantic rendezvous, one that was deeply heartfelt. They were, in every sense, utterly wild, trampling over a vast expanse of spiritual herbs. Observing the aftermath, Yi Xian couldn't help but conclude, when a woman becomes fervent, a man is rendered inconsequential. Yi Xian felt a surge of delight. The experience was so exquisite that, had the harmonious divine beast not been present, he would have eagerly relayed the tale. However, he decided against it. If he were to encapsulate the sensation in 3 words, they would be simply, exceedingly beautiful. After completing their enchanting rendezvous with Hua Sherman, in Yi Xian's mind, the system's voice resonated. Ding! It has been detected that the host and Hua Sherman have completed the most cherished act of their lives. Hua Sherman has submitted to the host, rewarding the host with 500 years of cultivation. Ding! The host has been granted a low-grade heavenly tier technique, the great shift of the universe. Ding! The host has received the life-bound magical artifact, the 3 Lives Copper Coffin. Note: the 3 Lives Copper Coffin is a supreme celestial artifact capable of interring the past, present, and future, and can entomb mortals, divine emperors, and immortals. The power of the 3 Lives Copper Coffin will increase alongside the host's cultivation prowess. Ding! The magical artifact and technique have been deposited into the host's storage space. Please cultivate and integrate them at your convenience. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Yi Xian could not help but feel an overwhelming surge of excitement. It could be said that this reward was exceptionally abundant, not only granting him 500 years of cultivation, but also a heavenly tier technique and a life-bound magical artifact. Particularly, the life-bound artifact sounded exceedingly impressive. However, Yi Xian pondered whether it might be somewhat peculiar to traverse the world with such an enormous copper coffin upon his shoulders. Yet, upon further reflection, he found it rather flamboyant. In stark contrast to Yi Xian was Hua Sherman. Once the effects of the love flower poison subsided, she realized that a significant event had transpired in her life. Oh no, I'm no longer pure. Hua Sherman burst into tears. She had never anticipated that she would lose her most precious possession during this outing. Of course, while she wept profusely on the surface, her heart was, in fact, elated. The experience she had just undergone was truly exquisite. Although the initial moments were heart-wrenching, the subsequent sensations were a delightful indulgence. However, as a young woman, Hua Sherman certainly would not express that the experience had been marvelous. Instead, she continued to sob, evoking sympathy from those around her, as was fitting for a girl in her situation. Don't cry, Hua. I acknowledge my fault as well. I should have warned you beforehand. Rest assured, now that we have shared this bond, I, Yi Xian, will not forsake you. Once we return to the family, I will marry you, Yi Xian declared earnestly. His words were sincere. He was no ungrateful rogue. He would take full responsibility for the young women he had been with, and was not the type to forget his obligations after the fact. What good would it do to kill you, sob? Hua Sherman feigned distress. In truth, she felt deeply moved, for Yi Xian was undeniably different from other men. She believed that knowing Yi Xian and entrusting him with her most treasured possession was not in vain. Flower Maiden, shall we proceed with our cultivation breakthrough? Yi Xian inquired. This time, the system rewarded Yi Xian with 500 years of cultivation experience. He was eager to discover the extent of his potential with this newfound power. Is this how you intend to bully me and then abandon me? Hua Sherman replied, shaking her head, a hint of feigned anger gracing her delicate features. The beauty's wrath was enough to evoke compassion in any man who laid eyes upon her. How about we simply lie here in tranquility for a while? Yi Xian suggested. No, I want to be held. Hua Sherman softly countered. All right. Yi Xian nodded, drawing her into his embrace. Time seemed to stand still, enveloping them in a serene beauty. Yi Xian wished for life to remain in this perfect state forever. Yi Xian, I still want. Hua Sherman murmured, recalling the exquisite sensation from before. Very well, I shall indulge you. Yi Xian acquiesced, nodding in response to her desires. And so, a day and a night passed in this manner. On the following morning, Yi Xian and Hua Sherman gathered a bountiful assortment of spiritual herbs for their breakthrough, placing them before themselves. Chapter 52. Cultivating the great shift of heaven and earth. Let us strive together for a breakthrough, flower girl. Yi Xian exclaimed to Hua Sherman. Yes, let us put in our best efforts. Hua Sherman nodded in agreement. At this moment, Hua Sherman, having transformed into a woman, appeared even more enchanting. In this instant, Yi Xian fully comprehended why so many were captivated by her. It must be said that a maiden, newly blossomed into womanhood, possesses a beauty akin to that of a ripe peach, irresistibly alluring. Perhaps this allure was the very reason Cao Cao was unable to resist the charm of a married woman. After expressing his thoughts, Yi Xian silently addressed the system. Merge 500 years of cultivation. Understood, host. The system replied. As the system's voice faded, an overwhelming surge of energy flooded into Yi Xian's body. For a brief moment, he struggled against the ferocity of this power, his body trembling violently. Why so aggressive, you dog of a system? Yi Xian scolded. He then began to circulate his true essence, striving to control the immense flow of energy, refining his internal organs and golden core. In a short span of time, Yi Xian's cultivation began to ascend. Golden core realm, 3rd layer, 4th layer, 5th layer, 6th layer. Yi Xian's cultivation reached the 6th layer of the golden core realm before it finally stabilized. This infusion of 500 years of cultivation allowed him to leap 4 minor realms. His golden core appeared increasingly smooth and lustrous. Indeed, as one progresses, the energy required for breakthroughs escalates. 500 years of cultivation had merely facilitated a rise of 4 minor realms. However, with my current level of cultivation, coupled with 2 heavenly tier techniques and a fateful treasure, I am more than capable of contending with early-stage nascent soul experts. Yi Xian murmured to himself. He felt no urgency regarding his cultivation breakthrough. Progress must be gradual. Although the system had rewarded him with 500 years of cultivation, there remained a disparity between the system's rewards and reality. System, next, fuse the fateful treasure, the 3 generations copper coffin. Yi Xian instructed the system. Received. The system confirmed. In the next moment, the 3 generations copper coffin became one with Yi Xian. If one were to observe closely, they would notice a 3-tiered coffin insignia on his back. However, it was nearly imperceptible at a casual glance. I, Yi Xian, am now a man with a treasure, he whispered to himself. Though this fateful treasure had merged with him, it could be summoned with merely a thought whenever Yi Xian desired to wield it, proving to be exceptionally useful. The cultivation and the innate magical artifact have merged, and now it is time to practice the great shift of heaven and earth. The great shift of heaven and earth, akin to the 10,000 swords returning to the origin, is a low-grade technique of the celestial tier. With a glimmer of anticipation, Yi Xian reflected on this as he retrieved the technique for the great shift of heaven and earth and began to peruse its introduction. The great shift of heaven and earth is divided into 7 levels of mastery, primarily based on harnessing the latent potential inherent within each individual. Within every person lies an immense reservoir of power that often remains untapped. However, in moments of peril, even the most unassuming individual can exhibit extraordinary strength. In simpler terms, the great shift of heaven and earth allows one to utilize a mere 4 ounces to lift 1,000 pounds, leveraging force against force. Upon reaching mastery, it enables the practitioner to return an opponent's attack with a force magnified 100-fold, showcasing the technique's greatest utility. Although the technique comprises only 7 levels, the latter stages are considerably challenging to master. Moreover, practicing this technique necessitates the harmonious convergence of one's essence, energy, and spirit. Otherwise, one risks falling into the abyss of madness, Yi Xian mused, before commencing his training. Meanwhile, not far from Yi Xian, Harem was also rapidly breaking through her own limits. She ascended to the 8th level of the Golden Core realm, then to the 9th. Once she reached the 9th level, her progress halted. Exhaling deeply, Harem opened her beautiful eyes, feeling a surge of clarity and vigor. At last, I've broken through. Remarkably, I've advanced 2 minor realms this time. My speed of cultivation is unprecedented, she exclaimed, a proud smile gracing her lips. Reflecting on her journey to the Tianyuan ruins, Harem felt a swell of gratitude for the tremendous benefits she had reaped. She imagined the astonishment her master would express upon her return to the flower-falling palace. However, a tinge of anxiety crept in as she recalled her encounter with a man. If her master were to discover this, she would undoubtedly face reprimand. I can't tell my master about this. Besides, being with a man feels so wonderful. Perhaps my master has never experienced such feelings. As these thoughts swirled in her mind, her gaze fell upon Yi Xian. Upon perceiving the cultivation aura radiating from Yi Xian, Harem's eyes widened in disbelief. How could it be true? His cultivation had remarkably surged to the 6th level of the Golden Core realm. This was impossible. She distinctly sensed that he had initially been at the 2nd level of the Golden Core realm. How could he have advanced 4 minor realms in one go? Hua Sherman found herself astounded. Previously pleased with her own advancement, she now felt that her 2 minor breakthroughs paled in comparison to Yi Xian's achievement. Yi Xian. Oh Yi Xian, what secrets do you conceal? I sense that you are extraordinary. Hua Sherman murmured softly. Yet, she was astute enough to refrain from delving deeper. After all, she understood that from this moment forth, there would be numerous intersections between her and Yi Xian. Whatever secrets Yi Xian harbored, she would eventually come to know in due course. Displaying excessive curiosity might only serve to create a rift between them. After all, Yi Xian had promised to marry her. Meanwhile, Yi Xian was wholly absorbed in his cultivation, oblivious to the myriad thoughts racing through Hua Sherman's mind. Having attained the 3rd layer, it appeared that the great shift of the universe posed little challenge for him. Yi Xian murmured to himself. He then continued his training. The 4th layer of the great shift of the universe. The 5th layer. The 6th layer. Within half a day, Yi Xian had directly advanced the great shift of the universe to the 6th layer. The next step was crucial, according to the incantation. The 7th layer of the great shift of the universe was notoriously difficult to master. Yi Xian muttered softly, and then commenced the incantation of the 7th layer. However, as he began to channel the incantation, his expression changed dramatically. Hua Sherman, standing nearby, also exhibited a profound change in countenance. Chapter 53, Little Beasts. This time you can't escape at this moment. Yi Xian's face bore hues of red and blue, his body trembling in evident agony, as if he were unable to command it. What could possibly be the matter? Witnessing Yi Xian's distress, Hua Sherman couldn't help but display a flicker of concern. She was perplexed, for despite her master's stern warnings to avoid any entanglements with men, she found herself utterly captivated by Yi Xian's presence. Now, she was genuinely worried for him, though she could not articulate why. Moreover, she noticed that since being with Yi Xian, her complexion remained fair and rosy. Suddenly, as Hua Sherman fretted, Yi Xian violently spewed a mouthful of blood. Yi Xian, what is wrong with you? She exclaimed anxiously upon witnessing the scene. I am fine. Do not worry, Sherman. Just focus on protecting me. Yi Xian reassured her. All right, but please be careful. Hua Sherman replied, nodding in agreement. Yi Xian then commenced to reflect on the reasons behind his recent failure. What transpired? I had diligently followed the prescribed mantra for cultivation, yet it felt as though my entire being was on the verge of explosion. Was the 7th level of the technique flawed? Or is it truly arduous for an ordinary person to reach this stage? Yi Xian pondered in great confusion. The essence of the Qiankuan great transfer lies in the inversion of the rigid and the soft, the yin and the yang. The appearance of red and blue on his face indicated a transformation of blood and vital energy within. If that is the case, my previous cultivation was indeed correct. I understand now. At the 7th level, one must transcend the constraints of the preceding 6 levels, eschewing convention. As cultivators, we are inherently rebellious, battling against both humanity and the heavens. So that is it. After this revelation, Yi Xian, filled with newfound clarity, resumed his cultivation. This time, he encountered no significant obstacles and successfully advanced the Qiankuan Great Transfer to the 7th level. Finally, I have achieved success. Though my cultivation level stands at the 6th stage of the Golden Core realm, with 2 celestial techniques and my innate treasure, the 3 lives copper coffin, I am more than capable of defeating those in the 1st and 2nd stages of the nascent soul realm. Yi Xian exclaimed with joy. Opening his eyes, he inquired, How do you feel? Hua Sherman asked, her worry still evident. I am well now. Wait, Sherman, have you broken through to the 9th stage of the Golden Core realm? Yi Xian exclaimed, astonished as he sensed the energy radiating from her. Yes, but compared to you, I am still far too weak. You have ascended 4 minor realms in one go. Hua Sherman acknowledged with a nod. Perhaps it is due to the miraculous elixirs here that I have fortuitously transcended 4 minor realms. If I encounter that fellow again, our strength will be sufficient to confront that wicked cultivator. Yi Xian exclaimed. He did not disclose the reason for his breakthrough of 4 minor realms, as the existence of the system was a secret he would never reveal to anyone. After all, such a mysterious entity must remain concealed, otherwise, it would bring him considerable trouble. Indeed, when we emerge, it will mark the end of days for that scoundrel. Hua Sherman declared fiercely. Sherman, let us divide the remaining elixirs here. When you return to the Flowerfall Palace, You can present them to your master, Yi Xian suggested. All right. Hua Sherman nodded in agreement. The two then began to gather the elixirs from the surroundings. Meanwhile, Ma Wenkai sat cross-legged on the ground, immersed in cultivation. Surrounding him lay countless white bones, remnants of disciples who had entered the Tianyuan ruins for training. Each time a disciple passed by Ma Wenkai, he drained their souls and flesh. Due to the sheer number of disciples he had consumed, Ma Wenkai's cultivation had directly ascended to the second level of the nascent soul realm. However, as he continued his meditation, his icy gaze occasionally darted towards the location where Yi Xian and Hua Sherman had vanished, filled with a chilling intent to kill. You little beasts, you've been inside for so long. I refuse to believe you want to come out. When you do, I shall rend you into pieces. And as for that girl, I shall have my way with her. Not only will I have her serve me, but I will also indulge in every manner of pleasure. So she understands the consequence of provoking me. Ma Wenkai swore vehemently. It could be said that Ma Wenkai's obsession was particularly intense. Ever since he beheld Hua Shiman's beauty, he developed an unwavering determination to possess her. He found that after gazing upon her visage, other women, no matter how enchanting, appeared as mere trifles, utterly devoid of allure. This singular fixation was the primary reason he lingered before the formation, unwilling to depart. As Ma Wenkai pondered this, suddenly, the formation before him began to tremble violently. In the next moment, an astonishing scene unfolded that left him incredulous. The lethal formation abruptly vanished, revealing a grand door. Above this door were emblazoned three striking characters: Elixir Garden. Peering through the entrance, Ma Wenkai beheld a desolate garden, devoid of any presence. Is this truly the Elixir Garden? To his astonishment, Ma Wenkai realized that behind the formation lay a hidden medicinal herb garden. His expression darkened as he leaped forward with great haste towards the garden. Upon entering, he discovered that not a single herb remained. In the distance, two figures were busily dividing the last of the herbs between them. By heaven, what a stroke of fortune! After all my searching, I find you effortlessly. Ma Wenkai's voice was laced with icy fury. The past fortnight had been tormenting for him. While he languished in waiting, Yi Xian and Hua Sherman reveled in comfort. It became evident to Ma Wenkai that the lethal formation was primarily designed to guard this herb garden, and now, with the herbs all harvested, the deadly array would dissipate. Ah, you wretched creature, you've finally made it in. Your arrival is timely. We were just looking for you. Yi Xian replied coolly upon hearing Ma Wenkai's words. As he spoke, Yi Xian and Hua Sherman began to stow away the harvested herbs, their gazes locking onto Ma Wenkai. The atmosphere grew tense, charged with an impending confrontation. Chapter 54. Fellow Taoist, ascend to heaven, little beast. Obediently surrender all your spiritual herbs, and I shall grant you a swift death. Otherwise, your demise will be excruciating. Ma Wenkai declared, his gaze toward Yi Xian gleaming with a bloodthirsty light. Heh, is that so? The outcome of the hunt remains to be seen, Yi Xian replied. Addressing the nearby Hua Sherman. Sherman, having just broken through, would you like to have some fun with him? Very well. I shall use him to hone my newly acquired powers. Hua Sherman nodded in agreement. As her words fell, a thought from Hua Sherman summoned an ancient flute into her hands. Once the flute materialized, she began to play a melody. Previously, Hua Sherman had not played with full abandon, resulting in a lack of potency. However, after her intimate moments with Yi Xian, her comprehension of the flute had deepened significantly. As the notes resonated, a wave of sound, imbued with immense force and the capacity to annihilate all, surged toward Ma Wenkai. Upon sensing the power of the melody, Ma Wenkai furrowed his brow. The 9th level of the Golden Core realm? I never anticipated that you would break through 2 minor realms in such a brief span of half a month. It seems the benefits from the spiritual herb garden are far too abundant for you. Nevertheless, it matters not. For my cultivation is at the 2nd level of the nascent soul realm, Ma Wenkai declared solemnly. With his words, he formed hand seals and intoned incantations, swiftly. As per the law, shatter. As the incantation left his lips, a torrent of terrifying true essence erupted from him, transforming into countless beams of sword-like light that rushed to meet the oncoming wave of sound. Boom! When the blades of light clashed with the sonic wave, a deafening roar erupted, akin to 2 ancient mountains colliding. The very fabric of the space around them seemed on the verge of exploding, vibrating with a series of ominous hums. After the tumultuous encounter, Both Ma Wenkai and Hua Sherman were forced backward several hundred meters. Once they regained their footing, Ma Wenkai, astonished, remarked, "Impressive, little girl. I did not expect such an enhancement in your combat capabilities from merely 2 minor realms. It truly exceeds my expectations. However, I do not wish to harm you, for that would spoil the fun later on." His tone was laced with provocation. Die. In response to Ma Wencai's taunts, Hua Sherman was filled with rage and continued to play her ancient flute, engaging him in battle once more. This time, however, she gained the upper hand. Yi Xian could clearly see that Hua Sherman's talent was exceptionally formidable, yet her current inability to best Ma Wenkai was evident. The primary reason lies in the relative lack of experience. If only Hua Sherman were granted a few life and death combat experiences, she would undoubtedly thrive. However, Yeshuan believes it unnecessary for a young woman to engage in such perilous endeavors. He would prefer her to focus on raising children, while he himself bears the burden of battle, for he cannot bear the thought of the woman he cherishes enduring any harm. Ha ha ha. I have stated that you are no match for me, little girl. I hope you realize your position. Once I have dealt with him, I shall indulge in romance with you under the moonlight. Ma Wentai sneered, an expression of lewdness dawning upon his face. Sherman, step aside. Allow me to handle this scoundrel. I will see him to his end, Yeshuan declared, stepping forward to face Ma Wentai. Yeshuan, are you certain? He is at the second level of the nascent soul realm. Hua Sherman asked, concern evident in her voice. Fear not. He is merely a corrupt practitioner and poses no significant threat to me. Just sit back and enjoy the spectacle. Yeshuan responded with unwavering confidence. Very well. Hua Sherman nodded, her trust in Yeshuan's abilities bolstered by their deeper conversations, despite their limited acquaintance. Yeshuan was not one to boast without merit. His strength was tangible and formidable. Ha ha ha. Foolish creature, you truly overestimate your capabilities. You, a mere 6th level of the Golden Core realm, dare to threaten me? It seems you have yet to awaken fully, Ma Wentai exclaimed, his fury palpable as he unleashed a flurry of lethal blades and swords towards Yeshuan. Upon hearing Yeshuan's exchange with Hua Sherman, Ma Wentai was infuriated. Yeshuan's actual cultivation was clearly inferior to Hua Sherman's, yet he had repeatedly evaded capture and now audaciously claimed he would eliminate Ma Wentai. Such arrogance was intolerable. With a flick of his hands, Ma Wentai released the full extent of his second-level nascent soul power, transforming it into a torrent of lethal blades aimed directly at Yeshuan. It was evident that he intended to slaughter him. Humph, my strength is more than sufficient to eliminate you. Spatial shift. All swords return to the sect, Yeshuan countered, refusing to let his guard down in the face of the oncoming assault. He unleashed his own techniques, sending forth a relentless wave of sword light to meet the overwhelming tide of blades. Boom. As their attacks collided, the air reverberated with a deafening roar. Just as the terrifying blades seemed poised to strike Yeshuan, he executed spatial shift, dissipating the onslaught entirely. Initially, Ma Wentai felt assured of his victory, but in the next instant, his expression drastically changed. At this moment, an ethereal sword aura suddenly pierced through the void, hurtling directly toward Ma Wenkai. Little did he dream that Yi Xian possessed such a formidable technique. However, the ferocity of this attack was overwhelming, rendering Ma Wenkai incapable of resistance. In the next instant, he was struck directly by the sword aura. With a spurt, he expelled a mouthful of thick, crimson blood. How dare you seek death? Ma Wenkai was utterly enraged, realizing that this sword aura had inflicted significant injury upon him, which drove him to the brink of despair. As his words echoed, an astonishing transformation occurred. A brilliant azure light enveloped Ma Wencai's form, causing his garments to shred apart. In that moment, a demonic figure, a corrupted practitioner, emerged before Yi Xian. This creature was covered in green fur, with bulging veins and menacing fangs, resembling an ancient monstrosity. You little beast, perish. With his demonic transformation complete, Ma Wenkai charged at Yi Xian, exuding a tidal wave of murderous intent. The ground quaked beneath his advance, collapsing in his wake. Yi Xian, be careful. He has become a demon, Hua Sherman exclaimed, unable to suppress her concern upon witnessing Ma Wencai's grotesque metamorphosis, as she prepared to act. Do not worry. I possess a means to vanquish him, Yi Xian assured her. With a flicker of his consciousness, a 3-tiered coffin materialized before him. Addressing the demonic Ma Wenkai, Yi Xian proclaimed, Fellow cultivator, ascend to the heavens. Chapter 55. The decline of virtue open, 3 generations copper coffin. Yi Xian commanded. As his words echoed, the ancient coffin emitted a resounding boom, and its lid swung open. At that moment, tendrils of black mist, akin to demonic clouds, began to seep forth, exuding an overwhelmingly terrifying force. The suddenness of it all was staggering. Even the formidable, demonized Ma Wentai was caught off guard. In truth, Ma Wentai was still reeling from the earlier display of Yi Xian's immense power. He could hardly fathom that despite Yi Xian's youth, the techniques he had just unleashed were undeniably extraordinary. As Ma Wentai was enveloped in astonishment, he heard Yi Xian proclaim, "Friend, ascend." In the next instant, an immense force swept toward him. Alarmed, Ma Wentai finally reacted, hastily channeling his vital energy and chanting an ancient incantation in an attempt to resist. However, Yi Xian was equally empowered, directing his mental energy to manipulate the 3 generations copper coffin, which moved effortlessly before Ma Wentai. Faced with the overwhelming might of the coffin, Ma Wentai found himself utterly powerless to resist. He was swiftly drawn into its depths, and the lid closed tightly, sealing him within. Even if he wished to flee at that moment, escape was utterly impossible. "Release me at once, or when I emerge, it shall be your apocalypse." Ma Wentai, now possessed by demonic wrath, pounded against the coffin while shouting from within. Yet Yi Xian, with a chilling smile, retorted, "Still dreaming? Ascend." With a mere thought, he activated the lethal mechanisms within the coffin. No. The moment the traps were triggered, the anguished screams of Ma Wentai echoed from within, tearing at the very fabric of one's soul. A brief time later, the cries abruptly ceased, leaving nothing but silence. To ensure Ma Wentai's total annihilation, Yi Xian triggered the deadly mechanisms once more. "That should suffice," he murmured. Upon opening the coffin, Yi Xian beheld the remnants of Ma Wentai. Now reduced to a pile of ash, nothing remained. To err on the side of caution, he scattered the ashes, and once satisfied, he safely stored the coffin away. Meanwhile, Hua Sherman stood in shock, her cherry lips parted in disbelief, fully aware of the gravity of the situation. Just moments ago, the techniques employed by Yi Xian, namely the 10,000 swords returning to the origin and the great shift of the universe, were far from ordinary. Moreover, the 3 generations copper coffin he utilized was exceedingly extraordinary. The once formidable Ma Wentai, now transformed, vanished without a trace. At that moment, as Hua Sherman gazed at Yi Xian, her beautiful eyes sparkled like stars. This man, she had not misjudged. He was indeed worthy of admiration. Not only was he exceptionally capable, but his combat prowess was also extraordinarily formidable and terrifying. "Why are you looking at me like that?" Yi Xian, feeling bashful under Hua Sherman's infatuated gaze, awkwardly rubbed his nose. "Yi Xian, although your cultivation is inferior to mine, your combat ability is astonishing. You are up against a practitioner of the nascent soul realm, after all, and that magical artifact you used earlier was quite unique." Hua Sherman replied, responding to Yi Xian's observation. "The 3 generations copper coffin I just used is my life-bound magical treasure." "Sherman, what are your plans now?" Yi Xian inquired. "I wish to return to the flower-falling palace. My purpose for venturing out was to achieve a breakthrough, and now that I have succeeded, I must go back," Hua Sherman declared. "That is acceptable. However, Sherman, I still need to hone my skills in the outside world for a while. Once I complete my training, I will come to the flower-falling palace to marry you. Rest assured, I will take full responsibility for you," Yi Xian assured with a nod. Yi Xian, what are your plans next? Do you wish to stay here?" Hua Sherman asked. "The greatest opportunities here have already been seized. I shall escort you out. We should leave quickly, as I sense many disciples approaching," Yi Xian responded. Indeed, after Yi Xian spoke, he departed alongside Hua Sherman. As soon as they left, a multitude of young disciples arrived at the herbal garden. However, upon their arrival, each disciple furrowed their brows in confusion. Where is everything? I distinctly felt the fluctuations of battle here just moments ago. What the hell? All the spiritual herbs have been harvested. Not a single one remains. Who could have done this? This is outrageous. Oh, there are a few spiritual herbs left, albeit somewhat damaged. They still seem usable, so I shall take them. What on earth is going on with these herbs? They have a strange scent. Let me take a whiff. Goodness, this scent is reminiscent of a man and a woman. Has there been some sort of rendezvous here? Truly, the world has fallen to such depths. I wonder where those two shameless individuals are." The disciples could not help but curse. Meanwhile, Yi Xian and Hua Sherman had reached the exterior of the Tianyuan ruins. Achoo! Achoo! As they stepped outside, both Yi Xian and Hua Sherman simultaneously sneezed. "Who is speaking ill of us? Do not let me catch you, or I shall make your parents unrecognizable." Yi Xian exclaimed fiercely. "Yi Xian, you are truly one of a kind." Hua Sherman chuckled upon hearing his jest. Hua Sherman suddenly realized that while Yi Xian was ruthless towards his adversaries, he was remarkably gentle with those around him. Being in his company offered her a sense of ease, reminiscent of her time at the flower-falling palace with her fellow disciples. "Of course, it's because I am handsome," Yi Xian jested. "Enough with your flattery. After spending so much time with you, I will surely face my master's wrath upon returning." "Take care, Yi Xian," Hua Sherman replied. "Sherman, have you remembered? I reside in Xuanqing. In 2 years, I shall return to my family, and you are welcome to visit." Yi Xian said. "I've remembered. I'm off." Hua Sherman nodded, and then transformed into a streak of light, vanishing into the horizon. As Yi Xian watched Hua Sherman's departing figure, a look of infatuation crossed his face. Despite her seemingly aloof demeanor, Hua Sherman displayed a wild side when she let her guard down in the Spirit Herb Garden. Chapter 56. Dare to follow me? Your ashes shall be scattered. Although Yi Xian and Hua Sherman spent only a single night together, Hua Sherman, upon reflection, displayed an audacious demeanor, being both flirtatious and proactive. Yi Xian found himself quite enamored with this enchanting ice princess. Her boldness was truly commendable. He couldn't help but wonder about the other sisters in the flower-falling palace, having heard that they were all exquisite individuals. Yet, he swiftly dismissed such thoughts, aware that should Hua Sherman discover his greedy musings, she would not let him off easily for his insatiable desires. Having already won her over, he now entertained notions about her fellow disciples. Calculating the time, he realized he had less than 2 years before returning to his family. Now, he had already acquired 4 partners, but he still had a considerable distance to cover before attaining the coveted rewards promised by the system. He hoped that the next 2 years would be filled with fortune by his side. Reflecting on the passage of time, he mused that Li Xiao should be nearing childbirth. However, he was cognizant that the gestation period in this fantastical realm differed from that of his previous life. In his former world, a woman typically carried a child for 9 months and 10 days. Yet, in this mystical realm, the duration varied. The better the child's spiritual roots, the longer the pregnancy. Given Li Xiao's status as a chaos saintess, it was certain her child would possess remarkable roots. As these thoughts traversed his mind, Yi Xian embarked on a new journey. However, after advancing a considerable distance, he furrowed his brow, sensing several elusive auras approximately a kilometer away. "How dare you follow me? Your ashes shall be scattered," Yi Xian coldly declared. Unbeknownst to him, several cultivators who could not enter the Tianyuan ruins were lying in wait outside, intent on tracking and seizing treasures from the disciples upon their emergence. These middle-aged cultivators had been covertly observing, and upon seeing Yi Xian exit, their impulses to rob him surged, believing that his early departure indicated he had acquired extraordinary treasures. Yet Yi Xian remained unfazed, boldly continuing his advance. After traveling a considerable distance, he finally halted and addressed his pursuers. "You have been following me for quite some time. It is time for you to reveal yourselves." With that, the middle-aged cultivators, who had been stalking him, emerged simultaneously, encircling Yi Xian in an instant. At present, Yi Xian has concealed his cultivation level at the first stage of the Golden Core realm. In contrast, the middle-aged cultivators surrounding him all possess cultivation levels between the 6th and 7th stages of the Golden Core realm. Thus, in their eyes, Yi Xian appears as a mere insignificant insect, subject to their whims. "Hand over the opportunities you obtained from the Tianyuan relic, and I may grant you a swift death." Otherwise, a fierce-looking middle-aged man began. Though his subsequent words remained unspoken, it was evident to any reasonable person that if Yi Xian did not surrender the treasures today, he would likely meet his demise. "To be honest, I have no desire to take a life. I merely wish to wander this world, to behold its splendor, and to pursue the woman I cherish." Yi Xian spoke calmly. His words were sincere, reflecting his true feelings. Yi Xian abhors violence. He currently possesses the branching system, which allows him to grow stronger by merely sharing intimate moments with suitable women and having children with them. Thus, He yearns for a joyful existence rather than one riddled with conflict. However, he is also a man of principles. If others are intent on seeking their own demise, he would have no choice but to oblige. Haha, you're quite amusing, kid. Do you honestly believe you can defeat us today? They laughed derisively. What a delusion. You're making me laugh so hard that tears are streaming down my face. Upon hearing Yi Xian's words, the middle-aged cultivators encircling him erupted into laughter. Unbeknownst to them, they were unwittingly inching closer to their own demise. Ah, it seems you wish to ascend to the heavens. Very well, I shall facilitate that, Yi Xian declared, observing the reckless bravado of his opponents. As he spoke, he summoned his innate treasure, the three-world copper coffin. Yi Xian believed that there was nothing that could not be resolved with the three-world copper coffin. Utilizing this treasure to address his troubles was also a mark of respect towards his adversaries. Wow, you even brought a coffin? How amusing. One might think you're preparing for a funeral. The cultivators mocked upon seeing the coffin before Yi Xian. Yet, in the very next moment, their laughter ceased abruptly. Yi Xian then addressed them. Dear friends, please ascend to the heavens. As he uttered these words, he opened the three-world copper coffin. At that moment, countless swirling black, demonic clouds erupted forth, exuding an overwhelming aura of death that surged toward the cultivators encircling Yi Xian. The malevolent clouds carried an incredible, terrifying suction force. This is bad. Upon sensing the overwhelming suction, the expressions of the cultivators transformed dramatically. They hastily invoked their techniques to resist, yet the force proved insurmountable. In a brief span, the middle-aged cultivators encircling Yi Xian were entirely drawn into the three-life copper coffin. Senior, please spare us. We were wrong. They pleaded as they were engulfed. I have already granted you an opportunity, yet you failed to seize it. Do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Depart with dignity. Yi Xian replied coldly. After uttering these words, he willed the mechanisms within the coffin to activate. The moment the killing intent was triggered, the coffin emitted spine-chilling wails of despair. However, the cacophony was soon silenced. Once the cries faded, Yi Xian reopened the coffin, revealing nothing but a heap of ashes. The souls of these cultivators had been utterly incinerated, leaving them bereft of even the chance for reincarnation. Yi Xian shook the coffin, scattering the ashes into the air. Having completed this grim task, he stowed away his treasured artifact and continued his journey forward. As for Yao Yi, he remained hidden, as he had not received Yi Xian's summons, silently following in the shadows. Should Yi Xian require assistance, Yao Yi would appear without hesitation. Meanwhile, a considerable distance away, a woman clad in a flowing red gown was frantically sprinting forward, her demeanor one of distress. Hot on her heels was a group of cultivators, each bearing a fierce countenance. Chapter 57. A cry against injustice. The lady in the crimson dress appeared to be in a rather disheveled state, her attire marred by numerous stains of blood and several rents. Her face was smeared with dirt, yet despite her disarray, the beauty of her countenance could not be obscured. This woman, tall and graceful, though less endowed in certain aspects compared to the likes of Luo Ningxue and Hua Sherman, possessed an elegance that was undeniably superior to that of ordinary women. Trailing closely behind her were a group of cultivators, each exuding a palpable aura of menace. Ha ha ha, Lin Wanbai, you might as well resign yourself to being captured by us. There is no escape for you, one sneered. Indeed, all resistance is futile. Look at what you've caused. Your family has suffered because of you. If you had simply consented to be young Master Ji's concubine, none of this would have transpired. Exactly. My young master's skills with women are unparalleled. Should you choose to follow him, your days would be filled with bliss. Now, look at the ruin you've brought upon your family. I truly pity you. Upon hearing their taunts, the woman known as Lin Wanbai clenched her fists tightly, her eyes shimmering with a chilling intensity. The mention of her family's downfall struck her deeply, causing her to stumble, nearly collapsing to the ground. Lin Wanbai was the esteemed daughter of the Lin family in Linyuan City, renowned for her beauty that could captivate nations. The Lin family held considerable influence in the city. However, not long ago, while out and about, Lin Wanbai caught the eye of Jida, a scion of another family. Enchanted by her exquisite beauty, Jida promptly dispatched individuals to propose marriage, requesting that Lin Wanbai become his concubine. The Lin family, however, resolutely declined this proposal, fully aware of Jida's unsavory reputation. He was a man of little merit, known for frequenting brothels and preying upon virtuous women. The local populace spoke of Jida with disdain, as many women had fallen victim to his predations. Yet, the community could only voice their grievances internally, for the Ji family was a formidable presence in Linyuan City. Moreover, Jida's elder brother was a direct disciple of a powerful elder from the prestigious Linyuan sect, further solidifying the Ji family's dominance. Thus, no one dared to provoke them. The Ji family had effectively established themselves as tyrants within Linyuan City, and the family patriarch indulged Jida's misdeeds, turning a blind eye to his transgressions. After the Lin family's rejection of Jida's advances, the Ji family arrived at the Lin family, accompanied by a multitude of formidable warriors. They proclaimed that any woman desired by their esteemed young master Ji would be wed, regardless of the Lin family's wishes. They would have no choice in the matter. The head of the Lin family, upon hearing this, was filled with fury, declaring that he would rather perish than thrust his daughter into the flames of despair. Enraged by his defiance, the Ji family's cultivators engaged in a fierce battle with the Lin family. Ultimately, it was only through the desperate struggle of Lin Wanbai's parents that she managed to escape. However, her parents and the entire Lin family met their eternal demise in Linyuan City. Ji family, I vow to repay you 1,000-fold. Lin Wanbai silently swore, her body trembling as she clenched her fists. I must survive, for otherwise my parents' sacrifice would be in vain. Gritting her teeth, she pressed on, fully aware that if she were caught by the Ji family, her fate would be one of unspeakable torment. How naive! The Ji family's cultivators sneered as they witnessed her flight, and they continued their relentless pursuit. Meanwhile, Yi Xian was not lacking in speed either, swiftly advancing ahead. After covering a considerable distance, he decided to pause. This place has a pleasant ambience. I shall rest here for a while, he murmured. With that, Yi Xian leaned lazily against a large tree, preparing to take a break and enjoy the surrounding scenery. For Yi Xian, nothing was more delightful than sitting back to admire the landscape or exploring life alongside a beautiful companion. However, just as he settled in, a figure suddenly approached him at great speed. It was a woman clad in a crimson dress, exuding an extraordinary aura, one that Yi Xian felt surpassed even those he had previously encountered. Li Xiao, Luo Ningxu, Princess Qingyan, and Hua Sherman. This striking woman was none other than the fleeing Lin Wanbai. Upon reaching Yi Xian's side, she implored, "Senior, please save me." Before he could respond, she collapsed to the ground, unconscious. "Hey, miss." Yi Xian furrowed his brow at the sight of Lin Wanbai fainting beside him and hurried to her side. Yet, she remained unresponsive, no matter how he called out to her. Little did he know, Lin Wanbai had only managed to escape for so long due to her indomitable willpower, which had wrought a miracle. Otherwise, reaching this point would have been impossible. What has transpired? Is she gravely injured? He pondered, inspecting her body for any serious wounds. But it doesn't seem to be a life-threatening injury, he mumbled to himself as he contemplated her condition. Just then, unexpectedly, the sound of swift movements echoed through the air, followed by the arrival of several figures who swiftly surrounded Yi Xian. In an instant, Yi Xian grasped the situation. The injuries sustained by the young woman before him were likely inflicted by this group. "Who are you?" One of the Ji family cultivators intoned grimly upon noticing the presence of a young man beside Lin Wanbai. "Who I am is of no concern to you," Yi Xian replied with an icy demeanor. He had no inclination to invite trouble or meddle in affairs that did not concern him. However, the young woman appeared to be in a dire situation, in need of immediate assistance. Failure to act could result in grave consequences. Though Yi Xian possessed a cold heart, he was not one to turn a blind eye to those in peril. To save a life is to construct a 7-story pagoda, he thought, recognizing the urgency. Moreover, at the moment Lin Wanbai collapsed, he discerned the fervent desperation in her eyes, a gaze akin to that of a drowning person grasping at a lifeline, revealing an undeniable will to survive. You'd be wise to refrain from interfering. The matters of the Ji family are beyond your grasp. Hand over the girl, and perhaps you will spare your own life. Otherwise, there will be no mercy. A leading cultivator from the Ji family warned sternly. Enough noise. Lao Yao, I leave them to you, Yi Xian declared, a frown creasing his brow at the threats directed towards him. He harbored a deep disdain for anyone who dared to intimidate him. Chapter 58. Triggering a new task. So many people are pursuing a single woman. And not only do they feel no shame, but they even dare to threaten Yi Xian. Truly reckless. As Yi Xian's words fell, in the next moment, The formidable king of the rogues, Yao Yi, appeared before him. After a year of diligent cultivation, Yao Yi had ascended to the second level of the nascent soul realm. Consequently, he held immense gratitude for Yi Xian, fully aware that without him, he might still be trapped at the 9th level of the Golden Core stage. Yao Yi was unconditionally obedient to Yi Xian's commands. "Young Master Yi, what shall we do? Eliminate all traces?" Yao Yi inquired. "Absolutely. For our enemies. Obliteration is the only course of action," Yi Xian affirmed with a nod. "Understood," Yao Yi responded, then charged towards the cultivators pursuing Lin Wanbai. "You are a senior of the nascent soul realm? You cannot kill me. We are cultivators from the Ji family of Linyuan City." Upon sensing the formidable aura emanating from Yao Yi, the Ji family pursuers' faces turned pale. Many of these Ji family cultivators were merely at the foundation establishment stage, with only 2 possessing golden core cultivation. Against such foes, Yao Yi could easily annihilate them with a mere thought. However, regrettably, he had no intention of showing any mercy to their pleas for mercy. Yao Yi adhered to a singular principle. He would follow Yi Xian's instructions without question, disregarding everything else. The matters of the Ji and Yi families were of no concern to him. Soon, the area was filled with anguished cries. Yi Xian paid no heed to the commotion and swiftly lifted the unconscious Lin Wanbai, making his way towards a safer distance. He could not guarantee that there were no formidable adversaries lurking behind those who pursued her. This expedition was largely reliant on his own capabilities, and Yi Xian understood that rescuing someone in a fantastical realm could be perilous. An hour later, Yi Xian had relocated to a different safe haven. Upon arrival, he gently laid Lin Wanbai down and retrieved some energy-restoring and healing elixirs from his storage ring. After concocting them into a liquid form, he administered it to her. With these elixirs, Yi Xian was confident that Lin Wanbai would soon recover. Next, he kindled a campfire nearby and waited for another hour. Suddenly, Lin Wanbai emitted a soft, delicate sound and opened her enchanting eyes. Upon doing so, she revealed a remarkably handsome visage, a sight that would evoke a fluttering heart in any woman who beheld it. A gentle voice resounded. "You have awakened? Was it you, senior, who saved me?" Lin Wanbai exclaimed, her heart brimming with excitement upon realizing her safety. Her memories were fragmented at this moment. She could only recall rushing to the side of a young man and uttering a plea for help before succumbing to darkness. Now, she found herself unscathed, evidently due to the valiant efforts of this handsome senior. "Indeed, you fainted, so I lent you a hand," Yi Xian replied with a nod. "Thank you, senior, for your life-saving grace. Please, accept me as your disciple. I am willing to serve you from now on," Lin Wanbai declared earnestly, kneeling before him, her voice infused with sincerity. "Accept you as a disciple?" Yi Xian felt a twinge of awkwardness, as his own cultivation was not particularly high at this moment. Ding. Side quest activated. Decline Lin Wanbai's request for apprenticeship, but agreed to teach her techniques to empower her for family vengeance. Upon completion, the host may accept her as a disciple, and the reward will be the supreme alchemy technique. The system informed Yi Xian. Understanding the system's words, Yi Xian realized that Lin Wanbai was deemed by the system as a potential partner for him. "Lin Wanbai, let me clarify. First, I am not your senior. You may call me young Master Yi. Secondly, I shall not take you as a disciple," but he began. "But what?" Lin Wanbai inquired, anxiety evident in her demeanor. She was acutely aware of her dire situation, as the Ji family's cultivators were undoubtedly searching for her. The Ji family was undeniably formidable, and her sole hope rested in the hands of Yi Xian. "However, I can teach you techniques to enhance your strength, but I have one condition," Yi Xian stated. "Thank you, young Master Yi. What is the condition?" Lin Wanbai gazed at him with eager anticipation, her beautiful eyes fixated on him. She was determined to fulfill any requirement, provided she remained elusive from the grasp of the Ji family's cultivators. "I have yet to finalize my condition. We shall discuss it after you exact your vengeance," Yi Xian replied. "There is a waterfall ahead. You may wash up and change into a fresh set of clothes there." "Understood, young Master Yi." "Thank you." Lin Wanbai nodded, her resolve firm. As long as Yi Xian could empower her for revenge, she would agree to any terms. Shortly thereafter, Lin Wanbai reappeared before Yi Xian. In that moment, the blood and grime had been washed away, revealing a visage that could captivate countless hearts. She donned a flowing red gown, exuding an unparalleled grace. Resembling a celestial sword maiden, imbued with an air of invincibility. What exquisite grace! Yi Xian marveled at Lin Wanbai, momentarily entranced by her ethereal beauty. Though she may not rival the likes of Luo Ningxue, her charm was undeniably enchanting. While perhaps not overwhelmingly magnificent, Lin Wanbai's demeanor is undeniably unparalleled by the likes of Jiang Qingyin and Luo Ningxue. Yi Xian could not help but concede that such a captivating aura in a woman possesses an irresistible allure for men. This allure is akin to that of a bride not long wed. Under Yi Xian's intense gaze, Lin Wanbai shyly lowered her head, her fingers nervously clutching the hem of her garment, overwhelmed by a sense of disorientation. However, at the moment Yi Xian beheld Lin Wanbai, he instinctively discerned the essence of her background. Lin Wanbai bore a profound vendetta. From this day forth, Wanbai, dedicate yourself to your cultivation. I hope you strive earnestly to personally take vengeance on your enemies, Yi Xian declared. Young Master Yi, I will. Upon the mention of her adversaries, a tempest of murderous intent flickered in Lin Wanbai's eyes. She could never forget the tragic scene of her parents falling in a pool of their own blood for her sake. This enmity, she vowed, would be repaid 1,000-fold. She would ensure that the Ji family paid a heavy price, particularly the architect of her family's destruction, Jida. She yearned to rend Ji Kong into 1,000 pieces. Your current cultivation level is at the 8th stage of foundation establishment. Focus on enhancing your skills for now. Once you break through to the golden core stage, I shall impart to you a sword technique, Yi Xian instructed. Chapter 59, adorned with the bandit's hood and bearing the bronze coffin indeed, young Master Yi. Lin Wanbai nodded earnestly. Yi Xian, in turn, retrieved an assortment of spiritual herbs capable of facilitating a breakthrough in cultivation from his storage ring. Upon beholding the vast array of herbs before her, Lin Wanbai's eyes sparkled with excitement. Although the Lin family had once held a respectable status in Linyuan City, she was certain that her family could never produce such a wealth of spiritual herbs all at once. By refining and absorbing these herbs, you should be able to approach the golden core realm, Yi Xian asserted. He was acutely aware that the martial art he practiced, the 10,000 swords returning to origin, was a heavenly level technique. It would be impossible for Lin Wanbai to cultivate it at this stage, as its requirements were exceedingly stringent, demanding an abundance of true essence. Young master, this is far too precious, Lin Wanbai exclaimed upon seeing the invaluable herbs. Although she yearned to enhance her cultivation, she felt no familial ties to Yi Xian, and their acquaintance was still fresh. The sudden generosity of Yi Xian left her feeling unworthy. Wanbai, remember that your current priority is to elevate your cultivation and seek vengeance. In the future, there will undoubtedly be opportunities for you to be of service to me. I am offering this to you without reservation and in due time. Your gratitude will be repaid, Yi Xian stated with solemnity. His words held a kernel of truth. His unwavering support for Lin Wanbai's cultivation was driven by his own motives. There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Upon hearing Yi Xian's declaration, Lin Wanbai knelt before him and fervently expressed, "Thank you, young Master Yi. Once I have avenged myself, I will spare no effort in fulfilling any request you may have. I shall not disappoint your expectations." Her words rang with conviction. For Lin Wanbai understood the importance of repaying even the smallest kindness with profound gratitude. It is often during our darkest times that we come to realize how invaluable those who lend us a hand truly are. Rise now, and refrain from kneeling so casually in the future. Do you understand? Yi Xian quickly assisted Lin Wanbai to her feet. I understand, young master, she replied, nodding in agreement. Following Yi Xian's guidance, she settled into a meditative posture on the ground and commenced her cultivation. Yi Xian too entered a state of cultivation. Although his progress was sluggish without the aid of a system, he did not allow himself to remain idle, for he knew that diligence could compensate for lack of talent. Time passed swiftly, and soon half a month had elapsed. Lin Wanbai's cultivation had ascended to the 9th level of the foundation establishment realm. However, she found herself in a state of despair, for each time she felt on the verge of breaking through to the golden core realm, she was met with an insurmountable barrier, just a fraction short of her goal. This feeling resembles that of a married couple engaged in a game. The wife, sensing she is on the verge of a breakthrough, is met with disappointment as, at this critical juncture, her husband concedes. This sensation is truly agonizing, a blend of ecstasy and despair. Young Master Yi, I am but a failure, no matter how hard I strive. I cannot transcend to the golden core realm. I am unworthy of the abundant elixirs you have bestowed upon me. Lin Wanbai lamented. Wanbai, it is not that you are inept. Rather, your incessant thoughts of revenge have unsettled your mind. You must understand that a gentleman avenges himself. But it is never too late. What matters most now is to elevate your cultivation. Without formidable strength, no amount of contemplation will yield results. Set aside thoughts of vengeance for now and strive for the unification of your essence, energy, and spirit, Yi Xian advised. Though Yi Xian was not yet a peerless master, he possessed a modicum of experience in cultivation, having faced similar dilemmas in the past. Indeed, with Yi Xian's guidance, Lin Wanbai nodded earnestly, resolving to momentarily cast aside her desire for revenge and focus on achieving harmony within herself. This decision led her to finally break through the shackles binding her to the Foundation establishment realm, as a resounding roar echoed forth. Lin Wanbai's cultivation surged directly from the 9th level of the Foundation establishment realm to the Golden Core realm. Upon her breakthrough, an array of sword chi enveloped her, and in that moment, she seemed to transform into an ethereal sword of unparalleled sharpness. What? A celestial sword body? Remarkable. Achieving the Golden Core realm has awakened her innate constitution. Yi Xian marveled at the extraordinary phenomenon surrounding Lin Wanbai. However, he mused that once her revenge was fulfilled, he would return home to start a family with her, leaving the tumult of conflict to himself, for it is the duty of a man to bear such burdens. Once she had fully stabilized her breakthrough, Lin Wanbai retracted her aura and opened her eyes. At that moment, she exuded an even more distinguished grace. Enhanced by her celestial sword body, clad in a flowing crimson gown, she had transformed into an unparalleled female, sword immortal. Young master, I have truly broken through. Thank you for your guidance. Lin Wanbai expressed her heartfelt gratitude. She recognized that without encountering Yi Xian, her path might have been utterly bleak, likely ending as a pawn in Ji Kong's ambitions. This is the fruit of your own efforts, Wanbai. Prepare yourself, and let us venture to the nearby city. I intend to acquire some array devices, and during our time there, I shall teach you both the intricacies of array techniques and swordsmanship. Once you have mastered the synthesis of these arts, you will be ready to seek vengeance in Lingyuan City, Yi Xian declared. Yi Xian had already come to understand that the head of the Ji family possessed a cultivation level of the 8th layer of the Golden Core realm. The Ji family's greatest support was their eldest son, Ji Kong, who was currently away at the Lingyuan sect. If Lin Wanbai could elevate her cultivation to at least the 3rd layer of the Golden Core realm, and if he imparted the techniques of the 10,000 swords return to origin and the killing array to her, it would undoubtedly be sufficient to annihilate the Ji family. In truth, Yi Xian possessed the capability to obliterate the Ji family himself, but this was Lin Wanbai's inner demon. Only by confronting it herself could she eliminate this inner turmoil. Otherwise, it would remain a lingering affliction. Yes, young master. Lin Wanbai nodded in agreement before tidying herself up. At that moment, she bore the appearance of a simple village girl, yet her unparalleled aura remained unmistakably evident. This won't do. Your presence is too striking. If we venture into town, you will be easily recognized. I must devise a way to conceal your essence, Yi Xian pondered aloud. Suddenly, an idea struck him. I've got it. Let's create a bandit mask for both of us. Yi Xian recalled how, in his previous life, he had watched numerous dramas where donning a bandit mask rendered one unrecognizable. With that thought, he set to work. Before long, 2 bandit masks were ready. Try it on, Yi Xian encouraged. Lin Wanbai nodded, accepting the mask and placing it over her face. Upon witnessing the transformed Lin Wanbai before him, Yi Xian could not help but display a look of astonishment. Chapter 60. Jida, today marks your demise while others embody the essence of a bandit, instilling fear. The sight of Lin Wanbai donning a mask evokes an inexplicable urge to whisk this bandit away to raise a family together. In this moment, Yi Xian comprehends a profound truth. No matter the facade one may adopt, physical appearance can be obscured, yet the essence of one's character remains unmistakable. Very well. Yi Xian nodded, subsequently summoning the 3 generations bronze coffin, which he hoisted onto his shoulder. My lord, what an unusual appearance you have, Lin Wanbai exclaimed, taken aback by the sight of Yi Xian carrying a bronze coffin upon his shoulder. Your lord has mastered both joyous and solemn occasions. Should we encounter any unwitting souls, I shall see them off to their final resting place, Yi Xian declared. With that, Yi Xian and Lin Wanbai ventured towards the nearest city. 2 hours later, they found themselves within the city's bounds. Upon noticing Yi Xian with a bandit mask and an imposing bronze coffin, many kept their distance, for he indeed exuded a certain bandit-like aura. Once settled in the city, Yi Xian procured a plethora of formation devices, and he and Lin Wanbai indulged in the most exquisite delicacy the city had to offer, abalone. The abalone, renowned as Lin Xianzi's specialty, was a vibrant highlight of the streets, rich yet not greasy, undeniably delightful in taste. After satisfying their appetites, Yi Xian and Lin Wanbai sought a tranquil spot. Now, prepare to cultivate the 10,000 swords returning to the origin, Yi Xian instructed. This technique, a pinnacle of swordsmanship, manifested as the servant before the master, akin to a devout worshipper before a deity. Once unleashed, the swordplay radiated an unmatched ferocity. The practitioner transformed into a wisp of smoke, with energy diffusing in all directions. Countless blades flew like a torrential storm, creating a spectacle of unmatched intensity and beauty. The core principles of the 10,000 swords returning to the origin are encapsulated in 4 phrases. The birth of myriad energies, swords piercing through the void. The return to the essence of martial arts, and the profound attainment of longevity. When perfected, even a flower or blade of grass becomes a sword. Yi Xian elucidated. Lin Wanbai listened intently, captivated by his explanation. Following the conclusion of his teachings, she embarked on her practice. Meanwhile, Yi Xian entered into his own state of cultivation. While imparting sword techniques to Lin Wanbai, his own understanding of the art deepened significantly. He then retrieved a substantial cache of spiritual herbs and commenced his training. Days later, Yi Xian's cultivation finally broke through to the 7th tier of the Golden Core realm. After this breakthrough, Yi Xian exhaled a long breath of stagnant energy. He felt a sense of helplessness. Without the aid of a system, his progress had been exceedingly slow. Yet at that moment, Lin Wanbai, having embraced the 10,000 swords returning to the origin, thrived as if she had found her true element, as though this technique had been tailor-made for her. Observing the magnificent sword energy emanating from Lin Wanbai, Yi Xian couldn't help but nod in appreciation. It must be said that Lin Wanbai's proficiency in the swordsmanship is quite remarkable. In merely a few days, she managed to master the technique of 10,000 swords returning to the sect. Wanbai, take a moment to rest. Afterward, I shall teach you the intricacies of formation, Yi Xian instructed. Yes, young master, Lin Wanbai replied, nodding her head. She then approached Yi Xian's side, and the two settled down on the ground to rest. After a brief respite, Yi Xian commenced his instruction on formations. Although Lin Wanbai excelled in swordsmanship, she seemed somewhat at a loss when it came to the art of formations. Wanbai, your posture is incorrect. When arranging a formation, your speed must be swift, and you must channel your entire true essence. Otherwise, when facing an opponent, you may find yourself unable to deploy the formation before being defeated. Yi Xian explained. I understand, young master. Upon hearing Yi Xian's guidance, Lin Wanbai adjusted her stance. After making the change, she discovered that she could finally set up some minor formations. Oh, now that's more like it. At this rate, with just another month of practice, we shall be ready to head to Linyuan City, Yi Xian remarked, nodding in approval as he observed Lin Wanbai's newfound understanding of formations. Lin Wanbai, upon receiving Yi Xian's praise, rarely allowed a smile to grace her lips. That smile was enchanting enough to captivate anyone. However, the moment she recalled the tragic fate of her parents, a wave of sorrow washed over her heart. Wanbai, I understand your feelings. However, the dead cannot be brought back to life. What you can do is to live well and seek vengeance for them, Yi Xian encouraged. Young master, I understand, Lin Wanbai affirmed with a nod. In the month that followed, Yi Xian and Lin Wanbai continued their training together. Through countless hours of cultivation and the refinement of numerous spiritual herbs, Lin Wanbai's cultivation level progressed from the 1st to the 4th stage of the Golden Core realm. This morning, Lin Wanbai arrived early at Yi Xian's side. Young master, do you believe that with my current strength, I can defeat an opponent at the 8th stage of the Golden Core realm? She inquired. Naturally, it is possible, though it may require considerable effort, Yi Xian replied. That is sufficient. I wish to seek vengeance and annihilate the Ji family, Lin Wanbai declared fiercely, her aura brimming with a palpable sense of murderous intent. Very well. I shall accompany you to Linyuan City. Yi Xian nodded in agreement. Thus, Yi Xian and Lin Wanbai set forth towards Linyuan City. The city was not far from their location, and after a few hours, they arrived. Linyuan City remained as vibrant as ever, showing no signs of decline following the downfall of the Lin family. However, when Lin Wanbai arrived on the streets of Linyuan City, she appeared quite desolate. For upon her return, everything felt foreign, and familiar faces were nowhere to be found. All that remained were memories, which brought her anguish. Jijia, you never expected my return, did you? Today marks the end of your world, Lin Wanbai declared fiercely as she stood before the Ji family estate. Yet, her foremost desire was to eliminate Jida, for the downfall of the Lin family was entirely due to him. With determination, Lin Wanbai leaped forward, heading straight for the courtyard where Jida resided. Meanwhile, Yi Xian stood at a distance, unwilling to intervene unless a more formidable opponent emerged. Before long, Lin Wanbai found herself in a courtyard. Upon entering, her brow furrowed in dismay, for strange feminine sounds and peculiar noises echoed from within the chambers. Lin Wanbai instinctively recognized that these were the sounds of Jida tormenting yet another woman. Without hesitation, she approached the door and forcefully kicked it open. As the door flew open, a scene that would leave anyone blushing unfolded before her eyes. Chapter 61. The Punishment of 1,000 Cuts. At this moment, within the confines of the room, a young woman and a young man were engrossed in their fervent activities. It was evident that they were indulging in cosplay. Should Yi Xian have witnessed this scene, he would undoubtedly have felt a sense of familiarity. The young man, deeply absorbed in his task, was none other than Jida, the very person Lin Wanbai had longed to eliminate, this executioner who had brought ruin to her family. Initially, Ji Kong was reveling in the experience, savoring life to the fullest. However, in the next instant, Ji Da's expression darkened, his brows furrowing in anger as he exclaimed, "That blind fool! Did I not clearly state that I should not be disturbed while I am busy?" Ji Kong had assumed it was a member of his own family who had interrupted him, and he was incensed at being so rudely disrupted during his moment of enjoyment. "Jida?" Lin Wanbai cried out, her voice laced with an overwhelming intent to kill. Upon hearing the voice of a woman, Ji Da's demeanor shifted dramatically. He ceased his work and directed his gaze toward the door. In the next moment, disbelief washed over his features as he beheld Lin Wanbai. Initially, Jida was struck by a sense of incredulity, as if he were trapped in a dream. Recently, Ji Kong had dispatched numerous individuals in search of Lin Wanbai. Yet over the past 2 months, they had not only failed to locate her, but she had seemingly vanished from existence since her escape. The first group of Ji family cultivators who had set out in pursuit had also disappeared without a trace. Today, Jida could scarcely fathom that Lin Wanbai had delivered herself right to his doorstep. "Lin Wanbai, you have truly given me quite the chase these past 2 months. I never expected you to present yourself so willingly. Today, you shall indulge me as I engage in the pleasures of both ice and fire, and soar like a dragon in the heavens." Upon confirming that the enchanting young woman before him, draped in a flowing red dress, was indeed Lin Wanbai, Jida was overwhelmed with exhilaration. In that moment, he could feel his hormones surging, akin to the emotions of 2 long-separated spouses upon their first reunion. After all, she is breathtakingly beautiful, he mused, for Jida had long coveted Lin Wanbai's exquisite beauty. "Jida, you have caused my family to be shattered. Today, I shall rend you into 1,000 pieces." Lin Wanbai's voice was as frigid as ice. "Ha! Lin Wanbai, I had thought that after 2 months of absence, you would have gained some insight. Yet, it appears you remain as stubborn as ever. But fret not, for I understand women all too well. Initially, you may have yearned for death, but in the end, it is you who will entangle yourself with my desires. Look at her. When I first captured her, she was desperate to die, and now, is it not true that she complies with whatever I wish to play?" Upon hearing Lin Wanbai's words, Jida burst into laughter. It can be said that through years of profound study of women, Jida had gained an unparalleled understanding of their nature. "Humph, even at death's door, you still cling to your fantasies. Prepare to meet your end." Lin Wanbai's voice was as cold as ice. The enmity of her clan's annihilation was greater than the heavens themselves. As her words fell, a terrifying aura erupted from Lin Wanbai, forcefully charging towards Jida before her. "You foolish woman, today you shall become mine." Jida, witnessing Lin Wanbai's assault, also made her move. Despite her daily indulgence in the comforts of sensuality, Jida's innate talent was formidable, now already at the 9th level of the Foundation establishment realm. However, in the face of Lin Wanbai. Jida's current cultivation was akin to that of a mere fledgling. When their attacks collided, Jida's strike disintegrated as effortlessly as an egg against a stone. Why you possess the strength of the nascent soul realm? Jida's expression shifted drastically upon witnessing her attack being so thoroughly crushed. She suddenly realized that she had gravely underestimated Lin Wanbai before her, who had evidently come well prepared. You are correct. Prepare yourself for a fate worse than death. Lin Wanbai stepped forward, and as her words resonated, she unleashed the oppressive might of her golden core realm, rendering Jida immobile. She was then seized and pulled outside. Help! Someone, save me! In that moment, Jida understood that her life was in grave jeopardy. She cried out desperately for assistance. Having previously dismissed the surrounding cultivators to avoid any interference in her leisure. As Jida's cries echoed, a contingent of Ji family guards swiftly approached. Upon their arrival, they beheld their young master being held aloft by Lin Wanbai, as though he were a mere rag doll. Lin Wanbai, release my young master. The captain of the guards commanded in a deep voice. Release him? Do you truly believe that is possible? This dagger is for my mother. Lin Wanbai retorted with a cold smile. Without hesitation, the dagger plunged into Jida's chest, and as it emerged, a crimson spray erupted forth. Ah, help me. Jida's screams pierced the air, akin to the wails of a slaughtered pig. In that moment, she was utterly consumed by fear. Miss Lin, let us discuss this reasonably. The guards, uncertain of how to proceed, were acutely aware that their young master was at her mercy. Should they rashly intervene, they risked provoking Lin Wanbai, potentially sealing their master's fate even sooner. Lin Wanbai, however, paid no heed to the captain's words. With a swift motion, the dagger plunged into Jida's flesh. Each strike was in vengeance for my father, for my second uncle, for my second aunt. With every thrust, Lin Wanbai uttered a name. In a fleeting moment, Jida's body became a grotesque tapestry of blood and gore. The exact number of wounds inflicted by Lin Wanbai remained unknown, yet each blow intentionally avoided vital points, ensuring Jida's life was not immediately threatened. Miss Lin, I was wrong. Spare me this once, and I shall mend my ways henceforth, Jida pleaded, coughing up crimson droplets as fear seeped into his voice. He could feel the essence of his life ebbing away. Is it too late for regret? Can your remorse resurrect my parents? Lin Wanbai bellowed in fury. Miss Lin, you must recognize my elder brothers standing within the Lin Yuan sect. Furthermore, one of our family's elders is present there. If you release me, I can intercede on your behalf. They shall not harm you. Jida insisted. A mocking laughter erupted from Lin Wanbai in response to Jida's threats, resonating with both mirth and audacity. Chapter 62. Hurry to summon the master. The commander of the Ji family guards initially believed he could intimidate Lin Wanbai. However, he was unaware that Lin Wanbai was not the type to be easily threatened. Threaten me? Do you truly think that would work? Even the heavenly king himself would be of no consequence. Lin Wanbai declared coldly. Following her words, she aimed her dagger directly at Jida's most sensitive area. No. Stop. Upon witnessing Lin Wanbai's actions, not only did Jida emit a desperate scream, but even the commander's expression turned grave. A man's vitality is akin to a tree's roots. If severed, living would become a fate worse than death. Crack. This threat, however, proved futile. With a resounding snap, Jida lost the very essence of his manhood, rendering any future intentions of causing harm to women utterly impossible. Jida fainted on the spot. Quickly, summon the master. The commander of the guards felt a cold sweat cascading down his back as he witnessed this scene. He never dreamed Lin Wanbai would be so fearless, resolutely following through with her intentions without hesitation. As for Jida, having lost all semblance of masculinity, he collapsed, unconscious. Yet Lin Wanbai would not allow her opponent to escape so easily into unconsciousness. With her vital energy circulating, she infused it into Jida's body. Before long, Jida regained consciousness, but he was now in a state of utter despair, having lost most of his blood. How does it feel? Painful, isn't it? This is akin to the sensation your family inflicted upon mine. Now you too shall experience the taste of suffering. Lin Wanbai remarked with a cruel smile. Lin Wanbai, my family will not let you go, cough cough. Jida retorted fiercely. Oh, then you may take your leave first, Lin Wanbai replied coldly. With her words, she plunged the dagger into Jida's heart. Cough cough. As the blade pierced his heart, Jida fell lifelessly into a pool of blood, convulsing once before becoming utterly still, clearly deceased. Once Jida had breathed his last, Lin Wanbai severed his head and wrapped it in a cloth bag, intending to use it as an offering in memory of her parents. Upon witnessing their master's demise, the Ji family guards were filled with rage, their eyes wide with disbelief. The head had been severed. Kill her. No, capture her alive. The commander ordered vehemently. Kill. In an instant, the guards surged toward Lin Wanbai. You may accompany your master, Lin Wanbai coldly declared as he surveyed the oncoming assailants. All swords returned to their origin. In the next moment, Lin Wanbai executed the celestial level technique. All swords returned to their origin. As the technique was unleashed, terrifying sword energy, forged from true essence, surged forth, striking the guards before him. Faced with such dreadful sword energy, the guards possessed no means of resistance. One by one, they were pierced through, collapsing to the ground with anguished cries. After vanquishing the guards, Lin Wanbai carried the severed head of Jida toward the main hall of the Ji family. Meanwhile, within the hall, an atmosphere of tranquility prevailed, filled with song and dance. At this moment, Ji Jun, the head of the Ji family, along with several elders, including Tang Yuan, an elder from the Lin Yuan sect who was recuperating at the Ji family, were indulging in the captivating performances of several beautiful dancers. Their spirits immensely elevated, especially Tang Yuan, who was flanked by two recently married women, reveling in his greatest delight. Unlike many, Tang Yuan had no interest in young maidens. He preferred the company of mature women who had recently tied the knot. During his travels, Tang Yuan happened upon Lin Yuan City and seized the opportunity to visit the Ji family for a few days of leisure. Haha, Ji family head. It seems your family is destined for greatness. Ji Kong is exceptionally talented within the Lin Yuan sect. At this pace of cultivation, he may very well come to lead the entire sect, Tang Yuan remarked, his hands wandering playfully over the two women beside him. Life felt immensely gratifying to him. He believed this to be the essence of existence, far more delightful than the rigors of cultivation within his own sect, where such indulgences would attract punishment from the sect leader. Here, however, he reveled without restraint. Haha, it's all due to Kong's own efforts. As a father, I've played a minimal role, Ji Jun replied, a smile blooming on his face, akin to a blossoming flower, thoroughly enjoying the praise for his son. Laughter echoed throughout the grand hall, filling it with mirth. Yet, at that very moment, a guard from the Ji family burst into the hall, flustered and breathless, exclaiming, family head, something terrible has happened. What is it? Why the panic? Can't you see we have guests? Ji Jun frowned, observing the guard's disarray. He found it hard to believe that any significant trouble could befall the Ji family, especially with Ji Kong being the most distinguished prodigy of the Lin Yuan sect. Who would dare act recklessly against them? The guard's frantic demeanor was utterly perplexing, as if he had just lost his parents. Master of the house, the second young master has been. At this moment, the guard was overwhelmed by the oppressive aura of the master, utterly at a loss for words. His speech fragmented and hesitant. Speak quickly, what has happened to Dar? Upon hearing the guard's words, Ji Jun furrowed his brow. Although he was well aware that his son was somewhat ineffectual, he could not tolerate any grievances against his own flesh and blood. He has been killed. The guard of the Ji family finally mustered the courage to declare. What? Dar has been killed? Upon hearing this, Ji Jun sprang to his feet, an aura of terrifying intensity erupting from him, casting a shadow over the entire room. Tang Yuan also withdrew his restless hands, directing his gaze towards the guard, who was now cowering on the ground, trembling uncontrollably, as if his breath were about to cease. Yes, the guard nodded. Where is Dar now? Who is responsible for his death? Jida's face was as cold as frost. The guard, crushed by the overwhelming intent to kill, could scarcely articulate a response. It was I who killed him. At that moment, a clear and melodious voice rang out. As the voice echoed, a figure appeared at the entrance of the hall. Chapter 63. Dare to touch the girl under my protection? Have you lived enough? The figure before him donned a striking red gown, her beauty unparalleled and her demeanor exquisite. A palpable aura of formidable sword intent subtly emanated from her, as if she were born solely for the art of the sword, exuding an extraordinary presence. Upon recognizing this enchanting woman, akin to a red-clad sword fairy, Ji Jun immediately identified her as Lin Wanbai. Moreover, Behind Lin Wanbai, she bore a severed head, from which blood was steadily dripping. Ji Jun instantly recognized it to be that of his second son, Jita Lin Wanbai. Was it you who took my son's life? Ji Jun's voice was chillingly cold, each word seemingly forced through clenched teeth. At that moment, his fury was palpable. If mere glances could kill, Lin Wanbai would have perished countless times over. The vengeance for my clan must be avenged. Today, you shall all meet your demise. Lin Wanbai's voice was equally frigid, her terrifying sword energy surging violently around her. Humph, oblivious to your imminent death. Elders, annihilate her. Ji Jun commanded without hesitation. Wait. At that moment, Elder Tang Yuan interjected calmly. What instructions do you have, Elder Tang? Ji Jun inquired. Such exquisite beauty should not be extinguished so swiftly. Capturing her alive for some amusement before her demise would certainly be more entertaining, Elder Tang remarked nonchalantly. Very well, we shall heed Elder Tang's counsel. Capture her, and let us enjoy ourselves before we proceed. Ji Jun nodded in agreement, finding Elder Tang's reasoning utterly compelling. As Ji Jun's words fell, the four elders of the Ji clan launched their assault simultaneously towards Lin Wanbai. The energy generated by their combined efforts was immensely powerful. 10,000 swords returned to the origin. In response to the four elders, Lin Wanbai unleashed her full cultivation at the 4th level of the Golden Core realm. She simultaneously invoked her technique, allowing countless strands of true essence to coalesce into a torrent of sword energy that surged forth to confront the four elders. Faced with this formidable sword energy, the elders' attacks were instantly shattered. The terrifying sword energy then hurtled towards them with lethal intent. This is bad. The four elders of the Ji clan, witnessing their assault being effortlessly dismantled, felt their expressions shift dramatically as they hastily retreated. Sensing the perilous predicament, Ji Jun, the clan leader, bellowed, "How dare you!" His voice reverberated through the air, yet Lin Wanbai paid him no heed. Instead, she maintained her control over the sword energy, which surged relentlessly towards the four elders. The anguished cries echoed as the next moment unfolded. The four elders of the Ji family were pierced through by the sword energy, each one of them letting out agonized cries as they were flung backward, ultimately crashing heavily to the ground. Although the four elders did not perish immediately, it was evident that their demise was imminent. You seek death. Ji Jun roared in fury upon witnessing Lin Wanbai's devastating strike against the elders. With a fierce leap, Ji Jun propelled himself to stand before Lin Wanbai, unleashing a powerful palm strike aimed directly at him. This attack, infused with terrifying strength, was executed by Ji Jun, a cultivator of the 8th level of the Golden Core realm, making it immensely formidable. As he struck, the very heavens and earth trembled violently. Heavenly sword formation arise. Sensing the dreadful force behind the palm, Lin Wanbai activated the heavenly sword body, causing numerous formation instruments to materialize in his hands. He executed the 10,000 swords return to origin, a secret technique imparted to him by Yi Xian, merging formation with swordplay to amplify its might. Boom! In an instant, the fearsome palm imprint collided with the heavenly sword formation, producing a thunderous roar that reverberated throughout the hall. The surrounding flora and fauna were instantly reduced to splinters. Following the clash, Ji Jun's palm strike shattered with a resounding crash, and a wave of terrifying sword energy surged toward him. At that moment, the nascent soul expert, Tang Yuan, coldly scoffed, unleashing an overwhelming pressure that emanated from his own realm. With a hissing sound, the menacing sword energy unleashed by Lin Wanbai dissipated into the void. Simultaneously, an oppressive force bore down upon Lin Wanbai, who found himself utterly powerless against its might. He let out a muffled groan and was forced to retreat several hundred meters. Coughing up blood once he regained his footing, Lin Wanbai felt the weight of the situation. Meanwhile, Ji Jun was drenched in cold sweat, acutely aware that had it not been for Tang Yuan's intervention, he would likely have been gravely injured. Thank you, Elder Tang. That was truly formidable. The integration of formation and swordplay is astonishing. Had you not intervened, I would have surely suffered severe injuries. Ji Jun expressed his gratitude. It is of no consequence. The Ji family is allied with our Lin Yuan sect. We rise and fall together. Had I not acted today, Ji Kong would surely blame me in the future, Tang Yuan replied, waving his hand dismissively. He then leaped over to Lin Wanbai, whose complexion had paled somewhat. Faced with the terrifying pressure radiating from Tang Yuan, Lin Wanbai felt utterly powerless in that moment. Lin Wanbai had come to realize that the disparity in realms could indeed drive one to the brink of despair. Feeling utterly powerless, she murmured to herself, "This time, I truly feel as though I might perish." Yet, fear did not grip her heart. She had already exacted her vengeance upon the instigator, Jida. The only regret that lingered in her heart was her inability to repay the kindness of Yi Xian. She felt deeply remorseful towards him. "My lord, I can only repay your kindness in the next life," Lin Wanbai whispered softly. At that moment, a voice as frigid as the very essence of the cosmos echoed around her. "If you dare to touch the woman under my protection, do you wish to meet your demise?" As the words fell, a figure emerged before Lin Wanbai in an instant. This figure was extraordinarily handsome, standing with an aura akin to that of a celestial being. The mere presence of this striking figure brought a sense of relief to Lin Wanbai's breath. This youth was none other than Yi Xian. Yi Xian had initially intended to remain uninvolved in the feud between Lin Wanbai and the Ji family, allowing her to resolve her own conflicts. However, the moment Tang Yuan made his move, Yi Xian intervened. How could he allow anyone to harm the woman he cherished? After all, up until now, he had yet to fulfill the tasks assigned by the system. "Wanbai, you handle your grievances. This fellow is mine to deal with," Yi Xian declared to Lin Wanbai. "Yes, my lord, thank you." Lin Wanbai nodded, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. However, she was not a girl prone to sentimentality. She swiftly wiped away her tears and approached Ji Jun. Meanwhile, a terrifying aura of murderous intent began to rise around the confrontation between Yi Xian and Tang Yuan. Chapter 64, Letting You Go? Do you think it possible? The overwhelming intent to kill reverberated through the void, producing a cacophony of crackling sounds. "You audacious wretch! How dare you oppose me?" Tang Yuan's cold voice pierced the atmosphere. He was acutely aware that the territory within a radius of several hundred miles was under the jurisdiction of the Lin Yuan sect. Due to Yi Xian's cultivation being somewhat elusive, Tang Yuan could not fully discern his true strength at that moment. Although he sensed that Yi Xian's cultivation was merely at the golden core stage, the fact that he could withstand the oppressive aura of Tang Yuan's nascent soul level was enough to indicate Yi Xian's extraordinary nature. "Is that of any concern to me?" Yi Xian replied indifferently upon hearing Tang Yuan boast of the Lin Yuan sect's might. "It may not concern you, but your provocation of me is indeed a matter that involves the Lin Yuan sect. I harbor no animosity towards you, and I hope you will withdraw promptly. Otherwise, I shall have no choice but to kill," Tang Yuan stated calmly. Although Tang Yuan spoke with an air of nonchalance, the murderous intent emanating from him at the end of his words surged forth like a tempest. The malice of the nascent soul level was not to be trifled with. It was utterly terrifying. "Though I bear no grudge against you, Lin Wanbai is a girl under my protection. To threaten her is to disrespect me. I shall make this clear. If you do not wish to meet your demise, I suggest you leave now. Otherwise, I shall show no mercy," Yi Xian declared resolutely. As Yi Xian uttered the words "show no mercy," the surrounding spiritual energy began to quake violently, swirling with the intent to kill, clashing against Tang Yuan's assault. "Clearly, you are intent on courting death. Very well, I shall grant your wish. Die?" Tang Yuan fumed upon hearing Yi Xian's fierce declaration. In Tang Yuan's worldview, as an elder of the Lin Yuan sect, albeit merely of the outer court, he was accustomed to being afforded respect by all. Thus, the audacity of this young upstart, who seemed barely out of childhood, threatening his life, was simply intolerable. With his words, a spear materialized in Tang Yuan's hand, radiating a chilling aura as it hurtled towards Yi Xian. Meanwhile, Lin Wanbai had arrived before the head of the Ji family. "Miss Lin, you must not kill me. The past incident was merely a misunderstanding. Now that Dairer has been slain by you, your vengeance has been avenged. Do not bring calamity upon my family," Ji Jun pleaded desperately. At that moment, Ji Jun's sole desire was to buy time, hoping that Elder Tang Yuan would eliminate Yi Xian before coming to his aid. The Lin Wanbai before him, in her full strength, was truly formidable. He stood no chance against her. "Do not bring calamity upon your family? Then why did your Ji family annihilate my entire Lin family? Why?" Lin Wanbai questioned loudly. At this, Ji Jun found himself at a loss for words. Unable to respond to her inquiry, for answering such a question was exceedingly difficult. "Since you cannot explain, then perish," Lin Wanbai declared in a low voice. Subsequently, she unleashed the myriad swords returning to their origins and the celestial sword array, charging fiercely towards Ji Jun. Soon, Lin Wanbai and Ji Jun were embroiled in a fierce battle. Meanwhile, the confrontation between Yi Xian and Tang Yuan had reached a boiling point. Tang Yuan, wielding a long spear, swiftly thrust it towards Yi Xian, the distance diminishing rapidly. 10 meters, 8 meters, 6 meters, 1 meter, 10 centimeters. The spear was on the verge of piercing Yi Xian's throat. Hee, kid, this time you are undoubtedly doomed. Tang Yuan smirked cruelly. After engaging in combat with Yi Xian, Tang Yuan realized the formidable strength of his opponent. Yet this time, Yi Xian had nowhere to escape. Death was the only outcome. Is that so? The great shift of the universe. Just as the spear was about to penetrate his throat, Yi Xian roared. The seventh layer of the great shift of the universe began to operate frantically. As it did, Tang Yuan's expression abruptly changed, sensing the surrounding environment shifting violently. Simultaneously, the spear he had thrust forth seemed to be drawn by an immense force, halting its advance completely. What was happening? Tang Yuan found himself bewildered. However, before he could react, an even more powerful force surged towards him. No! Tang Yuan screamed in terror, realizing that this force was not only beyond his resistance, but also that the spear in his hand was now aimed back at him. This was utterly bizarre. The spear was completely out of his control. Yet, everything transpired too swiftly, leaving even the Yuan-Ing realm Tang Yuan feeling utterly powerless. With a piercing sound, the spear struck with tremendous force, penetrating his chest. Bang! Tang Yuan let out a muffled grunt and was sent flying backward, crashing heavily to the ground. Upon landing, he spat out blood repeatedly. In that moment, Tang Yuan appeared utterly wretched, his body pierced by the spear, blood gushing from his mouth. However, a practitioner of the Yuan-Ing realm would not succumb so easily. As Tang Yuan gazed at Yi Xian, his eyes were filled with horror, for the technique Yi Xian had just executed was terrifying beyond measure. How could he convert another's strength into his own? What kind of heaven-defying technique was this? As Tang Yuan stood in a state of bewilderment, Yi Xian gradually approached him with swift determination. Since he was indeed an adversary, it was imperative to strike while the iron was hot and seize the opportunity to vanquish him. No respite could be afforded to the enemy. However, Yi Xian also recognized the formidable nature of the technique he wielded. It must be acknowledged that the method bestowed upon him by the system was truly remarkable. Fellow cultivator, for the sake of the Lingyuan sect, spare me. I was wrong. At that moment, Tang Yuan was utterly terrified, realizing that his attempts at bravado had backfired, leading him to a dire predicament. Apologies, but I am not one to show mercy to any foe, Yi Xian replied, shaking his head. With a flicker of intention, he summoned the 3 generations copper coffin. Fellow cultivator, ascend to the heavens, Yi Xian proclaimed. In the next instant, the 3 generations copper coffin swung open, unleashing an overwhelming tide of deathly energy, accompanied by an insatiable pull. And no. In the face of this force, Tang Yuan emitted a piercing scream. Before long, he was ensnared and drawn into the depths of the 3 generations copper coffin. Fellow cultivator, release me. The Lingyuan sect will not let you go unpunished. Tang Yuan exclaimed urgently as he was engulfed within the confines of the coffin. Chapter 65. What? The Ji family has been annihilated? Facing imminent peril, you dare to intimidate me with the Lingyuan sect? How confident are you? Go in peace. Yi Xian spoke coldly. After uttering these words, he focused his thoughts and activated the lethal intent within the 3 generations copper coffin. Upon triggering the lethal intent, a piercing scream erupted from the coffin. However, Tang Yuan was a formidable figure at the nascent soul stage. To ensure his absolute demise, Yi Xian activated the lethal intent once more. Only after confirming Tang Yuan's complete destruction did Yi Xian open the 3 generations copper coffin, scattering the ashes of Tang Yuan. The storage ring remained unscathed, and Yi Xian retained the useful items, such as spirit stones, while obliterating the worthless ones. Those who oppose Yi Xian meet only one fate: death and obliteration, leaving no chance for reincarnation. Furthermore, Yi Xian discovered an intriguing phenomenon with his 3 generations copper coffin. Whenever he used it to slay opponents of higher cultivation, the coffin's death energy intensified, enhancing its pull and power. This is why Yi Xian favored using the coffin to send stronger foes to their demise. Ji Jun, who had been steadily defeated by Lin Wanbai, was momentarily stunned upon hearing the scream. A glance in that direction nearly caused him to faint, for he beheld the once mighty Elder Tang Yuan being suppressed within the coffin by Yi Xian. Soon after, Elder Tang Yuan was reduced to ashes, scattered by Yi Xian. This revelation almost terrified Ji Jun to death, as he had never imagined such a fate for Elder Tang Yuan. Yet, in that fleeting moment of shock, countless sword energies surged forth. Faced with this overwhelming force, Ji Jun found himself utterly defenseless, pierced through by the sword energies. Coughing a few times, Ji Jun collapsed to the ground, lifeless, his eyes wide open, filled with resentment. Subsequently, Lin Wanbai eradicated the remaining members of the Ji family. For the Ji family had once annihilated the Lin family in a similar manner. Today, Lin Wanbai merely returned the favor for their past deeds. After the Ji family's destruction, Lin Wanbai, following Yi Xian's instructions, set a great fire. Having accomplished this, Lin Wanbai and Yi Xian made their way to the ruins of the former Lin family estate. Upon arrival, Lin Wanbai began to honor her parents and family members, using Jida's severed head as an offering. "Father, Mother, your child has avenged you. May you rest in peace," Lin Wanbai said, bowing her head, tears glistening in her eyes. "Wanbai, do not be overly sorrowful. I believe your parents would wish to see you well, and they would surely be delighted." Yi Xian consoled Lin Wanbai. "Young master, thank you. Were it not for your intervention, I might have perished." Lin Wanbai expressed her gratitude. "Do not mention it. I merely fulfilled my duty," Yi Xian replied, shaking his head. "Young master, you once asked me to promise you something. As long as you command, Wanbai shall not hesitate to face any peril," Lin Wanbai declared earnestly. "Let us discuss that matter at a later time. For now, we must leave this place," Yi Xian suggested. He was acutely aware of the multitude of onlookers around them. Should they encounter any cultivators from the Lin Yuan sect, complications would undoubtedly arise. Having slain Elder Tang Yuan, Yi Xian knew the Lin Yuan sect would not let this act go unpunished. After all, the death of an elder was a significant disgrace for the sect. "Understood, young master," Lin Wanbai nodded. Subsequently, they set off towards the distance. Meanwhile, a considerable distance from Lin Yuan City, a magnificent flying vessel was approaching. This vessel appeared extraordinary, immense in size, clearly a treasured craft. On board stood numerous young men and women, notably a young man at the forefront, whose eyes shimmered with brilliance, exuding an overwhelming aura with every movement. If Lin Wanbai were present, she would recognize this young man as Ji Kong, the eldest son of the Ji family, whom she had previously slain. "Senior brother Ji, are we nearing Lin Yuan City?" a young man behind him inquired, his tone laced with flattery. Ji Kong had become the most formidable disciple of the younger generation within the Lin Yuan sect, his strength now comparable to that of the elders. It was widely accepted among them that Ji Kong was the inevitable successor to the sect's leadership. His swift rise in power and numerous contributions to the sect had garnered him the respect of both the elders and the sect master. "We shall arrive shortly. In about an hour, we will be there," Ji Kong affirmed. "Senior brother Ji's sudden return to the family must surely bring joy to your kin," another remarked. "That is a given. With senior brother's formidable strength, it will not be long before he ascends as our next leader." They mused, their voices brimming with admiration. As they spoke of Ji Kong, the young disciples displayed profound reverence, their words tinged with pride, particularly the female disciples, who seemed enraptured by the prospect of being close to him. Ji Kong basked in the flattery of his peers, although he did not outwardly show his appreciation. Yet, within him stirred an inexplicable sense of emptiness, a curious feeling he could not quite comprehend. However, the source of her bewilderment eluded Ji Kong. After the passage of an hour, Ji Kong and her companions arrived at Lin Yuan City. With a deft motion, Ji Kong harnessed her energy, shrinking their flying vessel until it reduced to the size of a palm, which she then stored within her spatial ring. It was truly a marvel. Such a grand object could be transformed into something so diminutive. This exemplified the extraordinary capabilities of cultivators in the fantastical realms. Subsequently, Ji Kong led her disciples swiftly towards Lin Yuan City, her heart brimming with excitement at the prospect of returning to her homeland. Curiosity tinged her thoughts as she pondered whether her younger brother still had an affinity for charming women. The reason for such musings eluded her, yet her brother's ardor for women had always been unmistakable. As Ji Kong contemplated, she guided her disciples towards her family's ancestral grounds. However, Upon reaching the place that lingered in her memory, her expression shifted dramatically. Before her lay nothing but desolation. Ruins where once stood the family estate. What is happening? I distinctly recall this being the location of my family, Ji Kong murmured, furrowing her brow. A sense of foreboding gripped her heart. Had they relocated? Lost in thought, Ji Kong extended her arm and seized a passing cultivator, drawing them closer. Explain this to me. Where is the Ji family residence? She demanded coldly. Are you inquiring about the former Ji family? The cultivator replied, bewildered. Precisely. Ji Kong's voice was devoid of warmth. The Ji family has been annihilated, the cultivator disclosed. What? Ji Kong exclaimed, disbelief flooding her as the words sank in. Chapter 66. Mission accomplished. Wedding ceremony. At this moment, an overwhelming aura of power emanated from Ji Kong. Please spare me. It was not I who destroyed the Ji family. Upon sensing the terrifying pressure released by Ji Kong, the cultivator was utterly terrified, trembling uncontrollably, drenched in cold sweat, losing all composure. I am well aware that it was not you. Do you know who was responsible? Ji Kong spoke coldly. Speak. Reveal everything you know, or I shall end your life. It is said that it was the eldest daughter of the Lin family, Lin Wanbai, who obliterated the Ji family. The Ji family had sought to ally through marriage with the Lin family, but after being rejected, they annihilated the Lin family, leaving only Lin Wanbai to escape. Shortly thereafter, Lin Wanbai returned and destroyed the Ji family. She was accompanied by a young man, but I do not know his name. The cultivator recounted truthfully, divulging all that he knew. Do you know what that young man looked like? I do not. Begone. After hearing this, Ji Kong coldly commanded. Yes. The cultivator felt as if he had received a reprieve, scrambling away in haste. The pressure emanating from Ji Kong was simply too terrifying. Ji Kong's eyes glinted with a chilling light. He was not a fool and had surmised the general course of events. It was undoubtedly his lecherous younger brother who coveted Lin Wanbai's beauty and attempted to force her into becoming his concubine. Ji Kong had heard of his brother's past misdeeds. Yet, what did that matter? Jida was his own brother. It was not for Lin Wanbai to kill him. Lin Wanbai, I shall tear you to shreds. Father, mother, I am sorry. I have arrived too late. Ji Kong knelt before the ruins, weeping bitterly. He was consumed by guilt. Ji Kong believed that had he urged the disciples of the Lin family to be more vigilant, the Ji family would not have met such a tragic end. Brother Ji, please accept our condolences. Do not grieve too deeply. You are the future of the Lin family. I am certain that the sect leader would not wish to see you in such pain. The surrounding disciples attempted to console Ji Kong as he knelt, bowing 3 times in sorrow. Afterward, Ji Kong rose to his feet. The sorrow in his eyes vanished, replaced by an insatiable thirst for vengeance. His gaze instilled fear and dread in those around him. Dispatch orders immediately. No matter the cost, we must locate Lin Wanbai and the young man by her side. I shall personally ensure they suffer 1,000 tortures. Ji Kong's voice was frigid and resolute. Yes, the disciples present nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Yi Xian and Lin Wanbai had long since departed from Linyuan City. They now found themselves in a serene and tranquil location. There are few signs of human presence nearby. However, a sea of blooming flowers sways gently, creating an atmosphere of tranquility and delight. Unbeknownst to Yi Xian and Lin Wanbai, Ji Kong has uttered harsh words in Linyuan City. Yet, even if Yi Xian were aware, he would not take them to heart. Wanbai, now that your great vengeance has been avenged, it is time to fulfill your promise, Yi Xian declared, gazing at Lin Wanbai, who resembled an unparalleled sword fairy. He had previously stated that should he assist her in seeking revenge, she would owe him a favor. After all, there are no free lunches in this world. Young master, just say the word. Wanbai would brave any peril. Lin Wanbai replied, her expression resolute and fearless. Who asked you to brave peril? I could not bear to lose you. Yi Xian retorted, his gaze fixated on Lin Wanbai. In that moment, he realized how truly beautiful she was. Though perhaps not conventionally stunning, Lin Wanbai possessed an ethereal grace that captivated him. Under his intense gaze, Lin Wanbai shyly lowered her head, her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue, overwhelmed by bashfulness. Yet, curiosity lingered within her. What could Yi Xian possibly want her to do? I want you to be my Dao partner, Yi Xian proclaimed. Dao partner? I. Lin Wanbai could scarcely believe her ears. What? Are you unwilling? Yi Xian inquired, noticing her astonished expression. And no. I am willing, but how could I, Lin Wanbai? deserves such an honor as to be with you, young master, she replied, a hint of self-doubt creeping into her voice. To put it bluntly, she felt like an orphan, and her own development seemed lacking. Wanbai, how can you speak of yourself like that? You need not feel inferior. You are truly beautiful, Yi Xian reassured her. But I am rather plain, Lin Wanbai murmured, still gazing downward. It matters not, plain or not. In my eyes, you are a celestial being. Wanbai, we cannot disclose this to my parents while we are out here. When I return to my family, I shall proudly tell them. Yi Xian continued, his excitement palpable. The surroundings here are lovely. Shall we not wed here first? Yi Xian understood that Lin Wanbai had avenged her grievances, yet he had not received the system's reward. This implied that perhaps he needed to consummate their bond to obtain the reward he eagerly anticipated. I am willing. Lin Wanbai nodded, her heart racing with exhilaration, for she knew the immense prowess Yi Xian possessed. To be his woman for a lifetime would be her utmost honor. Very well, let us wed here, Yi Xian declared. With that, he gathered a few red flowers from the blooming sea and placed them delicately upon Lin Wanbai's head. At this moment, Lin Wanbai felt an overwhelming sense of shyness. Let us begin. Moreover, I, Yi Xian, solemnly vow that throughout this lifetime, I shall treat Miss Wanbai with utmost care. I will ensure she never endures any humiliation. Yi Xian spoke before the ceremony commenced. His words bore truth. Yi Xian was fully committed to his partner. Subsequently, Yi Xian and Lin Wanbai proceeded to exchange vows. They bowed to heaven and earth. They bowed to their ancestors. The couple bowed to each other, and then they were led into the bridal chamber. This night, their chamber was enveloped in a sea of blossoms. With the sky as their canopy and flowers as their bed, Yi Xian found no greater romance than this. Upon entering the chamber, Yi Xian and Lin Wanbai became engrossed in their intimate moments. Under the gentle moonlight, they found themselves entranced. Although Lin Wanbai felt a touch of trepidation at first, she soon discovered the sweetness of having a man by her side, which emboldened her. Typically, girls may be shy, but once they grasp the initiative, they can be quite passionate. After a day and night passed, the dawn began to break. At this moment, Yi Xian heard the voice of the system echoing in his mind. Ding! Task completion detected. Reward: Mastery of alchemical arts. As the system's voice faded, a surge of light entered Yi Xian's consciousness, filling his mind with knowledge he had never encountered before. This knowledge encompassed alchemy and various skills that could enchant women. Chapter 67. The Birth of Celestial Roots. The dragon and phoenix twins. This knowledge encompasses various alchemical techniques and methods to facilitate conception for women, along with insights on enhancing the happiness and joy of one's partner during their time together. Such a remarkable system that even includes these aspects. As Yi Xian gradually absorbed this knowledge, he could not help but express his astonishment. It can be said that this system is profoundly considerate of him. Bravo! Yi Xian exclaimed, turning his gaze towards Lin Wanbai. Ever since she came to terms with her thoughts, Lin Wanbai appeared even more enchanting. Coupled with her innate elegance, she exuded an irresistible charm. Wanbai, let us revel in our honeymoon amidst this sea of blossoms today, Yi Xian declared. With that, Yi Xian and Lin Wanbai began to indulge in their honeymoon amidst the floral expanse, which served as their lavish bed. They surrendered to their desires, basking in unrestrained pleasure. A day later, Yi Xian and Lin Wanbai lay in the flower field, a hint of fatigue gracing their features. However, it was evident to anyone that they were utterly satisfied with their splendid situation, harboring no regrets. As Yi Xian rested, a voice from the system suddenly echoed in his mind. Beep! The chaotic saintess Li Xiao has given birth to celestial root dragon and phoenix twins for the host, rewarding the host with 500 years of cultivation, awarding the host with 5 elemental celestial roots, granting the host with a baby formation pill, bestowing upon the host the technique of cloud shadow mirage. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Yi Xian abruptly sat up, overwhelmed with emotion. Not long ago, he had heard news of the chaotic saintess's pregnancy, but he never anticipated that he would become a father, and to dragon and phoenix twins no less. Such exhilarating news. Yet, a pang of regret struck him for not being by Li Xiao's side during this momentous occasion. I am going to be a father, haha, Yi Xian exclaimed with excitement. My lord, what is the matter? Lin Wanbai inquired, bewildered by Yi Xian's sudden laughter. Still calling me my lord? Yi Xian shot a glance at Lin Wanbai. Darling, Lin Wanbai responded. Initially taken aback, she soon adjusted and affectionately addressed him. Well, that is more like it. Wanbai, I am particularly elated right now. Let us celebrate with cannon fire. Yi Xian proposed. Oh, again? Can you handle it, darling? Lin Wanbai asked, momentarily stunned. Yi Xian's vigor was indeed surprising to her, and she was genuinely impressed by his energy. Joyful occasions invigorate the spirit, Yi Xian declared. Thus, Yi Xian and Lin Wanbai once more entered into their blissful honeymoon life. After concluding his tasks, Yi Xian began to contemplate his future plans. This time, the system had bestowed upon him the 5 elemental spiritual roots. The heavenly spiritual roots were regarded as the finest in the realm of fantasy. Possessing such roots promised boundless achievements in the future. With the addition of the 5 elements, it implied that he could cultivate anything. The acquisition of these spiritual roots would undoubtedly accelerate Yi Xian's future cultivation. With 500 years of cultivation, he was poised to break through to the nascent soul realm, especially with the aid of a nascent formation pill. However, to ascend to the nascent soul, he must first transform his golden core into an infant soul. Yet, considering the immense size of his golden core, which was also golden-hued, the transition might not be straightforward. Although others might not encounter tribulations when advancing to the nascent soul, exceptions do occasionally arise. Henceforth, I must prepare diligently, Yi Xian murmured. Then, addressing the void, he called out, Old Yao, reveal yourself. Coming. In response to Yi Xian's summons, Yao Yi instantly appeared before him. What commands do you have, young master? Yao Yi inquired. Old Yao, I may be on the verge of breaking through to the nascent soul, Yi Xian declared. What? Upon hearing Yi Xian's words, Yao Yi staggered backward in astonishment. This revelation struck him like a bolt from the blue, rendering it almost inconceivable. He vividly recalled the first time he met Yi Xian. At that time, Yi Xian was merely at the foundation establishment stage. In just over a year, Yi Xian's cultivation had escalated to such an extraordinary and terrifying level. He was truly a prodigy. Yao Yi himself had spent several centuries striving to reach the nascent soul realm. The comparison was disheartening. Old Yao, my 2-year journey to the nascent soul realm is also rather slow. Please do not appear so astonished, Yi Xian attempted to reassure him. Yet, unbeknownst to Yi Xian, his words struck Yao Yi even harder. It was as if he had been dealt a grievous blow. Less than 2 years? I apologize for being human, Yao Yi muttered, his lips twitching. All right, I have something to discuss with you. Over the past year, my request for your protection was indeed selfish on my part. Moving forward, you are free to go. If you wish to leave, I shall not hold you back, Yi Xian stated. However, before Yi Xian could finish his thought, Yao Yi abruptly fell to his knees, exclaiming, Young Master Yi, are you dismissing me? I have committed no grave offense. What are you saying, Old Yao? I meant if you do not wish to accompany me, Yi Xian replied. No, if young Master Yi does not disdain me, I shall follow you forever, willing to traverse mountains of blades and seas of fire. Yao Yi declared fervently. Very well, since you are willing to accompany me, I extend my heartfelt welcome to you. Rise, Old Yao, Yi Xian urged hastily, assisting Yao Yi to his feet. Old Yao, take these spiritual herbs. They will undoubtedly expedite your cultivation, Yi Xian stated, presenting a collection of spiritual herbs to Yao Yi. These herbs had been harvested from the spiritual herb garden within the Tianyuan ruins, where an abundance had been gathered. Hence, Yi Xian possessed a considerable quantity. Thank you, my lord. I shall commence my cultivation at once. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to summon me. Yao Yi expressed gratefully. Yao Yi, not being foolish, acknowledged that initially, his feelings towards following Yi Xian were somewhat displeased. However, at this moment, he felt entirely willing to assist Yi Xian in any way. Given Yi Xian's rapid cultivation progress, his future achievements seemed boundless. Moreover, he had been surrounded by numerous enchanting women, rendering him the man Yao Yi admired most. Very well, let us strive forward. Yi Xian nodded in affirmation. He then turned to Lin Wanbai and inquired, Wanbai, are you aware of any expansive locations in the vicinity? You know, places where one could create a considerable commotion without attracting the attention of many cultivators? Chapter 68. A beautiful misunderstanding in a vast and desolate expanse. Lin Wanbai pondered. I recall a place, a snow-capped mountain. Due to the frigid climate and its icy cover, no cultivators venture there. What must we do to reach it? Yi Xian inquired eagerly. his heart racing at the mere mention of the snow mountain. In his previous life, he had resided in a warm region, where even winter temperatures rarely dipped below 20 degrees Celsius. Snow was a phenomenon he had never encountered, rendering the sight of it a lifelong dream. He had envisioned traveling northward after graduation to witness the snow, but fate had intervened, and his life was cut short while attempting to save another. Thus, the dream of seeing snow had remained an unfulfilled regret. However, now Yi Xian felt that the realization of this dream was within reach. To arrive at the snow mountain, they would need to traverse a dense forest, rumored to be home to numerous ferocious creatures. It is said to be perilous, but I cannot provide further details. Lin Wanbai added, "Perfect. I require a tranquil place for my breakthrough, and I believe the snow mountain is ideal. Let us set forth," Yi Xian declared. "Certainly. Wherever you go, I shall follow," Lin Wanbai responded, her devotion evident. For her, being by Yi Xian's side made anything worthwhile. "Let us be on our way," Yi Xian exclaimed, leading Lin Wanbai toward the great snow mountain. As time flowed by, 2 days later, they arrived at a location enveloped in towering trees. A testament to the forest's age, the occasional roars of magical beasts echoed through the air, yet Yi Xian sensed that this forest was not excessively vast, and thus, it likely harbored no truly fearsome predators. "Now, we shall soar through the air on our swords," Yi Xian announced. "Yes, I shall follow your lead," Lin Wanbai replied obediently. Yi Xian began his preparations, knowing that despite the absence of large beasts, caution was paramount in a fantastical realm. Suddenly, an ear-piercing cry shattered the stillness. Upon hearing the shriek, Lin Wanbai gazed upward into the sky. "Look, dear, what a magnificent eagle!" she exclaimed in astonishment, prompted by her words. Yi Xian also directed his gaze above, and was equally awestruck. A colossal eagle, with wings spanning several meters and resembling a gigantic millstone, circled gracefully above the forest. Like a vigilant guardian surveying its domain, the magnificent eagle appeared, its prowess akin to that of an early-stage Yuanying realm human. Yi Xian could not help but exclaim, "The Yuanying realm? What a formidable creature!" Lin Wanbai gasped in astonishment, her cherry lips slightly parted in disbelief. Moments ago, she had contemplated soaring over on her sword. Yet now, an eagle had come to escort them. A faint smile graced Yi Xian's lips. Upon witnessing that smile, Lin Wanbai realized that this grand eagle, no, this majestic bird, was destined for a dire fate. As predicted, the moment Yi Xian's words fell, he leaped into the air towards the eagle. "Caw!" The eagle let out a piercing cry upon spotting Yi Xian, then flapped its colossal wings and charged towards him. The eagle's speed was astounding. In no time, it stood before Yi Xian, its eyes ablaze with fury. "Brother Eagle, allow me to take a ride, or I shall resort to force," Yi Xian declared. Though the eagle could not speak, its intelligence surpassed that of many beasts. It could understand some of Yi Xian's words. "Caw!" At Yi Xian's audacious request, the eagle nearly fainted with rage. As the king of this forest, it could not bear the thought of a diminutive human attempting to ride it. With a thunderous roar, the eagle lunged towards Yi Xian, intent on devouring this insignificant creature. In the blink of an eye, the eagle was upon him, its long, sharp beak poised to swallow Yi Xian whole. "Curse it! Calling you Brother Eagle is a sign of respect. Clearly, you do not deem me worthy of such courtesy, you feathered beast," Yi Xian retorted, leaping nimbly to evade the eagle's beak. "Caw!" The eagle let out a long shriek, quickly shifting its angle. Its wings, as if forged from steel, swept towards Yi Xian with tremendous force, the wind howling as space itself seemed to tear apart. "Ignorant fool!" Yi Xian shouted in anger, vaulting onto the eagle's back. "Caw! Caw!" The eagle twisted and turned, attempting to dislodge Yi Xian. Yet, the more it struggled, the tighter Yi Xian gripped. "If you refuse my courtesy, I shall pluck your feathers, leaving you a bald eagle, and see how the females regard you thereafter," Yi Xian declared coldly, yanking a feather from the eagle's plumage. "Caw!" After the feathers were plucked, the eagle let out a sharp cry of pain. At that moment, it was not just physical suffering that tormented the eagle. It was the dread of becoming a bald eagle, which would surely lead to neglect from its mate. "Will you comply?" Yi Xian inquired. "Caw!" The eagle was reluctant to acquiesce, for as the noble king of eagles, serving as a steed for a human would tarnish its majestic reputation. "Then I shall continue to pluck," Yi Xian declared, resuming his relentless task. "Caw!" At this point, The eagle completely capitulated, descending to the ground and prostrating itself, tears glistening in its eyes. It realized that this human was indeed merciless, showing it no semblance of respect. "Since you are willing to let me ride, let us forge a pact," Yi Xian commanded. The eagle, possessing considerable prowess, needed to be firmly under his control for Yi Xian to feel secure. After all, it was a beast of the wild, not a spirit creature. With a resigned caw, the eagle offered a drop of its essence to complete the contract. Thus, its fate became entwined with Yi Xian's will. Any thought of rebellion was rendered impossible. "My dear, you are truly remarkable to have subdued such a magnificent creature so swiftly," Lin Wanbai exclaimed in admiration. "Indeed. Come, Wanbai, let us venture to the snow-capped mountains for some skiing." Yi Xian responded with palpable excitement. Chapter 69, Embarrassment. An unexpected avalanche. As Yi Xian spoke, he summoned the eagle to fly beside Lin Wanbai, inviting her to mount alongside him. He embraced her warmly, then directed the eagle, "Brother eagle, take flight and traverse the great forest." With a whoosh, the eagle soared into the sky, carrying Yi Xian and Lin Wanbai far away. Perched on the eagle's back, Yi Xian felt an overwhelming sense of joy. The wind rushed past, and the breathtaking scenery below unfolded before his eyes. Were it not for the eagle's swift pace, he would have relished the moment with a celebratory cheer on its back, rejoicing in his newfound possession of a wind durac. However, he decided against it, recognizing the inherent dangers of aerial antics. As an hour passed, the eagle guided them through the vast forest, ultimately reaching the summit of a snow-capped mountain. The sight was breathtaking, a panorama of pristine white snow that nearly blinded him. "Wow, how beautiful!" Yi Xian exclaimed as he leaped from the eagle's back, instinctively opening his arms wide in a gesture of embrace. His excitement was palpable. After 2 lifetimes, he was finally witnessing snow, and on a snow mountain at that, immaculate and utterly pure. Seeing Yi Xian's elation, Lin Wanbai also radiated happiness. "Wanbai, shall we celebrate amidst this stunning scenery on the highest peak?" Yi Xian asked, eager for her thoughts. He felt that to remain idle in the face of such beauty would be a disservice to himself. "Yes, yes," Lin Wanbai responded, equally enthusiastic. With her agreement, they began their ascent to the mountain's pinnacle, leaving the eagle behind at the base. While the eagle was merely a beast, it could have accompanied them. But Yi Xian preferred not to be disturbed during their intimate moment. After 2 hours of climbing, they finally reached the summit. The myriad of breathtaking views was truly overwhelming. "Ah!" Yi Xian could not help but shout. "Ah!" Lin Wanbai echoed his exhilaration, their voices reverberating in the air. "Wanbai, would you be willing to bear me a chubby little one?" Yi Xian inquired playfully. "I would," Lin Wanbai replied, her face flushed with shyness as she lowered her gaze. That gentle, demure gesture was utterly enchanting. Then, the two of them began to act upon their desires. Though the chill in the air was biting, it posed no threat to cultivators. Even without a single garment, they remained unscathed. In the moments that followed, they found themselves enveloped in a warm camaraderie. Especially now that Yi Xian had received the rewards from the system, granting him newfound abilities. Lin Wanbai also cooperated earnestly. Time passed in this manner. However, just when Yi Xian and Lin Wanbai found themselves at a critical juncture, suddenly, the entire peak of the snow mountain trembled violently. A cacophony of rumbling sounds erupted. The scene unfolded so swiftly that neither Yi Xian nor Lin Wanbai could react in time. Subsequently, the two slid down the snow mountain and were ultimately buried beneath the snow. Damn it, an avalanche! After a considerable duration, a voice laden with curses emerged from the depths of the snow. This voice, of course, belonged to Yi Xian. Despite the chaos of the avalanche, Yi Xian and Lin Wanbai managed to complete their final cultivation. Afterward, they emerged from beneath the snow. After resting for a while, Yi Xian resumed his endeavors. A few days later, Lin Wanbai said to Yi Xian, "Husband, I think I might be pregnant." "What? So soon? I was hoping to enjoy myself a bit longer. Playing in this snow is truly delightful. I suspect even Teacher Su has never experienced such fun." Yi Xian mused to himself. It is worth noting that Teacher Su was Yi Xian's idol in his previous life, renowned for his aerial maneuvers that had evoked envy in countless men. Yi Xian then proceeded to examine Lin Wanbai. After a thorough check, he confirmed that Lin Wanbai was indeed pregnant. "From now on, you shall rest here and nurture the child while I strive to break through to the Yuanying realm," Yi Xian declared. He understood that once a woman conceives, she must be exceedingly cautious, for reckless behavior could severely impact the fetus. "All right, husband." Lin Wanbai nodded in agreement. Next, Yi Xian selected a location and began his preparations. He first set up numerous formations in the vicinity, a precautionary measure. Once everything was in place, Yi Xian sat cross-legged and addressed the system. System. Fuse 500 years of cultivation. Ding. Acknowledged host. The system responded. As the system's words faded, the next moment, the 500 years of cultivation began to surge into Yi Xian's body, initiating the refinement of his golden core. After the refinement, Yi Xian noticed that his golden core was growing larger and harder. This left Yi Xian feeling somewhat helpless. The larger and harder it became, the more challenging it would be to shatter. To break through to Yuan Ying, he must transform the core into an infant. Nevertheless, Yi Xian shook his head, casting aside these thoughts. No need to dwell on that for now. I shall focus on reaching the 9th level of the golden core realm first. Following this, Yi Xian unified his essence, energy, and spirit, began to refine his true essence, and embarked on his breakthrough. 8th level of the golden core realm. 9th level of the golden core realm. After reaching the 9th level of the golden core realm, his cultivation came to a halt. No matter how hard Yi Xian exerted himself or pressed forward, there were no signs of a breakthrough into the nascent soul realm. He felt an immense force obstructing his progress, as if a formidable barrier lay before him. It seemed that breaking through to the nascent soul realm would require considerable effort. However, adversity was something he feared the least. In his previous life, he had endured 18 arduous years of study. Yet he persevered and ultimately succeeded in gaining admission to a prestigious university. In this life, Yi Xian remained undeterred. "I shall speak of this after consuming the nascent formation pill," he murmured. With that, Yi Xian retrieved the nascent formation pill awarded by the system and consumed it, then resumed his quest for signs of a breakthrough. Yet, despite his relentless efforts, he found no success. His golden core felt unyieldingly solid. "This is truly astonishing. I refuse to succumb to this fate," Yi Xian declared, his expression reflecting a trace of frustration. Undeterred, he continued his pursuit of advancement. At last, his perseverance bore fruit. After a day and a night of relentless effort, Yi Xian shattered the golden core. He felt an overwhelming sense of achievement, spurred on by his triumph. Yet, just as he was on the verge of breaking through to the nascent soul stage, a shocking scene unfolded before him, leaving him in disbelief. Chapter 70. You seek death. At this moment, the once resplendent sky became shrouded in ominous black clouds. Simultaneously, thunder roared and lightning flashed. Soon, the power of thunder gathered above Yi Xian's head. Boom! With a deafening clap of thunder, a bolt of lightning cleaved through the heavens, descending toward the earth with a clear target, Yi Xian. It was evident that to transcend to the nascent soul stage, he must endure the baptism of this thunder tribulation. What the hell? The moment Yi Xian beheld the long, thick lightning plummeting from the sky, he couldn't help but curse. He never imagined that his mere breakthrough to the nascent soul would summon such a terrifying heavenly tribulation. Would he still be able to enjoy this breakthrough? However, he soon realized that his rapid advancement was perceived by the heavens as an act of defiance. Boom! Yet, there was no time for Yi Xian to dwell on his thoughts, for the thunderous force descended with an overwhelming destructive power aimed directly at him. Break from me! In the face of this heavenly thunder, Yi Xian unleashed his technique, 10,000 swords returning to the origin. Countless strands of true essence transformed into a formidable sword energy, surging toward the thunderstorm. In an instant, the colossal sword aura collided with the thunderous force, producing a deafening roar. Witnessing this spectacle, Lin Wanbai couldn't help but express her concern, "My lord." Yet, Lin Wanbai understood that when confronted with such a thunder tribulation, her worries were all she could offer. She was utterly powerless. The 9 heavens thunder tribulation was simply too fearsome. "Damn it, young master. You provoke such a dreadful heavenly wrath just by breaking through to the nascent soul. How envious is the heavenly Tao." In the shadows, Yaoi was equally astonished, momentarily stunned. Yet, he recognized that he could offer no assistance. Any attempt to intervene could lead to his immediate obliteration. The young master is formidable. He will surely be fine. Yao Yi silently prayed, as Yao Yi and Lin Wanbai fervently hoped for his safety. The first bolt of thunder was obliterated by Yi Xian's 10,000 swords returning to the origin. Boom. Following closely, the second bolt of thunder descended. Clearly, the heavenly Tao was irate. This strike resembled a dragon of lightning, even thicker and longer than the first, exuding an aura of sheer terror. Damn it, heavenly Tao, grant me some respect, or I shall surely strike you down another day. Yi Xian couldn't help but curse. Yet, no matter how much he railed against fate, it was of no consequence. Soon, a colossal thunder dragon descended, emanating an overwhelming force of thunder that seemed capable of annihilating the very heavens and the earth. Let the thunder enter the coffin. Faced with this terrifying dragon forged from pure thunderous might, Yi Xian summoned the 3 generations copper coffin and activated the surrounding array. Boom, boom, boom. Soon, the thunder dragon collided with the array and the copper coffin, producing a deafening roar. The snow around them melted rapidly, transforming into streams of water, obscuring Yi Xian beneath the power of the thunder, rendering him invisible. Meanwhile, 1,000 miles away, a group of cultivators suddenly turned their gazes towards this disturbance, eager to discern the unfolding events. What a terrifying phenomenon! Surely, a treasure has emerged, and it lies atop that snow-capped mountain. Let us investigate, some cultivators murmured, making their way towards the mountain's peak. Yet, there were others among them who, upon witnessing the spectacle, shook their heads, choosing not to engage. For they understood that in this world, the longest-lived cultivators were those who remained uncontentious, refrained from meddling, and eschewed greed. Soon, these cultivators arrived at the base of the snow-capped mountain, where they beheld an endless surge of thunderous energy swirling above, a true spectacle indeed. There is surely a treasure, they exclaimed, their hearts racing with excitement. You must leave at once. There is no treasure to be found here. Lin Wanbai interjected as she noticed the approaching group. Oh, a charming beauty. Is she hoping to monopolize the treasures for herself? Fair lady, I hope you recognize the wisdom in retreating, lest you meet your demise. The other cultivators retorted menacingly as they surged towards the mountain peak. Then let it be death. Lin Wanbai replied coldly. She was acutely aware that her husband was undergoing a breakthrough and could not allow anyone to disturb him. If Yi Xian were to be interrupted, it could lead to disastrous consequences. As Lin Wanbai's words echoed, she launched her attack. However, as time passed, the phenomenon grew increasingly brilliant, attracting even more attention. At that moment, Yao Yi and the eagle sculpture also took action, yet the sheer number of cultivators was overwhelming. The trio could only struggle to hold their ground. Just then, an elderly woman appeared at the foot of the snow-capped mountain. Though she appeared hunched and frail, her eyes sparkled with a keen brilliance. Upon perceiving the elderly woman, Yao Yi could not help but furrow his brow. This aged figure possessed a formidable cultivation level, being at the 5th stage of the nascent soul realm. Moreover, Yao Yi found himself entangled with other practitioners, rendering him unable to confront the old woman in time. Before long, she deftly bypassed the defenses of Lin Wanbai, the eagle, and Yao Yi, advancing directly towards the summit of the snow-capped mountain. Meanwhile, Yi Xian stood enveloped in the power of thunder. Initially, he struggled against this formidable force, but soon he began to forge his body with a portion of the thunder's might. In a brief span, 2 ear-piercing explosions erupted from within him, signifying the culmination of his nascent soul. To his astonishment, Yi Xian discovered that not only was this nascent soul substantial in size, but he had also manifested 2 of them. This revelation startled him greatly. However, he quickly found solace in the realization that these 2 nascent souls seemed to pose no discomfort. On the contrary, he felt immensely powerful. Furthermore, during his breakthrough, Yi Xian had successfully mastered the Cloud Shadow Phantom Steps. No wonder even the heavenly Tao could not tolerate my existence. To achieve the formation of 2 nascent souls in one go is undoubtedly unprecedented, Yi Xian murmured to himself, before retracting the aura of his cultivation and stepping forth from the thunderous energy. As he emerged from the tempest of lightning, Yi Xian beheld a fierce battle unfolding below. Lin Wanbai, the eagle, and Yao Yi fought valiantly, evidently striving to protect themselves, while the elderly woman had made her way to the summit of the snow-covered mountain. You seek death. Yi Xian seethed upon witnessing this scene. Chapter 71. Who dared to touch my woman? Choose death at this moment. Yi Xian was consumed by anger. The consequences, naturally, would be dire. It is imperative to understand that Lin Wanbai was now with child. The audacity of these individuals to lay hands on his woman was akin to lighting a lantern in a latrine, an invitation to demise. "Boy, hand over the treasure, and I shall spare your life," the old woman declared, her gaze glinting with a chilling light. Clearly, she believed Yi Xian had stumbled upon something valuable. Otherwise, the two men would not have fought to the death to impede the approaching cultivator. "I'll hand you a mouthful of curses," Yi Xian retorted vehemently. "Perish," he intoned coldly, and with that, he unleashed a powerful punch. Though Yi Xian had not mastered any martial arts, the force of his strike was undeniably formidable. The air itself seemed to tear apart, creating a vast gash. "Obstinate fool," the hunchbacked old woman exclaimed, her eyes flashing with deadly intent. Instantly, her posture straightened, radiating an aura of murderous intent as she swung her cane at Yi Xian. Boom! The clash between Yi Xian's fist and the cane resonated with a deafening roar. After a fierce exchange, Yi Xian's punch dissipated into nothingness. Witnessing the obliteration of his own strike, Yi Xian's expression turned icy. He had initially believed he could vanquish the old woman with a single blow, only to discover her cultivation was at the 5th level of the nascent soul realm. "Time to reveal my trump card. Fellow cultivator, prepare to enter the coffin," Yi Xian declared coldly. With his words, he summoned his innate treasure, the 3-world copper coffin. Now, having been tempered by the power of thunder and bolstered by his own advancing cultivation, its might had significantly increased. As the 3-world copper coffin appeared, it swiftly descended upon the old woman, who was caught completely off guard. In the next instant, she found herself trapped within the coffin. "Die!" Without allowing her any chance to resist, Yi Xian invoked the murderous intent contained within the coffin. "Ah!" A piercing scream echoed, and the old woman was instantly obliterated, reduced to a pile of ashes. Upon hearing the anguished cry, many cultivators turned their gazes toward the source. They beheld Yi Xian scattering the ashes of the old woman. Upon witnessing this scene, a sense of dread washed over them, and the desire to claim the treasure vanished instantly. If even a 5th-level nascent soul cultivator could be reduced to dust by Yi Xian, their own strengths paled in comparison. "Let us retreat." The cultivators ceased their fighting, each one preparing to flee from the scene. "This place is entirely beyond their reach. This youth is exceedingly twisted, an existence they cannot provoke. Stay with me." Observing the cultivators preparing to depart, Yi Xian spoke coldly. They bullied his newly pregnant wife and thought they could leave just like that? How naive. As Yi Xian's words fell, the oppressive aura of the nascent soul realm emanated from him. Although he was merely at the initial stage of the nascent soul realm, possessing 2 nascent souls endowed him with unparalleled power, far beyond that of ordinary cultivators. As the nascent soul pressure was unleashed, the cultivators felt as if an immense celestial dome was crushing down upon them, rendering their breath suspended, let alone any thought of escape. Such formidable pressure, truly worthy of a young master. Upon sensing the aura released by Yi Xian, Yao Yi could not help but feel a deep astonishment within. Yao Yi was utterly shocked, for he clearly remembered that just over a year ago, Yi Xian was merely a foundation establishment cultivator. Yet in less than 2 years, his cultivation had escalated to such a terrifying level, unprecedented in history. It was indeed horrifying. Yao Yi contemplated that if Yi Xian were to turn his hand against him, he could be annihilated in an instant. Regardless, he wished to follow him, even if it meant being a servant. At this moment, Yao Yi thought to himself, "My husband." Lin Wanbai couldn't help but reveal a knowing smile, one that could captivate nations. Shadowy and enchanting, Yi Xian immediately employed the cloud shadow technique. In an instant, he appeared before Lin Wanbai. "Wanbai, are you all right?" Yi Xian asked with concern. "I am fine, my husband." Lin Wanbai shook her head. However, her complexion appeared somewhat pale. "You say you're fine, yet your face is ashen. Knowing you are with child, why do you still move recklessly?" Yi Xian reproached her. Yet he understood that Lin Wanbai was acting to protect herself. "I was wrong, my husband. I will not do it again," Lin Wanbai replied. "As long as you recognize your mistake." Yi Xian kissed Lin Wanbai gently. After that, he turned his attention to the cultivators he had subdued. "Spare my life." At the moment Yi Xian's gaze swept over them, the cultivators felt their souls tremble involuntarily, each one begging for mercy. "Who among you dared to harm my wife? Take your own life," Yi Xian said coldly. His words resonated like a decree from the depths of the abyss. It must be noted that Yi Xian had labored immensely to ensure Lin Wanbai conceived, having toiled for over half a year, and now they were caught in this avalanche. Now that she is pregnant, Yi Xian dares not entertain any improper thoughts. Yet, you all are bold enough to attack Yi Xian's woman upon your arrival. Truly, you must have a death wish. After waiting for a considerable time, Yi Xian realizes that these cultivators have not made a move, which fills him with immense rage. Very well, since you choose inaction, I shall take matters into my own hands. Yi Xian's voice is as cold as ice. As his words resonate, Yi Xian's consciousness flows, and a series of terrifying sword energies, forged from true essence, surge forth, targeting the cultivator who had just assaulted Lin Wanbai. With a series of piercing sounds, these cultivators stand powerless against the onslaught of sword energy. One by one, they are struck, disintegrating into crimson mist. Brutally slain without a chance to scream. Their lives extinguished, they fade into nothingness. Begone! Yi Xian coldly commands the remaining cultivators. Yes, 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 the other cultivators. Upon hearing his words, scramble away in utter disarray, their retreat frantic as they fear stepping into the same grim fate as their comrades. After witnessing their flight, Yi Xian turns to the eagle and says, Brother Eagle, let us depart for the nearest city. With a nod, the eagle allows Yi Xian and Lin Wanbai to mount upon its back. Having witnessed Yi Xian's formidable power, the eagle no longer feels any sense of loss. Instead, it considers it an honor to carry Yi Xian. Once they are seated, the eagle transforms into a streak of light, vanishing from sight. Meanwhile, a significant event unfolds at the Chaos Sacred Land. The gentle maiden quietly seeks a blessing. Will she receive it? Chapter 72. The Bittersweet Search. At this moment, upon a sacred mountain, countless magnificent structures and caves stand proudly, exuding an extraordinary aura. The air is thick with spiritual energy, accompanied by the melodious chirping of birds and the fragrant blooms of flowers. This place is none other than the chaotic sacred land, one of the three great sanctuaries of the eastern wilderness, a realm that countless cultivators dream of entering. However, entering the chaotic sacred land for cultivation is an exceedingly arduous endeavor, as it imposes exceptionally high requirements on the spiritual roots of its disciples. The fact that Li Xiao has been chosen as the saintess of the chaotic sacred land speaks volumes of her exceptional nature. In a cave abundant with spiritual energy, a woman of ethereal beauty, radiating an ominous aura, stands alongside an older woman. Although the latter is advanced in years, her visage betrays no signs of aging. Instead, she possesses a unique charm that distinguishes her from other women. This duo, one youthful and the other mature, are none other than Li Xiao and her esteemed mentor, Wu Jingxin. Together, they are renowned as the chaotic beauties of the chaotic sacred land. It is often said that any man fortunate enough to wed either of these two would find himself soaring to unimaginable heights of happiness. Yet, Wu Jingxin possesses discerning tastes. Having captivated the admiration of countless suitors, though she remains indifferent to their advances. Thus, she has remained single over the years, dedicating herself to the guidance of her sole disciple, Li Xiao. Little did Wu Jingxin anticipate that upon her disciple's return from an outing, she would discover Li Xiao was pregnant, and to this day, the identity of the child's father remains undisclosed. Initially, upon learning of her disciple's condition, Wu Jingxin vehemently opposed it, declaring that should Li Xiao choose to keep the child, she would no longer acknowledge her as a disciple and would rescind her status as saintess, believing her actions to be unworthy of such a title. However, as time passed, Wu Jingxin found herself admiring her disciple. Despite the pregnancy, Li Xiao's cultivation remained unaffected, and in fact, her progress has been remarkably rapid. Over a year later, she gave birth to a pair of extraordinary dragon and phoenix twins, endowed with the most potent spiritual roots, capable of self-cultivation from birth, and even able to provide feedback to their mother. At this moment, Wu Jingxin feels a twinge of envy, for she understands that the man who fathered such remarkable offspring must truly be a paragon among men. Disciple, have you not always avoided meeting me? What brings you here today? Wu Jingxin inquired. Master, you used to inquire why I was with child. At that time, due to my pregnancy, I wished to avoid becoming ensnared in endless bloodshed, hence I chose to keep it a secret. Today, allow me to share the trials I have faced. 2 years ago, when I descended the mountain, I covertly investigated the perpetrator behind Brother Qin's demise, only to encounter an assassin from the dark web. During our struggle, I fell victim to a seductive poison. Ultimately, I could only engage in an intimate union with a young man. Who is the father of my child? His name is Yi Xian. Not only does he possess mastery over the art of Qi Min Dun Jia, but he is also well-versed in various divination techniques. I am well aware that he must know who sought to bring about my demise. However, in his quest to protect me, he chose not to disclose the truth. So that was the case. The dark web has audaciously attempted to infiltrate the sanctity of my chaos holy land. Such recklessness. Upon hearing her disciple's account, Wu Jingxi nodded in understanding. She now fathomed that her disciple's pregnancy was indeed an unintended consequence. O foolish disciple, why did you not reveal the truth to your master at the outset? Wu Jingxin inquired, somewhat perplexed. The pregnancy of the Chaos Saintess is a matter of monumental significance. I wish to shield him from harm, since I carry his child. I must be his companion and protector, Li Xiao replied. Alas, my dear, I must impart a single word to you. Foolish. Do you intend to seek out Yi Xian? I, too, am curious about the abilities he possesses, Wu Jingxin remarked with intrigue. He mentioned that he requires 3 years of external training. Considering the time elapsed, he should still be honing his skills outside. Master, may I request something of you? Li Xiao implored with earnest eyes. Speak, disciple. Wu Jingxin responded with a nod. I am not yet at liberty to roam freely. I wish for you to descend the mountain to protect Yi Xian for a time. Might you agree, master? I earnestly beseech you, Li Xiao said with a playful demeanor. Very well, I may have misjudged you. To atone, I shall journey down the mountain. However, if that young man proves to be indolent, he shall receive a thorough reprimand. Yet, should he be a prodigious talent, I shall discreetly safeguard him for a time. Wu Jingxin acknowledged with a nod. Thank you, master. With your intervention, I feel reassured. Li Xiao expressed her gratitude. Shall I investigate the mastermind behind the dark web's attempts on your life? Wu Jingxin inquired. Master, the dark web is no trifling organization. It would be best not to involve yourself. When I next meet Yi Xian, he will surely reveal the truth, Li Xiao responded. Disciple, could it be that the mastermind is the very Yi Xian you speak of? Wu Jingxin questioned, her brow furrowing. Master, how could you think such a thing? I assure you, it is absolutely not him. I trust his character implicitly, Li Xiao insisted, shaking her head. Very well, master shall step out for a while. You must take good care of the 2 little ones here, Wu Jingxin remarked. As she spoke, her figure vanished from the spot. Watching her departure, Li Xiao gazed into the distance and murmured, Yi Xian, I am well here. May you be safe. Once you return to the family, I shall bring our children to see you. Unbeknownst to Yi Xian, events were unfolding in the chaos sacred land. At this moment, Yi Xian and Lin Wanbai had arrived in a city named Guiyuncheng. Upon reaching the city, Yi Xian purchased a residence and engaged a maidservant. He then turned to Lin Wanbai and said, Wanbai, I have a few matters to attend to and shall be away for a while. During this time, you should focus on nurturing our child here. When I return, I will take you back to the family. Very well, my dear husband, Lin Wanbai replied, nodding obediently. Old Yao, brother Diao, the safety of Wanbai rests in your hands. You must ensure her well-being. Should any misfortune befall her, do not blame me for turning against you. Yi Xian cautioned. Rest assured, young master. Yao Yi nodded in affirmation. Brother Jiao also nodded solemnly. With everything in order, Yi Xian embarked on a new journey. His actions were indeed driven by intent to divert the attention of the disciples from Lin Yuan's sect, as he had already sensed that he was being followed. If Lin Wanbai remained by his side, Yi Xian would be unable to shake off his anxiety. Chapter 73. The Pact of Life and Death After Leaving Guiyun City. Yi Xian hastened forward. As he advanced, he was being covertly followed by a practitioner, though the latter bore no significant intent to kill. Consequently, Yi Xian deemed it unnecessary to reveal his presence. Knowing that the true mastermind had yet to appear, he needed to wait for their arrival. As Yi Xian journeyed towards his next destination, in an inn known as Luokong City, a young man suddenly opened his eyes wide. If Lin Wanbai were present, she would recognize this youth as Ji Kong, the foremost scion of the Ji family. Brother Ji, we have discovered traces of the young man who was with Lin Wanbai, reported a young disciple. Splendid. Where is he now? Ji Kong's eyes glinted with a chilling intensity. The annihilation of his family and the tragic demise of his loved ones had inflicted a profound blow upon him, becoming an insurmountable barrier in his heart. No matter how hard he practiced, his cultivation remained stagnant. However, fortune favors the diligent. Since Yi Xian had appeared, It was certain that Lin Wanbai could not be far behind. He is approaching Luokong City, and our people are tailing him. The disciple responded. Has he been discovered? Ji Kong inquired. Not at all. Excellent. Let us proceed to the city gates to welcome him, Ji Kong said coldly, leading a group of his junior disciples towards the entrance of Luokong City. Meanwhile, Yixian quickly made his way to Luokong City. He sensed an impending confrontation and felt no fear. With his current cultivation, he was not weak, and with the system by his side, he felt invincible, ready to traverse any realm without trepidation. A few hours later, Yixian arrived at the city gates of Luokong City. Luokong City, an intriguing name, he mused, a sinister smile curling his lips as he felt a palpable aura of malice surrounding him. At that moment, an overwhelming pressure enveloped him, and a figure suddenly materialized before him. This figure was a tall youth, strikingly handsome, yet his eyes bore a shadowy hue, as if one owed him an insurmountable debt. Upon seeing this young man, Yixian instantly recognized him as Ji Kong, the first scion of the Ji family, known for having been obliterated by Lin Wanbai. Young man, I have awaited your arrival for quite some time. Ji Kong spoke coolly, unfurling a portrait in his hand. After a brief exchange, Ji Kong realized that the young man before him was indeed the one he sought, the accomplice responsible for the destruction of the Ji family, and the very one who stood beside Lin Wanbai. As Ji Kong spoke, a terrifying aura emanated from him, his cultivation level at the 6th stage of the nascent soul realm. Consequently, the air around them trembled with his overwhelming pressure. You have worked hard. Speak. What brings you to me? Yixian replied nonchalantly. Simultaneously, he activated the Qiankuan Great Shift technique, effortlessly redirecting the oppressive force pressing down upon him. Reveal Lin Wanbai's whereabouts, and I can grant you a swift death. Otherwise, I shall make your existence a torment, one in which you cannot live nor die. Ji Kong's voice was laced with icy malice. Upon hearing Ji Kong's words, passers-by among the cultivators turned their gazes toward Yixian, a glimmer of pity in their eyes. They recognized Ji Kong as the foremost genius disciple of the Lingyuan sect, renowned for his formidable strength and ability to fight beyond his level. I am the mastermind behind the annihilation of your family. I have come to settle the score with you, Yixian stated indifferently. Very well. You possess some semblance of manhood. In light of that, I shall offer you a chance. Accompany me to the life and death arena for a duel, Ji Kong declared. Ji Kong's intention was to convey to all cultivators in the falling void city that he did not prey on the weak. Rather, it was Yixian who willingly accepted this confrontation, bearing the consequences of life and death. Yixian nodded. He understood that some matters, once confronted, must be resolved, otherwise, they would lead to incessant troubles. Has this fool lost his mind? How can he so readily agree to Ji Kong? One cultivator murmured. Indeed, does he not comprehend the sheer might of Ji Kong? What a fool. Another echoed. If he had refused, Ji Kong could not easily kill him upon entering Falling Void City, for there are regulations against life and death battles within the city unless on the designated platform. Yet, once on that platform, no one would dare to provoke him. Many cultivators felt a chill of apprehension for Yixian upon hearing his unhesitant acceptance of Ji Kong as challenge. They sensed that Yixian's cultivation was significantly inferior to Ji Kong's. Then let us depart. Ji Kong's lips curled into a cold smirk as he spoke. With that, he led the way into the city, with Yixian following closely behind. Since evasion was not an option, they would face the challenge head-on. As word spread among the cultivators of Falling Void City regarding Yixian's impending duel with Ji Kong, excitement rippled through the crowd. In both the fantastical realm and Yixian's previous life, there was never a shortage of spectators. Before long, Yixian and Ji Kong arrived beside the life and death arena. The desolate city serves as a designated arena for resolving grievances and conflicts among cultivators. Once one steps onto the life and death stage, it is inevitable that one will lie down in defeat. At this moment, a glance reveals faint traces of blood upon the stage, clearly indicating that countless legends of life and death unfold here daily. Upon arriving, Ji Kong was the first to ascend the life and death stage, his gaze surveying all present cultivators with an air of unwavering confidence. Come forth, let me settle this matter with you, Ji Kong proclaimed, exuding a sense of determination. Upon witnessing Ji Kong's eagerness, Yixian leaped onto the stage as well. Below, the arena was filled with numerous cultivators, many of whom, upon seeing Yixian's striking appearance, felt a pang of sympathy. Nonetheless, everyone understood the rules of the life and death stage. Two individuals ascend, but only one descends alive. You, who led Lin Wanbai to obliterate my Ji family. Today I shall declare to the world that I will subject you to 1,000 torturous deaths. Ji Kong's voice was frigid as he spoke. With these words, a crescent-shaped blade, a meter in length, materialized in his hand, emanating a dreadful cold light, exuding an aura of murderous intent. Chapter 74. What is happening? Why is my blade uncontrollable? After the crescent moon blade manifested in his grasp, Ji Kong's aura surged with unparalleled strength. Brat, perish! He bellowed, as the blade transformed into a magnificent arc before him. With a mighty swing, he struck fiercely at Yixian. In that instant, a dazzling radiance erupted from the blade, piercing through the void as it hurtled towards Yixian, suffused with a murderous intent that was overwhelming. Such power, truly worthy of being the foremost prodigy of the Lin Yuan sect. Indeed, it's terrifying. If it were me, I would have crumbled the moment Ji Kong made his move. Many disciples felt their scalps tingle at the sheer terror of Ji Kong's strike. Their gazes turned towards Yixian, eager to witness his reaction to this deadly onslaught. However, to their disappointment, Yixian remained utterly unchanged, his expression mirroring that from before, adorned with his signature faint smile. What is going on? The blade's brilliance is almost upon this youth, yet he remains motionless. I suspect he has been frightened into silence. Indeed, after all, Ji Kong is the top prodigy of the Lin Yuan sect. This youth is utterly unaware of the peril he has provoked. As numerous cultivators observed Yixian standing still, they shook their heads in dismay. Clearly, in their estimation, Yixian was doomed. Even Ji Kong, witnessing Yixian's inertia, could not suppress a cruel smile. He had not anticipated that Yixian would be so utterly inept. It was a profound surprise. As Ji Kong contemplated this, the overwhelming blade aura, imbued with the power to annihilate worlds, descended upon Yixian. As the radiant blade struck Yixian, those watching could not bear to witness the scene. They realized that Yixian was the most pitiable soul they had encountered on the life and death stage. Unlike others who at least had a chance to resist against death, Yixian faced the might of Ji Kong without any possibility of counteraction. It was truly lamentable. With eyes closed, the disciples awaited the inevitable conclusion declared by Ji Kong. Yet, as they waited, silence enveloped the arena. What is happening? The cultivators opened their eyes and looked towards the life and death stage. Upon glancing, they were met with astonishment. At this moment, the place where Yixian stood was utterly devoid of anything, as if it had been reduced to ashes by a single strike. My heavens, how tragic! All obliterated in an instant. A cultivator exclaimed in disbelief. Brother, he hasn't died. He's still alive. What? Many cultivators turned their gazes towards another part of the life and death platform. There stood Yixian, calm and composed, in a different location. He managed to evade it? How astonishing. Many cultivators found this hard to believe. As for Ji Kong, his inner shock surpassed that of the other cultivators present. He truly did not expect Yixian's agility to be so formidable. It was known that although he hadn't exerted his full strength in that previous strike, it was still immensely powerful. The fact that Yixian easily dodged it left Ji Kong utterly astounded. Kid, you actually evaded my strike? This is quite unexpected. However, the next blow shall not be so easily avoided. Ji Kong declared. Is that so? Then unleash all your techniques. Let me see just how remarkable you, the most gifted disciple of the Lin Yuan sect, truly are, Yixian retorted. In truth, the movement technique Yixian had just executed was the Cloud Shadow Mirage. He hadn't anticipated that this technique would prove so effective, allowing him to effortlessly evade an attack from a cultivator at the 6th level of the nascent soul realm. It was truly impressive. Round Moon 9 Heaven / Upon hearing Yixian's dismissive tone, Ji Kong bellowed, wielding his crescent moon blade to cleave towards Yixian. For the proud Ji Kong, failing to seriously injure or eliminate Yixian was a blow to his pride, especially as he was the most esteemed disciple of the Lin Yuan sect. As Ji Kong made his move, blades of light resembling crescent moons surged forth, enveloping the entire life and death platform in a radiant wave of lethal intent. Ji Kong believed that this time, even if Yixian wished to evade, there was no escape. Kid, let us see how you dodge this. Ji Kong smirked coldly. Then allow me to demonstrate my movement technique. Cloud Shadow Mirage Steps. Yi Xian responded coolly. As his words fell, Yi Xian began to weave through the life and death platform. With the execution of his technique, he appeared as nothing more than a fleeting shadow. Boom. Each time the round moon nine heavens descended, Yi Xian effortlessly eluded it. Damn it. This kid's movement technique is truly exceptional. If I were to master it, it would be like adding wings to a tiger. Ji Kong thought to himself. His gaze towards Yi Xian filled with fervent admiration. Kid, you do possess some skill. Why not stand and face me? Let us engage in a fair and honorable battle. Ji Kong declared coldly. I shall fulfill your desire. Upon hearing these words, Yi Xian halted his movements and replied icily. Huh, have you fallen for my trick? Ji Kong, noticing Yi Xian's cessation of evasion, surged toward him with unparalleled speed. Simultaneously, he wielded the crescent moon blade with a ferocious diagonal strike. Clearly, should this blade meet Yi Xian, it would result in a catastrophic severance. Transcendental shift. In response to this lethal blow, Yi Xian invoked the celestial level technique, transcendental shift. Meanwhile, as Ji Kong's crescent moon blade was about to cleave through Yi Xian, a cold smile emerged on Ji Kong's face. Yet, in the next moment, his expression shifted dramatically, for he realized that his crescent moon blade was no longer under his command. Instead, it appeared to be governed by an overwhelming force. What is happening? I sense a formidable storm brewing before me, and I cannot control my own weapon? Ji Kong's heart trembled with shock. It was an unprecedented experience for him to face an adversary while his weapon slipped from his grasp. The disciples present, witnessing this extraordinary scene, were equally astonished. What is going on? Has Ji Kong suddenly refrained from striking down Yi Xian? Why did the crescent moon blade halt just as it was about to strike? However, the unfolding events soon left the disciples wide-eyed with disbelief. Chapter 75, To Slander Without Cause, What Need for Justification? At this moment, not only did the crescent moon blade come to a standstill, but it also began to spin erratically in mid-air, dislodging itself from Ji Kong's grasp. What on earth was happening? Many cultivators were filled with confusion. As for Ji Kong, his heart was engulfed in utter shock and despair, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. He was utterly bewildered, for the power of his crescent moon blade had been seized by an overwhelming force, rendering it beyond his control. How could this be? Ji Kong truly could not comprehend the situation. However, before he could even process what was unfolding, an even more terrifying power surged towards him. Alarmed, Ji Kong's heart raced to the extreme, for he realized that a blade aura far more dreadful than his own was approaching. In an instant, he hastily retreated, but this force moved with a swiftness that exceeded his own. The next moment, it struck Ji Kong directly, and simultaneously, the crescent moon blade pierced into his body. Bang! With a muffled groan, Ji Kong collapsed heavily at the edge of the life and death stage. Silence enveloped the area beneath the stage, as all present cultivators wore expressions of disbelief. How could it be that Ji Kong, who was poised to slay Yi Xian, was the one who ended up injured? This was utterly absurd. The fact that Ji Kong was hurt due to his own crescent moon blade striking him was simply incomprehensible. Could it be true? Did Ji Kong actually wound himself? Many cultivators were equally perplexed, questioning what had transpired. They had only seen Ji Kong's crescent moon blade poised to strike Yi Xian when, inexplicably, it changed direction and struck him instead. It was a scene that defied belief. While everyone was still grappling with the incredibility of the moment, Ji Kong, lying at the edge of the life and death stage, coughed up a mouthful of blood. At that moment, he was completely dazed. Who am I? Where am I? What just happened? Ji Kong found himself lost in confusion. What kind of terrifying technique had Yi Xian employed to redirect his attack back upon himself, amplifying its power? I once thought the first prodigy of the Lin Yuan sect was formidable, but it seems he is nothing extraordinary after all. Yi Xian scoffed. You are a demon cultivator. You practice the wicked path. Ji Kong shouted, his eyes filled with bloodlust. Senior brother Ji. Upon witnessing Ji Kong's injury, a group of disciples from the Lin Yuan sect felt an overwhelming sense of dread. I have no desire to engage in idle chatter with you. Speak. Do you have any final words? If not, you may reunite with your family, Yi Xian stated coldly as he approached Ji Kong. Ji Kong, now severely wounded, was an easy target for Yi Xian, who was confident in his ability to deliver a fatal blow. You think you can kill me? You, a devil cultivator, are condemned by all. Ji Kong retorted with a scornful laugh. You can go meet your family now, Yi Xian declared with a chilling intent. He understood that Ji Kong could not be spared. One must eradicate the root of the problem. As Yi Xian's words fell, he prepared to strike. However, just then, a voice, cold and commanding, echoed from the void. Stop! At that moment, a figure appeared above the life and death stage, clad in a blue Taoist robe, emanating an immense pressure that was utterly terrifying. As this elder materialized, the cultivators present felt as though their breaths were about to cease. Who is he? How frightening! Is that the esteemed headmaster Mu Bai of the Lin Yuan sect? What? He is the headmaster? No wonder he is so terrifying. I can hardly breathe. Upon recognizing the identity of this formidable figure, the onlookers were left in astonishment. After all, a person of the headmaster's stature was rarely seen. It was truly a dream come true to encounter such a legendary character. Some cultivators even found themselves kneeling involuntarily. Stop, old man. Do you think your command holds any weight? Are you intending to disrupt the rules of the life and death stage? Yi Xian sneered. As he spoke, he willed the crimson blood sword in his hand to press against Ji Kong's throat. A mere thrust would ensure Ji Kong's demise. You, at such a young age, practicing demonic arts. Today I shall purge the world of your evil and restore clarity to this realm. I urge you to confess and seek leniency, or else you shall only bring about your own destruction. Mu Bai declared coldly. His words stirred a tempest of reactions among the crowd. What? So he is a devil cultivator? No wonder he was so easily defeated, murmured many cultivators, realizing the terror of the demonic techniques. Meanwhile, Yi Xian revealed a hint of coldness at the corners of his mouth, for it was evident that the headmaster of the Lin Yuan sect was twisting the truth merely to justify his intent to kill him. Such audacity was shameless. Let them assign any crime. I shall not be swayed, Yi Xian declared coldly. With that, the crimson blood sword glided across Ji Kong's neck. To threaten him with force is nothing but a fool's dream. After caressing Ji Kong's neck, a primordial spirit drifted out from his body. It was evident that Ji Kong wished to flee. As a cultivator of the primordial spirit, he could still be reborn if his spirit escaped. However, Yi Xian would never allow him to escape. A surge of thunderous power manifested in his hand, transforming into a sword of lightning. In the next moment, this sword of thunder struck Ji Kong's primordial spirit. Consequently, the prodigy of the Lin Yuan sect met his demise. Ji Kong could hardly comprehend, even in death, that Yi Xian had the audacity to kill him in front of the sect leader. You seek death. Upon witnessing Yi Xian slay Ji Kong before his very eyes, Mu Bai was consumed by rage. He could hardly fathom that Yi Xian would dare to disregard him, the sect leader. As Mu Bai's words fell, an overwhelming pressure emanated from him, directly crushing towards Yi Xian. When this oppressive force descended, Yi Xian felt as if the heavens themselves were bearing down upon him, nearly suffocating his breath. His entire being rapidly weakened. Is this the pressure of the transformation dragon realm? How terrifying! Yi Xian could not help but exclaim in shock. He finally understood the truth. Each level of cultivation bore its own heaven. Yet, instead of succumbing to fear, Yi Xian mustered all his strength to cry out into the void. Auntie, if you do not intervene soon, I shall perish. Chapter 76. Aunt, if you do not intervene, I shall perish. Aunt, if you do not intervene, I shall perish. Yi Xian's voice resounded almost as a desperate roar. Upon hearing these words, a figure concealed within the void, resembling a beautiful teacher or a benevolent aunt, nearly lost her balance and fell from the ethereal realm. This enchanting silhouette was filled with disbelief, for she had never imagined that the other party would uncover her presence. Impossible? He must be shouting aimlessly. I am hidden quite profoundly. Even the esteemed leader of Lin Yuan's sect, Mu Bai, has failed to detect my existence. This figure, of course, was Wu Jingxin, the esteemed master of Li Xiao, and a high-ranking elder of the chaotic sacred land, whose formidable strength far surpassed that of Mu Bai. In her youth, Wu Jingxin was a force to be reckoned with, having defeated countless adversaries, leaving countless men to whisper her name in their dreams through the solitary seasons of spring, summer, autumn, and winter. I am curious to see just how formidable your potential truly is, Wu Jingxin mused softly. At this moment, she did not rush to act, but rather gazed down with her beautiful eyes. Meanwhile, Yi Xian was feeling immensely discomfort, his knees slowly descending toward the ground, emitting cracking sounds, as if they might shatter at any moment. Damn it! Why hasn't he the kind aunt made her move yet? If she doesn't act soon, I will truly perish. Yi Xian's expression revealed a hint of agony. At this juncture, he understood fully that the higher one ascends in cultivation, the more terrifying the challenges become. The disparity between the Yuan-Ing realm and the Transformation Dragon realm was indeed monumental. You little beast. Not only have you cultivated demonic arts, but you also dared to slay my Ling Yuan sect's foremost prodigy, Ji Kong. You deserve 1,000 torturous deaths. However, heaven is merciful. Surrender the various demonic techniques you have mastered, and I shall grant you a swift demise. Otherwise, you will find yourself in a predicament where life is unattainable and death is impossible. Mu Bai spoke in a calm tone. Mu Bai had closely observed the duel between Yi Xian and Ji Kong, and the techniques Yi Xian employed were astoundingly profound. He believed that acquiring Yi Xian's techniques could compensate for Ji Kong's demise. You wish to obtain my techniques? Dream on. Yi Xian retorted vehemently. He was well aware of the other party's intentions, which were merely to seize his methods. But how could that be possible? Yi Xian was not foolish, and he was also certain that someone was secretly protecting him. It was only because he had such assurance that he dared to engage in this life-and-death duel with Ji Kong. Otherwise, even with 100,000 lives, he would not have the audacity to proceed. Yi Xian never undertook ventures without confidence, for life is singular. If it were lost, nothing would remain. You are quite defiant, aren't you? Then I shall take you back and utilize the soul-searching technique to deal with you. Mu Bai declared at that moment. As Mu Bai spoke, a resonant dragon's roar emanated from his body, and he advanced toward Yi Xian with increased force. His intention was unmistakable, to first cripple Yi Xian's cultivation. However, at that moment, a voice as crisp and enchanting as a bell echoed through the air. Mu Bai cease. With those words, countless petals began to cascade through the heavens, filling the air with a fragrant aroma. As the petals fell, the oppressive aura of Mu Bai's dragon transformation dissipated into nothingness. Upon hearing the voice, Mu Bai's expression shifted dramatically. Wu Jingxin, a gentle voice resonated, and in the next instant, the air trembled violently as a figure materialized above the gathering. All eyes turned towards this figure, which radiated a resplendent light, reminiscent of a celestial being descending from the skies. She was breathtakingly beautiful, her form graceful. Yet there was an alluring maturity about her that set her apart from other women, a maturity that was an irresistible temptation for countless men, further enhancing her enchantment. How beautiful! This was the collective thought of every cultivator present. Initially, Mu Bai did not recognize the identity of the woman before him, but soon, his expression changed drastically, and he bowed deeply. Mu Bai pays respects to the esteemed elder. At that moment, his demeanor was filled with reverence and sincerity, completely shedding the arrogance he had displayed earlier. Wu Jingxin's voice was icy as she addressed Mu Bai. Mu Bai, the life and death arena is a matter of their own volition and fate. As a prominent sect leader, how dare you interfere? What punishment do you believe you deserve for such an egregious overstep? Elder, he is a demonic cultivator. Upon hearing Wu Jingxin's words, Mu Bai trembled involuntarily, cold sweat breaking out over his body. A demonic cultivator? Are you certain your concern is not for his techniques, but solely because he is a demonic cultivator? Wu Jingxin furrowed her brows, a terrifying aura beginning to emanate from her. The moment this pressure enveloped the space, Mu Bai found himself kneeling, trembling uncontrollably, drenched in sweat, resembling a frightened chick before an eagle. Goodness, her cultivation is astounding. Witnessing this scene, Yi Xian was equally astonished, as it mirrored his own experience when facing Mu Bai. Elder, I was wrong. I admit I harbored selfish motives earlier, and I shall never commit such an error again. Furthermore, I promise that as long as I am the sect leader of Lin Yuan's sect, the gates shall remain closed, and my disciples will not engage in worldly conflicts. Mu Bai replied, his voice quaking with fear. At this moment, Mu Bai was utterly terrified, for he understood that if the opponent wished to take his life, it would be as effortless as crushing an ant. He had heard tales of Wu Jingxin's formidable reputation. In her era, her contemporaries could scarcely hold their heads high in her presence. Now, having witnessed her prowess firsthand, Mu Bai realized that these accounts were not mere exaggerations. This woman was indeed extraordinarily powerful. I believe your words hold truth. Yet this young man is under the protection of my chaos sacred land. Your attempt on his life just now warrants a punishment. Thus, while the death penalty may be avoided, You shall not escape unscathed. I shall sever one of your arms as retribution, Wu Jingxin stated calmly. As her words fell, she pointed decisively, and in an instant, a flash of light illuminated the air. Crack! In the next moment, one of Mu Bai's arms was severed and sent flying, blood spraying forth. Begone! Should there be a next time, the Lingyuan sect shall cease to exist, Wu Jingxin declared coldly after incapacitating him. Thank you, esteemed elder. Mu Bai replied, nodding awkwardly before fleeing as if his life depended on it. The spectators, having witnessed the unfolding scene, stood in stunned silence, at a loss for words. Chapter 77. Silence. None could have imagined that Yi Xian's backing was the chaos sacred land. It was indeed terrifying. No wonder Yi Xian, despite being slightly weaker than Ji Kong, could dispatch him with such ease, as if it were a mere daily task. Thank you for saving my life, Aunt. Yi Xian expressed his gratitude. To be candid, had it not been for Wu Jingxin's timely intervention, Yi Xian would have met his end. This encounter allowed him to truly understand the prowess of a dragon transformation realm expert. It was genuinely awe-inspiring. What did you call me? Aunt. Am I really that old? Wu Jingxin replied, a peculiar expression crossing her face. Dear senior, you are as beautiful as a flower, showing no signs of age. Rather, you resemble an evergreen tree, beloved by all, blooming wherever you go. Henceforth, I shall call you Little Aunt. I prefer addressing female seniors as Little Aunt. Yi Xian responded, maintaining a respectful yet unyielding demeanor. After all, she had been by his side for quite some time, refraining from intervening. Yet, Yi Xian understood that she must have been assessing him, harboring no ill intentions. You silver-tongued fellow, come along. I wish to have a word with you. Wu Jingxin shot him a glance. Yi Xian nodded in agreement. Before long, they arrived at a high-end hotel. After securing a secluded private room, they took their seats. Once settled, Wu Jingxin retracted the overwhelming aura that enveloped her, revealing her captivating visage that had entranced countless men. As Yi Xian gazed upon this mature and alluring beauty, an amusing thought crossed his mind. If this enchanting woman were to bear him a child, the offspring would surely rival Li Xiao in quality. However, he quickly dismissed the notion, aware that Wu Jingxin's cultivation far surpassed his own. Should she perceive his thoughts, it would not bode well for him. After all, this exquisite woman was the revered mentor of Li Xiao, and he could not entertain such thoughts. The mere idea of impregnating the Chaos Saintess was already audacious. To now covet her mentor would be utterly presumptuous. Meanwhile, as Yi Xian scrutinized her, Wu Jingxin was also observing him intently. Under the gaze of such a mature beauty, Yi Xian felt a twinge of embarrassment and broke the silence. Little Aunt, how is Xiao faring? She is well, Wu Jingxin replied, continuing to scrutinize Yi Xian without averting her gaze. Upon hearing her words, Yi Xian felt a wave of relief wash over him. Nonetheless, he knew that Li Xiao was expecting twins, and being of the heavenly spirit root lineage, these children would possess a reciprocal benefit to their mother. 5-element heavenly spirit root. Moreover, he is quite a striking figure. No wonder my disciple is utterly captivated. Young man, speak up. How did you discern my presence hidden in the void? Wu Jingxin spoke with a calm demeanor. After several days of observation, her fondness for Yi Xian had significantly increased, especially following his remarkable performance during the life-and-death duel with Ji Kong today, which completely transformed the impression of this discerning and mature beauty towards him. I possess the art of divination. Were it not for you, my dear aunt, I would not have dared to engage in a duel with Ji Kong today. It is not Ji Kong I fear, but rather the master of the Lin Yuan sect. Yi Xian responded candidly. You truly possess some skill, but I have never placed faith in divination. Wu Jingxin replied. How about this? Read my fortune, and if you are accurate, I shall believe you. A smile graced her lips, enchanting and charming, causing Yi Xian to momentarily lose his composure. Aunt, I feel a bit embarrassed. Yi Xian stammered awkwardly. Be bold in your reading. If you are correct, I shall believe you. Otherwise, should you cause my disciple to bear a child, I will ensure you receive a proper lesson today. Wu Jingxin stated with a serious expression. Given that, dear aunt, I must be audacious. Senior, you are currently 342 years of age. However, in my eyes, you shall forever be 18. You stand at 173 centimeters, with a D cup, and your... Before Yi Xian could finish, he was abruptly interrupted by Wu Jingxin. Silence, she exclaimed, her brows furrowing tightly. At that moment, Wu Jingxin was utterly flabbergasted. She had never imagined that Yi Xian could genuinely divine. Although she was clothed, it seemed as though he could see through her entirely. Did this young man possess some extraordinary vision? If that were the case, it would feel as if she were wearing nothing at all. With her beautiful eyes glimmering, she attempted to discern the truth of Yi Xian's abilities. However, upon closer inspection, she found that his eyes did not possess any special capabilities. Yet what he had just articulated was alarmingly accurate. Do you truly possess the art of divination? Wu Jingxin asked, her disbelief evident. I would never deceive you. Dear aunt, Yi Xian replied earnestly. Very well, I shall believe you. You certainly have some talent, and your verbal skills are commendable, Wu Jingxin remarked. Yi Xian was taken aback by her last statement. This aunt speaks rather peculiarly, he thought. You have not even tried. When do you plan to return to your family? I shall have Xiao bring the child to see you. The two children must meet their father, Wu Jingxin inquired. I will return to my family in about 9 months. Yi Xian answered. Understood. I shall remember that. I must take my leave now. Take care, Wu Jingxin said. Goodbye, aunt. Yi Xian waved. However, just as Wu Jingxin was about to step outside, she suddenly halted and said, Young man, I wish to inquire on behalf of Xiao. Who was the mastermind behind the assassination attempt on her? Tell Xiao that when we meet, I will reveal everything to her. For now, she should focus on her cultivation and not concern herself with other matters. I will personally deal with that mastermind when the time comes. Such violent affairs are best left to us men, Yi Xian replied resolutely. Yi Xian was determined not to let Li Xiao put herself in harm's way, as this matter involved significant stakes and posed great danger in uncovering the hidden perpetrator. He could not bear the thought of the one he cherished facing peril. Very well, I understand. Here are some cultivation resources that Xiao asked me to bring to you, Wu Jingxin said. Once she finished speaking, she left behind a few resources for cultivation and vanished from sight. Watching Wu Jingxin's departing silhouette, Yi Xian couldn't help but wipe the corner of his mouth, revealing a glimmer of anticipation and contemplation in his eyes. Chapter 78. Something amiss with just a few months remaining until the 3-year mark. Yi Xian couldn't help but hope to encounter a beautiful woman in that time. Currently, he was still quite far from the system's declaration of needing to sleep with 10 stunning beauties. Yi Xian murmured to himself. While he was lost in thought, a sudden voice resonated in his mind. The system had announced that Luo Ningxue had given birth to a celestial-rooted little princess, and in reward, Yi Xian received the advanced heavenly technique, Dragon Elephant Suppression Technique. Note, the human body comprises 840 million particles. Once the Dragon Elephant Suppression Technique is mastered, these particles can be transformed into the might of the dragon and elephant. By utilizing this technique, one can summon a colossal elephant from countless particles within oneself. A magnificent dragon and elephant that can upheave the very seas and skies. With a single roar, stars may fall. In its wake, all sounds cease. After receiving this reward, the system fell silent. However, upon reading the description of the technique, Yi Xian felt immensely gratified. He understood the terrifying power of this technique. Once cultivated to perfection, it would indeed be formidable, capable of shattering stars with a mere punch. The system had proven invaluable, or rather, it was these beauties who were exceptional. It seemed that his next step would be to diligently practice this technique. With it, his combat prowess would multiply. Upon returning, he was determined to adequately compensate Luo Ningxue and the others. He felt he had been an unworthy father. Yi Xian sighed. Subsequently, Yi Xian found a secluded area and sat cross-legged to begin his cultivation. Time flowed slowly. This morning, as the dawn broke, Yi Xian was enveloped by the roar of divine dragons and the thunderous sound of power. Above him, a spear formed from condensed true essence floated, signifying the successful mastery of the first layer of the Dragon Elephant Suppression Technique. Finally, he had achieved the first layer of the Dragon Elephant Suppression Technique. Truly, it was worthy of being an advanced heavenly technique. Even with his celestial root, he found it challenging to master it completely at this moment, and thus, he would have to proceed gradually. Yi Xian mused. Rising from his seated position, he declared, Now, I shall test the might of this Dragon Elephant Suppression Technique. With true essence swirling around him, he unleashed a powerful punch directed at a towering mountain before him. As he struck, an enormous fist of light, reminiscent of the heavens, surged forth, accompanied by a spear that seemed capable of piercing the very fabric of the universe. The roar of the dragon and elephant echoed. It was nothing short of extraordinary. Boom! Upon impact with the mountain, a resounding crash reverberated, and the mountain was instantly reduced to a flat expanse. Terrifying. This was merely the first layer of the dragon-elephant suppression technique. He could hardly fathom the power it would wield at the 10th layer. Yi Xian was left in awe. Nevertheless, he understood that cultivation was not a pursuit to be rushed. Thus, he continued onward. Yi Xian embarked on a new journey, driven by a singular ambition to achieve a breakthrough to the dragon transformation realm by the end of his 3-year training. The fastest method to attain such a breakthrough, he believed, lay in courting beautiful women and fathering children with them. Thus, Yi Xian faced a daunting and arduous task ahead. A day later, he arrived near a main road. At that moment, he extended his spiritual awareness, only to furrow his brow in concern. He sensed the presence of cultivators ahead, and upon listening closely, he discerned the sound of a woman weeping. Something was amiss up ahead. I must investigate, he murmured to himself, and then, like a fleeting shadow, he swiftly advanced forward. After traversing a considerable distance, Yi Xian beheld a group of cultivators marching briskly along the road below. Trailing behind them were dozens of bound young women, all appearing remarkably youthful, each around the age of 16 or 17, none exceeding 20. Hurry! If you delay the young masteress training, you will face dire consequences. The cultivators barked, brandishing their whips with ferocity, striking the last girl in line. The lash tore into her back, leaving her flesh raw and blood gushing forth. A piercing scream escaped her lips. Ah! Still crying? I'll beat you to death. A menacing cultivator threatened. Under the weight of such intimidation, the young women fell silent, obediently trailing behind their captors. Something was amiss. These captors were seizing only young girls, and it raised suspicions. Some of these girls were cultivators, while others were mere mortals. Yi Xian pondered silently, contemplating whether to intervene and rescue them. However, he decided to bide his time and observe, as he suspected the young master they spoke of was not present. As Yi Xian continued to cultivate, while discreetly following the group, he experienced a breakthrough from the first to the second level of the nascent soul realm. This advancement, however, was peculiar. He discovered that he now possessed an additional nascent soul within him. Astonished, he realized he now had 3 nascent souls. This was a remarkable revelation, for, as far as he understood, other cultivators typically bore only 1. With 3 within him, it meant that in confrontations, he would effectively have 3 versions of himself. He couldn't help but wonder if further breakthroughs would yield even more nascent souls. Yi Xian attributed this phenomenon to the systematic nature of his being. Indeed, should other cultivators become aware of this matter, they would undoubtedly be left astounded, their jaws dropping in disbelief. For Yi Xian, having cultivated 3 nascent souls at the nascent soul stage is truly unprecedented, a feat unmatched by any before or likely to come. Subsequently, Yi Xian continued to trail these cultivators. A day later, he and his companions arrived at a city known as Yifeng City. Upon their arrival, darkness had already shrouded the surroundings. Nevertheless, Yi Xian chose not to depart. Instead, he donned his fearsome mask and followed the cultivators to a grand estate. The mansion exuded an air of magnificence, with an expansive garden, yet it also bore an unsettling aura. Yi Xian refrained from recklessly entering, opting instead to linger on the outer walls of the estate. He intended to ascertain the situation before making any decisions. However, just as Yi Xian reached the outer wall of the mansion, a shadowy figure materialized beside him. Chapter 79. Who are you fighting against? Yi Xian exhibited a flicker of vigilance, for his opponent was clad in dark attire, their face obscured, revealing only a pair of piercing eyes. Upon encountering Yi Xian, who donned a bandit mask, the figure in black remained silent, brandishing a sword that lunged fiercely towards him. Noticing the adversary's lack of words and their immediate attack, Yi Xian furrowed his brow. One hand morphed into a palm, while the other reached out to seize the sword. During his breakthrough into the nascent soul stage, Yi Xian had tempered his body with the 9 heavens thunder tribulation. He was eager to discover just how formidable his physique had become. The black-clad individual, witnessing Yi Xian's audacious attempt to catch the sword with bare hands, scoffed inwardly, certain that no ordinary person could withstand such a strike. To them, Yi Xian's actions were tantamount to courting death. However, in the next moment, The black-clad figure's expression shifted drastically. As the sword approached Yi Xian, he indeed managed to pinch it between his fingers. To the astonishment of the assailant, the sword felt as though it had been ensnared by an incomprehensibly powerful force, rendering it immobile. The more the black-clad figure exerted pressure, the tighter Yi Xian's grip became. Simultaneously, his other hand surged towards her. The black-clad figure's face paled, realizing there was no time to evade. In an instant, Yi Xian's left palm struck against her chest. The ensuing moment stunned both Yi Xian and the black figure, who let out a piercing scream. As she recoiled, Yi Xian too was momentarily taken aback, discovering that upon impact, he had been repelled. It was then he recognized that the figure before him was, in fact, a woman and remarkably elastic. Her dark clothing had concealed her identity until now. At that juncture, a voice, cold and devoid of emotion, echoed from within the estate, accompanied by an overwhelming presence of divine consciousness and pressure. "Stop screaming." Yi Xian's expression shifted as he swiftly employed the cloud shadow phantom technique, instantly appearing before the black-clad woman. He seized her and vanished from his original position. When they reappeared, Yi Xian and the woman found themselves atop a large tree, a distance of 1,000 meters away. The black-clad figure, now in Yi Xian's embrace, was utterly astonished, having never anticipated that this masked man would possess such eerie and terrifying agility. However, as she lay in his arms, a sudden realization dawned upon her. She hurriedly extricated herself from Yi Xian's embrace. "You." The cloaked figure was truly vexed. As a distinguished beauty, she had not only been attacked by this individual earlier, but had also been held in his arms. Oh dear, her purity was in question. "Be quiet. No, don't make a sound, or we'll be discovered." Yi Xian hastily interjected with his mental energy. However, Yi Xian had misspoken. In that moment of holding her, he was genuinely taken aback. She was indeed quite remarkable. If this woman was a great beauty, then she was extraordinary. Yet, despite her allure, her form was surprisingly light, indicating an exquisite physique. As Yi Xian remained enveloped in astonishment and reminiscence, a voice from the system echoed in his mind. "Ding. Detected that the stunning beauty Zhao Mengli is suitable as a companion for the host. Please cultivate feelings and further pursue." Upon hearing this, Yi Xian could not help but display an amused expression. The system's assertion implied that she was of the same faction, an ally. "Who are you? What brings you here?" Zhao Mengli seemed to discern that Yi Xian bore no ill intent towards her, having just rescued her. This indicated that he was not a mere lecher, but perhaps shared a goal similar to hers. "I am Yi Xian. On my way, I witnessed someone forcibly escorting a group of women, which led me to this estate to investigate," he replied, removing his mask. After all, this cloaked figure was destined to be his future wife, and he had no need for concealment. The moment Yi Xian removed the bandit mask, Zhao Mengli's eyes sparkled with intrigue. For, upon revealing his face, Yi Xian was undeniably handsome, truly the dream companion of countless women. Instantly, Zhao Mengli found that the earlier incident of him seizing her did not seem so egregious anymore. Instead, she felt an unexpected sense of ease. She remained a noble and pure goddess. "Ah, I too have come to investigate this matter. I suspect someone in this estate practices the art of dual cultivation, using these women as vessels for their training. 2 of my junior sisters have gone missing, and I suspect the Liang family is behind it," Zhao Mengli declared. "Then our objectives align. However, I acted out of righteous indignation to assist," Yi Xian asserted. "You possess a surprising compassion, which is truly commendable." Upon hearing Yi Xian's words, Zhao Mengli's expression became subtly animated. After observing Yi Xian's striking appearance, she found him less objectionable. Indeed, had others witnessed this scene, their jaws would have dropped in astonishment. For Zhao Mengli was a renowned beauty. She is the divine maiden of the Lioli sect, a goddess in the hearts of countless individuals. However, the goddess Zhao Mengli typically refrains from interacting with anyone, particularly men. She is as proud as a phoenix. It is said that once, an unfortunate soul caught a glimpse of Zhao Mengli bathing, and he was relentlessly pursued by her for an unimaginable distance. Only after he gouged out his own eyes did she relent. Now, this legendary beauty, Zhao Mengli, is inexplicably conversing with a man in such an approachable manner. This is utterly absurd. "Do you know what formidable beings the Liang family possesses?" Yi Xian inquired. He would never embark on a venture without certainty. If there were indeed powerful individuals present, it would necessitate the intervention of the strong allies behind Zhao Mengli. At this moment, Yi Xian had already gathered extensive information regarding Zhao Mengli. Although she had not disclosed it, he had learned that the most formidable ancestor of the Liang family had attained the 6th or 7th level of the nascent soul stage. Hence, this was the reason for his cautious approach. I believe it is prudent to inform my master and await their arrival before proceeding, Zhao Mengli stated. The 6th or 7th level of the nascent soul stage. That won't be necessary. Let us enter directly. If they are indeed capturing those women to serve as cauldrons, then there will be no mercy. I shall take charge of the killings, while you focus on the rescue, Yi Xian declared. Upon hearing these words, Zhao Mengli was left astonished. Chapter 80. Rescuing lives. Are we truly entering now? That is a formidable being at the 7th level of the nascent soul realm. Upon hearing Yi Xian's words, Zhao Mengli could not help but display a hint of hesitation. Do you believe we can afford to wait any longer? If those young women are indeed used as furnace vessels, by the time your master and the others arrive, it will be too late. Time is of the essence. We must act swiftly. Rest assured, there will be no harm befalling us while I am here, Yi Xian declared confidently. Very well. Observing the resolute expression on Yi Xian's face, Zhao Mengli nodded in agreement. Subsequently, Yi Xian shed all pretense and, alongside Zhao Mengli, made their way toward the Liang family estate. However, just as they were about to step through the grand entrance, a cold voice rang out. Who goes there? Halt! Silence! Zhao Mengli retorted with a disdainful huff, swiftly unleashing a flying sword. Ah! Accompanied by a muffled grunt, the sentinel collapsed lifelessly to the ground. With that, Yi Xian and Zhao Mengli pressed onward toward the heart of the family estate. Yet, whenever they encountered anyone from the Liang family, they dealt with them without hesitation. Yi Xian had already foreseen that the Liang family members were nefarious individuals. Thus, they continued their path, eliminating any foes in their way. Soon, they arrived at a small courtyard, where a cacophony of sounds erupted, interspersed with the anguished cries of women pleading for mercy. This is the place. Let us go? Yi Xian and Zhao Mengli exchanged a glance before hastily entering the garden. At that moment, Yi Xian extended his spiritual sense, scanning the interior of the courtyard's building. Upon witnessing the scene within, he was momentarily taken aback. Inside the room stood an exceedingly grotesque young man, now preoccupied with stripping the garments from the young women. His aura swirling with terrifying true essence. A sinister smile curled upon his lips. Indeed, it appears they are to be used as furnace vessels, Yi Xian remarked. Yet, regrettably, your 2 junior sisters have met their demise. Truly despicable. Kill. Upon hearing Yi Xian's words, Zhao Mengli was incensed and charged forth. The guards stationed in the courtyard posed no resistance against her wrath and were swiftly dispatched. Zhao Mengli then lunged toward the room, embodying the fierce spirit of a warrior. My, what a fierce woman. In my previous life, she was indeed a formidable figure. Yi Xian murmured in astonishment as he watched her in action. As Yi Xian stood there, captivated by the unfolding scene, Zhao Mengli forcefully kicked open the door. Upon breaching the threshold, she beheld. At this moment, the room was in utter disarray. A corpulent young man was preparing for a dual cultivation session. The young women present were pale with fright, their beauty marred by terror. On the floor lay 2 lifeless bodies, those of Zhao Mengli's missing junior apprentices. Regrettably, they had perished on the spot, and the scene was heart-wrenching. It was evident that they had suffered horrific torment in their final moments. Beast, you deserve 1,000 deaths. Upon witnessing the tragic state of her 2 disciples, Zhao Mengli was consumed by rage. She drew her sword in fury. Who dares to trespass upon my sacred ground? Upon seeing Zhao Mengli, Liang Guanyong was equally incensed. With a menacing aura emanating from him, he engaged in combat with Zhao Mengli. However, he had no time to don his garments, appearing rather disheveled. Boom. The air was filled with the sound of clashing forces. To prevent the chaos from affecting his precious cultivation vessels, Liang Guanyong retreated outside. Such a trivial being dares to engage in dual cultivation. Yi Xian scoffed at Liang Guanyong's appearance. Suddenly, Yi Xian realized he was the most handsome man among them. Feeling a sense of superiority that would overshadow even the darkest figures of his past life, prompting them to exclaim, "Oh my God, are you the reincarnation of a grandmaster? Who dares to act recklessly in the Liang residence?" As the tumult of Zhao Mengli and Liang Guanyong's battle reverberated, a chilling voice pierced the air. Following that, An overwhelming pressure from a nascent soul descended upon them. Zhao Mengli faltered as the oppressive force bore down upon her. It was truly terrifying. Yet, at that moment, Yi Xian let out a cold snort, releasing his own nascent soul pressure of the second level. When the two forces collided, the distant pressure dissipated entirely. Though Yi Xian was at the second level of the nascent soul realm, he was no ordinary individual. He possessed 3 nascent souls, an unparalleled existence. Sensing the obliteration of his nascent soul pressure, a figure suddenly appeared above the courtyard. It was an elderly man with graying hair, enveloped in an aura of death. Clearly, his time was short. This man was Liang Dong, the patriarch of the Liang family. Under his formidable presence, the Liang family had remained one of the most powerful clans in Yifeng City. However, Liang Dong's lifespan was nearing its end, compounded by the fact that Liang Guanyong's parents had perished during a mission. Thus, Liang Dong was filled with dread, fearing that once he departed, the Liang family would inevitably fall into decline. In order to sustain the family's strength, Liang Dong ultimately bestowed upon his grandson, Liang Guanyong, the inheritance of the yin-yang harmony technique acquired from a malevolent cultivation cave. Remarkably, since Liang Guanyong commenced his training in this technique, his progress has been astonishingly rapid. In merely a span of over a decade, he has ascended from the first level of the Golden Core realm to the second level of the Nascent Soul realm, which is indeed commendable. Liang Dong believes that should this momentum continue, even in the event of his departure from this world, Liang Guanyong will possess the capability to undertake the mission of revitalizing the family. However, the sole drawback of this technique is its requirement for a furnace companion to attain greater power. This necessity explains why the Liang family has been secretly seeking young maidens. Initially, this matter was kept under wraps, with no practitioners being aware of it. Liang Dong truly never anticipated that today 2 unknown individuals would unexpectedly appear. How audacious of these 2 blind fools to venture into my Liang family. Since they have come, they shall not depart. The ancient ancestor of the Liang family, Liang Dong, snorted coldly. He then unleashed a palm strike aimed at Yi Xian. For Yi Xian, who stood before him, was the most inscrutable figure in his sight. Excellent. Just the opportunity one needed to test my newly mastered first level of the Dragon Elephant Suppression Technique. Yi Xian's expression was one of fervent battle intent. Chapter 81. A dominant display. Shattering the heavens, Yi Xian perceived the venerable ancestor of the Liang family, Liang Dong, as an exceptionally formidable opponent for honing his skills. As Yi Xian's words fell, he unleashed his full power, revealing the formidable essence of his third-level nascent soul realm. An overwhelming intent to kill surged forth. With a mighty strike, Yi Xian employed the Dragon Elephant Confinement Technique, delivering a thunderous punch. The air resonated with a dragon's roar, accompanied by the primordial bellow of an ancient giant elephant. In an instant, Yi Xian's punch, infused with the power of the dragon and elephant, collided with Liang Dong's own strike. The moment their fists met, an incredibly terrifying explosion echoed, sending shockwaves that felt as though 2 ancient divine mountains had collided. Upon hearing the commotion, Zhao Mengli and Liang Guanyong ceased their own battles, their gazes drawn to the spectacle unfolding before them. The clash between Yi Xian and Liang Dong appeared utterly fearsome, particularly Yi Xian, who resembled a primordial god of slaughter, unleashing chaos with each movement. Following the collision, both Yi Xian and Liang Dong's attacks disintegrated into nothingness. Noticing the obliteration of his attack, Liang Dong furrowed his brows, and as he regarded Yi Xian, the arrogance that once adorned his expression faded, replaced by caution. Liang Dong understood all too well the power of his previous punch, yet he had never anticipated that Yi Xian would effortlessly dismantle his strike. This revelation indicated that the young man before him indeed possessed formidable prowess. Zhao Mengli's beautiful eyes sparkled with intrigue, for Yi Xian's performance had far exceeded her expectations. Young man, you truly surprise me. It seems your cultivation technique is of considerable caliber, Liang Dong remarked frostily. The matter of Liang Guanyong's cultivation method must remain a secret, one that could not be divulged to anyone. Anyone privy to this knowledge would have to perish, for only the dead could keep such secrets. As Liang Dong spoke, a spear materialized in his hand, radiating an imposing aura. Young man, it is time for this to end. Prepare to die, he bellowed. As Liang Dong's voice thundered, the spear exuded an intimidating presence and lunged toward Yi Xian. It pierced through the heavens, a testament to the ultimate skill Liang Dong had mastered. Come forth. All swords returned to their origin. In the face of this spear, Yi Xian did not dare to be complacent. He summoned the crimson blood sword, brandishing it with ferocity. As he swung the sword, an overwhelming beam of sword light erupted, cascading forth like the Milky Way. Facing the oncoming spear, a thunderous clash erupted as the glimmers of swords met the phantasmal image of the lance, producing a cacophony of deafening roars. After a fierce exchange, a resounding thud sounded as Yi Xian was overwhelmed, his entire being propelled backward by an immense force. Once he regained his composure, he spat forth a mouthful of blood. Young Master Yi. Zhao Mengli's complexion paled upon witnessing Yi Xian's bloodshed. The gravity of the situation weighed heavily on her. Should Yi Xian falter, peril would surely follow. She was acutely aware that the Liang family would go to great lengths to prevent any scandal from emerging, ruthlessly eliminating any threats to their reputation. I'm fine, Yi Xian asserted, wiping the remnants of blood from his lips. His words rang true. He was indeed unscathed. The blood he had expelled was merely a testament to his restraint, as he had not exerted his full power, choosing instead to hone his skills against Liang Dong. Humph, you are truly tenacious, boy, merely wounded after withstanding my strike. Liang Dong's voice dripped with cold disdain. Frustration simmered within him, for Yi Xian resembled an unyielding insect, impervious to defeat. The swordplay and martial techniques Yi Xian had employed were nothing short of exquisite. With that, Liang Dong launched his next assault, channeling a force far more terrifying than before. I shall not play with you any longer. Cloud Shadow Mirage, Yi Xian declared resolutely. Upon uttering these words, he executed the Cloud Shadow Mirage technique, vanishing from sight. Boom. Just as Yi Xian's figure dissipated, the spear, capable of piercing the heavens, arrived at his previous location, striking nothing but an afterimage. Yi Xian's speed was astonishing. So much so that even Liang Dong remained oblivious. Huh, boy, even if you survive this, you'll be left crippled, Liang Dong boasted, brimming with confidence. Is that so? Suppress. A detached voice suddenly resonated from behind Liang Dong. Alarmed, Liang Dong felt a chill run down his spine. However, the events unfolded too rapidly for him to react. By the time he regained his senses, darkness engulfed him, and in the next instant, he found himself trapped within the 3 generations copper coffin summoned by Yi Xian. What in the world is this? Release me at once. Liang Dong shouted in desperation as he exerted every ounce of strength to escape the confines of the 3 generations copper coffin. However, what drove Liang Dong to despair was that the 3 generations copper coffin was as impenetrable as a fortress. No matter how much effort he exerted, it was utterly futile. Old fool, accept the judgment of death, Yi Xian said coldly. As his words fell, Yi Xian's intent surged, awakening the murderous aura within the 3 generations copper coffin. The primary reason Yi Xian sought to vanquish Liang Dong with the coffin was his realization that the power of the coffin would amplify significantly when used against a foe far mightier than himself. Once the murderous intent was triggered, the coffin emitted a chilling, anguished wail. In a short time, the cries abruptly ceased. No matter how formidable you may be, once ensnared within my 3 generations copper coffin, you ultimately meet the fate of nothing but ashes. Yi Xian's expression remained frigid as he opened the coffin and scattered the ashes within. As for the storage ring, Yi Xian retrieved it. The 3 generations copper coffin possessed a peculiar trait. It did not destroy the treasures on the enemies during their annihilation, a feature Yi Xian found quite humane. Grandfather. Upon witnessing his grandfather reduced to ashes by Yi Xian, Liang Guanyong's eyes widened in agony, erupting in a heart-wrenching scream. Curse you. Next, you shall perish as well. To accompany your grandfather, Zhao Mengli exclaimed, unleashing a curse before striking at Liang Guanyong. In that moment, Yi Xian transformed entirely into an ancient deity of slaughter, exuding an aura of terrifying valor, with murderous intent surging boundlessly. Chapter 82. Zhao Mengli transforms into a little fan initially. Zhao Mengli was filled with concern for Yi Xian. However, at this moment, her worries dissipated entirely. With fierce determination, she acted decisively. In no time, Liang Guanyong lay defeated on the ground, struck down by a single sword. Why? Liang Guanyong howled in despair. He believed that with just a little more time, after completing his dual cultivation with the captured women, his strength would surge. Yet, At this critical juncture, these two unknown interlopers had disrupted his training, leaving him on the brink of death. Truth be told, Liang Guanyong's heart brimmed with resentment. Why? You deserve to die for killing my two junior sisters. Zhao Mengli's voice was frigid as she recalled the tragic fate of her two disciples, igniting her fury. So, you are a practitioner from the Lili sect? I must admit, those two women were quite effective. Yet, they adamantly refused to dual cultivate with me, so I killed them. Liang Guanyong sneered. He recognized that he could not escape death today, but he relished the thought of inflicting pain on his adversaries before his demise. You shall perish. Zhao Mengli was nearly driven to the brink of bloodshed upon hearing Liang Guanyong's words. She had been speculating that her junior sisters had endured horrific torment in their final moments, only to learn they had faced further degradation at the hands of this beast. He was utterly despicable. As Zhao Mengli's words fell, she plunged her sword into Liang Guanyong's chest. However, as she did so, a nascent soul burst forth from his body. Clearly, Liang Guanyong intended to seize this opportunity to flee. For practitioners of the nascent soul stage, escaping the body meant the possibility of rebirth. Yet, Yi Xian, standing a short distance away, had already discerned Liang Guanyong's intent. The instant the nascent soul attempted to escape, Yi Xian unleashed his technique. 10,000 swords returning to the origin, directing a single finger forward. With that gesture, a powerful sword energy shot forth. Ah! A scream echoed as Liang Guanyong's escaping nascent soul was pierced by the sword energy, disintegrating into a cascade of blood. Thank you. Zhao Mengli expressed her gratitude upon witnessing Yi Xian's annihilation of Liang Guanyong's nascent soul. Remember, when dealing with enemies, one must be ruthless and decisive. A swift strike can prevent chaos. Hesitance may grant them an opportunity. Yi Xian imparted calmly. I understand. Zhao Mengli nodded in acknowledgement as she prepared to depart. However, at that moment, Yi Xian interjected, it is imperative to leave no trace of the enemy. What if? Following Yi Xian's reminder, Zhao Mengli had directly obliterated Liang Guanyong's corpse. After accomplishing this, Yi Xian and Zhao Mengli entered the room. At that moment, the captured women remained bound. Their faces pale with fear, rendered speechless. Do not be afraid. We are here to rescue you. Yi Xian comforted them. He and Zhao Mengli proceeded to liberate the women. Thank you, Immortal, for saving our lives. The young women expressed their gratitude. Quickly, put on your clothes. Yi Xian urged. The young women were exceedingly beautiful. And being a vigorous young man, Yi Xian felt somewhat overwhelmed by the situation. Upon hearing his words, the women realized they were still unclothed, and each one blushed profusely. Hastily dressing themselves, Zhao Mengli observed Yi Xian's reactions closely and noted that, unlike other men, his gaze towards these women was remarkably calm and pure, devoid of any lasciviousness. This prompted Zhao Mengli to regard Yi Xian with newfound respect. Although their acquaintance was brief, Yi Xian's demeanor had instilled in her a deep admiration. Once the women had dressed, they approached Yi Xian and Zhao Mengli, expressing their heartfelt thanks. You should return home quickly. Your parents must be searching for you, Yi Xian advised. He then distributed some spirit stones to each of the young women, saying, Take these for your journey. Thank you, Immortal, they exclaimed, overwhelmed with gratitude. Let us depart. Yi Xian waved his hand. Yes, yes, they chorused, and soon after, the young women left the Liang family estate. Once the women had safely exited, Yi Xian gathered all the spirit stones and treasures from the Liang family, thinking it foolish not to take advantage of the situation. Meanwhile, Zhao Mengli cradled the bodies of her two deceased junior sisters in her arms. Come, allow me to assist you, Yi Xian offered, embracing the two young women. They eventually found a suitable place to lay Zhao Mengli's sisters to rest. May you have a better life in your next reincarnation, Zhao Mengli prayed softly. Do not worry. With such a kind and beautiful elder sister praying for them, they surely will. Yi Xian reassured her. But you have never seen my true face. How can you know I am beautiful? I must confess, I am quite plain, Zhao Mengli jested, though I have yet to behold your true visage. Who is unaware of the breathtaking beauty of Zhao Mengli, the foremost enchantress of the Lioli sect? Yi Xian remarked. You, such a silver-tongued flatterer, Zhao Mengli replied, her cheeks tinted with shyness upon hearing his words. However, at that moment, she shed her dark attire. As she removed her night garb, Yi Xian's breath nearly caught in his throat. Before him stood Zhao Mengli, adorned in a fitted crimson rose-hued robe with flowing sleeves. complemented by a flowing skirt of emerald gauze adorned with floral patterns. A grand bow fashioned from golden threads cinched her waist, while her tresses cascaded down, elegantly secured with a jade hairpin, accentuating her elongated and alluring silhouette. Her countenance radiated purity and beauty, exuding a vibrant aura. In her presence, it seemed as though all of creation was rendered humble. The allure of her form, which captivated the hearts of countless men, appeared almost ready to burst forth from her garments. Moreover, in this realm, everything was genuine and authentic, unlike the world Yi Xian had previously inhabited, where deception thrived. Magnificent. No, breathtaking, Yi Xian murmured, his eyes wide with wonder. Chapter 83 Invitation. Hey, you rascal, why do you keep staring at me? Zhao Mengli felt a bit embarrassed as she noticed Yi Xian's unwavering gaze. However, she was not angry, for the clarity in Yi Xian's eyes held no hint of lewdness. He simply admired her beauty. In contrast, the other men gazed at her with an insatiable hunger, a look she found repugnant. Why must you be so stunning? You truly are beautiful. Yi Xian complimented sincerely. His words came from the heart, and if one were to identify Zhao Mengli's most striking feature, it would undoubtedly be her allure. Yi Xian, which sect do you belong to? Zhao Mengli inquired with curiosity, having witnessed his formidable combat prowess. Just the previous night, he had effortlessly slain an ancestor of the Liang family, who was several realms above him, as if it were merely a meal. I am not from any sect. Yi Xian replied truthfully. He felt no need to conceal anything from Zhao Mengli, for she was destined to be his companion in the future. He believed in honesty with his beloved. Ah, you are not from a sect? I find that hard to believe, Zhao Mengli exclaimed, astonished. She had initially assumed he was a prodigious disciple from a prestigious sect, but it was utterly inconceivable that he had no affiliations. At that moment, admiration filled her gaze as she looked at Yi Xian. Girls are peculiar creatures. When they hold no disdain for you, anything you do can pique their curiosity and attention. Yet, if they find you uninteresting, even the most heartfelt gesture would go unnoticed. Do you think I would deceive you? Yi Xian smiled gently, his expression akin to a breath of spring, enchanting any woman who beheld it. Very well, I believe you. Yet, you are truly impressive. You have broadened my horizons. Was that your life-bound artifact you summoned last night? Zhao Mengli continued with her inquiries, her eagerness evident. Indeed, Yi Xian nodded affirmatively. Remarkable, Zhao Mengli exclaimed, genuinely impressed. She had not expected the legendary ice-cold beauty to be so talkative. Zhao Mengli blushed at Yi Xian's playful remark, unsure of how to respond. Soon, a silence enveloped them. Yi Xian understood that to win the heart of a goddess, one must speak with moderation. Too much chatter could lead to her aversion, while too little could create a distance. Instead, it made the goddess feel that the other party did not value her. Therefore, a perfect balance is indeed the best approach. Yi Xian, what are your plans? After a moment of silence, Zhao Mengli could not help but break the quietude and asked, I have no particular plans. Wherever you go, I shall follow. Yi Xian replied, Nonsense. You know I am asking you something serious. Zhao Mengli shot Yi Xian a glare. She realized that the Yi Xian before her was an enigma, a man she found difficult to fathom. At times he appeared utterly serious, while at others, he donned a playful grin, lacking any semblance of gravity. Yet, the more he behaved this way, the more curious Zhao Mengli became about him, finding him increasingly intriguing. I am being serious. Wherever you go, I shall follow. Yi Xian raised his hands in exasperation. Then let us explore a hidden realm together. I know of a place that was once an ancient sect. However, it suddenly vanished without a trace. I have consulted numerous texts, and it is said that the sect mysteriously disappeared, so I believe there must still be some treasures there. Would you like to go? Zhao Mengli mustered her courage to propose. To be honest, this was Zhao Mengli's first invitation to a man to accompany her. If this scene were witnessed by other cultivators, they would undoubtedly weep tears of envy. Of course, I would love to, Yi Xian replied without hesitation. Without extraordinary circumstances, feelings cannot blossom. Without feelings, one cannot progress further. Only through shared trials can one smoothly advance to the next phase of their plans. Very well, let us set off now. Zhao Mengli nodded in delight. In truth, she had long desired to visit that place, but venturing alone could lead to unforeseen troubles. However, now that she had Yi Xian by her side, they could face it together. Yi Xian was undoubtedly a man worthy of trust. Thus, Yi Xian and Zhao Mengli journeyed towards the hidden realm. After several hours, they arrived at their destination. At a glance, the site was a landscape of crumbling walls and shattered remnants, with many disciples also present, clearly searching for opportunities. However, Zhao Mengli wore a veil to avoid unnecessary trouble. "Is this the place?" Yi Xian inquired. "Yes, according to ancient texts, it is here, so we need to search slowly," Zhao Mengli affirmed. "Search slowly? That would be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack," Yi Xian remarked. After saying this, he began to survey the area. Possessing unparalleled divination skills, Yi Xian felt he could attempt to divine the situation. "What? Can you also employ mysterious arts?" As Yi Xian surveyed the surroundings, Zhao Mengli could not help but express her surprise. "Not only can I, but my skills in sealing techniques are extraordinarily formidable. You will come to understand this in due time," Yi Xian teased, shrouded in mystery. "Such theatrics," Zhao Mengli retorted dismissively, sticking out her tongue. "It is precisely over there," Yi Xian remarked after a thorough examination. Upon hearing his assertion, Zhao Mengli nodded and followed closely behind him. For reasons unknown, she felt an inexplicable sense of ease in Yi Xian's presence, as if many matters did not require her concern, for he would handle them adequately. Before long, they arrived at the location Yi Xian had indicated. "Let us begin digging from here. You must lend a hand as well," Yi Xian instructed. "Are you certain this is the right spot?" Zhao Mengli inquired again. "Rest assured, entering through this point is infallible," Yi Xian replied, exuding confidence in his peculiar arts. "Very well." After observing Yi Xian's self-assured demeanor, Zhao Mengli nodded in agreement. With that, she unsheathed her sword and delivered a powerful strike. As the blade gleamed, a wave of sword energy cleaved toward the ground. However, the ensuing spectacle left both Zhao Mengli and Yi Xian aghast. Chapter 84. Just do it at this moment. When Zhao Mengli's sword struck, the sword energy vanished as if a mud ox had sunk into the sea. "Huh." Upon witnessing this scene, Zhao Mengli furrowed her brows, her eyes widening in disbelief. It was simply incredulous that this was real. She was well aware of the might of her technique, yet the sword energy had inexplicably disappeared? This was utterly astonishing. There exists a formation here, likely the protective array of the former sect. Although the sect has fallen, the protective array remains, Yi Xian explained. "Oh, what should we do? If that's the case, we can't enter at all. How disappointing." Zhao Mengli responded with a hint of exasperation after hearing Yi Xian's words. She had been contemplating the pursuit of opportunities, never anticipating that the vanished ancient sect still harbored a protective array. There are always solutions to difficulties. As long as there is a method, we can still gain entry, especially since I possess a certain proficiency in formations, Yi Xian asserted. As he spoke, he released his spiritual sense and began to perceive the formation. Soon, Yi Xian detected the weak points of the protective array. Meanwhile, Zhao Mengli gazed at him with her enchanting eyes. "Do you truly understand formations?" she asked, incredulity evident in her tone. Zhao Mengli realized that the longer she spent with Yi Xian, the more astonishing he became. Not only did he master the art of Qi Min Dunjia, but he also comprehended formations. This was simply remarkable. How was this even possible? It is known that many practitioners devote their entire lives to mastering a single skill. Yet here was Yi Xian, who appeared to be merely in his 20s, possessing such knowledge. "I know a bit. I can discern the entry point. However, this protective array is an ancient killing formation, so we must remain close together while entering. I hope Miss Zhao will forgive any offense." Yi Xian spoke candidly. Of course, Yi Xian's words were somewhat disingenuous. In truth, the formation was already incomplete, though certain areas still harbored potent killing intent. As long as one understood the formation and identified its weaknesses, entry could be achieved with ease. Nevertheless, Yi Xian had his reasons for this approach. It was an opportunity to gain an advantage. After all, it is said that one who does not seize a benefit is a fool. Moreover, to foster a relationship and encourage Zhao Mengli to bear his children, a gradual process of physical closeness was essential. Upon hearing Yi Xian's declaration, Zhao Mengli bit her alluring lower lip, remaining silent. Subsequently, Yi Xian led Zhao Mengli as they descended toward the depths. After traversing a certain distance, suddenly, a wave of killing intent surged forth, dense and overwhelming. In that instant, Yi Xian's reflexes were swift. He embraced Zhao Mengli in his arms, and in that instant, a soft and elastic warmth enveloped him. Yi Xian felt as if his life had taken flight. He couldn't help but marvel at the overwhelming allure that women hold over men. At this moment, with Zhao Mengli in his embrace, she experienced an unusual sensation. It was the first time in her life that she had been so close to a man. It was undeniably shy yet filled with anticipation. The feeling of being held was delightful, causing her heart to race. Meanwhile, Yi Xian savored the beauty of life, gradually moving forward, careful not to rush, for he wished to fully relish this enchanting moment. Indeed, one of life's most exquisite pleasures lies in the tantalizing feeling of almost attaining something just out of reach, igniting both expectation and fervor. Before long, Yi Xian found himself completely immersed in a grand formation, yet he hesitated to release Zhao Mengli, believing such moments were rare treasures in life. "You rascal, let go of me," Zhao Mengli exclaimed, feeling a surge of shyness. "Ah, my apologies," Yi Xian replied awkwardly, gently freeing her from his grasp. With a sudden thud, Zhao Mengli lost her balance and fell to the ground, overwhelmed by a desire to vanish into the earth. She had not anticipated that after being held by Yi Xian, her entire being would feel so weak and languid. "My sincerest apologies." Yi Xian quickly expressed his regret, having conversed with the likes of the Chaos Saintess, the Falling Dust Fairy, and Jiang Qinyan. His ability to handle beautiful women had become remarkably adept. "I'm fine," Zhao Mengli insisted, struggling to rise. Yet, at that moment, her cheeks had turned a vivid shade of red, resembling a ripe apple, irresistibly alluring. The almost ripe quality of her visage stirred within Yi Xian an impulsive desire to take a bite. Next, Yi Xian and Zhao Mengli gazed into the distance, where a magnificent hall stood before them. This grand structure remained intact, adorned with bold characters overhead that read Hall of Opportunities. In stark contrast, the other halls had collapsed, leaving nothing behind. "It seems we have arrived at the right place. There must be opportunities within this hall. Let us explore," Yi Xian declared. "All right." Zhao Mengli nodded in agreement as they prepared to approach the Hall of Opportunities. However, just then, a thunderous roar echoed through the air, followed by the appearance of an ethereal figure before Yi Xian and Zhao Mengli. Though merely a spectral shadow, it commanded attention. However, its form appeared extraordinarily colossal, towering over 10 meters in height. This was the residual spiritual consciousness of a mystical beast. Be cautious. Upon witnessing this immense apparition, Yi Xian could not help but utter a warning. He then immediately took action, as he surmised that this ethereal image of the mystical beast was likely the guardian spirit of a long-extinct sect. Yet, due to the passage of time, the beast had perished, leaving behind this remnant shadow. Nevertheless, Yi Xian dared not underestimate it in the slightest. He unleashed the myriad swords returning to their origin, while simultaneously channeling the great shift of the universe with fervor. Observing Yi Xian's initiative, Zhao Mengli also sprang into action. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, the assaults of Yi Xian and Zhao Mengli collided with the ethereal beast's shadow, producing a deafening cacophony. Bang, bang. After a fierce clash, Yi Xian and Zhao Mengli found themselves utterly overmatched by this spectral beast. Both let out muffled groans as they were propelled backward by an overwhelming force, ultimately crashing heavily to the ground. Spitting blood upon impact, they realized the formidable nature of this mystical beast shadow. Despite being long dead for countless years, this lingering essence was sufficient to contend with cultivators at the 8th or 9th level of the nascent soul realm. Zhao Mengli's expression turned to one of astonishment as she remarked, "No matter how powerful it is, we must press on. Any force obstructing our quest for opportunity is our greatest adversary. Miss Zhao, please take a moment to rest. Leave the fighting to me," declared Yi Xian. With that, he surged forward. Chapter 85. What? The Transformation Realm? Flee quickly. In no time, Yi Xian collided with the ethereal figure of the spirit beast. This time, he held nothing back. He unleashed the full force of 10,000 swords returning to the sect, the great shift of heaven and earth, and dragon elephant suppressing prison technique. In an instant, sword energy swirled around him. The sound of dragon roars echoed, and ancient elephants trumpeted. At this moment, Yi Xian appeared as an unparalleled war god, invincible and formidable. Witnessing Yi Xian's extraordinary combat prowess, Zhao Mengli couldn't help but have a glimmer of brilliance in her beautiful eyes. Over the years, she had encountered countless outstanding disciples, many of whom had pursued her. However, In comparison to Yi Xian before her, those talented individuals seemed utterly insignificant. Moreover, Zhao Mengli felt a burgeoning anticipation within her heart, hoping Yi Xian would hold her close once more. She had come to enjoy the sensation of being embraced by him, a feeling that was beyond words, an exhilarating blend of expectation and pleasure. Bang! Just as Zhao Mengli's thoughts were racing, a sudden roar echoed through the air. Her delicate brows furrowed as she glanced toward the battlefield. There, she saw a figure being sent flying. It was none other than Yi Xian. Yi Xian, are you all right? Zhao Mengli expressed her concern. Damn it! This guy's full power is at the transformation realm. Yi Xian exclaimed in frustration. In the next moment, he activated Cloud Shadow enchantment, instantly appearing beside Zhao Mengli, wrapping her in his arms, and then vanishing from the spot. Boom! Just as Yi Xian and Zhao Mengli disappeared, the spirit beast's attack struck the very spot they had just vacated. The ground collapsed, creating a massive pit. Upon witnessing this scene, Zhao Mengli, cradled in Yi Xian's embrace, turned pale with fear. She never imagined that she had led Yi Xian onto this perilous path. Time had passed, and she was astonished to find such a terrifying remnant of a spirit beast still lurking here. The mere shadow of such a beast was already so dreadful. She shuddered to think of how fearsome it must have been in life. Yi Xian, I have brought you harm. If it weren't for me, we wouldn't be facing this trouble today. Zhao Mengli lamented with guilt. What are you saying? I came willingly. If we are to perish today, then let us be companions in death. I could never bear to let such a beautiful maiden face the journey to the underworld alone. Yi Xian replied playfully. Yi Xian. Zhao Mengli was taken aback by his words. Zhao Mengli was profoundly touched, her tears flowing uncontrollably. She was acutely aware that life often lacked sentimentality, and their acquaintance with Yi Xian had been brief. Yet, Yi Xian remained steadfastly by her side, even considering her safety during perilous moments. What merit did she possess to deserve such devotion? Do not cry, there is no need for tears. We shall not perish. Yi Xian comforted her upon witnessing her tears. Thank you, Yi Xian, Zhao Mengli replied. At that moment, the ethereal apparition of the spirit beast launched another assault, directly targeting Yi Xian and Zhao Mengli. Cloud Shadow Mirage. As the spirit beast's phantom initiated its attack once more, Yi Xian felt an overwhelming sense of urgency. He understood that a strike from the dragon transformation realm was undeniably fearsome. Were it not for the formidable nature of his cultivated techniques, he would have met his end long ago. Yi Xian swiftly executed the Cloud Shadow Mirage technique, vanishing from his original position. During his escape, he also employed the Great Spatial Shift to alleviate a portion of the pressure emanating from the dragon transformation realm, for without it, he would be unable to withstand the force. What an exquisite technique! Zhao Mengli marveled internally as she witnessed Yi Xian narrowly evade the spirit beast strikes time and again. Despite her own confidence rooted in her prestigious lineage and her encounters with countless powerful practitioners, she was certain that none possessed skills as formidable as Yi Xian's. Who exactly are you, Yi Xian? Zhao Mengli pondered, recognizing him as a peerless figure among their contemporaries. In that instant, she tightened her embrace around him. Let us head to the Hall of Fortunes. Yi Xian thought to himself, and then activated 3 different celestial-grade techniques, one of which was a movement technique, propelling him forward in haste. When he reappeared, he found himself beneath the Hall of Fortunes. To his astonishment, the spirit beast's phantom, after a brief period of circling, ceased its pursuit. It has not followed us. It seems the Hall of Fortunes harbors something it fears. Zhao Mengli exhaled in relief upon witnessing this turn of events. We are finally safe. Now I can rest easy. Yi Xian gently set Zhao Mengli down. Thud. As soon as he placed her on the ground, Yi Xian could no longer bear the strain. A mouthful of blood erupted from his lips, and he collapsed onto the ground. Yi Xian, Zhao Mengli exclaimed in alarm as she saw him fall, her heart racing as she realized that he had pushed himself to protect her from harm. He had stubbornly endured several strikes from the realm of transformation, but now his body could no longer withstand the toll. Yi Xian, please wake up. Are you all right? Zhao Mengli was on the verge of tears. The thought of Yi Xian nearly losing his life to save her filled her with anxiety and dread. In that moment, she placed a healing pill into Yi Xian's mouth. Once ingested, a rich essence of true energy began to mend Yi Xian's injuries. Before long, he slowly regained consciousness, forcing his eyes open. At that moment, a breathtakingly beautiful face came into view, tears glistening at the corners of her eyes, evoking a sense of sympathy. Yi Xian, you finally woke up. Are you okay? Please don't scare me, Zhao Mengli said, her voice laced with concern. Yi Xian attempted to speak, but the words eluded him. I feel very weak. I need your assistance. He finally managed to utter. Tell me how I can help you, Zhao Mengli urged. I want. Yi Xian began softly. What do you want? She asked anxiously, unwilling to see him suffer any further, especially since his current state was largely due to his efforts to protect her. I want you to kiss me, Yi Xian declared with all his strength. Upon hearing this, Zhao Mengli's expression shifted dramatically. Chapter 86. Once inside, can one not exit? Alas, I feel I am nearing my limits. Upon witnessing Zhao Mengli's hesitant expression, Yi Xian could not help but emit a cry of anguish. Is it truly painful? Allow me to offer you another healing elixir, Zhao Mengli proposed. Certainly. With your elixir, my injuries will recover significantly, Yi Xian replied eagerly. With that, Yi Xian rose from his seated position. You scoundrel, Zhao Mengli chastised. Yet, it was evident that Zhao, the goddess, lacked the skill to truly reprimand. To her, calling someone a scoundrel was the most severe insult she could muster. Well, I must admit I was gravely wounded earlier, but thanks to the elixir you provided, I am nearly healed now, Yi Xian stated. Humph, such flattery, Zhao Mengli retorted, genuinely at a loss for words in response to Yi Xian's remarks. I speak only the truth, Yi Xian insisted. Humph, I have never encountered such shamelessness. Zhao Mengli scoffed. Hee, well, today you have. Yi Xian grinned. Now, I shall refrain from teasing you. Let us discuss our next course of action. Currently, the spirit beast phantoms are present outside the Hall of Fortuitous Encounters, and we cannot venture forth. Thus, our only task is to advance our cultivation to the divine transformation realm. Only then can we shatter the spirit beast phantoms. Otherwise, our exit would lead to certain demise, Yi Xian declared. What Yi Xian spoke was indeed the truth. Although the spirit beast phantoms were merely remnants, their power was comparable to that of the divine transformation realm. Alas, it is all my fault. I have brought you into this predicament. Upon hearing Yi Xian's words, Zhao Mengli felt a pang of distress. Deep down, she understood that breaking through to the divine transformation realm was no simple feat. It would require decades, if not centuries. However, the thought of possibly perishing here was somewhat alleviated by the presence of Yi Xian. Do you truly lack confidence in yourself? You must have faith in my abilities. With me by your side, nothing is insurmountable. Do not despair. After all, is this hall not called the Hall of Fortuitous Encounters? Let us seize the opportunities within, Yi Xian asserted with a serious demeanor. Are you truly so confident? Zhao Mengli inquired, her eyes sparkling with newfound hope as she sensed the sincerity in Yi Xian's words. Throughout their journey, she had indeed witnessed Yi Xian's remarkable capabilities. He was a trustworthy man, and she felt secure in his company. Let us ascend and prepare ourselves, Yi Xian urged. Zhao Mengli nodded, following closely behind Yi Xian as they began their ascent toward the pinnacle of the Hall of Fortuitous Encounters. The hall boasted 10 levels, and as they climbed higher, they encountered no obstacles. Yi Xian found this rather peculiar, for it was not long before Yi Xian and Zhao Mengli had already ascended to the 9th level. Is there truly no opportunity within? Zhao Mengli pondered, her heart filled with doubt upon reaching the 9th level. She understood that their hopes rested solely upon the Hall of Opportunities. If this hall bore nothing, their prospects would be bleak, for achieving a breakthrough in cultivation from nothing was an insurmountable challenge. Not at all. Since this is the Hall of Opportunities, it must surely hold some, Yi Xian responded. The only possibility is that the opportunities for those who reach the 9th level first may have vanished. We have yet to enter the 10th level, after all. With that, Yi Xian stepped forward, crossing the threshold into the grand chamber of the 10th level. As they entered, a powerful surge of energy enveloped them. The chamber was surrounded by formidable barriers. This is bad. Yi Xian's expression shifted as he glanced towards the entrance. At that moment, a series of words materialized before them. Strangers, welcome to the Hall of Opportunities. Here lie countless chances, but they are peculiar. Only those with fate may seize them. Failure to do so will trap you here for eternity. What kind of absurd opportunity is this? Zhao Mengli furrowed her brow upon reading the inscription. What exactly are these opportunities? This barrier is incredibly strong. One must reach the dragon transformation realm to break through, Yi Xian noted, realizing that without a breakthrough, their situation could become dire. This is quite the predicament, Zhao Mengli lamented. It seems easy to enter but difficult to exit. Meanwhile, Yi Xian remained unperturbed. Since we are here, let us make the best of it and not dwell on worries, he declared cheerfully. After saying this, Yi Xian and Zhao Mengli turned their gazes towards the interior of the grand hall. What they beheld left them utterly astonished. Before them stood countless sculptures. Chapter 87. Are you out of your mind? Is this what you call destiny? There stood 48 sculptures of various forms. What on earth is going on? Zhao Mengli murmured, feeling somewhat bewildered as it was her first encounter with such sculptures. However, she found something peculiar. It seemed that while observing these sculptures, she was enveloped by an inexplicable sensation. In a nutshell, there was something rather inappropriate about these sculptures. Yet, Yi Xian comprehended the significance instantaneously. These sculptures must represent the heritage of this place. This was indeed a novel type of inheritance for him. His gaze drifted towards the wall of the grand hall, where he observed similar depictions rendered in striking detail and realism. Is this truly the opportunity we seek? Zhao Mengli questioned, her disbelief palpable. This seems utterly absurd. I'm not quite certain. Look, there are words. Yi Xian suddenly pointed towards a wall. Upon hearing his words, Zhao Mengli turned her attention to the wall adorned with text. Indeed, there were lines of script present. Zhao Mengli and Yi Xian began to decipher the inscriptions. Strangers, since you have entered, you are destined. The inheritance here is the method of dual cultivation, where life and spirit are cultivated together, emphasizing the essence within. Men and women refine together, focusing on the harmony of yin and yang. The Qian path produces males, while the Kuan path produces females, leading to offspring and descendants, enduring through the ages. How can one possibly separate yin from yang? To replenish essence and nurture energy without leakage is paramount. The union of yin and yang returns to the origin. So, the opportunity here is this particular cultivation method. After reading the verses, Zhao Mengli felt an overwhelming sense of unreality. After enduring countless hardships, the opportunity she uncovered was. She was engulfed by an indescribable feeling. Was it fortune or misfortune? This is indeed the opportunity presented here. I never anticipated it. Let us see if there are any other opportunities, Yi Xian suggested. He understood that such matters required patience and that Zhao Mengli needed time to process this revelation. One cannot force a fruit to ripen. He believed that any connection with a woman must be rooted in her absolute willingness. Yi Xian would never impose his will upon others. Though some might say a forcibly harvested fruit quenches thirst, he preferred not to approach it that way. This cultivation method necessitates mutual consent and understanding. Otherwise, one risks falling into madness. Subsequently, Yi Xian and Zhao Mengli began to explore the grand hall in search of other opportunities. Yet, after thoroughly examining the entire hall, apart from discovering a collection of spiritual stones suitable for cultivation, they found nothing else. This indicated that the only inheritance left in this hall of opportunities was this dual cultivation method. Furthermore, Yi Xian had come to understand. The sect that has vanished from the annals of history is known as the Yin-Yang dual cultivation sect. It was ultimately eradicated, yet this opportunity hall remains intact. At present, the sole path to swiftly gaining strength appears to be the cultivation of this technique. Otherwise, we shall remain trapped here. At this moment, Zhao Mengli could not help but voice her thoughts. Indeed, there seems to be no alternative. Yi Xian nodded in agreement. Zhao Mengli's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, and she shyly lowered her head. To be honest, if anyone else wished to cultivate alongside her, Zhao Mengli would be utterly unwilling. However, the Yi Xian before her was not only extraordinarily handsome, but also exceptionally powerful. She felt that perhaps cultivating with him would not be such a bad idea. I have heard that practicing this technique can be quite painful. Zhao Mengli mustered her courage to inquire. It depends on whom you are cultivating with. If you join me, not only will it be devoid of pain, but you may even come to relish this method of cultivation. Yi Xian playfully replied. Yi Xian, do not deceive me. Those books are quite explicit, and I am not illiterate. Zhao Mengli shot him a sharp glare. Those books are misleading. The truth lies in practice. Yi Xian retorted. Humph. You are merely a smooth-talking fellow. Come here and prepare for cultivation. At least there is hope in practice, for without it, we face a dead end. Zhao Mengli asserted. Are you willing then? Upon hearing her words, Yi Xian could not contain his excitement. He had long awaited this day, and it had finally arrived. Here, undisturbed, they could cultivate in peace and grow stronger together. If I must surrender, then so be it, you rascal, Zhao Mengli chided. However, she felt there was little to resist. After all, as a girl, she would inevitably encounter a man someday. It was merely a matter of time. And Yi Xian, standing before her, perfectly matched her inclinations. Thus, Zhao Mengli believed that entrusting herself to him posed no loss. This man is reliable. Subsequently, Yi Xian guided Zhao Mengli, and they began to cultivate slowly according to the technique's incantation. When Zhao Mengli beheld Yi Xian's prowess in cultivation, she was left utterly astonished, overwhelmed by shock. So large. I am afraid, Zhao Mengli exclaimed in disbelief. Rest assured, I shall take it slow. Just cooperate with me, Yi Xian assured her. As he spoke, Yi Xian and Zhao Mengli gradually entered a state of cultivation. An hour later, they completed a cycle of practice. Upon finishing, Zhao Mengli's cultivation level surged, advancing from the third stage of the nascent soul realm to the fourth stage. Meanwhile, Yi Xian's progress. Having ascended from the second to the third level of the nascent soul, Yi Xian now possessed 4 nascent souls. He came to understand that with each layer of breakthrough, an additional nascent soul would manifest. More importantly, following his cultivation advancement, a voice resonated in his mind from the system. Ding. Detection shows that the host has completed cultivation with Zhao Mengli, rewarding the host with 1,000 years of cultivation. Ding. Detection shows that Jiang Qingyan has given birth to a princess with a heavenly spiritual root, rewarding the host with the celestial level technique palms of the universe. The host's innate talent has reached its peak. Stunned by the system's announcements, Yi Xian found himself momentarily speechless. He had not anticipated not only receiving a millennium's worth of cultivation, but also that Jiang Qingyan had birthed a little princess, endowed with a heavenly spiritual root. Although Jiang Qingyan possessed no cultivation herself, the ability to bear a child with such extraordinary potential suggested her profound mystery. More importantly, his divination techniques could not decipher Jiang Qingyan's fate, indicating her extraordinary enigma. Yi Xian murmured to himself, Jiang Qingyan must harbor great secrets. As his thoughts swirled, Zhao Mengli interjected, this technique can indeed facilitate breakthroughs in cultivation. Let us continue our training. After tasting the sweetness of success, Zhao Mengli began to feel a sense of anticipation. It isn't painful, is it? Yi Xian inquired, a smile gracing his lips as he observed Zhao Mengli's eager expression. Chapter 88. Growing stronger in the blink of an eye, 2 months had swiftly passed. During this period, Zhao Mengli's cultivation had ascended to the 6th level of the Yuaning realm. However, Yi Xian remained stagnant at the same level, possessing 7 Yuaning within him, yet finding it arduous to make further progress. What? My dear, you wish to break through to the dragon transformation realm? Upon hearing Yi Xian's words, Zhao Mengli felt a sense of unreality. She could discern that Yi Xian's cultivation was still at the 6th level of the Yuaning realm. Nonetheless, she understood that Yi Xian's 6th level was far superior to her own. Indeed, my dear, I am about to create a miracle, Yi Xian declared solemnly. Yet, as 2 months elapsed without any sign of progress, Yi Xian reluctantly decided to pursue the dragon transformation realm instead. After all, the matter of having a child could also be addressed later. He believed that remaining in this state was not conducive to his growth. Then, my dear, give it your all. I shall protect you, Zhao Mengli said, nodding obediently. With her affirmation, she appeared exceptionally enchanting. Yi Xian nodded in response and then settled into a meditative posture. After making the necessary preparations, he addressed the system. System, merge a millennium of cultivation. Received. The system replied. As the system's words echoed, an overwhelming surge of energy rippled into Yi Xian's being. He began to harness this boundless energy, entering a state of cultivation. Before long, Yi Xian's cultivation began to ascend. Yuaning realm, 7th level. Yuaning realm, 8th level. Yuaning realm, 9th level. Upon reaching the 9th level of the Yuaning realm, Yi Xian perceived with clarity the number of Yuaning within him. It had astonishingly reached 10. It appears my hypothesis was correct. My Yuaning differs from others. With each breakthrough, an additional Yuaning manifests within me, Yi Xian murmured. He had also examined Zhao Mengli's Yuaning and discovered that she possessed but 1, despite her formidable talent. This realization affirmed to Yi Xian that he was indeed a unique case. which contributed to his formidable combat prowess. To have broken through 3 minor realms in one go. My dear's capabilities are extraordinary. Truly a prodigy of the ages. Zhao Mengli was left utterly astonished, at a loss for words upon sensing Yi Xian's rapid advancement through 3 minor realms. Such a feat was unprecedented in her experience. She believed that beings like Yi Xian were one in a million. Even the ancient texts dared not describe such phenomena. It seems my choice was wise. My dear possesses not only unparalleled strength, but also an extraordinary talent that is truly one of a kind. Zhao Mengli mused within her heart. Meanwhile, Yi Xian continued his journey. After reaching the 9th level of the nascent soul realm, he began to contemplate. To ascend to the dragon transformation realm, one must transmute the nascent soul into a divine dragon. Moreover, as I am currently concealed here, engaged in my cultivation, surrounded by formidable formations and prohibitions, it should, in theory, be impervious to the tribulation of thunder. Yi Xian murmured to himself. He could have departed with Zhao Mengli at this moment, for his combat prowess was sufficient to annihilate the spectral beast. However, Yi Xian deliberately chose this location for his breakthrough, motivated by a crucial reason, to avoid attracting the thunder tribulation. Next, he aspired to make a decisive leap into the dragon transformation. A glint of determination flickered across Yi Xian's face as he spoke. With his words hanging in the air, he began to harness the remaining energy and initiated his breakthrough into the dragon transformation realm. Chapter 89. My husband is truly an eternal enigma. As surging and boundless energy surged into the nascent soul, a remarkable transformation commenced. With a resonant dragon's roar echoing forth, Yi Xian's nascent soul metamorphosed into a diminutive dragon, emitting a series of melodious dragon cries. Ah, has my husband reached the nascent soul stage? Zhao Mengli pondered, observing the miniature dragon apparition hovering above Yi Xian. No, although his aura reflects the nascent soul realm, I sense he is still growing stronger. What could this mean? Zhao Mengli was profoundly astonished by Yi Xian's breakthrough. She realized that the longer she spent with him, the more remarkable he appeared. Yi Xian resembled an immense treasure trove, brimming with wonders from head to toe. The more one explored, the more breathtaking the discoveries became. While Zhao Mengli was still in a state of astonishment, a second divine dragon apparition manifested above Yi Xian's head. 2 divine dragons? Is my husband a dual nascent soul? Zhao Mengli exclaimed in disbelief. According to her understanding, it was typical for practitioners to possess a single nascent soul at this realm. However, there had been extraordinary prodigies in history who harbored 2 nascent souls within them. Such unparalleled beings were destined for unimaginable greatness. Zhao Mengli could scarcely fathom that Yi Xian was such a formidable existence. Yet, before she could fully comprehend this revelation, a 3rd divine dragon apparition appeared above him, followed by a 4th, a 5th, a 6th, a 7th, and ultimately, the 10th. When the 10th divine dragon manifestation emerged, Yi Xian's breakthrough finally ceased. At that moment, Zhao Mengli felt an overwhelming sense of unreality. Her cherry lips parted in astonishment. She believed no words could adequately express the tumult of emotions within her. The dragon transformation stage is signified by 10 divine dragons, indicating Yi Xian's unparalleled talent, truly extraordinary. Yet, Zhao Mengli felt immensely fortunate to walk alongside such a prodigy. She felt no regret in supporting Yi Xian in his ascent. Meanwhile, having achieved the 1st level of the dragon transformation stage, Yi Xian reined in his aura and opened his eyes. Upon doing so, he noticed Zhao Mengli gazing at him with rapt attention, utterly transfixed. Do you see stars around me? Yi Xian teased. My husband, you are simply remarkable, Zhao Mengli exclaimed, finally breaking free from her astonishment to offer her praise. Of course, if I weren't extraordinary, how could I possibly be worthy of the great goddess Zhao? Yi Xian replied with a playful glance at Zhao Mengli. Ah, my dear, I adore hearing such words. Since you have reached the dragon transformation realm, we must celebrate this momentous occasion, Zhao Mengli exclaimed. And how do you wish to celebrate for your husband? Yi Xian replied with a mischievous smile. Whatever you desire. My husband, I am open to anything, Zhao Mengli declared. Very well, then kneel down and let us engage in something exhilarating, Yi Xian suggested. Thus, the two began their celebration for this significant breakthrough. As time passed, 2 months later, Yi Xian advanced from the 1st to the 2nd level of the dragon transformation realm. He also mastered the third level of the dragon elephant suppressing prison technique and perfected the art of the universe in his palm. Meanwhile, after 2 months of dual cultivation with Yi Xian, Zhao Mengli's cultivation soared to the 8th level of the nascent soul realm. However, this morning, Zhao Mengli expressed her dissatisfaction, saying, "Husband, I have not yet had my fill of fun, and now I'm with child? You are so naughty. Do not worry, Mengli. Our strong spiritual roots ensure that our child will be exceptional. Once you give birth, you need to cultivate. The child will naturally assist you in your training." Yi Xian reassured her. Yes, I was merely jesting. I would never blame you, especially since this is the finest gift you could give me. I will cherish our child." Zhao Mengli nodded in agreement. "We have been cultivating here for 4 months. Shall we prepare to leave?" Yi Xian proposed. "Certainly," Zhao Mengli replied with a nod. Yi Xian then raised his fist and struck the barrier with great force. The barrier could not withstand his blow and was swiftly torn asunder, dissolving into nothingness. As the barrier shattered, the sculptures within the Hall of Opportunities crumbled into dust. "My husband, it seems that the opportunities here are indeed one time only. Now that they are in our possession, they have been destroyed," Zhao Mengli exclaimed in astonishment. "Indeed," Yi Xian affirmed, and after speaking, he and Zhao Mengli stepped outside. Upon their arrival at the entrance of the hall, a roaring spirit beast silhouette charged toward Yi Xian. Zhao Mengli instinctively wanted to intervene, but was stopped by Yi Xian. "Mengli, leave the fighting to me. Your focus should be on nurturing our child," Yi Xian instructed before leaping forward. He unleashed the dragon elephant suppressing prison technique with a powerful punch, simultaneously releasing his full cultivation from the dragon transformation realm. In that instant, the air was filled with the resounding roar of a dragon, and Yi Xian's eyes sparkled with brilliance. It seemed as though he had transformed into an eternal deity of slaughter. Moreover, Yi Xian's punch was imbued with an unfathomable and terrifying power, akin to an abyss or a prison. It appeared as if a single blow could shatter the very fabric of time itself. With a thunderous roar, in an instant, Yi Xian's fist collided with the ethereal form of the spirit beast. The clash of these two forces produced a deafening cacophony, reminiscent of two ancient giants colliding with one another. The ferocious aftershocks surged forth, and upon the Hall of Opportunity making contact with this force, it crumbled into oblivion, underscoring the sheer magnitude of the power at play. With a resounding crash, after an intense confrontation, the ethereal form of the spirit beast was sent hurtling backward, preparing to flee in a desperate escape. Attempting to evade. Not a chance. With the technique of the universe in hand. Upon witnessing the predicament of the spirit beast's remnant, Yi Xian swiftly invoked this powerful maneuver. As he did so, an immense spatial force radiated outward, crafted from his true essence. In the blink of an eye, the spirit beast's remnant found itself ensnared within this cosmic grasp. Then, with a mere squeeze of his hand, a soft pop echoed. In that fleeting moment, the spirit beast's remnant, which had once instilled fear in Yi Xian only months prior, was effortlessly obliterated, dissolving into nothingness. In an instant, it was as if it had never existed. Witnessing this spectacle, Zhao Mengli could not help but exclaim, "My husband's combat prowess is truly formidable." Chapter 90. Encountering a group of unwitting individuals after vanquishing the ethereal beast, Yi Xian found himself astonished. He had not anticipated that the reward from the system would bestow such formidable techniques. However, upon realizing that they were celestial-grade arts, he felt a sense of relief. Yi Xian then approached Zhao Mengli, who radiated an irresistible charm. "Darling, you are truly incredible. Shall we celebrate?" she proposed, her allure heightened in her femininity, elevating her presence to an extraordinary level, which explained the myriad reasons for the infatuation around her. "Foolish one, we cannot at this moment. It might endanger the child within you." Yi Xian firmly declined. His words were sincere. During the initial 3 months of pregnancy, indulgence was strictly to be avoided, as it could easily lead to miscarriage. The child held immense significance for Yi Xian. "My dear, I was wrong." Zhao Mengli apologized. "You are not at fault. There is no need for apologies. Come, let us be on our way," Yi Xian replied, leading Zhao Mengli outside. As they emerged into the open air, Yi Xian felt an overwhelming sense of refreshment wash over him. After spending over 4 months underground, the warmth of the sun and the breath of fresh air brought him immense delight. However, mere moments after stepping outside, a flurry of figures appeared. encircling Yi Xian and Zhao Mengli. What do you intend to do? Yi Xian inquired, frowning upon noticing the encirclement. Kid, can you enter here? The leader of the group, a cultivator at the 6th level of the nascent soul realm, coldly questioned. Unbeknownst to him, both Yi Xian and Zhao Mengli had deliberately concealed a portion of their cultivation, suppressing their levels to the 2nd stage of the nascent soul realm. Thus, the surrounding cultivators perceived no fear emanating from them, only a sense of overwhelming dominance. The sudden emergence of Yi Xian and Zhao Mengli from the depths drew the attention of these cultivators. The leader attempted to approach, but discovered an immense force preventing entry. Their inability to penetrate further fueled their curiosity about how Yi Xian and Zhao Mengli could traverse freely. Why not test your own limits and find out? Yi Xian replied. Exasperated, he prepared to lead Zhao Mengli away, but at that moment, a cultivator intercepted Yi Xian and Zhao Mengli, saying, "Are you in such a hurry to leave? Reveal to us the secret of entering this place, and leave behind your treasures, as well as this beautiful lady to entertain us. Otherwise, haha." The other cultivators present, upon witnessing the situation, could not help but exhibit a glimmer of sympathy towards Yi Xian and Zhao Mengli. The group encircling them consisted of cultivators from a small sect in the vicinity, who had completely claimed this territory. Anything of value discovered here must be presented to them for inspection. Should it prove to be worthwhile, they would purchase it at the lowest price. Should one refuse, they would seize it by force and potentially take one's life. Given Zhao Mengli's striking beauty, it was only natural for these cultivators to harbor ulterior motives. Hand over your treasures? Who do you think you are? I have no intention of shedding blood today. But if you are wise, you will vanish within 3 breaths. Otherwise, I shall be compelled to send you on your way. Yi Xian replied coldly. With Zhao Mengli newly pregnant, he wished to shield her from any gruesome sights. However, should these individuals choose to court death, he would accommodate their desires. You have quite the audacity, kid. But before they could finish their laughter, the cultivators were suddenly enveloped in a mist of blood, swiftly transforming into a rain of crimson. Yi Xian had already granted them a chance for survival, yet they not only squandered it, but also dared to mock him. What audacity! For Yi Xian, a cultivator at the Dragon Transformation Realm, annihilating Yuan Ing level opponents was as effortless as drinking water. After dispatching these cultivators, he departed with Zhao Mengli. Those who witnessed this scene fell to their knees, hands pressed to the ground, their faces ashen. They were fortunate to have avoided provoking this seemingly gifted couple. Otherwise, their fate would have mirrored that of the others. Too powerful. Killing Yuan cultivators is as simple as quenching one's thirst. The onlookers gasped in astonishment. When Yi Xian and Zhao Mengli reappeared, they had moved to another location. The previous incident merely a fleeting interlude. Mengli, I intend to return to my family. What are your plans? Would you like to accompany me? Yi Xian inquired. My dear, I have been away from my sect for quite some time. If I do not return, my master will surely worry, so I must visit my family. Zhao Mengli responded. Once the affairs of her sect were settled, Zhao Mengli expressed, Shall I come to Xuanqing to find you? She was already aware of the family to which Yi Xian belonged, situated in Xuanqing. That sounds splendid. I shall await your arrival. Yi Xian nodded in agreement. Then, my dear husband, I shall take my leave. Zhao Mengli replied, her expression tinged with reluctance. During their time in the Hall of Fortuity, she had grown accustomed to cultivating alongside Yi Xian, which she felt was the essence of life. One must live life to the fullest, embracing moments of indulgence. It must be noted that after her epiphany in the Hall of Fortuity, Zhao Mengli had become remarkably unrestrained, her courage astonishing even Yi Xian. Wait, as Zhao Mengli prepared to depart, Yi Xian called out to her, Do you have any further instructions, my husband? Zhao Mengli paused in her tracks. Take these spiritual herbs with you, Yi Xian said, producing a collection of herbs to present to her. Thank you, my husband. Zhao Mengli accepted them without hesitation, nodding in appreciation. After planting a gentle kiss on Yi Xian, she transformed into a fleeting shadow, vanishing from sight. Once Zhao Mengli had completely departed, Yi Xian, feeling a sense of fulfillment, remarked, The 3 years have finally come to an end. It is time to return home. With that, he set off towards Guiyan City, where Lin Wanbai awaited. Meanwhile, beneath a peach blossom tree in the Hall of Falling Flowers, a stunningly beautiful young female cultivator gazed into the distance, a dreamy expression gracing her features. Yi Xian, considering the time, You must be returning to your family soon, she mused. This enchanting maiden was none other than Hua Sherman. Since her return to the Hall of Falling Flowers, although her cultivation had not waned, she bore a heavy heart, burdened by her entanglements with Yixian. Ever since their last encounter, memories of their interactions would replay in her mind during the stillness of the night. Just as Hua Sherman was lost in her thoughts, a figure suddenly appeared behind her. Chapter 91. Disciple, what on earth is happening? The figure in question was none other than Hua Sherman's esteemed master, Hua Shiren. Deep in her thoughts, Hua Sherman remained oblivious to her master's presence. Disciple, what occupies your mind? Hua Shiren inquired, having noticed a distinct change in her apprentice since her visit to the Tianyuan ruins. Although Hua Sherman's cultivation had significantly advanced, her demeanor suggested she was burdened by unspoken worries, as if her spirit had been lost. Master. Startled by her master's call, Hua Sherman quickly turned around, only to find her mentor scrutinizing her closely, which sent a wave of anxiety through her. Instantly, her flawless visage flushed crimson. Disciple, what troubles you? I have observed you appear lost in thought lately. Did something transpire at the Tianyuan ruins? Speak to me about it, with your enhanced abilities. How could you not sense my arrival? Hua Shiren pressed, sensing that her disciple was concealing something. Master, I assure you, there is nothing amiss. I was merely enjoying the scenery and taking a leisurely stroll, Hua Sherman replied, hastily averting her gaze towards the blooming peach blossoms, avoiding confrontation with her master. Do you think I cannot perceive your subtle thoughts? The paths I have traversed and the winds I have felt far exceed the meals you have consumed. Speak the truth. Hua Shiren admonished, her eyes narrowing at her disciple. At that moment, a gust of wind swept through, lifting Hua Shiren's short skirt, revealing her lack of additional garments. Hua Sherman's cheeks burned with embarrassment as she observed, Master, why do you not wear other clothes? It is quite evident. Why do you shun undergarments? Although the Flower Palace was exclusively female, and there was little to conceal among them, Hua Sherman noted the palpable disparity between them. When the wind blew, her master's figure was entirely exposed, while she herself had more to cover. Disciple, I have grown accustomed to this. Do not attempt to change the subject. Speak of your own matters. Hua Shiren insisted. Disciple, what of your virginity mark? Suddenly, Hua Shiren's brow furrowed in concern. Upon discovering that the charm of her disciple had vanished, Hua Sho was initially incredulous. Yet, after a series of confirmations, she realized that indeed, the charm was gone. Master. I have been discovered, Hua Sherman murmured, her head bowed, at a loss for words. Her master had always been stern regarding this matter, emphasizing that the charm must never be lost, lest one succumb to aging and darkness. This wisdom had lingered in Hua Sherman's mind. However, that fateful day in the spirit herb garden, overwhelmed by a love poison, she succumbed to temptation with Yixian, and afterward, she found her charm missing. Despite the passage of time, the events in the spirit herb garden haunted her thoughts, indelible and unforgettable. She relished the masculine aura of Yixian, cherishing the joy they shared. To her, that was the essence of life. After returning, she observed daily, finding no evidence of the darkening her master had warned of. Her complexion remained a pure pink. Suddenly, Master. Hua Sherman knelt, her head lowered, cold sweat seeping from her. You wayward disciple. You actually consorted with a man, didn't you? Hua Shiruo, witnessing her kneeling disciple, felt a surge of anger. It was imperative to note that before Hua Sherman's journey to the spirit realm, her master had repeatedly cautioned her to steer clear of men. Yet, her beloved disciple had treated those warnings as mere whispers in the wind, resulting in the loss of her charm. This signified that her disciple had been sullied by a man, an intolerable notion for Hua Shiruo. Master, Hua Sherman was utterly at a loss for words. Rebellious disciple, come, we must discuss this in my chamber. If you do not clarify matters today, I shall take drastic measures, Hua Shiruo declared in fury. With that, she dragged her disciple toward her room. Soon, they arrived, and Hua Sherman remained on her knees. Master, I was wrong, she implored, her face pressed to the ground, too ashamed to lift it. Raise your head and tell me, did you engage with a man? Hua Shiruo demanded. Yes, Hua Sherman replied in a voice barely above a whisper. Who is it? Speak of it in detail. Let me see if I won't take drastic action against him. Hua Shiruo's fury was palpable. The other party should consider the identity of their disciple. How could they deceive a member of the Hua Luo Palace, especially one of the esteemed 3 disciples of Hua Xiren. Master, this is not his fault. It is my issue. If you wish to punish someone, let it be me. Hua Xiren exclaimed anxiously. What she stated was indeed the truth. The incident in the spiritual herb garden was initiated by her. In reality, it was not Yi Xian who harbored ill intentions towards her. He had not deceived her in any way. In fact, during the expedition to the Tianyuan ruins, it was Yi Xian who rescued her. Otherwise, she would have met a dire fate. So you were the one who took the initiative? You brazen hussy. How will we uphold our reputation in the mortal realm after this? Upon hearing her disciple's words, Hua Xiren became even more incensed. Not only had Hua Xiren acted of her own accord, but she also defended that man, a notion utterly intolerable to Hua Xiren. Master, it was like this. Hua Xiren understood that she could not deceive her esteemed mentor, so she recounted her outing in detail. She spoke of her encounter with Li Wujia, the young master of the ghostly spirit sect, and how Yi Xian came to her rescue. Finally, in the spiritual herb garden, it was she who inadvertently touched the love poison, losing control and being compelled to undergo a cultivation experience with Yi Xian. This Yi Xian does not sound so bad. And he even saved you? It seems I have wronged you. Hua Xiren remarked lightly after listening to her disciple's account. I dare not. Hua Xiren replied hesitantly. I command you to rise. Hua Xiren's tone grew firmer. Thank you, master. Hua Xiren could only stand up. Disciple, tell me, what is it like to cultivate with a man? You must share your true feelings in detail. Hua Xiren suddenly shifted her tone and inquired. Hua Xiren was stunned by her master's words. Chapter 92. Regardless of its classic status, I simply adore this one master. What are you asking? When Hua Xiren inquired about her feelings, she truly doubted her hearing at that moment. The current demeanor of her master was as if she were an entirely different person. Tell me, is it enjoyable to cultivate alongside a man? How does it feel? Is it not rather painful at the beginning? There are no outsiders here, so feel free to speak candidly. Hua Xiren stated. In that moment, Hua Xiren bore no trace of her usual esteemed bearing. She appeared instead as an inquisitive child. Hua Xiren found herself at a loss for words. Just say what you think. Do my words not hold any weight with you? She retorted, sensing a flicker of anger in her master's tone. Consequently, Hua Xiren replied, Master, it was indeed a bit challenging at first, but afterward, it became quite pleasurable. Especially towards the end, I lost all sense of control. With a sense of helplessness, Hua Xiren described her experience thoroughly, though she felt a tinge of embarrassment. She could not resist her master's serious demeanor. Is that so? No wonder you have been so distracted since your return. Your words seem to carry some truth. And judging by your description, this Yi Xian appears rather handsome and possesses a good heart. Cultivating with him seems to be quite beneficial for you. Perhaps I was mistaken. I previously believed that a young woman should retain her innocence and avoid any entanglements with men. Yet, from your expression, it is evident that you enjoy cultivating with Yi Xian. Otherwise, you would not have returned in such a disoriented state. Hua Xiren murmured softly. As she spoke, Hua Xiren recalled her own circumstances. Despite the passage of years, she had not engaged with any man. Yet, the jade ruby beneath her pillow had significantly diminished in size. Thus, it seems women have certain needs after all. Master, Hua Xiren lowered her head, uncertain of what to do. My disciple, perhaps I have been too harsh on you in the past. I am beginning to entertain different thoughts. Let us do this. You shall diligently cultivate, and after a period, I will accompany you to visit Yi Xian. I wish to ascertain whether this Yi Xian is deserving of my disciple, Hua Xiren remarked thoughtfully. Yes, master. When shall we go? Hua Xiren inquired with anticipation. In truth, she realized that throughout the past year, her thoughts had been persistently occupied by Yi Xian. She relished the time spent cultivating with him. It should be soon. Did you not mention that Yi Xian is returning to his family now? Once he is settled in for a while, I shall accompany you to the Xian City Yi clan, Hua Xiren replied. Thank you, master. I shall return to my cultivation now, Hua Xiren exclaimed with excitement. After speaking, she departed to resume her practice, casting a glance back at her master's retreating figure. Hua Xiren murmured to herself, is a man's charm truly so potent? Has it caused such a significant transformation in my disciple? I must see what abilities you possess. Yi Xian. After speaking, she began to prepare for her cultivation, for she realized that she had recently become infatuated with the unfeeling jade companion, Yu Rui, allowing her own practice to languish. Since she was to venture out, She was determined not to bring disgrace to the Hua Luo Palace, particularly as she was its esteemed representative. Meanwhile, in front of a mansion in Guiyun City, a group of figures stood in a standoff. Had Yixian been present, he would have recognized this assembly, which comprised a person, a sculpture, and a plump young woman. The two individuals and the sculpture were none other than Lin Wanbai, Yao Yi, and the eagle sculpture. On the opposing side stood a young man, whose cultivation had reached the 8th level of the nascent soul realm. This young man was quite handsome, albeit with a pair of lecherous eyes that revealed a hint of obsession as they fixated on Lin Wanbai. This young man was Lu Guiyun, the son of the city lord of Guiyun City. Lu Guiyun possessed formidable strength, yet he harbored an unusual fascination. He was particularly attracted to young women who were pregnant. Recently, while patrolling the streets of Guiyun City, he happened upon Lin Wanbai, who was buying breakfast. Upon seeing her beauty and noticing her pregnancy, he was utterly captivated, leading him to contemplate marrying her. Once this idea took root, Lu Guiyun made several visits to Lin Wanbai's residence to pursue her. Such peculiar advances were, of course, met with Lin Wanbai's firm refusals. After all, she was already Yixian's partner and carried his child. How could she possibly entertain the thought of marrying another man? That would be nothing short of absurd. Ironically, the more she rejected him, the more determined Lu Guiyun became, vowing that today would be the final day of his pursuit. If Lin Wanbai did not acquiesce, he would resort to forceful measures. Young Master Lu, I implore you to return. Your father is a respected city lord, and I hope you refrain from taking drastic actions. Miss Lin is our young master's partner, and I urge you to act wisely. Otherwise, should our young master become aware, you will find yourself in grave peril. At this moment, Yao Yi spoke up, voicing the truth. He was well aware of the formidable nature of his master and how deeply he cared for those he cherished. Anyone daring to covet his beloved would face dire consequences. Yixian would certainly not let this matter go. Your young master is named Yixian, is he not? What makes you think he is superior? Does he possess my extraordinary talent? Does he hail from a lineage as powerful as mine? Today, you shall acquiesce, whether you wish to or not, for it is I who has fallen for this woman. With such beauty and bearing my child, regardless of the circumstances, I am smitten. Lu Guiyun declared, his gaze fixated on Lin Wanbai, longing to claim her as his own. You pervert! Lin Wanbai retorted vehemently. Hee, even when scolding, your beauty is captivating. I find it delightful. Lu Guiyun replied dismissively. To him, in Guiyun City, he was the most dazzling figure. And with a father who was a formidable force at the dragon transformation realm, being the sole heir of the city lord, indulging in audacious acts hardly seemed excessive. Lu Guiyun was convinced that his desires were quite reasonable. If I wish to marry Miss Lin, you shall have to step over our dead bodies. Yao Yi declared with grim determination. The eagle sculpture nodded in agreement. Humph, utterly unaware of your own insignificance. I could easily subdue you with a single hand. Lu Guiyun scoffed. As his words echoed, he made his move, swiftly overpowering Yao Yi and the eagle sculpture before advancing toward Lin Wanbai. At that moment, her expression shifted dramatically, retreating step by step. Yet, in the next instant, a chilling scoff resonated from the distant horizon. Chapter 93. Get lost. Have you had enough of life? How dare you lay your hands on my woman? The voice resonated like thunder, sending ripples through the entire void. As the words fell, a figure appeared before Lu Guiyun like a specter, positioning themselves protectively in front of Lin Wanbai. Upon seeing this figure, Lu Guiyun's brow furrowed as he scrutinized the individual before him. The figure appeared remarkably youthful and handsome, exuding an extraordinary aura. Clad in garments of azure that fluttered without wind, they stood there, emanating an ethereal presence akin to a celestial being descended to earth. My husband, Lin Wanbai exclaimed, her expression brimming with excitement upon recognizing the figure. She could hardly fathom that Yixian had arrived. Young master. Upon seeing Yixian, Yao Yi could not help but express a hint of exhilaration. To be candid, both Yao Yi and Ying Jiao had been exceedingly anxious just moments prior. However, upon Yixian's arrival, Yao Yi felt all his worries dissipate, for he was acutely aware of Yixian's formidable prowess. After a period of absence, Yao Yi believed that Yixian's strength had undoubtedly grown even greater than before. You are her husband? Lu Guiyun remarked with a hint of disdain, a smirk playing on his lips. Earlier, when Yixian had arrived, Lu Guiyun had sensed his presence and noted that Yi Xian's cultivation was at the second level of the nascent soul realm. Such a level posed no challenge to Lu Guiyun, who was at the 8th level of the same realm. Wanbai, what exactly is going on? At this moment, Yi Xian disregarded Lu Guiyun's words and inquired gently of Lin Wanbai. My husband, this guy has lost his mind and insists on marrying me. I refused. And then he attacked old Yao and Ing Diao. Lin Wanbai explained. Yi Xian. After hearing this, Yi Xian was rendered speechless. Marrying a pregnant woman? What on earth is this taste? Does he not know that you already have a husband? Yi Xian furrowed his brow. My husband, I told him. But he simply wouldn't listen. Lin Wanbai replied, her tone laden with bitterness. It certainly sounds like he is not quite right in the head. Yi Xian remarked coldly. He then turned his gaze sharply towards Lu Guiyun. Kid, I asked you a question. Are you deaf? Having been ignored earlier, Lu Guiyun's expression turned frosty. As the son of the esteemed city lord of Guiyun City, he was accustomed to arrogance. However, Yi Xian's demeanor conveyed a palpable disregard for him, which was intolerable for Lu Guiyun. Have you eaten the heart of a bear and the gall of a leopard? Apologize to Wanbai and old Yao immediately, or else you shall suffer some grievous punishment today. Yi Xian warned coldly. What? You want me to apologize to them? You're quite the comedian. I wish to convey to you that I have taken a liking to this fair maiden. Upon hearing Yi Xian's words, Lu Guiyun could not help but reveal a cold smile. Lu Guiyun found it utterly perplexing how Yi Xian possessed the audacity to speak to him in such a manner. Did he not even recognize his own standing? You are simply asking for a beating. Slap. Witnessing the defiant expression on Lu Guiyun's face, Yi Xian was incensed. In his fury, the repercussions were bound to be dire. As Yi Xian's words echoed, he unleashed a swift slap. The speed was so astonishing that even Lu Guiyun, who was at the 8th stage of the nascent soul realm, did not have time to react. In the next moment, Yi Xian's palm struck heavily against Lu Guiyun's right cheek. By the time Lu Guiyun comprehended the situation, his face was already swollen. Ah, you dare to strike me? I will kill you, Lu Guiyun shouted hoarsely. Throughout his life, his father had never scolded him, let alone laid a hand on him. Yet now, he found himself being struck. It was particularly infuriating as he was acutely aware that his cultivation was superior to that of his assailant. Little did he know, Yi Xian had deliberately restrained his own power. Otherwise, a mere finger from him could have ended Lu Guiyun's existence. Upon his arrival, Yi Xian had assessed the situation and deemed Lu Guiyun's father to be a reasonably good city lord, which is why he refrained from eliminating Lu Guiyun on the spot. Otherwise, for merely attempting to forcefully marry the woman he cherished, Lu Guiyun would have met his demise countless times over. Following Lu Guiyun's outburst, he launched a direct assault, unleashing the full force of his 8th stage nascent soul cultivation in a punch aimed at Yi Xian. Utterly delusional. Observing Lu Guiyun's attack, Yi Xian furrowed his brow and decisively suppressed it with a palm. Bang! As Yi Xian's palm descended, Lu Guiyun's assault crumbled like a paper tiger. Subsequently, Lu Guiyun was pinned to the ground by Yi Xian's hand. Lu Guiyun, now subdued, spat out blood. Although Yi Xian had not exerted overwhelming force, he himself was a formidable entity at the dragon transformation realm. Thus, the power behind his strike was immensely potent. How could this be? I have been defeated? At that moment, as Lu Guiyun lay on the ground, he was utterly bewildered, struggling to grasp the reality of the situation. He was acutely aware that his cultivation was ostensibly superior, so why had he been subdued? Lu Guiyun was truly at a loss. Meanwhile, Yao Yi, witnessing Yi Xian's decisive action in pinning Lu Guiyun to the ground, was left in a state of profound shock. Is the young master's strength truly that formidable? With a mere gesture, he effortlessly subdued Lu Guiyun. It is indeed terrifying, Yao Yi exclaimed in astonishment. Beside him, the eagle sculpture also displayed a glimmer of shock in its gaze. You are doomed, for I am the young master of Guiyun City, Lu Guiyun threatened. Have you yet to recognize your predicament? I shall sever an arm before we continue. Yi Xian's voice was icy. Were it not for the consideration of Lu Guiyun's father being a relatively decent city lord, Yi Xian would have already eliminated him. Yet, this fellow still dared to issue threats? Yi Xian was truly perplexed by the source of his confidence. As Yi Xian's words fell, he pointed decisively. In the next moment, a sword Qi, forged from true essence, surged forth, aimed directly at Lu Guiyun. You dare? Seeing that Yi Xian was indeed intent on destroying his arm, Lu Guiyun's expression shifted. But in the following instant, with a piercing scream, Lu Guiyun's arm was rendered useless by Yi Xian. Ah! Upon witnessing the loss of his arm, Lu Guiyun emitted a deafening wail. Soon, he succumbed to unconsciousness. Remove him from my sight, Yi Xian commanded coldly. Yes, yes, yes. The sycophants surrounding Lu Guiyun hastily crawled over, lifted the unconscious Lu Guiyun, and vanished from the scene. Chapter 94. Lessons after Lu Guiyun departed. Yi Xian approached Yao Yi and Ing Jiao, inquiring, Old Yao, Brother Jiao, are you both unharmed? I'm fine, just sustained a minor injury. Yao Yi replied with a shake of his head. Ing Jiao also indicated that he was not significantly affected. Thank you for your efforts. Take some healing elixirs, Yi Xian said, handing them both restorative potions. Subsequently, Yi Xian and the others entered the house. Lin Wanbai was now over 5 months pregnant, her belly slightly rounder, yet still not very pronounced. Observing her, Yi Xian couldn't help but nod in appreciation. It must be said that pregnant women possess a unique allure. No wonder Lu Guiyun was so utterly captivated. Wanbai, you've worked hard these days. I shall take you back to the family now. Yi Xian gently took Lin Wanbai's delicate hand. My dear, I do not find it arduous. Rather, it is you who has it tough. Shall we celebrate? Lin Wanbai proposed. Ah, still thinking about that even while pregnant? Yi Xian responded with a hint of exasperation. But the books say that for the first 3 months it's not advisable. But afterwards it is permissible, Lin Wanbai said, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Wanbai, I believe it would be best to refrain. It may not be good for the child. Once our baby is born, I will accompany you every day. How does that sound? Yi Xian reassured her. All right, I will follow your lead. However, dear husband, after provoking Lu Guiyun, do you think the city lord will let us off the hook? Lin Wanbai expressed her concern. Upon mentioning the city lord, Lin Wanbai grew anxious, as she was well aware of the formidable power held by this city lord, who seemed to have reached the dragon transformation realm. Wanbai, there is no need to worry. I will handle everything. If the city lord knows his place, I might even spare him, for Lu Qian is indeed a good city lord, beloved by the people. Otherwise, his son would have perished today, Yi Xian asserted. Yi Xian himself was now a formidable presence in the dragon transformation realm, hence he felt little trepidation regarding Lu Qian. Are you not afraid of a strong opponent in the dragon transformation realm? Lin Wanbai asked, noticing Yi Xian's indifference. Your husband has also surpassed into the dragon transformation realm, Yi Xian declared. As he spoke, he subtly released his aura of cultivation. Ah, husband, you are simply amazing, Lin Wanbai exclaimed, utterly astonished by the power emanating from Yi Xian. In that moment, she realized that being Yi Xian's partner was truly a blessing she had earned over several lifetimes. Of course. Come, let us step outside and bask in the sun while we await his arrival, Yi Xian suggested. With that, Yi Xian and Lin Wanbai ventured outdoors, settling into a reclining chair, and he instructed the servants to prepare some melon seeds. Subsequently, Yi Xian and Lin Wanbai began to crack the seeds while they awaited the developments. Meanwhile, within the Lord's residence, chaos reigned supreme, for the young master had suffered the loss of an arm. Although Lu Guiyun eventually regained consciousness, that arm was irreparably damaged. My dear, you must stand up for Guer. He is our only son. How can I possibly endure this now that he has lost an arm? She lamented, tears streaming down her face, her expression filled with profound sorrow. This woman was none other than Lu Guiyun's mother. Beside her stood a tall, somewhat gaunt man with a distinctive mustache, Lu Qian, the lord of Guiyun City and Lu Guiyun's father. This is all you're doing. You indulged him every day, and now look where it has led us, Lu Qian exclaimed, frustration evident in his voice. What? Now that our son has lost an arm, you dare to blame me? The lady retorted, nearly fainting from rage. It was unbearable to think that not only had their son suffered such a fate, but her husband was now directing blame at her. We cannot continue like this. Cease your outbursts. Let me ascertain the facts of the matter first, Lu Qian replied with a heavy heart. In truth, witnessing his son's misfortune caused him immense distress. However, Lu Qian was not a foolish lord. He was a man of principles. He called for one of Lu Guiyun's attendants. Upon arrival, the attendant immediately knelt and said, I greet you, my lord. Now, recount the events of today in detail. If you dare conceal anything, I shall have no choice but to execute you, Lu Qian commanded sternly. Yes, my lord. The attendant nodded vigorously, fearing to withhold any information. He proceeded to narrate the events as they transpired. After hearing the entire account, Lu Qian's face darkened. Ungrateful wretch, he scolded. How has my son been ungrateful? Is it wrong for him to love a pregnant woman? Lu Qian's wife interjected defensively. Silence. Is it not wrong to have feelings for a pregnant woman? Lu Qian felt as if he might faint from exasperation. His son, despite his flaws, was truly incomprehensible in this regard. Why would he be attracted to a pregnant woman? It was utterly ridiculous. As the young master, he could have any woman he desired. Did the other party not bear any responsibility for the loss of Guerre's arm? Have you turned into a fool? You are the most spineless person I have ever encountered. Lu Qian's wife chastised. Enough of your incessant complaints. I shall go and investigate, Lu Qian declared. After speaking, the figure ventured towards the residence of Yi Xian. Before long, a cultivator adorned with a bamboo had appeared within the dwelling. At that moment, Yi Xian was leisurely reclining in a chair, enjoying sunflower seeds and basking in the sun alongside Lin Wanbai. Come over and join me for some seeds, Yi Xian remarked nonchalantly. You actually noticed my presence? Lu Qian replied, his composure faltering upon hearing Yi Xian's words. As he approached, Lu Qian scrutinized Yi Xian from a short distance. It was evident that Yi Xian appeared remarkably youthful and strikingly handsome. If one were to encapsulate his essence in words, it would be a gentleman unparalleled in the world, akin to jade among common folk. Lu Qian confessed, having never encountered such a captivating presence in his lifetime. Clearly, he was no ordinary individual, and the depth of Yi Xian's cultivation exuded an inscrutable aura that left Lu Qian unable to fathom. As for the woman beside Yi Xian, her beauty was nothing short of enchanting. Lu Qian began to comprehend why his son was so determined to wed her. Her allure was indeed exquisite. Are you the one who rendered my son one-armed? Lu Qian inquired coolly, as the oppressive aura of the dragon transformation realm emanated from him. Chapter 95. Master, look. Is that not Xiana? Indeed, it is this foolish son of mine. Your son has cast his eyes upon my woman. He deserves punishment. You should count yourself fortunate. Had it not been for your commendable role as a city lord, you might have found your son not merely maimed but lifeless. Yi Xian spoke calmly. At that moment, a palpable pressure emanated from Yi Xian. As this imposing aura spread, 10 ethereal dragon apparitions materialized above his head, resonating with a thunderous roar that seemed capable of shattering the heavens, exuding an extraordinary presence. Boom! Accompanied by a deafening explosion. The formidable pressures released by both Yi Xian and Lu Qian clashed, resulting in a cacophony that reverberated through the air. Following the collision, these two terrifying forces dissipated, leaving Lu Qian staggering backwards several paces, his internal energy surging violently, nearly forcing him to spew blood, a fate he managed to suppress. In that instant, Lu Qian was overcome with dread. Upon gazing at Yi Xian, who lay before him, a sense of reverence enveloped him. The sheer magnitude of the oppressive force emanating from Yi Xian was truly staggering, as if the very heavens bore down upon him. Particularly striking were the 10 dragon apparitions hovering above Yi Xian, a sight both awe-inspiring and terrifying. Despite Lu Qian's own confidence as a formidable figure, he had never before encountered someone as fearsome as Yi Xian. I am grateful for your mercy, esteemed senior. It is my failure as a father that has led to this calamity. If you wish to exact punishment, let it fall upon me, Lu Qian implored, fully aware that his son's transgressions stemmed from his own shortcomings in parenting. Should Yi Xian choose to pursue retribution, Lu Qian knew he would be unable to escape unscathed. City Lord Lu, I shall not pursue this matter further, for you are indeed a commendable leader. However, I must emphasize that you must educate your wayward son properly. Should such behavior persist, do not expect my restraint. And I hope you will continue to be a good city lord, Yi Xian declared. Thank you, esteemed senior. I shall endeavor to be a good city lord, Lu Qian replied earnestly, his body drenched in cold sweat, acutely aware that had Yi Xian desired his demise, he would have perished countless times over. Meanwhile, at a distance, Yaoi watched the scene unfold in utter astonishment, rendered speechless. Is the young master not exceedingly imposing? And to have so swiftly attained the dragon transformation realm? He is truly a force to be reckoned with, Yao Yi murmured to himself, feeling that witnessing the rise of such a prodigy was the greatest fortune of his life. In just 3 years, he has ascended from the foundational realm to the dragon transformation realm. Should this astonishing feat reach the ears of external cultivators, their jaws would undoubtedly drop in disbelief. Indeed, if those practitioners were to learn of this, skepticism would prevail. After all, such a rapid progression in cultivation is so extraordinary that, were it not for Yao Yi's first-hand witness, he too would struggle to accept it. At this moment, Yao Yi increasingly affirms that aligning himself with Yi Xian has been the wisest decision of his life. Master, I shall take my leave, Lu Qian declared. Go ahead. Yi Xian waved his hand dismissively, then proceeded to enjoy the sunflower seeds that Lin Wanbai had shelled for him. After Lu Qian's departure, he vanished from sight. Once Yao Yi had left, Yi Xian couldn't help but murmur to himself, a moment of bravado brings fleeting pleasure, yet daily displays of bravado yield endless delight. Old Yao, gather your belongings. We are preparing to return to the clan. Yi Xian instructed Yao Yi. Yes, young master. Yao Yi nodded and began to tidy up his things. Once everything was in order, Yi Xian and Lin Wanbai mounted the back of the eagle and set forth towards Xian City. Meanwhile, within the Yi family, one of the three prominent families of Xian City, the patriarch Yi Batian and several elders awaited anxiously in the hall, their expressions grave. They all understood the significance of this day. It marked the return of the disciples after 3 years of training. However, according to past customs, some disciples inevitably fail to return from their journeys. Greetings, patriarch and elders. The returning disciples respectfully saluted Yi Batian and the elders. Oh, it is good to have you back. Yi Batian nodded in acknowledgement. Yet, a sense of emptiness lingered within him, for one crucial disciple had yet to return, his son, Yi Xian. Patriarch, do not worry. Xianer possesses a kind heart and will surely return safely, reassured one elder. Indeed, he may simply be delayed, another elder added, noting the patriarch's evident concern. The elders indeed held Yi Xian in high regard. Despite being the patriarch's son, he bore no heirs and was approachable, treating everyone with kindness. Thus, they hoped fervently for his safety. How many of our disciples have returned thus far? Yi Batian inquired. Patriarch, over 80 have returned. The elder responded. That is reassuring. Yi Batian nodded, aware of the perilous nature of the outside world. The fact that the majority of disciples had returned unscathed was indeed commendable. After speaking, Yi Batian continued to gaze into the distance, his thoughts lingering on the absent son. A glimmer of anticipation flickered across the faces of the onlookers. Just as the head of the Yi family cast his gaze towards the distant horizon, a sudden cry of an eagle pierced the serene sky above the Yi family estate. Upon hearing this piercing call, Yi Batian and several elders instinctively turned their eyes towards the void. There, a colossal eagle appeared, dominating the sky above the estate. Goodness, what an enormous creature! What could it possibly want? They exclaimed, their expressions shifting to one of alarm. Yi Batian promptly issued a command for the members of the Yi family to be on high alert. He understood that the sudden appearance of such a formidable eagle signified the presence of an even more terrifying force lurking behind it. This eagle was no ordinary beast. It was a large and fearsome demon beast, and the power required to tame such a creature was indeed formidable. The other members of the Yi family also wore expressions of grave concern. Many disciples began to speculate whether the one who had ventured out for training had inadvertently provoked a formidable adversary, and now the foe had come seeking vengeance. Yet, just as the atmosphere thickened with tension, an elder, noticing the figure atop the eagle, exclaimed in astonishment, "Head of the family, look, is that not Xianu?" Chapter 96. This young man exhibits a modicum of filial piety upon hearing the elder's words. Yi Batian, who had been on high alert, directed his gaze towards the back of the great eagle. At that moment, he beheld a remarkably handsome young man with bright eyes and a radiant smile seated atop the majestic creature. Beside this youth was an exceptionally beautiful young maiden. Yi Batian instantly recognized this striking figure as his son, Xianer. Ha Xianer, brother Yi Xian. The crowd erupted with excitement upon seeing Yi Xian. Amidst their fervor, the eagle descended gracefully to the ground, and Yi Xian, along with Lin Wanbai, leapt down. Yao Yi also appeared behind Yi Xian. Father, Yi Xian exclaimed, unable to contain his elation. Although Yi Xian had not originally belonged to this world in his past life, he had grown up immersed in its essence. Therefore, within his heart, these individuals were undeniably his kin. Wanbai, old Yao, this is my father, the grand elder, and the second elder. Father, This is my attendant Yao Yi, and this is my companion Lin Wanbai. Yi Xian introduced everyone to one another. Greetings, uncle. Greetings to all the esteemed elders. Lin Wanbai performed her salutations gracefully. Yao Yi followed suit, offering his respects to each individual. At that moment, Yi Batian could not help but display a look of satisfaction upon hearing Yi Xian's introductions. Lin Wanbai appeared incredibly beautiful, as if she were a celestial being descended from the 9 heavens. Well done, my boy. To think that during your time away, you have nearly broken through to the nascent soul stage and found yourself a companion. Yi Batian praised, patting Yi Xian on the shoulder. Hee. Yi Xian chuckled, his heart brimming with disbelief. He wondered what his father's expression would be like in the future when all his companions gathered together, along with several grandchildren. The thought was too astonishing to contemplate. Of course, Yi Xian had deliberately concealed his cultivation level. Otherwise, if he were to unleash his full power, his father and the others would likely be left in utter shock. After all, Yi Xian's true capabilities surpassed even those of Yi Batian and the others, rivaling those of the ancestors themselves. All right, everyone, let us return indoors and converse. Yi Batian declared joyfully. His excitement surged upon the sight of Yi Xian's return. Let us go. Yi Xian and the others nodded in agreement, making their way back to the living room. As they began to exchange pleasantries, the atmosphere grew lively. When the news of Lin Wanbai's pregnancy, already several months along, reached Yi Batian's ears, he nearly burst into song from sheer delight. Haha, my boy, after 3 years apart, you return with such a grand surprise. Soon, I shall have a little grandchild to hold. Yi Batian was truly on the verge of losing his composure. The son has truly proven himself. Father, I wish to visit the ancestor. I find myself missing him. Wanbai suggested taking a moment of respite. Yi Xian could not help but speak up. Very well, let her rest. Indeed. Bring forth servants to attend to Wanbai. Should there be any errors, you shall face the family's discipline, commanded Yi Batian. Yes, head of the family. A group of servants nodded in acknowledgement before escorting Lin Wanbai away. Meanwhile, Yi Xian made his way toward the family's rear mountain, for he had promised the ancestor that after completing his trials, he would pay him a visit. The ancestor held great affection for Yi Xian, having cared for him fondly during his childhood. Despite his lack of remarkable talent at that time, the family had never looked down upon him, and thus, Yi Xian felt immense gratitude and fondness for them. Unlike many, he had not experienced bullying in his youth, nor uttered the words, 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. Do not mock the youth for their poverty. In due course, Yi Xian arrived at the place where the ancestor resided. There existed a dedicated area for the ancestor's meditation, as he had grown old and remained secluded, only emerging for significant family matters. Upon reaching this sacred space, Yi Xian gently called out, Ancestor, your great-grandson, Yi Xian has come to see you. Ah, Xian, come in. Upon hearing Yi Xian's voice, the ancestor's face broke into a joyful smile. In the next moment, the door to the meditation chamber swung open. Once inside, Yi Xian beheld a brightly lit room, reminiscent of the outside world, with a figure seated cross-legged in the depths of the illumination. This elder, with a beard as white as snow and eyes closed in serene repose, exuded an ethereal aura. This venerable figure was none other than the ancestor of the Yi family, Yi Wen, the very cornerstone of the clan. Had it not been for his steadfast presence, the Yi family might have long vanished from Xin City. Sensing Yi Xian's arrival, Yi Wen slowly opened his eyes, which gleamed with an unsettling brilliance, causing the air around to ripple. Young man, I greet the ancestor. Yi Xian bowed respectfully. Ah, you rascal. 3 years have passed, and you've grown so tall. Come, let your ancestor have a feel. Yi Wen exclaimed. Ancestor, I'm all grown now. You can't be serious. I must decline. Yi Xian replied firmly. He recalled how the ancestor used to delight in holding him and ruffling his hair when he was younger, but now at 21, such an action would be utterly mortifying. Indeed, at just over 20 years of age, I find myself, haha, young man. You are becoming increasingly handsome, reminiscent of the grandeur of your forebear. Come, sit down and allow me to sense your cultivation, Yi Wen inquired with curiosity. Very well. Yi Xian nodded, then proceeded to release his cultivation. Upon doing so, Yi Wen was left utterly astonished. What? You have broken through to the transformation dragon stage? Upon perceiving Yi Xian's true level of cultivation, Yi Wen abruptly rose from his seat, his face a mask of disbelief. Even his white beard fluttered with astonishment. Elder, it took me 3 years to ascend from the Foundation Establishment stage to the Transformation Dragon stage, which is rather slow, Yi Xian remarked, somewhat boastfully. Good heavens, are you trying to send the elder off? At hearing Yi Xian's boastful words, Yiwen nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. 3 years to transition from Foundation Establishment to Transformation Dragon. He had never heard of such a phenomenon in his millennia of existence. This was truly unprecedented. However, Yi Xian's earlier comment seemed tinged with dissatisfaction, which was infuriating. Reflecting on the past, it took him a staggering 980 years to break through from the nascent soul to the Transformation Dragon stage. This young man's words were utterly provoking. Elder, I did not mean it that way. Please do not misunderstand. Elder, let us engage. I wish to test who among us is stronger. Yi Xian expressed his curiosity. Chapter 97. Youngster, one must have a Tao partner in this life. In the past, Yi Xian could not perceive the true cultivation level of the ancestor. However, at this moment, he could distinctly sense that the ancestor's cultivation had reached the 4th level of the dragon transformation realm. What a splendid opportunity to test his own strength against the ancestor. Ah, young one, it's been 3 years, and you wish to compare yourself with your esteemed ancestor. Ha, then so be it. After confirming that Yi Xian's cultivation was indeed at the 2nd level of the dragon transformation realm, Yiwen was immensely excited. After all, the addition of a dragon transformation practitioner to the Yi family provided an additional layer of security. As Yiwen's words fell, his cultivation erupted forth. Youngster, shall I suppress my cultivation to match yours? Yiwen inquired. No need, ancestor. Please go all out. Yi Xian replied. Excellent, you possess courage. You remind me of myself in my youth, and you are quite handsome as well. Yiwen rejoiced upon hearing Yi Xian's words. With that, Yiwen made his move. An overwhelming aura of pressure surged forth as he launched a powerful punch towards Yi Xian. In an instant, a terrifying fist radiance, accompanied by a fearsome dragon's roar, surged towards him. Break from me, Yi Xian responded, and the sound of a dragon's roar echoed around him. 2 ethereal dragon figures materialized above his head. Yi Xian deliberately withheld some of his strength, only releasing the 2 dragon phantoms to prevent the ancestor from feeling disheartened. Palms of the universe. As the dragon figures emerged, Yi Xian unleashed his technique. Upon striking, an immense spatial pressure radiated outward, as if it could encompass all. Boom. In the blink of an eye, Yi Xian's palms collided with the ancestor's fist radiance, producing a thunderous roar. After the clash, both Yi Xian's technique and the ancestor's fist were obliterated in the aftermath. Subsequently, Yi Xian staggered back several steps. Ancestor, you are incredibly strong. I concede. The 4th level of the dragon transformation realm is indeed deserving of its reputation, Yi Xian proclaimed once he regained his footing. You little rascal, would you have me perish? In truth, I just lost. Yiwen chuckled. I never imagined that after 3 years, your strength would surpass even mine. Rest assured, my Tao heart is resilient. The stronger you become, the happier I will be. Yiwen could see through Yi Xian's subtle retreat, recognizing it as an act of courtesy. After all, he had lived for a millennium. Such nuances were not lost on him. The ancient ancestor has witnessed more in a millennium than Yi Xian has traversed in his journey. Ah, ancestor, you have seen through it all. It seems experience truly speaks volumes, Yi Xian remarked, scratching his head in embarrassment. Come, sit down, and let us converse properly. The ancestor invited. Yes, ancestor. Yi Xian nodded, then took a seat opposite him. The ancestor was in high spirits today and presented a treasured tea leaf, aged for a millennium, which he had carefully preserved. This remarkable tea leaf had been discovered by Yiwen in an ancient cave, cherished as a priceless treasure, never consumed due to its extraordinary value. Just this single leaf was already beyond price. Ancestor, this is too precious. You mustn't, Yi Xian exclaimed, alarmed at the ancestor revealing his cherished possession. He had heard of the tea's immense worth. A sip could significantly enhance one's comprehension of the Tao. You rascal, remember, we are formidable men. Do not be so sentimental. The ancestor chided with a smile. Today, I am pleased, and sharing this tea is hardly excessive. He then began brewing the tea. In no time, 2 cups filled with a fragrant, ancient brew appeared before Yi Xian. Drink up, the ancestor urged. Thank you, ancestor. I shall not hold back, Yi Xian replied, nodding. Cheers, the ancestor declared with exuberance. and both consumed the tea. As the tea coursed through him, Yi Xian felt invigorated, his fatigue dissipating entirely and his energy surging. If the Chaos Saintess were present, he could engage for an entire day and night. Listen, no matter what fortunes you encounter outside, they are of no concern to me. Now that you have broken through to the dragon transformation realm, you are destined to be the leader of the Yi family. When my time comes, I will have no regrets. Yuan said joyfully. In that moment, Yi Xian perceived the ancestor as if he had rejuvenated by hundreds of years, his face aglow, exuding a youthful vitality. This transformation stemmed from both joy and the effects of the Tao Tea. Ancestor, you shall not depart. I cannot bear the thought of losing you. You will surely live for countless years. Yi Xian declared. Ha 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 ha. You sweet-talking rascal, how I adore your words. The ancestor laughed heartily, his beard trembling with mirth. However, I must impart some earnest counsel. Your rate of advancement is alarmingly swift. You must not reveal your full strength to the outside world. Learn to conceal it. In this perilous world, despite your formidable prowess in Xuanqing, when considering the vastness of the myriad realms, you remain exceedingly weak. Thus, one must exercise caution. Our esteemed ancestors are quite assured, yet should other prominent families become aware, it would undoubtedly lead to complications. Do you comprehend? Yuan earnestly articulated. I understand, ancestor. Rest assured, I shall safeguard myself. Yi Xian nodded affirmatively. The ancestor's words were truly empowering, which is one of the primary reasons Yi Xian held such deep affection for him. Despite the old man's often cantankerous demeanor, he treated Yi Xian with genuine kindness, readily coming to his aid in times of need. This was also why Yi Xian had not concealed his cultivation from the outset. Young man, you have diligently toiled in your cultivation for 3 years. Surely, you have not neglected the company of women? The ancestor continued. Let me impart this wisdom. If a cultivator immerses themselves solely in their training without indulging in the pleasures of companionship, their joy in cultivation diminishes significantly. In my youth, at your age, I had already enjoyed the company of the lovely neighbor. Now, tell me, which maiden has captured your heart? The ancestor jested, momentarily abandoning decorum. Oh. At the ancestor's unexpected remark, Yi Xian was momentarily taken aback. Huh, do not be bashful. It is natural for a man to seek the company of women. Without them, you shall feel increasingly restless. Pray, tell me, what kind of woman do you find appealing? The ancestor inquired. Chapter 98. The Schemes of the Malevolent Sect Ancestor. Yi Xian was utterly astonished. He never imagined that beneath the seemingly honest exterior of the ancestor lay a heart brimming with youthful fervor. Ancestor, I already have a partner, and I have brought her home, Yi Xian declared. Is it a boy or a girl? Is she expecting? Yuan exclaimed. If she isn't pregnant, then work diligently. After all, the land can withstand much toil. However, if she is with child, take care, lest it harm her health. Upon hearing this, Yi Xian nearly choked on his words. Yes, she is pregnant. He nodded. Ha ha ha, splendid. I never expected you to have such good fortune. Come, I must take my leave now, Yuan said, brimming with excitement. Yuan was genuinely thrilled, for he had not anticipated such impressive news from his great-grandson. Truly, Yi Xian was a worthy descendant of the Yi lineage. With such a successor, it would be difficult not to thrive. Ah, ancestor, you are leaving? Yi Xian asked, taken aback. Indeed, you have become quite formidable. I must venture out and make my presence known. Let us go, Yuan replied, striding towards the exit. Meanwhile, in the parlor of the Yang family, one of the 3 prominent clans that stood alongside the Yi family, the head of the Yang family, Yang Shao, sat with several elders, casually snacking on sunflower seeds while engaging in conversation. Have you heard? How did the disciples of the Yi family fare on their recent expedition? Yang Shao inquired. I have heard some reports. It seems they fared reasonably well. Over 30 perished, but more than 80 have returned. That Yi Baiqian's son, Yi Xian, has also returned. An elder responded. That lad poses no threat to us, as his talent has always been rather lackluster. What a pity. If only that old fool from the Yi family would die, we could easily absorb them. Yang Shao lamented. The truth was, the Yi family's enduring resilience was largely due to Yuan. This crafty old man, filled with cunning, had caused the Yang family considerable trouble on multiple occasions. Therefore, whenever the Yang family spoke of the Yi family's ancestor, they did so with disdain, often gritting their teeth in frustration. Indeed, That old fellow is still quite robust. According to a lady from a brothel, he still indulges in leisure activities. Time has not dimmed his vitality in the least. He moves with the agility of a 20-year-old. Another elder scoffed. That wretched old man, utterly shameless, brings disgrace to the Yi family. Alas, continuing down this path is not a solution. If we do not manage to bring down the Yi family, the Yang and Qin families shall undoubtedly face considerable troubles. After all, the descendants of the Yi family are numerous, and we cannot hope to compete. The head of the Yang family, Yang Xiao, along with several elders, lamented. The mere mention of the ancestral figure of the Yi family, Yi One, ignited a fury within them all. This individual not only possesses formidable strength, but also boasts a prodigious lineage, resulting in an abundance of descendants. Yang Xiao could scarcely comprehend how a being over 1,000 years old could surpass him in prowess. Suddenly, as Yang Xiao and the elders were in conversation, the very air of the hall trembled violently. Their expressions shifted to one of alarm, and they braced themselves. In the next moment, a figure draped in a black robe materialized within the chamber. The aura surrounding this shadowy figure writhed ominously, rendering their features indistinguishable. The oppressive force that emanated from them enveloped the room, instilling a suffocating sensation within Yang Xiao and the others. A being of the transformation dragon realm? Recognizing the source of this pressure, Yang Xiao's expression hardened with caution. He tightened his grip on a communication talisman, intended for summoning their ancestor. He understood well that against a formidable being of the transformation dragon realm, they would likely be unable to withstand even a single strike. Only their ancestor stood a chance against such a threat. Who are you? Yang Xiao managed to stammer, his voice trembling. I shall reveal my identity in due time. There is no need for such trepidation. I harbor no malevolent intent. Had I wished you harm, you would have perished long ago. The figure in black intoned, their voice chilling and authoritative. What business do you have with the Yang family? Yang Xiao summoned his courage to inquire. I seek to collaborate with you, the figure replied coolly. Collaborate with us? Yang Xiao was utterly perplexed, unable to fathom what could possibly unite them, given the vast disparity in their cultivation levels. Indeed, I desire the life of a certain individual. However, simply taking his life would be too lenient for them. Therefore, I intend to eradicate their entire family. The figure's voice was laced with an icy resolve. As these words were uttered, a terrifying pressure radiated from the black-robed figure, rendering Yang Xiao and the elders profoundly uncomfortable, as though they were suffocating. Do you truly wish to annihilate that family? Yang Xiao asked, bewildered. I demand that you extinguish the Yi family. The son of the Yi family patriarch took the life of my son, and thus I shall ensure that the entirety of the Yi family pays for this transgression. The figure declared with a frigid finality. This black-robed figure was none other than the leader of the ghostly sect, whose son, Li Wuji, had ventured forth before the opening of the Tianyuan ruins and had never returned. The leader of the ghostly sect scoured a vast expanse in search of clues. Ultimately, he employed the radiant mirror of recollection to uncover a faint trace. His son, who had met his demise at the hands of one named Yi Xian. After numerous inquiries and investigations, he discovered that this Yi Xian was none other than the son of the head of the Yi family, one of the 3 prominent clans in Xian City. Thus, the leader of the ghostly sect found his way here. Yi Xian? Why, senior? Could you not simply eliminate him with a single strike? Why engage in collaboration with us? Yang Xiao inquired, perplexed. To slay him with one blow would be far too simple. I must ensure he suffers, witnessing the annihilation of his own family, enduring immeasurable anguish. Only then shall I extract his soul to refine my treasured artifact, declared the leader of the ghostly sect. Which sect do you belong to, senior? Yang Xiao asked. The ghostly sect, came the reply. Upon hearing the leader's proclamation, Yang Xiao could not suppress a violent tremor coursing through his body. For the power of the ghostly sect was indeed formidable. Rest assured, our ghostly sect has thrived and expanded for a reason. We possess a modicum of credibility. When we obliterate the Yi family, the territory shall belong to you, while the souls of their kin shall be claimed by the ghostly sect. This arrangement is quite reasonable, is it not? Furthermore, our esteemed ancestor will also make an appearance. Thus, the Yi family shall have no room for resistance. The leader of the ghostly sect stated calmly. Chapter 99. The Ancestor. No need for comparison. Yi Xian is indeed the young master. Very well, we can collaborate. But what about the Chen family? Yang Shao pondered thoughtfully. The Chen family is also willing to agree to cooperate with your Yang family. Henceforth, this Xuanqing will belong to both your Yang family and the Chen family. The sinister leader of the ghostly sect intoned ominously. Agreed. Yang Shao nodded in affirmation. As for the Yi family, the Yang family has long harbored disdain, particularly towards that old cadre Yuan. Yang Shao had initially contemplated swallowing the Yi family whole once that old fool passed away. However, as the years have gone by, Yuan seems to grow increasingly youthful. Even the courtesans are enamored by this old man, praising his prowess and experience. Upon hearing such compliments, Yang Shao felt a pang of despair. Although he is still young, he cannot compete with an old man. Each time he sees women express disdain for him, it feels like a knife to the heart. Yang Shao truly cannot fathom what sort of extraordinary attributes the Yi family possesses that renders them so formidable. Truly, one cannot help but feel envious. Very well, let us finalize this arrangement. I have matters to attend to at the sect. You should intensify your efforts with the Chen family. When we return, it will mark the downfall of the Yi family. The leader of the ghostly sect declared. No problem. I hope our collaboration will be fruitful. Yang Shao nodded in agreement. After Yang Shao finished speaking, the leader of the ghostly sect vanished without a trace. Observing his departure, Yang Shao turned to the elders and said, Notify Harder to return from the sect, and let his master accompany him. I have reservations about cooperating with the ghostly sect, but with Harder's master present, the ghostly sect will pose no threat to us. Yang Harder is the most talented disciple of the Yang family, a formidable presence among the younger generation. He has already reached the 9th level of the nascent soul realm and is a core disciple of the Tianxian sect. Yang Harder's combat abilities are exceptionally formidable. He serves as another trump card for the Yang family. Meanwhile, at the residence of the Yi family, a sneeze. Just as Yi Wan and Yi Xian emerged from the ancestors' secluded domain, Yi Xian involuntarily sneezed. Who is speaking of me? Could it be Luo Ningxue and her companions? Upon reflection, that seems plausible, as well as Sure Man, the only girl among those I have been with who hasn't become pregnant. Next time we meet, I must ensure she conceives. Yi Xian mused silently. Indeed, girls can be quite peculiar. Until they come to terms with their feelings, they often appear exceedingly reserved. Yet, once they decide to take that step, their fervor can leave one astounded. As he contemplated these thoughts, the venerable ancestor Yi Wan and Yi Xian arrived at the location where Lin Wanbai was basking in the sun. At this moment, Lin Wanbai was leisurely enjoying the warmth of the sun. Due to the exceptional spiritual root of the child she carried, she found no need for cultivation. The child automatically absorbed spiritual energy and nourished her in return. It was a perfect symbiosis, a remarkable arrangement indeed. Wanbai, this is our venerable ancestor. Quickly pay your respects. Yi Xian introduced. Wanbai pays her respects to the ancestor. Lin Wanbai hurriedly bowed. Do not be overly formal. You are with child, Yuan remarked. He then scrutinized Lin Wanbai closely and discovered not only her fair and beautiful complexion, but also that she possessed an extraordinary sword physique. Not bad, young lad. You have surpassed even my own accomplishments in my youth. Yuan laughed heartily. Come, let us seek out your father. After saying this, Yuan led Yi Xian towards the family's parlor. Watching Yuan's departing figure, Lin Wanbai couldn't help but scratch her head in amusement, remarking, This ancestor seems quite amiable, without an ounce of arrogance. The Yi family members are truly delightful. Meanwhile, in the Yi family parlor, Yi Batian and the elders were engaged in discussions regarding the upcoming family gathering. The theme of this gathering was to hold a grand competition among the disciples who had returned from their trials, ultimately selecting the next clan leader. In the Yi family, the position of clan leader was not inherited. It was awarded to the one with the greatest strength. Just as Yi Batian and the elders were deep in discussion, two figures suddenly appeared at the entrance of the parlor. These figures were none other than Yi Xian and the venerable ancestor Yi Wan. Ancestor, you have emerged from seclusion. We pay our respects to the ancestor. Upon seeing the venerable ancestor, Yi Batian and the elders promptly bowed in greeting. Enough with the formalities. Yuan waved his hand dismissively. Yes, ancestor. Yi Batian and the others nodded in agreement, standing quietly in place. Among the entire Yi family, the one with the highest prestige was undoubtedly the venerable ancestor. His words carried immense weight. Batian, summon all family disciples. I have an important announcement to make. We shall convene at the family shrine, Yuan said slowly. Yes, ancestor. Yi Batian nodded. Given the tone of the ancestor, it seemed to be of great significance, as ordinary matters were not typically discussed at the family shrine. Before long, the members of the Yi family gathered at the shrine, waiting in silence. At that moment, Yuan appeared. Upon his arrival, everyone instinctively knelt and bowed, exclaiming, "We pay our respects to the ancestor." Rise. Yuan gestured with his hand. Thank you, ancestor. The descendants of the Yi family have risen to prominence. Once they had ascended, the ancestral hall fell into a profound silence. Some disciples even dared not raise their heads, for the venerable ancestor's authority loomed large. In the stillness that ensued, Yuan addressed Yi Xian, saying, "Xianer, please come forward." "Yes, ancestor." Yi Xian nodded and stepped before the venerable figure. "I have a significant announcement to make. There is no need for this family assembly to convene, for the choice of the young master has already been determined. This young patriarch is none other than Yi Xian." Yi Wen's proclamation echoed throughout the family. However, after a brief silence, a cacophony erupted from the gathered members of the Yi clan. The news was undeniably astonishing, an unprecedented occurrence in the history of the Yi family. Traditionally, the position of patriarch was earned through strength and prowess. Yet this time, the ancestor had directly appointed Yi Xian as the young patriarch, a decision that was utterly remarkable. Yi Xian himself was momentarily taken aback by the words of the ancestor. "Silence," the venerable ancestor commanded. At his words, the clamor abruptly ceased. Yet, it was evident that many of the younger disciples were displeased, feeling aggrieved that they had not even had the opportunity to prove themselves before the next young patriarch was appointed. What, after all, was the purpose of their 3 years of arduous training? I have merely stated that Xianer will be the young patriarch. I did not say that you cannot challenge him. Should any of you possess the strength to surpass him, the title of young patriarch shall rightfully belong to you." Yuan asserted. Chapter 100. You all come together upon hearing the words of the ancestor. Yi Xian wore a look of resignation. The ancestor's actions were rather underhanded, directly thrusting him into the spotlight before everyone. A sense of anticipation rippled through the crowd as many disciples eagerly proclaimed, "I knew the ancestor would not disappoint." The title of young clan leader was of little consequence. What truly excited them was the prospect of battling Yi Xian. The disciples were keenly aware that becoming the young clan leader would position one as the helm of the family, a figure of authority beneath only one, who would not aspire to such a stature. Moreover, many of the youthful disciples had acquired significant opportunities during their 3 years of trials, resulting in considerable breakthroughs in their cultivation. Thus, they were all eager to showcase their abilities before their elders. Excelling in this endeavor would undoubtedly lead to the allure of women and power within their grasp. "Those who wish to challenge me, step forward," Yi Xian stated calmly. He understood that challenges were inevitable, and thus he consented to the eager disciples. "Brother Xian, I simply wish to engage in a fair contest with you. I hope you won't mind," said one disciple. "Me too," echoed many others as they approached Yi Xian. "That's all right. You may all come at me together." Yi Xian replied nonchalantly. "Brother Xian, do you underestimate us?" Another disciple protested. "Indeed, Brother Xian, this feels like bullying." The sentiments of indignation rippled through the gathered Yi family disciples. They felt slighted, believing Yi Xian did not regard them earnestly. Little did they realize, with Yi Xian's current cultivation level, he truly did not consider them formidable. The strongest among them barely reached the 4th stage of the nascent soul realm. While such prowess would denote a master in the secular world, to Yi Xian, they still seemed rather feeble. "I shall challenge you." At that moment, a disciple named Yi Hu stepped forward, boasting a 2nd stage nascent soul cultivation. He had a robust appearance, yet Yi Xian understood that outward appearances could be deceiving. The disciples of the Yi family had undergone numerous life and death battles over the past 3 years, accumulating remarkable combat experience. Although the Yi family was harmonious, respect for the strong was paramount. Yi Xian had not previously distinguished himself within the clan. "Brother Xian, forgive me," Yi Hu declared. "Make your move," Yi Xian responded coolly. With a fierce roar, Yi Hu lunged forward, his hands transforming into claws resembling those of a tiger, charging toward Yi Xian with formidable might. Observing this, Yi Xian shook his head and remarked, "Impressive, but still lacking before me." As Yi Xian's words fell, he pointed decisively. With a resounding thud, the spectral image of the fierce tiger that charged towards him shattered, as if an egg had struck a stone. In an instant, the phantom crumbled. Yi Hu involuntarily emitted a muffled groan, his body sent flying backwards. Witnessing this scene, the Yi family disciples felt an overwhelming sense of unreality. It is worth noting that while Yi Hu was not the most formidable among the Yi family, he was certainly competent enough. However, he never expected to be so easily dispatched by a mere finger from Yi Xian. As the onlookers turned their gaze towards Yi Xian, their expressions shifted dramatically. They could no longer see him as the amiable Yi Xian of old, but rather as an unparalleled harbinger of death. The faint smile gracing his lips was utterly perplexing. "Everyone, join forces. I have matters to attend to," the elder declared amidst the silence. "If you can best Yi Xian, the selection for the young clan leader will be reconsidered. Otherwise, this will be our delightful conclusion." Upon receiving the elder's command, the disciples surged forward like a swarm, each unleashing their unique abilities and wielding their treasured artifacts without reservation. The clamor within the ancestral hall intensified dramatically. "Elder, will Xianer be all right?" Yi Ba Tian asked with a hint of concern as he watched the multitude of disciples charging at Yi Xian. After all, Yi Xian was his only son, the fruit of years of labor and hope, and Yi Ba Tian wished for nothing more than his safety. He was uncertain of Yi Xian's true capabilities, as Yi Xian had kept the reality of his prowess a secret. "Rest assured," Yuan replied with a smile. Just as Yi Wen and Yi Ba Tian exchanged their words, figures began to be hurled backward from the combat zone ahead. Before long, the disciples of the Yi family lay sprawled on the ground, defeated. In stark contrast, Yi Xian remained effortlessly poised, standing there in his azure attire, as if untouched by any turmoil, exuding an otherworldly aura akin to that of a celestial being. "Who dares to defy?" Yi Xian's voice resonated through the space. The disciples of the Yi family fell silent, unable to muster any dissent. The disparity in strength was astonishing. They had never anticipated such exceptional prowess from Yi Xian. "Since everyone is in agreement, why not pay your respects to the young master?" Yi Wen remarked coldly. "We pay our respects to the young master." All the disciples of the Yi family knelt in unison. "Everyone, please rise. There is no need for such formality," Yi Xian declared. "I, Yi Xian, vow that as long as I am here, I will not permit anyone or any force to bully the Yi family. Moreover, I shall lead our Yi family to become the foremost clan of all time." Yi Xian's voice resonated throughout the skies above the Yi family estate, inspiring tremendous enthusiasm among those present. "Excellent, excellent." Upon hearing Yi Xian's words, all the cultivators of the Yi family felt an invigorating surge of spirit. These disciples sensed the grand ambition and vigor radiating from Yi Xian. "Ha! Ba Tian, you have raised a remarkable son," Yuan exclaimed with a smile. "I believe he can achieve it." At this moment, Yi Ba Tian was left astonished, as he distinctly remembered his son's previously mediocre abilities. How could he have returned after 3 years with such formidable strength? Even more astonishing was his return with a partner of exceptional beauty. This truly brought honor to his father. However, just then, a hurried servant of the Yi family rushed in, exclaiming, "Master, something terrible has happened." Upon witnessing the servant's frantic demeanor, Yi Xian, Yi Ba Tian, and others couldn't help but furrow their brows. Chapter 101, Lighting a Lamp in the Latrine. Seeking death, what transpired? Yi Ba Tian could not help but inquire in a grave tone. "The Yang family has seized the spiritual stone mine we just discovered," replied a subordinate. "They have taken our spiritual stone mine. What on earth is going on? Speak slowly, take your time." Upon hearing his subordinate's words, a terrifying aura of murderous intent emanated from Yi Ba Tian. Nodding in response to the head of the family, the subordinate recounted the events that had just unfolded. This morning, everyone was excavating at the newly discovered spiritual stone mine belonging to the Yi family when, unexpectedly, a group of cultivators arrived. Leading the charge was none other than the Yang family's most talented disciple, Yang Ying. Upon his arrival, he issued a fierce declaration, asserting that this mine rightfully belonged to the Yang family and urged the Yi family to relinquish it promptly. However, faced with such an unreasonable provocation, the Yi family members were naturally unwilling to concede the mine, for it was a vital source of income. Surrendering it would spell the end of the Yi family's path to resurgence. Consequently, Yang Ying and his companions resorted to violence. Yang Ying's prowess was formidable. Before long, the Yi family members found themselves defeated and unceremoniously thrown out by the Yang clan. How outrageous! Has the Yang family lost their senses? This is intolerable. Master Ancestor, let us eradicate the Yang family once and for all. I am incensed. I curse the ancestors of the Yang clan. Upon hearing the subordinate's account, the assembled cultivators of the Yi family were filled with fury. Some could scarcely contain their desire to confront the Yang family immediately. Please, everyone, calm yourselves. Yuan gestured for silence. At the sound of the elder's voice, the Yi family cultivators quieted. Once the tumult had subsided, Yuan turned to Yi Xian and inquired, Xianer, what is your perspective on this matter? In my view, the Yang family may have come well prepared. Historically, the Yi and Yang families have maintained an unspoken truce, and their sudden aggression suggests they have been plotting for some time. Moreover, Yang Ying is the most gifted disciple of the Tianxian sect, and he is likely on the verge of breaking through to the dragon transformation realm. Yi Xian replied, What? Yang Ying is about to reach the dragon transformation realm? This is disastrous. The moment Yi Xian's words registered, a chill swept through the hearts of the Yi family members. Should Yang Ying achieve this breakthrough, it would mean that the Yang family, with the support of their ancestors, would boast two individuals at the dragon transformation level. Furthermore, with Yang Ying being the most talented disciple of the Tianxian sect, the Yang family's backing would be formidable. If the Qin family were to incite rebellion, the Yi family would be left with no path forward. When the enemy comes, we shall meet them. When the waters rise, we shall build a dam. There is no need for everyone to be overly concerned, for I have now assumed the role of the young master. Allow me to address this matter. Regardless of their backing, they should not provoke our Yi family, lest I ensure they meet their demise without a trace. Ancestor, I shall assess the situation before making a decision. Yi Xian declared. Very well, then go and investigate. Yuan nodded in agreement. Yuan was aware that Yi Xian's true combat prowess had surpassed his own, making it entirely appropriate for Yi Xian to handle this issue. Ancestor, Yang Ying is nearing the transformation into a dragon realm. I fear that Xianer may face difficulties. Upon witnessing the ancestor's consent for Yi Xian to proceed, Yi Batian could not help but express his concern. Rest assured, Xianer is no longer the boy he was 3 years ago. He has matured, and it is time for him to confront certain matters. If even Xianer cannot resolve this, then our Yi family is doomed. A mysterious smile crossed Yi Wen's lips. Yi Batian. Yi Batian was somewhat bewildered. What on earth? After 3 years away, why does the ancestor suddenly hold Yi Xian in such high esteem? This is truly astonishing. Nevertheless, Yi Batian remained uneasy. Thus, he addressed Yuan. Ancestor, I shall accompany you to assess the situation. Very well, you may go. I shall await your return at home. Yuan nodded in affirmation. Subsequently, a contingent of cultivators from the Yi family, under Yi Xian's leadership, marched forth toward a rural area in Xian City. Here lay a mine of considerable value, discovered through immense effort by the Yi family. Before long, they arrived at their destination. Upon their arrival, Yi Xian gazed ahead, only to find the Yi family's miners lying defeated on the ground, some even on the brink of death. A group of Yang family members surrounded an arrogant young man, their expressions tainted with disdain. Third elder. Upon seeing the third elder, who was responsible for the mining operations, down on the ground, Yi Batian rushed to his side, helping him up. Cough. Master, I apologize for bringing shame upon our family. I failed to protect the mine and allowed the Yang family to seize it. The third elder lamented. Do not say such things. It is not your fault. The enemy was simply too powerful. Yi Batian shook his head, producing a healing elixir for the third elder. Meanwhile, Yi Xian arrived, his countenance dark and his aura exuding a palpable killing intent as he fixed his gaze upon the haughty Yang Ying. Yang Ying, our Yi family has maintained a harmonious coexistence with your Yang family, yet you dare to invade our mine and injure so many of our kin. Tell me, what punishment do you think you deserve today? Yi Xian's voice was as cold as ice. He acknowledged his aversion to bloodshed. Yet should anyone dare to provoke the Yi family, Yi Xian would stop at nothing to annihilate his opponent, reducing them to ashes. His principle in life was simple. If one does not offend me, I shall not offend them, but should one provoke me, I shall make their existence akin to a living hell. Huh, Yi Xian, you dare to speak to me with such audacity? First, shatter his mouth. Upon hearing Yi Xian's words, Yang Ying could not help but burst into laughter. In Yang Ying's view, in Xian City, there was no one who could rival him. Moreover, he had the backing of two formidable sects, the Tianxin sect, and the Liguizhong. With such support, Yang Ying felt invincible. As he spoke, a disciple stepped forward from his side. This disciple was indeed from the Tianxin sect, and now served as Yang Ying's follower. You dare to address our senior brother Yang in such a manner? Will you take action yourself, or shall I? The disciple said casually as he approached Yi Xian. Begone. You have no place to speak here. Yi Xian replied, his brow furrowing at the disciple's display of arrogance. With that, Yi Xian swiftly struck out a hand, and with a resounding slap, the disciple had no time to react. By the time he did, he only felt a sharp pain in his face, and then he was sent flying like a kite severed from its string. Chapter 102. What are you so arrogant about? Upon witnessing his junior brother being struck by Yi Xian, the atmosphere fell into an eerie silence. Even Yang Ying was momentarily taken aback, for he was acutely aware that his junior brother had attained the first stage of the nascent soul realm. Although this level of cultivation was not the highest within their sect, it was evident that Yi Xian's capabilities were formidable, as he had effortlessly sent his opponent flying with a single blow. Yi Xian, how dare you lay a hand on my disciple? Today, I shall make you wish you were never born, Yang Ying declared, stepping forward with determination. Although the Yang family had pledged not to kill Yi Xian, it was permissible for him to inflict some suffering today. What of it? I will make you pay dearly, Yi Xian retorted coldly. He could not tolerate anyone bullying his family, and the injuries inflicted upon Elder San and others had ignited a fierce anger within him. Such bravado. Let me see what skills you possess to be so arrogant. Yang Ying sneered in response to Yi Xian's bold words. He advanced toward Yi Xian until he stood directly before him. Kneel before me, Yang Ying commanded with a chilling tone. As he spoke, a formidable aura emanated from his body, revealing his cultivation at the 9th stage of the nascent soul realm. The oppressive force enveloped the surroundings, causing those present, including Yi Batian, to feel a suffocating pressure, as his cultivation was merely at the 8th stage of the nascent soul realm. However, the subsequent scene astonished everyone, particularly Yang Ying, who felt as though he were in a surreal dream. To his utter disbelief, Yi Xian remained unperturbed under the weight of Yang Ying's pressure, standing resolutely in his green attire, seemingly untouched by the chaos around him, exuding an ethereal aura akin to an immortal. Kid, it appears you possess some strength. I find that appealing. Now, prepare to experience my true power, Yang Ying bellowed, summoning a black long spear into his grasp. The weapon radiated a chilling intensity, brimming with lethal intent. Sky-splitting spear, Yang Ying shouted as he lunged toward Yi Xian, unleashing a torrent of spear light that surged forth like a tidal wave. The overwhelming murderous intent rippled through the air, causing the very fabric of reality to tremble, as if the heavens themselves were to be pierced by his strike. Yi Xian, be careful. Yi Batian and the others felt an overwhelming sense of dread at the impending onslaught. Even Yi Batian harbored a modicum of resentment towards the ancestor. The ancestor, fully aware of Yang Ying's formidable strength, remained absent despite being a powerful figure at the 9th level of the nascent soul stage. Why, O ancestor? Do you wish to send Xian to the guillotine? Yet, Yi Batian understood that he could only fret, utterly incapable of offering assistance. The pressure exuded by Yang Ying at the 9th level of the nascent soul stage was simply too terrifying for him, a mere 8th level practitioner, to contend with. However, in the next moment, an unexpected scene unfolded before Yi Batian and the others. Just as Yang Ying's spear was about to reach Yi Xian extended his right hand, aiming to grasp the spear. Xian, you fool! Yi Batian lamented, shaking his head in despair at the sight. He believed Yi Xian was far too reckless. After all, the opponent was on the verge of breaking through to the dragon transformation stage. Was it truly wise to attempt to catch it with his bare hands? Yang Ying, unable to restrain his laughter, jeered, "Ha! Yi Xian, you truly are a dim-witted fool. You dare to catch it with your hand? Very well, I shall first cripple your arm, as long as I spare your life." The ghostly fiend sect should have no objections. With that, Yang Ying intensified his grip, directing the spear towards Yi Xian with lethal intent. Yet, in the next instant, Yang Ying's expression morphed. That arrogant smile vanished in an instant. What is happening? Why can't my spear advance? It feels as though a colossal force is restraining it. Yang Ying thought in disbelief. Unbeknownst to him, just as the spear was about to reach Yi Xian had already employed the art of the Great Shift, redirecting the formidable force emanating from the spear. Once the power was diverted, Yi Xian seized the spear that was aimed at him. Such immense strength. How is this possible? Upon grasping the spear, Yang Ying instinctively sought to shatter Yi Xian's arm. However, to his astonishment, the strength in Yi Xian's arm was overwhelmingly potent, rendering his spear as if it were ensnared. Impossible! Yang Ying exclaimed in disbelief, then bellowed, break free. Yet, despite all his efforts, Yang Ying found his attempts futile. The spear remained firmly under Yi Xian's control. Is this what it means to be a 9th-level practitioner of the nascent soul stage? How utterly weak. A cold smile crept across Yi Xian's lips as he uttered, is this truly the might of a 9th-level practitioner? Hearing Yi Xian's words, Yang Ying's face turned a shade akin to that of a liver, overwhelmed by humiliation. It was unbearable. Within the Tianxian sect, he was a revered existence, held in high esteem by thousands. Yet today, he found himself mocked by an obscure individual. How infuriating. As for Yi Batian and the others, initially, it was presumed that Yi Xian would undoubtedly suffer a setback. However, upon witnessing the scene before him, Yi Batian was momentarily taken aback, even questioning his own eyesight. After all, Yang Ying was a formidable figure on the verge of the transformation realm. Yet, Yi Xian had managed to subdue him effortlessly. What could possibly explain this? Wasn't Yi Xian's strength supposed to be at the nascent soul stage? In truth, the ancestor had already been aware, while the rest of them remained oblivious. As Yi Batian came to this realization, he recalled the ancestor's words. If even Xianer cannot resolve this, our Yi family will be in peril. This impudent young lad. It appears you have long surpassed the transformation realm, keeping it hidden from your father. It seems these past 3 years have bestowed upon you extraordinary fortunes. As Yi Batian contemplated this, Yi Xian calmly spoke, hand it over. With those words, he summoned all his strength. In the next moment, the spear in Yang Ying's grasp slipped from his control and was seized by Yi Xian. Ah, a fine spear indeed. I graciously accept this gift. But you may take your leave, Yi Xian stated with indifference. Following this declaration, he unleashed a powerful punch. With a resounding impact, Yang Ying stood no chance of resistance and was sent flying by the force of that single blow. Chapter 103, Calling Grandfather Bang. At last, Yang Ying crashed heavily to the ground, creating a deep crater upon impact. Silence enveloped the entire space, a stillness akin to death. The members of the Yi family were left utterly dumbfounded, and even the cultivators from the Yang family were momentarily stunned. None could have fathomed that Yi Xian, once regarded as inconspicuous and even labeled a bit of a failure within the Yi family, possessed such formidable combat prowess. This was utterly absurd. Cough, cough. At this moment, Yang Ying struggled to emerge from the earth. The once proud demeanor was utterly absent. He appeared exceedingly disheveled, his face and mouth smeared with blood. Yang Ying was bewildered, caught in a daze of self-doubt, questioning his identity and purpose. It was unfathomable. How could this be? Even a cultivator at the first level of the transformation dragon realm would struggle against me, yet I could not withstand a single punch from him? Had this fellow been concealing his true strength all along, masquerading as a weakling? The turmoil within Yang Ying was nearly overwhelming. It must be noted that he was the foremost prodigy of the Tianxian sect, barely over 20 years of age. On the verge of breaking through to the transformation dragon realm, he was, without a doubt, an unparalleled figure. Even the elders could not contend with him, for Yang Ying had the ability to challenge opponents of higher ranks. However, he had never anticipated such an outcome today. This left him feeling as though he were trapped in a dream. Cloud Shadow Phantom. Before Yang Ying could fully comprehend his disorientation, Yi Xian executed the Cloud Shadow Phantom technique, vanishing from his original position. When he reappeared, it was directly in front of Yang Ying. The speed of this maneuver was astonishing, leaving Yang Ying completely defenseless. The primary reason for this was Yi Xian's superior cultivation level. He was now at the 2nd level of the transformation dragon realm. Even the combined might of the ancestors of the 3 great families in Xian City would likely fall short against Yi Xian, let alone Yang Ying, who had yet to reach the transformation dragon realm. This is bad. Retreat. Seeing Yi Xian suddenly materialize before him like a wraith, Yang Ying's expression shifted dramatically as he prepared to back away. He was internally engulfed by a storm of panic. Having never witnessed such speed in a cultivator throughout his life, he felt that even his master could not rival the swiftness Yi Xian had just displayed. Yet, regrettably, just as Yang Ying was poised to retreat, Yi Xian had already anticipated his move, seizing him by the collar with a firm grip. Yang Ying, you presume to act so arrogantly simply because you are a disciple of the Tianxian sect, do you? Yi Xian spoke coldly. Yi Xian, what do you wish to do? I shall inform you. I am the foremost prodigy of the Tianxian sect. Yang Ying retorted coldly. However, it was evident to any discerning observer that Yang Ying was now somewhat fearful. For Yi Xian's gaze was indeed rather intimidating, akin to that of a deity of death. What do I wish to do? You have already stated it. I shall strike. Yi Xian replied without the slightest hesitation. With that, he delivered a resounding slap. Crack! The blow landed firmly upon Yang Ying's left cheek. Although Yi Xian did not exert his full strength, his cultivation was at the second level of the transformation dragon realm. In an instant, Yang Ying's left cheek swelled tremendously, transforming his visage into that of a swollen pig's head. Yi Xian, I must inform you. My master is currently at my home. Do you dare to act so ruthlessly against me? Yang Ying threatened, his heart crumbling. For he was acutely aware that in the past, at the Yi family, this Yi Xian had always been rather low-key, seldom taking a stand for his family. Yet this time, not only did he step forward, but his strength was also absurdly formidable. Before this individual, he found himself utterly powerless, an excruciating realization. Your master? Do you still have the audacity to invoke your master? With your level of cultivation? The foremost prodigy of the Tianxian sect? How utterly laughable! Yi Xian replied coolly. After saying this, he struck again with a fierce slap. Ah, you Yi Xian. Following this blow, Yang Ying could hardly articulate a coherent thought, having lost 2 front teeth from Yi Xian's assault. Still unconvinced, are you? I shall strike. Yi Xian continued to unleash another merciless slap. The young master. Witnessing Yang Ying suffer such a loss, the gathered members of the Yang family felt their hearts ache profoundly. Observing their young master being humiliated, they experienced the sensation as though the slap had landed upon their own faces. Yang Ying had been chosen as the young master of the Yang family, holding a status equivalent to that of Yi Xian in the Yi family. Yet today he faced such a disgraceful defeat. Haha, well done, Xianer. This is exhilarating. Upon witnessing the scene before him, Yi Batian could not help but feel an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. However, amidst his exhilaration, a tinge of worry began to creep in. For he had just heard Yang Ying's words stating that his master had also arrived at the Yang family. This implied that an unparalleled powerhouse now resided within the Yang family. Call your grandfather, or I shall end you today, Yi Xian declared coldly. Given the circumstances, Yi Xian decided to lay bare the animosity, for he understood that the Yang family was intent on severing ties with the Yi family. Rather than concede, one might as well deliver a thorough beating first and discuss matters afterward. Upon hearing Yi Xian's words, Yang Ying gritted his teeth and replied. Deep down, Yang Ying was acutely aware that once he referred to the other as grandfather, he would lose all semblance of dignity in front of others. Moreover, as the young master of the Yang family, how could he possibly address Yi Xian as grandfather? The thought was unbearable. You won't dare to refuse, Yi Xian retorted coldly. With that, he swiftly brandished the 7 wolves and began to strike. The sound of slaps echoed, crack, crack, crack. Ah! As the 7 wolves landed upon Yang Ying's body, he emitted a wail akin to that of a slaughtered pig. Although Yi Xian's strikes were not fatal, they would undoubtedly leave him battered and bruised. Yi Xian, may you meet an untimely end. I'm warning you, your demise is imminent, and your Yi family is on the brink of ruin. Yang Ying bellowed. As the foremost prodigy of the Tianxian sect, he had never endured such humiliation. Yet today, Yang Ying faced the most dreadful disgrace of his life. This Yi Xian was nothing short of monstrous. Witnessing Yang Ying's plight, the other members of the Yang family felt an overwhelming sense of discomfort. Our Yi family is doomed. Do you truly believe you can annihilate us? Upon hearing Yang Ying's words, Yi Xian couldn't help but let out a chilling laugh. Chapter 104. The Crisis of the Yi Family Indeed. It is still not too late for you to call me grandfather. Otherwise, your demise shall be most grievous. Yang Ying retorted defiantly. How absurd. You expect me to address you as grandfather? Have you lost your mind? Will you call me or not? Should you refuse, I shall sever your limbs. Yi Xian stated coldly. Yi Xian had already gleaned the troubles that the Yi family was about to face. However, what of it? The Yi family was not so easily extinguished. No. Yang Ying intended to protest, but in the next instant, Yi Xian crushed one of his fingers. The sound that escaped Yang Ying's lips was akin to a pig being slaughtered. Will you call me or not? Yi Xian inquired, his voice icy after shattering a finger. Yi Xian's patience was finite. As the overwhelming aura of murderous intent emanated from Yi Xian, Yang Ying was thoroughly terrified. He could not help but mutter, "Grand Father." Upon uttering those words, Yang Ying felt an unbearable discomfort, his heart bleeding with humiliation. He perceived this day's disgrace as the most horrifying experience of his life. The torment left him feeling as though he were on the brink of death. "Oh, now you are obedient, my dear grandson. Begone." Upon hearing Yang Ying address him as grandfather, Yi Xian replied. Afterward, he swiftly sent Yang Ying flying with a slap, the force behind it considerable. Once Yang Ying was struck away, he lost consciousness. "Begone," Yi Xian commanded coldly. "Yes, yes, yes." The Yang family disciples hurriedly carried Yang Ying away, vanishing from sight. Once the Yang family members had departed, Yi Batian and others approached Yi Xian. "Brother Xian, that was fantastic. Truly satisfying. Indeed, Brother Xian, I never anticipated your prowess. I am in awe of your capability to assume the role of family head." The Yi family members spoke, their spirits lifted, for the spectacle of Yi Xian disciplining Yang Ying was truly exhilarating, providing them with immense satisfaction. "Xianer, this matter may not be as simple as it appears. Now that you have struck Yang Ying, the Yang family will likely not let this go lightly. If it were merely the Yang family, it would not concern us. However, we must be wary of the Tianxian sect, as Yang Ying's master has also arrived." While the others reveled in excitement, Yi Batian's words laid bare the reality before them. If it were just the Yang family, the Yi family would indeed be untroubled. Yet, should the Tianxian sect intervene, it could spell trouble. After all, the Yi family currently lacked any sect to serve as a backing. "Father, do you believe that had I not confronted Yang Ying today, the Yang family would have spared us?" Yi Xian retorted. "No." Yi Batian shook his head. "Indeed, whether I confront Yang Ying today is of little consequence. Yang Ying's actions suggest he has long harbored intentions to annex the Yi family. What transpired today is merely a catalyst," Yi Xian remarked. "Ah, the Yang family seeks to swallow us whole? What an outrageous notion. Let us retaliate. My 9-meter blade is eager for action." Upon hearing Yi Xian's words, the younger members of the Yi family volunteered fervently, each appearing undaunted by the prospect of death. This is the tradition of the Yi family. Whenever they face external aggression, they unite as steadfast as iron. "Retaliate? With what means will you do so? Have you not heard that Yang Ying's master has arrived?" One of the Yi disciples interjected. "Indeed. The only one of our Yang family who has reached the transformation into a dragon is our ancestor." Another added, dousing the enthusiasm with cold water. "I sense a storm brewing. Let us return to consult with our ancestor. All disciples should withdraw from here for the time being. We shall not concern ourselves with this matter for now," Yi Xian proposed. "Very well," Yi Batian nodded in agreement. Subsequently, they made their way back to the Yi residence. Meanwhile, within the Yang family estate, a serene atmosphere prevailed. Yang Ying's master, the Grand Elder Jin Wu of the Tianxian sect, along with the Yang family head, Yang Xiao, were seated in the parlor, enjoying refreshments while admiring the graceful performances of the young maidens. The ambience was exceedingly pleasant. "Grand Elder Jin, we are grateful for your cultivation of such a promising talent for our Yang family," Yang Xiao effusively praised. "Haha, why thank me? If gratitude is due, it should be directed towards you for bearing such a fine son. Ying's talent is formidable. His diligence in cultivation is commendable, with his gifts and strength. I dare say no one among the younger generation in Xian City rivals him." Jin Wu replied with utmost confidence. "Indeed, that is only natural. Who does not know that Grand Elder Jin excels in mentoring disciples?" They laughed heartily. Initially, Jin Wu had remained modest, but the flattery from Yang Xiao and others inflated his ego considerably, particularly regarding his prowess in nurturing disciples. However, just as Grand Elder Jin and Yang Xiao were basking in this delightful moment, the atmosphere in the room abruptly stilled. Yang Xiao and Jin Wu turned towards the entrance, where they saw several individuals carrying a barely conscious disciple into the hall. Given the state of disarray of the individual, Yang Xiao failed to recognize his own son at first glance. "What is the meaning of this? Are you bringing a corpse here?" Yang Xiao's voice bore a chilling tone, for they were in the presence of esteemed guests. To disrupt their joyful gathering with such a sight was most unwelcome. "Please spare us, master. This is the young master," one disciple stammered, trembling in fear. What? Yang. Upon hearing the disciples' words, Yang Xiao and the others' expressions shifted dramatically. Yang Xiao swiftly approached the injured Yang Ying, who was being carried. After a careful examination, he discovered that Yang Ying's visage was grotesquely mangled, his face swollen to the likeness of a pig's head. Indeed, it was his own son, Yang Ying. In that moment, Yang Xiao was utterly bewildered. Not only was he in a state of shock, but even Jin Wu was rendered completely speechless. Yang Ying had been assaulted, and in such a brutal manner? Patriarch Yang, please remain calm. Allow me to conduct an examination, Jin Wu stated. He then stepped forward to inspect Yang Ying. After a thorough assessment, a palpable aura of murderous intent emanated from Jin Wu. Elder Jin, how is my son? Yang Xiao inquired, his voice laced with concern. He is not in danger of losing his life. However, his assailant was exceedingly cunning, delivering a severe beating. Although his life is not at risk, the injuries inflicted have caused significant harm to both his body and spirit, Jin Wu replied. What audacity! Who dares to lay a hand on my son, Yang Xiao? Could it be that old scoundrel Yuan? Yang Xiao roared upon hearing Elder Jin's words. Chapter 105. It was Yi Xian who did it, not the head of the family, nor the ancestor of the Yi clan. A disciple could not help but speak with trepidation. Who is that person? Speak quickly, Yang Xiao urged impatiently. Yang Xiao truly could not fathom who, apart from the ancestor of the Yi family, could dare to harm his son in Xian City. Could it be the ancestor of the Qin family? That seemed even more implausible, as the Qin and Yang families were now united. They were all in the same boat. After all, yes, it was Yi Xian. The disciple summoned his courage to respond. What? Upon hearing these words, Yang Xiao and the elders of the Yang family were left in utter disbelief. They were intimately familiar with Yi Xian, who had always displayed rather mediocre talent since childhood, even lagging behind many of their own disciples. Consequently, the Yang and Qin families had never taken Yi Xian seriously. What on earth is happening? Speak in detail, Yang Xiao demanded gravely. Yes. The disciple nodded and recounted the events that transpired in the Spirit Stone mine in full. After listening, Yang Xiao could not help but exclaim, "This is absolutely outrageous. How dare they insult Inger in such a manner? Indeed, it is excessive. That fellow even made Inger call him grandfather. How could this be tolerated?" The members of the Yang family echoed, their voices icy. Yang family head, is this Yi Xian truly the most formidable disciple of the younger generation in the Yi family? Elder Jin Wu inquired, astonished, for he had never anticipated that Yang Ying would be beaten. Although the opponent's every move lacked lethality, the humiliation inflicted was profoundly damaging to Yang Ying's spirit. Furthermore, Yang Ying had suffered the loss of a middle finger, which would likely prove difficult to recover from. After marrying a partner, the absence of that finger would surely detract from their shared happiness. Elder Jin, Yi Xian was previously regarded as a mere waste in the Yi family. Aside from his striking appearance, he was virtually unremarkable. However, I never anticipated that upon his return from 3 years of training, he would emerge so powerful. I now understand why he was able to slay the young master of the Liguizhong. It seems he must have encountered extraordinary opportunities during those 3 years. Yang Xiao elaborated. Ah, I see. Yang family head, what are your plans for avenging Inger? You may act freely. I, Jinwu, will stand behind you, representing the Taiyangxuanzong. Elder Jinwu declared. As Yang Ying was the most gifted disciple of the Taiyangxuanzong and had been assaulted, it was evident that the perpetrator was challenging the Taiyangxuanzong. Hence, Elder Jinwu began to harbor animosity towards the Yi family, wishing to demonstrate that the Taiyangxuanzong was not to be trifled with. Very well, with Elder Jin's assurance. I feel reassured. Yang Xiao nodded affirmatively. Then Yang Xiao addressed the Grand Elder, saying, Grand Elder, unite with the Qin family to exert pressure on the Yi family. Let them first taste the fear and dread, and when the formidable practitioners of the Liguizhong arrive, we shall obliterate the Yi family together. Yes, master. The Grand Elder nodded and proceeded to follow the master's orders. Meanwhile, within the Grand Hall of the Yi family, the atmosphere was far from jovial. After receiving a report from Yi Batian, Yuan could not help but speak solemnly. It appears the Yang family intends to devour my Yi family. Indeed, the Yang family has always eyed us covetously, and now, emboldened by the support of the Taiyangxuanzong, they have become even more reckless. Elder, let us fight back. Yes, let us vanquish them. The practitioners of the Yang family, filled with righteous indignation after hearing the elder's words, expressed their fury. Traditionally, there existed an unwritten rule in Xuanqing that the three great families maintained a mutual non-aggression pact. Yet this time, the Yang family had taken the initiative to strike, clearly having long prepared for this confrontation. Everyone remained calm. The Yang family's blatant actions surely indicate they are well prepared. But what of the Qin family's stance? Yuan furrowed his brow. At that moment, a practitioner approached, stating, "Elder, a letter has just arrived from the Yang family." The elder nodded and accepted the letter, breaking the seal to read its contents. Upon finishing, Yuan nearly leapt to his feet in outrage. The Yang family is exceedingly arrogant. He clenched his fists. "What does it say, elder?" Yi Batian inquired. "Batian, take a look," Yuan replied. Yi Batian nodded and took the letter, scanning its contents. The letter conveyed that the Chun family had allied with the Yang family and urged the Yi family to comply by surrendering half of their assets, or face a dire fate. After reading the letter, Yi Batian's teeth clenched audibly, as none had anticipated that the Chun family would align with the Yang family. With the formidable backing of Tiang Xuanzong, it was evident that the annihilation of the Yi family was imminent. It's over, with the Chun family and Yang family united. Along with their powerful backing, our Yi family is doomed. Indeed, it is a path to ruin. Upon learning of the alliance between the Chun and Yang families, the practitioners of the Yi family displayed expressions of distress as the fear of death gripped them. "Shinner, what are your thoughts on this matter? Do you believe there is still a glimmer of hope for our Yi family?" Yuan turned his gaze towards Yi Xian. "Elder, let us take things as they come. When soldiers arrive, we shall counter them, and when water rises, we shall build dikes. As long as I, Yi Xian, live, no one shall bully the people of the Yi family," Yi Xian declared with a commanding presence. Yi Xian could naturally sense that this time, the troubles were indeed significant. Moreover, the Liguizhong was involved. In truth, Yi Xian had already foreseen this through his divination. Yet, amidst the ominous signs, he glimpsed a glimmer of hope. The Yi family would not meet its demise. Although Yi Xian could not yet discern who would extend a helping hand, he was certain that the Yi family would navigate through peril. "Very well, ancestor, I have faith in you." Upon hearing Yi Xian's words, Yuan could not help but reveal a rare smile. He expressed his admiration for Yi Xian's approach. Even in the face of the family's impending destruction, Yi Xian displayed not a trace of fear. "Ancestor, let us respond to the Yang family and tell them their aspirations are but delusions," Yi Xian proclaimed. Indeed, Shinna speaks wisely. The men of the Yi family are filled with spirit. Even in death, we shall not forsake our dignity. Yuan nodded in agreement. Subsequently, Yuan drafted a response to the Yang family. Then, turning to Yi Xian, he inquired, "Shinner, what do you think? Should we send the younger generation away first?" "Ancestor, I fear we may not be able to leave," Yi Xian replied, shaking his head. Chapter 106. Surrounded. The despair of the Yi family. Yi Xian spoke the truth. Since the Chun and Yang families have united, it signifies that they are fully prepared. The Yang and Qin families will not spare a single member of the Yi family. After all, no one is foolish. They understand the principle of eradicating threats at their roots. What can we do? How infuriating. I neglected the Yang family. Yuan expressed his discomfort. "Ancestor, there is no need for excessive worry, for fretting serves no purpose now," Yi Xian consoled. "If you become flustered, then the Yi family is truly in peril." "Very well, ancestor, I shall heed your words. May the Yi family weather this crisis." Yuan nodded in agreement. Yuan felt an overwhelming excitement regarding Yi Xian's demeanor. Yi Xian's calmness and composed spirit in the face of adversity were qualities that even he, the ancestor, could not fully embody. Although the elders remained unperturbed, the members of the Yi family were thrown into disarray upon learning of the Chun family's formidable alliance with the Yang family to annihilate them. "It's over. I don't want to die. I'm still young. I haven't even touched a woman's breast, and now I face death? Cousin, fulfill this wish for me. Get away from me. Cousin, just one time. I swear I'll take you down." In an instant, the disciples of the Yi family displayed a chaotic and panicked demeanor. Despite their desire to flee, escape was impossible, for the entirety of the Yi family was surrounded by the cultivators of the Yang and Qin families. Earlier that morning, a massive flying vessel descended upon the skies above the Yang family's estate. Cloaked in black mist, it appeared imposing. As the vessel landed, the ancestors of the Yang and Chun families spoke. "Welcome, spirit ghost sect." Hee hee. With that eerie laughter, the spirit ghost sect, led by its ancestor, arrived at the Yang family estate. This time, the spirit ghost sect had mobilized its entire force. The pressure emanating from the ancestor of the spirit ghost sect was terrifying. His cultivation had clearly surpassed the dragon transformation realm, having reached the refining void stage, marking him as an unparalleled master. Beside the ancestor, 3 esteemed elders and the sect leader accompanied him. Li Guisheng, long time no see. Elder Jean stepped forward. Elder Jean, indeed, it has been a while. Li Guisheng, the sect leader, responded. Haha, even the grand elder of the Tianxian sect is present. It seems we are in for an exciting spectacle today. Yang Xiao, apply pressure on the Yi family. Instill in them an overwhelming fear, for this will render their souls far more useful, commanded the ancestor of the spirit ghost sect. Understood. Yang Xiao nodded. Then, Yang Xiao, along with the ancestors of the Yang and Qin families, approached the estate of the Yi family. In a short while, the entire periphery of the Yi family estate was enveloped by an overwhelming aura. Haha, all members of the Yi family, take heed. You are now surrounded. Today, there is no escape from death. The ancestor of the Yang family declared coldly. Yang Tong, it seems that our Yi family harbors no significant animosity towards your Yang family. Why do you insist on this course of action? At that moment, Yiwen ascended into the void and spoke softly. While there may not be great enmity between us, a reckless disciple from your Yi family has provoked someone they should not have. Therefore, your Yi family shall surely face annihilation today. Ha ha, tremble in fear. All cultivators of the Yi family, Yang Tong, the ancestor of the Yang family, scoffed. The ancestor of the Qin family also shared a mocking smile. You truly believe that your Qin and Yang families can obliterate our Yi family? You are dreaming. Yuan retorted with a cold smirk. Then what if I add Jin Wu to the mix? And my sect, the Li Gui sect? At that moment, Jin Wu and the leader of the Li Gui sect stepped forward. The leader of the Li Gui sect represented his sect, while Jin Wu represented the Tianxian sect. Li Gui sect? Tianxian sect? Upon seeing the leader of the Li Gui sect and the grand elder of the Tianxian sect emerge, Yi Wen's expression transformed. He understood clearly that the alliance of the Qin and Yang families already posed a significant threat to the Yi family. Now, with the addition of the 2 major sects, the Yi family was truly in peril. What should I do? Who can save me? At that moment, upon seeing Jin Wu and the leader of the Li Gui sect, a disciple of the Yi family could not help but cry out. Faced with the specter of death, these Yi family disciples were genuinely terrified. I have heard that the Li Gui sect specializes in soul extraction and spirit snatching. It is truly horrifying. Another disciple exclaimed. Indeed, I have heard that the pain is unbearable, akin to being suppressed in the depths of the 9 nether hell. They cried out in despair. Who can save me? The frightened disciples of the Yi family lamented, deeply distressed and wishing for death. Those who do not wish to die, step forward. Yuan frowned, exasperated. He was disheartened to witness such cowardice among his disciples in the face of life and death, feeling a profound sense of shame for the Yi surname. Ancestor, I am afraid. I truly do not wish to perish. A disciple stepped forward and confessed. If you fear, then allow me to send you on your way. Yuan replied gravely. With that, he executed the disciple. Is there anyone else afraid of death? Come forth, allow the ancestor to send you. I promise it won't be too painful. The ancestor's voice was icy. Silence enveloped the Yi family's disciples, who obediently fell silent. Having witnessed the fate of their fellow disciple, they were now filled with dread towards their ancestor, who was known to act on his words. Hee, Yuan, your actions are futile. By doing this, do you intend to convey to your disciples that they can still resist? Yet, in the face of absolute power, all opposition is in vain. You may as well revel in your fear, for when the time is ripe, you shall become a part of our Li Gui sect's treasures. Haraha, Kakik. The leader of the Li Gui sect and others erupted in laughter. Initially, the members of the Yi family were already filled with trepidation. Coupled with the sinister laughter of the Li Gui sect's leader, their fear intensified. Meanwhile, Yi Xian furrowed his brow, sensing the arrogance emanating from these individuals. Do they truly lack any foreboding? Li Guisheng, it was your son that I killed. If there are grievances, direct them at me. At this moment, Yi Xian spoke, taking 2 steps forward to stand directly before Li Guisheng. You, I know it is you, and thus I shall instill fear in you. The piercing gaze from beneath Li Guishang's dark robe was filled with murderous intent. Particularly, the eyes of the Li Gui sect, fixed upon Yi Xian, unleashed a terrifying surge of dark flames, striking fear into the hearts of all. Chapter 107. What is happening? The crowd was bewildered. Brat, I know it is you. So I shall ensure you meet your end in fear. The murderous intent emanating from the black-robed specter, Li Guishang, was palpable as his gaze fell upon Yi Xian. Xianer, we must fight with all our might and create an escape route for you. Your cultivation is formidable. Escaping should pose no problem. As long as the Green Mountains remain, we need not worry about firewood. Once you grow stronger, you can avenge us. Sensing the overwhelming killing intent from the leader of the Li Gui sect, Yuan conveyed this message to Yi Xian through his spiritual sense. Upon hearing his ancestor's words, Yi Xian felt an immense surge of gratitude. However, he shook his head and replied, Ancestor, I fear none of us will be able to escape. For the elder of the Li Gui sect has also arrived. Yuan's face instantly fell into despair upon hearing this. He truly had not anticipated that not only the leader Li Guishang, but even the elder of the Li Gui sect would show up. This was indeed a full-scale assault, which was deeply troubling. Yuan's heart, once devoid of despair, now felt the weight of hopelessness. For the adversaries were far too formidable, especially with the entirety of the Li Gui sect mobilized. The Yi family appeared to be devoid of hope. Yet, Yuan dared not display his despair. Instead, he solemnly declared, All members of the Yi family, listen well. Not a single one of us shall flee in the face of battle. Though we may perish today, we shall die with honor. Are we afraid? No. Then let us fight. Fight. All the members of the Yi family, ignited by this rallying cry, found their spirits lifted. Initially filled with fear, they were now resolute. What was there to fear? If death came, let it come. Who dares to lay a hand on my husband? Just as the situation reached a critical juncture, a melodious voice rang out from afar. As the sound faded, two figures descended upon the scene. One was a middle-aged man, exuding a formidable aura, with a terrifying pressure enveloping him. The other was an extraordinarily beautiful woman, seemingly ethereal, as if she belonged to another realm altogether. A celestial fairy who appeared untouched by the mundane world, cradling an infant in her arms. Upon seeing these two figures, Yi Xian couldn't help but smile, for they were none other than the celestial maiden Luo Ningxue and her master. The infant in Luo Ningxue's arms was their child, and the man beside her was none other than Luo Ningxue's master, Luo Yin, the leader of the Xianyan sect, whose strength was remarkably comparable to that of Li Guishang and Jin Wu, both standing at the pinnacle of the 8th or 9th level of the Transformation Dragon realm, just a step away from the illusory refinement stage. Luo Yin, the leader of the Xianyan sect? What brings you here? Jin Wu exclaimed. Disbelief etched across his features upon recognizing Luo Yin. Meanwhile, Jin Wu felt a surge of curiosity within him. Who was this enchanting woman, akin to a celestial fairy, referring to as hubby? Could it possibly be the child of his disciple, Yangying? Yet, he had never heard of such news. How could it be? In such a lively gathering, the sect leader was not permitted to attend? Naturally, when the husband of his disciple was present, the sect leader had to come and take a look. Luo Yin proclaimed with a carefree demeanor. As he spoke, he scanned the surroundings, eager to discover the identity of the hubby mentioned by Ning Shui. His disciple was already renowned as the unparalleled disciple of the Xianyan sect. However, over 2 years ago, upon returning from a journey to impart teachings, she had unexpectedly become pregnant. Initially, Luo Yin was quite upset about this. Yet, upon realizing that Ning Shui's cultivation had been rising remarkably after her pregnancy, his ire dissipated. He understood that the child his disciple bore was extraordinary, possessing a heavenly spiritual root, for only those with such roots would bestow blessings upon their mothers. As anticipated, after the child's birth, it indeed turned out to possess the heavenly spiritual root. Luo Yin had inquired of his disciple numerous times regarding the identity of the child's father, but she remained tight-lipped. Today, however, she had brought him here, and upon arrival, they encountered this situation. Moreover, if his disciple referred to someone as hubby, it was evident that the lad named Yi Xian was present. Your disciple's partner? I wonder who it could be. Jin Wu remarked with a furrowed brow. Not only was Jin Wu bewildered, but even Yi Wen and Yi Ba Tian were equally perplexed. What was happening? The sect leader of Xianyan had arrived? What could be the reason? And who was this hubby spoken of by the stunning beauty? Could he be a prodigious disciple from the Yang or Qin families? If so, the Yi family would surely face utter annihilation, leaving no trace behind. The mere thought of this filled Yi Wen with despair, a singular voice echoing in his mind. This was the end. Jin Wu, this has nothing to do with you. Yi Xian, you rascal, you've made my disciple pregnant, yet you remain absent to face the consequences? Luo Yan declared, arms crossed behind his back. Upon hearing Luo Yan's words, the atmosphere shifted abruptly, leaving the attendees in stunned silence. The elders of the Yang family questioned whether they had misheard. Was it truly Yi Xian? Could the hubby referred to by Luo Ning Shui be him? Yi Wen, Yi Ba Tian, and the other formidable members of the Yi family found themselves in a state of disbelief. As everyone grappled with this bewildering revelation, Yi Xian leaped forward, standing before Luo Ning Shui and Luo Yin, and said, I pay my respects to sect leader Luo. Is it truly you, lad? Indeed, quite the dashing figure, and possessing a heavenly spiritual root. After scrutinizing the figure of Yi Xian before him, Luo Yin couldn't help but nod in acknowledgement. My dear, are you all right? At that moment, Luo Ningxue approached Yi Xian, cradling their child in her arms. Ningxue, you have worked so hard. I am truly sorry. Yi Xian expressed, his heart heavy with remorse. He understood the burden Luo Ningxue had endured over the past 2 years amidst countless rumors and whispers. It's not burdensome, little Yezi. Come and look at your father. Luo Ningxue cooed to the infant in her embrace. Yi Xian gently kissed the child and turned to Luo Ningxue, saying, Ningxue, please retreat to a safe place. Today, a great battle awaits. Once it concludes, I promise to spend quality time with you. My dear, I will assist you. Luo Ningxue nodded earnestly. No, leave the fighting to me. Yi Xian replied, shaking his head. Very well, but do take care. My husband is the best. Luo Ningxue affirmed, nodding once more before leaping to a secure location. The onlookers were utterly bewildered, for none had anticipated that the illustrious genius of the Xianyun sect, Luo Ningxue, had given birth to a child with Yi Xian. It was, quite frankly, absurd. Yi Wen, Yi Batian, and the others rubbed their eyes in disbelief, grappling with the surreal nature of the revelation. Chapter 108. What if I join in as well? Batian, what is going on? Hasn't Xian already found a partner? Why has another companion suddenly appeared, one with a child no less? And it's the foremost talent of the Xianyun sect? Yuan couldn't help but inquire of Yi Batian. Old ancestor, I am equally in the dark. Xian did not confide in me. This little rascal must have found his companion while out on a journey. Yi Batian replied with a shake of his head. Haha, this lad takes after me. He possesses my former grace. No, he surpasses me. An exceptional talent indeed, having won over the most beautiful woman of the Xianyun sect as a partner. Truly commendable. A worthy descendant of the Yi family. Yuan exclaimed with excitement. At this moment, Yuan finally understood why Yi Xian had always been so composed. There was not a trace of fear in him. He must have had plans in place all along. This truly was a grand surprise for everyone in the Yi family. Lord Luo, what do you mean by this? I advise you to refrain from meddling. Today, this is a matter of enmity and affection between the Liguizhong and the Yi family. At this moment, the leader of the Liguizhong spoke, his expression grim. Defeated. Do you still think you have a say here? Luo Yin disregarded the Liguizhong leader entirely. You. The Liguizhong leader seethed with fury at Luo Yan's words. However, to be honest, if it came down to a direct confrontation, he was not a match for the leader of the Xianyun sect. Lord Luo, why involve yourself in this chaos? I suggest you leave promptly. Others may fear you, but I, Jin Wu, do not. Jin Wu interjected. So you mean to say that victory is assured for you today? A faint smile crept across Luo Yan's lips. If not, at worst, it will end in a stalemate. And then the Liguizhong could obliterate the Yi family. Jin Wu retorted. Jin Wu, what if I join in as well? Just as Luo Yin and Jin Wu faced off against each other, a deep voice resonated through the air. With this voice, 2 figures tore through the fabric of space and landed before them. One was an elder, the other a youth. The elder, appearing somewhat aged with a white beard, donned a yellow robe embroidered with 9 divine dragons. His eyes sparkled with an unsettling intensity, exuding an aura of formidable authority, accompanied by a faint sound reminiscent of a dragon's roar. His presence was that of an 8th-level dragon transformation. Beside this elder stood a strikingly beautiful woman cradling a small child in her arms. The ancestor of the Violet Orchid Kingdom? What in the world is happening? Upon seeing the elder, Jinwu immediately recognized his identity. This elder is none other than Jiang Han, the revered ancestor of the formidable Violet Orchid Kingdom. Ancestor Jiang Han, what brings you here? Luo Yin chuckled in surprise. Haha, my great-great-granddaughter has given birth, so I came to see who the father of her child is. Jiang Han replied with a smile. In such a lively place, I too wish to partake in the merriment. Just as Jiang Han and Luo Yin were engaged in conversation, a melodious voice resonated through the air. With the utterance of this voice, two figures gracefully descended, accompanied by a gentle breeze laden with the fragrance of flowers and drifting petals. Both figures were women. One exuded a mature and composed aura, reminiscent of a perfectly ripened peach, while the other possessed an ethereal beauty, akin to a celestial maiden who had descended into the mortal realm. Upon the sight of these two women, Jinwu's expression darkened considerably. The Grand Mistress of the Flower-Falling Palace, Hua Shiren? Jinwu furrowed his brows even tighter. What brings you here, Hua Shiren? Luo Yin inquired with a smile. Casting a glance at Hua Shiren and noting how her beauty had only intensified over the years, a beauty that seemed to have deepened with the passage of time, rendering it utterly irresistible to men. However, as Hua Shiren arrived, she positioned herself directly above Yi Xian, who found himself momentarily stunned. Before him unfolded a breathtaking view. A scene awash in pristine white, undeniably alluring. Not a trace of chubby here. Yi Xian couldn't help but smirk at the thought. Yi Xian, why don't you come out to greet us? Hua Shiren's voice interrupted the peculiar atmosphere. I'm coming. Yi Xian quickly swallowed his saliva, having been momentarily entranced by the enchanting vision presented by Hua Shiren. Indeed, she was stunning, captivating in every regard. You must be Yi Xian? The ancestor of the Violet Orchid Kingdom scrutinized Yi Xian, speaking up. Hua Shiren's mesmerizing gaze remained fixed upon him, utterly captivated. She had not anticipated that Yi Xian would be so strikingly handsome. His sword-like brows and starry eyes, coupled with his tall and well-proportioned physique, made him resemble a peerless figure straight out of a painting. Hua Shiren was certain that even in her fantasies shaped by the Jade Rui, she had never envisioned a man as handsome as Yi Xian. No wonder my disciple is utterly enchanted by him. He is indeed remarkable. Hua Shiren praised with admiration. Haha. Lad, with looks like yours, I shall ensure your safety today. The ancestor of the Violet Orchid Kingdom, Jiang Han, chuckled. Could it be that these two stunning beauties are companions Yi Xian met during his adventures? What on earth is happening? He embarks on a journey of cultivation, yet returns having flourished in more ways than one? Yi Batian murmured, his mind swirling with disbelief and excitement. He had not imagined that Yi Xian would achieve so much in these 3 years. It was simply astounding. Yi Xian, my dear. Just as Hua Shiren finished speaking, Jiang Qingyan and Hua Shiren simultaneously approached Yi Xian, calling out to him. Thank you for your hard work. Yi Xian tightly embraced the two beautiful women, exclaiming, Xianer, the ancestor is truly impressed by you. Haha, you are indeed worthy of being my great-grandson, possessing such remarkable qualities. I admire you. Yuan was so elated that he nearly broke into song. With the presence of the sect master of Xianyun, Luo Yin, the ruler of the Ziluo Kingdom, Jiang Han, and the princess of the Hualuo Palace, Hua Shiren, the Yi family was essentially shielded from significant peril. Are these all Shuang's partners? The members of the Yi family were left in a state of astonishment, as they had never imagined that Yi Xian could achieve such greatness. In just 3 short years of cultivation, he had captivated so many unparalleled beauties, truly extraordinary. The esteemed figures from the 3 great powers, Hua Shiren, Jiang Han, and Luo Yin, had all gathered. This seems quite intriguing, the cold-hearted Li Guishang remarked. No, there is still the sect master. Just as Li Guishang's words fell, another voice resonated. And with it, 2 more figures descended upon the scene. Chapter 109. The ultimate battle. Before them stood 2 figures, both women, distinguished by their strikingly ample physiques, reminiscent of a pair of enchanting sisters or a mother and daughter. Their allure was undeniable. The elder bore a beauty akin to that of Hua Shiren, while the younger, aside from her impressive stature, possessed a charm comparable to Lin Wanbai and Jiang Qingyan. These 2 were none other than the stunning Zhao Mengli, who was not long into her pregnancy, and her master, Zhao Huanyu, hailing from the Liuli sect. Upon spotting Yi Xian, Zhao Mengli eagerly approached him. Mengli, what brings you here? You're still with child. Do take care not to strain yourself. Yi Xian exclaimed, his excitement palpable. He had anticipated that Zhao Mengli would also be present. It seemed that, apart from Li Xiao and her mentor Wu Jingxin from the Chaos Sacred Land, all the prominent beauties had gathered. Ah, so you are Yi Xian? Zhao Huanyu inquired, her mature, captivating eyes assessing him with a hint of curiosity. Indeed, I am Yi Xian. It is an honor to meet you, esteemed elder, he replied, bowing respectfully. You mischievous boy, deceiving my disciple, rest assured. I shall have words with you later, Zhao Huanyu remarked with a disdainful huff. Yet, it was clear to all that her tone bore little reproach. The die had been cast, and there was little she could do now. Killing Yi Xian was out of the question, for such an act would leave her disciple a widow. Moreover, Zhao Huanyu had observed that Yi Xian possessed an aura reminiscent of a dragon among men. Even she, a woman who had never known a man and had long since put aside such matters, felt a stir of emotion upon seeing him. Yi Xian's charisma was such that even mature women found it difficult to remain composed, stirred by fanciful thoughts. Zhao sect leader, I did not expect your presence here as well. Hua Shiruan chimed in with a cheerful smile. Zhao Huanyu was of the same era as Hua Shiruan, and together with Wu Jingxin from the Chaos Sacred Land, they formed a triumvirate of unparalleled beauty, coveted by countless men who once longed to possess even one of them. Yet, the three women had always held their standards high, remaining indifferent to all suitors, never having embraced any man. This became a lament for many, leading to countless dreams dashed against the shores of reality. Pray tell, what is the nature of your circumstances? Is it akin to my own? Zhao Huanyu asked, glancing at the ancestors of the Ziluo kingdom and Luo Yan. Indeed, it is all the doing of that scoundrel Yi Xian. Hua Shiruan responded. That rascal is a rogue. We shall deal with him later. Indeed, let us tidy him up shortly. Luo Yan, Hua Shiruan, and the elder of the Violet Kingdom exchanged glances at Yi Xian, causing him to instinctively withdraw his neck in trepidation. Yi Xian pondered what could be deemed the most terrifying aspect of this world, and the answer unequivocally pointed to women. For they possess an array of methods to exact punishment upon you, be it the 18 styles of the eldest brother or the 48 styles of the younger sister, which would ultimately leave you weak-kneed and unable to rise from your bed. Meanwhile, Yi Wen, Yi Batian, and the others were left in a state of utter shock and disbelief. Yi Wen had never anticipated that this insufferable brat, after 3 years of training, would have entangled himself with so many extraordinary beauties. Each of these women possessed unparalleled grace and beauty, akin to the sinking of fish and the falling of geese. At this moment, Yi Wen could only utter a singular sentiment to Yi Xian. You, my boy, are truly remarkable. Previously, Yi Wen had held a sense of pride in his own prowess, yet now, he felt that his accomplishments were utterly trivial in comparison to Yi Xian's exploits. This insufferable brat had, in just 3 years, managed to leave several beauties in his wake, all while maintaining his cultivation. How was this even feasible? The elder could hardly contain his admiration for this audacious youth. Haha, surely, I must be dreaming. A radiant smile, reminiscent of a blooming chrysanthemum, graced Yi Batian's lips. It was not solely Yi Wen and Yi Batian who were impressed. The entire clan of the Yi family revered Yi Xian with deep respect. Brother Xian is incredible. Brother Xian is formidable. The life that Brother Xian has lived in just 3 years perhaps eclipses the entirety of my existence. They exclaimed. How on earth did Brother Xian accomplish this? Why are these magnificent beauties so willingly by his side? Did you not mention the answer? One inquired. Oh, what answer did I provide? Came the response. Did you not say Brother Xian is unparalleled? Naturally, that is indeed the case. What does that mean? Ponder it for yourself. In stark contrast to the jubilant atmosphere of the Yi family, the leaders of the ghostly sect, along with Jin Wu and the elders of the Yang and Qin families, were left astounded. They could hardly fathom that Yi Xian, with naught but a trifle, could gather such formidable support. This was utterly absurd. The most perplexing aspect was that these individuals were fully aware of Yi Xian's involvement, yet they refrained from taking action against him. How amusing. The princess of the Violet Kingdom, the foremost beauty of Liuli's sect, the leading lady of Xianyun's sect, and the beauties from the Flowerfall Palace have all fallen prey to this so-called waste. Yi Xian, I wonder how you shall face others henceforth. Do you not feel a sense of shame? You speak nonsense, Li Guishang. Today, there is but one path for you, death. Hua Shiruan was the first to retort. Indeed. Let us take action. Zhao Huanyu, Luo Yan, and the elder of the Violet Kingdom nodded in agreement. Dreamily, Qing Yin, Sherman. You should retreat to safety for the time being. We shall handle this. Yi Xian urged the three beauties. My dear husband, we shall assist you. Zhao Dream Li and the others proclaimed in unison. There is no need for concern. Matters of conflict are best left to me. You may simply observe the unfolding drama from the sidelines. Meng Li, you are with child and must not expose the innocent to such sanguinary scenes. Yi Xian remarked, shaking his head. Very well, my dear, do take care. Zhao Mengli, Jiang Qingyan, and Hua Sherman all nodded in agreement before retreating to a place of safety. Humph. Do you truly believe that victory is assured today? What if the four great powers unite? Allow me to enlighten you. The ancestor of our ghostly sect has arrived. Li Guishang sneered. With Li Guishang's words echoing in the air, a deafening roar erupted. In the next instant, a palanquin materialized before the gathered crowd. As their gazes fell upon the palanquin, they were struck with astonishment. However, when Zhao Huanyu, the ancestor of the Violet Orchid Nation, Luo Yan, and Hua Shiren beheld the figure atop the palanquin, their expressions shifted dramatically. The Bone True Monarch? How is it that you, an ancient relic, still draw breath? Zhao Huanyu's voice quivered with disbelief upon recognizing the occupant of the palanquin. Chapter 110. Is this a place for your recklessness? The name of the Bone True Monarch is one that resonates deeply within the hearts of many. He is a formidable figure from the malevolent ghost sect, renowned during his youth for his ruthless reputation that spread far and wide. Wherever he roamed, life seemed to wither away in his wake, instilling fear in all who crossed his path. Eventually, he was pursued by righteous cultivators and subsequently vanished from the world. Many believed the Bone True Monarch had perished, only to discover that he still lived, exuding an aura as profound as the abyss, an unmistakable sign of his mastery in the void refinement realm. Ah, what a delightful surprise. Today is indeed a splendid day. Initially, I had contemplated merely refining the practitioners of the Yi family to forge my treasures. Yet I never anticipated the arrival of such a multitude of pinnacle dragon transformation realm experts. How delightful it is. The Bone True Monarch laughed heartily, clutching a small bell in his hand. Do not be deceived by its diminutive appearance. It is, in fact, an exceedingly fearsome artifact. The sound of this bell is capable of seizing the very souls of individuals. This bell is known as the soul-seizing bell. At this moment, Luo Yin and the others bore grim expressions. Despite the immense strength of Luo Yin and Hua Shiren, they were utterly outmatched against a peerless expert in the void refinement realm. Hee, what is the matter? Speak up, will you? Just a moment ago, you were quite boisterous. Yet now you all fall silent. The malevolent ghost monarch boasted with pride. Haraha. Not only did the leader of the malevolent ghost sect laugh, but even Jin Wu and his companions joined in the mirth. The situation was abundantly clear, with the ancestral figure of the malevolent ghost sect present. Victory belonged to the Yang and Qin families. Although the Yi family boasted numerous experts at the dragon transformation realm, the presence of the malevolent ghost sect's ancestor ensured they could counter any threat. Tremble and cower. The more you fear and dread, the more potent your souls will become for the enhancement of my artifact. The Bone True Monarch declared with a booming laugh. At this moment, his spirits were quite high. However, he had no immediate intentions of striking, for his experience taught him that the souls obtained from adversaries engulfed in sheer terror and dread would carry greater resentment, thus amplifying their terrifying power upon refinement. Bone True Monarch, you must understand that today, should you seek to slay us, you will find no escape from this place. Luo Yin retorted coldly. The malevolent ghost sect has always stood opposed to the righteous cultivators, and any righteous practitioner who encounters them is destined for annihilation. Moreover, the Tianxian sect's alignment with the malevolent ghost sect is a grievous sin, for no true righteous sect would ever ally with the forces of darkness. Haraha, your words are quite amusing. Simply await your demise. The Bone Sovereign laughed heartily, a terrifying pressure emanating from his being. Yi Xian, how does it feel? Soon, I shall make you wish for life, yet find none, and long for death without respite. Yang Ying stood amidst the crowd, addressing Yi Xian. For Yang Ying, the present moment was filled with delight, for no matter how formidable Yi Xian's talents, after today, he would be rendered inconsequential. Only Yang Ying would remain the most dazzling figure in Xuanqing. As the oppressive aura of the void refining realm spread, The elders of the Violet Orchid Kingdom fared slightly better, given their immense power. However, the weaker members of the Yi family were not so fortunate. Each one struggling to breathe, as if the very air had thickened. That should suffice. It is time to act. Listen well, Yi family disciples. Do not rush to kill. Let them wallow in endless fear. Then, I shall refine an unparalleled treasure, declared the Bone Sovereign. Yes, ancestor. Kill. In an instant, the atmosphere was thick with murderous intent. Alas, just when I glimpsed a sliver of hope, it is about to be extinguished. Indeed, some murmured. But if death is to come, then so be it. I am a Yi family disciple. Even in death, I shall not flinch. With a sudden surge of courage, the Yi family members began to voice their defiance. Xin'er, I apologize. The ancestor could not protect you. At that moment, Yuan communicated with Yi Xian through his thoughts. Ancestor, do not worry. Though we may seem to be at a disadvantage now, we shall not perish. Yi Xian reassured the ancestor. What are you saying, Xin'er? We shall not die? There is a being of the void refining realm present. The ancestor responded, incredulous at Yi Xian's words. Just wait and see, ancestor. Yi Xian replied with a faint smile. Seeing Yi Xian remain so calm and composed, Yuan could not fathom what schemes he had in mind. 3 years of experiences in the outside world had left him quite curious about Yi Xian's transformations. Ah, the Bone Sovereign, what grandiosity do you possess? Yet, at this critical juncture, a cold voice echoed from miles away. Following this chilling proclamation, 2 figures descended upon the scene, both female. In an instant, they landed not far from Yi Xian and the others. As they touched down, the oppressive aura dissipated, allowing the Yi family members to breathe freely once more. They turned their gazes towards the newcomers, who appeared as if they were sisters, exuding an extraordinary grace, the older one alluringly mature. The younger ones are undeniably alluring and beautiful, cradling 2 infants in their arms. Is it possible that Xian has a hidden agenda? Could this enchanting maiden be Xian's destined companion? Upon sensing the formidable pressure emanating from the figure at the forefront, Yuan couldn't help but murmur to himself. At this moment, he had become so numb that he could not feel any more numbness, for Yi Xian had continuously astonished them. Moreover, Yi Xian had just assured him that the Yi family would remain unscathed. Thus, Yuan boldly speculated that these 2 women might indeed be the saviors of the Yi family. Wu Jingxin, the Grand Elder of the Chaos Sacred Land? Upon beholding the breathtakingly exquisite woman before him, resembling a perfectly ripened peach, the Bone True Monarch was unable to contain himself. As he cast his gaze upon Wu Jingxin, a profound sense of trepidation surfaced within him. Wu Jingxin, she is a formidable figure, a terrifying presence that once captivated an entire era. The Bone True Monarch was utterly taken aback. He never anticipated that this woman would appear today. What on earth is happening? What? She is the Wu Jingxin of the previous era, the one who made countless prodigies bow in submission? The same illustrious figure who stood alongside Zhao Huanyu and Hua Shiren as one of the 3 golden flowers? Upon hearing the Bone True Monarch's words, the leader of the ghostly spirit sect's expression changed drastically. Chapter 111. What a misunderstanding. What? She has come too? Are they here to assist the Yi family? At this moment, Yuan felt a profound numbness. He was entirely overwhelmed, at a loss for words. His admiration for Yi Xian had reached an unprecedented level. This is how a man should be, capable of captivating all the beauties of the world. Old ancestor, do you know her? Yi Batian inquired, his thoughts in disarray. He had not clearly heard the dialogue between the Bone True Monarch and Wu Jingxin. She is none other than Wu Jingxin, the extraordinary figure who once dazzled an era. Alongside the Flower Palace's master, Hua Ziren, and the Lioli sect's master, Zhao Mengli, collectively known as the 3 unparalleled beauties of that age. Yuan responded to Yi Batian. What? She is the esteemed Wu Jingxin? Yi Batian was left in utter shock upon hearing the old ancestor's revelation. He could hardly fathom that such a presence had graced them today. It was simply inconceivable. Young man, I have had the pleasure of meeting Senior Wu. Just as everyone was engulfed in disbelief, Yi Xian respectfully saluted Wu Jingxin. Well, you've made progress. Your cultivation has indeed advanced to the 2nd level of the Transformation Dragon realm, Wu Jingxin remarked after casting a glance at Yi Xian. Yi Xian had not made a concerted effort to conceal his cultivation. His aura merely went unremarked upon, allowing Wu Jingxin to sense it immediately. At this moment, Wu Jingxin's heart was filled with astonishment, for she had never anticipated Yi Xian's talent to be so formidable. What? My husband has reached the second level of the Transformation Dragon realm? Li Xiao, who stood beside Wu Jingxin, was left dumbfounded upon hearing her master's words. She vividly recalled 3 years prior, when she had distinctly sensed Yi Xian's cultivation level, which at that time was merely at the foundational stage, a rather dismal state. However, Yi Xian's capabilities were undeniably impressive, as he had demonstrated extraordinary prowess while assisting her with antidotes, even causing her to soar through the skies several times. That beautiful memory remained etched in her mind. What? His true cultivation is at the second level of the Transformation Dragon realm? Upon hearing Wu Jingxin's words, Yang Ying's face turned pale, causing him to stagger backward several steps. The most impacted by this revelation was undoubtedly Yang Ying, who had been testing his invincible resolve and had long believed his talent to be unparalleled in Xuanqing. He never imagined that Yi Xian's innate abilities had far surpassed his own. This brat must perish. Jin Wu clenched his fists tightly. He understood the enmity that had developed between their Tiangshuanzong and Yi Xian. If Yi Xian were to survive this encounter, their sect would undoubtedly face severe repercussions, especially with so many formidable beings backing him. How could this insufferable brat have attained the second level of the Transformation Dragon realm? What sorcery is at play here? At this moment, Yi Batian was utterly numb. He simply could not fathom how that insufferable brat had accomplished so much in just 3 years. Remarkably, during his trials, his cultivation had not only remained intact, but he had also captivated numerous beautiful women. This was truly unprecedented in history. Yet, deep within, Yi Batian harbored a tinge of resentment. This insolent boy had even concealed matters from his own father, a blatant act of filial disobedience. It had left his father in a state of constant anxiety and despair. Had he known it would come to this, his worries would have been for naught. My dear, it has been a long time. At this moment, amidst the astonishment of the crowd, Li Xiao approached Yi Xian, cradling a pair of twins. You've worked hard, Yi Xian exclaimed as he swiftly embraced Li Xiao. Among all his companions, it was Li Xiao who had endured the most gossip and slander. Yi Xian could only imagine the inhumane scrutiny Li Xiao faced after her pregnancy. For it was indeed a sensational piece of news to have a revered saintess expecting a child. Countless eyes had scrutinized her, and during that time, Yi Xian had remained silent, not stepping forward to shield her from the storm of rumors. This weighed heavily on his heart. Ah, what hardship! I am quite content. Li Xiao shook her head. That is wonderful. From now on, I shall be by your side, ensuring that you face no further grievances. Yi Xian vowed silently. He then addressed Li Xiao. Xiao, please step aside for now. Once I have dealt with them, I will devote myself to you and the children. How does that sound? All right. Li Xiao nodded, harboring no worries about Yi Xian. Firstly, she had witnessed his formidable prowess. He had vanquished Golden Core experts even at the Foundation establishment stage and possessed knowledge of arcane techniques. More importantly, their master was present, providing ample protection against any formidable threats to Yi Xian. Wu Jingxin, today as conflict between the ghostly demon sect and the Yi family is my concern, and I hope you refrain from interfering, granting the ghostly demon sect a modicum of respect. At this moment, the Bowen True Monarch addressed Wu Jingxin. Respect? What are you? A mere nothing? Wu Jingxin retorted. Yi Xian is the partner of my Chaos Holy Land Saintess. Should you wish to harm him, you are, in essence, challenging my Chaos Holy Land. Master Luo, Elder Jiang, Lady Hua, and Master Zhao, do you not agree? Wu Jingxin inquired of Hua Shiruan and the others. Indeed, if the ghostly demon sect and the Tianxian sect intend to harm Yi Xian, they are directly opposing my Xianyan sect, they collectively affirmed. Upon hearing this, the Bowen True Monarch's expression turned exceedingly grim. Observing this scene, Jin Wu could not help but interject. I must clarify, I am merely passing through. This matter has nothing to do with my Tianxian sect. I shall take my leave now. You may continue. In that moment, Jin Wu was thoroughly frightened. Had Wu Jingxin not arrived, Jin Wu could still offer assistance to the Yang family here. However, with Wu Jingxin's arrival, he expressed his trepidation. Wu Jingxin, a peerless warrior and the esteemed elder of the Chaos Sacred Land, represents a formidable force. Did he think he could simply depart now? Today he shall meet his demise. Observing Jin Wu's intent to flee, Zhao Huanyu interjected, positioning himself before Jin Wu. Indeed, Those who collude with the evil ghost sect must be eradicated. The Tianxian sect shall also face annihilation. Wu Jingxin asserted with fierce authority. Wu Jingxin, I believe this is merely a misunderstanding. Our evil ghost sect was merely passing through and intends to depart now. I vow here and now to devote myself to cultivation and refrain from any unjust slaughter. At this moment, the true Lord of Bones also spoke. Passing through my foot. Kill! Wu Jingxin exclaimed, unleashing a torrent of profanity as she charged towards the true Lord of Bones. She held no faith in the words of those from the demonic path, for they are inherently untrustworthy. Moreover, this true Lord of Bones had previously slaughtered countless innocents in several cities to forge a single artifact. Upon encountering him today, Wu Jingxin could not possibly allow him to escape. Chapter 112. Crushing with unrelenting force. Wu Jingxin, do not overstep your bounds. The expression on the bone true monarch's face turned grim as he witnessed Wu Jingxin charging towards him. He was acutely aware of her formidable prowess. She was indeed a force to be reckoned with among women, possessing a terrifying and unparalleled combat capability. Not only was she a top-tier existence within the Chaos Holy Land, but even the Holy Master of the Chaos Holy Land would regard her with a degree of deference. After all, a powerful woman who chooses to disregard reason leaves one utterly helpless, plagued only by a throbbing headache. What can you do if I indeed cross the line? Come here and face your demise, Wu Jingxin declared with an air of dominance. As her words echoed, she drew her opponent into the void. For those at the realm of refining, the void unleashed waves of unimaginable terror. Fighting elsewhere would result in catastrophic destruction. Once they entered the void, a fierce battle erupted, with the soul-binding bell ringing as the void shattered repeatedly, presenting a scene of utter chaos. Meanwhile, as Wu Jingxin engaged in combat with the bone true monarch, Luo Yin declared, let us annihilate them together. With that, he charged towards Jin Wu, while Zhao Huanyu advanced towards the leader of the ghostly sect. The ancient ancestor of the Violet Country, Hua Shiren, set her sights on the three supreme elders of the ghostly sect. Kill! Upon witnessing this, Yi Xian released his aura without reservation, directing it towards the patriarchs of the Yang and Qin families. Today, he vowed to slay both patriarchs right here. The other disciples of the Yi family, seeing everyone enter the fray, joined in the clamor for battle and rushed onto the battlefield. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, a terrifying war unfolded. Various magical artifacts and divine powers filled the air, with flashes of blades and the scent of blood permeating the surroundings. This place had transformed into a veritable Shura field. Yi Batian and the others exhibited an intense fervor. The Yi family had endured oppression for far too long. Their emotions oscillated between despair and hope, a relentless cycle of turmoil. Yet now, they held nothing back, their murderous intent soaring to the heavens. As the battle reached a fever pitch below, a figure was sent hurtling through the void, leaving behind a long crack in its wake. This figure was none other than the bone true monarch. Once he steadied himself, blood streamed from the 7 orifices of the bone true monarch. Blood spewed forth from his mouth in a desperate torrent. The bone sovereign's face darkened with rage, for he could scarcely fathom that this Wu Jingxin possessed such formidable power. Nearing a breakthrough to the fusion phase, it was utterly terrifying. At this moment, half of the bone sovereign's body lay in ruins, trembling violently, and even the soul-binding bell in his grasp had been rendered half-destroyed, losing its once formidable potency. Wu Jingxin, do not push me too far. Are you truly seeking a fight to the bitter end? The bone sovereign gazed at the formidable figure of Wu Jingxin, who resembled a peerless female assassin, tears almost spilling from his eyes. The extermination of the Yi family had seemed a foregone conclusion, yet this ruthless woman had altered everything. Fight to the bitter end? Do you think you are worthy? Had I not been unable to locate your lair, would you still be standing here? Wu Jingxin replied coolly, her arms crossed behind her. As her words fell, the terrifying aura of her peak refinement phase surged forth. With a single palm strike, an immense imprint erupted, carrying the power to annihilate all. 10,000 Ghost Soul Lock. Faced with this colossal and terrifying palm imprint, the bone sovereign's expression turned icy. He spat forth a mouthful of essence blood and released countless spirits he had previously refined. In an instant, a multitude of ghostly apparitions surged forth from the void, a sight that sent shivers down the spine. These spirits were the souls the bone sovereign had refined. Yet he felt utterly powerless as Wu Jingxin's palm imprint acted like a reaper of souls, obliterating them into nothingness. The residual force of the palm continued unabated, crashing into the Bone Sovereign. With a sickening sound, his corporeal form shattered into a rain of blood. However, the Bone Sovereign was a formidable figure in the refinement phase. From the remnants of his exploded body, a wisp of spiritual essence fled. He understood that as long as a cultivator reached the refinement phase and managed to escape with a fragment of their soul, they could be reborn. Yet, it seemed Wu Jingxin had anticipated this very scenario. Her beautiful eyes glinted with a cold light as she hurled forth a ring, the embodiment of her life as treasure, capable of annihilating all. No. As the ring was cast, a scream echoed, and the last remnant of the Bone Sovereign's spirit dissipated into the ether. Thus, this nefarious Bone Sovereign met his irrevocable end, leaving him in a state of confusion even in death. Why is it that a single Yi Xian from the Yi family can attract such a multitude of formidable beings? Even this unparalleled and terrifying existence has been drawn here. It is truly overwhelming. After Wu Jingxin vanquished the Bone True Monarch, the entire void returned to tranquility. She then cast her gaze upon the battle below. Initially, she intended to lend her assistance. However, upon observing that Luo Yin and his companions held an undeniable advantage, she refrained from intervening. Instead, her attention shifted to the fierce confrontation between Yi Xian and the two venerable ancestors of the Yang and Qin families. At this moment, Yi Xian was decisively overpowering the two ancestors in combat. This audacious young man possesses a talent far surpassing my own at that age. Xiao had informed her that 3 years prior, this impudent youth was merely at the foundation establishment stage, yet within a mere 3 years, he has ascended to the dragon transformation realm. Such prodigious talent is scarcely found across the myriad realms. Not only has this lad captivated my disciple, resulting in their dragon and phoenix twins, but I find myself somewhat enchanted as well. No, he is my disciple's husband. How can I entertain such thoughts? Yet, in a fantastical realm, the conventions are not so stringent. As long as there is mutual affection, it is not entirely out of the question, she mused inwardly. After all, Yi Xian is exceptionally outstanding. Exceptional men draw the admiration of women, and his appearance appeals to both the young and the old. As Wu Jingxin pondered these thoughts, Yi Xian summoned his fateful artifact, the 3 Lives Copper Coffin, and proclaimed, "Esteemed friends, ascend to the heavens." Chapter 113. The alliance of the heavenly profound sect and the demon cult seeks destruction with a thunderous roar from Yi Xian. The 3 Lives bronze coffin in his grasp suddenly expanded and descended ominously upon the ancestors of the Chun and Yang families. The scene unfolded with astonishing swiftness, leaving the 2 elders utterly unprepared. In the blink of an eye, they were engulfed by the coffin, finding themselves stacked atop one another as if in a grotesque display. "What do you intend to do? Release us at once." The ancestors of the Chun and Yang families cried out in urgent desperation. They attempted to break free from the coffin's grasp, but to their utter dismay, the coffin was akin to a peerless artifact. No matter how forcefully they struggled, their efforts were utterly futile. "What do I intend?" "Naturally, to usher you into the heavens," Yi Xian replied coolly. As his words fell, Yi Xian's thoughts surged, activating the lethal intent within his innate treasure. In the next moment, 2 agonizing screams echoed from within the coffin, sending shivers down the spine. However, after a brief interval, the cries abruptly ceased. To ensure their demise, Yi Xian again triggered the lethal intent within the 3 Lives bronze coffin. "This time, you likely won't even have the chance for reincarnation," he sneered, before opening the coffin to scatter the ashes within. This was the price for provoking the Yi family. Upon hearing the anguished cries, the heads of the Yang and Chun families turned to behold the remnants of their ancestors, reduced to mere ashes by Yi Xian's hand. "Ancestor!" Yang Xiao exclaimed in disbelief. Seizing the moment, Yi Batian launched an attack, catching Yang Xiao off guard and obliterating his head in an instant. His demise was absolute. Observing this scene from the void, Wu Jingxin regarded Yi Xian with newfound admiration. This young man effortlessly dispatched 2 formidable foes at the dragon transformation stage. Moreover, his innate treasure, a coffin, is truly extraordinary. Yet, this is no ordinary coffin. I sense an incredibly terrifying killing intent within it. Once triggered, even I would feel trepidation. Of course, Yi Xian, with his current cultivation, cannot yet unleash that intent, she mused. At this moment, Wu Jingxin finally comprehended why her disciple willingly gravitated towards the audacious Yi Xian. By the heavens, even I would find it appealing. Who wouldn't desire a powerful, extraordinarily handsome companion by their side day after day? The mere sight of such a figure is a delight to behold. Yi Xian remained blissfully unaware of the turmoil unfolding. After vanquishing the ancestral figures of the Yang and Qin families, he leapt forward, landing before Yang Ying. Upon seeing Yi Xian standing before him, Yang Ying's expression shifted. Resembling that of a man who had encountered a demon, his already pallid complexion became even more ashen, for he had witnessed the horrific demise of the two ancestors within Yi Xian's coffin. Additionally, the formidable elder of the Lihuan sect had been obliterated by his alluring aunt, Wu Jingxin, who exuded a mature charm. To compound his despair, his own father had met his end at the hands of Yi Batian. At this moment, Yang Ying's spirits were sufficiently low. The sight of this harbinger of misfortune only deepened his despondency. "Do you understand why I spared you the other day at the mine?" Yi Xian inquired nonchalantly. He was in no rush to deliver the fatal blow, perceiving Yang Ying as nothing more than an insect, easily crushed. "Why?" Yang Ying stammered, perplexed. "Because you are weak, and I wished for you to witness the devastation of your family before I extinguished your life. Otherwise, it would be too merciful. Have you not longed to see my demise? Alas, you shall never behold it," Yi Xian retorted coldly. He was acutely aware that without the assistance of Wu Jingxin and Hua Xiren, the fate of the Yi family would have been dire. Thus, he spoke without restraint. You possess a heart as venomous as a serpent's. You shall reap the consequences, and may you suffer a wretched death." Yang Ying seethed, gritting his teeth in fury. Yet, he found himself utterly powerless. For even the two ancestral figures of the dragon transformation realm had offered no resistance against this harbinger of death. How could he, then, hope to stand a chance? "Now that you are aware of the truth, I can send you to meet the Buddha? No, you shall accompany your family." Yi Xian's gaze turned icy. With those words, he extended his arm and clenched his fist. In an instant, Yang Ying could barely emit a cry before his entire being erupted into a spray of blood. Simultaneously, the Violet Orchid Elder and Hua Xiren had driven back the three supreme elders of the Lihuan sect, despite Hua Xiren's seemingly languid demeanor while in the flower-falling palace, where she often occupied herself with arranging flowers. Yet, her prowess was undeniable. Even though the Lihuan sect had three elders, they stood no chance against the combined strength of Hua Xiren and the Violet Orchid Elder. "Perish, bloom of a thought," Hua Xiren bellowed. As Hua Xiren's powerful shout echoed, countless petals materialized around her, blooming magnificently. Instantly, an overwhelming aura of murderous intent surged forth, hurtling towards the three esteemed elders of the Liguizhong. The Royal Fist, the ancestor of the Violet Nation, upon witnessing Hua Xiren unleash her formidable move, did not hesitate for a moment. He executed the pinnacle of their Violet Nation's martial arts. With a single punch, the heavens and earth seemed on the verge of shattering. A terrifying fist radiance spread forth like a tidal wave, annihilating all in its path. In the next moment, the assaults of Hua Xiren and the Violet Nation's ancestor, Jiang Han, struck mercilessly against the three elders of the Liguizhong, accompanied by three agonizing cries. In the following instant, the three esteemed elders of the Liguizhong were utterly obliterated by the combined might of Hua Xiren and Jiang Han, transforming into a torrential downpour of blood. As Hua Xiren and Jiang Han dispatched the three elders, the leader of the Liuli sect, Zhao Huanyu, similarly sent the Liguizhong's master, Liguisheng, flying backwards. Yet, in that fleeting moment of flight, a glint of cold light flickered in Zhao Huanyu's eyes as he coldly declared, "It is time to conclude this." With Zhao Huanyu's words, a magnificent Liuli pagoda was summoned. As the pagoda ascended, it swelled in size, ultimately crashing down towards Liguisheng with the force of a mountain. Puff! In the next instant, the master of the Liguizhong stood no chance against the pagoda, which reduced him to a mere pulp, dead beyond any semblance of life. Following the tragic demise of the Liguizhong's master, Jin Wu, who was engaged in battle with Luo Yan, cried out in desperation, "Spare me. I was wrong. I truly did not collude with the demon sect." Tears streamed down Jin Wu's face. "Oof, Jin Wu, you conspired with the demon sect. You shall be punished," Luo Yan declared with unyielding authority. Chapter 114. The fall of the heavenly profound sect, as the words of Luo Yan, the master of the immortal cloud sect, resonated in the air, he forcefully brought his palm down. No. Upon the descent of that palm, the entire void abruptly froze. Then, an overwhelming intent to kill, accompanied by a devastating force, descended mercilessly. In the face of Luo Yan's strike, Jin Wu possessed no means of resistance whatsoever. He let out a ghastly scream. In but an instant, Jin Wu was reduced to nothing more than a mere pancake, his life extinguished in an instant. Thus, the formidable foes who had come to obliterate the Yi family were utterly annihilated. Moreover, Jin Wu could never have imagined that his own actions would implicate the entire heavenly profound sect. Jiang Han, Luo Yan, Shi Ren, Huan Yu, Yi Xian, come over here. With the adversaries vanquished, Wu Jingxin called out. Coming. Zhao Huan Yu and the others nodded in agreement and approached Wu Jingxin. Upon hearing Wu Jingxin summon him, Yi Xian hurriedly made his way to the formidable figures before him. Young man, I am deeply grateful to the esteemed elders for saving my Yi family. Your immense power commands my utmost admiration. Yi Xian expressed his gratitude. Don't flatter too much, young lad. No matter how sweet your words, you cannot escape retribution. Let us go and obliterate the heavenly profound sect. Their collusion with the ghostly sect warrants their total destruction. This sect must not continue to exist. Wu Jingxin declared. I concur. Jiang Han and the others nodded in agreement. You should join us too, young man. In that case, I shall summon my ancestor as well. I fear I may not be able to claim all the treasures of the heavenly profound sect alone. Yi Xian stated earnestly. That works. Upon hearing Yi Xian's suggestion, Wu Jingxin and the others nodded in agreement. After the annihilation of a sect, countless cultivation resources and myriad techniques would be at their disposal. However, for the likes of Wu Jingxin and her companions, these treasures held little allure. Yet for a family like the Yi, which was not particularly large, such resources were invaluable for nurturing disciples. Upon receiving Wu Jingxin's approval, Yi Xian turned to Yi Batian below, saying, Father, you will handle the aftermath of the battlefield. I, along with my ancestor and the others, shall pay a visit to the heavenly profound sect. Very well, leave this to me. Yi Batian nodded. At this moment, Yi Batian felt particularly elated, as if floating on a cloud. Everything seemed so splendid. After today, the Yi family would stand unrivaled in the entire Xian city. Moreover, with so many powerful allies behind Yi Xian, it was difficult for Yi Batian to contain his joy. A radiant smile graced his lips as he spoke to his father. Yi Xian turned to Yi Wenda and said, Ancestor, let us go and procure resources. Procure resources? Yi Wenda replied, somewhat perplexed. Let us head to the Tiangshuanzong and follow the esteemed seniors. Yi Xian urged. Only then did Yi Wenda comprehend the situation, and he hurriedly scampered to Yi Xian's side. Although Yi Wenda was the most significant figure in the Yi family, he felt immense pressure in the presence of Wu Jingxin and her companions. However, with Yi Xian by his side, he felt somewhat reassured. Soon, they all journeyed towards the sect where Tiangshuanzong was located. Half an hour later, Wu Jingxin and her companions arrived above the Tiangshuanzong. Who dares to approach my Tiangshuanzong? Get down here. Upon sensing the arrival of formidable beings, the ancestor of Tiangshuanzong coldly snorted. A colossal hand extended forth, aiming to seize Wu Jingxin and her companions. Humph! Wu Jingxin scoffed, unleashing the overwhelming pressure of her peak refinement void realm. She then struck against the approaching hand. In the next moment, the massive hand transformed into a mist of blood. A scream followed, and the impact of their clash caused several buildings of Tiangshuanzong to collapse instantaneously. Wu Ani, you are too fierce. Perhaps it would be better to let Ani Zhao and the others take action. I fear that if you strike, there will be nothing left of Tiangshuanzong, and the ancestor and I will be unable to find any resources for cultivation. Witnessing Wu Jingxin's terrifying display, Yi Xian couldn't help but twitch his lips. Yi Xian spoke the truth. If Wu Jingxin unleashed her full power, the heavens would shatter and the earth would quake, obliterating everything in Tiangshuanzong, including the precious resources they sought. What? Are you dismissing me? Wu Jingxin glared fiercely at Yi Xian. And no, Auntie Wu, you misunderstand. I merely fear that your attack will annihilate everything. Yi Xian hastily apologized. All right, I suppose you have a point. I shall refrain from intervening. The next steps are yours to undertake. Wu Jingxin conceded with a nod. Upon hearing her, Zhao Huanyu, Hua Shiren, Jiang Han, and Luo Yin sprang into action. These four were all top-tier experts. While they could not compare to the likes of Wu Jingxin from the Chaos Sacred Land, they were nonetheless among the pinnacle of power. As they acted, a tempestuous gale surged above Tiangshuanzong, filled with an overwhelming intent to kill. Who dares to infringe upon my Tiangshuanzong? A voice, filled with exasperation, echoed as Luo Yin and Hua Shiren took their stand. The Tiangshuanzong has colluded with the demon sect and the evil ghost sect. They must be eradicated, Hua Shiren declared with icy resolve. With that, they no longer held back and launched their assault. Boom, boom, boom. As they unleashed their power, a tidal wave of murderous intent surged forth. Then he charged towards the master of the Tianxin sect and others. If the ancestral master of the Tianxin sect were at the peak of his power, he might have been able to withstand the assault. However, when the ancestral master made his move earlier, he had already been severely injured by Wu Jingxin, rendering him utterly incapable of resistance. Before long, the entire Tianxin sect was completely obliterated. Following this, Yi Xian and the ancestral master Yi Wen gleefully swept away all the cultivation resources of the Tianxin sect. Haha. Ancestor, we have struck gold. This is the resource of an entire sect. Our Yi family will rise to prominence. With an armful of cultivation resources, Yi Xian joyfully exclaimed to Yi Wen. Hee, you're impressive, lad. The ancestor is pleased, haha. Yi Wen also laughed heartily. Yi Xian, have you gathered everything? If so, return to your family, and make sure to prepare yourself. Wu Jingxin said coldly. Initially, Wu Jingxin believed that this young man had merely entangled himself with her disciple. Little did she expect that he had lured so many extraordinary beauties. Thus, today, he would surely receive a thorough reprimand. Yes, upon hearing Wu Jingxin's words, Yi Xian hastily scampered over to her and the others. However, at that moment, a voice echoed in Yi Xian's mind. Ding! Detecting Wu Jingxin, Zhao Huanyu, and Hua Shiren. Just as Yi Xian approached Wu Jingxin and the others, the long-absent voice of the system resounded once more. Chapter 115. Who do you love most? The dilemma of Yi Xianding. The system detected that Wu Jingxin, Zhao Huanyu, and Hua Shiren met the requirements for a Dao partner. The host can conquer them. As Yi Xian approached Wu Jingren and the others, the familiar voice of the system echoed once more. Upon hearing it, Yi Xian could not help but twitch his mouth. This task assigned by the system was indeed formidable. Moreover, these three stunning beauties were veritable old maidens nearing a millennium in age. The prospect of conquering these formidable mountains was no small feat, even if he succeeded. It was likely that Yi Xian would exhaust all his resources. It would be prudent to take things slowly. For now, youth was of utmost importance. Winning over these three exquisite flowers should be regarded as a long-term endeavor. Yi Xian mused inwardly. What are you thinking about? Noticing Yi Xian suddenly lost in thought, Wu Jingxin shot him a glance and inquired. No. Yi Xian hurriedly shook his head. He certainly would not divulge his intentions of conquering these three formidable mountains. If Wu Jingxin and the others were to learn of it, he would be socially doomed. Humph. With a smirk, she remarked, you must have some ulterior motives. Come, let us return to your family and deal with you later. Subsequently, everyone made their way towards Xian City. Yi Xian and Yi Wen trailed behind the group. At that moment, Yi Wen was overwhelmed with joy. He felt that he had never experienced such beauty in life. Today was truly exhilarating. Yi Wen was well aware that the Yi family had absorbed the other two prominent families, the Yang and Qin families, and had seized all the cultivation resources from the Tianxin sect. It would be difficult for the Yi family not to rise in power, especially with the backing of the Chaos Holy Land, Hualuo Palace, Violet Kingdom, Liuli sect, and Xianyan sect. Even families stronger than theirs dared not harbor any ill intentions towards the Yi family. After all, entities as formidable as the Chaos Holy Land were not to be trifled with, unless one was eager to hasten their reincarnation. As Yi Wen contemplated this, the group arrived in Xian City. At this moment, the battlefield of Xian City had been thoroughly cleaned and looked completely revitalized. As for the remnants of the Yang and Qin families, Yi Batian had already dealt with them. This was not due to the malice of the Yi family. It was simply a matter of survival. In the realm of fantasy, every cultivator understood one fundamental principle. When it comes to enemies, one must eradicate them to the root. For otherwise, they would pose endless troubles. After ensuring all matters were in order, Yi Batian had already arranged a banquet. Esteemed seniors, the The banquet is ready. Please, have a seat. Yi Batian had been waiting at the entrance, and upon seeing Wu Jingxin and the others arrive, he quickly welcomed them. Excellent. Wu Jingxin, Jiang Han, and the others nodded in agreement, accepting the invitation without hesitation. Before long, they were seated. The gathering had commenced, and Yi Batian had invited his daughters-in-law to join the festivities. Before him stood 6 enchanting women of unparalleled beauty, filling Yi Wen and Yi Baixian's hearts with immense joy. Particularly, Yi Xian had already welcomed 4 offspring, all of whom were exceptionally gifted, promising boundless potential for the future. More importantly, Zhao Mengli and Lin Wanbai were both expecting, indicating that the Yi family would soon welcome 2 more prodigious children. Among Yi Xian's 6 companions, the only one not yet pregnant was Hua Sherman. How could you, rascal, not only court them, but also entangle yourself with Lin Wanbai? Wu Jingxin exclaimed, astonished upon realizing Lin Wanbai possessed the rare, celestial sword body. Wu Jingxin understood that such a constitution would surely yield offspring with remarkable spiritual roots. Yi Xian responded with a foolish grin, burying his head in his meal. Feeling the weight of pressure from the presence of 3 formidable women, Wu Jingxin, Zhao Huanyu, and Hua Ziren, each one a force to be reckoned with. Among your companions, which one do you favor the most? Hua Ziren inquired, her gaze filled with curiosity and an undeniable intensity. As the question hung in the air, Yi Xian's lips twitched. It was indeed a challenging query. Declaring a favorite would complicate his life significantly. Upon hearing Hua Ziren's question, Li Xiao, Zhao Mengli, and Hua Sherman turned their beautiful eyes toward Yi Xian. I love them all. Yi Xian proclaimed. That's not acceptable. You must choose your favorite. Hua Ziren insisted, clearly displeased. Yi Xian hesitated, reluctant to answer. Yet, he spoke the truth. He cherished each of his partners, each possessing their own unique qualities. However, the most enigmatic among them was Jiang Qingyan. Despite her lack of cultivation, Yi Xian could not fathom her past. This suggested that Jiang Qingyan was far from the simplicity she outwardly exhibited. You're quite astute, aren't you? Wu Jingxin chuckled quietly, noting Yi Xian's silence. Esteemed elders, allow me to raise a toast to you all. I express my gratitude for your support of the Yi family. If my son has inadvertently offended any of you, I, Yi Batian, am willing to accept punishment on his behalf. Yi Batian, sensing the peculiar atmosphere, spoke up, lifting his cup. Very well, let us drink. Wu Jingxin and the others nodded in agreement, raising their glasses. After they shared a toast, the faces of the 3 beautiful women flushed with a radiant glow, appearing utterly irresistible, as if they were ripe for the picking. Yi Xian felt an overwhelming urge to take a bite of their allure. Desiring the company of mature and exquisite beauties such as Wu Jingxin, Hua Shiren, and Zhao Huanyu, one could only imagine that a single taste would unleash a flood akin to a dam breaking. Yet, Yi Xian was acutely aware that should he father a child, its qualities would undoubtedly rival those borne by Zhao Mengli and others. Nonetheless, he resolved to exercise restraint. These 3 illustrious women were not so easily subdued. A misstep could lead to his own downfall. After dinner, the family had thoughtfully prepared bedrooms for Wu Jingxin and the others, while Yi Xian chose to accompany Lin Wanbai and the others for an evening stroll. After a leisurely walk, Li Xiao chimed in, My dear husband, who will you accompany tonight? Please choose me. No, my husband will accompany me tonight. It has been far too long since he has done so. I want him to. No, my husband is mine tonight. In an instant, Li Xiao, Zhao Mengli, and the others began to vie for Yi Xian's attention, each appearing quite formidable in their determination. Observing this scene, Yi Xian could not help but exclaim, Ladies, there is no need for contention. There are 7 days in a week, and each of you shall have your turn. Shall we agree on that? As the saying goes, 3 women make a play, with 6 women. We could easily stage 2 performances. Chapter 116, The Most Wonderful Time, Who Will You Accompany Tonight? Zhao Mengli gazed at Yi Xian with anticipation. These enchanting ladies had long harbored hopes of spending time with him. Now that the opportunity had finally arrived, they naturally wished for his companionship. Of course, it will be me. When I met my husband, where were you all? Li Xiao replied. Weren't you the one who said that when you encountered him, he cured your poison, and that's how you ended up together? My feelings for him developed before we united, Jiang Qingyan countered. Is that what you call feelings? I believe you are merely infatuated with his physique. True affection is about sharing life and death together. Zhao Mengli retorted defiantly. I, Hua Sherman, Lin Wanbai, and Luo Ningxue also wished to defend themselves. However, at that moment, Yi Xian hastily interjected, "How about this? I will write 6 lots, and everyone can draw. If you draw one, then I will accompany that person tonight," and so forth. This way, there will be no objections, right? Yi Xian expressed, feeling overwhelmed. Indeed, women were the most formidable to deal with. Once you attracted their attention, you had to serve them well, lest you face their wrath. All right then. Upon hearing Yi Xian's proposal, Lin Wanbai and the others, though reluctant, recognized it as the best option. After all, without drawing lots, it would be difficult to come to a resolution. Subsequently, Yi Xian wrote on 6 pieces of paper. However, he infused them with a mystical fog. For given Li Xiao's cultivation level, she would likely see through the numbers immediately. Once completed, Yi Xian folded the papers. "Let us see how lucky you are. No backing out now, but don't rush. Everyone will have a turn," Yi Xian announced. "Okay." Lin Wanbai and the others nodded, each choosing a piece based on instinct. "Now you may open them," Yi Xian instructed. Upon hearing his words, Hua Sherman, Lin Wanbai, and the others eagerly unfolded their papers. Hua Sherman was the first to exclaim excitedly, "Hee, I got 1. My husband can accompany me tonight." "I got 2, Li Xiao sighed softly. "I got 3. Luo Ningxue murmured, glancing at her number with a hint of disappointment. Jiang Qingyan drew 4th, Lin Wanbai 5th, and Zhao Mengli 6th. Since the lots were drawn based on luck, everyone accepted the outcome. "All right, it's settled then," Yi Xian declared. "Oomph, you are biased, my husband," Li Xiao said with a hint of melancholy. It had been 3 years since she had been with Yi Xian, and now she felt overshadowed by Hua Sherman. "Tomorrow night will be yours, soon enough," Yi Xian reassured her. "Indeed, I long to be with my beloved every day, to listen to him share tales, sing melodious songs, and compose poetry while indulging in fine wine," Li Xiao expressed earnestly. "Rest assured, my dear friends, my husband shall provide ample companionship in the days to come," Yi Xian reassured. Subsequently, Yi Xian and Hua Sherman arrived at their residence. As time gracefully flowed by, 6 days swiftly passed. For Yi Xian, these days were immensely fulfilling. Each day brimmed with happiness, embodying the adage, "Companionship is the most enduring declaration of love. Steadfastness is the most lasting answer. Unspoken understanding is the most profound expression of affection. Longing is the warmest vigil. Love is the most romantic conclusion. Cherishing you is the most exquisite arrangement. And devotion is the most poetic courtship." Simultaneously, the disciples of the Yi family reaped considerable benefits, especially Yi Wen and Yi Batian, who received guidance from Wu Jingxin and others, igniting signs of breakthroughs in their previously stagnant cultivation. For Yi Wen, this was a serendipitous opportunity, far superior to self-exploration of the mystical realms. On that morning, Yi Xian was summoned to his father's chamber. "Father," he addressed, "Xianer, your personal affairs are beyond my purview, yet do take care of your health. Do not let the allure of so many beautiful companions lead you astray," Yi Batian cautioned, observing his son's pronounced dark circles. For many cultivators, it is crucial to avoid distractions, especially from women, during pivotal moments in their training. As the saying goes, with no thoughts of women, one wields the sword with clarity. "Father, rest assured, I will not easily succumb to despair. They have been caring for themselves since they bore my children. I do feel somewhat remiss towards them. Thus, my presence is only natural. Moreover, during my time with them, my cultivation has not faltered. I have now ascended to the 3rd tier of the dragon transformation realm," Yi Xian proclaimed, revealing a glimpse of his true prowess. Upon sensing Yi Xian's genuine strength, Yi Batian was utterly astounded. "Well done. It appears my concerns were unfounded. Perhaps your method of cultivation is distinct from others. Thus, I shall refrain from inquiring further about your training. However, there is a matter I must convey to you." Yi Batian's expression shifted to one of intensity. "Father, are you referring to matters concerning my mother?" Yi Xian inquired, his demeanor becoming serious at his father's solemnity. He was acutely aware that since he could remember, he had never known his mother, nor had he ever laid eyes on her. At times, he envied others who had mothers. When he questioned his father about why other children had mothers while he did not, his father would gently pat his head, reassuring him, "One day, you shall meet her." Yet, the whereabouts of his mother remained an enigma. The father had remained silent all along. Recently, Yi Xian attempted to divine the whereabouts of his mother. However, the information regarding her seemed to have been erased entirely. Yi Xian was utterly unable to glean any insights. It was evident to him that someone had intervened, deliberately obliterating all traces of his mother, rendering him incapable of uncovering any pertinent details. Indeed, the father had initially intended to wait until Yi Xian had grown stronger before revealing the truth, yet now, Yi Xian surpassed his father's expectations. Thus, today, I shall disclose everything about your mother, Yi Batian remarked with a nod. Upon hearing these words, Yi Xian could not help but display a glimmer of anticipation. Chapter 117. The fate of my mother-father. Is my mother alive, or has something unfortunate happened to her? Why can I find no trace of her? As if all evidence of her existence has been erased? Yi Xian could not help but inquire. To be honest, although Yi Xian was a traveler from another realm, he was still human at heart, yearning for the love of his parents. However, from the moment he could remember, he had never laid eyes on his mother. His father rarely spoke about her, and whenever the subject arose, he would stammer and insist that he would reveal everything once Yi Xian had grown up. She is certainly still alive, Xianer. Do not fret. Your father will gradually share the entirety of your mother's story with you. It is entirely normal for you to be unable to comprehend it now. It was your mother who erased all traces of herself, solely to ensure our well-being. She believed we should not suffer because of her. These years of hardship you endured were truly my fault. Do not blame your mother. It was not her intention, but rather a decision born of her own struggles, said Yi Batian. As he spoke, Yi Batian began to recount the tale of his mother. 22 years ago, Yi Batian was youthful and exuberant, a strikingly handsome man renowned for his good looks. In essence, any woman who laid eyes on him felt an undeniable urge to be near him. Though women might appear demure in public, that modesty was merely a facade. Once captivated, one would discover their fervor was astonishingly overwhelming. Despite one's reluctance, their desires were insatiable, forever yearning for more, as if perpetually starved for affection. It could be said that in his youth, while Yi Batian may not have matched Yi Xian's current charm, he was nonetheless a dragon among men, radiating brilliance in any gathering. More importantly, Yi Batian possessed formidable talents. During a visit to the central region in search of opportunity, he encountered an unparalleled beauty named Wu Yahuan, who exuded a youthful and pure aura. The moment Yi Batian laid eyes on her, he was utterly captivated by her beauty, leading him down an uncontrollable path of infatuation. Yet, Wu Yahuan was equally taken. Their connection was instantaneous, as if they both felt that without one another, life would lack its true joy. United by mutual affection, they naturally became inseparable companions, traversing the world together, sharing their thoughts and dreams, exploring the breathtaking landscapes. Their happiness knew no bounds, and Wu Yahuan confided in Yi Batian that she hailed from an ordinary family, blessed with exceptional talent, which accounted for her elevated cultivation. Although Yi Batian harbored some disbelief within, he could clearly perceive that Wu Yahuan, both in temperament and cultivation, was a being that transcended countless prodigies. It was inconceivable that she hailed from an ordinary family. Yet, Wu Yahuan's lineage mattered little to Yi Batian. What he desired was to be with her for eternity. As days turned into weeks, their bond deepened, and inevitably, they crossed the threshold into cohabitation. Once united, Yi Batian brought Wu Yahuan into his family, and those days became a period of immense happiness for him. However, that blissful time was shattered one fateful day when a nightmare unfolded. Shortly after the birth of Yi Xian, a group of formidable beings descended upon the outskirts of Xian City. It was then that Wu Yahuan revealed her true identity as the Holy Maiden of the Heavenly Emperor Mountain, stating that they were forcibly reclaiming her. She confessed to having deceived Yi Batian and expressed her heartfelt apologies. Yet, upon gazing into Yi Batian's eyes, she realized her genuine affection for him was undeniable. In a bid to protect Yi Xian and the Yi family, Wu Yahuan erased all traces of her presence. To shield Yi Batian from the retribution of the Heavenly Emperor Mountain's cultivators, she also obliterated any essence linking him to her. However, to achieve this, she was compelled to place a seal upon Yi Batian. This seal not only significantly diminished his cultivation, but also caused his progress to stagnate. Wu Yahuan had no choice. Had the Heavenly Emperor Mountain detected that Yi Batian was the one who had stolen their Holy Maiden's heart, he would have faced certain death. Otherwise, given Yi Batian's innate talent, he might have ascended to become a formidable powerhouse by now. After recounting this ordeal, Yi Batian sighed and said, "Shinner, you must not blame your mother for this. Upon learning her identity, I understood that I had overreached. I suspect your mother has endured much over the years. After all, how could a mother not think of her child? Yet she is the holy maiden of the heavenly Emperor Mountain, destined to be apart from me. Is that so? The heavenly Emperor Mountain of the central continent?" Yi Xian furrowed his brow. His knowledge of the heavenly Emperor Mountain was scant, but he was aware that it was among the most powerful forces in the central continent. The name Heavenly Emperor Mountain derived from the fact that it had birthed an unparalleled true immortal. True immortal? Upon hearing his father's words, Yi Xian was taken aback. His understanding of the central continent was limited, but he was certainly familiar with the concept of a true immortal. If one successfully traversed the tribulation, they would attain the status of a true immortal. Once one became a true immortal, it is an existence that is neither extinguishable nor perishable. In a fleeting thought, mountains and rivers may be severed, and stars may be shattered. It can be said to be exceedingly defiant and terrifying. Yi Xian never anticipated that his mother was, in fact, the saintess of the heavenly Emperor Mountain. His father is truly remarkable. Yet, this revelation also brings an insurmountable regret to his father. Throughout the years, despite the anguish in his heart, his father has never allowed it to mar his countenance, always influencing others with an optimistic and uplifting demeanor. Suddenly, Yi Xian realized that the man before him stood tall and extraordinary. "Shinner, this is a jade pendant left by your mother before her departure. I can now pass it on to you. She entrusted me with a message. If you possess unparalleled talent, this pendant is yours. If your talent is meager, then it should not be given to you. However, at this moment, Shinner, you have earned this privilege," said Yi Batian. As he spoke, Yi Batian produced a jade pendant that radiated a dazzling brilliance. Yi Xian carefully accepted the pendant, recognizing it as a treasure of considerable significance. Inscribed upon it were the three characters, Heavenly Emperor Mountain, in a style that danced like dragons and phoenixes. Yi Xian sensed the extraordinary nature of this pendant. "Father, one day I shall ascend the Heavenly Emperor Mountain and demand the return of my mother, for you, for myself, and to lift the seal within you. Only my mother has the power to release it. When she returns, it will be undone." With determination gleaming in his eyes, Yi Xian adorned himself with the pendant. At this moment, the name of the Heavenly Emperor Mountain was firmly etched into his heart. "I believe in you, my son." Yi Batian nodded in affirmation. Chapter 118. A visit to the Chaos Sacred Land. However, Shinner, the Heavenly Emperor Mountain is guarded by the will of true immortals. Until you possess absolute strength, you must refrain from venturing there. The Heavenly Emperor Mountain is exceedingly domineering and powerful. I cannot permit you to risk your life. I have loved only your mother in my lifetime. Furthermore, you are my sole son, and my greatest aspiration is for you and your mother to live in peace and good health. If you both are well, it is akin to a sunny day." Yi Batian's words were imbued with sincere emotion. Yi Batian spoke the truth. The likes of the Heavenly Emperor Mountain are not to be trifled with. When they say something, it is absolute. Their authority is not something an ordinary cultivator can challenge. Otherwise, one would find themselves in dire straits before realizing it. "Father, rest assured, I will not act impulsively. However, I will inevitably go to the Heavenly Emperor Mountain, just not at this moment." Yi Xian shook his head. He understood that his father missed his mother dearly, yet with his father's current strength, a journey to the Heavenly Emperor Mountain was utterly impossible. Hence, the hope now rested upon him. This task, Yi Xian vowed to accomplish, for it represented his father's deepest desire. A lifetime of love for but one person, Yi Xian admired his father's sentiment. After a lengthy discussion with his father, Yi Xian was summoned by Wu Jingxin and others to the living room. Upon his arrival, he found Wu Jingxin, the venerable ancestor of the Violet Orchid Kingdom, Jiang Han, and others already waiting. Zhao Mengli, Luo Ningxue, and others were also present. "Greetings, esteemed seniors." Yi Xian respectfully saluted Wu Jingxin and the others. Yet, within his heart, he swore that although he currently referred to Wu Jingxin and the others as seniors, there would come a day when he would have them call him father. But that day was not now. His strength was still insufficient, and conquering these three remarkable beauties remained a formidable challenge. "Yi Xian, we have been in the Yi family for some time now. It is time for you to make a choice. What are your plans moving forward?" Wu Jingxin inquired. "Youngster, Heed the arrangements of the esteemed seniors. Yi Xian replied earnestly. Here is the plan. We have discussed it, and Shi Yao and the others will return to their respective sects to cultivate, taking the children with them. As their husband, you should make an appearance in the Chaos Sacred Land and other places. If your family wishes to see the children, our Chaos Sacred Land and the Lioli sect welcome you and offer your entire Yi family privileges. Moreover, if there are exceptionally talented disciples from the Yi family, they may also choose to cultivate in places like the Chaos Sacred Land. Wu Jingxin stated. Wu Jingxin spoke with conviction. Although the Yi family was the foremost family in Xuanqing, it paled in comparison to colossal entities like the Chaos Sacred Land. Thus, it would be most beneficial for the children to cultivate in sects or sacred lands. I have no issues here. Regarding the arrangements for Wu Jingxin and Hua Xiren, Yi Xian expressed no objections. However, it is somewhat regrettable that Hua Xiren is not yet pregnant, as Yi Xian yearns to grow stronger swiftly. To achieve this, he must fervently pursue romantic entanglements, leading to progeny. Let us first venture to the Chaos Sacred Land, for you are the first to be acquainted with Shi Yao. Wu Jingxin inquired. No objections. Both Jiang Han and Hua Xiren shook their heads in agreement, acknowledging Wu Jingxin's formidable cultivation. Disagreement was simply not an option, for to voice dissent would likely provoke Wu Jingxin's ire. This fierce woman possessed a commanding presence, not only among outsiders, but even within the Chaos Sacred Land, where she had subdued other elders into submission. It is said that even the sovereign of the Chaos Sacred Land showed her deference. Very well, it is settled then. Yi Xian, bid farewell to your family, and prepare to head to the Chaos Sacred Land. Wu Jingxin declared. Yes, Aunt Wu. Yi Xian nodded. He then entered the room with Yi Batian and Yi Wan. Ancestor, father, I shall be departing from the family for a while. I appreciate your support during this time. Yi Xian stated. Go forth. The Chaos Sacred Land is immensely powerful. If you can secure their favor, we shall benefit as well. However, Xianer, I must advise you. Do not invest too much energy in women, for human vigor is finite. Do not neglect your physical well-being. Cultivation is of utmost importance. Yuan reminded him. Rest assured, ancestor and father, I am well aware of this. Yi Xian nodded in response. What Yi Xian's ancestors and father were unaware of was that his rapid ascent in strength was primarily due to the influence of these beautiful women. Without Lin Wanbai and others nurturing his growth, he could not have achieved such remarkable strength in such a short time. After bidding farewell to his ancestors and father, Yi Xian set off towards the Chaos Sacred Land with Wu Jingxin and Li Shiyao. Concurrently, Jiang Han departed with Jiang Qingyan, Zhao Huanyu with Zhao Mengli, Luo Yin with Luo Ningxue, and Hua Xiren with Hua Sherman, all leaving the Yi family. As Yi Xian's figure vanished from sight, Yuan turned to Yi Batian and remarked, Batian, you have truly done well. You have raised an excellent child. Were it not for Xianer, our Yi family might have faced ruin this time. This child is quite sensible, heading to the Chaos Sacred Land and other places. We have little to worry about, especially since he resembles the ancestor. Yi Batian complimented. Ha! Batian, shall we celebrate tonight? Let us indulge in some leisure at the pleasure house. It has been years since Yahweh departed, and you have been quite ascetic. Even a man needs some respite after such a long period. Yuan invited. Master, my loyalty to Yahuan remains unwavering. Regardless of her presence, my devotion to her is steadfast. My heart cannot accommodate any other woman. Yi Batian shook his head. He was aware that his venerable master, despite his age, still possessed remarkable prowess and occasionally frequented brothels. The women there spoke highly of his valor. As he grew bolder with time, however, Yi Batian was different. He loved but one throughout his life. Even in Wu Yahuan's absence, his fidelity never wavered, and he would never entertain fleeting affections. I admire your attitude towards love, master. I shall take a moment to unwind, and then return to prepare for a breakthrough to the 5th level of the Dragon Transformation Realm, Yi Batian declared. After expressing this, he made his way toward the largest establishment nearby. Watching his master depart, Yi Batian could not help but shake his head. Meanwhile, Yi Xian, Wu Jingxin, and Li Xiao were aboard a flying vessel, swiftly traversing towards the Chaos Sacred Land. As they soared through the skies, Wu Jingxin could not contain herself and inquired, Yi Xian, it is time for you to reveal the identity of the person who orchestrated the assassination attempt on Xiao 3 years ago, is it not? Chapter 119. The truth behind the assassination. Very well, Allow me to unveil the truth from that year. Xiao, do you recall the disciple named Li Xiao from the Chaos Sacred Land? Yi Xian inquired. Li Xiao? Of course, I remember her. She and I were known as the Chaos Twin Prodigies in the Chaos Sacred Land, and her strength was on par with mine. However, after our master pushed against all opposition to designate me as the Chaos Saintess, senior sister Xiao ventured out for training and then vanished without a trace. Some say she perished while exploring a secret realm, while others speculate that she chose to live in obscurity, never to return to the Chaos Sacred Land. Regardless, there have been countless theories, but senior sister Xiao has not been seen since. My dear, you cannot possibly be suggesting that the assassination is connected to senior sister Xiao. Can you? Suddenly, Li Xiao's eyes sparkled with realization. Indeed, the mastermind behind the 3-year assassination plot against you is none other than Li Xiao. Originally, she believed she would become the saintess, only to find that our elder's decision favored you instead. From that moment, she harbored resentment, and after leaving the Chaos Sacred Land, she joined the foremost assassination organization, the Dark Web, and orchestrated attempts on your life. Yi Xian nodded in confirmation. How treacherous of you, Li Xiao, to resort to such underhanded tactics. And this Dark Web organization dares to target the head of the saintess. I shall ensure you pay a terrible price for your actions. Upon confirming the identity of the orchestrator behind her assassination, Li Xiao's eyes glimmered with a terrifying cold light. Despite her pure and beautiful appearance before Yi Xian, Li Xiao was undeniably the epitome of an ice queen in the outside world. This dark web has no reason to exist any longer. I sensed Li Xiao's nefarious intentions back then, which is why I defied the majority to select Xiao as the saintess. It seems my judgment was indeed correct. We shall discuss it with the Holy Master upon our return and use the supreme celestial artifact to eradicate this dark web once and for all. Wu Jingxin added. Upon hearing Wu Jingxin's words, Yi Xian refrained from further comment, for he understood that with her declaration, the dark web would likely soon face its demise. However, Yi Xian, we may need you to accompany us at some point, as the dark web has always been shrouded in mystery, and we have no knowledge of its lair's location. Wu Jingxin remarked. No problem, I am at your service. Yi Xian replied, while others may be unaware of the dark web's whereabouts. For someone as astute as Yi Xian, locating its lair would not pose a challenge. Aunt Wu, are you familiar with the Tianyi Mountain? Yi Xian then asked Wu Jingxin. Tianyi Mountain? That is in the central region. Why do you inquire about it, young man? Upon hearing Yi Xian's question, Wu Jingxin directed her beautiful gaze toward him, seemingly attempting to see through his intentions. At that moment, she suspected that he might have an interest in the beauties of Tianyi Mountain. Little did she know, this time, it was not Yi Xian who courted the beauties of Tianyi Mountain, but rather his father. Aunt Wu, please do not look at me that way. I am merely seeking to understand Tianyi Mountain, for my mother was the previous generation saintess of Tianyi Mountain. Surely, I cannot live a lifetime without ever seeing her. Yi Xian spoke earnestly. He briefly recounted the circumstances surrounding his mother to Li Xiao and Wu Jingxin. Ah, I see now. Indeed, dragons beget dragons and phoenixes beget phoenixes. The offspring of a rat will burrow. I had thought it was solely you who had a penchant for courting the saintesses of sacred grounds, but it appears this proclivity began with your father. Moreover, I have heard tales of your ancestor, who was particularly fond of frequenting brothels. It is said that the young women there were quite taken with him despite his advanced age. Truly, it seems there is not a single virtuous soul in your lineage. Wu Jingxin scolded. During her time at the Yi residence, Wu Jingxin had been diligent, uncovering many secrets about the Yi family, including the notorious habits of their ancestor. Ahem. Aunt Wu, I was merely inquiring about Tianyi Mountain. How did it come to involve several generations of my family? I merely committed a common error that many men do, Yi Xian said, awkwardly rubbing his nose. Little did Wu Jingxin know that if he did not pursue beautiful women, he would be unable to grow stronger. As a wise predecessor named Chen once said, I simply made a mistake that men are prone to. It is not a sin. Oof, you rascal. I shall break your third leg one day. In the past, you were restless, marrying my chaotic saintess while courting numerous divine maidens. You shall pay for it in the future. Wu Jingxin replied with a cold snort. Upon hearing her words, Yi Xian felt an icy chill wash over him, instinctively tightening his legs. Aunt Wu, I was wrong. He hastily apologized. Well, your acknowledgement of fault is somewhat acceptable. Now, let me tell you about Tianyi Mountain. Its foundation is even stronger than that of my chaotic sacred ground, for it is a superpower in the central state. Many cultivators have attempted to ascend Tianyi Mountain, yet all have ultimately failed. Wu Jingxin explained. Ah, so formidable. Yi Xian furrowed his brow upon hearing her words. He finally understood why his mother had erased all traces of him before her departure. Such a colossal entity was undoubtedly beyond the reach of his father. However, do not worry excessively. Even the mightiest forces experience decline. Given your strength, I believe you can challenge Tianyi Mountain, and when that time comes, my chaotic sacred ground will assist you. But there is a condition. When you visit the chaotic sacred ground this time, you must perform well. I want you to become the holy son of my chaotic sacred ground. Once you ascend to the position of the holy son of the chaos sacred land, you will wield the power to command the entirety of its forces. At that juncture, should you set your sights on the heavenly Emperor Mountain, the chaos sacred land shall serve as your steadfast ally. Although the heavenly Emperor Mountain is formidable, the foundation of our chaos sacred land is not to be underestimated. Wu Jingxin remarked. To become the holy son of chaos? That seems rather challenging. Yi Xian responded, a hint of trepidation in his voice. You have already won over our chaos sacred maiden. Thus, what is stopping you from claiming the title of holy son? Wu Jingxin insisted. Channel that spirit you exhibited in courting, demonstrate your prowess, and to become the holy son of the chaos sacred land. You need only fulfill one condition. You must vanquish the younger generation of the chaos sacred land until they kneel in submission. As she spoke, Wu Jingxin's beautiful eyes turned to Yi Xian, filled with a profound sense of hope. For if Yi Xian were to become the holy son of chaos, there would indeed be many promising prospects on the horizon. Chapter 120. The Transformation of Dragon and Phoenix. My dear, I have faith in you. Among the younger generation in the chaotic sacred land, aside from myself, the strongest is Zhang Bao, who has attained the 6th level of the dragon transformation realm. I believe you can easily defeat him. Li Xiao encouraged from the side. All right, I will do my utmost. Yi Xian nodded in agreement. As they conversed, their flying vessel had already arrived at the chaotic sacred land. At a glance, the expanse of the chaotic sacred land was immense, with countless structures rising majestically, adorned with dragon carvings and pillar paintings, radiating an aura of celestial elegance. Divine birds soared gracefully, and the spiritual energy was abundant. Yi Xian couldn't help but take several deep breaths of the spiritual energy, feeling invigorated. He couldn't help but exclaim, truly, the chaotic sacred land is remarkable. Its foundation is indeed formidable. We have come to pay our respects to the Grand Elder and the Saintess. Upon the vessel's halt, a group of disciples rushed forward to bow when they recognized the Grand Elder and the Saintess. After paying their respects, their gazes turned toward Yi Xian, each one mesmerized by his handsome visage. Yi Xian exuded an unparalleled aura, appearing exceptionally extraordinary. Saintess, who is this? The disciples inquired with curiosity. This is my partner, Yi Xian, Li Xiao proudly introduced. Ah, so he is Yi Xian. No wonder our Saintess is so infatuated with him. A handsome man like this deserves our utmost respect. Indeed, his looks are captivating, but I wonder about his strength? Yes, I heard that senior brother Zhang Bao has just emerged from seclusion. Many disciples began to murmur excitedly. All right, everyone, please disperse. Yi Xian and the Saintess will rest today. You may come to challenge Yi Xian tomorrow, Wu Jingxin instructed. Understood. The disciples then departed. Wu Jingxin also led Yi Xian and Li Xiao's 2 children away, leaving Yi Xian and Li Xiao alone. Let us go to my cultivation cave and train, Li Xiao said to Yi Xian. Yi Xian nodded, and soon, the two arrived at the cave. Li Xiao's cave was quite grand, filled with abundant spiritual energy and various puppets to enhance combat prowess. Yi Xian stood in awe, realizing this was the privilege of the Saintess. Such treatment was indeed unparalleled. Xiao, come, today I will teach you a few new cultivation techniques, Yi Xian declared. Wait a moment, let me wash my hands and feet. Also, dear, please clean your nails and tongue so we can have a proper training session, Li Xiao said, her cheeks flushed. Of course, Yi Xian nodded. The two then began to freshen up in the cave. After completing their grooming, they commenced their training. Time passed in this manner, and this time, Yi Xian and Li Xiao practiced the technique known as the transformation of dragon and phoenix. In the depths of a secluded cave, Yi Xian and Zhao Mengli first encountered the profound martial arts that would empower their cultivation when practiced together. After a day of earnest training, both experienced a notable enhancement in their abilities. Meanwhile, Yi Xian's arrival sent ripples throughout the entire Chaos Sacred Land. At that moment, within another cave, a young man suddenly opened his eyes, his aura impressively robust, resonating faintly with the sound of dragon roars. As he awakened, a message surged into his mind. The one who caused the saintess to bear a child has arrived? Excellent. Today I shall challenge you, and see if you are worthy of our Chaos Sacred Land as saintess. With that declaration, the young man set his course toward the Saintess Peak, where Li Xiao resided. Such scenes unfolded across numerous caves, where disciples of the Chaos Sacred Land, some of its most formidable beings, had once harbored deep admiration for Li Xiao, even dreaming of her as their partner on the path of cultivation. However, 3 years ago, a devastating revelation shattered their aspirations. The esteemed saintess was pregnant. This news struck them like a thunderbolt, nearly crumbling their resolve. Had they known Yi Xian's name at the time, they might have stormed after him with vengeance. As these disciples rushed towards Saintess Peak, atop a magnificent mountain, a middle-aged man, exuding a formidable presence, abruptly opened his eyes. This man was Li Chongqing, the revered leader of the Chaos Sacred Land. Upon awakening, he noticed Wu Jingxin standing with her back to him. He has arrived? Li Chongqing inquired, referring to Yi Xian. Indeed, Wu Jingxin affirmed with a nod. What do you think of him? Is he worthy to be our Xiao's companion? Li Chongqing pressed, knowing that Wu Jingxin possessed the most profound understanding of Yi Xian. His character is commendable, though he does have flaws, Wu Jingxin replied. What is his greatest flaw? He's quite the scoundrel. That hardly qualifies as a flaw. It can be seen as a man's charm, an irresistible allure to women. He must possess considerable prowess, though one wonders if his numerous relationships will have repercussions in the future. Rest assured, it has no impact on him. In just 3 years, he has ascended from the Foundation Establishment realm to the 3rd layer of the Dragon Transformation realm. What? In 3 years, he has achieved such a remarkable breakthrough? Yi Xian truly appears to be a prodigy. Upon hearing Wu Jingxin's words, Li Chongqing stood up abruptly, his eyes reflecting a surge of emotion. For someone of Li Chongqing's unparalleled stature, such a revelation was indeed extraordinary. The past has long since settled into tranquility. Countless years have elapsed, and I have witnessed innumerable prodigies. However, just now, the expression of Li Chongqing flickered momentarily. This signifies that Yi Xian's pace of cultivation has indeed astonished the Chaos Saint Lord, Li Chongqing. Do you wish for him to become the Holy Son? Li Chongqing inquired. It is not merely a desire. Rather, he has intuitively mastered his path, breaking through to the Dragon Transformation realm in just 3 years. I deem him a genius. Especially as he is also the husband of Xiao. He possesses that qualification. Wu Jingxin articulated. It appears you hold him in high regard. Very well. I shall heed your counsel, for your discernment has always been exceptional. The matters you perceive are never erroneous. However, he must strive for it himself. If he can vanquish all the young disciples of our Chaos Holy Land, I shall not oppose it, and indeed, no one will. Li Chongqing declared. Indeed, supporting your ascension as the Holy Lord seems to have been a wise decision. You are a remarkably sagacious leader. Wu Jingxin smiled, her grin akin to a gentle spring breeze, captivating all souls and momentarily stunning Li Chongqing. Alas, such an unparalleled beauty as yourself is beyond our reach. Li Chongqing lamented somewhat regretfully. Wu Jingxin, too, was once a mesmerizing figure of an era, yet none could capture her discerning eye. I apologize, but I find none of your generation appealing. Let us not dwell on that. Instead, prepare to witness the spectacle. Wu Jingxin shook her head. Chapter 121. The challenge before witnessing the unfolding drama. The Grand Elder inquired about the assassination of Xiao by the dark web. Li Chongqing sighed in resignation. Wu Jingxin, a woman of extraordinary prowess, would deftly evade discussions about romantic entanglements. It was difficult for Li Chongqing to fathom who among men would eventually win the heart of such a beauty. He could not help but feel a twinge of envy, knowing that Wu Jingxin was akin to a fine vintage, growing more alluring with time. Yet, no man had managed to breach her defenses. However, once that barrier was crossed, the experience would undoubtedly be overwhelming. It was discovered that Li Xiao was the mastermind behind the assassination. motivated by her resentment for not being chosen as the saintess years ago. Wu Jingxin remarked with a hint of indifference. This wretched being dares to attempt the assassination of the saintess of the chaotic sacred land. We had treated her with great generosity, providing resources akin to those afforded to a saintess, only for her to commit such heinous acts. Upon hearing Wu Jingxin's words, a glint of cold fury appeared in Li Changqing's eyes. The attack on the saintess of the chaotic sacred land was tantamount to declaring enmity against them, a disgrace Li Changqing could not tolerate. If word spread, it would be utterly humiliating. Moreover, Li Xiu'er had once received guidance from him, making Li Changqing feel a sense of partial responsibility. Although he had never openly acknowledged it, this was a classic case of ingratitude, a reflection of poor judgment in selecting disciples that ultimately led to backlash. Wu Jingxin scoffed, "Ahem, I admit my fault in this matter from years past. Rest assured, once this situation with Yi Xian is resolved, I will contact the 3 supreme elders, and together we shall eradicate the dark web. It has been quite some time since I've had the opportunity to stretch my limbs, and the dark web shall serve as the perfect outlet for that." As Li Changqing spoke, an overwhelming aura of power emanated from him, causing the entire Saint Master Peak to tremble, a testament to the terrifying extent of his strength. Very well, Wu Jingxin nodded. After their discussion, their consciousness turned towards the Saintess Peak, eager to witness Yi Xian's combat prowess. Meanwhile, at the location of Saintess Peak, a multitude of disciples had gathered, each one eager for a confrontation, their expressions fierce and their spirits ablaze. After all, Yi Xian had captured the affections of their beloved saintess, Li Xiao, an affront that was difficult for anyone to accept. "Yi Xian, come forth. Today, I shall duel with you for 800 rounds to ascertain whether you are worthy of being our saintess's partner," shouted the disciples, filled with righteous indignation. Naturally, these were all male disciples, while a few female disciples stood at a distance, merely spectators, filled with curiosity about the unfolding spectacle. What does Yi Xian truly look like? That he could captivate even their ethereal saintess, akin to an ice mountain snow lotus? As the disciples issued their challenges, Yi Xian, within the confines of the Saintess Peak, naturally heard their calls for battle. It seemed that today's confrontation was inevitable. With a hint of resignation, Yi Xian remarked that, to be honest, he was reluctant to engage in combat. He simply wished to refine the dragon and phoenix transformation alongside Li Xiao. Yi Xian sensed the abundant spiritual energy at Saintess Peak, and he believed that this technique would enable them to grow stronger rapidly. He felt that with a bit more practice, breaking through to the 4th level of the dragon transformation realm would pose no challenge. "My dear, if you wish to avoid confrontation, I could send them packing. Shall I drive them away?" Li Xiao suggested, wiping the droplets from her skin, her tone laced with lingering desire. Although she often projected an air of restraint, claiming that in her time with Yi Xian, she must not ask for too much, when it came to cultivation, she exhibited fervor unmatched by others. Perhaps this is the nature of women. What they profess and what they do can be worlds apart, often reflecting a heart at odds with its words. Nevertheless, what is destined to occur will inevitably come to pass. If they did not subdue these challengers today, they would not relent. Yi Xian shook his head. After speaking, he stepped outside with the saintess, Li Xiao. Upon their emergence, all eyes converged upon Yi Xian, and the disciples were taken aback. Yi Xian's appearance and demeanor were indeed extraordinary, surpassing the combined allure of all present. The female disciples were utterly captivated, as they had not anticipated Yi Xian's striking handsomeness. They began to comprehend why the saintess was so infatuated with him, willing even to bear his children. They too would gladly accept such a fate if given the chance. "Are you Yi Xian? Let us duel." At that moment, a disciple stepped forward, Zhang Kuei, whose aura revealed he was at the 3rd level of the dragon transformation realm. He was formidable, even among the elite of the chaotic Holy Land. "You are not worthy. Let them all come at once," Yi Xian proclaimed boldly, surveying the eager disciples. His words ignited their fury, for to suggest they unite was a grave affront to their pride. "Yi Xian, you have gone too far. Prepare to face my spear," Zhang Kuei declared, brandishing a long spear in his hand. Then a spear lunged towards Yi Xian. "I told you it wouldn't work." Yi Xian shook his head as he faced the oncoming thrust. Observing this scene from the peak of the Holy Master, Li Changqing could not help but inquire, "Jingxin, do you think he can defeat Zhang Kuei? Please refrain from such familiarity. Just call me the Grand Elder. As for defeating Zhang Kuei, Yi Xian only needs a single move. It all depends on his willingness, Wu Jingxin replied nonchalantly. After all, Wu Jingxin had witnessed Yi Xian annihilate 2 ancestors at the 4th level of the Dragon Transformation Realm when his own cultivation was merely at the 2nd level. Now, Yi Xian had ascended to the 3rd level of the Dragon Transformation Realm, a significant transformation. Hence, Wu Jingxin believed that in the same realm, Yi Xian was an invincible presence, capable of dispatching his opponents effortlessly. Ah, is this lad truly so formidable? Upon hearing Wu Jingxin's words, Li Changqing's curiosity regarding Yi Xian deepened. Indeed, quite extraordinary. Wu Jingxin nodded in agreement. When discussing Yi Xian, a glimmer sparkled in her beautiful eyes. Meanwhile, Li Changqing stole a glance at Wu Jingxin, noticing an unusual expression on her face. He couldn't help but wonder, could it be? Has this brat even managed to captivate the icy beauty that is Wu Jingxin? This is impossible, absolutely impossible. As Wu Jingxin and Li Changqing exchanged such dialogue, the next moment revealed Yi Xian confronting Zhang Kuei's fierce and terrifying strike, advancing rather than retreating. With his right hand, he reached for the spear. Witnessing this, the disciples present, along with Li Changqing and others watching from a distance, could not suppress their astonishment. Chapter 122. Who else? Many disciples looked on, astonished. Yi Xian appeared to have lost his mind, for they all understood the terror and ferocity of Zhang Kuei's spear. Zhang Kuei was among the most exceptional disciples of the Chaos Sacred Land, and the power of his strike was self-evident. Li Changqing, standing on the Sacred Master Peak, was momentarily taken aback, exclaiming, "Is this lad prepared to lose his arm? Fear not. If he is acting thus, he must possess confidence. I have stated before, he will astonish you," Wu Jingxin remarked coolly from beside him. As for Zhang Kuei, upon witnessing Yi Xian's intent to catch his spear barehanded, he couldn't help but scoff. "Yi Xian, are you courting death?" "No, you are mistaken. I said you are overestimating your capabilities," Yi Xian replied calmly. "The great transfer of heaven and earth." Upon uttering these words, the technique surged into action. In an instant, the force of the spear was redirected, while Yi Xian seized the spear firmly in his grasp. "What is happening? My spear is no longer under my control." Zhang Kuei felt an overwhelming discomfort as Yi Xian held his spear. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, his spear was wrenched from his hands, and he was propelled forward, landing in a most undignified manner. When Zhang Kuei rose from the ground, he was left flabbergasted, his face a picture of confusion. What just transpired? To be frank, Zhang Kuei was utterly bewildered, for he had not grasped how he had been thrown off balance. The force he had just faced was far more terrifying than the spear light he had unleashed. Not only was Zhang Kuei bewildered, but the other disciples present were equally perplexed, utterly at a loss. What on earth had occurred? After Yi Xian seized Zhang Kuei's spear, the latter was sent hurtling backward, and it was impossible to discern how Yi Xian had executed his move. Did Zhang Kuei yield to Yi Xian? While Zhang Kuei remained in a daze, Yi Xian addressed him nonchalantly. "Zhang Daoist, you have lost. I concede. I concede." Zhang Kuei's already dark visage grew even darker as he clasped his hands in salute to Yi Xian and retreated. Just as Zhang Kuei stepped back, another disciple advanced, declaring, "I shall challenge you." "No need. That would be too cumbersome. You may all come at once," Yi Xian proclaimed with great confidence. Witnessing this scene, Li Changqing on the Sacred Master Peak nodded in approval, a glimmer of admiration in his eyes. Remarkable. Just now, he employed a technique akin to using 4 ounces to lift 1,000 pounds. Such artistry has been unseen and unheard of before. It seems this lad possesses genuine talent. "Elder, let us go and observe," Li Changqing urged. "Certainly." Wu Jingxin nodded coldly, and together they made their way towards Saintus Peak. At that moment, the disciples gathered at Saintus Peak were seething with indignation, for Yi Xian had insisted that they all join forces. To them, this was an immense humiliation. Yet, they found themselves powerless, as Yi Xian's strength was undeniably formidable. Amid their fury, 2 figures suddenly appeared in the sky. Upon recognizing these figures, the disciples promptly bowed, exclaiming, "We pay our respects to the Saint Lord. We pay our respects to the Grand Elder." "There's no need for formalities," Li Changqing replied nonchalantly. "Young man, Yi Xian, I greet the Saint Lord." Yi Xian also bowed, for the being before him was one of the most fearsome existences in the chaotic sacred land. surpassing even Wu Jingxin in cultivation. You are quite impressive. Here's the deal. Everyone join forces, and if you manage to defeat Yi Xian, there will be substantial rewards. Li Changqing proclaimed. Ah, rewards? Then let us all attack together. The disciples' hearts stirred at the Saint Lord's words, given Yi Xian's evident strength. And now that the Saint Lord had issued the challenge, they felt no shame in banding together against him. Thus, the disciples encircled Yi Xian. Let the battle commence. Yi Xian addressed the thousands of elite disciples of the chaotic sacred land with an air of indifference, showing no sign of pressure. Then do not blame us for being impolite. The disciples retorted, their voices resolute. With those words, they launched their assault upon Yi Xian. Boom! In an instant, a torrent of murderous intent surged forth as various magical artifacts and techniques rained down upon Yi Xian. Do you think Yi Xian can withstand such an onslaught? I believe it's a futile endeavor. He is simply courting death. One disciple remarked. Indeed, he is woefully ignorant of his own limitations. Another agreed. However, as the disciples engaged in their discussions, a series of resounding crashes echoed through the air. In the next moment, countless figures were sent hurtling backward, their anguished cries filling the atmosphere. This scene was undeniably tragic. Before long, the disciples lay strewn on the ground, each one bearing bruises of various hues. Utterly unable to comprehend the reality before them, they had never imagined that Yi Xian possessed such terrifying combat prowess. In a matter of moments, he had vanquished them with ease. This young man's strength truly exceeds my expectations, Li Changqing observed, a rare flicker of emotion breaking through his typically placid demeanor. For someone of his caliber, such a reaction was exceedingly rare. My dear husband is remarkable. Not only is he extraordinary in the bedroom, but his battle prowess is also astonishing. At this moment, Li Xiao appeared exceedingly proud. After all, the greater Yi Xian's strength, the more it validated her choice as the Holy Maiden. Such is the nature of this world. Power dictates righteousness. Wu Jingxin, standing beside them, glanced at Yi Xian and then at Li Xiao, murmuring to herself, my disciple's complexion has improved significantly. Could it be due to her dual cultivation with that rascal Yi Xian? As Wu Jingxin pondered this, Yi Xian spoke once more. Is there anyone else who dares to challenge me? Come forth, and I shall accept. His declaration resonated throughout the sacred peak. Upon hearing his words, the disciples present could not help but lower their heads, their spirits crushed after being thoroughly defeated. They knew that if they stepped forward again, they would likely face an even harsher fate. However, a few disciples began to contemplate a certain individual. Do you think Senior Brother Zhang Bao will take action? I believe he might, considering he once harbored feelings for the Holy Maiden, and I've heard he has recently emerged from seclusion. Yet, despite their speculation, Zhang Bao had yet to make an appearance. As the disciples continued their discussion, a resounding voice suddenly rang out. Yi Xian, allow me to challenge you. With these words, a figure approached the Holy Maiden Peak. Chapter 123. The Spear of Hell. In a swift moment, a figure emerged before Yi Xian. This figure was a young man, his gaze sharp and penetrating, his stature tall and commanding. A terrifying aura emanated from him, instilling a sense of dread in those who beheld him. Upon his arrival, the disciples present could not help but exclaim, Senior Brother Zhang Bao is here. This time, Yi Xian is bound to suffer. Senior Brother Zhang Bao is the most formidable disciple aside from the Saintess. Indeed, Senior Brother Zhang Bao has reached the 6th level of the Dragon Transformation Realm. No, it seems he has broken through again and has ascended to the 7th level. As the disciples sensed the overwhelming energy radiating from Zhang Bao, they were left in awe. Many felt that Yi Xian was destined for defeat, given the undeniable prowess of Zhang Bao. Zhang Bao had met the Sovereign, the Grand Elder, and the Saintess. Upon his arrival, Zhang Bao saluted Li Changqing and Wu Jingxin. There is no need for formalities, Zhang Bao. I, the Sovereign, have a significant announcement. Today here, you and Yi Xian shall engage in a decisive battle. The victor will be proclaimed the Holy Son of our chaotic sacred land. Li Changqing proclaimed loudly. A murmur of astonishment swept through the gathered disciples. The position of Holy Son had remained vacant for far too long, and none had anticipated that the final contender for this title would come down to Yi Xian and Zhang Bao. However, upon reflection, it seemed reasonable. Although Yi Xian was not initially a disciple of the chaotic sacred land, he had now formed a Tao partner bond with the Saintess, thus becoming a member of the sect. It was only natural for him to be in contention for the title of Holy Son. "Thank you, Sovereign. I shall give it my all," Zhang Bao responded, a glint of determination shining in his eyes. He had long awaited this opportunity. Previously, Zhang Bao believed he was destined to be chosen as the Holy Son, and once he attained that title, he could pursue the Saintess, Li Xiao, openly. Unfortunately, 3 years prior, the Saintess unexpectedly became pregnant, and he was not yet the Holy Son. When he heard of her pregnancy, Zhang Bao's resolve nearly shattered. Fortunately, he gradually recovered and dedicated himself to intensive cultivation, ultimately breaking through to the 7th level of the Dragon Transformation realm. Today, Zhang Bao was determined to prove himself as a peerless prodigy among disciples. After expressing his intentions, he turned his gaze toward Yi Xian. "Yi Xian, I invite you to teach me. However, considering the vast gap in our true cultivations, I shall suppress my power to the 3rd level of the Dragon Transformation realm for this battle," Zhang Bao declared. "There's no need. Even at the 7th level of the Dragon Transformation realm, you are still not my match," Yi Xian replied, shaking his head. "Arrogant, let me deliver a punch and see for yourself," Zhang Bao retorted, his anger flaring at Yi Xian's words. Just moments ago, Yi Xian's words seemed to have fallen on deaf ears. As Zhang Bao's voice faded, he executed a swift maneuver, transforming into a fleeting shadow, while simultaneously launching a powerful punch aimed squarely at Yi Xian's face. Upon the release of this punch, a resonating hum echoed through the skies above Saintess Peak, as if the very air could scarcely endure the might of Zhang Bao's strike. "Be careful, my dear. Zhang Bao's strength is formidable," Li Xiao cautioned Yi Xian, her voice laced with concern as she witnessed Zhang Bao's unwavering assault. "Rest assured, I shall prevail," Yi Xian replied, nodding confidently. In an instant, he too morphed into a shadow, unleashing a punch of his own, imbued with tremendous force, as if it could shatter the heavens themselves. With a thunderous crash, the two fists collided mid-air, producing a sound reminiscent of the cosmos erupting. The terrifying shockwaves rippled outward, causing the entire Saintess Peak to tremble. However, this was no ordinary mountain. It was fortified by countless protective formations, ensuring that, despite the ferocity of the clash, the peak remained unscathed. With a resounding boom, after an intense bout of collision, Yi Xian's fist energy dissipated, and he was struck by an overwhelming force, sending him hurtling backward for several hundred meters. Witnessing this spectacle, the gathered disciples could only shake their heads in resignation. The outcome was anticipated. Despite Yi Xian's impressive prowess, he was, after all, for minor realms beneath Zhang Bao, making his defeat a foregone conclusion. "Yi Xian, you have lost," Zhang Bao declared coolly. "I have not yet lost. That was merely an appetizer, a warm-up," Yi Xian retorted nonchalantly. "Ah, so you refuse to concede? Very well, let us continue." Zhang Bao's tone turned icy in response to Yi Xian's defiance. With that, Zhang Bao launched another strike, this time significantly more powerful than before. "Prepare for something real, spear of the underworld," Yi Xian shouted fiercely, as his voice echoed. The aura of the 3rd level of the Dragon Transformation realm erupted from him, no longer holding back. A terrifying flow of true essence surged forth, coalescing into a spear of divine might, evoking an aura of dread as if it had been summoned from the depths of hell. "Break for me," Yi Xian commanded, hurling the spear forward. In a heartbeat, the hell spear collided with Zhang Bao's fist energy, unleashing a catastrophic roar. Yet, in an instant, Zhang Bao's strike was pierced through by the spear, and then the spear of hell wielded by Yi Xian retained its formidable power as it surged directly towards Zhang Bao's face. The swiftness of this moment was truly astonishing. Even someone as formidable as Zhang Bao found himself unable to react in time. By the moment he comprehended the imminent danger, he was enveloped by a terrifying aura, suffused with murderous intent. Concurrently, Yi Xian's spear had pressed against his throat. Fortunately, it merely rested at the juncture of Zhang Bao's throat, without penetrating further. Otherwise, he would have already met his demise. At this instant, Zhang Bao was drenched in cold sweat, as if he were ensnared by the very clutches of hell. The atmosphere was palpably still. A profound silence enveloped the entire space. Meanwhile, Li Chongqing's right hand was swirling with a formidable cyclone of energy, clearly indicating that had Yi Xian failed to control his strength, Li Chongqing would have intervened. After all, Zhang Bao was the most talented disciple of the chaotic sacred land, second only to Li Xiao. Nurturing a powerful disciple is no small feat within a sacred domain, and had Zhang Bao been slain in such a manner, it would have constituted a considerable loss for the chaotic sacred land. However, upon witnessing Yi Xian halt the spear, the cyclone around Li Chongqing's arm dissipated. Yet, within his heart, turmoil had already taken root. Chapter 124. Becoming the Chaos Holy Son. Guardian Wu Jingxin indeed, a rare prodigy of the ages. His combat prowess is unparalleled. Elder, I dare say you were not his match in your prime. Li Chongqing could not help but exclaim. I am but a fraction of his strength. If he continues to grow at this rate, not only will he outshine the younger generation, but even the elders shall find themselves eclipsed. This era belongs to him, Wu Jingxin declared. Despite her pride, witnessing Yi Xian's terrifying and extraordinary abilities rendered Wu Jingxin remarkably candid. Elder, your foresight is truly commendable, and Xiao's insight is equally exceptional. Li Chongqing murmured. Li Chongqing understood that should Yi Xian successfully transcend his tribulation and attain true immortality, the benefits to the Chaos Holy Land would be immeasurable. As Wu Jingxin and Li Chongqing engaged in their discourse, Zhang Bao turned to Yi Xian and said, Thank you for your mercy. I concede defeat. I yield wholeheartedly. You are deserving of being the consort of the Holy Maiden. From this moment forth, should you require anything, I, Zhang Bao, shall willingly put my life on the line. Zhang Bao's words were imbued with sincerity. This is the essence of the fantastical realm, where strength commands submission. The truth lies firmly within one's own fists. Upon hearing Zhang Bao's declaration, Yi Xian sheathed the spear of the underworld and replied nonchalantly, Thank you for your kindness. I hereby announce that from this day forth, Yi Xian shall be the holy son of the Chaos Holy Land. Boom, boom, boom. As Li Chongqing's proclamation echoed, countless divine lights surged into the heavens, manifesting various wondrous phenomena. Bodhisattvas upon lotus seats, divine dragons soaring majestically, ancient winds lamenting, and gnarled roots of venerable trees intertwining. Clearly, the Chaos Holy Land unanimously endorsed Yi Xian's ascension as Holy Son. Though the ancient elders seldom intervened in the world, they remained acutely aware of the happenings within their domain. We pay homage to the Holy Son. We pay homage to the Holy Son. We pay homage to the Holy Son. At this moment, the disciples, including Zhang Kuei and Zhang Bao, knelt before Yi Xian. Please rise. Furthermore, I implore you all to refrain from unnecessary kneeling in the future, understood? Let us forego these elaborate rituals. Yi Xian instructed. Thank you, Holy Son. The disciples expressed their gratitude as they stood. Yi Xian, please share a few words with everyone. Li Chongqing urged. I have little to impart. However, rest assured, from this day forth, I am a part of the Chaos Holy Land, and I shall strive alongside you all to grow stronger. I hope each of you will diligently cultivate your skills. Moreover, commencing now, the cultivation resources for each disciple will be doubled, provided they utilize those resources wisely. You must train with even greater diligence than before, as there will be regular assessments. Failure to meet expectations will result in a halving of training resources. Yi Xian declared. Very well. Thank you, Holy Son. We shall not disappoint your expectations. Upon hearing that Yi Xian intended to double the resources for everyone, the disciples were filled with immense enthusiasm. That little rascal, Li Chongqing muttered to himself. Then, addressing the group, he said, All right. I have matters to discuss with the Holy Son, so you may return. Yes. The disciples nodded in agreement before departing. Yi Xian, we shall head to annihilate the dark web in 10 days. Furthermore, from now on, the Grand Elder shall serve as your protector, Li Chongqing informed him. Understood, Holy Master. Yi Xian nodded in acknowledgement. For now, spend quality time with Xiao. We shall not intrude any longer. Li Chongqing added. After his words, he and Wu Jingxin left the sacred Maiden Peak. However, as Wu Jingxin departed, she cast a fleeting glance at Yi Xian, her eyes shimmering momentarily. This subtle expression did not escape Li Chongqing's notice. He could discern that Wu Jingxin seemed to harbor feelings for Yi Xian, which left him feeling somewhat helpless. In their generation, there were gifted disciples as well, all possessing formidable strength. Yet, Li Chongqing could not fathom why his disciples' affections had also caught the attention of Wu Jingxin. He simply shook his head. Matters of choosing a partner were beyond his authority to question. Such choices belonged to Wu Jingxin herself. Moreover, There were no stipulations in this world dictating that a man could wed only one woman. It was entirely up to the man's discretion. If one possessed the capability, one could choose hundreds or even thousands. Meanwhile, after the others had departed, Yi Xian and Li Xiao entered their cave dwelling. "My dear, let us continue our training," Li Xiao exclaimed eagerly. Currently, she found great joy in training alongside Yi Xian, having already tasted the sweetness of their shared efforts. Not only did their training offer delightful experiences, but it also led to enhanced cultivation. Such a delightful prospect made it difficult for Li Xiao to resist. "Wait a moment. Xiao, I need to trim my nails," Yi Xian replied. He noticed that his fingertips had grown a bit long, and he feared that he might inadvertently hurt Li Xiao while they trained together. "My dear, no. I actually prefer a little length," Li Xiao insisted, her anticipation evident. Consequently, the two resumed their training together. Time flowed effortlessly, and soon, 10 days had passed. On that morning, Li Xiao, feeling a twinge of irritation, remarked, "My dear, I believe I may be pregnant again. Let me check." Yi Xian spoke while examining Li Xiao. After the examination, Yi Xian discovered that Li Xiao was indeed pregnant. "We have conceived," Yi Xian exclaimed joyfully. "My dear, how can you be so merry? We've only been together for just over 10 days, and I am already with child." Li Xiao replied, a hint of helplessness in her voice. "We have cultivated together more than 80 times in just over 10 days. Yi Xian remarked with a wry smile. "Darling, should we consider terminating the pregnancy?" Li Xiao inquired of Yi Xian. "Xiao, this child represents our future. Given our talents, this child shall undoubtedly possess remarkable gifts, and will even enhance your cultivation," Yi Xian asserted. "Very well then," Li Xiao nodded in agreement. "Xiao, you shall remain here in peace to nurture our child while I venture out to meet with the Holy Lord and others. I shall return to see you soon," Yi Xian declared. "Be safe and return swiftly." Li Xiao nodded in response, understanding that she could not be overly selfish, for Yi Xian had many companions to attend to as well. She felt immensely grateful for the time he had devoted to her. After bidding farewell to Li Xiao, Yi Xian made his way toward the Holy Lord Peak. At that moment, 3 esteemed elders, including Li Chongqing and Wu Jingxin, awaited his arrival. Upon seeing Yi Xian, the 3 elders' eyes gleamed with a fierce light, and an overwhelming aura of power emanated from them as they advanced toward Yi Xian. Chapter 125. The Annihilation of the Dark Web. As the ominous aura surged forth, Yi Xian abruptly halted, finding himself unable to advance even a single step. Simultaneously, he felt an unbearable weight, as if his body were laden with lead, rendering each breath a struggle against suffocation. Any ordinary cultivator, faced with such an overwhelming presence, would likely have succumbed to the ground in submission. Yet, Yi Xian exhibited no signs of yielding. Instead, he summoned all his strength to move forward. Driven by an unwavering belief, a man should never kneel unless for those he holds dear. At that moment, the 3 esteemed elders exuded a terrifying pressure directed towards Yi Xian, causing Wu Jingxin to pause, her expression betraying a hint of concern. She could not fathom the reason behind the elders' actions. "Fear not. I merely wish to test this young man's prowess." The Grand Elder chuckled. "Indeed, he possesses remarkable abilities, worthy of being named the Holy Son of our chaotic sacred land, a truly rare prodigy." With that proclamation, he declared that Yi Xian would henceforth be known as the chaotic Holy Son. As the Grand Elder's words settled, the oppressive aura vanished, and Yi Xian felt a sudden lightness as he swiftly approached Li Chongqing and the others. He bowed respectfully, stating, "This humble one, Yi Xian, pays his respects to the 3 esteemed elders, the Holy Master, and all the honored elders present." In addition to the 3 elders, the 6, 7, and Grand Elder Wu Jingxin were also in attendance, while the remaining elders were in seclusion. "Do not stand on ceremony," the 3 esteemed elders replied, equally astonished by Yi Xian's striking appearance. They recalled their own youthful handsomeness, yet Yi Xian surpassed all they had ever encountered, radiating an unparalleled charm coupled with immense strength and extraordinary talent. "Thank you, esteemed elders," Yi Xian acknowledged with a nod. "Yi Xian, I have heard you possess the gift of divination. Shall I put your skills to the test? Perhaps you could discern my circumstances?" The Grand Elder jested, intrigued by the tales he had heard from Wu Jingxin regarding Yi Xian's formidable combat abilities and remarkable divinatory prowess. "What information does the Grand Elder seek?" Yi Xian inquired. Speak freely. Any information concerning me will suffice. The Grand Elder replied. The young man inquired, will the Grand Elder hold it against me? The Grand Elder shook his head, indicating that there was no cause for concern. That young man has offended someone, he continued. The Grand Elder, originally named Qin Sun, was now 8 months shy of 4,852 years. He later took on the name Qin Buxing, as he had once been teased by a companion about his inadequacies, leading many peers to refer to him mockingly as Qin Buxing. Why the name Qin Buxing? Because not only is it soft, but also, Yi Xian began to elaborate, but was swiftly interrupted by the Grand Elder. Ahem, enough. I believe you. He hastily interjected, realizing that if he did not intervene, he would be thoroughly embarrassed that day. Li Chongqing and the three elders nearly burst into laughter, as they could scarcely believe that the Grand Elder had such a colorful past. They had previously been completely unaware of this facet of his life. Now, let us proceed to dismantle the dark web. Their assassination of our saintess signifies war against our chaotic sacred land. Chongqing, do we have the supreme artifact? The Grand Elder queried. The three Grand Elders recognized the dark web as a formidable organization, having endured for over 1,000,000 years, undoubtedly protected by formidable beings. Yet, they were undeterred. The assassination of their saintess warranted their annihilation. Everything is ready. We merely await Yi Xian to lead us, Li Chongqing affirmed. Then let us set forth. Yi Xian, once we arrive, you must leave this place, as the ensuing battle may be quite tumultuous, Li Chongqing instructed. Understood. Yi Xian nodded in agreement. Subsequently, they journeyed towards the location of the dark web. Initially shrouded in mystery, the destination posed no apprehension now that Yi Xian was guiding them. Along the way, the three Grand Elders conversed with Yi Xian, recounting tales from their era filled with peculiar anecdotes. Yi Xian listened with rapt attention, particularly enjoying the playful banter among the three elders as they reminisced about their youthful indiscretions. Li Chongqing, Wu Jingxin, and others could not help but chuckle at their stories. With Yi Xian's participation, this distant quest transformed into an incredibly engaging adventure. Throughout their dialogue, the three Grand Elders gained a deeper understanding of Yi Xian, ultimately growing increasingly optimistic about his future. By the end, they presented him with a fragment of their essence, advising him to use it should he encounter an insurmountable foe. One can easily crush this talisman of duplication. At that moment, they will unleash their strike. Thus, Yi Xian has acquired 3 exceedingly formidable trump cards. Naturally, Yi Xian expressed his profound gratitude. Upon witnessing this scene, Li Chongqing could not help but exclaim with envy, Esteemed elders, your treatment of Yi Xian is truly exceptional. During the time when Jingxin and I were the Holy Son and Holy Maiden, we never received such generosity. Who could resist this young man? Replied the 3 esteemed elders with a smile. Elders, do not be misled by his handsome appearance. He is, in fact, a notorious scoundrel. Wu Jingxin remarked. Men are often a bit roguish. What young man has not made his share of mistakes? One elder responded. Besides, our world of cultivation does not dictate that a man can only love one person throughout his life. The 3 esteemed elders retorted dismissively. Thus, after several hours had passed, the group, under Yi Xian's guidance, arrived before a towering peak. Esteemed elders, the lair of the dark web is concealed within this mountain. It is now your turn to act. This location is in close proximity to Xianyan sect, while I shall make my way to Xianyan sect, declared Yi Xian. Chapter 126. The fertile body of Luo Ningxue. I never anticipated that the den of the dark web would be situated here. It is indeed a place that eludes the average person. Thank you, Yi Xian. The Grand Elder cast a glance at the towering peaks ahead and remarked. Had Yi Xian not revealed that the lair of the dark web was located here, the 3 Grand Elders would have merely passed by, oblivious to the fact that the dark web was concealed in this very spot. That young man has departed, Yi Xian stated. Indeed, go forth. We are about to engage in battle, the 3 Grand Elders responded. Yi Xian nodded and made his way towards the Xianyan sect. However, shortly after Yi Xian's departure, the 3 Grand Elders spoke up. Chongqing, Jingxin, let us take action. Very well. As the Grand Elders' words resonated, the crowd immediately sprang into action. Their boundless aura erupted like an ocean, crashing towards the mountain before them. Boom! With a thunderous roar, the mountain was instantly reduced to rubble. In the next moment, As the mountain lay in ruins, a magnificent hall stood before them. Simultaneously, an agitated voice emanated from within the hall. Who dares to wreak havoc in the domain of our dark web? As the words fell, several figures, akin to phantoms, flew out from the hall and confronted Li Changqing and the others. We are from the Chaos Sacred Land, under the orders of Li Xiao. You have attempted to assassinate our sacred maiden. You shall be punished. Li Changqing declared, his voice icy. As his words concluded, Li Changqing summoned the supreme immortal artifact. The Chaos Bell. Boom. Accompanied by a piercing roar, the Chaos Bell radiated an unparalleled brilliance. Countless terrifying laws descended, a murderous intent permeating the air. Simultaneously, the three Grand Elders and Wu Jingxin also unleashed their attacks. The members of the Dark Web, faced with such formidable assaults, were utterly outmatched. Soon, many cultivators among the Dark Web were obliterated. In comparison to the formidable Chaos Sacred Land, the members of the Dark Web were vastly inferior. However, the Dark Web specialized in assassination and had always maintained an air of mystery, with no one knowing the location of their lair. Yet this time, the Dark Web was doomed. After walking a distance, Yi Xian beheld the sight of the Dark Web ablaze with divine light. As if the very heavens were on the verge of shattering, Yi Xian could not help but shake his head in sorrow. The Chaos Sacred Land truly lives up to its name. Their methods are indeed unparalleled. This day, for the members of the Dark Web, would be marked as a day of profound sorrow. The high-ranking officials of the Dark Web could never have imagined that their terrifying organization, which had existed for 1,000,000 years, would be obliterated by the Chaos Sacred Land on this very day. As the Dark Web met its demise, Li Xiao was directly annihilated by Li Changqing, without even a fleeting chance to plead for mercy. Meanwhile, Yi Xian, having traversed a considerable distance, found himself before a sect known as the Xianyan sect. Who goes there? Halt! A disciple shouted upon noticing the unfamiliar figure before him. I am the beloved of your divine maiden. Please announce my arrival. Yi Xian replied calmly. Oh, you are the beloved of the divine maiden? Please, come in at once. The disciple, upon hearing Yi Xian's words, hastily responded with respect. Is there no need for an announcement? Yi Xian inquired curiously. Indeed, our divine maiden specifically instructed us, and she has awaited your arrival for quite some time. The disciple explained. Thank you very much. Yi Xian nodded appreciatively. Soon, he arrived at the foot of a towering peak, which was none other than the Divine Maiden Peak, where Luo Ningxue resided. Upon seeing Yi Xian, Luo Ningxue could not contain her excitement and exclaimed, Darling, you've finally come. I've been waiting for you for so long. She rushed to Yi Xian's side. I've missed you too, Ningxue. Yi Xian responded, embracing her warmly. Darling, I want to cultivate with you. I want kisses, hugs, and to be lifted high. Luo Ningxue teased playfully. Very well, I've recently learned some impressive cultivation techniques. We shall practice them together, Yi Xian declared. With that, he carried Luo Ningxue into the cave dwelling. Before long, the sounds of their cultivation echoed within. 3 days later, after completing their training, Luo Ningxue gazed at Yi Xian, her face alight with satisfaction. Darling, you are becoming more remarkable by the day, she praised. Flattered by her compliment, Yi Xian felt an immense joy. After all, every man yearns for the admiration of the woman he cherishes. Darling, you don't think I might be pregnant, do you? Luo Ningxue asked, a hint of worry in her voice, fearing that after just 1 day of training together, it would be too great a loss, as she truly desired to cultivate with Yi Xian every day. Let me check, Yi Xian responded, proceeding to examine Luo Ningxue's condition. Before long, the results were in. Darling, could it really be true? Luo Ningxue's heart raced at Yi Xian's expression. It appears so, Yi Xian replied, a touch of exasperation in his tone. As he had not anticipated how swiftly Luo Ningxue would conceive, merely 2 days had passed. Ah, darling, you're incorrigible. Luo Ningxue playfully punched Yi Xian. However, she did not harbor too much concern, for she believed their child would possess exceptional spiritual roots. In due time, the child shall essentially reciprocate our love. Ningxue, this is the fruit of our affection. Your pregnancy signifies the sincerity of my devotion to you, Yi Xian declared. I trust you as far as I can throw you. My dear, you are quite mischievous, Luo Ningxue retorted. Subsequently, Luo Ningxue turned to Yi Xian and said, My dear, since you are indeed expecting, I shall not hold it against you. Allow me to show you around the sect. Very well. Yi Xian nodded. Thereafter, Luo Ningxue led Yi Xian through the sect. Upon witnessing Yi Xian with Luo Ningxue, several disciples could not help but feel a pang of envy, exclaiming, "Wow, so the Divine Maiden's partner is so handsome." Indeed, it is no wonder the Divine Maiden appears so distracted every day, and she even wishes to bear his child. If it were me, I would feel the same. The disciples murmured among themselves. Naturally, a few male disciples, upon their first glimpse of Yi Xian, felt an urge to challenge him. However, upon sensing the aura of the dragon transformation realm emanating from Yi Xian, they promptly reconsidered their intentions. The fourth level of the dragon transformation realm was far beyond their capacity to provoke. Yi Xian, having no desire to conceal his cultivation, made it abundantly clear to the disciples, who, upon recognizing his true prowess, abandoned any thoughts of confrontation. They all believed that the Divine Maiden and Yi Xian were indeed a match made in heaven, a perfect pair. Thus, after traversing a distance, Yi Xian's eyes suddenly sparkled with curiosity at an object ahead. Chapter 127. The Secret of the Immortal Cloud Stone. At this moment, a pavilion stood not far away, beneath which loomed a colossal stone, towering several men high, its surface etched with various marks from blades and spears. Surrounding this immense stone was a formidable array of protective formations. Above the pavilion were inscribed the three characters for Immortal Cloud Stone, written in a vigorous and elegant style, emanating an extraordinary aura. "Ah, the Immortal Cloud Stone. Ningxue, is this the sacred stone of your Immortal Cloud sect?" Yi Xian inquired, unable to contain his curiosity. "My lord, indeed, this Immortal Cloud Stone is said to have been left by the founder of our sect. According to our sect's legends, it is believed to harbor an immortal divine herb within. Furthermore, if someone could break open this stone, they would lead our Immortal Cloud sect onto the path of true strength." Alas, despite the passage of years, not a single disciple has ever succeeded in breaking the Immortal Cloud Stone. Luo Ningxue explained earnestly, "My lord, why not give it a try? Perhaps you could be the one to break it." As she concluded her explanation, a glimmer of hope sparkled in her eyes, for in Luo Ningxue's heart, Yi Xian was the most exceptional man, one capable of unreservedly repaying kindness and unwavering in his resolve, qualities that made him irresistibly appealing to women. As the surrounding disciples observed the Divine Maiden Luo Ningxue and Yi Xian gazing intently at the Immortal Cloud Stone, they paused, intrigued by the unfolding spectacle. Our Divine Maiden's partner not only possesses striking looks, but also remarkable strength. Not only are we no match for him, but even some of our elders likely wouldn't stand a chance. Upon sensing Yi Xian's true cultivation level, the disciples could only shake their heads in dismay. Desiring to avoid trouble, Yi Xian chose to release the full aura of his fourth level of dragon transformation realm. Initially, many disciples of the Immortal Cloud sect held animosity towards him, contemplating challenges against him, especially since Luo Ningxue was the unparalleled goddess of their generation. However, once they sensed Yi Xian's true prowess, they quickly abandoned thoughts of confrontation. After all, the Immortal Cloud sect was merely a sect, significantly inferior to the might of the Sacred Lands. Unlike the prodigious disciples of the Chaos Sacred Land, such as Zhang Bao, the top disciple of the Immortal Cloud sect, Luo Ningxue had already succumbed to Yi Xian's charm. She yearned only to be by his side and had never contemplated challenging him in any regard. "I see the Divine Maiden's partner wishes to test the Immortal Cloud Stone. Do you think he can break it?" "I acknowledge that he is formidable, but breaking the Immortal Cloud Stone might be a stretch." Throughout history, many extraordinary talents of our Xianyun sect have endeavored to breach the Xianyun stone, yet none have succeeded. Perhaps the stone harbors nothing at all. Its very existence might merely serve to inspire future disciples. Such words are unpalatable to me. How could the venerable founder of our sect have crafted a mere illusion? It is simply that no one has yet unraveled the mysteries of the Xianyun stone. Many disciples couldn't help but engage in fervent discussion, their gazes shifting towards Yi Xian and Luo Ningxue. Upon hearing Luo Ningxue's explanation, Yi Xian found himself intrigued and declared, "I shall give it a try. After all, if there truly lies within a miraculous elixir of immortality, it would be one of the rarest treasures in existence, capable of reviving the dead and restoring the living. Consuming it could yield boundless benefits, even granting eternal life." Such a divine treasure is undoubtedly the dream of countless men. Moreover, how can one ascertain their abilities without attempting? As a cultivator, one is destined to defy the heavens. Upon hearing Yi Xian's resolve, Luo Ningxue produced a jade pendant from her hand and gently traced it around the array encircling the Xianyun stone. In an instant, the lethal formations concealed themselves. Yi Xian approached the Xianyun stone, his eyes drawn to the profound rhythms of the Tao that danced upon its surface, exuding an extraordinary aura. If one listened closely, they could discern the echo of ancient divine sounds resonating within. Boom! A terrifying aura emanated from Yi Xian as he unleashed the full might of his fourth level of the dragon transformation realm. With a single powerful punch directed at the Xianyun stone, he unleashed an overwhelming force. The heavens and earth seemed as if they could be shattered by his strike, its power truly remarkable. Witnessing the might of Yi Xian's blow, many distinguished disciples standing at a distance were left in awe, exclaiming, "What a fearsome punch! No wonder he has caught the eye of our goddess. If it were I would surely be reduced to a mist of blood." Indeed, it is terrifying. Not only is he remarkably handsome, but his strength is equally formidable. Many disciples gasped in astonishment. Crash! Just as these disciples were engulfed in shock, Yi Xian's immensely weighted punch struck the Xianyun stone, producing a resounding crack. However, the subsequent scene rendered Yi Xian utterly speechless. To his dismay, he discovered that his formidable punch had inflicted not the slightest damage upon the Xianyun stone. Not even a ripple of disturbance manifested. Once more, Yi Xian exclaimed, realizing his initial attempt had borne no fruit. A magnificent sword materialized in his grasp, and with a single stroke, it was unleashed. This strike was not merely a display. Yi Xian had engaged in the formation of slaughter. As the blade cleaved through the air, an overwhelming surge of sword energy emanated forth, causing the very void to tremble violently. At that pivotal moment when Yi Xian's sword descended with ferocity, the elders of the Xianyun sect sensed the disturbance. One by one, their consciousnesses swept towards the source, and upon recognizing that this formidable strike originated from Yi Xian, they were rendered speechless. Such terrifying mastery of the sword, the sheer force of this blow felt insurmountable. Truly, the divine maiden possesses remarkable discernment. The elders expressed their astonishment. They had already heard from the sect leader of Yi Xian's unparalleled genius, a prodigy unlike any in millennia. The fact that the divine maiden could associate with Yi Xian was undoubtedly a blessing for her. To be candid, the elders were initially skeptical, believing the sect leader had exaggerated, considering Yi Xian's tender age. Moreover, they were aware of Yi Xian's recent arrival at the Xianyun sect, yet they had refrained from intervening. Firstly, Yi Xian had been in the company of the divine maiden, rendering it inappropriate for them to intrude. Secondly, they were curious whether any disciples would dare to challenge Yi Xian. However, to their astonishment, not a single disciple had mustered the courage to confront him during his entire stay. As the elders remained in a state of shock, Yi Xian's sword, imbued with colossal power, struck decisively against the Xianyun stone. The ensuing spectacle left Yi Xian utterly astounded. Chapter 128. The new generation saintess of the heavenly Emperor Mountain. When Yi Xian's sword struck fiercely against the immortal cloud stone, he soon discovered that his strike had left no significant mark. It had merely carved a shallow indentation. How extraordinarily hard it is. It is indeed harder than fine iron. Yi Xian could not help but marvel. He mused that had it been any other material, his sword would have surely cleaved through it. However, the immortal cloud stone before him remained utterly unaffected. Ningxue, did your ancestor leave any hints on how to break this immortal cloud stone? Yi Xian inquired of Luo Ningxue. No, the founding ancestor did not specify how it could be shattered. Luo Ningxue replied, shaking her head. That is not right. It cannot be as simple as that, Yi Xian murmured, shaking his head in contemplation. My dear, what troubles you? Luo Ningxue asked, noticing Yi Xian's furrowed brow. This immortal cloud stone cannot be broken by brute force. There must be another method, Yi Xian asserted. In his understanding, all things are interdependent, and given the stone's formidable hardness, it was evident that raw power would not suffice. If brute force could accomplish this, the stone would not have endured for so long. Yi Xian believed that the existence of the immortal cloud sect for such an extended period, with disciples far stronger than himself, reinforced the notion that sheer strength would not work. After pondering for a moment, Yi Xian's eyes brightened as he exclaimed, Ah, I see now. My dear, have you found a way to break it? Luo Ning Shui approached Yi Xian eagerly after hearing his words. At the moment, I am unsure. But it is worth a try? Yi Xian replied. Excellent. You are always the best. I believe in you. Luo Ning Shui nodded affirmatively. I will give it a go. Yi Xian affirmed, then turned to the immortal cloud stone and shouted, You are too beautiful. After Yi Xian's declaration, the stone remained entirely unresponsive, leaving Luo Ning Shui astonished and momentarily stunned by his words. Well, no reaction. It seems that this incantation is not the one, Yi Xian remarked, shaking his head. He continued his attempts, calling out, one store after another, Uniqlo, Wild Horse Tumble. Yi Xian tried several more phrases, yet the immortal cloud stone remained indifferent. Meanwhile, Luo Ning Shui gazed in wide-eyed astonishment, utterly captivated by Yi Xian's antics. Although she was unfamiliar with the meaning of Wild Horse Tumble and the like, it felt powerful and invigorating to hear. Luo Ning Shui contemplated that in the future, when cultivating alongside Yi Xian, she could perhaps call out a name. Yet, something felt amiss. Since the substance within was the immortal divine herb, it should be. Ning Shui, I believe I have discovered how to break the celestial cloud stone. Yi Xian exclaimed joyfully after a moment of deep reflection. Ah, could it be true? My dear, do you genuinely know how to shatter the celestial cloud stone? Upon hearing Yi Xian's words, Luo Ning Shui could hardly contain her disbelief. Yes, it should be correct. This must be a spell. Since it is the immortal divine herb you seek, it implies that you are gravely injured and on the brink of death. At such a moment, one must realize they are nearing their end. Thus, his incantation is. Yi Xian nodded thoughtfully. My dear, you are remarkable. Please, give it a try. Upon hearing Yi Xian's assertion, Luo Ning Shui joyfully nodded in agreement. Then I shall begin. I cannot go on. I cannot go on. Yi Xian shouted directly at the celestial cloud stone. Boom. In the next instant, a breathtaking scene unfolded. The celestial cloud stone, upon the utterance of Yi Xian's incantation, emitted a series of cracking sounds. Simultaneously, the exceedingly hard celestial cloud stone suddenly shattered, revealing a radiant spiritual herb before the eager eyes of all present. As the spiritual herb materialized, an array of extraordinary phenomena emerged. These included a majestic dragon soaring through the skies, a phoenix singing melodiously, and ancient divine sounds resonating harmoniously with the heavens and earth. The spectacle was utterly awe-inspiring. In that fleeting moment, not only did the elders marvel at the sight and hasten towards it, but even the reclusive ancestor of the celestial cloud sect emerged from meditation, drawn by the commotion. Soon, the esteemed elders of the celestial cloud sect, along with the sect leader Luo Yin and the ancestor, arrived at the scene. Upon witnessing the unfolding spectacle, the ancestor and the others were utterly astonished. Is this the emergence of the immortal divine herb? What has transpired? Reporting to the ancestor, it seems Yi Xian has uncovered the secret to breaking the celestial cloud stone, thus allowing the immortal divine herb to appear. Yi Xian? Is he not the companion of Ning Shui? Yes, ancestor, that is indeed him. This young man appears to possess considerable talents. Since the founding ancestor established the celestial cloud sect, the celestial cloud stone has remained unmoved, with countless prodigious disciples failing to shatter it. Yet, this Yi Xian has succeeded. According to the founding ancestor's words, whoever breaks the celestial cloud stone to release the immortal divine herb shall lead our sect to greatness. It seems Yi Xian is destined to become the leader of our celestial cloud sect. However, I am curious, how did Yi Xian manage to break the celestial cloud stone? The ancestor inquired. It appears to be some form of incantation, responded an elder who had witnessed the entire event. An incantation? What kind of incantation? The ancestor urgently pressed. After all, the venerable ancestor of the Xianyun sect had once unraveled the mysteries of the Xianyun stone. However, it took an immense effort, yet he ultimately failed. I can't do it anymore, exclaimed an elder. Speak properly. I instructed you to recite the incantation, not to declare your inability. It sounds rather odd coming from an old man like you. Such sentiments would be more fitting if uttered by a young woman. The ancestor rebuked. But ancestor, what I just said was indeed the incantation. The elder replied, his face darkening. What? That was the incantation? Now I understand. The moment the elder revealed that it was indeed the incantation, the ancestor was struck with sudden enlightenment. The elixir of immortality. a substance that could restore life to the dead, naturally resonated with the phrase "I can't do it anymore." As the ancestor conversed with the elders, the elixir of immortality transformed into a streak of spiritual light, preparing to flee. However, at that moment, Yi Xian, with remarkable agility, ensnared the elixir within a miniature sword formation and seized it in his grasp. Upon witnessing the arrival of the ancestor and the esteemed elders, Yi Xian bowed respectfully, saying, "I am Yi Xian, here to pay my respects to the elders, the sect master, and the ancestor." The ancestor and the elders stared intently at Yi Xian, and for a brief moment, an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings. Simultaneously, a momentous event unfolded at the Heavenly Emperor Mountain. Chapter 129. Rest assured, clan leader and family head, I will not be troubled by matters of the heart. Heavenly Emperor Mountain, nestled in the very heart of the central continent, is a realm where ethereal energies intertwine. Countless celestial cranes and beasts traverse its expanse, amidst resplendent architectural marvels adorned with intricate carvings and radiant divine light. This vast territory stands as a world unto itself, and while it bears the name of Heavenly Emperor Mountain, it is perhaps more fitting to regard it as an immense universe. The air here is thick with spiritual essence, teeming with formidable beings. It is said that even the gatekeeper basking in the sun at the entrance is a peerless master in his own right. Furthermore, Heavenly Emperor Mountain ranks among the most powerful forces within the central continent, a presence not to be trifled with. To provoke it is to invite an untimely demise. At this moment, within a grand hall of Heavenly Emperor Mountain, stands a maiden of exquisite beauty, her skin as fair as snow and her hair dense like woven silk. Her enchanting eyes and rosy lips exude a captivating allure, while her delicate hands gracefully wave in the air, embodying pure and tender emotions. With every gesture, she captivates the heart, her charming gaze betraying her youth at merely 16, emanating an aura of purity and sanctity unmatched. This maiden is Wu Xiaoji, the new generation saintess of Heavenly Emperor Mountain, standing respectfully before several formidable figures, including the clan leader Wu Tongmu and 3 esteemed ancestors. The formidable presence of these individuals instills both awe and trepidation. Xiaoji, you are now 16. It is time for you to venture forth. As the saintess of Heavenly Emperor Mountain, you must make your presence known. Otherwise, those forces may indeed think our mountain is in decline. Wu Tongmu remarked with a calm demeanor. Tongmu's words ring true. It is indeed time for Xiaoji to embark on her path of experience. Given the passage of time, the tomb of the celestial path is soon to be opened, a place that will attract many prodigious disciples for their trials, as well as countless treasures awaiting discovery. It serves as the perfect venue for Xiaoji's cultivation. Indeed, I concur. The venerable ancestors nodded in agreement. Yes, ancestors, clan leader, I will heed your counsel. Truth be told, I have long desired to explore the world beyond, but you have kept me confined, Wu Xiaoji declared, her small fists clenched with determination. In all honesty, she had yearned to step outside for quite some time, yet the elders and the clan leader consistently warned her of the perils that lie beyond, deeming her too innocent for the outside world. Thus, she had remained in seclusion for years, never having traversed beyond the confines of Heavenly Emperor Mountain. Xiaoji, do you know why you were previously prevented from venturing outside? Wu Tongmu inquired. I understand. It was to avoid following in the footsteps of the former saintess, who went out to train for 3 years and ended up bearing a child for another, leaving us in disgrace. I wonder what has become of that child. She responded, her voice tinged with a mixture of indignation and concern for the reputation of Heavenly Emperor Mountain. However, I am who I am, and I shall not resemble the former saintess. The men of the world mean nothing to me. I solemnly assure you that I will never develop feelings for any man. Wu Xiaoji spoke with a calm demeanor. The matter concerning the former saintess is a topic shrouded in secrecy within the Tiandi Mountain, regarded as a taboo. Yet, for Wu Xiaoji, there is nothing that cannot be discussed. Alas, technically speaking, the former saintess is also your distant relative, your aunt. In her day, her gifts were unparalleled, and had she not acted so recklessly, her strength would have been truly formidable. Unfortunately, she has since been ensnared by love, unable to extricate herself, and has become quite deranged. Wu Tongmu's frustration was palpable as he mentioned Wu Yahan. It can be said that her actions of bearing children for others severely tarnished the reputation of Tiandi Mountain. to the extent that Wu Xiuji's generation dared not venture out. From a young age, they instilled in Wu Xiuji the importance of honoring her elders, and warned her that those men outside are all scoundrels, intent on deceiving young girls. Thus, Wu Xiuji grew up in such an environment. Over the years, she has developed little inclination towards men. Consequently, after discussions with the ancestors, Wu Tongmu resolved to allow the current Wu Xiuji to embark on a journey of cultivation. After all, no matter how talented a disciple may be, without practical experience, they remain merely a flower in a greenhouse. Rest assured, ancestors and clan leader, my aunt is my aunt, and I am myself. I possess my own thoughts, and I vow here that I will never follow in my aunt's footsteps. Wu Xiuji declared resolutely, her expression radiating sincerity. Upon hearing Wu Xiuji's words, Wu Tongmu and the three ancestors could not help but feel gratified. Excellent, Xiuji. We all have great faith in you. Tongmu, as she steps into the world, you shall act as her guide, allowing her to undergo some trials to sharpen her resolve. The ancestor commanded. Yes, ancestor. Wu Tongmu nodded in agreement. Thus, this new generation's unparalleled beauty of Tiandi Mountain, the pure and exquisite saintess Wu Xiuji, was set to make her debut. Her emergence was destined to be a momentous event that would astonish the entire central continent. Meanwhile, at the Xianyan sect, the ancestors and the sect leader, Luo Yin, along with the elders, were utterly astounded by Yi Xian's maneuvers. None could have imagined that the secret of the Xianyan stone, which stood proudly within the sect, would be so effortlessly unraveled by Yi Xian. Yi Xian, has your cultivation reached the 4th level of the Transformation Dragon realm? After a prolonged state of shock, the ancestor of the Xianyan sect could not help but inquire. To be honest, upon learning that their goddess, Luo Ningxue, had been compromised, the ancestor had wished to see Yi Xian face 1,000 tortures, for their goddess was not someone who could be trifled with. Later, upon Luoyan's return, he recounted numerous tales about Yi Xian, extolling his extraordinary talent and striking handsomeness. The ancestor of the Xianyan sect remained somewhat skeptical. However, at this moment, the ancestor was utterly captivated by Yi Xian's remarkable presence. The ancestor believed that Luo Ningshue's fortune in having such a husband was indeed a blessing accumulated over several lifetimes. Furthermore, the ancestor recalled an ancestral decree that anyone who could unravel the secret of the Xianyan stone would be regarded as a benefactor of the sect, destined to lead it to greater strength in the future. Indeed, he is at the 4th level of the Transformation Dragon realm. Yi Xian affirmed with a nod. Haha, this young man's future achievements are boundless. Listen well, everyone. I hereby announce an important matter. Yi Xian shall assume the role of our Xianyan sect's new divine son. The ancestor proclaimed at that moment. His words resonated throughout the vastness of space. We pay our respects to the divine son. We pay our respects to the divine son. We pay our respects to the divine son. Upon hearing the ancestor's declaration, the disciples present knelt before Yi Xian. These disciples, having sensed Yi Xian's formidable prowess, were filled with awe. Moreover, as Yi Xian had unveiled the secret of the Xianyan stone, their reverence for him as the divine son was profound, and none dared to dissent. Chapter 130. The Paradise of Men. Everyone, please rise. Yi Xian proclaimed. He had not anticipated that his reckless endeavors would lead to the unraveling of the mystery surrounding the celestial cloud stone. Thank you, divine son. The disciples expressed their gratitude. Rising to their feet, their gazes were filled with admiration and reverence, particularly from the female disciples, who nearly yearned to offer themselves to Yi Xian. Yi Xian, I have something to discuss with you. Come with me, Luo Yin, you and the divine maiden along with the esteemed elders, join us as well. The ancestor commanded. Yes, ancestor. Everyone nodded in agreement and followed the ancestor of the celestial cloud sect into a grand hall. Yi Xian, from this day forth, you shall be the divine son of our celestial cloud sect, forever entwining your fate with ours. I hope you will look after the Qingyan sect. The ancestor continued. As for your safety, I believe there is little to worry about, for the chaotic sacred land stands behind you. No one can easily lay a hand on you. Rest assured, ancestor. Ningxue is my partner, and I will undoubtedly treat the celestial cloud sect as my second home. I shall also lead the sect to greatness. Yi Xian responded earnestly, having received a fine education in his previous life. In this life, he was determined not to disappoint anyone who had shown him kindness. Anyone who had bestowed grace upon him would be well cared for. With your assurance, I am at ease. Now, I shall retreat to my seclusion. Luo Yan, the future belongs to the younger generation. I hope you will support Yi Xian in his quest for strength. The ancestor declared before departing with an air of nonchalance. Observing the ancestor's ease of departure, Luo Yan felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. This ancestor truly embodied a carefree spirit, rarely concerning himself with the affairs of the sect. Had it not been for the significant commotion caused by Yi Xian, the ancestor would likely have remained hidden. Yi Xian, take good care of the immortal elixir. Use it as you see fit, for it is now your personal possession. Should you require anything, the Celestial Cloud sect will spare no effort. Luo Yan addressed Yi Xian. Thank you, sect leader. Yi Xian nodded appreciatively. The immortal elixir was exceedingly precious. A rare boon for Yi Xian. Now, go practice with Ning Shui. I too must devote myself to cultivation. And elders, do not slack off, otherwise you may find yourselves at the mercy of the divine sun. Luo Yan urged. Yes, sect leader. Upon hearing Luo Yan's words, everyone discreetly took their leave. Yi Xian then accompanied Luo Ning Shui to the divine maiden peak. My dear, are you about to leave? Luo Ning Shui inquired, a hint of reluctance in her voice. Truth be told, she found it difficult to part with Yi Xian, as she cherished his very essence. The fragrance captivated her, and she yearned to indulge in it daily. Such a life was what Luo Ningxue believed she needed most. Ningxue, how I wish to be by your side every day, but I must grow stronger. Only then can I better protect you in the future, Yi Xian declared. As he spoke, he drew Luo Ningxue into his embrace. My dear husband, shall we indulge once more? I still wish to savor it. Luo Ningxue exclaimed, her face alight with anticipation. My little darling, we cannot. It would harm our child. Rest assured, I shall return to see you in due time. For now, focus on nurturing the baby, and take this immortal herb to gradually refine, Yi Xian instructed. Producing the precious herb. Ah, my husband, I cannot accept this. The immortal herb is far more necessary for you. Upon witnessing Yi Xian offer her such a hard-won treasure, Luo Ningxue felt overwhelmed with emotion, her eyes brimming with tears. The very act of Yi Xian presenting her this invaluable gift signified his profound love for her. Take it without protest, otherwise, I shall have to punish you later. Yi Xian's expression turned serious. Thank you, my husband. Seeing his stern demeanor, Luo Ningxue accepted the immortal herb. Although it paled in comparison to the legendary immortal herbs, its refinement would greatly benefit Luo Ningxue's cultivation. All right, Ningxue, the celestial tomb will soon open, and I must make a journey there to obtain something essential. Hence, I must leave now, Yi Xian stated. I understand, my husband. You must return safely. I will await you at the Xianyan sect. Do not worry. I will take good care of our child. Luo Ningxue nodded. She recognized that Yi Xian had his own matters to attend to, and thus, she could not expect him to remain by her side indefinitely. She felt content with his presence, however fleeting. After saying this, Yi Xian planted a fervent kiss on Luo Ningxue before transforming into a streak of light, vanishing into the distance. Watching his retreating figure, Luo Ningxue murmured, My husband, I love you. With that, she made her way to her cultivation chamber. Meanwhile, after leaving the Xianyan sect, Yi Xian's next destination was the Flower Fall Palace. With still some time before the celestial tomb's opening, it was the perfect opportunity to visit Hua Sherman, who, to this point, was the only one of Yi Xian's partners not yet with child. Thus, his primary objective in visiting was to encourage Hua Sherman to conceive a little one, as he aspired to grow stronger. The branching and flourishing of life is an inevitable occurrence. As Yi Xian made his way towards the Blossom Palace, beneath a cherry blossom tree laden with petals, a striking figure stood in contemplation. Her beautiful eyes gazed into the distance, and she murmured softly, My dear husband, you incorrigible rogue. You promised to visit me in a few days. Why have you not yet arrived? This figure, of course, was Hua Sherman. Ever since she had come to a realization, she found herself yearning for Yi Xian with an intensity that was unparalleled. Senior sister, what are you gazing at? Just as Hua Sherman was lost in her musings, several radiant figures approached and surrounded her. A blush crept across her face. If I am not mistaken, Sherman must be missing her immortal companion. Indeed, it was true. Moreover, ever since Master accompanied Sherman on an outing, she returned transformed, no longer incessantly admonishing us that mingling with men would lead to ruin. Since the return of the palace master, She had devoted herself entirely to profound cultivation. The commotion was quite significant, and from time to time, one could hear her calling out Yi Xian's name in earnest. Do not speak nonsense. Yi Xian is Shimon's companion. Why would the sect master call out the name of her partner? I am not fabricating tales. I genuinely heard it, without a doubt. It was a tremulous call, and she seemed rather anxious. As the disciples of the Blossom Palace teased one another, a figure suddenly pierced the void, appearing above the Blossom Palace. Chapter 131. Yi Xian, am I beautiful? The figure before one's eyes was strikingly handsome, youthful, and exuded an unparalleled charisma as it traversed the void, reminiscent of a sovereign surveying the realms. This figure was none other than Yi Xian. Upon his arrival, his gaze began to appraise the exquisite Flowerfall Palace before him. Indeed, the beauty of the Flowerfall Palace was captivating, with an array of spiritual herbs in bloom, perpetually vibrant, their fragrance wafting through the air, intertwined with the alluring scent of a beautiful maiden. A mere breath of this enchanting aroma would evoke an overwhelming sense of delight. As the fluctuations in the void were sensed, the disciples of Flowerfall Palace turned their enchanting eyes toward the source. Upon beholding Yi Xian suspended in the air, they were rendered speechless. Although many of the female disciples had never encountered Yi Xian before, and most male figures were seldom seen within the palace. Since many disciples had been inducted into Flowerfall Palace from a tender age and subsequently underwent a cloistered cultivation, they had been indoctrinated by Hua Shiro's teachings that all men were nefarious beings. Engaging with them would lead to one's degradation in both appearance and virtue. Thus, they were advised to avoid any form of interaction with men. Yet at this moment, these female disciples were utterly mesmerized by Yi Xian's striking handsomeness, standing transfixed as if enchanted. Had any other man dared to approach the Flowerfall Palace, the disciples would have wielded their various treasures and divine abilities to obliterate him. For there existed a strict decree. No man was permitted to enter the Flowerfall Palace under penalty of death. However, this time, they were so captivated by Yi Xian's charm that the thought of hostility never crossed their minds, resembling infatuated maidens in a state of daze. "Darling," exclaimed Hua Shiman, her excitement palpable upon spotting Yi Xian. She had long awaited his arrival, akin to a star yearning for the moon. Today, Yi Xian had finally come. "Darling, Shiman, is he truly your beloved Yi Xian?" A nearby disciple remarked. "No wonder he is so handsome. He truly compliments Sister Huaman. Such a dashing young man. I fear I may fall for him too." Once it was confirmed that the remarkably handsome young man before them was indeed Yi Xian, the surrounding female disciples could not help but tease Hua Shiman. Meanwhile, Yi Xian had already approached her side. Having dismantled the palace's protective formation in anticipation of his arrival, Hua Shiman had facilitated Yi Xian's seamless entry into the Flowerfall Palace. "Darling, you have finally come. Come, let me take you to my cultivation cave," Hua Shiman said, her cheeks flushed with excitement. She then grasped Yi Xian's hand and hurriedly led him away from the gathering. As Hua Shiman and Yi Xian departed, the younger female disciples of Hua Shiman watched their retreating figures with envious admiration. It was astonishing to witness a man so utterly entranced, a sight that mirrored the vivid descriptions found in literature. Indeed, one could observe Hua Shiman, who appeared perpetually famished. The female disciples could not help but engage in their discussions. Meanwhile, Yi Xian, under the guidance of Hua Shiman, hurried towards the cave dwelling where she resided. "Shiman, should we not first pay a visit to Senior Hua?" Yi Xian inquired earnestly. "No need," Hua Shiman replied, shaking her head. "By the time you arrived at my Hua Luo Palace, my master likely already knew of your presence. The territory of Hua Luo Palace is entirely under my master's control. In the past, not even a fly could pass through." "Very well." Yi Xian nodded in agreement. Just then, the long-awaited voice of the system chimed in. "Ding! All disciples of Hua Luo Palace have been detected as compatible partners for the host. Please proceed to capture them all," the system proclaimed to Yi Xian. "All compatible?" Yi Xian was taken aback by the system's pronouncement. From Yi Xian's understanding, the disciples of Hua Luo Palace numbered 1,000. Adding the palace master made a total of 1,001. If the system claimed that all female disciples were compatible, it implied that each of them possessed extraordinary beauty and grace. It was said that Hua Luo Palace was a paradise for men. To marry a disciple from there would indeed be a blessing earned over several lifetimes. Yi Xian could not help but muse quietly on his considerable fortune. As Yi Xian's thoughts swirled, he and Hua Sherman arrived at a meticulously crafted cultivation cave. This dwelling was not only adorned with spiritual herbs and plants, but also infused with arrays of spiritual energy, making it an ideal place for cultivation. This is truly splendid, Yi Xian praised. He, dear husband, I am hungry. Hua Sherman gazed at Yi Xian with hopeful eyes. That won't do. We agreed that you cannot eat today. Every time you indulge, we are unable to conceive. Yi Xian replied with a serious demeanor upon hearing her words. But I simply love to eat. Hua Sherman countered with an innocent expression. Yi Xian could only sigh in exasperation. If it were any other girl, she would have likely already conceived. Yet, Hua Sherman always insisted on her love for food, which left Yi Xian feeling quite helpless. Nevertheless, he maintained his stern demeanor. Sherman, this time it is not permissible. If you disregard your husband's words, you shall face the consequences. All right, dear husband. Seeing Yi Xian's resolute stance, Hua Sherman nodded in agreement. Subsequently, the two began their cultivation of the dragon and phoenix transformation. Moreover, Yi Xian had arranged a formation outside the cave to prevent the curious female disciples of the Flower Falling Palace from eavesdropping on their cultivation activities. Time passed without the distinction of day and night. 5 days later, in the morning, the first round of cultivation between Yi Xian and Hua Sherman finally came to a close. During this period, although Hua Sherman could not resist eating several times, she was fortunate to have reached a significant milestone. My dear, do you think this will hinder my cultivation? She expressed her concerns. I do not wish to fall behind Zhao Mengli and Li Xiao. If we were to engage in battle, I would surely be at a disadvantage. Hua Sherman said with a troubled expression. Rest assured, both of us possess commendable spiritual roots, so our child will undoubtedly inherit strong ones as well. In due time, the child will support you. Even while you are nurturing, you will continue to cultivate. Otherwise, Li Xiao and the others certainly wouldn't wish to conceive. Yi Xian reassured her. I see now. I shall not worry any longer. However, my master is looking for you. Perhaps you should pay her a visit. Hua Sherman suggested at that moment. Very well. Yi Xian nodded and proceeded towards the room where Hua Sherman resided. As he walked along the path, the numerous beautiful female disciples of the Flower Falling Palace appeared shy yet curious, stealing glances at Yi Xian. These disciples were eager to discover what had transpired between Sherman and Yi Xian over the past 5 days. How could they remain within the cave without feeling stifled? Thus, Yi Xian arrived at the entrance of Hua Sherman's room and paused to announce, I, Yi Xian, have come to see the palace master. Come in. A melodious voice, reminiscent of a fine vintage wine, beckoned from within the room. Upon receiving permission, Yi Xian entered the room, but as soon as he stepped inside, he was taken aback by the scene that unfolded before him. Chapter 132, The Fall of Flowers. Deputy Palace Master Yi Xian at this moment. One could see Hua Xiren leisurely bathing, a scene of unparalleled beauty. Hua Xiren was, after all, one of the 3 most exquisite flowers of the eastern wilderness, alongside Zhao Huanyu and Wu Jingxin, and had never been with any man. Now, after the passage of time, she resembled a fine aged wine, intoxicating to any man who laid eyes upon her, especially the youthful Yi Xian. Palace Master, my apologies for entering at an inopportune moment, Yi Xian stammered, feeling an awkwardness settle over him. He realized that lingering in such an environment would undoubtedly lead to overwhelming sensations that he might struggle to contain. For he was no seasoned veteran. The allure of Hua Xiren surpassed that of the younger generation, and Yi Xian began to understand why so many were ensnared by temptation. It's perfectly fine. Does it trouble you that I remain unperturbed? Hua Xiren replied nonchalantly. Yi Xian, may I inquire your opinion? Do you find me beautiful? Indeed. Yi Xian nodded in affirmation. His response was sincere, for despite her advancing years, time had left no blemish upon Hua Xiren. Rather, she had grown even more enchanting. And how do I compare to my disciple, Sherman? Who is more beautiful? Hua Xiren continued her inquiry. Yi Xian was momentarily at a loss for words, unsure how to respond. Speak your mind. I assure you there will be no repercussions. Hua Xiren insisted lightly. They are both stunning, each possessing their unique charm. Sherman embodies pure beauty, while you, Palace Master, exude a beauty refined by time, the kind that lingers in memory. Yi Xian articulated. A rather intriguing response. My disciple is with child, is she not? Hua Xiren cast a knowing glance at Yi Xian. Indeed, Yi Xian admitted without reservation. You little rascal, are you attempting to sow your seeds throughout the realms? Hua Xiren remarked with a hint of exasperation. Yi Xian remained silent, lowering his gaze. For lifting his head would reveal far too much. Come down and join me in the bath. Hua Xiren urged. Yi Xian was taken aback. Are you suggesting I join you? Surely you do not think I am unaware of your intentions? However, I must clarify that I shall not father a child at present. If the outside world were to learn, I would have no face left to show. We shall discuss this once you reach the tribulation stage. Hua Xiren stated earnestly. Yi Xian understood he had wandered into a den of temptation and simply nodded, resigning to join Hua Xiren in the bath. As they washed, they began to cultivate together, their energies intertwining, creating waves that danced upon the water's surface. As time swiftly passed, Yi Xian and Hua Xiren completed a rigorous day and night of cultivation. Upon finishing their training, a voice resonated within Yi Xian's mind, announcing the system's message. Ding! Host has successfully conquered the enchanting Hua Xiren, rewarding the host with 1,000 years of cultivation. Upon hearing the system's proclamation, Yi Xian couldn't help but reveal a smile of delight. Although cultivating alongside Hua Xiren left him feeling utterly drained, the reward was indeed remarkable. With the gift of 1,000 years of cultivation, Yi Xian could potentially break through to the 7th level of the dragon transformation realm. As one progresses, the path to advancement becomes increasingly arduous. Yi Xian, do you truly claim to be merely 21 years of age? Hua Xiren gazed at him incredulously. Can age truly be fabricated? Yi Xian inquired. No. I merely find it hard to believe that you possess such wisdom and charm. It is no wonder that so many captivating women willingly choose to accompany you. Being with you is indeed a delightful experience. A captivating smile graced Hua Xiren's lips. At this moment, Hua Xiren was thoroughly impressed, for Yi Xian's prowess was undeniable. Cultivating together had proven to be immensely beneficial. From today forth, Yi Xian shall be the only male disciple of the Hualuo Palace. Moreover, he shall serve as the Vice Palace Master, his status second only to that of the Palace Master, with all disciples obeying his commands. Hua Xiren declared with a voice that resonated throughout the Hualuo Palace. The disciples of the palace were taken aback by the sudden elevation of Yi Xian's status, never having anticipated such rapid advancement, especially to the position of Vice Palace Master. This was an unprecedented occurrence in the history of Hualuo Palace. In the past, the mere presence of a male disciple near the palace would have been met with lethal force. I am aware that you may harbor doubts, but as you come to understand Yi Xian in the future, you will recognize the sincerity of my intentions, Hua Xiren stated calmly. Palace Master, I find myself somewhat unworthy of this role as Vice Palace Master. Yi Xian replied, feeling somewhat overwhelmed, considering he was surrounded by female disciples. Hua Xiren's actions seemed to contradict the ancestral teachings. Rest assured, my judgment is infallible. They are still young and naive. In time, they will come to appreciate my good intentions, and they hold great respect for my words. Hua Xiren reassured him. Very well. Yi Xian nodded in acceptance. Yi Xian, according to the timeline, the Tongtian tomb should soon be opening, correct? Hua Xiren inquired. Indeed, it is nearly time, and I am preparing to venture to the Tongtian tomb. For there lies an item I require. Moreover, once the celestial tomb is opened, countless extraordinary prodigies will emerge, including those from the ancient royal families and the central continent. I long to make their acquaintance, Yi Xian remarked. He understood that to attain greater strength, one must endure numerous life and death battles. Remaining in the eastern wilderness would render it impossible for him to become truly formidable. As a prodigy, one must rise against the heavens. Indeed, with Xiren now expecting a child and unable to accompany you, it is fortuitous that Yuer will emerge from her seclusion tomorrow. You may take her along for your trials. I hope that the disciples of the Flower Falling Palace are not mere dregs, but rather individuals who can lend you assistance in the future. Hua Xiren stated. Lung Yuer, who ranks among the top 10 on the beauty list, is equally renowned as Hua Xiren and is also one of the 3 esteemed disciples of the Palace Master. Upon hearing Hua Xiren's words, Yi Xian could not help but express his astonishment. He was well aware that Hua Xiren had 3 primary disciples, and besides Hua Xiren, Lung Yu was indeed one of them. Indeed, I once regarded the outside world as perilous and the men therein as unworthy. However, since encountering you, I have revised that perception. With Lung Yu by your side, I believe there will be little danger. Hua Ziren nodded affirmatively. Very well. Yi Xian replied with a nod. You shall set out tomorrow, and tonight we. Hua Ziren said, her gaze fixed upon Yi Xian. At her words, Yi Xian felt a tremor coursing through him. Chapter 133. Journey to the Tomb of the Celestial Beings. Yi Xian, let us devote ourselves to cultivation once more this evening. After our practice, you may spend some time with Man, Hua Shiruan remarked, her expression brimming with anticipation. In her previous life, Hua Shiruan harbored a deep disdain for men, perceiving them as the most repugnant beings in existence. She believed that men, upon encountering women, resembled ravenous wolves set upon innocent lambs. However, after gaining newfound clarity and engaging in cultivation alongside Yi Xian, she came to realize that her life was inextricably linked to men, specifically to Yi Xian. This connection was ineffable, beyond the capacity of mere words to describe. Without Yi Xian, her life would be devoid of much of its joy. More significantly, Yi Xian possessed the dual cultivation technique known as the Dragon and Phoenix transformation. Practicing with him not only bestowed numerous delights, but also facilitated her own advancement in cultivation. Such an experience would be cherished by anyone. With a nod to Hua Shiruan's eager expression, Yi Xian ultimately acquiesced, and together they proceeded to the training chamber, commencing their cultivation. However, the intensity of their practice caused a bed woven from petals to shatter. Yi Xian raised his hands in surrender, leaning against the wall for a considerable time to recuperate. Eventually, he braced himself with both hands on his waist, dragging his weary form toward the cavern where Hua Shiruan was meditating. This marked a first in Yi Xian's life. Hua Shiruan's fervor had introduced him to the experience of an older, alluring woman. The adage holds true: when a young man is strong, a young woman may lean against the wall to rest. Conversely, when an older woman is robust, the young man must lean against the wall. Before long, Yi Xian arrived at Hua Shiruan's meditation cave. At that moment, due to the effects of her pregnancy, Hua Shiruan had succumbed to slumber. Yi Xian took a seat beside her, resting for a considerable duration. After a lengthy pause, he finally settled into a cross-legged position and addressed the system. Fuse with a millennium of cultivation. Received. The system responded. As the words echoed, an overwhelming and formidable aura surged into Yi Xian's being. He began to harness this immense energy to initiate a breakthrough. Time gradually passed. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of 3 piercing explosions reverberated from within Yi Xian, propelling his cultivation from the 4th level of the Dragon Transformation realm to the 7th level. The millennium of cultivation rewarded by the system had facilitated this remarkable ascent across 3 minor realms. Indeed, as one progresses further, the path of cultivation becomes increasingly arduous. However, as long as there is a system in place, I need not worry. Moreover, I must soon enhance my cultivation, for I have to engage with beautiful women. Yi Xian thought to himself. My dear, have you attained a breakthrough? At that moment, Hua Shiruan, awakened by the commotion of Yi Xian's cultivation, opened her eyes. Yet, upon sensing Yi Xian's true level of cultivation, Hua Shiruan was taken aback. She realized that the aura emanating from Yi Xian had reached the 7th level of the transforming dragon realm. This signified that Yi Xian had advanced at least 3 minor realms in one fell swoop. Though Hua Shiruan was aware of Yi Xian's extraordinary abilities, witnessing it firsthand left her utterly astonished. Ah, what a pity, only 3 minor realms at once. Yi Xian lamented. Hua Shiruan, upon hearing his words, initially intended to respond but found herself at a loss for words. She thought to herself that if other prodigies were to hear Yi Xian's statement, they would undoubtedly feel an overwhelming sense of envy. For most cultivators, breaking through is a gradual process, progressing 1 minor realm at a time. Yet here was Yi Xian, effortlessly leaping through several realms in a single bound. His words were truly mundane in contrast to his extraordinary feats. My dear, you are indeed a timeless anomaly, a prodigy. Hua Shiruan ultimately expressed her admiration for Yi Xian. Yi Xian offered no further remarks, instead embracing Hua Shiruan as they settled down to rest, sharing a night of silence. The following morning, Yi Xian, accompanied by Hua Shiruan, arrived at the door of Hua Shiruan's chamber. Inside, in addition to Hua Shiruan, there was another captivating young woman. This maiden, aged merely 18, was strikingly beautiful. Her brows arched delicately like misty smoke, and her eyes, filled with a subtle charm, conveyed both joy and sorrow. She possessed a fragile elegance, her tears glistening like dew, and her breath came in soft gasps. In moments of stillness, she resembled a flower reflected in water, in motion. She was akin to a willow swaying in the breeze. Her beauty exuded an ethereal quality, distinct from that of Hua Shimon's mature allure and Hua Xiren's pure grace. At the sight of this enchanting maiden, Yi Xian was genuinely captivated. "Yuer, this is Yi Xian, the deputy master of the Flower Falling Palace. You may call him Yi Xian Shixiang, or whatever you prefer," Hua Xiren introduced as she beheld Yi Xian's arrival. "Greetings, Deputy Master Yi," Leng Yuer replied, her voice sultry and full of charm as she offered a slight bow. "No need for such formality. You are a few years my junior. Just call me Shixiao," Yi Xian replied. "Yes, Yi Xian Shixiao." Leng Yuer nodded in agreement. "Yi Xian, I entrust you with the responsibility of taking care of Leng Yuer. The tomb of the celestial path is set to open, filled with numerous opportunities yet fraught with peril. Please ensure your safety. Yuer, Yi Xian possesses formidable combat skills and vast experience. Do your utmost to follow his lead and heed his guidance," Hua Shiruan advised Leng Yuer earnestly. "Yes, master," Leng Yuer replied obediently, nodding her head. "Then, sure man, Senior Hua, we shall take our leave," Yi Xian announced. "Go ahead. Remember to return early to visit us," Hua Shiman urged. "I will." Yi Xian nodded in affirmation. Subsequently, he led Leng Yuer towards the grand tomb of the celestial path located in the city of Tongtian. Along the journey, their conversation was sparse, as Leng Yuer was quite shy. "Yuer, there is no need for you to feel shy. Treat me as an older brother," Yi Xian encouraged, noticing her stealing glances at him, seemingly wanting to speak but hesitating out of bashfulness. However, her shyness only served to accentuate her ethereal aura, which was not entirely her fault, as this marked her first experience in close proximity to an unfamiliar man. Previously, the men she had encountered could be counted on one hand. "Yes, Senior Yi," Leng Yuer responded softly, her cheeks flushed with a charming hue. "Yuer, I take it you have never ventured to the central region before?" Yi Xian inquired. Chapter 134. My apologies, esteemed guest, but only one room remains indeed. I have never ventured outside. In the past, our master was exceedingly strict, rarely permitting us to leave the Flower Drop Palace. Moreover, our revered teacher warned us that the men outside are like tigers, ready to devour young maidens. Cold Moon Air expressed her bewilderment. She too found it perplexing that her master seemed transformed. After years of seclusion, everything had changed. The senior and junior sisters could now discuss matters of men freely, and their master no longer reprimanded them upon hearing such conversations. Instead, she would smile. Even more astonishingly, their master had disposed of the jade toy that had once been forbidden for them to touch, which lay beneath her pillow. It was only when Cold Moon Air took out the trash for her master that she discovered this fact. This revelation left her astounded, for previously, her master had been particularly averse to them touching her pillow or that jade trinket. The very act of discarding it was a profound surprise to Cold Moon Air. She felt a distinct change in her master and senior sister Hua Sherman, though she could not articulate the nature of this transformation. "Haha, men are tigers. Do you think I resemble a tiger?" Upon hearing Cold Moon Air's words, Yi Xian couldn't help but chuckle. "Not at all." Cold Moon Air shook her head. "Then you are mistaken. Watch me transform into a tiger." "Oh woo." Yi Xian made a playful grimace. Puffed witnessing Yi Xian's amusing antics, Cold Moon Air was instantly amused, bursting into laughter. However, once her laughter subsided, she felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her and quickly covered her face, stifling her mirth. "Junior sister Yuer, your smile is truly enchanting, akin to a blooming flower," Yi Xian praised, captivated by the sight of Cold Moon Air's delicate smile, her brows arching and lashes fluttering. "Not at all." Flustered by Yi Xian's compliment, Cold Moon Air lowered her head shyly, unsure of how to respond. Yet, in that moment, her defenses diminished significantly, and she became more talkative. Subsequently, Cold Moon Air began to share her story with Yi Xian. She revealed that she was an abandoned orphan, her parents having favored sons over daughters. Upon discovering she was a girl, her father cast her into the wilderness to fend for herself. Fortunately, their master happened upon her and rescued her, making her a benefactor in her life. Without her master, it was likely she would have perished long ago. As she grew, her master recognized her extraordinary talent and took her under her wing as a direct disciple. Most of the disciples in the Flower Drop Palace were orphans. After listening to Cold Moon Air's narrative, Yi Xian felt an even deeper respect for Hua Shiren in his heart. Yi Xian truly did not anticipate the hidden secrets that lay behind the Flower Falling Palace. This revelation took him by surprise. Sister Yuer, you shall no longer feel lonely. If you do not mind, you may call me brother from now on, Yi Xian declared. I do not mind. Then I shall call you Brother Yi, Cold Yuer responded. Splendid. I could not desire more, Yi Xian exclaimed. Thus, the two began to grow closer. Cold Yuer no longer harbored fear towards Yi Xian, for he was not the terrifying figure her master had portrayed, but rather exceedingly gentle and amiable. His words were laced with humor, often eliciting laughter from Cold Yuer. Yuer, allow me to share a story with you, Yi Xian suggested. Oh yes, Brother Yi, please do. I adore stories, Cold Yuer replied eagerly. Following this, Yi Xian recounted the poignant love story of Liang Shanbua and Zhu Yingtai, serving as a tale of romantic enlightenment for Cold Yuer. She listened, entranced, and upon learning that Liang Shanbua and Zhu Yingtai were not united in life, her eyes brimmed with tears, and she rested her head on Yi Xian's shoulder as she wept. Fortunately, Yi Xian completed the narrative, revealing that although they were apart in life, they transformed into butterflies together in death, forever united. How touching! Yet, fate is so cruel. They were so deeply in love, Cold Yuer lamented, feeling a pang of sorrow even as she learned of their ultimate reunion. In this manner, the story forged a bond between the two. Initially, Cold Yuer did not grasp the significance, but soon she realized she was not only leaning against Yi Xian, but was inching closer to his embrace. At that moment, she became aware and quickly withdrew, her heart racing, her cheeks flushed with shyness, unsure of how to proceed. Fear not, I am your brother. You may lean as you wish, and as a member of the Flower Falling Palace, there is no need for such formality, Yi Xian reassured her. All right, Brother Yi, Cold Yuer nodded. Thus, their journey was filled with laughter and joy. Cold Yuer gradually became more at ease, although she had not entirely reconciled her feelings. Through Yi Xian's guidance, her defenses had significantly lowered. The following day, Cold Yuer and Yi Xian arrived at Tongtian City. The Tongtian tomb lay not far from this bustling locale. Upon entering the city, Cold Yuer exclaimed, "How vibrant it is! So much delicious food and a plethora of enticing goods." Her eyes sparkled at the sight of various street delicacies and the myriad of delightful wares on display. As this marked the first occasion for Lung Yuer to visit such a vast city, she, despite being a cultivator, remained essentially an innocent girl with a pure heart. Observing her unbridled joy, Yi Xian approached a stall and procured a hairpin adorned with a blue gemstone. "Yuer, don't move. Let me adorn you with something special," he exclaimed after acquiring the exquisite item. "What are you going to do?" Lung Yuer inquired, her curiosity piqued. "Close your eyes, and you may open them once I've finished," Yi Xian instructed. "All right," she nodded eagerly. In the next moment, he delicately placed the shimmering hairpin into her long, dark locks. "Wow, it looks stunning. Take a look for yourself," Yi Xian encouraged. "Thank you, Yi Gij." Lung Yuer expressed her delight wholeheartedly. "Do you like it?" he asked. "Yes," she affirmed, nodding enthusiastically. Thus, the two strolled along, exploring the city and indulging in numerous delightful snacks, with Lung Yuer savoring every bite. Time slipped away, and soon nightfall enveloped the city. Yi Xian led Lung Yuer towards an inn. However, he found himself in a predicament as he inquired at several establishments, each already brimming with guests, leaving no vacancies. Feeling somewhat exasperated, he soon reconciled with the thought that the upcoming opening of the Tongtian tomb would undoubtedly attract many talented disciples. Eventually, he arrived at another inn. "Good evening, esteemed guests. Are you seeking accommodations? You are quite fortunate. We have just one round bed available, perfectly suited for the two of you," the jovial, rotund innkeeper announced with a broad smile. Chapter 135. The conflict arises under the moonlight. The corpulent and diminutive innkeeper, while speaking, discreetly cast a few glances at the enchanting Lung Yuer beside Yi Xian. Although her visage was partially concealed by a veil, her figure, her exquisite curves, and the aura she exuded all conveyed her undeniable beauty. Such loveliness. It perfectly complemented this young man. Truly, a match made in heaven. The innkeeper couldn't help but feel a surge of admiration within. "Ah, Dear proprietor, are there no other rooms available? Lung Yuer inquired, her cheeks flushing with a hint of shyness upon hearing his words. At that moment, her heart raced, for this was the first time in her life she found herself so intimately close to a man. The thought of sharing a bed with one was almost too overwhelming to fathom. Alas, there is but one room left. As you may know, the Tomb of the Heavens is set to open soon, and many prodigies have flocked here. If I am not mistaken, other inns are already fully booked. So you too are indeed fortunate. Rest assured, our beds at Zifikai are both comfortable and sturdy, specially designed for passionate young couples. The innkeeper declared. It was evident that the innkeeper mistakenly perceived Yi Xian and Lung Yuer as a couple. However, unbeknownst to him, the bond between Yi Xian and Lung Yuer was yet to be forged. Nonetheless, Yi Xian was aware that in due time, Lung Yuer would become his. The system had already proclaimed it. To neglect its demands would be a disservice. Sister Yuer, it seems we must make do for now. Being out in the wilderness would be unwise, especially with some time still left before the Tomb of the Heavens opens. Yi Xian remarked. Very well then. Lung Yuer shyly nodded in agreement. Ultimately, Yi Xian secured the room. Once the reservation was made, he and Lung Yuer proceeded to their chamber. Upon opening the door and illuminating the space, Lung Yuer was momentarily dazzled. The lights twinkled in a myriad of colors: red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple, casting a mesmerizing glow that filled her with a sensation she had never experienced before. As they stepped inside, her gaze fell upon a circular bed suspended in the room, adorned with pink petals. Nearby, various intriguing objects caught her eye, each more comfortable and unfamiliar than the last. What is the purpose of this chair? It's so uniquely crafted. And what about this sofa? Why is there a footrest? She exclaimed in astonishment. Yi Xian, naturally, recognized these items immediately. They were designed specifically for couples to cultivate together. This was his first encounter with such accommodations in a fantastical realm, appearing far more luxurious than the inns of his previous life. Well, what do you think? Do you like it? Rest assured, I am quite sincere. Consider me as your elder brother, Yi Xian remarked. Cold Moon nodded in agreement. Initially, she had been quite apprehensive. However, in the company of Yi Xian, she felt a sense of relaxation. Since her master had entrusted her to Yi Xian, it was evident that he was a person of integrity. Otherwise, her master would not have appointed him as the vice master of the flower-falling palace. Brother Yi, I'm going to take a shower now. You mustn't peek, or I shall tell master that you are bullying me. Cold Moon playfully warned. Understood. Yi Xian nodded, then settled onto the genuine leather sofa to practice his cultivation, while Cold Moon proceeded to freshen up. After her ablutions, Cold Moon suddenly realized, due to her nervousness, that she had forgotten to bring her change of clothes and other necessities, leaving them on the bed. This predicament left her in a quandary. At that moment, she felt utterly at a loss. However, after much contemplation, she mustered her courage and called out, Brother Yi. Yes? What is it? Yi Xian inquired. I left my toiletries outside. Could you please bring them in for me? But you mustn't peek. Cold Moon shyly added. Certainly. Yi Xian nodded and retrieved the items she had left on the bed. During this exchange, Yi Xian couldn't resist stealing a few glances. After all, one would be a fool not to seize the opportunity. To describe Cold Moon in a single word, it would be exquisite. She exuded an aura of grace and elegance, with a captivating figure that was simply enchanting. On the first night, though nothing eventful transpired, Yi Xian slept on the sofa while Cold Moon struggled to fall asleep for quite some time. She found it rather peculiar to be lying alone in the bed. Thus, 2 days swiftly passed. During this time, an increasing number of talented disciples began to arrive in Tongtian City, creating a bustling atmosphere. However, the influx of various factions also led to occasional incidents of bloodshed. Soon, evening fell, and Yi Xian accompanied Cold Moon towards the moon viewing platform in Tongtian City. This city celebrated an important occasion, the Moon Viewing Festival, the most lively night of the year. It was said that the moon on this night would be exceptionally full, and any wishes made upon it would come to fruition in the following year. Upon their arrival, Yi Xian and Cold Moon ascended the moon viewing platform, securing a prime spot from which to admire the moon. Dear Sister Yu, tonight you should make a wish here. It is said that it will come true by next year. Yi Xian remarked. Really? Upon hearing Yi Xian's words, Lung Yuer could not help but display a hint of curiosity. Indeed, the legend is true. It is likely possible, Otherwise, so many people would not congregate here. Yi Xian nodded affirmatively. How wonderful! Leng Yuer exclaimed with excitement. For young girls, such fanciful notions are immensely appealing. This inclination is not to be blamed on them. It is simply a reflection of their inherently romantic nature. Naturally, Leng Yuer was no exception. To be truthful, she felt quite exhilarated to be out this time, as she seldom ventured beyond the confines of the Flowerfall Palace. Leng Yuer had never imagined that the world outside could be so enchanting. However, just as Yi Xian and Leng Yuer were engaged in conversation, a domineering voice pierced through the air. Step aside. This moon viewing spot has been claimed by my young master. With those words, a group of imposing figures approached. It was evident that this brazen assembly was referring to the very location where Leng Yuer and Yi Xian stood. Undeterred by their words, Yi Xian and Leng Yuer continued to remain where they were. Yet, in the next moment, a chilling aura of murderous intent enveloped them. Chapter 136. My brother Wang Tung possesses the aura of a true immortal. Are you too deaf or dumb? I command you to depart. A cold voice echoed through the air. Are you addressing me? Upon sensing the chilling aura, Yi Xian furrowed his brows and turned to look behind him. At that moment, he noticed a group of figures had gathered not far away, seemingly appearing out of nowhere. At the forefront stood a young man, his nose held high, exuding an air of arrogance, accompanied by a dozen sycophants. These lackeys also radiated a similar domineering presence, their gazes directed at Yi Xian as if he were a mere corpse. To Yi Xian's astonishment, the men and women who had stood beside him moments before had retreated to a distance, clearly intimidated by the youth before them. However, Yi Xian remained unperturbed. Kid, do you think you can speak to others as you please? Did you not see our young master approaching? If you know what is good for you, kneel and offer your apologies. Otherwise, you shall face the consequences today, one of the young man's lackeys declared. Upon hearing this, the disciples present could not help but cast sympathetic glances at Yi Xian and Leng Yuer. This couple was in for a rough time. After all, who didn't know Wang Yuan? It seemed that anyone who had crossed Wang Yuan had met with dire fates. Many disciples familiar with the young man began to murmur among themselves. Who is this dog barking madly here? Get lost. Yi Xian's fury ignited upon hearing their taunts, and he furrowed his brow, shouting vehemently. An overwhelming chill emanated from him. Yi Xian was astounded. This fellow was utterly outrageous. The moon viewing platform was not his personal domain. It was a public space. He had not encroached upon anyone's territory. The audacity with which the young man behaved like a rabid dog was simply intolerable. What did you say? How dare you speak to my young master in such a manner? Do you even know who he is? Upon hearing Yi Xian's command to leave, Wang Yuan's sycophants could hardly believe their ears. This individual was shockingly ignorant of his own insignificance. I am well aware. You are merely a pack of dogs, barking here. Yi Xian retorted coldly. You seek your own demise. Beat him. Wang Yuan frowned upon hearing Yi Xian's insults. Who was Wang Yuan? He was a paragon of the Wang family, immensely powerful. Wherever he went, he was accorded respect. Yet, this individual before him was displaying an alarming level of arrogance, which Wang Yuan found utterly unacceptable. As his words fell, the tension escalated. The sycophants surrounding Wang Yuan converged menacingly towards Yi Xian. Get lost. Yi Xian's expression was frigid. With a powerful punch, he struck. Boom. Bang. 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 This singular blow from Yi Xian was imbued with an overwhelmingly terrifying force, as if it could shatter everything in its path. Wang Yuan's lackeys were utterly defenseless against it. As Yi Xian unleashed his strike, the minions were sent flying, howling in agony, directly off the moon viewing platform. Witnessing this spectacle from a distance, the disciples who gathered were left in awe, stunned by Yi Xian's commanding presence. They had not anticipated such audacity from him. He acted without hesitation, displaying immense prowess. You dare to strike my people. You shall meet your demise today. Wang Yuan's countenance twisted into a grotesque mask of fury upon seeing his companions hurled from the platform. He could not fathom the audacity of this individual before him. Did he not know he had an elder brother, a veritable titan in the realm, whose might was unmatched? And what of that? I am keen to see what you can do to assert your dominance before me. Yi Xian replied coldly. Though he was not one to instigate trouble, he would not shy away when provoked. Yi Xian's own background was formidable. He was prepared for a confrontation, even if it meant mutual destruction. Young man, it appears you are oblivious to my identity. Allow me to enlighten you, and I hope you do not faint from shock. I am Wang Yuan, the second son of the Wang family, and my elder brother, Wang Tong, possesses the aura of a true immortal, Wang Yuan proclaimed, brimming with arrogance. After declaring his lineage, Wang Yuan gazed intently at Yi Xian, anticipating the terror that would surely cloud his visage. To his utter dismay, however, there was no sign of fear from Yi Xian. Instead, a mocking smile danced upon his lips, as if he had heard the most ludicrous joke imaginable. Your brother possesses the aura of a true immortal? That may be so, but he is not you. Kneel and apologize. You have frightened my sister. Yi Xian replied sternly. Earlier, Wang Yuan and his companions had interrupted the reverent moment of Leng Yuer as she prepared to make a wish, a disruption Yi Xian could not tolerate. He had never heard of Wang Tong, and what significance did being a true immortal hold? Until one achieved that status, there was no room for idle chatter. Yi Xian cared not for whether one was Wang Yuan or Wang Tong. Any who dared provoke him would find themselves kneeling in penance. You want me to kneel? Have you consumed the heart of a bear and the courage of a leopard? What audacity do you possess? Upon hearing Yi Xian's words, Wang Yuan was on the brink of collapse. Wang Yuan could hardly fathom that Yi Xian could be so utterly oblivious to the gravity of the situation. You inquire about my boldness? Allow me to elucidate. It is my strength that begets my courage. Kneel before me. Yi Xian's voice was frigid. As his words fell, an overwhelming aura erupted from Yi Xian, bearing down upon Wang Yuan. No. As this force descended upon him, Wang Yuan felt as though a colossal mountain loomed above him, pressing down. In that instant, he realized that Yi Xian was not someone he could provoke. This power was simply terrifying. Perhaps such strength could only be subdued by his elder brother, Wang Tong, who possessed the true celestial form. Yet, Wang Yuan understood that he could not kneel. To do so would bring disgrace upon the Wang family and shame upon his brother Wang Tong. Do you wish to avoid kneeling? Kneel. Witnessing Wang Yuan's struggle, Yi Xian swiftly struck him with a resounding slap. Crack! The blow landed fiercely on Wang Yuan's face, leaving him dazed and unable to withstand the oppressive force emanating from Yi Xian. With a thud, he collapsed to his knees before Yi Xian. However, at that moment, a cold voice interjected. Kid, that's enough. If you know what is good for you, release my second young master at once. Chapter 137. You threaten me? Then he can die. As these words fell, the next moment, an elderly figure tore through the void and appeared on the Moonview platform. The aura emanating from this figure was extraordinarily terrifying. Upon sensing the presence of this elder, the cultivators present displayed expressions of astonishment, for they were acutely aware of his identity. He was Wang Yuan as protector. The Wang family, being one of the most powerful clans in the northern realm, naturally provided Wang Yuan with his own guardian. All gazes turned towards Yi Xian, eager to discern how he would respond to the protector of the Wang family. Would he cower in fear or plead for mercy? However, what followed was entirely contrary to their expectations. Instead, as the elder's figure materialized, a chilling aura of dread radiated from Yi Xian. You want me to let him go? Where were you when he was about to bully me? Yi Xian retorted. Moreover, I recall an unwritten rule. The elders should not interfere in the conflicts of the younger generation. Are you truly willing to breach this custom, old man? Yi Xian was astounded by the audacity of the Wang family. Just moments ago, when Wang Yuan was brazenly imposing upon others at the Moonview platform, this elder had remained conspicuously absent. Now, he chose to intervene. It was utterly insufferable. The youth's insolence was one thing, but the elder's behaving in such a manner was entirely unacceptable. It seemed that the elder had only dared to act so recklessly because he sensed that Yi Xian's own protector was not present. Yet, did he truly think Yi Xian was so easily intimidated? Wang Yuan had frightened Leng Yuer, which had severely crossed Yi Xian's line. He had promised the master of the Flowerfall Palace that he would not allow anyone to harm a single hair on Leng Yuer. Having made this vow, he was compelled to uphold it. Today's youth are increasingly ignorant of propriety. Boy, do you even realize who you are speaking to? Are you unaware of how to write the character for death? The elder coldly scoffed upon hearing Yi Xian's words. Old fool, are you threatening me? Yi Xian's expression darkened, revealing a glimmer of lethal intent. He found the situation rather amusing, as it was evident that this elder underestimated him, believing that without any guardians by his side, he could act with impunity. Little did he know, Yi Xian was not one to be trifled with. Boy, so what if I am threatening you? Do you really believe that I cannot kill you? The elder's chilling aura surged ominously, making it clear that should Yi Xian continue to speak defiantly, he would swiftly take action against him. Brother Yi, perhaps we should let this go. Let us release him and forego the moon viewing, a voice suggested. Upon sensing the overwhelming chill emanating from the elder, the timid Lung Yuer felt a wave of trepidation. This was her inaugural venture into the world, and she had not anticipated encountering such a formidable predicament. Wang Yuan was not only exceedingly domineering, but also utterly unreasonable. Moreover, his guardian disregarded the customary norms that everyone else adhered to. Lung Yuer recognized that Yi Xian's actions were entirely motivated by her presence. She was unwilling to let her own troubles embroil her brother, Yi Xian, in unnecessary conflict. Junior sister Yu, do not concern yourself. I will exercise discretion. Rest assured, with me here, no one can harm you or even lay a finger upon you. Yi Xian reassured Lung Yuer. Observing the resolute determination in his demeanor, she hesitated, choosing silence over further words. Old man, if you have any sense, come down and apologize to my junior sister Yu. Otherwise, I shall ensure that both you and he vanish from this world. Yi Xian declared coldly, addressing the elder in the void. His proclamation sent shockwaves through the assembly, as no one anticipated Yi Xian's audacity. This lad exudes an extraordinary presence. Confronting Wang Yuan's guardian with such ferocity, I would have been petrified in his position. Perhaps he is a scion of some formidable lineage, yet it appears his guardian is absent. If this continues, he is bound to suffer consequences. Indeed, many disciples, perceiving that Yi Xian was unaccompanied by a guardian, began to murmur amongst themselves. Conversely, some believed that Wang Yuan's guardian's threats against Yi Xian were an ill-advised move, as it shattered the established protocols of their society. Should the younger generation engage in conflict while the elders intervened, chaos would ensue, stifling the growth of the youth. Such audacity, young man, to address me in this manner. I shall now present you with a choice. Either release the second young master at once, or I will ensure you regret ever setting foot in this world. The elder sneered upon hearing Yi Xian demand an apology for Lung Yuer. Originally, I intended merely to teach him a lesson, but it seems he has forfeited his right to exist. With a sinister command, he proclaimed, "Die." At this moment, Yi Xian's fury ignited. As his words hung in the air, an overwhelming aura erupted from him, and he unleashed a fist aimed directly at Wang Yuan's head. "You dare!" The elder roared in fury upon witnessing Yi Xian's audacious attack. The elder, seasoned and well-traveled, had encountered countless prodigies throughout his life. However, one such obstinate individual as Yi Xian is truly a rare sight to behold. What is there that I fear? A terrifying chill crept across Yi Xian's lips as he spoke. With the conclusion of his words, all semblance of politeness vanished. He unleashed a formidable punch. Upon sensing the terrifying force of Yi Xian's strike, Wang Yuan let out a wretched scream. Yet, it was already too late. In the next moment, when Yi Xian's fist collided with Wang Yuan's skull, his head shattered like a watermelon, erupting into a myriad of crimson mist. Blood, both red and yellow, splattered across the ground. Even his very soul was obliterated by the sheer force of Yi Xian's blow, rendering him utterly lifeless, beyond any hope of rescue. Silence enveloped the space, a deathly stillness prevailing. Even the elders stood in shock, for Wang Yuan's protector could scarcely imagine that Yi Xian would brazenly slay his own heir before his eyes. "You seek death." After a moment of stunned silence, the elder's voice erupted in a deafening roar. Instantly, a torrent of murderous intent surged forth from him, accompanied by an overwhelming force, descending upon Yi Xian like an unstoppable tide. Chapter 138. When pressured, even the guardian will kill upon sensing the overwhelming murderous intent emanating from Wang Yuan's guardian. All present cultivators felt a tremor in their hearts. The guardian's cultivation level was evidently at a terrifying height. Although the target of the guardian's wrath was Yi Xian, the suffocating aura that enveloped the scene made it difficult for everyone to breathe. At that moment, many cultivators turned their gaze towards Yi Xian, eager to witness his reaction to the old man's impending attack. However, to their disappointment, Yi Xian remained unfazed, his countenance as tranquil as a still lake, exuding an air of transcendence as if he were a sovereign of the mortal realm. My heavens, this lad's composure is astonishing. If it were me, I would have been utterly petrified. Some cultivators murmured, their astonishment at Yi Xian's calm demeanor palpable. It's not merely composure. He must have some powerful backing. Yi Xian, observing the old man's approach, wore an icy expression. Old fool, it seems your time has come, he declared coldly. As his words fell, a talisman materialized in Yi Xian's hand, a gift from the three esteemed elders of the chaotic sacred land. Upon his departure, the elders had each infused a fragment of their essence into the talisman, bolstering Yi Xian's confidence today. Yi Xian never undertook endeavors without certainty, and the communication talisman in his grasp was a testament to the support from the three elders. As Yi Xian's words echoed, the aura of his dragon transformation realm erupted forth. He infused a stream of true essence into the talisman. Boom! Upon this infusion, the talisman detonated, unleashing a blinding radiance. In its wake, a formidable figure materialized in the void, exuding an aura far surpassing that of Wang Yuan's guardian. Upon seeing this apparition, the guardian's expression shifted dramatically, for the energy emanating from the figure was orders of magnitude beyond his own capability to withstand. With a decisive motion, the apparition brandished a colossal blade and struck down without any extraneous gestures. The attack was extraordinarily formidable and terrifying. As the blade descended, the void was forcibly cleaved in twain, transcending mere blade light to manifest as a domain of unparalleled might. The domain transcends the mere essence of blade light, blade aura, and blade intent. Its power is unfathomably more terrifying than that of ordinary blade light. Senior, cease your actions. I was mistaken. At this moment, feeling the dread of this strike, the elder was drenched in cold sweat, urgently exclaiming. Unfortunately, the phantom showed no signs of halting. The murderous aura of the blade domain swiftly enveloped the elder. In the subsequent scene, the onlookers could not discern the specific details. However, after a brief interval, when the blade domain dissipated, they beheld that the elder, who had just attacked the Wang family, had vanished entirely, leaving only a rain of blood cascading from the void. Hiss! A collective gasp echoed among the crowd. They had never anticipated Yi Xian's overwhelming dominance, capable of eliminating even the protector of his adversary. The true terror of Yi Xian's hidden strength was beyond measure. Initially, they thought Wang Yuan's guardian was formidable, yet Yi Xian's secret was even more fearsome. Who exactly is he? Surely he must be a successor of a sacred ground or some superpower. Such a being is beyond our reckoning. However, now that he has slain Wang Yuan and his protector, I fear the repercussions from such a presence will not be gentle. Are you referring to Wang Teng of the Wang family, who possesses an aura reminiscent of a true immortal? Indeed, I have heard that Wang Teng is exceedingly terrifying and defies the heavens, a being of unparalleled strength, almost akin to a myth in the northern region. Many cultivators murmured, their gazes shifting towards Yi Xian, who appeared serene and transcendent, exuding an aura reminiscent of an ethereal being, filled with reverence. Such is the nature of this world. Strength dictates truth. Following the demise of Wang Yuan and his guardian, Yi Xian remained calm and composed, as if merely a trivial incident had unfolded. Sister Yuerer, I apologize. Today's misfortune was my fault, allowing this bothersome fly to disrupt your wish and our moon gazing. Yi Xian addressed the somewhat dazed Leng Yuer. Brother Yi Xian, please do not say that. If it weren't for you today, I would have undoubtedly suffered. For I lack the formidable hidden strength you possess. Leng Yuer shook her head. At that moment, she was truly moved. Leng Yuer began to understand why her master had such trust in Yi Xian. Being with him was indeed splendid. Many matters required no concern on her part, as Yi Xian could resolve them effortlessly. Sister Yuer, today has been rather unfortunate. Let us forego moon gazing. When a better opportunity arises, I shall take you to a more splendid venue for wishes and moon gazing. How does that sound? Yi Xian proposed. Leng Yuer nodded obediently, and together they departed from the scene. After Yi Xian and Leng Yuer had completely departed from this place, many talented disciples could not help but exhale with relief. Feeling considerably lighter, Yi Xian was, after all, a veritable harbinger of death, exerting immense pressure upon everyone around him. Meanwhile, Yi Xian and Leng Yuer soon returned to the inn. With the Tongtian tomb yet to open, the two found themselves at a loss for entertainment. However, Leng Yuer had grown less wary of Yi Xian. In fact, she began to feel a sense of safety when she was in his company during the evening. Time swiftly passed until midnight. Suddenly, the once clear sky erupted with torrential rain. accompanied by the resounding roar of thunder. Upon hearing the thunder, Lung Yuer felt a pang of fear, for since childhood, she had always dreaded the sound during the night. Whenever thunder struck, she would seek refuge in her senior sister's embrace. Yet, this time, her senior sisters were nowhere to be found. Although she no longer harbored the same childhood terror of thunder, she still yearned for someone to be by her side. "What's wrong? Are you afraid of the thunder?" Yi Xian inquired, sensing her unease. "Yes," Lung Yuer nodded. "If you don't mind, I could hold you. Rest assured, I regard you merely as a sister," Yi Xian offered. With another clap of thunder echoing, Lung Yuer could no longer contain herself and leaped into Yi Xian's arms. The world would never guess that this ethereal beauty, resembling a celestial being, harbored a fear of thunder. In that moment, as Yi Xian embraced Lung Yuer, he felt an overwhelming sense of bliss. However, the dark and tempestuous night was often a backdrop for stories and friction to unfold. After a while, Yi Xian broke the silence, saying, "Sister Yuer, you are truly enchanting. May I steal a kiss? I assure you, it is merely your beauty that captivates me, compelling me to seek a taste of the celestial aura that surrounds you." Chapter 139. The Deceptive Words of Men. Yes, yes, brother Yeshuan. It's as promised. Cold Yuer replied softly upon hearing Yeshuan's intention to give her a kiss. For Cold Yuer, Yeshuan had been exceedingly kind to her, akin to a mentor who protects her from harm. If she were unable to fulfill even this modest request, it would be quite unthinkable. With her consent granted, Yeshuan displayed no hesitation, and he found himself unable to resist the urge to pay homage. For in his arms, Cold Yuer was a stunning beauty, ethereal like a celestial being. In such proximity, it was difficult for Yeshuan to refrain from reverence. "Brother Yeshuan." At this moment, Cold Yuer felt her mind go utterly blank. "Do not be afraid, my junior sister Yuer. I merely wish to pay my respects, just a gentle brush," Yeshuan reassured her. Cold Yuer was at a loss for words, feeling utterly overwhelmed. The situation felt exceptionally strange. Ultimately, Yeshuan deceived Cold Yuer. He lost control and broke through the impenetrable defenses she had constructed at the tender age of 18, defenses that had never been breached before. It was then that Cold Yuer realized the truth. Men are indeed deceptive. What was promised as a mere brush had led to this unforeseen outcome. Truly, the words of men are but illusions. Initially, tears streamed down Cold Yuer's cheeks, yet as Yeshuan continued, she gradually acclimated to the experience. Soon, she willingly joined him in cultivating their powers. That night, for both Cold Yuer and Yeshuan, was destined to be filled with romance and beauty. They were united by a storm of thunder and lightning, transforming Cold Yuer from a frigid little fairy into an unparalleled queen commanding the scene. After their session of cultivation, Cold Yuer attained a profound understanding and initiated several more rounds of practice with Yeshuan, continuing until dawn. The following morning, a thunderous rumble echoed through the outskirts of Tongtian City. Suddenly, a cacophony of sounds erupted, accompanied by divine radiance illuminating the sky. Upon hearing the commotion, Yeshuan and Cold Yuer ceased their cultivation and turned towards the window. They beheld a spectacle. Countless beams of divine light soared from the northern outskirts of Tongtian City, piercing the heavens with a dazzling brilliance. Witnessing this, Yeshuan addressed Cold Yuer, "Junior sister Yuer, it seems the Tongtian tomb has opened. We must venture there." "Yes, brother Yeshuan." Cold Yuer nodded, her cheeks flushed with beauty and allure. "Then let us depart," Yeshuan said to her. "It is truly regrettable. I had hoped to cultivate alongside brother Yi Xian, yet unexpectedly, the celestial tomb has opened." Lung Yuer expressed with lingering sentiments. At this moment, she realized how delightful it was to be with brother Yi Xian, an experience she had never anticipated. Now, Lung Yuer comprehended why senior sister Sherman cherished her time with Yi Xian so dearly. It was indeed a beautiful experience. Rest assured, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future, Yi Xian reassured her. "Brother Yi Xian, I have lost my chastity token. What should I do? My master will surely punish me upon my return," Lung Yuer exclaimed, worry evident after inspecting her body. "Sister Yu, do not fret. The mistress will not scold you while I am here. If she inquires, simply claim that I erased it." Yi Xian comforted her. "Very well, brother Yi Xian. But will you abandon me in the future? I have heard my master say that men can be quite treacherous. Once they possess you, they may become cold and indifferent, causing you great sorrow and suffering throughout your life." Lung Yuer voiced her concerns. Although she had displayed wild enthusiasm during their cultivation session the previous night, now, having concluded, her worries emerged. After all, Lung Yuer was an innocent girl, untouched by the complexities of the world. Do you truly think I am that kind of person? Yuer, since you are mine, I shall cherish and love you until the end of time, even until the seas run dry and the mountains crumble. If you doubt me, I shall swear an oath right here, Yi Xian proclaimed with sincere expression. Indeed, Yi Xian spoke the truth. He was determined to take responsibility. He was not the type to forget his gratitude after getting what he wanted. Brother Yi Xian, I do not require your oath. I trust you. I enjoy being with you, Lung Yuer replied. However, Brother Yi Xian, you are quite mischievous. We agreed it was merely a greeting, yet it turned into, she teased. Recalling the events of the previous night. I could not help myself. Sister you are simply too beautiful, and I lost my composure, Yi Xian admitted, scratching his head in embarrassment. Brother Yi Xian, I have another question. My master mentioned that if we engage with men, we might become tainted. I checked, and my body has not changed. Lung Yuer said, her curiosity piqued. Your master is deceiving you, merely trying to protect you from unscrupulous men. However, I am a good man, not one of those scoundrels. Yi Xian clarified. I see now, Brother Yi Xian, that puts my mind at ease. In this lifetime, I only desire you. Lung Yuer nodded affirmatively. Naturally, Lung Yuer was exceptionally naive, which made her trust Yi Xian's words completely. This innocence was a precious trait among the disciples of the Flower Fall Palace, pure, alluring, and beautiful, indeed, the finest qualities a girl could possess. Thus, this also explains why those cultivators outside are irresistibly drawn to the disciples of the Flower Falling Palace. At this moment, Lung Yuer had completely devoted her heart to Yi Xian, considering him the entirety of her existence. Meanwhile, a voice resonated in Yi Xian's mind, signaling the system's notification, ding. It has been detected that Lung Yuer is now 100% devoted to the host. The host is rewarded with the celestial level martial art, the Nine Suns True Scripture. Upon hearing this announcement, excitement welled up within Yi Xian. The Nine Suns True Scripture is an extraordinarily remarkable internal cultivation method. He never anticipated that after completing his cultivation with Lung Yuer, he would be rewarded with such an exceptional technique. Possessing this internal cultivation method would undeniably bring immeasurable benefits to the enhancement of his true essence in the future. Brother Yi Xian, what are you contemplating? Inquiring curiously was the now prepared Lung Yuer, ready to embark towards the Tantian tomb. I was thinking how fortunate I am to have a peerless partner like you. Junior sister Yuer, a blessing cultivated over countless lifetimes. Yi Xian replied. Upon hearing his words, the innocent Lung Yuer displayed a smile that could rival the beauty of nations. From now on, you can omit the title junior sister and simply call me husband, Yi Xian added. After making this declaration, he and Lung Yuer set forth towards the Tantian tomb. Just as they departed from the inn, a shadow emerged in the room where Lung Yuer and Yi Xian had been staying. Chapter 140, The Opening of the Heavenly Tomb. Heroes abound. The figure that appeared was none other than the innkeeper, who had come to tidy up. Earlier, when Lung Yuer and Yi Xian departed, they had notified the innkeeper. However, upon entering the room, the plump and short innkeeper was utterly taken aback. The room was in complete disarray. Even the sofa had lost 4 legs, chairs lay scattered on the floor, and the hammock was precariously positioned, as if it might collapse at any moment. It was no wonder that the young man had left behind a substantial amount of spirit stones. Otherwise, I would have been inclined to curse. One must admit, the new generation is far more formidable than our own. Observing the chaos in the room, one could only imagine the intensity of the battle that had unfolded. Alas, they were disciples of the elite, and I dared not capture their likeness with my recording stone. Had I done so, it would surely fetch a handsome price. The innkeeper mused silently. Previously, the innkeeper had taken pleasure in surreptitiously recording guests, particularly those with partners or single female companions, earning a fortune from those videos. However, after attracting the ire of a powerful disciple from a super faction, he found himself with 2 broken legs, spending months recuperating in bed. The 3rd leg had nearly met the same fate. Ever since that incident, he had refrained from such activities upon recognizing disciples of the elite, fearing for his limbs, as a second injury would leave him permanently incapacitated. Meanwhile, Yi Xian and Lung Yuer were oblivious to the innkeeper's predicament. As they arrived at the heavenly tomb, it had already been opened, and countless elite disciples had entered. Yi Xian overheard some discussions among those who had not entered yet. Among the disciples were heirs of super factions, including some holy sons from sacred places and the saintess of Tiandi Mountain. Upon hearing that the saintess of Tiandi Mountain had also entered the heavenly tomb, Yi Xian could not help but exhibit a profound curiosity. Tiandi Mountain was the very place where his mother resided, hence his heightened interest. In addition to the saintess of Tiandi Mountain, representatives from the ancient royal clan were present, known for their domineering nature, declaring intentions to capture the human race's elites as their pets. Before entering, they had clashed with the human disciples, but no conclusive outcome had emerged. They seemed to have resolved to settle matters within the heavenly tomb. As Yi Xian listened to the discussions, the voice of the system resounded once more. Ding! The saintess of Tiandi Mountain, Wu Xiuji, has been detected as a compatible partner for the host. Please proceed to conquer her upon entering the heavenly tomb. To conquer fiercely. For the other party harbors an immense disdain for the host, even going so far as to insult the host as a wild child. Ding! The system detected that the vermilion bird goddess is a suitable companion for the host. Please proceed to conquer her within the celestial tomb. The system addressed Yi Xian. System. Logically speaking, this Wu Xiuji is a saintess from the generation following my mother. She shouldn't have a close relationship with her, right? Yi Xian inquired. Due to Yi Xian's divination abilities, he faced a limitation. He could only discern the essence of others upon encountering them in person. Moreover, it is crucial to note that the heirs of these superpowers possess extraordinary treasures that shield their destinies. Therefore, there were certain matters Yi Xian could not fathom. As for the vermilion bird goddess, Yi Xian need not be concerned about blood relations. Furthermore, the relationship between humanity and the ancient royal family has never been amicable. Thus, he could directly conquer them forcefully, easing the tensions between the two factions. No, Yi Xian's ambition was to conquer every beauty from the ancient royal family. In doing so, the friction between the ancient royal family and humanity would likely diminish due to his influence. Ding! Rest assured, Wu Xiuji is several generations removed from your mother, and their connection is no longer intimate. Please proceed to conquer her without worry. The system responded. Very well. She dares to call me a wild child. I shall show her the immense charm of this wild child. A beauty like her would be a pity to neglect. Yi Xian nodded resolutely. Turning to the side, he addressed Lung Yuer. Yuer, when we enter the celestial tomb, we will be transported through a teleportation array. Once inside, we are likely to be sent to different locations. If we do not end up together, please be cautious. If you encounter a formidable prodigy, do not engage in direct conflict. Simply summon me using a communication talisman. Understood, my husband. Upon hearing Yi Xian's words, Lung Yuer nodded obediently. Then let us proceed, Yi Xian declared. After uttering these words, he and Lung Yuer approached the entrance of the celestial tomb. As soon as their feet stepped onto the teleportation array at the entrance, Yi Xian felt a dizzying whirl. When he regained his senses, he discovered that he had arrived in a different realm. The landscape before him was adorned with azure mountains and verdant waters, brimming with spiritual energy, a self-contained world. It was a small realm created by the celestial being. After surveying his surroundings, Yi Xian murmured to himself. Indeed, he and Lung Yuer were no longer in the same location. However, he did not harbor significant worries about Lung Yuer's safety. With these thoughts in mind, Yi Xian began to walk forward slowly. Yet, after traversing a short distance, a glimmer of brilliance sparkled in his eyes, for he beheld an exceptionally striking spiritual herb not far away. The medicinal herb possesses 7 resplendent petals, radiating a vivid crimson hue. For Yi Xian, who has mastered the supreme art of alchemy, the name of this herb was instantly recognizable, the celestial soul flower, and moreover, a millennium-old variant. This exquisite herb greatly benefits the soul upon consumption, rendering it exceedingly rare and nearly impossible to procure in the outside world. Yi Xian could hardly believe his fortune upon encountering such a marvel immediately upon his arrival at the celestial tomb. However, he did not recklessly approach to pluck the celestial soul flower, for he was not foolish. Such a precious herb would undoubtedly be guarded by formidable beasts. Come out, or shall I force you? Yi Xian coldly inquired, sensing the presence of the beast. Yet, his words elicited no response. It was evident that as long as Yi Xian remained still, the beast would remain dormant. Still contemplating a sneak attack? You truly invite retribution upon yourself. Show yourself, Yi Xian declared with indifference. Following his command, he unleashed a powerful palm strike, sending a colossal imprint hurtling towards the beast's hiding place, imbued with an ominous intent to kill. However, just as Yi Xian executed his strike, a thunderous roar erupted, and a massive figure surged forth from the vicinity of the celestial soul flower. Upon witnessing this gargantuan entity, Yi Xian could not help but furrow his brow. Chapter 141. The soulflower. Upon encountering the colossal creature before him, Yi Xian could not help but furrow his brow. This beast measured an astounding length of over 10 meters and a girth of 3 to 4 meters, exuding a terrifying aura as it flicked its menacing tongue. Its crimson eyes glimmered with an unsettling blood-red sheen, radiating an eerie chill. The creature was covered in impenetrable scales, a formidable entity resembling the devouring serpent, with a power equivalent to that of a human at the 8th level of the dragon transformation realm. Sensing the presence of this devouring serpent, Yi Xian's expression darkened with concern. Boom! At that moment, the palm strike Yi Xian had just unleashed collided with the devouring serpent's form. However, the impact merely resulted in a resounding thud before dissipating into nothingness. How powerful! Witnessing that his attack inflicted no damage on the devouring serpent, Yi Xian's caution heightened significantly. Roar! The devouring serpent emitted a furious roar, its tongue flicking menacingly. Its massive tail transformed into a sweeping shadow, imbued with terrifying power, as it aimed a sweeping blow directly at Yi Xian. As the tail swept toward him, the very air around them distorted, a testament to the immense strength of the devouring serpent. Cloud Shadow Mirage Step. Realizing the peril of the approaching tail strike, Yi Xian opted not to withstand it. Understanding that numerous battles lay ahead in the Tongtian tomb, he needed to conserve his strength, as the presence of numerous talented individuals in this place was overwhelming. Despite the robustness of his true essence, excessive expenditure would lead to depletion, a scenario Yi Xian wished to avoid. Bang! In an instant, the serpent's tail struck the ground where Yi Xian had just stood, creating a massive crater. Witnessing this scene, Yi Xian, who had narrowly evaded the attack, felt a surge of astonishment. Such incredible power. He then addressed the devouring serpent. Beast, if you know what's good for you, leave this place. That soul flower is mine. Of course, if you seek death, I can accommodate that as well. Roar. Upon hearing Yi Xian's words, the devouring serpent unleashed a piercing shriek, its fury reaching a peak. Clearly, the failure to annihilate Yi Xian with a single strike had enraged it. Moreover, the soul flower was crucial for its transformation into a dragon. Only through the soul flower could it achieve its metamorphosis, yet it was not yet fully mature. Thus, the devouring serpent had been bound to guard this location, only to unexpectedly encounter Yi Xian. In the next moment, the devouring serpent opened its gaping maw, charging toward Yi Xian with undeniable intent. It was evident that this time the devouring python aimed to swallow Yi Xian whole. Initially, it refrained from killing him out of respect for his arduous training. However, Yi Xian's lack of appreciation for this mercy provoked the serpent's wrath. As Yi Xian perceived the python's relentless hostility, his anger surged. With his words echoing in the air, the formidable aura of his dragon transformation realm, 7th level, erupted. Terrifying true essence coursed wildly through his body, emitting a sound akin to a divine dragon's roar. Simultaneously, Yi Xian unleashed a punch. Boom! The strike radiated a dreadful intent to kill, as if it could obliterate the ages. The murderous energy was boundless. In an instant, Yi Xian's fist collided with the devouring python, producing a deafening roar. Yet, to his shock, Yi Xian's formidable blow inflicted minimal damage upon the creature, starkly illustrating the python's fearsome strength. With an enraged bellow, the devouring python, frustrated by its inability to vanquish Yi Xian, unleashed a cloud of toxic mist, its signature attack, intending to poison Yi Xian. You wretched beast, it seems you cannot be spared, Yi Xian declared, his anger ignited. The consequences of his fury were bound to be severe. As his words fell, a terrifying force of thunder surged through his fingertips, effortlessly dispelling the incoming venom. For Yi Xian, poison posed no threat. As a master alchemist, he could neutralize toxins far more potent than this mere snake's venom. I almost forgot. Strike the serpent at its vital point, Yi Xian murmured. With a leap, he ascended into the void. channeling his true essence into the form of a spear of the underworld. In a swift motion, he thrust it towards the python's vital spot. The scene unfolded with such rapidity that the devouring python was caught off guard, unprepared for Yi Xian's knowledge of its weakness. The massive serpent hastily coiled its body to evade the impending strike, yet it underestimated Yi Xian's speed. In an instant, the spear, seemingly drawn from the depths of hell, pierced the devouring python at its critical point. With a pained howl, the creature succumbed to the attack. Then it fell heavily to the ground. The sky-devouring python's crimson eyes fixated on Yi Xian, revealing a hint of reluctance. The python had harbored dreams of transforming into a majestic dragon, yet it never anticipated that it would meet its demise here today. Truly, it felt an overwhelming sense of regret. Rest assured, you shall depart in peace. You need not worry. Your entire being is filled with treasures. The python's essence is an unparalleled gem for cultivation and alchemy, and your flesh possesses delightful flavor. I shall make full use of everything, Yi Xian declared, bringing an end to the sky-devouring python's life. After concluding the python's existence, Yi Xian stored its lifeless form within his storage ring. Once this was accomplished, he turned his gaze towards the heavenly soul flower. At this moment, he observed the petals of the flower unfolding at a visible pace. The medicinal properties of the heavenly soul flower are primarily concentrated in its petals. Thus, the optimal time for harvesting is when the flower's core has completely blossomed. A delay or an early pick could result in significant loss of its potency. Consequently, Yi Xian was determined not to waste a single moment. Thus, he vigilantly guarded the heavenly soul flower. Finally, as the flower's core fully unfurled, Yi Xian acted swiftly, plucking the heavenly soul flower and placing it within his medicinal box, achieving an impeccable harvest. Next, he contemplated finding a suitable location to refine the heavenly soul flower. Just as he prepared to depart, a cold voice interrupted. Halt. Chapter 142. Dare to steal from me? How impatient are you? Upon hearing the voice, Yi Xian could not help but furrow his brow. He turned around to see several disciples who had appeared here at an unknown time. The leading disciple, strikingly handsome, bore an exceptionally cold expression. His aura had already reached the 9th level of the dragon transformation realm. The disciples behind him were also formidable in their cultivation. Young man, I am Fangsuan Mountain, one of the unparalleled prodigies of Zhongzhou. I trust you have heard of my illustrious name. Thus, if you possess any sense, you will obediently surrender the heavenly soul flower. Otherwise, you shall meet a bitter end here. Fangsuan Mountain declared with an air of indifference, regarding Yi Xian as though he were already deceased. Fangsuan Mountain, the peerless talent of the Fang family, wielded significant power. Though he may not compare to the few monsters of Zhongzhou, he was certainly formidable enough. His reputation in Zhongzhou was considerable. Firstly, I'm afraid I have never heard of the name Fangsuan Mountain. Secondly, I must inform you that this place is rife with opportunities. If you seek something, you must find it yourselves. Do not court death unnecessarily. The heavenly soul flower is mine, and you shall not lay a finger on it. Yi Xian replied coldly, unyielding. To think one could seize his possessions simply by virtue of strength was a naive delusion. Dare to rob Yi Xian? One must have the means to do so. Moreover, how could one be so arrogant at the 9th level of the dragon transformation realm? Yi Xian truly could not fathom the source of their confidence. You seem to be refusing a toast and opting for punishment instead. I initially intended to spare your life, but it appears that is no longer necessary. Kill him. Fangsuan Mountain commanded icily. As Fangsuan Mountain's words fell, the disciples around him transformed into fleeting shadows, swiftly surrounding Yi Xian to attack. Since you wish for death, I shall grant you that. As these disciples closed in, Yi Xian's expression hardened. A terrifying killing intent surged forth from him. With a flow of true essence, he conjured a spear of the underworld. Die! Yi Xian brandished the spear, launching it toward the encroaching disciples. Accompanied by piercing screams, the disciples who had surrounded Yi Xian were swiftly annihilated. Young man, your strength is indeed commendable to have dispatched my subordinates so quickly. However, daring to kill my followers, you shall regret ever entering this world. Fangsuan Mountain's voice turned frigid upon witnessing the swift demise of his companions. As his words echoed, a massive blade appeared in Fangsuan Mountain's hand, engraved with intricate patterns, glinting ominously with murderous intent. Clearly, he was prepared for a fierce confrontation. It is a blade of considerable caliber, the Imperial Slayer of 7 cuts. The treasured sword in the hands of Fong Siyuan Shan cleaves the air with a formidable descent. As the blade strikes down, 7 unmatched rays of light transform into a torrent of murderous intent, bearing down upon Yi Xian. In that instant, the entire realm surrounding Yi Xian is enveloped by this terrifying radiance, the very fabric of the void twisting and tearing apart. Child, this strike is not something anyone can easily withstand. Rest assured, having provoked me, Fong Siyuan Shan, this is your fate. Fong Siyuan Shan's voice is cold and unyielding after delivering the blow. Humph, is that so? The 9th level of the dragon transformation realm? Merely that. Yi Xian retorts with a disdainful scoff, gazing at the arrogance displayed by his opponent. The next moment, he invokes the great shift of heaven and earth. As Yi Xian activates this technique, the overwhelming onslaught has already reached him. Just as the formidable murderous intent is about to engulf him, Yi Xian harnesses the great shift to condense the 7 radiant blades into a singular strike. Here is your return, Yi Xian declares coldly, and with that, he channels the great shift toward Fong Siyuan Shan. Upon witnessing this scene, Fong Siyuan Shan's eyes widen in disbelief, feeling as though he is trapped in a dream. He cannot fathom that his own attack would be transformed into a weapon against him by Yi Xian. What kind of monstrous technique is this? He has never encountered such a defiant art before. It is truly bizarre. However, before Fong Siyuan Shan can fully process his astonishment, the blade light he had unleashed surges back toward him with even greater ferocity. Faced with this turn of events, Fong Siyuan Shan is momentarily rendered speechless. Then, with a resounding crash, he is sent hurtling backward, blood staining the void. Bang! He crashes heavily to the ground, appearing utterly disheveled, his complexion pale, his garments soaked in blood. What manner of demon are you? Is your technique sorcery? Fong Siyuan Shan gazes at Yi Xian, who stands in the air like an unparalleled god of slaughter. Once brimming with confidence to annihilate Yi Xian, he now finds himself stricken with dread. I have matters to attend to and no time for idle chatter. Friend, prepare to meet your end. Yi Xian replies coldly. As his words echo, a treasured artifact, his life-bound 3 lives bronze coffin, materializes in his grasp. It has been a long time since he last employed this artifact, and now it is perfectly suited for use. Yi Xian directly summoned the 3 generations copper coffin, which expanded in response to the wind, and advanced towards Fongsuan Mountain with the intent to suppress. Alarmed, Fongsuan Mountain's countenance shifted dramatically upon sensing the formidable power of the coffin. In a frantic retreat, regret consumed him. Had he known this individual was such a monstrous entity, he would not have dared to confront him even with tenfold courage. However, in the next moment, Fongsuan Mountain's expression morphed again, for before he could react, a tremendous force drew him into the 3 generations copper coffin. Hero, I was wrong. Spare me, he pleaded, overwhelmed by the suppression of the coffin. Yet, it was too late for mercy. The moment you sought to take my life, you sealed your own fate on the path to the underworld, Yi Xian replied coldly. As his words lingered, Yi Xian channeled his thoughts, igniting the murderous intent within the coffin, and obliterated Fongsuan Mountain. Once he had thoroughly vanquished his adversary, Yi Xian scattered the ashes. Just as he completed these actions, a voice resonated in his mind from the system. Ding! Mission triggered. Detection indicates that the Holy Maiden of Tiandi Mountain, Wu Xiuji, is in imminent peril within the Nirvana pool. Please assist and engage in dual cultivation to receive rewards. Taken aback by the system's proclamation, Yi Xian paused momentarily. Chapter 143, The Nirvana Pool. Ding. The mission is triggered. It has been detected that the Holy Maiden of Tiandi Mountain, Wu Xiuji, is about to encounter a life-threatening situation in the Nirvana pool. Please proceed to assist and complete the dual cultivation. A reward of 2,000 years of cultivation will be granted, along with an unparalleled martial arts manual. Upon hearing the system's mission, Yi Xian was momentarily taken aback, then a smile of delight graced his face. He had long contemplated how to infiltrate Tiandi Mountain, but now he had a plan. His intention was to dismantle the new generation of Holy Maiden, compelling Wu Xiuji to bear him a child. When that day arrived, he would relish the reactions of the old-timers at Tiandi Mountain. Moreover, after taking his mother away, he would ensure she remained secluded from the mountain. Throughout his life, Yi Xian had never received his mother's affection, which fostered a profound disdain for the elderly figures of Tiandi Mountain. Yet, according to the system's voice, Wu Xiuji was in trouble. Yi Xian sought confirmation once more. He was well aware of the Nirvana pool, a place of immense fortune within the tomb of the heavens. But it had a stipulation. Only couples could cultivate there together. If one were to fall into the Nirvana pool alone, their demise was almost guaranteed. Yi Xian had not anticipated that Wu Xiuji had inadvertently stumbled into the Nirvana pool. This truly presented him with an opportunity. He had initially pondered how to win Wu Xiuji's heart, knowing that he could not simply approach her with a blunt proposition like, "Hey, beauty, bear me a child." Such words would undoubtedly be met with disdain. Moreover, he could not force her. However, within the Nirvana pool, this opportunity now lay before him. With these thoughts in mind, Yi Xian swiftly made his way toward the location of the Nirvana pool. Meanwhile, in another desolate area, an immense pool loomed, its flames soaring to the heavens, radiating an overwhelming heat. At that moment, a striking figure appeared, exuding a terrifying aura. Her enchanting gaze sparkled with brilliance, as if a celestial being had descended from the immortal realm, embodying an air of invincibility. This breathtaking beauty was none other than Wu Xiuji, the new holy maiden of Tianyi Mountain. Upon her arrival at Tianyi Mountain, she had encountered numerous fortuitous events, sailing smoothly through her journey. Although there were some foolish individuals who attempted to exploit her beauty, they ultimately met with their tragic end. By a stroke of fate, Wu Xiuji had found herself at this very location. What purpose did this pool serve? It seemed to be an extraordinary opportunity. Should I take a look? Wu Xiuji murmured as she gazed at the fiery pool before her. Suddenly, a treasure appeared above her head, radiating brilliant light that enveloped her entirely. With determination, Wu Xiuji approached the pool, unaware that it was a sacred ground for dual cultivation partners and a burial site for solitary souls. A Phoenix Nirvana pool. As Wu Xiuji reached the edge of the Nirvana pool, a breathtaking scene unfolded before her. The pool was immense, ablaze with raging flames that appeared both magnificent and extraordinary. Above the pool, she noticed the inscription, Phoenix Nirvana Pool. It seems I am not destined to partake in this. It is likely suited for fire attribute cultivators. Wu Xiuji mused, preparing to depart from the area. However, at that moment, an unexpected upheaval occurred. A deafening roar echoed, and the flames within the Nirvana pool began to writhe violently. Simultaneously, an overwhelming force of suction surged towards Wu Xiuji. "This is not good," she gasped, her complexion shifting dramatically as she witnessed the terrifying flames stirring within the pool, coupled with the dreadful pull drawing closer. She hastily attempted to retreat. Yet, in the next instant, her expression changed completely. Wu Xiuji realized that the treasure above her head had lost its efficacy in the face of the towering inferno, and her other treasures were rendered ineffective as well. What is happening? Why can't I move? Panic gripped her as her face paled, beads of cold sweat forming. Despite her fervent desire to escape, the force of suction proved too formidable. Even as she exerted all her strength, it was futile. Before long, Wu Xiuji could no longer maintain control and fell helplessly into the Nirvana pool. The entire sequence of events transpired with alarming swiftness, leaving her no chance to react. By the time she regained her senses, her garments had turned to ashes, revealing her alluring figure. "Am I truly destined to perish like this?" she thought, clenching her fists in defiance, a hint of unwillingness flickering in her eyes. Although she struggled with all her might, the flame's terrifying heat and the powerful suction rendered her resistance utterly futile. Wu Xiuji never imagined that her first venture into the world would lead her to such a harrowing predicament. Just as she plummeted into the Nirvana pool, a figure emerged at that very moment. It was none other than Yi Xian. Upon receiving the system's task, Yi Xian hastened towards the location with unwavering determination. Just as he arrived, he witnessed Wu Xiuji plummeting from the Nirvana pool. "Be careful," Yi Xian exclaimed instinctively, transforming his speed into a fleeting shadow as he dashed toward the direction of her fall. In an instant, he reached Wu Xiuji, catching her in his arms as she descended. In that moment, Wu Xiuji was momentarily taken aback. What was happening? She was being embraced by someone. Her mind went blank as she struggled to comprehend the situation. With great effort, she opened her beautiful eyes wide to gaze at the figure before her. Before her stood a remarkably handsome young man, with sharp features and deep, expressive eyes that seemed to reflect the azure sky and fluffy clouds above. How striking! Could it be an immortal come to rescue me? This was the sole sentiment echoing in Wu Xiuji's heart at that moment. However, just as these thoughts crossed her mind, A sharp gasp escaped her lips. Suddenly, an intense pain, akin to 1,000 needles piercing her, surged through her, causing her delicate brows to furrow deeply. She felt utterly unwell. Yi Xian, too, was taken aback. Had he inadvertently slipped into trouble? Chapter 144. My name is Zheng Ania. Yi Xian could hardly have imagined the unbearable heat of the Nirvana pool. As he leaped into the pool, cradling Wu Xiuji in his arms, all of his garments were incinerated. In that instant, he found himself holding an exquisite beauty, inadvertently slipping deeper into the pool. Wu Xiuji, with her delicate brows furrowed, was utterly unprepared for such an unexpected turn of events. What are you doing? Wu Xiuji exclaimed through gritted teeth, at a loss for words. As she prepared to push Yi Xian away with force, she struggled to adapt to the situation. However, as she exerted herself, an unexpected sensation of comfort began to wash over her. My apologies, fair maiden. I acted out of urgency to rescue you. I hope you won't hold it against me. Yi Xian replied. After speaking, he began to cultivate alongside Wu Xiuji. As they practiced together, a protective barrier enveloped them, revealing the profound mystery of the Nirvana pool. As long as they cultivated in unison, neither would suffer harm, and instead, it would greatly enhance their prowess. Once they commenced their cultivation in the Nirvana pool, Yi Xian suddenly heard a voice resonating in his mind. Ding! Detection indicates that the host has breached the defenses of the Ice Mountain Beauty, Wu Xiuji, rewarding the host with 2,000 years of cultivation. As they continued their cultivation, the system's voice echoed once more. System, merged 2,000 years of cultivation. Yi Xian declared, eager for advancement. He recognized that the Nirvana pool was the most opportune place for a breakthrough. Yi Xian was eager to enhance his strength, knowing that the celestial tomb would be teeming with formidable rivals, necessitating immense power to confront them. Ding! Acknowledged host. The system responded, and an overwhelming force surged towards Yi Xian and Wu Xiuji. Bound together in their cultivation, this power was distributed between them. Wu Xiuji was taken aback by the sheer intensity of the energy coursing through her. In that moment, she found herself in a predicament. To dismiss Yi Xian now might lead to dire consequences, yet she also cherished the sensations she felt. However, she was acutely aware of the vow she had made to her ancestors and family head before departing from the Heavenly Emperor Mountain, swearing that she would never be interested in any detestable man. She was not like her aunt, yet now, Wu Xiuji felt that she was about to break her promise. More importantly, these days marked her ethereal period. If she were to repair things with the other party, it was inevitable that she would conceive. What are you still hesitating for? Refine the energy. Do you wish to be overwhelmed by this force? While Wu Xiuji was lost in her thoughts, Yi Xian could not help but shout. At his call, Wu Xiuji finally snapped back to reality. She hurriedly began to cultivate alongside Yi Xian while refining the energy. Boom, boom, boom. Time gradually passed, accompanied by a series of explosive sounds from within their bodies. Both Yi Xian and Wu Xiuji broke through to the first level of the refinement void stage. Yi Xian advanced from the 7th level of the dragon transformation stage to the refinement void stage, while Wu Xiuji ascended from the 9th level of the dragon transformation stage to the refinement void stage. Moreover, they broke through within the Nirvana pool, which significantly enhanced their physical constitution. After the breakthrough, Wu Xiuji appeared somewhat dazed but still refused to let Yi Xian leave, continuing their cultivation together. Thus, time passed slowly. 3 days later, Yi Xian and Wu Xiuji finally completed their training and emerged from the Nirvana pool. Upon stepping outside, Wu Xiuji quickly retrieved a set of clothes from her storage ring to dress herself, and Yi Xian did the same. Who exactly are you? How do you know the secrets of the Nirvana pool? And do you know who I am? Wu Xiuji could not help but inquire. She wanted to be angry, yet found it difficult to muster any ire, for Yi Xian before her was indeed handsome and possessed remarkable skills, which she greatly admired. However, as the holy maiden of the Heavenly Emperor Mountain, she felt a certain pride that she could not easily set aside. Wu Xiuji understood that she might soon be with child, a consequence she did not desire but felt powerless to avoid. She realized that she had developed feelings for Yi Xian, who had opened a door to a new world for her. Overall, Wu Xiuji's emotions were exceedingly complex, leaving her at a loss for what to do. Ding! Detection indicates that Wu Xiuji has pledged her heart to the host. The host is rewarded with the Heavenly Tear technique, the Withered Wood Sword technique. Just then, the voice of the system echoed once more. Upon hearing it, Yi Xian knew that he had performed admirably, having inadvertently won over the holy maiden of the heavenly Emperor Mountain. The thought amused him, but he also recognized that in Wu Xiuji's heart, he was likely on a blacklist. Thus, it was prudent to keep his true name a secret for now. He would reveal it only after he had strengthened his cultivation further, when he would ascend the heavenly Emperor Mountain. Wu Xiuji naturally knew who he was. The old fellows of Tiandi Mountain would likely have some difficulty concealing their expressions at that moment. The previous saintess had been conquered by his father, and now this saintess had fallen to him as well. Such occurrences sounded truly fantastical. However, Yi Xian was well aware that they were indeed true. My name is Zheng Ani, but you may call me Brother Ani. Rest assured, I shall take responsibility for you, Yi Xian said earnestly. As for your identity, I am unaware, but I know you fell into the nirvana pool, and thus I am eager to save you. Wu Xiuji fixed her gaze intently upon Yi Xian. His countenance revealed no hint of deceit, and his demeanor appeared remarkably sincere. Zheng Ani? Wu Xiuji pondered the name of the esteemed disciple. Yet, her mind drew a blank. It seemed she had never heard of a prodigy by that name. I have not heard of Zheng Ani, but heed this. I am Wu Xiuji, the saintess of Tiandi Mountain. Now that you have lain with me, can you bear the weight of this responsibility? Wu Xiuji inquired. What? You are the saintess of Tiandi Mountain? Yi Xian stumbled, nearly falling to the ground. Indeed, Yi Xian's reaction was merely an act, for he had long been aware of her identity. She was precisely the one he sought. Fear not, for I, Zheng Ani, regardless of my ability to bear this burden, shall strive to make you my Tao partner and protect you for all eternity, Yi Xian declared with resolute sincerity. As he swore this oath, his entire demeanor exuded earnestness. However, in the next moment, a communication talisman on Yi Xian's person activated and a message arrived. Upon receiving its contents, Yi Xian's expression changed drastically. Chapter 145. Bai Chun collects his pet. At this moment, a message arrived through a communication talisman worn by Yi Xian. This talisman was, of course, sent by Leng Yuer. She indicated that she was in grave trouble and required the assistance of her elder brother Yi Xian. Miss Wu, I have matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. Until we meet again, I hope you will remember. Since I have fulfilled the duties of a partner, I shall certainly come to find you. No matter how vast and formidable the heavenly Emperor Mountain may be, I will make my way there, Yi Xian declared. Upon uttering these words, he transformed into a fleeting shadow, vanishing from Wu Xiuji's side. Yi Xian held no concerns for Wu Xiuji's safety, as she possessed an abundance of treasures. These treasures, however, could not be utilized within the sacred pool of rebirth, which adhered to a singular truth. It was a sanctum for partners in cultivation, a graveyard for those unaccompanied. In that realm, nothing else mattered. Only couples could enter. You scoundrel! Wu Xiuji gritted her teeth as she watched Yi Xian abandon her. Ouch! That hurts. Yet, in the next moment, she realized a particular part of her body was in pain. Clearly, the 3 days of cultivation had taken a toll on her. Wu Xiuji struggled to recall the events of those 3 days. For her, everything felt like a surreal dream. Damn it! I must surely be pregnant this time. What am I to do? Wu Xiuji lamented. She vividly remembered her resolute vow before descending the mountain, declaring that she would have no interactions with men. However, upon entering the sky-connecting tomb, she had unwittingly lost her most precious possession. Despite his appearance, that man was undeniably a formidable figure. Yet, Wu Xiuji found herself enjoying her time cultivating alongside Zheng Anyo. She relished the sensation and appreciated the way he treated her. She sensed that if Zheng Anyo were to make a request, she would find it difficult to refuse. She had grown fond of that feeling. My cultivation has already broken through to the void refinement stage. Remaining in the sky-connecting tomb holds little significance for me now. Thus, I shall depart, Wu Xiuji murmured. And she made her way out of the tomb. At that moment, Wu Xiuji's heart was a whirlwind of emotions. Her 3 days spent in the sky-connecting tomb with Yi Xian filled her with nostalgia and an indescribable sensation. Meanwhile, in another part of the sky-connecting tomb, a group of figures surrounded a remarkably enchanting woman. The leader of this group, a man with flowing white hair cascading down his back, possessed a formidable physique and wore resplendent white garments, exuding an extraordinary presence. A faint sound akin to a tiger's roar emanated from him. The young man in question is Bai Chun, a prodigious disciple of the White Tiger clan, one of the superpowers of the ancient royal lineage. The enchanting female disciple surrounded by Bai Chun and his companions possesses a captivating beauty, reminiscent of an ethereal fairy untouched by the mundane world. This extraordinary woman is none other than Leng Yuer, the beloved companion of Yi Xian. Beauty, what could be amiss with becoming my cherished pet? Bai Chun mused. Gesturing to his followers, look behind me. They willingly submit to my will. My dear, comply with my request, or I shall be compelled to resort to force to claim you. The relationship between humanity and the ancient royal lineage has historically been fraught with tension, characterized by countless conflicts. The human race had once endured subjugation at the hands of the ancient royals, a grievance that has perpetuated a stalemate between the two factions. However, the emergence of several formidable true immortals from the human race eventually led to the suppression of the ancient royals, driving them from human territories. Presently, the ancient royals predominantly reside in the southern realms. Yet, as time has passed, the relationship between humanity and the ancient lineage has softened, becoming increasingly intertwined. Whenever a secret realm emerges within human territories, the prodigies of the ancient royals are quick to vie for dominance. Nonetheless, skirmishes between the two factions remain commonplace. You shall not succeed. I am already bound to Yi Xian. Should you dare to act against me, my brother Yi Xian will not spare you. Leng Yuer retorted coldly. What? You are another's beloved? How delightful. I find that rather amusing. Bai Chun exclaimed, bursting into laughter upon learning that Leng Yuer was already committed to someone else. In disbelief, Leng Yuer regarded Bai Chun, questioning his sanity. Little did she know that there are those who find allure in married women, believing that their commitment adds to their charm. The thrill of conquest only heightens the experience. My mind is quite sound. You simply do not comprehend the joys and desires of a man. I shall grant you another opportunity. Will you be my cherished pet? I implore you to ponder this carefully before replying. Bai Chun stated serenely. At that moment, Bai Chun found himself increasingly drawn to Leng Yuer. Despite her bond with another, she exuded an aura of noble detachment, further enhancing her allure. This combination of her ethereal presence and her commitment to another only deepened Bai Chun's infatuation. Not a chance. Leng Yuer replied without hesitation. She was a girl of unwavering loyalty in matters of love. Having pledged herself to Yi Xian, she would remain steadfastly devoted to him, never wavering in her loyalty. Since you refuse to be my loyal companion, I shall compel you to submit. The white tiger roars. Bai Chun declared with fervor. As his words resonated, an overwhelming aura erupted from his being. He opened his mouth wide and unleashed a thunderous roar, a mighty wave of sound crashing forth like an unrelenting tide, bearing down upon Leng Yuer. As the petals of a flower blossom and wither, Leng Yuer was undaunted in the face of this formidable sonic assault. She swiftly gathered her true essence into the form of a flower petal and summoned it forth. The petal, buoyed by the wind, expanded to the size of a grinding wheel, boldly confronting the oncoming wave of sound. Boom! The two forces collided, producing a deafening cacophony that reverberated through the heavens and earth. Yet, in an instant, Leng Yuer's petal was obliterated, and the sonic blast struck her. Bang! Against this onslaught, Leng Yuer possessed no means of defense and was sent flying backward. It was only after being propelled several thousand meters that she managed to regain her composure. However, Bai Chun had not unleashed his full might, and thus she emerged unscathed. Are you convinced? Bai Chun inquired. I refuse to yield. Leng Yuer retorted defiantly. Very well. It seems I must intensify my efforts. Bai Chun's tone turned chilling as he prepared to strike again. Yet, at that very moment, a cold voice interjected, Little brother-in-law. It appears you are in need of a lesson. Chapter 146. Younger brother-in-law, do you deserve a beating? Younger brother-in-law, it seems you are indeed asking for a beating. As the voice echoed, a figure emerged. This figure was a strikingly handsome young man. Upon seeing him, Leng Yuer could not contain her joy and exclaimed, Brother Yi Xian, you have finally arrived. She hurried to his side. Yuer, are you all right? Yi Xian inquired with genuine concern. I am fine, but this fellow is a bit excessive. He insists on taking me as his pet, and when I mentioned I have a partner, he seemed even more thrilled. Brother Yi Xian, is there something wrong with him? Leng Yuer expressed innocently, unaware that many men in this world possess unscrupulous intentions. Yi Xian was momentarily taken aback, then turned to Leng Yuer and reassured her. Do not worry, I will teach him a lesson. He then directed his gaze toward Bai Chun, who was equally bewildered. What is happening? Did this guy just call me younger brother-in-law? Or was he referring to someone else? Bai Chen scratched his head, visibly irritated. Hey kid, whom did you just call younger brother-in-law? You think I would call anyone else? Naturally, it's you. Younger brother-in-law. Do you dare to covet the woman your brother-in-law favors? Are you asking for trouble? Yi Xian replied coolly. You're talking nonsense. I am not your younger brother-in-law. Bai Chun was infuriated, realizing that Yi Xian was indeed addressing him. This individual was exceedingly vexing. If word of this spread, it would tarnish his sister's reputation. Has your sister not informed you? To tell you the truth, your sister, the White Tiger Saintess, has privately pledged herself to me for life. Hurry and apologize to your sister, or I will ensure she does not recognize you. I have heard her speak of a mischievous brother, but I did not expect you to be so troublesome. Yi Xian teased. Of course, Yi Xian's words were entirely fabricated. However, he had heard of the White Tiger Saintess, a figure of unparalleled beauty and talent, renowned alongside the likes of the Vermilion Bird Goddess. Her cultivation was unfathomable. The ancient royal family and the human race had always maintained a strained relationship. In this lifetime, Yi Xian planned to sacrifice a part of himself to mend the rift between the two factions, envisioning a future where the daughters of the ancient royal family would each bear him a son. In doing so, the animosity between the ancient royal family and the human race would inevitably dissipate. This was Yi Xian's grand design for the future. Moreover, the divine figure of the Vermilion Bird has already entered the great tomb of heaven. Once he locates her, he intends to counsel the Vermilion Bird Goddess, guiding her to a clearer understanding. You speak nonsense. My sister is innocent, and you dare to slander her in my presence. I will not tolerate this. Upon hearing Yi Xian's words, Bai Chun felt a surge of anger threatening to overwhelm him. The power of words is formidable. If such statements were to spread, his sister, the Saintess of the White Tiger, would undoubtedly become the subject of unwarranted gossip. Even a fabricated tale, when repeated often enough, may be accepted as truth. As Bai Chen's words faded, he unleashed the full force of his cultivation, reaching the pinnacle of the 9th level of the Dragon Transformation Realm, charging towards Yi Xian. Just as he was about to reach Yi Xian, Bai Chun hurled a fist forward. In that moment, a fearsome fist aura erupted, imbued with destructive power, accompanied by the roaring phantom of a white tiger, exuding an aura of terror. Yet, Yi Xian faced this formidable strike with absolute composure. Even during his own time in the Dragon Transformation Realm, he felt no trepidation, let alone now. Just as the astonishing fist aura was about to collide with him, Yi Xian merely pointed a finger. In an instant, the menacing fist aura burst apart like a balloon, dissipating into nothingness. Bai Chen's expression shifted dramatically upon witnessing his attack, so effortlessly obliterated by Yi Xian. He understood the might of his own fist, and Yi Xian's ability to dismantle it with such ease signified an unfathomable strength. However, before Bai Chun could fully comprehend the situation, Yi Xian had already appeared before him, subduing him with ease. With a swift motion, Yi Xian delivered a playful slap to Bai Chen's backside. You little nephew. It seems 3 days without discipline would have you thinking you could raise the roof. What is this? You see your brother-in-law and fail to greet him properly, speaking rudely instead. Today, I shall teach you a lesson. Yi Xian chided, delivering a series of playful slaps. Bai Chun, now seething with indignation, could hardly believe his ears. When had he ever had a brother-in-law? Why had he not been informed? Surely, his sister would have shared such news with him. Yet, she had not uttered a word. Thus, Bai Chun was convinced that Yi Xian was merely fabricating tales. Yet, the crux of the matter was that he could not resist. Yi Xian's prowess was overwhelmingly daunting. In the face of Yi Xian, he felt as helpless as a child before an adult, and frustration boiled within him, pushing Bai Chun to the brink of collapse. Please, stop. I admit my mistakes, is that not enough? At this moment, Bai Chun found himself at the mercy of Yi Xian's relentless strikes. Though Yi Xian bore no intent to take his life, the succession of slaps was becoming unbearable. Do you not understand your own shortcomings? It seems you are still in need of discipline. Yi Xian remarked coldly, continuing his reprimand. I was wrong, brother-in-law. I truly apologize. Bai Chun pleaded, his voice tinged with desperation. What did you call me? Yi Xian inquired further. Brother-in-law. Louder. Brother-in-law. Ah, that's more like it. Had you addressed me as brother-in-law sooner, perhaps we wouldn't be in this predicament, Yi Xian replied, finally releasing Bai Chun from his grip. Where is your sister this time? Yi Xian asked. My sister. She is in seclusion, claiming to be cultivating a powerful technique. Bai Chun confessed, tears streaming down his face. I see. What kind of man weeps so pathetically? Cease your crying. It is utterly exasperating. Yi Xian scolded, his gaze turning menacing. Faced with Yi Xian's fierce demeanor, Bai Chun dared not shed another tear. You all should seek your own fortunes. My little brother is merely playful. His capturing of people was just a jest. Please do not take it to heart. Yi Xian addressed the disciples who had been ensnared by Bai Chun. Thank you, young master. The disciples expressed their gratitude upon hearing Yi Xian's words before departing the scene. Bai Chun, however, was left utterly despondent, feeling as if he had lost all will to live. Little brother, I have heard that Jin Bifan, the son of the Golden-Winged Rock clan, has also arrived. As fate would have it, I am in need of a mount. Would you take me to find him? Yi Xian proposed. At this pronouncement, Bai Chun was left in a state of shock. Chapter 147. Wu Tongmu's confusion upon hearing Yi Xian's request. Bai Chun's expression turned exceedingly grim. The prowess of the Golden Peng's divine son, Jin Bufan, had already reached the 4th level of the Void Refinement Realm. If Jin Bufan discovered that Bai Chun had brought Yi Xian to him, he would undoubtedly suspect a collusion between them. Upon returning to his family, he would surely face the wrath of his sister and others. Little brother-in-law, just a moment ago, you called me brother-in-law so loudly. How can you suddenly become disobedient? Was my previous reprimand insufficient? Yi Xian furrowed his brows. And no. It's just that Jin Bufan's cultivation is too formidable. I am somewhat intimidated. He is a veritable god of slaughter. Bai Chun's face grew pale as he spoke. At that moment, Bai Chun was overwhelmed with frustration. This trip to the Tongtian tomb had turned into an encounter with Yi Xian, the embodiment of menace. The thought alone was enough to drive him to despair. Meanwhile, Leng Yuer, witnessing the scene, couldn't help but cover her face and laugh. Brother Yi Xian is truly impressive. It seems that a villain requires another villain to contend with. Of course, I also enjoy being challenged by Brother Yi Xian, Leng Yuer murmured to herself. In that instant, she realized that being with Yi Xian was delightful. It allowed her to savor the myriad joys of life, and safety was never a concern. What is Jin Bufan's cultivation level? Yi Xian inquired. He is at the 4th level of the Void Refinement Realm. Among the few prodigies of the ancient royal clan who have come this time, Jin Bufan ranks 2nd. Bai Chun responded. So the first must be the Vermilion Bird Goddess? Yi Xian remarked. Indeed, the cultivation of the Vermilion Bird Goddess is unfathomable. She is on par with my sister. Bai Chun nodded. Let us go, lead the way. I am quite eager to witness this Jin Bufan for myself. Having the Golden Peng Divine Son as a mount would surely be splendid. Yi Xian mused aloud. Bai Chun was utterly dismayed. He had an unsettling feeling that Yi Xian was an extraordinarily formidable being. The notion of making Jin Bufan a mount was beyond the imagination of an ordinary person. After all, the Golden Peng clan was notoriously domineering, even more so than their own White Tiger clan, as the elders of the Golden Peng clan were notoriously unhinged. If provoked, they were utterly fearless. Yet here stood Yi Xian, audaciously suggesting that he should serve as a mount. Such a notion was unprecedented. Come on, little brother-in-law. Why are you still dawdling? Yi Xian urged. Bai Chun's face darkened, filled with resignation. However, he had no choice but to lead Yi Xian and Leng Yuer to find Jin Bufan. Along the way, Yi Xian bellowed, Make way. My little brother-in-law Bai Chun is coming. He is a formidable figure of the ancient royal clan. Little brother-in-law, show your ferocity. Upon hearing Yi Xian's loud proclamation, the practitioners around exchanged glances, each uncertain of how to react. A profound sense of shock enveloped them. They were acutely aware that Yi Xian belonged to the human race. Yet they were utterly unprepared for the revelation that a marriage contract existed between the human prodigy and the White Tiger clan saintess. Such an occurrence had never been documented in history. Bai Chun, nearly fainting from the weight of this revelation, realized that this news about his sister's betrothal would undoubtedly spread throughout the ancient royal families. Consequently, the White Tiger clan would likely face scorn and possibly oppression from other ancient clans. Bai Chun's frustration mounted to the point where he desired to obliterate Yi Xian, to tear him apart. However, contemplating Yi Xian's formidable strength, he could only grit his teeth in fury. Observing Bai Chun's seething demeanor, the cultivators hastily cleared a path for Bai Chun, Yi Xian, and Leng Yuer, as it was evident that Bai Chun exuded a menacing aura. Bai Chun felt as though his very heart was on the verge of collapse. His misfortune seemed insurmountable. Meanwhile, outside the tomb of the Celestial, an unparalleled figure emerged from the teleportation array, Wu Xiuji, the saintess of Tianyi Mountain. Upon her arrival, her protector, Wu Tongmu, rushed to greet her. Xiuji? How did you emerge so swiftly? Wait, what? You have actually broken through to the void refinement stage? It appears you have encountered an extraordinary opportunity within. Wu Tongmu exclaimed, his astonishment palpable as he sensed Wu Xiuji's newfound aura. He had not anticipated that his saintess would achieve such a breakthrough so promptly, bringing him immense joy. Yet, upon hearing her guardian's words, Wu Xiuji's complexion paled. An opportunity? This so-called opportunity did not fill her with joy. She had not only lost her virginity, but was also highly likely to be with child, as her union with Yi Xian coincided with a particularly sensitive period. Attempting to harness her internal powers to rectify the situation proved futile. Nevertheless, she discovered an unsettling truth within herself. She had begun to appreciate Yi Xian's rough demeanor towards her, relishing the sensation it evoked within her. What's this? You appear displeased? Your swift breakthrough to the void refinement stage is a monumental achievement. Come now, let us conclude this expedition for the time being. Once we return, we shall solidify your cultivation, Wu Tongmu urged. Oblivious to the events that had transpired during Wu Xiuji's time in the tomb of the Celestial. Had he been aware, he might have succumbed to despair, for the previous saintess had been ruined by a man. If this current saintess were to suffer a similar fate, the elders of Tianyi Mountain would undoubtedly be driven to the brink of madness. Understood, Guardian. Wu Xiuji nodded, then stepped forward into the unknown. Upon witnessing Wu Xiuji's gait, Wu Tongmu could not help but exclaim, Xiuji, could it be that you have been bullied by another man? No, I have no interest in men at all. Besides, I am equipped with numerous treasures. If anyone dares to bully me, it is simply that I exerted too much force during my battles, which has left me feeling a bit sore, Wu Xiuji quickly clarified, shaking her head. That's good to hear. Let us proceed. Wu Tongmu replied, no longer harboring doubts regarding Wu Xiuji's explanation. He believed that, true to her character, their esteemed maiden would indeed remain indifferent to men. After all, Wu Xiuji had sworn an oath to that effect, and with her abundance of treasures, there was little chance anyone would dare to provoke her. Thus, Wu Tongmu dismissed any further concerns. As for her peculiar gait, it was perhaps a consequence of the intensity of her recent battles. Wu Tongmu was well aware of the numerous prodigies entering the Tomb of Heaven. Consequently, he guided their esteemed maiden towards the Heavenly Emperor Mountain. However, he found himself perplexed as to why their esteemed maiden seemed discontent despite her recent breakthrough. One would normally expect joy in such an achievement. He recalled how elated he had been for months following his own ascension to the void refinement realm. Meanwhile, in another part of the Tomb of Heaven, an extraordinary battle was unfolding. Chapter 148, Jin Bufan. My brother-in-law requests you to be his steed. The scene of this unparalleled battle is nothing short of extraordinary. Various divine abilities and treasures are unleashed in succession, accompanied by a swirling golden light. The combatants are none other than Jin Bufan, the scion of the Golden Pool Rock clan, and an exceptional prodigy of the human race. At this moment, Jin Bufan is enveloped in a radiant golden aura. As he fights, a pair of golden wings gracefully unfurl behind him, bearing down upon the human prodigy with overwhelming force. Boom! In the next instant, as the golden wings sweep past, the human prodigy finds himself utterly defenseless against the surging tide of golden energy. With a muffled groan, he is sent hurtling backward, blood painting the earth crimson. Bang! Ultimately, the human disciple crashes heavily to the ground, his body drenched in blood, clearly gravely injured. Who else? Jin Bufan bellows imperiously after sending the human prodigy flying. To Jin Bufan, among the prodigies present, he considers himself the greatest ruler, second only to the vermilion bird goddess. Today, all human prodigies will be subdued beneath his might, and he intends to flaunt these defeated prodigies as his pets. Let me test your mettle. Just as Jin Bufan's words fade, a young disciple steps forward. This youth is surrounded by a shimmering aura, each step exuding profound mystique. Upon seeing this young prodigy emerge, the other human disciples cannot help but display expressions of astonishment. The holy son of Purple Cloud has arrived. This time, he might defeat Jin Bufan. Indeed, The Holy Sun's cultivation is comparable to that of Jean Buffon, instilling hope in many. This Jean Buffon is undeniably powerful and exceedingly domineering. Upon entering the tomb of the Celestials, he has besieged the human prodigies, leaving them unable to lift their heads in shame. The arrival of the Holy Sun of Purple Cloud surely brings hope for our side. Purple Cloud, Holy Sun, you are no match for me. You might as well submit and become my pet. Jean Buffon glances at Zikian with a dismissive tone. Jean Buffon, your arrogance knows no bounds. The purple chi rises for 30,000 miles. In response to Jean Buffon's contempt, Zikian retorts angrily, his essence transforming into a torrent of overwhelming purple energy that presses toward Jean Buffon. At this moment, Zikian seems to embody an ancient war god, his majestic purple aura exuding an air of dominance. However, Jean Buffon regards the surging purple energy with a cold smile. Zikian, you possess some strength, but at this distance of 30,000 miles, you still fall woefully short. When will one cultivate to 10,000 miles? Then we shall speak. The golden wings sweep across the heavens. As Jean Buffon's words echoed, he unleashed his power. A pair of golden wings emerged behind him, sweeping forth with a torrent of murderous intent. Boom! In an instant, Jean Buffon's golden wings collided with the overwhelming purple aura unleashed by Zichio. It resembled the clash of two ancient titans, producing a deafening roar. The spectacle was grand and imposing. The residual force surged, prompting the disciples present to retreat hastily, for they sensed that being caught in the aftermath would spell their ruin. Boom, boom, boom. After a violent collision, a figure was sent flying. This figure, of course, was Zichio. Once Zichio regained his balance, he found himself several thousand meters away. Spitting out a mouthful of thick blood, Zichio's complexion appeared exceedingly pale. Upon witnessing this scene, the human race's prodigies were engulfed in despair. Ah, the Holy Sun Zichio was defeated in a single move? It's over. The ancient royal family's prodigies are too powerful. I have heard that Jean Buffon is not even the strongest. The mightiest is the enigmatic Juke goddess. Indeed, it is too monstrous. If we all become human pets, we shall have no face to show in the future. The disciples present were consumed by hopelessness, their hearts heavy with gloom. They had never anticipated the overwhelming strength of the ancient royal family's prodigies. Jean Buffon alone nearly swept away all the unparalleled talents. And the most terrifying of all was the mysterious Juke goddess. The power of the Juke goddess was truly formidable. According to rumors, those who encountered her never even saw her appearance. They were reduced to ashes by the flames emanating from her being. At this moment, the human race's prodigies fell into utter despair. For as long as Jean Buffon and the Juke goddess remained, they had only found opportunities here, ultimately destined to become the spoils of Jean Buffon and the Juke goddess. I command you to be human pets. Is there anyone who dares to defy? Jean Buffon laughed heartily like a celestial being. Hearing such words from him, the prodigies present felt an immense sense of frustration. They had initially contemplated rebellion, but upon recalling the dismal fate of their fellow disciples at Jean Buffon's hands, they could only fall silent. I thought after so many years apart, the human race's prodigies would have grown strong, but it seems they are merely chickens and dogs. May I assert that the disciples of the human race present here are utterly worthless? Jean Buffon continued to incite animosity. How infuriating! Yet, I am no match for him. Otherwise, I would undoubtedly tear his mouth apart. What does anger accomplish? Even the esteemed Ziyun Saint is not his rival, and we are even less capable of standing against him. It is likely that we wouldn't even withstand half of Jean Buffon's techniques. Many prodigies of the human race observed Jean Buffon's brazen demeanor, unable to contain their fury. However, all they could do was seethe with rage. If any of them dared to utter a word of defiance now, they would likely not know how they met their demise. So, Jean Buffon, is it? I believe you would make a splendid steed for me. Just as the disciples of the human race simmered with indignation and Jean Buffon reveled in his arrogance, a faint voice drifted through the air. As the voice echoed, 3 figures approached. Among them, 2 were men and 1 was a woman. The leading young man was extraordinarily handsome, radiating charm. The woman beside him was equally remarkable. The other young man was familiar to all present. It was Bai Chun. What did you just say? Jean Buffon's gaze turned icy. Little brother-in-law, tell him loudly. Yi Xian instructed Bai Chun. Bai Chun was nearly brought to tears at that moment. Yi Yi Xian shot a fierce glare at Bai Chun. Under such scrutiny, Bai Chun trembled slightly and then spoke to Jean Buffon. Jean Buffon, my brother-in-law says he wants you to be his steed. As soon as Bai Chun's words fell, it was as if a stone had stirred 1,000 waves. The disciples present were left utterly astonished. Chapter 149. The unyielding Jean Buffon. Bai Chun's words detonated like a bomb, causing a painful ringing in the ears of the disciples present. How astonishing was this human disciple! When did he manage to subdue the saintess of the White Tiger clan? It was baffling to see such an arrogant individual respectfully address another as brother-in-law. Little did they know, Bai Chun's heart was bleeding. Had he not been intimidated, he would never have referred to Yi Xian in such a manner. Now, it seemed that his sister's reputation was at stake because of him. If such rumors were to spread, many might not believe them. However, with his own brother proclaiming it, the likelihood of belief increased significantly. Bai Chun, has your White Tiger clan lost its senses? Your sister is betrothed to a human disciple? And now, this fellow expects me to be his mount. Are you certain? Jean Buffon's voice resonated with a chilling intensity. To be frank, he was genuinely shocked by Bai Chun's declaration. Bai Chun found himself at a loss for words. The hardest part of this situation fell squarely on his shoulders, knowing full well that upon returning, he would likely face his sister's wrath. At this moment, Bai Chun truly felt caught between a rock and a hard place. Jean Buffon, if you have grievances, direct them at me. My brother-in-law is not particularly eloquent. It is I who wishes for you to serve as my mount. Given the reputed speed of your Golden Punk clan, it seems only fitting, Yi Xian interjected. His words hung in the air, and upon hearing them, the human disciples present could not help but admire Yi Xian's audacity. Who is he? I do not recognize him. Do you know him? I do not. But I sense his cultivation seems to be at the first level of the void refinement realm. Could he truly have the confidence to defeat Jean Buffon? Regardless of his identity, if he can subdue Jean Buffon today, it would be a tremendous victory for our human disciples, restoring our pride. Jean Buffon has been insufferable, relying solely on his formidable strength. The murmurs among the human disciples revealed their long-standing dissatisfaction with Jean Buffon, yet his strength had kept them subdued. Child, you, a mere first-level void refinement cultivator, dare to request that I become your mount? What audacity fuels your courage? Jean Buffon scoffed, a cold smirk gracing his lips. The chill emanating from him was palpable. Never before had a human disciple spoken to him in such a manner. Yi Xian was the first to do so. By the strength of my fist. Yi Xian replied nonchalantly. Humph, so naive. I shall witness what strength you possess, Jean Buffon retorted, his anger palpable. Having entered the Tontian tomb, Yi Xian was the first to demand that he serve as a mount. The illustrious Jinping clan, with their grandeur, has never been associated with serving as mounts for others. As Jean Buffon's words resonated, a terrifying flow of true essence enveloped him, manifesting a palpable aura of murderous intent. Behind him, a pair of resplendent golden wings unfurled, sweeping fiercely toward Yi Xian. These wings resembled two unparalleled swords, cleaving through the air, causing the void to collapse in their wake, leaving no trace of life. This was the terrifying nature of the Jinping lineage. These wings served as a formidable weapon. Since you refuse, I shall compel you. As the pair of wings approached, Yi Xian advanced rather than retreating, thrusting his fists forward with a force that seemed capable of suppressing the ages. Though Jean Buffon, at the 5th level of the void refinement stage, appeared formidable to others, he was but a fleeting shadow to Yi Xian, whose cultivation method was inherently powerful. Seeing Yi Xian's fists barreling toward his golden wings, Jean Buffon could not help but smirk internally, perceiving Yi Xian's actions as blatant self-destruction. With a thunderous crash, the moment the two forces collided felt akin to the heavens shattering. An appalling roar echoed, reverberating with earth-shattering aftershocks. Yet, both Yi Xian and Jean Buffon were propelled backward, each flying dozens of meters. Hiss! This human disciple is truly formidable. Indeed, it is astonishing that despite his modest cultivation, his combat prowess is terrifyingly overwhelming. Witnessing the stalemate between Jean Buffon and Yi Xian, the onlookers among the human prodigies could not help but murmur, their expressions brimming with anticipation. If Yi Xian could indeed subdue Jean Buffon, they would no longer have to endure the humiliation of servitude. My brother-in-law possesses incredible strength. Ugh, he is no brother-in-law of mine. He is but a dog, a pig, a cow. Bai Chun exclaimed vehemently. I must inform brother Yi Xian that you insult him. Hearing Bai Chun speak ill of Yi Xian, Leng Yuer interjected. Sister Leng, I was merely jesting. Please do not tell Yi Xian, or rather, my brother-in-law. Bai Chun quickly backtracked upon hearing her intent. Humph. Leng Yuer coldly huffed, choosing to ignore Bai Chun. You truly surprised me, young man. You managed to withstand my overwhelming strike. Once he regained his footing, Jean Buffon spoke with a grave tone. The arrogance he previously exhibited replaced by an air of chilling seriousness. Enough with the idle chatter. Prepare yourself. Yi Xian retorted icily. With that, he transformed into a blur. A mere shadow in motion. Swiftly advancing toward Jean Buffon. At this moment, Yi Xian transformed into an ancient god of slaughter. The aura of his first-level refinement void realm was unleashed without reservation. The art of Qian Kuan de Nua was executed, and the Nine Suns' divine art surged with fervor. His entire essence coalesced into a spear of the underworld god, hurtling directly toward Jean Buffon. Golden-winged fierce sky. Witnessing Yi Xian fearlessly charging toward him, Jean Buffon's eyes gleamed with a chilling light. With a powerful flap of his wings, he soared toward Yi Xian. This time, Jean Buffon held nothing back, sensing the terrifying presence of Yi Xian before him. A vast golden radiance spread like a shooting star, seemingly capable of tearing the very fabric of the universe. This was the most fearsome aspect of the Golden Peng clan, a full-force strike that could rend the heavens apart. However, Jean Buffon's expression soon changed as he realized that upon colliding with Yi Xian's assault, his own golden divine light altered its trajectory, surging back toward him with an even more formidable force. Coupled with Yi Xian's attack, it was utterly insurmountable. What was happening? Jean Buffon was left bewildered. Chapter 150. The Divine Phoenix Maiden Must Bear a Chubby Child. Jean Buffon was utterly unprepared for the terrifying prowess exhibited by Yi Xian. Not only did he convert Jean Buffon's assault into his own, but he also amplified its force multiple times. Coupled with Yi Xian's inherent might, who could possibly withstand such an onslaught? What arcane and inscrutable technique was this? However, before Jean Buffon could fully comprehend the shock, he felt as if he had been struck by an immense hammer, leaving him gasping. With a muffled groan, he was propelled backward. Thud! Jean Buffon crashed heavily onto the ground. Silence engulfed the space, an eerie stillness pervading. The assembled disciples of the human race felt a surreal sense of disbelief. The prowess of this human prodigy was astonishing, having effortlessly sent the formidable Jean Buffon flying with a single strike. Whose disciple was he? The Holy Sun pondered. Never having heard of such a powerful figure before, it was only logical that he would have if he were so formidable. The Holy Son of Ziyun murmured in awe, his gaze directed at the composed and seemingly invincible Yi Xian, filled with reverence. I don't recognize him. He must be a disciple from a hidden lineage. Likely someone who has never emerged into the world before. Some disciples speculated, shaking their heads. Yet, at that moment, everyone was spellbound by Yi Xian's terrifying strength. Do you yield? Yi Xian disregarded the admiration of the crowd, his eyes fixed on the fallen Jean Buffon. I do not yield. Jean Buffon rose, his expression grim. He was the scion of the Jinping clan. Admitting defeat so easily would be a tremendous loss of face. He still aspired to pursue the White Tiger Saintess. How could he show his face to his ancestors if he were to become a mere mount for a human disciple? Not willing to concede. Then I shall make you. Yi Xian replied coldly. As his words fell, Yi Xian executed the cloud shadow step, instantly appearing behind Jean Buffon, his fist the size of a sandbag crashing down upon him. Jean Buffon's eyes widened in disbelief. How could such a violent individual emerge from the human race? Without any preamble, Yi Xian struck with colossal force. The defensive barrier Jean Buffon had conjured shattered in an instant, and the punch connected with his body. Ah! Jean Buffon let out a wretched cry, blood spewing from his mouth. Yet Yi Xian showed no mercy, continuing to rain blows upon him. Yi Xian understood well the mindset of these ancient royal clans. Once subdued, they would submit completely, regardless of gender. Just like the early morning light. Wasn't it initially quite lively? It was best when he affectionately called her sister-in-law. As obedient as a little chick. Yi Xian's fists fell upon Jean Buffon with the relentless rhythm of raindrops, eliciting a chorus of anguished cries from him. Demon, when will you reveal your true form? Yi Xian exclaimed. At this moment, Jean Buffon felt as though his bones were about to shatter under the assault. With no other choice, He had to transform into the true form of the golden-winged rock. In that instant, Jean Buffon was completely metamorphosed into a magnificent rock, his wings shimmering in gold, exuding an air of extraordinary grandeur. Yet, beneath the weight of Yi Xian's blows, he could not maintain his might, his wings and head drooping, his eyes filled with resentment. How could Jean Buffon endure such humiliation? Today, he was being utterly overpowered by someone 3 minor realms beneath him. Witnessing such a violent scene before him, Bai Chun felt a chill run down his spine. He felt fortunate that he had a good sister. Otherwise, Yi Xian might have unleashed such brutality upon him, leaving him flayed to the bone. Are you convinced? Yi Xian inquired amid his relentless assault. I am, Jean Buffon replied, his voice tinged with a sob. The once proud son of the golden-winged rock clan was on the verge of tears, barely able to withstand the ferocity of Yi Xian's onslaught. Then would you be willing to become my mount? Yi Xian continued to ask. Jean Buffon found himself at a loss for words. After all, he was the esteemed son of the golden-winged rock clan. To become a mount for a human prodigy, to be ridden by another, would strip him of all dignity. His reputation would suffer far worse than that of the White Tiger Saintess, who at least shared an equal standing as Yi Xian's partner. The mere thought of this left Jean Buffon feeling despondent. Unwilling? Yi Xian noticed his hesitation, his unsatisfactory response prompting a deeper tone. Is it not acceptable for me to agree? Jean Buffon's voice was laced with a heart-wrenching cry. Then grant me a drop of your essence, blood, and a portion of your soul, to form a life bond. Yi Xian stated coldly. He understood that the golden-winged rock clan was not to be trifled with. Only by firmly grasping the reins of the other's life could he ensure his own safety. Faced with Yi Xian's demands, Jean Buffon had no choice but to comply. He reluctantly expelled a drop of his essence, blood, and a fragment of his soul to Yi Xian. Thus, Jean Buffon's future existence was now firmly ensnared within Yi Xian's grasp. As long as Jean Buffon dares to betray Yi Xian or disregard his words, Yi Xian can utilize his divine consciousness to eliminate Jean Buffon. Moreover, with this power of control, even if the golden-winged Great Peng clan becomes aware of his actions, they will be powerless to intervene, merely left to watch in astonishment. After all, the strongest prodigy of the golden-winged Great Peng clan is none other than Jean Buffon. The other disciples pale in comparison to him. Now this is more like it. Had you behaved this way from the start, you would not have suffered such a severe defeat. I shall grant you half an hour to recover from your injuries, and then lead me to seek opportunities with the Vermilion Bird Goddess. Yi Xian declared. Finding the Vermilion Bird Goddess and persuading her to bear him a chubby child is a task triggered by the system. Since it is a mission from the system, Yi Xian must fulfill it. Regardless of how challenging it may be to ascend to the heights of the Vermilion Bird Goddess, Yi Xian must strive to scale those heights. For to reach the summit signifies victory. He will not easily concede, especially in the presence of an extraordinary beauty. Haha, splendid. How delightful, Jean Buffon. Are you still so arrogant now? This young hero has truly stirred the hearts of many. Upon witnessing Jean Buffon being subdued by Yi Xian, the other human prodigies present were filled with excitement, erupting in raucous laughter. This young hero, I am Zichuan, the holy son of Ziyang. May I inquire your name? Zichuan asked, unable to contain himself. Yi Xian, came Yi Xian's calm reply. Upon hearing Yi Xian's name, the disciples racked their brains, trying to recall which Yi family this remarkable individual hailed from, yet they could not pinpoint it. Nonetheless, they felt it was of little consequence. After all, Yi Xian had brought them immense satisfaction today, restoring their pride. Suddenly, as everyone reveled in Yi Xian's triumph, a dazzling divine light erupted ahead, and a staircase, shimmering with 7 colors, manifested before their eyes. Upon witnessing this resplendent stairway, all the disciples' eyes gleamed with excitement. Chapter 151. The dazzling Vermilion Bird Goddess. Lo and behold, is that not the Rainbow Ladder? Indeed, it is the pinnacle of the inheritance within the heavenly tomb. It is said that ascending the Rainbow Ladder will bestow extraordinary rewards, and should one reach the summit, they could acquire all the legacies of the venerable Tantian. Oh, what ecstasy! Yet, we are still the loyal companions of Jean Buffon. What shall we do now? Perhaps we should wait a moment. Currently, Jean Buffon has become the steed of young Master Yi, and I trust that young Master Yi will not act with malice towards us. Many of the talented disciples present could not help but express their anticipation. A glimmer of hope sparkled in their eyes. as they contemplated the possibility of obtaining the inheritance from the venerable Tong Tian, which would elevate their status immensely. However, the reminder of their current position as Jean Buffon's companions quickly dampened their spirits, leaving them in a state of profound discontent. The Rainbow Ladder? It holds some intrigue. Perhaps I might encounter the Vermilion Bird Goddess there. The inheritance associated with the Rainbow Ladder does not particularly pique my interest. Rather, my curiosity lies with the legendary Vermilion Bird Goddess. I am eager to see what this unparalleled prodigy of the Vermilion Bird clan is truly like. Yi Xian's eyes sparkled with a glint of excitement. Observing his expression, Bai Chun could not help but pale, feeling a twinge of sympathy for the Vermilion Bird Goddess. In the past, Bai Chun had been confident that the Vermilion Bird Goddess could surpass Yi Xian due to the vast disparity in their cultivation levels. However, that notion had since evaporated. Even Jean Buffon, who stood at the 4th level of the Refinement Void Realm, was effortlessly defeated by Yi Xian. Bai Chun discerned that during their battle, Yi Xian had not even exerted his full strength, leaving Bai Chun in the dark about just how formidable Yi Xian truly was. Though the Vermilion Bird Goddess is indeed powerful, she is unlikely to be significantly superior to Jean Buffon. A prodigy, a monstrous talent. This was the only description Bai Chun could muster for Yi Xian at this moment. From this point forward, we are no longer the companions of Jean Buffon. Let us prepare to ascend the Rainbow Ladder in pursuit of fortune. Yi Xian waved his hand. He bore no overwhelming ill will towards these talented disciples. As they had not provoked him, there was no need for him to annihilate them entirely. As for dealing with Bai Chun and Jean Buffon, it was merely a matter of addressing their excessive arrogance within the heavenly tomb. Yi Xian felt compelled to teach them a lesson. Though he did not consider himself a savior, he was, after all, a member of the human race. Oh, splendid. Thank you, young Master Yi. You are truly a good person. The kindness you have shown us will never be forgotten. Young Master Yi, should you ever require our assistance, we would gladly lay down our lives. Young Master Yi, do you lack for maidservants? I can warm your bed, and if you desire, I could even bear you children. Upon hearing Yi Xian's words, the proud disciples, who had been favored by Jean Buffon, were overwhelmed with gratitude and urged, hurry up, stop dawdling. In response to their remarks, Yi Xian could only shake his head in bemusement. Indeed. After Yi Xian spoke, these disciples quickly took their leave, heading towards the Rainbow Ladder. Brother-in-law, I shall also go, Bai Chun said with a cheerful grin. Did I permit you to leave? Moreover, who just insulted me? Yi Xian furrowed his brow. And no, nothing of the sort, brother-in-law. I was merely jesting. Please see it in good humor. Bai Chun hurriedly apologized upon hearing Yi Xian's words. Having experienced Yi Xian's extraordinary prowess and terrifying might firsthand, Bai Chun could only submit obediently. Seeing Yi Xian's frown reminded Bai Chun of his sister. Though Bai Chun was a dominant figure within the White Tiger clan, able to handle even the elders with ease, there was one person who could make him lose his composure, his sister, the White Tiger Saintess. Since you are my little brother-in-law, we are family. You ought to follow your brother-in-law, so come along, Yi Xian declared. Yes, brother-in-law. Bai Chun nodded glumly, filled with an overwhelming sense of helplessness. He could already foresee the grim fate awaiting him upon returning to his clan, especially in the face of his sister's authority. Bai Chun knew that the fact he called Yi Xian brother-in-law would inevitably spread throughout the ancient royal clan and reach his sister's ears. The consequences would be dire. Sighing, Bai Chun realized for the first time how challenging it could be to be the brother of a distinguished female disciple. Jean Buffon, are you not coming to take us to the Rainbow Ladder? Yi Xian spoke up, noticing Jean Buffon lost in thought. Why yes. Jean Buffon, shaken from his stupor by the words of the formidable Yi Xian, rushed to his side. Do you know what to call me? Yi Xian asked in a solemn tone. A master, Jean Buffon replied, almost on the verge of tears. As a proud descendant of the Golden Winged Rock clan, he found himself not only serving as Yi Xian's mount, but also addressing him as master. Jean Buffon's heart felt as though it were bleeding. Do you understand why you call me master and cannot stand on equal footing with Bai Chun? Yi Xian inquired. I do not know. Jean Buffon shook his head. It is simply because you lack a sister or a younger sister, while Bai Chun has a remarkable sister. That is all. Yi Xian elucidated. Jean Buffon. Bai Chun. Both Jean Buffon and Bai Chun were rendered speechless by Yi Xian's words. Tears streamed down Jean Buffon's face. Just because he had no sister or younger sister, he was relegated to being someone else's mount. It seemed so unjust. As for Bai Chun, he was left in a state of existential doubt. Before me stands Yi Xian, a figure steeped in malevolence. Yet, he finds himself powerless, forced to watch as his counterpart acts with reckless abandon. Moon, come right up. Yi Xian beckoned to the cold moon. All right, brother Yi Xian, she replied, nodding in affirmation before mounting. Bai Chen also sought to join, but was swiftly deterred by Yi Xian's piercing gaze. Let us go, Yi Xian urged as he patted Jean Buffon's wings. Obedient to Yi Xian's command, Jean Buffon carried both him and Cold Moon towards the rainbow ladder, with Bai Chun eagerly trailing behind, also heading towards that vibrant ascent. Meanwhile, beneath the rainbow ladder, a throng of disciples had gathered, a sea of aspiring talents from the human race, and some from the ancient royal lineage. Yet, amidst this crowd, the most resplendent figure was undoubtedly the fiery silhouette ascending the rainbow ladder, none other than the powerful prodigy of the Zhuge clan, the divine maiden of the Zhuge lineage. Chapter 152. The Unparalleled Young Man. Yi Xian. At this moment, the vermilion bird goddess adorned herself in a suit of fiery red armor, which undeniably accentuated her alluring and graceful figure. The goddess exuded an aura of elegance and valor, her flowing mane of crimson hair cascading behind her. Her legs were straight and toned, radiating an unparalleled charisma, while flames danced subtly around her, enhancing her extraordinary presence. Against the backdrop of the seven-colored celestial ladder, the vermilion bird goddess appeared even more resplendent. A veil of chaotic luminescence obscured her features, rendering her true visage a mystery. Yet, it was widely acknowledged that she was rumored to possess breathtaking beauty. However, the human prodigies had never laid eyes upon her true form, for it was said that those who were met with a tragic fate, their bodies reduced to ashes. Despite the intimidating beauty of this goddess of death, the human prodigies dared not entertain any thoughts of ambition, for her cultivation was far too formidable. There was, however, a legend that spoke of the vermilion bird goddess declaring that whoever could earn her willing gaze would be granted the honor of becoming her partner. Thus far, no such prodigy had emerged to meet this challenge. As the vermilion bird goddess traversed the vibrant celestial ladder with ease, envy flickered in the eyes of the human disciples present. Why were the demon race's prodigies so overwhelmingly powerful? It was indeed disheartening. Just ahead, Jean Buffon had already vanquished all human prodigies, reportedly taking many of them as personal pets. Jean Buffon's might was daunting enough, but now the presence of the vermilion bird goddess loomed as well. It was said that she was not even the most powerful among the ancient royal family, as many other prodigies had yet to make their appearance. As the human disciples engaged in hushed discussions, a sudden, fierce gust of wind swept through the area. In the next moment, a golden-winged roc descended gracefully to the ground. Oh no, Jean Buffon is here. This is bad. It is said that he takes any human disciple he encounters as his pet. Something feels off. What is it? Look, Jean Buffon is carrying two individuals on his back. Indeed, and they are humans. Who are these two? Jean Buffon has transformed into his true form to bear them? As the human prodigies beheld Yi Xian and Lung Yuer perched upon Jean Buffon's back, astonishment seized them completely. Just as the disciples were engulfed in shock, those who had once been Jean Buffon's pets but were no longer in that status arrived at the scene. Then, addressing the curious disciples, he explained, Jean Buffon has become Yi Xian's mount. What? Jean Buffon is serving as a mount for a disciple of the human race? Is this true? Upon hearing these words, the disciples present found it almost inconceivable. They were well aware of Jean Buffon's formidable prowess, immensely powerful and notoriously domineering. He had always looked down upon the prodigious disciples of the human race. Yet now, you tell me that this incredibly arrogant being has willingly become Yi Xian's steed? Moreover, he appears to be submissive? This truly seems implausible. My friend, I recall that Jean Buffon feared neither heaven nor earth, and I feel that Yi Xian's cultivation is inferior to his. How could he persuade Jean Buffon to act as his mount? Of course, it must be through sheer strength. Is it not said that heroes among prodigies are determined by their cultivation levels? The disciples who had witnessed Yi Xian tame Jean Buffon remarked. Yet, Yi Xian paid little heed to their discussions. His gaze was fixed upon a fiery red figure ascending the colorful celestial ladder, none other than the Phoenix goddess. Indeed, she is formidable, ascending the ladder with such ease. It is quite intriguing, Yi Xian murmured. He then directed his attention to Jean Buffon and Bai Chun beneath him. You too, when we ascend the ladder. Ensure to take care of Lung Yuer. If anything happens to her, you will bear the consequences. Yi Xian warned. Yes, master. Yes, brother-in-law. Jin Bufan and Bai Chun responded, their voices tinged with a hint of trepidation. Upon hearing the exchange between Yi Xian, Jin Bufan, and Bai Chun, the assembled prodigies were utterly astonished. One referred to Yi Xian as master, another called him brother-in-law. Is this truly the Jin Bufan and Bai Chun they once knew? It was simply beyond belief. While the crowd was engulfed in shock, Yi Xian took a leap, embarking upon his ascent of the colorful celestial ladder. The other disciples, no longer focused on Yi Xian, turned their attention to the ladder. In a short while, a gasp echoed through the air. Look, the Phoenix Goddess has reached the 70th level. My heavens, she is dazzling. Look, who is that figure? So swift, even faster than the Phoenix Goddess. Suddenly, a figure captured the attention of the disciples present. All eyes turned towards this figure, whose speed was astonishing, truly reminiscent of legendary speedsters. Goodness, isn't that Yi Xian riding Jin Bufan? He is remarkably fast. Just moments ago, he was with us. And now he has reached the 60th level? I can barely manage the 10th level. How has he done this? Did the oppressive aura of the colorful celestial ladder have no effect on him? The disciples present were utterly incredulous. For many of them, it was abundantly clear that the higher one ascended, the more formidable the oppressive force cascading from the seven-colored heavenly ladder became, rendering each step a Herculean task. Yet, remarkably, Yi Xian managed to ascend 50 levels in one breath. Countless disciples struggled to find words to adequately describe his astonishing prowess. Just as everyone was enveloped in astonishment, Yi Xian had already reached the 70th level, while the divine maiden of the vermilion bird had ascended to the 80th. Yi Xian was closing the distance between himself and her. Following these two luminaries were the likes of the holy son of Ziyun, Zichuan, Jin Bufan, and Lung Yuer, who were also scaling the heights. Soon, however, a gasp of surprise echoed through the crowd. Look, Yi Xian and the divine maiden have reached the 90th level, and Yi Xian has caught up to her. Upon hearing the exclamations from the gathered disciples, they all turned their gazes toward the 90th level. What they beheld left them in a state of renewed astonishment. They truly had not anticipated that Yi Xian's extraordinary capabilities would surpass even those of the Vermilion Bird Maiden. On the ladder, the once proud Vermilion Bird Maiden, who believed her exceptional talents could easily overshadow all others, suddenly furrowed her brow, glancing back. Upon seeing the figure behind her, she was momentarily taken aback. Chapter 153. A harmonious duo. At this moment, the Phoenix Goddess gazed at the figure of Yi Xian before her, her beautiful eyes ablaze with astonishment. She had never anticipated that this handsome and charismatic human disciple would possess such remarkable speed. The Phoenix Goddess could assure herself that when she was ascending the colorful ladder, Yi Xian had yet to arrive on the scene. The swiftness with which he caught up to her indicated that his strength was undoubtedly formidable. As the Phoenix Goddess assessed Yi Xian, he too was taking in her appearance. Clad in striking crimson armor, she possessed a curvaceous form and exuded an air of heroic grace, akin to a female warrior. Although she did not boast long legs, her overall proportions were nothing short of perfect. Enveloped in flames, her visage radiated a subtle aura of mystique. For an ordinary person, her features might appear somewhat blurred, yet Yi Xian could discern her beauty with clarity. In a single phrase, she could be described as both fierce and exquisite. After a mutual appraisal, an overwhelming surge of fiery power emanated from the Phoenix Goddess, her intent to strike evident. Phoenix Goddess, do not make a move. I have something to convey. Yi Xian interjected as he perceived her readiness for combat. What could you possibly have to say? She retorted, her tone imbued with authority. This colorful ladder allows only me, the Phoenix Goddess, to claim the top position. I will not permit any other to surpass me, especially not a human disciple. Yet, you are aware that throughout history, no disciple has ever reached the 100th tier of the colorful ladder. Do you understand the reason behind this? Yi Xian inquired calmly. Yi Xian found himself quite fond of the Phoenix Goddess's domineering and spirited nature. The more fierce she was now, the more affectionate and endearing she would become in the future. Such an extraordinary beauty, with a contrast between conquest and submission, captivated him profoundly. Many claim that all women appear the same in the dark, yet fail to recognize that each beauty possesses her own unique traits. Despite already having numerous companions, Yi Xian remained undeterred in his pursuit of other enchanting women. Should he conquer the Phoenix Goddess, she would become the 9th beauty in his life, bringing him ever closer to the 10th beauty spoken of by the system. Do you know how to ascend to the 100th tier? The Phoenix Goddess inquired. Her interest piqued by Yi Xian's assertion. She was eager to reach the summit, for the rewards awaiting her there were far from ordinary. Moreover, it is the legacy of the venerable Tong Tian. Tong Tian was once an extraordinarily formidable existence. To obtain the inheritance of Tong Tian would undoubtedly confer immeasurable benefits to her cultivation. Indeed, Yi Xian nodded in agreement. Do you know how to ascend the 100 tiers of the rainbow ladder? The divine Phoenix Maiden revealed a glimmer of curiosity. There is but one answer. We must collaborate. I believe the divine maiden is aware that there exist numerous insurmountable chasms between the 90th and the 100th tiers. However, if we join forces, we shall surely ascend to the 100th tier of the ladder, where opportunities will be determined by our respective merits. Besides, you are a beauty, and I am a handsome man. The combination of our strengths will render our efforts less burdensome. Yi Xian spoke nonchalantly. Collaboration? Very well, I shall trust you for now. Should I discover that you dare to deceive me, I shall ensure your utter annihilation, declared the divine Phoenix Maiden. As she spoke, a torrent of flames enveloped her, as if she could obliterate the very fabric of the universe. Once this inferno spread, the temperature around them surged to several hundred degrees. This was the terrifying essence of the divine Phoenix Maiden, her fiery power both extraordinary and fearsome. In combat, once her flames were unleashed, none could withstand them. Observing the divine Phoenix Maiden, reminiscent of a domineering CEO from his previous life, Yi Xian silently vowed, "Rest assured, I shall make you kneel before me in supplication." Subsequently, the two began their ascent towards the 91st tier. At this juncture, the oppressive aura of the rainbow ladder intensified remarkably. Yi Xian felt a semblance of pressure. After all, the rainbow ladder had existed for eons, and none had yet succeeded in reaching the 100th tier, which naturally implied a significant challenge. Otherwise, the highest inheritance of the rainbow ladder would have long been claimed. Upon reaching the 91st tier, they were confronted with the test of boundless frozen power. Before them lay a vast expanse of white. Any cultivator daring to enter would undoubtedly be immobilized by the icy force. Divine Phoenix Maiden, the stage is yours. Yi Xian remarked calmly. Fire conquers ice. This is truly your forte, Divine Maiden. Are you certain you want to attempt to ambush me while I'm preoccupied? The Divine Phoenix Maiden responded with a note of caution. Fear not. If I wished to confront you, I would do so openly from the front. I find ambushes rather uninspiring. Yi Xian shook his head. Although the Divine Phoenix Maiden did not grasp the implications behind Yi Xian's words, she sensed an air of mystery about him, a feeling she had never encountered before. Nevertheless, she was not overly concerned, for her strength and cultivation were formidable. If Yi Xian dared to resort to underhanded tactics after she initiated her strike, she would incinerate him without hesitation. Having spoken, the Divine Phoenix Maiden stepped forward. The vast divine fire of the vermilion bird surged forth. As the chilling aura encountered the divine flames of the vermilion bird goddess, it instantly transformed into mist and dissipated. Subsequently, Yi Xian and the vermilion bird goddess each took action, swiftly overcoming the obstacles they had faced. Before long, the two arrived at the 97th level. Below, the disciples had paused their ascent of the colorful celestial ladder, gazing up at Yi Xian and the vermilion bird goddess. Expressions of disbelief adorned their faces. My goodness, these two are truly extraordinary. A prodigy has emerged from our human race. Indeed, the crucial point is that Yi Xian is now climbing the ladder alongside the vermilion bird goddess. How did he manage this? As far as I know, the vermilion bird goddess has always held disdain for human disciples, and any human prodigy who dared to approach her would be reduced to ashes. There can be but one explanation. Yi Xian's strength is formidable. After all, he has subdued even the likes of Jean Buffon, a true genius. What can he not accomplish? Moreover, he is undeniably handsome. Have you not heard that those who are handsome often possess remarkable fortune? Chapter 154. The despair of the vermilion bird goddess, truly formidable. Exceptionally strong. From this moment forth, Yi Xian shall be my idol. Numerous disciples were awestruck to witness Yi Xian ascending the colorful celestial ladder alongside the vermilion bird goddess. The elite disciples of the human race present could not help but express their admiration. Meanwhile, Bai Chun, who had experienced the depths of Yi Xian's prowess, cast a look of pity towards the vermilion bird goddess. For Bai Chun understood that the goddess was likely to fall prey to Yi Xian's schemes. My brother-in-law is indeed an aberrant prodigy. Ugh, why am I even referring to him as brother-in-law? He is not my brother-in-law. My sister is the white tiger saintess, a transcendent existence destined to attain the path of true immortality. How could she possibly marry so easily, especially to someone of the human race? Bai Chun could not help but mutter in dismay. However, as these thoughts crossed his mind, he discreetly glanced towards the location of Lung Yuer, fearful that she might discern his current musings and inform Yi Xian, who would undoubtedly retaliate against him. At this moment, Bai Chun was utterly respectful towards Yi Xian. The collaboration between Yi Xian and the vermilion bird goddess was nothing short of impeccable. When the goddess cast her enchanting gaze upon Yi Xian, an expression of admiration graced her features. During their trials, there were certain challenges that caused her distress, yet Yi Xian effortlessly resolved them. One such challenge involved calligraphy, where skill, rather than strength, determined success. Upon encountering this trial, the goddess felt somewhat helpless. Despite her striking appearance, her handwriting resembled the scrawl of an ant, atrociously unappealing. Yet Yi Xian produced characters that danced with grace and vigor. Remarkably, he became the first human prodigy to earn the admiration of the vermilion bird goddess. Do not be infatuated with me. I am but a legend, Yi Xian remarked nonchalantly upon noticing the goddess stealing glances at him. A man must possess a bit of mischief to win a woman's heart. To court beauty, one must first cast aside shame. Without such spirit, one may remain a solitary bachelor for eternity. Additionally, a touch of flamboyance. He mused, believing that once one comprehended this, they could revel amidst a sea of blossoms for a lifetime. Shameless? Who is infatuated with you? I assure you, I, the goddess, have no interest in your human men, despite your extraordinary appearance and uniqueness among your kind, declared the vermilion bird goddess. Is that so? I refuse to believe it. I shall compel you to reconsider. Yi Xian silently vowed, though he kept his thoughts unspoken. As the two ascended to the 97th level, they encountered a trial involving formations. Formations? Upon witnessing the terrifying formation brimming with murderous intent before her, the vermilion bird goddess felt a weight upon her shoulders. Mastering the art of fire, she found herself utterly perplexed by the intricacies of formations. It became evident to her why, throughout history, numerous prodigies had never managed to ascend to the highest echelons. To reach the 100th level demanded a profound understanding of many disciplines. Fear not, formations are my forte, proclaimed Yi Xian. With that, he approached the formation and swiftly unraveled it with remarkable ease. After all, Yi Xian possessed an extensive knowledge of formations, being well-versed in nearly every technique known throughout the realm. For him, it was akin to child's play. You possess knowledge of formations? And your expertise is formidable? As the vermilion bird goddess observed Yi Xian effortlessly dismantling what she perceived as an insurmountable formation, her admiration for him deepened. I have many other specialties as well. Would you care to witness them? Yi Xian replied with a playful grin, his words laden with double meanings. Begone. Don't let your mastery of formations inflate your ego, the vermilion bird goddess retorted, and the two continued their ascent along the rainbow ladder. Upon reaching the 98th level, they encountered a formidable spectral beast. This creature, powerful and terrifying, quickly succumbed to the prowess of the vermilion bird goddess, a true paragon of her lineage. It was a perfect embodiment of the adage that teamwork alleviates burdens. Where the vermilion bird goddess faltered, Yi Xian excelled, and vice versa. Witnessing their ascent to the 98th level left the disciples below utterly astounded. Historically, the highest record of climbing the rainbow ladder was a mere 96 levels. Now, Yi Xian and the vermilion bird goddess had shattered that record. Do you think they will reach the summit? If they do, it would be truly extraordinary. It's hard to say, but they have already set a new benchmark. Impressive. I shall refer to them as the strongest. It seems Yi Xian's name is destined to rise to greatness. Many disciples whispered in admiration, filled with respect and reverence for Yi Xian. Notably, the mere fact that Yi Xian could persuade the vermilion bird goddess to join him in ascending the rainbow ladder was unprecedented. As discussions swirled among the onlookers, The Vermilion Bird Goddess and Yi Xian arrived at the 99th level. Upon seeing the challenge before them, the expression on the Vermilion Bird Goddess's face darkened. The trial was a chessboard, and she could sense an overwhelming aura of lethal intent emanating from it. "What kind of chessboard is this? It's so terrifying," exclaimed the Vermilion Bird Goddess. "I am unfamiliar with it," Yi Xian replied, shaking his head. "Ah, do you not comprehend the intricacies of the chessboard?" Upon hearing Yi Xian's words, the Vermilion Bird Goddess could not help but express her incredulity. "What do you mean? Do you think I understand everything?" Yi Xian retorted, rendered speechless. "Very well, let me give it a try," declared the Vermilion Bird Goddess. As she spoke, an immensely terrifying flame, the Vermilion Bird Divine Fire, erupted from her being, surging towards the chessboard with formidable force. This divine fire was exceedingly fearsome, as if capable of incinerating mountains and boiling seas. However, when the goddess's overwhelming strike collided with the chessboard, there was not the slightest alteration in the arrangement of pieces. Instead, it effortlessly dissipated the oncoming Vermilion Bird Divine Fire. Hiss, how terrifying! My Vermilion Bird Divine Fire had no effect whatsoever. Witnessing this spectacle, the goddess's countenance fell, revealing her disappointment. She felt that her journey was destined to end at this juncture, especially since even Yi Xian could not decipher it. Yet, at that moment, Yi Xian's calm voice resonated. "Fool, the 9 Deaths chessboard cannot be breached so easily. If it could, countless individuals would have already ascended to greatness. Fortunately, this 9 Deaths chessboard is merely a stalemate. The boundless killing intent within has already dissipated. Otherwise, had you acted as you did just now, you would have met your demise long ago." Chapter 155. Can this also be done? Is this the fabled 9 Deaths chessboard? Upon hearing Yi Xian's words, the Vermilion Bird Goddess could not help but exclaim in astonishment. "You understand the game?" "Just a bit," Yi Xian replied, speaking the truth. After all, he had mastered the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting to their fullest extent. Thus, he recognized the intricacies of the chessboard before him at a glance. "Did you not just claim ignorance?" The Vermilion Bird Goddess retorted, somewhat speechless. "I was merely jesting. Did you truly take me at my word? Now you believe what I say, right?" The reason why the Rainbow Ladder has remained unconquered throughout history is due to its exceedingly high demands. It requires not only proficiency in the arts, but also various divine abilities. Many proud prodigies from ancient times believed they could ascend alone, ultimately leading to their failure to reach the summit and obtain the legacy of the Celestial Elder. Now do you understand the importance of collaboration, especially between men and women? Yi Xian stated. "How do you know all this?" The Vermilion Bird Goddess inquired, curiosity piqued. "I possess the ability to foresee," Yi Xian replied. "Humph. I do not believe in such nonsense." She shook her head dismissively. The Vermilion Bird Goddess sensed that Yi Xian harbored some secrets, yet he remained tight-lipped. "You do not believe? Would you like me to predict your future?" Yi Xian offered. "Absolutely not." She quickly declined, unwilling to entertain Yi Xian's fanciful claims. Through their time spent together, the Vermilion Bird Goddess realized that this human prodigy was indeed different from the others she had encountered previously. Nevertheless, she vowed in her heart to harbor no feelings for Yi Xian. Firstly, he belonged to the human race, which had a deep-seated animosity towards her ancient royal lineage. Secondly, his smooth tongue and charm were not to her taste. The Vermilion Bird Goddess had heard from her mother that a man's sweet words are but deceitful lies, and that handsome men are often the most duplicitous. "Step back a little, I shall decipher the chessboard. How can I exert my strength with you blocking my way? Do you think I can simply unleash my power from any position?" Yi Xian scolded. While others might fear or be intimidated by the Vermilion Bird Goddess, Yi Xian was unperturbed, for he had intentions of asking her to bear him a robust child. "You are truly insufferable," she chastised. "There are many who find me bothersome. What makes you so special?" Yi Xian retorted defiantly. "You, shameless," she exclaimed. "Those who lack shame are often aware of it themselves. Covering one's face with a treasure is truly pretentious." Yi Xian countered. "What do you know? It is a custom of our Vermilion Bird Goddess to avoid letting others see our faces easily." She replied indignantly. "I understand. Does not your clan have an unspoken rule regarding this?" Yi Xian remarked. "Generally, young maidens who have yet to be wed will employ various means to conceal their countenance, revealing their faces only upon the confirmation of their intended spouse," remarked Yi Xian. "How do you know this?" inquired the Phoenix Goddess, taken aback by Yi Xian's words. She realized that Yi Xian possessed an astonishing breadth of knowledge, coupled with considerable abilities. "Did I not mention? I have the gift of foresight," replied Yi Xian. "Humph." The Phoenix Goddess scoffed, disinclined to engage further. Her sole focus was to ascend to the pinnacle and acquire the legacy of the Celestial Elder. Once she secured this inheritance, she intended to eliminate Yi Xian, for his knowledge was perilously extensive. Moreover, she harbored an intense premonition that Yi Xian was exceptionally formidable, posing a significant threat to her ancient royal lineage if allowed to flourish. Thus, she deemed it most prudent to strike him down while he remained vulnerable. Yi Xian, aware of the Phoenix Goddess's inner thoughts, remained unperturbed. He was confident that she would eventually recognize how remarkable he truly was. Subsequently, he ceased their banter, as such exchanges were merely to foster rapport. His true intention lay in playful mischief. Gazing at the seemingly inescapable predicament of the 9 Deaths chess game, Yi Xian seized a piece and made his move. "Isn't this a stalemate?" The Phoenix Goddess exclaimed in astonishment upon witnessing his action. Although she lacked understanding of the game, it was evident that the spot Yi Xian chose was indeed a deadlock, as a palpable aura of despair enveloped the board, threatening to engulf the entire celestial ladder. "Do not feign understanding if you do not comprehend," Yi Xian declared. "This strategy is known as placing oneself in a perilous position to emerge victorious." He then placed his piece down. With a thunderous crash, the moment the piece settled, the 9 Deaths game was unraveled. The Phoenix Goddess was left in awe as she beheld the unfolding spectacle. She recognized that, aside from his sharp tongue, this individual possessed remarkable skills. "Humph, he is nothing but a rogue. My ancient royal clan and the human race are sworn enemies. He has no virtues beyond his handsome appearance," she hastily countered, shaking her head. The Phoenix Goddess felt that if she admired Yi Xian too much, it would hinder her ability to act against him, as all human prodigies were marked for death in her eyes. Yi Xian was simply too extraordinary, and she could not allow him to prosper. "Enough of this. Let us ascend to the 100th level," declared Yi Xian. Indeed, the Phoenix Goddess nodded in agreement. Then, alongside Yi Xian, they arrived before the trials of the 100th level. At this moment, upon their arrival, both Yi Xian and the Phoenix Goddess were confronted by their doppelgangers. Identical in appearance and strength, it was evident that the essence of this trial was to conquer oneself, a feat that is arguably the most daunting. After all, in the course of a lifetime, few individuals manage to triumph over their own inner demons. Otherwise, the world would not be rife with so much conflict and contention. Meanwhile, the disciples below were utterly astounded upon witnessing Yi Xian and the Phoenix Goddess reaching the 100th level, rendered speechless by their astonishment. As the disciples remained in a state of shock, Yi Xian and the Phoenix Goddess engaged fiercely in combat with their respective counterparts. The battle was intensely fierce. The Phoenix Goddess unleashed her blazing divine fire, yet her counterpart showed no signs of yielding. Similarly, Yi Xian found himself locked in a struggle with his own reflection, mirroring every technique he employed. The conflict was so intense that the entire rainbow staircase began to tremble violently, as if on the verge of collapsing at any moment. Chapter 156. Successfully Ascending. Accepting the inheritance. Upon sensing the movement of the 7-colored ladder, the disciples positioned beneath it were utterly astonished. Yi Xian and the divine maiden of the vermilion bird were immensely powerful. Had it not been for the formidable protective array of the 7-colored ladder, it would likely have collapsed under their might. The encounter between the prodigies of the demon race and the human race stirred discomfort in the holy son of Purple Cloud. He harbored an intense feeling that Yi Xian would soon suppress countless celestial talents, leaving them unable to raise their heads. The Holy Sun felt that coexisting in the same era as this individual was decidedly unfavorable. At this moment, on the 100th level, both Yi Xian and the divine maiden of the vermilion bird were engaged in fierce battles against their respective counterparts, exerting themselves to the utmost without any spare energy to observe one another's conflicts. Nevertheless, Yi Xian could still perceive the fluctuations of battle emanating from the divine maiden's side. It was undeniable that she was far more formidable than Jean Buffon, presenting a significant challenge. Regardless of how formidable she was, Yi Xian resolved to find a way to make her yield and ultimately become his ally. Boom. Following a powerful clash, both Yi Xian and the other version of himself were propelled back several hundred meters. Once they steadied themselves, A grave expression manifested in Yi Xian's eyes. This was incorrect. His stance was utterly flawed. To conquer himself, he could not rely solely on brute strength, or he would inevitably exhaust himself. Yi Xian pondered deeply, recognizing that although he and the Divine Maiden were allies for the moment, they would not remain so once they entered the true inheritance. At that point, it was likely that the Divine Maiden would become his adversary. Thus, he could not afford to engage in a battle of sheer force. If he were to overexert himself, he would be at a significant disadvantage if she turned against him. He understood now that the core of this trial was the inner demons, and the other version of himself was merely a manifestation of his own inner turmoil. To conquer these inner demons, one must transcend the self. After a moment of contemplation, Yi Xian's eyes brightened with realization. Upon grasping this concept, a terrifying aura enveloped him, and his gaze became clear and transparent, embodying a harmonious unity of spirit, energy, and essence. In that moment, Yi Xian appeared as an invincible killing deity, impervious to external influences. With his mind focused and all his strength gathered, Yi Xian unleashed a powerful punch. Boom! A resounding explosion echoed as the shadow blocking his path disintegrated into nothingness. Sighing in relief at having triumphed over himself, Yi Xian then noticed the portal of the 100th level opening before him. Yi Xian ascended to the 100th level of the rainbow ladder. In this moment, he became the first prodigy among the disciples of the human race to reach this pinnacle. Upon witnessing Yi Xian's triumph, the assembled prodigies were struck with profound astonishment. Behold, Yi Xian has reached the summit. He is the first among our kind in countless ages to achieve this feat. They gasped in awe. Yi Xian is truly formidable. It seems that his name is destined to resonate across the myriad realms soon. Many of the human prodigies murmured amongst themselves, their gazes toward Yi Xian, now standing atop the 100th level, filled with admiration and reverence. Such is the nature of this world. Strength begets veneration and respect from countless souls. Shortly after Yi Xian's ascent, the Phoenix Goddess also graced the 100th level, becoming the second prodigy to conquer the rainbow ladder. However, the Phoenix Goddess hailed from the ancient royal lineage, and upon witnessing Yi Xian's earlier ascent, a look of incredulity crossed her exquisite features. "You have surpassed me in speed," she remarked, her form enveloped in flames, exuding an unparalleled grace and extraordinary presence. "I am indeed a true man," Yi Xian replied with a casual demeanor. Yi Xian, I must remind you that you are ultimately of the human race, and we are not allies in this endeavor. I acknowledge that your assistance was invaluable in my ascent. Without you, I would not have reached the top. However, we are now rivals." The Phoenix Goddess, observing Yi Xian's carefree attitude, spoke with determination. "What do you propose?" Yi Xian inquired, locking his gaze onto her. "I wish to challenge you to a duel and defeat you," declared the Phoenix Goddess. As she uttered these words, an overwhelming aura of power erupted from her, transforming her into a formidable warrior goddess, radiating an invincible presence. "I shall grant you the opportunity to defeat me, but not at this moment. Let us first venture into the realm of inheritance here," Yi Xian responded to the Phoenix Goddess. He had already devised a plan to win her favor, so he felt no urgency. With such an extraordinary beauty, one must proceed with caution. Haste would surely be counterproductive, given her formidable defenses. Very well, the Phoenix Goddess acquiesced. Together, they turned their attention forward, where a magnificent palace shimmered with seven-colored light, dazzling in its brilliance. The grand entrance stood partially ajar, allowing Yi Xian and the Phoenix Goddess to enter the hall with ease. Upon their arrival within the palace, at this moment, within the grand hall, there stands a magnificent sculpture. This sculpture is strikingly lifelike. Although the passage of years remains a mystery, it appears as if it embodies a living being. The figure is extraordinarily handsome, as if its eyes could open and close, radiating an endless aura of grace. It is truly extraordinary. Yi Xian and the Phoenix Goddess immediately recognized the owner of this sculpture, the venerable Tongtian Elder, the master of this celestial tomb. Beneath the sculpture, there are two cushions. One cushion is inscribed with the words, "Cushion for the human race's outstanding disciples to accept the inheritance." The other reads, "Cushion for the demon race's disciples to accept the inheritance." Upon seeing the inscriptions on these cushions, the Phoenix Goddess exclaimed in astonishment, What is happening? Did Tongtian Elder foresee that we would enter here?" Yi Xian replied, "That remains uncertain. But it seems he deduced that both demon race and human race disciples would eventually arrive. Hence he prepared two paths of inheritance, one for humans and one for demons. Hiss. Remarkable. Truly worthy of the Tongtian elder. The Phoenix goddess responded, her eyes glancing at Yi Xian with admiration. Chapter 157. I want you to be my pet. Why are you staring at me like that? Have you never seen a handsome man before? Yi Xian remarked as he felt the gaze of the Zhuke goddess upon him. Tell me honestly, have you been here before? And do you know about the legacy here? The Zhuke goddess inquired, her fiery eyes seemingly attempting to peer into Yi Xian's very soul. Are you out of your mind? I'm only 21 this year. My life is barely as long as my age, and this Tongtian tomb only opens once every 100 years. How could I possibly know? Yi Xian replied with exasperation. What on earth is a life stick? The Zhuke goddess asked, her face a canvas of confusion. Well, you will find out sooner or later. Sometimes, knowing too much can be detrimental, Yi Xian said cryptically. Humph, you wouldn't dare attack me when I accept the legacy, would you? The Zhuke goddess said, her tone laced with caution. I am not that petty. If I were to act, it would be done openly, Yi Xian assured her. Yi Xian spoke the truth. The Zhuke goddess before him would soon become his woman, and there was no need for deceit. Very well, I believe you. If I obtain the legacy swiftly, I shall not harm you, she replied, seeing the sincerity in Yi Xian's words, and nodded in agreement. Together, they approached the legacy mat. The Zhuke goddess sat cross-legged on the mat of the demon race's legacy, while Yi Xian took his place on the mat of the human race's legacy. As they settled into their positions, a resounding boom echoed through the air. The sculpture before them suddenly appeared to come to life. Two beams of divine light shot forth from the sculpture's eyes, aimed directly at Yi Xian and the Zhuke goddess. In an instant, both Yi Xian and the Zhuke goddess were enveloped in a radiant seven-colored light. At that moment, Yi Xian found his consciousness transported to a magnificent location. Before him stood a towering peak, upon which a majestic figure clad in white robes stood, exuding an air of extraordinary presence. With his back turned to the world, the figure spoke, I am the elder of Tongtian. In my life, I have three great regrets. First, my legacy has not been passed down. Second, I have seen too many secrets of heaven, leading to my curse by the heavenly Tao, resulting in a sorrowful old age. And third, I have never taken a companion in my journey. Thus, I have set up this colorful ladder, awaiting a fated individual. Today, I have finally waited for you. Speak of the legacy you desire, and I shall grant it, the white-robed figure declared. As the figure turned to face him, Yi Xian beheld an elderly man with white robes, white hair, and a white beard, his eyes shimmering with a kaleidoscope of colors. Despite his age, he exuded a warmth and kindness reminiscent of a grandfather, devoid of any pretense, evoking an instinctive sense of affinity. It is said that the elder possesses a celestial tower capable of calculating the heavens and the earth. Might it be passed down to me? Yi Xian inquired. Yi Xian spoke the truth. His own techniques had been rewarded by the system with unparalleled treasures. Thus, he held little interest in further methodologies. However, the celestial elder nodded, and a magnificent tower soared forth, landing before Yi Xian. Thank you, esteemed elder. Yi Xian acknowledged, extending his hand to receive the celestial tower. The tower, consisting of 7 luminous tiers, radiated a kaleidoscope of colors, appearing extraordinarily remarkable. After accepting it, Yi Xian carefully stored it away, recognizing its immense value. This celestial tower served not only as a formidable defense, but also as a means to unveil the hidden mysteries of various artifacts, transcending the ordinary with its extraordinary capabilities. It could be deemed the most powerful treasure of the celestial elder's lifetime. Do you require any further legacies? I possess an abundance of teachings, the celestial elder proclaimed. No, thank you, esteemed elder. Yi Xian expressed his gratitude. Haha, you are not greedy, young one. It seems your future is boundless. Farewell, the celestial elder remarked. As his words faded, his form dissipated into nothingness. Yi Xian then awakened, realizing that the previous scene was merely a fragment of the celestial elder's divine consciousness. Upon opening his eyes, he glanced at the nearby vermilion bird goddess. At this moment, she was enveloped in a radiant display of multicolored light, surrounded by swirling flames, indicating that she too was undergoing an extraordinary inheritance. Observing her remarkable state, Yi Xian's eyes sparkled with intrigue. If she were to bear my child, She would undoubtedly possess exceptional spiritual roots, he mused silently. Although the vermilion bird goddess was indeed formidable, Yi Xian sensed her inherent innocence. He believed that with his eloquence, he could charm her, for he was now an experienced man of the world, equipped with various strategies. However, Yi Xian had never forced himself upon a woman. His approach was always one of mutual desire. Subsequently, Yi Xian began to contemplate the celestial tower he had just acquired while waiting for the vermilion bird goddess to awaken. It was not until 2 hours later that she finally completed her inheritance. Upon awakening, her enchanting eyes sparkled with brilliance, exuding an even more pure and sacred aura, clearly transformed by her profound acquisition. You have already completed your inheritance? The vermilion bird goddess exclaimed in surprise upon noticing Yi Xian waiting beside her. After waiting for you for 2 hours, it appears that the inheritance you have acquired is indeed of great value. Yi Xian remarked. You need not inquire further. I shall not divulge anything. However, my next intention is to defeat you and make you my pet. The phoenix goddess declared, as a terrifying aura emanated from her. The flames caused the entire space to tremble incessantly. What is this? Do you wish to discard me so swiftly? Nevertheless, it matters not. We shall inevitably engage in battle, for you belong to the ancient royal lineage, while I am of the human race. However, competing in such a mundane manner lacks excitement. How about we propose a wager? Yi Xian suggested with an innocuous expression. A wager? Do you truly believe you can win? The phoenix goddess responded coolly upon hearing Yi Xian's proposition. A man must not admit defeat. So I ask you, are you interested in a wager? Yi Xian inquired. Very well. What kind of wager do you have in mind? The phoenix goddess replied. To her, vanquishing Yi Xian was a certainty. Thus she felt no apprehension. Regardless of the terms Yi Xian proposed, she was willing to accept. Furthermore, she believed that should she manage to claim Yi Xian as her pet, the reputation of the Phoenix clan would undoubtedly soar to great heights. Chapter 158. The Bet and the Heavenly Oath. The moment the Phoenix goddess contemplated this, an immense sense of satisfaction enveloped her. Yi Xian's prodigious talent was undeniable. Should he choose to accompany her in the future, she would gain a formidable ally by her side. The prospect of parading alongside Yi Xian within the ancient royal clans was indeed exhilarating. Let us engage in a contest here. If I lose, I shall become your devoted servant. If you lose, you will be my partner in the Tao. What say you? Yi Xian proposed. You wish for me to be your Tao partner? Are you merely lusting after my form? Not a chance. I have heard tales that your human race is rather diminutive and incapable. Even if I were to become your partner, you would not bring me happiness. The Phoenix goddess laughed, her voice ringing like a bell. Yet, the wager intrigued her, and she readily consented. Your verbal agreement holds no weight. I require you to swear the heavenly oath. Yi Xian declared with utmost seriousness. He could perceive the delight radiating from the Phoenix goddess, which was precisely the outcome he desired. You may find me lacking now, but I shall surprise you in due time. Of course, Yi Xian understood the necessity of her swearing the heavenly oath, as it would ensure the authenticity of their wager. The heavenly oath was a solemn commitment. Failing to uphold it would invite dire consequences, leaving one to face the wrath of the heavens and the end of their existence. Thus, once the oath was sworn, there would be no room for reneging. Very well, I shall swear the heavenly oath. I, Zhu Mingqi, the Phoenix goddess, hereby declare that today I shall engage in a life and death battle with Yi Xian. Should I lose, I willingly become Yi Xian's Tao partner, subject to his command. The Phoenix goddess placed her hands to her forehead, affirming her oath. For the Phoenix goddess, victory was assured. The act of swearing the oath was of little consequence. Yi Xian, it is your turn now, she said, her gaze fixed upon him. I, Yi Xian, swear the heavenly oath. Today, I shall engage in a life and death battle with the Phoenix goddess, Zhu Mingqi. Should I lose, I will become Zhu Mengqi's devoted servant, following her for eternity without betrayal. Yi Xian echoed her gesture, placing his hands to his forehead in solemnity. Yi Xian, you possess remarkable courage. However, your defeat is inevitable. I acknowledge your myriad of tactics, yet they are but feeble against absolute power, proclaimed the Phoenix goddess. The outcome remains uncertain. I increasingly anticipate the moment you must dutifully fulfill your role as my partner after your defeat. Yi Xian replied with a smile. Enough of this banter. Let us commence the battle, exclaimed the Phoenix goddess. With her declaration, a thunderous roar erupted from the Phoenix goddess as an inferno of flames surged forth. Annihilation in a single thought. The divine maiden of the vermilion bird bellowed fiercely as torrents of fiery power surged from her being, advancing towards Yi Xian like an unstoppable force. In that moment, the divine maiden had transformed into a walking embodiment of the fire god, leaving destruction in her wake, as if the very heavens and worlds themselves were on the brink of incineration. Cosmic shift. Faced with the overwhelming flames of the vermilion bird, Yi Xian dared not exhibit even the slightest hint of complacency. The divine maiden before him was, without a doubt, the most formidable and extraordinary female prodigy he had ever encountered. Thus, he remained utterly vigilant. As Yi Xian's words echoed, an immense aura emanated from his first level of the void refinement realm. He invoked the technique of cosmic shift, and in that instant, he found himself enveloped by the raging flames from all directions. Yi Xian, the might of my vermilion bird divine fire is boundless. If you cannot withstand it, you might as well beg for mercy early. I have no desire to see you perish. I still need you as my pet. The divine maiden of the vermilion bird taunted, observing how the divine flames encased Yi Xian. Is that so? You think too highly of yourself. Yi Xian replied coldly. In the next moment, he unleashed the seventh layer of cosmic shift with ferocity, while simultaneously activating the Nine Suns technique. She is grand, she is bold. The bright moon illuminates the great river, while I, as the gentle breeze, support the mountain ridge. Yi Xian chanted this arcane incantation, transforming the encroaching flames of the vermilion bird into his own offensive force. Take this, Yi Xian declared, directing the vermilion bird flames towards the divine maiden. This maneuver embodied the principle of using magic to conquer magic, for the vermilion bird flames were not easily subdued. Only through cosmic shift and the Nine Suns technique could he contend with them. What is happening? Why has my attack reversed? And its power has even intensified? The divine maiden of the vermilion bird exclaimed in disbelief upon witnessing the unfolding scene. Yet, she did not dare to underestimate the situation, hastily releasing another wave of vermilion bird flames to counter the oncoming inferno. Boom! In an instant, two immensely terrifying forces of flame collided, causing the entire rainbow ladder to tremble violently, as if it were on the verge of collapse. Meanwhile, the other disciples atop the ladder, sensing the violent quaking, were momentarily stunned. What is happening? Is the ladder going to collapse? I don't know, but it's shaking fiercely. They must be undergoing some kind of inheritance. Hiss. To create such a commotion just for an inheritance is truly terrifying. The prodigious disciples murmured, each one astonished by the spectacle unfolding before them. At this moment, the battle between the Phoenix goddess and Yi Xian had reached a fever pitch. However, the expression on the Phoenix goddess's face was far from pleasant. No matter how fierce her attacks were, Yi Xian's counterattacks only grew more formidable. The Phoenix goddess was utterly confounded, struggling to comprehend the existence of such extraordinary martial arts in this world. It was truly terrifying. Bang! At last, after a fierce exchange, a figure was sent flying through the air. This figure, of course, was none other than the Phoenix goddess herself. As she collapsed to the ground, she was engulfed by existential doubt. I lost. Impossible. This absolutely cannot be. Yi Xian, you must have employed some nefarious technique. The Phoenix goddess exclaimed incredulously. To lose is simply to lose. Can one not bear the defeat? Yi Xian replied nonchalantly, his gaze fixed upon the slightly breathless, strikingly armored Phoenix goddess, her fiery red armor accentuating her valiant demeanor. A flicker of fervor ignited within him. Yi Xian, what treachery have you employed? How could I possibly be defeated by you? The Phoenix goddess was in disarray, acutely aware that they had sworn a heavenly oath. Should she lose, she would be bound to fulfill the duties of a partner, a fate she did not desire. How would she explain this upon her return? Enough with the idle talk. We have made a sacred vow. This place seems fitting, and now you must honor our promise, Yi Xian stated, gradually moving closer to the Phoenix goddess. Chapter 159. Are you truly of the human race? In this moment, the mind of the Phoenix goddess was engulfed in a whirlwind of confusion. This outcome was beyond her wildest dreams. Today, she found herself compelled to fulfill the duties of a partner. A pang of regret washed over her. Yet, the thought of her own foolish vow to the heavenly Tao made her heart bleed. Wait a moment. Could it be that he had orchestrated this all along? Had he already secured victory? Suddenly, a dreadful realization struck the Phoenix Goddess. If this entire affair had been premeditated by Yi Xian, then he was far more formidable than she had ever imagined. Nevertheless, there was a sliver of relief in her heart. She would not become Yi Xian's maidservant. The disgrace of a goddess from the illustrious Phoenix lineage serving as a mere attendant would be too great to bear. Revel in your triumph, she thought. You ought to know that Jean Buffon has already become my steed, and his very life is under my dominion. Yi Xian declared. What? Jean Buffon is your mount? Why did you not mention this sooner? Upon hearing his words, the Phoenix Goddess's complexion darkened. Had you disclosed this earlier, I would not have so readily sworn that vow. Rest assured, Zhu Mingqi, I hold my partners in high esteem. I shall never treat you poorly, Yi Xian reassured her. How could you do this to me? You deceitful scoundrel. The Phoenix Goddess could not help but weep, her heart heavy with sorrow. Yet, tears would not change the fact that the time limit on her vow was fast approaching. Very well, let us proceed. She acquiesced. As she spoke, the Phoenix Goddess removed her resplendent crimson armor. In the next moment, a visage that could captivate a world appeared before Yi Xian. This armor was not merely a stunning artifact. It also concealed her exquisite features. Now, unmasked, Yi Xian beheld her face in its entirety, an unparalleled beauty, enchanting beyond measure, with every smile and frown imbued with profound allure. Most strikingly, a crystalline tear lingered at the corner of her eye, evoking a sense of tender pity. Come now, I resign myself to fate. However, I must admit, I hold the human race in slight disdain. My grandmother once told me that humans are diminutive and weak. To marry a human as a partner is akin to living in widowhood. The Phoenix Goddess remarked, her expression one of disdain. Yet, in the next instant, her countenance shifted. She gazed at Yi Xian in disbelief and uttered, You are of the human race? Is it possible that I am indeed a member of your ancient royal lineage? Yi Xian couldn't help but display a look of utter disbelief. How could you be so immense? Exclaimed the vermilion bird goddess, her eyes wide with astonishment. At that moment, her expression was one of sheer incredulity. Unlike others, I assure you, I will bring you happiness, Yi Xian declared as he approached the vermilion bird goddess, guiding her into a shared cultivation session. In little time, the disciples situated above on the heavenly ladder began to sense a tremendous upheaval. What is happening? The heavenly ladder is shaking again, and it feels even more intense than before. Is it possible that these two are receiving such an overwhelming legacy? They pondered, sensing a rhythm that felt almost rhythmic. Simultaneously, a voice resonated in Yi Xian's mind. Ding! The host has breached the defenses of the vermilion bird goddess. Reward, Imperial level technique, 10,000 swords returning to the origin. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Yi Xian redoubled his efforts in cultivation alongside the vermilion bird goddess. Thus, time gradually passed. 10 days slipped by, during which the disciples on the heavenly ladder endured countless tremors, each lasting an eternity, which left them in a state of profound frustration. Each one was envious of Yi Xian and the vermilion bird goddess, believing that the two must have acquired incredible legacies at the summit of the heavenly ladder. On the 10th day, Yi Xian and the vermilion bird goddess finally ceased their cultivation together. At this moment, the goddess gazed at Yi Xian with a newfound respect, devoid of her previous disdain and mockery. My dear, you are remarkable. From now on, I am yours. If my family discovers this, and they wish to harm you, what will you do? She asked, her expression filled with adoration. I shall appeal to their emotions and reason. If they persist in seeking my demise, I shall accept my fate with dignity. Yi Xian replied, You are now my partner. I cannot bear to lose you. Anyone who wishes to harm you shall face my wrath, proclaimed the vermilion bird goddess, embracing Yi Xian with fervent passion. At this moment, it was evident that she had been utterly captivated by him. Through their shared cultivation, the vermilion bird goddess experienced a profound transformation in her worldview. She realized that the human race was not merely a collection of weaklings. Yi Xian was a testament to that truth. In her time spent cultivating with him, she had reaped countless benefits, and her cultivation had ascended to the 6th level of the void refinement realm, while Yi Xian had reached the 3rd level. That seems about right. We have been training here for 10 days, and it is nearly time for this place to close. Let us depart, Yi Xian remarked, bestowing a gentle kiss upon the forehead of the divine maiden of the vermilion bird. Indeed, time passes so swiftly, 10 days feel like merely half a day. I wish I could master the Tao of the cycle of time and slow it down. The divine maiden of the vermilion bird replied, her voice laced with a sense of longing. As they spoke, the two leapt gracefully from the top of the celestial ladder. Meanwhile, the other disciples were also roused by the vibrant spectacle of the colorful realm. This trial of the seven-colored celestial ladder had come to a definitive conclusion. Upon the appearance of the divine maiden and Yi Xian, the gathered disciples turned their gazes toward them, astonished to observe the apparent camaraderie between the two, devoid of any hint of antagonism. This revelation left them utterly astounded. However, what Yi Xian and the divine maiden had acquired upon reaching the summit remained a mystery to all. Brother Yi Xian. At that moment, Leng Yuer approached Yi Xian as he descended, having also garnered significant benefits from the experience, her cultivation having surged immensely. Greetings, master. Greetings, brother-in-law. Jin Bufan and Bai Chun approached to pay their respects. Witnessing this scene, the divine maiden of the vermilion bird was taken aback, for she had not anticipated that Yi Xian could subdue these two formidable individuals. Incredible, prodigious, was her sole assessment of Yi Xian at that moment. Just then, Yi Xian's gaze fell upon a disciple of the ancient royal clan, his eyes glinting with a cold light. Chapter 160, What status? You dare wear the same attire as me. Yi Xian's voice turned slightly colder. You dare wear the same outfit as me? Adorned in this ensemble, he exuded charm. Yet seeing this individual, a member of the ancient royal clan, donning identical attire seemed utterly out of place. Is there a restriction on clothing? Must you dictate what others wear? Such arrogance. The ancient royal disciple retorted, his voice heavy with frustration. He genuinely had no idea that his choice mirrored Yi Xian's. I care not for your attire, but what standing do you possess to wear the same garments? Tear it off. Yi Xian replied icily. Upon hearing such domineering words, the ancient royal disciple's face turned ashen. He cast a desperate glance towards the Phoenix goddess, as he was under her patronage, given her supreme cultivation. Young Master Yi has spoken. If he demands it be torn, do not vex him. The Phoenix goddess replied, her demeanor now restored to its haughty elegance. Devoid of the tender and proactive persona she had displayed during their time atop the celestial ladder. What? The moment her words echoed, all present, whether human prodigies or members of the ancient royal clan, were left bewildered. What had transpired at the summit of the celestial ladder? Why was the Phoenix goddess now defending Yi Xian? They found themselves utterly perplexed, especially since, aside from the incessant swaying of the seven-colored ladder, they had witnessed nothing else. Remaining oblivious to the significant events that had unfolded above, it was evident that Yi Xian and the Phoenix goddess shared an extraordinary bond. Otherwise, her formidable nature would not allow her to speak so favorably of him. Indeed, the ancient royal disciple, compelled by the Phoenix goddess's words, reluctantly tore off the identical attire and donned a different outfit. Witnessing this unfold, the human disciples could not help but feel a surge of admiration and reverence for Yi Xian. It could be said that he had truly salvaged the dignity of the entire assembly of human prodigies. Had it not been for his intervention, they might have all been reduced to mere pets of the Phoenix goddess and Jin Bufan. Young Master Yi, we shall take our leave. Take care. The Phoenix goddess communicated telepathically to Yi Xian, aware that addressing him as husband in front of so many ancient royal disciples would be inappropriate. Hence, she chose the more respectful title of Young Master. Though it was a telepathic exchange, she feared it might be overheard by someone adept in reading minds, leading to an awkward situation. Take care. Yi Xian nodded in acknowledgement. Brother-in-law, you should return and inform your sister to take care of herself. I am doing well here, so she need not worry. Yi Xian addressed Bai Chun. Bai Chun, upon hearing Yi Xian's words, nearly fainted from disbelief. The absurdity was escalating. What do you mean by that? It seems to imply not only that you have become a Tao partner with my sister, but also that she is expecting. When my sister hears such words upon my return, she is bound to be furious. However, Bai Chun, feeling helpless and unable to contend with Yi Xian, could only clench his fists and nod in agreement. Yes, brother-in-law. As these words fell, many disciples of the ancient royal clan headed towards another exit. Meanwhile, Yi Xian and Leng Yuer rode on Jin Bufan, making their way outside, followed by a throng of talented human disciples. Outside, at this moment, King Jinping was in high spirits, for it wouldn't be long before his son, Jin Bufan, emerged. The king of the golden-winged rock had great confidence in his son's prowess. given his cultivation level, and the strength of the golden-winged rock clan was formidable. Master Ziyun, it seems your holy son may soon become my son's pet. Haha. The holy master of Ziyun had come specifically as the protector of the holy sun. Thus, the king of the golden-winged rock directed his initial provocations towards the holy master of Ziyun. Although there had not been significant conflicts between the human race and the ancient royal clan in recent years, minor skirmishes persisted, and the older generations enjoyed measuring the strength of their younger kin. Who will prevail is yet to be determined. The holy master of Ziyun replied coolly. Is that so? Then let us wait and see. Do not forget, our ancient royal clan's prodigies include not only my son Jin Bufan, but also Bai Chun of the White Tiger clan and the Divine Maiden of the Vermilion Bird clan. The king of the golden-winged rock stated with a smile. Upon hearing that the Divine Maiden of the Vermilion Bird had also entered, the holy master of Ziyun and the human protectors furrowed their brows. They had heard of the prodigious talent of the Divine Maiden, who was born with a piece of legendary armor, a peerless treasure, coupled with her extraordinary innate abilities. Her strength surpassed even that of Jin Bufan from the Golden-Winged Rock clan. Haha, let the banter continue. Come on. The king of the Golden-Winged Rock laughed heartily as the human powerhouses fell silent. He reveled in their discomfort and, eager to flaunt, made his way to the human passageway, ensuring that Jin Bufan and the Divine Maiden did not enter through the ancient royal clan's route. King Jinping, do not become overly complacent. A human powerhouse rebuked as he observed the king's arrogance. What? Are you dissatisfied? Come, let us battle. The Golden-Winged Rock king dismissively remarked, You. This renowned human cultivator has truly been driven to the brink of exasperation. Yet, he found himself powerless, for this golden rock was indeed formidable, far beyond the capabilities of an average individual to subdue. Following their verbal sparring, a sudden and violent tremor shook the passageway leading to the celestial tomb, and a group of disciples materialized before the gathered crowd. Upon witnessing the emergence of these disciples, the Golden Rock and his companions turned their gazes towards the entrance of the passage. However, when the Golden Rock beheld the scene that unfolded before him, his expression shifted dramatically. Impossible. How could Bufan be ridden by someone, and moreover, a member of the human race? Am I hallucinating? The Golden Rock struggled to comprehend the reality before him, convinced that he must be experiencing an illusion. How could his son, so powerful, possibly become a mount for another? Yet, after several confirmations, the Golden Rock was forced to accept the truth. His son had indeed become a steed for a disciple of the human race. In that moment, the Golden Rock's heart shattered, and the prideful, domineering demeanor he once held dissipated entirely. Chapter 161. The Golden Rock. It is difficult for Jin Peng to accept the situation. The Golden-Winged Rock lineage boasts a lineage of great nobility within the ancient royal families. Throughout history, it has been exceedingly rare for them to serve as mounts for humans. Yet, at this moment, their heir is being ridden by a man and a woman, which for Jin Peng is nothing short of the gravest insult. If their heir is being mounted, does that not imply that the entire Golden-Winged Rock lineage is being belittled? This is intolerable. The affront is simply too egregious. As the human cultivators witnessed Yi Xian and Cold Moon riding upon Jin Bufan, their expressions reflected sheer disbelief. They had often fantasized about utilizing the Golden-Winged Rock as a steed, yet they dared not act on such thoughts due to the overwhelming might of the Golden-Winged Rock lineage. If provoked, they would surely retaliate fiercely. Who, after all, are these extraordinary heirs? In the midst of the stunned human cultivators, the Rock King leapt into the air, soaring towards Yi Xian and Cold Moon. You two human disciples are courting death. How dare you treat the heir of my Golden Rock lineage as a mount? Jin Peng bellowed, his voice reverberating through the void, a deafening sound accompanied by an overwhelming pressure directed at Yi Xian and Cold Moon. As the Rock King prepared to unleash his wrath upon Yi Xian and Cold Moon, all eyes turned towards Yi Xian, eager to witness how he would navigate this precarious situation. Are you the Golden-Winged Rock King? Yi Xian remained unfazed by the threat, responding with a calm demeanor. Father, stop. I willingly choose to be his mount. Jin Bufan interjected at that moment. What? The words of Jin Bufan sent a shockwave through the gathered cultivators, akin to a ticking time bomb that reverberated painfully in their ears. The heir of the illustrious Golden-Winged Rock lineage willingly offers himself to serve as a mount for a human disciple? This was simply beyond belief. Son, have you lost your mind? If you are being coerced, just blink. Jin Peng communicated telepathically to his son. Father, I truly am willing. I believe my decision today is correct. I hope you will not make things difficult for young Master Yi. He shall be my master from this day forth, Jin Bufan declared. To be honest, Jin Bufan initially felt wronged. However, upon witnessing that even the Phoenix goddess was subdued by Yi Xian, he began to feel a sense of acceptance. For Jin Bufan believed that aligning himself with Yi Xian would undoubtedly lead to a bright future. After all, Yi Xian had managed to compel the Phoenix goddess to bow before him, despite her not revealing any details of their encounter to others. Yet, Jin Bufan was not foolish. After descending the colorful celestial ladder, the divine maiden Zhuke exhibited a noticeable deformity in her legs, causing her to walk with a distinct limp. Jin Bufan, astute as he was, perceived the gravity of her condition. Fool, you have brought disgrace upon our Jinshi Dapeng clan. Today, I shall slay him without fail. Jin Peng bellowed in fury. This incident was undoubtedly a monumental humiliation for the Jin Peng lineage. As Jin Peng's words echoed, a colossal hand, imbued with dread, surged forth towards Yi Xian, casting the surroundings into chaos. As a formidable being, a Jin Peng represented the pinnacle of power on this continent. Thus, the might of his strike was self-evident. Witnessing Jin Peng's assault on Yi Xian, the onlookers, cultivators all, turned their gazes towards him with anticipation, eager to witness how he would react in the face of such overwhelming force. In their minds, Yi Xian must surely be gripped by fear. However, as they beheld Yi Xian's expression, a wave of disbelief washed over them. For there he sat, astride Jin Bufan, exuding an air of tranquility and composure. What is happening? He displays no fear whatsoever. They murmured in astonishment. Who is this individual? He seems so unfamiliar, yet his unflinching spirit commands respect. The assembled cultivators were baffled, unable to fathom the source of Yi Xian's confidence. Just as Jin Bufan was about to implore, Father, stop. My soul is under Yi Xian's control, a melodious voice, crisp as silver bells, rang out. What? You dare to threaten the heir of the Chaos Sacred Land? At that moment, a figure materialized before Yi Xian. The instant she appeared, Jin Peng's formidable strike disintegrated into nothingness. The onlookers turned their collective gaze towards this new presence, who radiated an overwhelming chill and possessed a grace akin to that of an otherworldly goddess. She exuded an indomitable aura, her presence strikingly refined, reminiscent of a fine wine aged for millennia, evoking an irresistible desire to savor her essence. Is this Wu Jingxin, the Grand Elder of the Chaos Sacred Land? A prodigy of a bygone era. An elder among the cultivators recognized, his eyes widening in awe. Although the Chaos Sacred Land resided in the eastern wilderness, a beauty of Wu Jingxin's caliber had indeed captivated an entire generation. The elder practitioners present in the central region naturally recognized her, for they had once been captivated by Wu Jingxin's beauty. After all, who could resist such an unparalleled beauty? Unfortunately, during her prime, there were no prodigious disciples capable of vying for her affection, leaving many in the older generation with an unspoken anguish. Wu Jingxin? Who is she? I have no knowledge of her, murmured the younger generation, gazing in awe at her ethereal presence. For them, Wu Jingxin was a legendary figure of the previous era in the eastern wilderness, a formidable woman who overshadowed her contemporaries with her brilliance. Amidst the murmurs, someone explained, How terrifying! I never anticipated that Yi Xian would be the heir of the Chaos Sacred Land. Many practitioners began to grasp the significance of the moment. Meanwhile, upon seeing Wu Jingxin, King Jinping expressed his astonishment. I never expected you to appear as well. It seems you hold your heir in high regard. However, for deceiving the descendants of the golden-winged Dapeng, he must die today. Wu Jingxin, undeterred, retorted, You, who were once my subordinate, now dare to speak to me in such a manner? Considering your son is the mount of my heir from the Chaos Sacred Land, I shall spare your life today and reluctantly accept you as a steed. Her words sent shockwaves throughout the audience once more. Chapter 162. The unyielding woman Wu Jingxin's words undoubtedly stirred a tempest, reverberating through the air with an audacity that was nothing short of astonishing. The Golden-Winged Rock clan is an esteemed lineage, and now, in the Chaos Sacred Land, Yi Xian has not only tamed their divine offspring, but has also allowed his protector, Wu Jingxin, to claim a golden rock as her steed. The audacity of this exchange is truly formidable. The elder cultivators present couldn't help but reflect deeply. Although this chaos sacred land lies in the eastern wilderness, it is renowned for its madness, especially Wu Jingxin, who in her youth was notorious for her willingness to slay anyone who stood in her way. Now that she possesses immense power, one can only imagine her recklessness. To demand a golden rock as a mount is a notion that perhaps only a deranged practitioner from the chaos sacred land would entertain. Indeed, Wu Jingxin's exceptional prowess makes such a feat entirely plausible. As the discussions unfolded, the golden rock seethed with rage. Wu Jingxin, do not presume I am incapable of slaying you. Should you provoke me, I shall rend your body into 1,000 pieces. The rock's fury was palpable. Its teeth clenched in indignation. Wu Jingxin's remarks seemed to dismiss the golden-winged rock clan entirely. What? You dare to be dissatisfied? I shall compel you to submit. I am eager to see how much you have grown over the years, she retorted. With those words, a magnificent sword materialized in Wu Jingxin's grasp. As she wielded it, a golden sword intent surged forth like a tidal wave. In an instant, the very fabric of the heavens and earth appeared cleaved in twain by her strike. Upon witnessing Wu Jingxin's assault, the elder cultivators' expressions shifted dramatically. They swiftly invoked their techniques to shield their younger disciples behind them. These seasoned practitioners had previously witnessed Wu Jingxin's extraordinary might. She was not to be trifled with. When incensed, she could rend the very heavens asunder. Her ethos was simple: slaughter indiscriminately, regardless of identity. If matters escalated beyond control, the chaos sacred land would intervene. It was of no concern to her, Wu Jingxin. Alas, the golden rock was doomed. Some elders, aware of her formidable strength, could only shake their heads in resignation. Naturally, they yearned to fathom the depths of Wu Jingxin's abilities. But alas, such insight was beyond their reach. 8 strikes of the golden rock. As Wu Jingxin made her move, a pair of resplendent golden wings unfurled behind the rock. With a sweeping motion, they carved through the void, rendering the very fabric of space into a realm of nothingness. The stars themselves seemed on the verge of collapse. Witnessing this spectacle, the young prodigies present were struck with awe, for many were witnessing such an epic confrontation for the first time. The sheer terror of it was overwhelming. Even the elder cultivators were moved, for they sensed the magnitude of the power on display. It seems that Wu Jingxin's formidable prowess has become even more terrifying and powerful. However, before the onlookers could fully comprehend the shock of the moment, a figure was sent hurtling backward. This figure, of course, was Jin Peng. Simultaneously, a voice, chilling in its indifference, echoed through the air. Jin Peng, how weak you are. After all these years, you've shown no growth whatsoever. Have you truly lived like a dog? 100 strikes would be more fitting for you, as your mere 8 strikes resemble that of a famished child. Upon hearing Wu Jingxin's words, not only did the cultivators present twitch at the corners of their mouths, but even Yi Xian was filled with immense admiration. One could not help but acknowledge Wu Jingxin's overwhelming presence. She not only subdued Jin Peng effortlessly, but also struck at his very heart. Truly, she deserved to be revered as a protector, exuding an undeniable dominance. At this moment, Jin Peng appeared disheveled and filled with existential doubt. Wu Jingxin, are you attempting to provoke a war between our golden-winged Dapeng clan and your chaotic Holy Land? Jin Peng roared, his expression twisted in rage. Witnessing his father's humiliation, Jin Bufan felt a pang of distress. Yet, he understood that their clan possessed a notorious temperament. If they were not struck with fear, they would never easily submit or relent. Wu Jingxin, my battle with you has nothing to do with the chaotic Holy Land. Your mouth is unnecessary. Wu Jingxin retorted fiercely. As she spoke, she approached the beleaguered Jin Peng and began to rain down blows upon him. Although Jin Peng was not weak, he had the misfortune of facing the utterly formidable Wu Jingxin this time, leaving him to be thoroughly beaten without the ability to counterattack. What further shattered Jin Peng's spirit was the realization that this woman was utterly devoid of reason. What can you do to your opponent? Will you submit? If you refuse to comply, I shall send you straight to hell, Wu Jingxin declared with unyielding authority. As her words fell, a bell appeared in Wu Jingxin's hand, shimmering with chaotic celestial light and entwined with laws of nature. The moment the bell came into view, the older generation of cultivators present hastily shielded their juniors, retreating in alarm. Holy Master, Is that bell truly terrifying? Asked Zi Yunxingzi, unable to contain his curiosity. That is the supreme celestial artifact of the chaotic Holy Land. The chaotic bell. Do you not find it terrifying? Zi Yunxingzhu replied, his face falling. Once again, he was reminded of this woman's fearsome nature, for he had not anticipated that she would emerge wielding the supreme artifact of the chaotic Holy Land. How could the chaotic Holy Land possibly trust such a dangerous woman with the chaotic bell? What? Is that the chaotic bell? Could this esteemed elder be the holy master of the chaotic Holy Land? If she were not the holy master, chaos would surely ensue. If she were indeed the holy master, it would seem that the chaotic Holy Land would have enemies everywhere. Hiss, how terrifying. Many disciples were taken aback upon realizing that Wu Jingxin wielded the formidable chaos bell, the most powerful artifact of the chaos sacred land. Each of them turned pale. Wu Jingxin, are you serious? Upon seeing the chaos bell in her grasp, Jin Ping's expression shifted dramatically, a look of horror flashing across his heart. If Wu Jingxin had not possessed the chaos bell, he might have held his ground. However, with the bell in her possession, he dared not. The Jin Peng clan lacked supreme artifacts. Should he attempt to defy her, this madwoman would undoubtedly unleash the chaos bell. Do you think I would hesitate? If you wish to survive, then lend me some of your divine soul power and obediently become my steed. Otherwise, I shall not hesitate to send you to the underworld today, Wu Jingxin proclaimed with unparalleled arrogance. Alas, would it be so wrong for me to serve as your steed? Jin Peng looked at the aggressively assertive Wu Jingxin, his voice tinged with despair. His heart was in turmoil, though he would willingly comply 100,000 times. He felt utterly powerless. He knew that if he refused, he might truly face death today. This madwoman was indeed serious. Her threats were not mere bluster. Upon Jin Peng's utterance, the cultivators present were once again struck with shock. Chapter 163 Senior Wu, I have devoted myself entirely for the sake of the human race. It was truly unexpected for everyone that the esteemed leader of the Golden Peng clan would ultimately find himself reduced to the status of a mount for Wu Jingxin. Such an occurrence may have never transpired in history. The Golden Winged Peng clan is renowned for its pride, having cultivated their abilities to the utmost. With their golden wings considered divine artifacts, impenetrable and invincible. Yet today, the Golden Peng has inexplicably submitted, leaving all in astonishment. However, upon reflection, the reasons became evident. Clearly, given the current circumstances, had the Golden Peng refused, Wu Jingxin might have indeed taken his life. For in this world, there is nothing this madwoman would shy away from. The chaotic Holy Land is notorious for being one of the superpowers filled with lunatics. If you are to be my mount, then relinquish your spiritual essence to me, Wu Jingxin stated calmly. Though her tone was light, it brooked no dissent. Should the Golden Peng dare utter a word of refusal, the supreme artifact, the chaotic bell, would likely be summoned. Here you go, the Golden Peng replied, his voice tinged with despair. This was the greatest humiliation he had endured in his life. Yet, he had no other recourse. His strength paled in comparison to hers, and more terrifyingly, his son was under the control of her disciple, who wielded the supreme artifact. What was he to do? Alas, being a bird is truly difficult. Subsequently, the Golden Peng's spiritual essence was directly refined by Wu Jingxin, signifying that in the future, his life would be under her dominion. Should he dare to commit any act of defiance against her, a mere thought from Wu Jingxin could spell his demise. Transform into your true form. Allow me to take you for a test drive, Wu Jingxin declared. PFF. Upon hearing this, Yi Xian nearly burst into laughter. He perceived a certain resemblance in Wu Jingxin's actions to the experience of purchasing a new car in his previous life. With no other choice, the Golden Peng transformed into his true form. Wu Jingxin then mounted him, instructing him to soar into the skies. However, it was not long before they returned. Perfectly executed, Wu Jingxin praised, leaping off the Golden Peng. Extraordinary. You too may return, Yi Xian said as he dismounted from Jin Bufan. Yes, master. Jin Bufan nodded, then approached his father. The two of them stood face to face, tears nearly spilling from their eyes, their expressions laden with sorrow and humiliation. Yet, both the Golden Peng and Jin Bufan understood that revenge was a futile dream in this lifetime. Father, let us consider the brighter side. Yi Xian's talents far surpass mine, and he is destined to rise against the heavens in the future. Perhaps being his steed could turn out to be a marvelous fortune. Jean Buffon consoled his father. Enough of your nonsense. Hurry up and leave. Is it not humiliating enough? Jean Peng retorted. With that, Jean Peng swiftly departed, almost as if he were flying. Haha. Exhilarating. Although I did not partake in it myself, witnessing the golden-winged Peng clan being transformed into steeds by Yi Xian and Senior Wu brings me immense satisfaction. Indeed, the golden-winged Peng clan, who prided themselves on their nobility, never imagined they would encounter such formidable opposition. Observing Jean Buffon and Jean Peng's return, the cultivators from the human race could not help but discuss among themselves. Meanwhile, Yi Xian and Leng Yuer approached Wu Jingxin. You little rascal, well done. Wu Jingxin nodded in approval. Had it not been for Yi Xian turning the heir of the golden-winged Peng clan into a mount, she would never have considered transforming Jean Peng into one as well. After speaking, Wu Jingxin's gaze turned sharply towards Leng Yuer, her tone demanding, Who is she? Before her stood Leng Yuer, whose beauty rivaled that of Li Shiyao and others. She is Leng Yuer, a disciple of the Flowerfall Palace, and also my partner. Yi Xian replied, Have you done something wrong again? I will sever your ties. Wu Jingxin exclaimed vehemently upon hearing Yi Xian's words, preparing to take action against him. Wait, Senior Wu, please do not act impulsively. I have significant matters to discuss with you. Yi Xian urged. Yuer, please return to the Flowerfall Palace for now. I must have an important discussion with Senior Wu regarding a return to the Chaos Sacred Land. Very well, Brother Yi Xian. Do come and visit us. Leng Yuer nodded. I will come once I have completed my important tasks. Yi Xian affirmed. All right then, Brother Yi Xian. I shall take my leave. Leng Yuer nodded, reluctantly guiding her flying vessel away, glancing back 3 times filled with reluctance. You little rascal. Are you out here behaving just like your ancestor, engaging in thievery? Wu Jingxin seethed, gritting her teeth. Of course, but more so, it is envy and jealousy. I have not allowed Yi Xian to overexert himself, yet this fellow has taken on another partner outside. Truly despicable. Senior Wu, I assure you, this is not mischief. It is a deed for the present with benefits for posterity. My actions are purposeful. Yi Xian insisted. Let us find a suitable place to discuss this matter at length. If you do not clarify matters today, I shall ensure your aspirations are shattered. Wu Jingxin declared fiercely. With that, she and Yi Xian departed together. Before long, they arrived at a picturesque mountain, secluded and tranquil, yet adorned with breathtaking scenery. Yi Xian promptly produced the tea set and brewed a cup of tea for each of them. Senior Wu, do you know? I have devoted myself tirelessly for the sake of the human race. That Jean Buffon was initially much stronger than I, and I exerted tremendous effort to defeat him. I cannot even recall how much blood I lost during that struggle. Do you think that was easy for me? Yi Xian remarked while sipping his tea. Indeed, his cultivation is significantly higher than yours. I sense that as well. However, what transpired between you and Leng Yuer? Wu Jingxin inquired, her gaze fixed intently on Yi Xian. At that time in Tantian City, there were no extra rooms available, and we had no choice but to share a single room. Senior Wu, you must understand that a solitary man and a woman are prone to misunderstandings. In the end, I failed to guard the door properly and made a blunder that men often commit. Nevertheless, rest assured, in my heart, you are the most beautiful, most lovely, and most gentle lady in this world, utterly flawless. Yi Xian explained with utmost seriousness. You silver-tongued rogue, I shall break your legs. Wu Jingxin declared, her tone laced with irritation. With that, Wu Jingxin launched an attack on Yi Xian. Faced with her onslaught, Yi Xian offered no resistance whatsoever and was soon overwhelmed. Cries of distress echoing around him. Chapter 164. That night, you did not reject me, Senior Wu. Please stop. I was wrong. I will do whatever you say. Just tell me to go forward, and I shall go forward. Instruct me to go back, and I shall not hesitate. I swear, I shall not stray to the east when I have promised to go west. Yi Xian pleaded. Humph, the words of a man are as deceptive as a ghost. And your entire family shares this same trait. Even your venerable ancestor, at such an advanced age, still frequents the brothels. Your father once seduced the former saintess of Tiandi Mountain, yet he has since become a coward, lacking the courage to approach Tiandi Mountain. And you? You have already lost count of how many partners you have. Wu Jingxin scolded. My ancestors and father's matters are not my concern. Besides, my father avoided Tiandi Mountain to protect me. However, it will not be long before I journey there myself. Yi Xian retorted. I have no interest in your explanations. I shall strike, Wu Jingxin declared without mercy. Contemplating the disgrace of the Yi family across 3 generations, Wu Jingxin's ire intensified. What began as a gentle reprimand spiraled out of control. Bang! With a resounding thud, Yi Xian was sent crashing to the ground by Wu Jingxin's punch. Puff! Upon impact, Yi Xian coughed up a mouthful of blood and lay motionless. Clearly, the force behind that blow was severe. Ah, Yi Xian, are you all right? Seeing that her strike had caused him to bleed, Wu Jingxin's expression changed drastically. To be honest, she had only intended to give him a symbolic lesson, never meaning to inflict true harm. Yet, recalling the irresponsible nature of the men in the Yi family, her control had faltered, resulting in a far heavier blow than intended. As an unparalleled elder, the might of Wu Jingxin's uncontrolled punch was formidable, making it nearly impossible for Yi Xian to remain unscathed. Seeing him lie there unmoving, Wu Jingxin grew increasingly anxious. As his guardian, if she were to inadvertently kill him with a single blow, she would surely face expulsion from the Chaos Sacred Land. And even the ancient beings would come after her. After all, Yi Xian's talents were widely acknowledged. Despite her frantic calls, Yi Xian remained utterly unresponsive. Wu Jingxin promptly circulated her true essence, enveloping him in an attempt to revive him. Yet, it proved futile. Yi Xian, please do not scare me. Awaken at once, Wu Jingxin implored, her exquisite visage hovering close to his. Then, in an unexpected turn, Yi Xian suddenly opened his eyes and kissed Wu Jingxin. Caught off guard by his sudden action amidst her worries, Wu Jingxin had no chance to react. Wu Jingxin was, in essence, a smoldering flame that had lain dormant for a millennium. However, Yi Xian's recent actions ignited this flame into a roaring blaze. Wu Jingxin felt utterly powerless to resist. As if she had been poisoned, her body lost its strength, and her vital essence became stagnant. You little rascal, let me go. How dare you? She stammered. Ultimately, Wu Jingxin succumbed, for she harbored genuine affection for Yi Xian and yearned for love and tenderness. Slow down, was the sole utterance that escaped her lips after her surrender. Following Wu Jingxin's capitulation, a voice resonated within Yi Xian's mind, heralding the system's announcements. Ding! Wu Jingxin has been subdued by the host. Reward, Fortune Crown. Ding! The host has formed bonds with 10 extraordinary beauties, triggering critical rewards. Reward, Maximum Comprehension. Reward, Cultivation equivalent to 1,000 years. Reward, Immortal Sword, Zhejian Sword. Reward, Imperial Grade Technique, Great Might Heavenly Dragon. While Yi Xian was engrossed in cultivating alongside Wu Jingxin, the system's notifications continued to flood his consciousness. Stunned by the magnitude of the rewards, especially the Fortune Crown, which signified an abundance of luck in his future, Yi Xian felt a surge of exhilaration. With the Fortune Crown, he could boldly divine the unknown. Although luck was intangible and elusive, it held immense significance. In truth, while Yi Xian had previously been able to predict many outcomes, such endeavors risked revealing celestial secrets. Without substantial luck, one could easily suffer the backlash of fate, leading to a life steeped in tragedy. Even the formidable Tong Tian, Lauren ultimately faced retribution, ending his days in profound sorrow. This was why Yi Xian had been reluctant to delve too deeply into divination. Yet now, emboldened by the Fortune Crown, he felt fearless. The system is truly remarkable, Yi Xian exclaimed, accelerating his training with Wu Jingxin. Though she typically exuded an air of dominance, she now adopted a more feminine demeanor, shy and lively. You scoundrel, this is not proper. Wu Jingxin chastised him. Senior Wu, I am powerless to resist. Your beauty is simply irresistible, Yi Xian replied. However, we must agree that I shall not bear your child for now. Otherwise, I would be too embarrassed to face anyone. If this scene were to be revealed, you would be hunted by countless foes. Wu Jingxin gritted her teeth. I fear nothing. As long as those I cherish are safe, I, Yi Xian, would challenge the world without hesitation, he declared calmly. Turning to the system, he commanded, System, merge the cultivation of a millennium. Ding, the host has been acknowledged. The system responded, and then the rewards of a millennium of cultivation descended upon Yi Xian and Wu Jingxin. At that moment, Wu Jingxin finally comprehended why so many young women were willing to cultivate alongside Yi Xian. The effectiveness of this experience was truly remarkable. She found herself developing feelings for Yi Xian, The benefits of cultivating together were infinitely more gratifying than solitary practice. Indeed, she felt rejuvenated and intoxicated by the experience. As time gradually passed, it must be said that the hours spent in joint cultivation flew by. Before they knew it, 10 days had elapsed. On the morning of the 10th day, Yi Xian and Wu Jingxin ceased their training. Wu Jingxin then turned to Yi Xian and said, "Yi Xian, let us return to the chaotic sacred land now. I have just broken through and need to consolidate my progress. You should also stabilize your cultivation, otherwise, your foundation may become unstable. Furthermore, I hope you keep the events of these past 10 days to yourself, as if they never occurred. Otherwise, I shall take drastic measures. Rest assured, I promise to remain silent." Yi Xian replied gravely, nodding in agreement. However, he was acutely aware that once a woman had made up her mind, it was likely that Wu Jingxin would seek him out of her own volition, even if he himself did not pursue her. This desire was insatiable. The more one indulged, the more one craved, akin to the necessity of food and water. As fish cannot survive without water, clouds cannot exist without the sky, great trees cannot thrive without sunlight, and night cannot exist without day. After finishing his thoughts, Yi Xian tidied up alongside Wu Jingxin, and together they made their way to the chaotic sacred land. Meanwhile, a piece of news began to spread like wildfire throughout the entire ancient royal clan. Chapter 165. The Heavens Did Not Give Birth to Me, by Chun. Eternity beats the Tao like a long night. This news naturally pertains to the White Tiger Saintess. Have you heard? The White Tiger Saintess has formed a Tao partner relationship with a disciple of the human race. Is it true? Aren't the ancient royal families forbidden from marrying humans? Could it be that the White Tiger clan is betraying our kind? Is there any doubt? I personally witnessed the White Tiger Saintess's brother, by Chun, addressing the man as brother-in-law. Hiss, this White Tiger clan is truly despicable. Who would have thought they would consort with humans? How shameless. Hey, my friend. Your information is outdated. I've recently heard something even more explosive. Do tell, what is it? It is, of course, concerning the White Tiger Saintess. Brother, do not keep us in suspense. What other shocking news is there? I have heard that not only has the White Tiger Saintess formed a Tao partnership with a human disciple, but she is also expecting. What? The White Tiger Saintess is really with child? Indeed. That day, the talented individual named Yi Xian said to Bai Chun as he saw him off, "Go back and tell your sister to take good care of herself. Do not be angry, or she might injure herself." Isn't that a clear indication? Hiss. The White Tiger Saintess, my dream lover and idol, is actually carrying the child of a human disciple. And so it was. The news of the White Tiger Saintess expecting Yi Xian's child spread like wildfire. As it circulated, the tales grew increasingly outlandish, with rumors claiming that the White Tiger Saintess was on the verge of giving birth, and later, it was said that her child was already 2 years old. In truth, the reason for the White Tiger Saintess's retreat these past 2 years was exactly this, rather than for a breakthrough. As this news spread with remarkable speed, within a sacred cave of the ancient royal family of the White Tiger clan, rich spiritual energy filled the air, surrounded by various spiritual herbs. At this moment, within the cave, a figure opened her eyes. This figure was a stunning woman in her 20s, with delicate hands, skin like snow, a graceful neck, teeth like carved jade, brows like willow leaves, and eyes that sparkled with charm. A single glance could captivate 100 hearts. However, what set her apart from other unparalleled beauties was her flowing hair, which was white, not black. This striking white, almost ethereal, only enhanced her enchanting allure. This woman, of course, was the White Tiger Saintess. As she opened her eyes, a message talisman appeared before her, with a graceful wave of her slender hand. The talisman transformed into a streak of light, and the information contained within was absorbed by the White Tiger Saintess. Though she had been in seclusion to advance her cultivation to the 7th realm of the void refinement stage, the White Tiger Saintess felt an immense sense of joy. Preparing to share my joy, I was abruptly halted as the White Tiger Saintess processed the message from the communication talisman. Her unparalleled visage was instantly enveloped in an icy aura. I have formed a bond with a human disciple, and I am with child? What nonsense is this? Did I seclude myself to bear a child? Which scoundrel has perpetrated this? This is an affront to me, the Saintess. I shall hunt down those responsible. A moment of realization struck. During the events at the Celestial Tomb, Chun had referred to someone as brother-in-law. Chun was known for her loose tongue. Could there truly be a connection? Summon little Chen to me. The white tiger saintess commanded, her fury palpable. At once, a subordinate hurried off to fetch Bai Chun. Shortly thereafter, a figure appeared before the white tiger saintess's lair. Naturally, it was Bai Chun. Trembling with trepidation, Bai Chun had not anticipated that the rumors stemming from the celestial tomb had spiraled so wildly out of control. What shattered him further was the unwavering assertion that he had indeed called someone brother-in-law. This statement had led many to believe the outrageous gossip. Sister, Bai Chun stammered, his demeanor faltering. If there was anyone Bai Chun feared in the White Tiger clan, it was undoubtedly his sister. Perhaps it was the weight of bloodlines that instilled such dread. The White Tiger Saintess was not only immensely powerful, but also merciless when it came to disciplining her younger brother. Enter, she commanded, devoid of any warmth. Upon hearing her words, Bai Chen's legs quivered, yet he steeled himself and stepped into her lair. Once inside, he dared not raise his gaze, keeping his head bowed. Chen, enlighten me. What is the truth behind these rumors? The White Tiger Saintess inquired coldly. Sister, it's not my doing. It's all mere gossip. Bai Chen protested. Not your doing? Then I ask you, did you refer to that individual as brother-in-law while at the celestial tomb? She demanded. Speak. If you do not tell the truth today, I shall break your legs. Upon hearing her threat, Bai Chun felt a wave of despair wash over him. His sister, possessing beauty and extraordinary talent, was unfortunately also exceedingly violent. He recalled a childhood incident when he had been punished for disobedience, resulting in a broken rib that had kept him bedridden for quite some time. Such memories solidified his deep-seated fear of her. Sister, please listen to me. It's like this. Bai Chun exclaimed. He proceeded to recount the events that had transpired in the Tongtian tomb. Are you truly so submissive that you would call him brother-in-law just because he demanded it? The White Tiger Saintess exclaimed, her anger palpable. As soon as her words fell, she unleashed her fury upon her younger brother. Ah, sister, spare me. I had no choice. Bai Chun pleaded. If they ask you to call him brother-in-law, you should comply. Has your pride been consumed by a dog? I will strike. If I refuse, he would beat me to death. Then shall I refrain from striking you? No, I will strike. A chorus of anguished cries echoed throughout the cave. The White Tiger Saintess was not one to hold back. Her strikes were genuine and unyielding. While it is often said that one should correct their younger siblings early on, the White Tiger Saintess was remarkably adept at delivering punishment to her brother now that he had grown. After a considerable time, Bai Chun limped out of the cave, his spirit utterly shattered. He harbored a deep-seated resentment towards Yi Xian, never having imagined that merely addressing him as brother-in-law would result in such a catastrophic blow. Sister's strikes were far too severe. She nearly broke my leg. While other sisters are like soft cotton, mine feels more like a hedgehog. Once she catches me, she strikes mercilessly. Bai Chun lamented, tears threatening to spill from his eyes. However, before he could fully recover from the torment administered by his sister, a figure approached him and said, Young master, the head of the family is seeking you. Upon hearing this, Bai Chun's expression shifted dramatically once more. Chapter 166. Father. Am I your biological child? What does father want from me? Bai Chun could not help but inquire. I do not know, but young master, you should exercise caution. The head of the family appears quite displeased, a figure warned him. Bai Chun felt a sense of despair welling within him. He had a strong premonition that his father's summons was likely related to his sister's predicament. Young master, please follow me, the figure urged. Reluctantly, Bai Chun complied and trailed the figure to the entrance of his father's secluded training chamber. Upon arriving at the threshold, Bai Chun was engulfed by trepidation. Father, Bai Chun called out, his voice tinged with apprehension. Come in, a faint voice beckoned from within the chamber. With a heavy heart, Bai Chun steeled himself and stepped inside. However, upon entering, his countenance shifted dramatically as he beheld the staff made of celestial meteorite held by his father. This staff was rarely seen, reserved only for grave matters when a family member had committed a heinous act. Bai Chun's heart sank, and he felt utterly unwell. Father, what do you intend to do with that? He inquired, a smile more painful than tears gracing his lips. What do you think I intend to do? Bai Biao, the patriarch of the White Tiger clan, replied coolly. Come here and kneel. Father, let us speak calmly. Please do not lose your temper. Bai Chun implored softly. Kneel. Bai Biao's expression hardened. Yes. Sensing his father's fury, Bai Chun cautiously approached and knelt before him. Now, tell me, what is the situation regarding your sister? They claim you are the one who spread the rumors? You ungrateful wretch, sacrificing your sister's reputation for your own fleeting gain. Do you understand how others perceive us? How have I taught you? When dealing with human disciples, you must be ruthless. Yet here you are, calling him brother-in-law as if you seek to tarnish the name of the White Tiger clan. Do you comprehend the ramifications of this incident for our standing in Nanling? Bai Biao ranted. Initially, Bai Biao managed to restrain his anger, but as he continued, his ire escalated, leaving Bai Chen no opportunity to interject and explain himself. Bai Biao recounted the lineage of their ancestors, articulating a legacy of excellence that starkly contrasted with Bai Chen's perceived shortcomings. Father, allow me to explain. Bai Chen protested. I do not wish to hear your explanations. Bai Biao roared, striking the air with the meteorite staff, which transformed into a flurry of shadowy strikes. A direct onslaught was launched against Bai Chen. Father, please stop. Anguished cries echoed from Bai Biao's lair. This time, Bai Biao had even resorted to the family's meteorite staff, a testament to his immense fury. In no time, Bai Chen lay on the ground, barely clinging to life. Sobbing uncontrollably, he lamented, "Why must I suffer this? Enough of your tears. Get out." Bai Biao's voice was cold as he witnessed his son weeping profusely. Am I even your true son? Bai Chen's heart felt numb. Outside, he had been beaten by Yi Xian, and now he faced the wrath of his father and sister. Yet throughout his life, he had never witnessed his father strike his sister. It seemed he was destined to endure such torment, struck by his sister, beaten by his father. He wondered if the ancestral patriarch would seek him out next, if the patriarch laid hands on him as well. Bai Chen could only encapsulate his feelings in a single phrase. The heavens did not give birth to me, Bai Chen. I exist solely to be beaten. You have been struck yet remain unreflective? Do you still wish to argue? Bai Biao's anger flared upon hearing Bai Chen's question regarding his parentage. I am your true son. Faced with his father's ire once more, Bai Chen felt a sense of helplessness and quickly scurried out of the lair, moving with great haste. He understood that any further words could lead to more punishment. Just like his father and sister, they were not ones to offer mere verbal threats. Upon exiting, Bai Chen was overwhelmed by the darkness of the sky and the arduousness of the path ahead. It felt as if he existed solely to endure beatings. Oh, how miserable I am, he thought. His mother had passed away early, his sister was indifferent, and his father showed no love. Living in this family felt devoid of any affection. Perhaps it would be better to align himself with Yi Xian, who, despite having struck him once, treated him as a younger brother thereafter. As Bai Chen pondered these thoughts, another figure materialized before him. Young master, the ancestral patriarch is seeking you, the figure announced. What? The patriarch is looking for me again? What could it be? Bai Chen wiped away his tears. I don't know, but the patriarch has emerged from seclusion and appears quite enraged. The figure replied, Great heavens, I am to be beaten once more. Bai Chen inwardly cursed. But he knew he had no choice but to heed the call of the patriarch. Disobeying the patriarch's commands would result in even harsher consequences. With resignation, Bai Chen steeled himself and made his way to the patriarch's lair. Upon entering, he naturally faced a severe beating. In the span of just half a day, Bai Chen had endured 3 rounds of punishment. As he emerged from the patriarch's lair, Bai Chen was enveloped in a profound sense of doubt and desolation. He felt that his existence was burdensome within his family. No one questioned why he referred to Yi Xian as his brother-in-law. Had he not been coerced into it? Yet, the family remained silent, offering nothing but a beating. As his sorrow deepened, Bai Chen contemplated the impulse to flee from home in search of his brother-in-law. At this moment of despair, a message reverberated throughout Nanling. This announcement originated from Long Tsong, the patriarch of the most powerful clan, the True Dragon Clan. Soon, the leaders and heirs of various prominent families gathered in the council hall of the ancient royal clan. Each family exhibited a distinct demeanor. The leader and heir of the Golden-Winged Rock clan, Jin Peng, bowed his head in silence, while Bai Biao, the leader of the White Tiger clan, and the White Tiger Saintess wore grim expressions. Conversely, the Vermilion Bird Goddess radiated vitality, her cheeks flushed, her thoughts consumed by Yi Xian. The memories of their tender moments together in the 7-colored heavenly ladder temple lingered in her mind, rendering those 10 days of companionship utterly unforgettable. Are you aware of the purpose behind my summons? Long Tsong surveyed the assembly of clan heads and heirs with a measured gaze. Could it be concerning the matters involving the White Tiger Saintess and clan leader Jin? Inquired one of the clan heads, his tone nonchalant. Indeed, Long Tsang affirmed, nodding before directing his attention towards the white tiger Saintess and Jean Buffon before him. Chapter 167. The Rising Storm. As Long Tsang's words echoed in the hall, the heirs and patriarchs of the prominent clans turned their gazes toward the white tiger Saintess, Jean Buffon, and Jean Peng. The recent events surrounding these three had stirred up considerable commotion. What are you all staring at my daughter for? The rumors regarding my white tiger clan are mere fabrications. I hope the dragon patriarch can see the truth, Bai Biao remarked, sensing the peculiar scrutiny from the crowd, his brow furrowing in discontent. Uncle Long, I am innocent. The white tiger Saintess nodded in affirmation, her voice resolute. False. Innocent. With a child already born. Could that also be a lie? Huang Tian, the patriarch of the Phoenix clan, scoffed derisively. Huang Tian, are you speaking without any consideration? Who claimed my daughter has a child? She has not stepped outside in the past 2 years and has been diligently cultivating in seclusion. Bai Biao retorted coldly. Bai Biao, you have betrayed the ancient royal clan. Are you not aware of the disgraceful actions committed by the heirs of your white tiger clan? Do you still wish to argue? Huang Tian shot back defiantly. Uncle Huang, I am truly wronged. This is a scheme orchestrated by that scoundrel from the human clan. Look at my intact marriage mark. The white tiger Saintess, exasperated, raised her flawless arm resembling white jade. Huh, a marriage mark? In this day and age, do you still believe in such nonsense? One can easily replicate it. Those women in brothels mark themselves to fetch a higher price, and once sold, they cover it up with duck blood. If you were to examine closely, it would be glaringly obvious. How dare you claim to possess a marriage mark? Huang Tian sneered, seizing the opportunity to attack. Given the long-standing rivalry between the Phoenix and White Tiger clans, despite the appearance of unity among the ancient royal clan, it was, in truth, a collection of fractious factions. When an opportunity arose, they would not hesitate to tear into one another. How dare you speak so disrespectfully? My daughter calls you Uncle Huang, yet you address her in such a manner? Who has claimed that my daughter's marriage mark is a fabrication? Bai Biao nearly fainted with rage upon hearing Huang Tian's words, which he found profoundly insulting. Is it not a fabrication? Why not let your son try with my daughter and see if it is indeed false? Huang Tian countered sharply. Does your wretched son even deserve her? My daughter would never. Bai Biao's voice turned icy. Upon hearing her father's words, the white tiger Saintess bore a look of exasperation. Father, while it's fine to rebuke our adversaries, do you really need to word it like that? Honestly. Meanwhile, many patriarchs in attendance were grinning widely, relishing the chaos unfolding before them. They thrived on the turmoil, finding it invigorating, as the underlying tensions often led to mutual disdain among the clans. Ahem. Enough of the noise. It seems that both Huang Tian and Bai Biao are seized by an impulsive desire to engage in a fierce battle here, as Long Tsang coldly interjected. Upon hearing Long Tsang's words, Bai Biao and Huang Tian exchanged disdainful snorts before finally ceasing their commotion. Chief Bai, rumors have already begun to circulate regarding this matter. Whether they hold truth or not, I cannot tolerate such circumstances continuing. Long Tsang declared. What do you mean by that, Chief Long? Bai Biao furrowed his brow in confusion. Renowned for his audacity, Bai Biao embodied fearlessness. My implication is that the White Tiger clan shall be disassociated from our southern ridge henceforth. I refuse to allow your actions to tarnish the reputation of our ancient royal clan. Long Tsang asserted coldly. Furthermore, the Golden Peng clan shall be excluded as well. You may go wherever you please, but do not linger in our southern ridge. Chief Long, this issue arose due to my involvement with Buffan. Surely, our golden-winged Peng clan is not to be blamed. The Golden Peng lamented. Leave, and the further away, the better. Look at the disgraceful actions of your golden-winged Peng clan. How could you serve as mounts for the human race? The ancient royal clan has no room for your kind. Do you all agree? Long Tsang's voice was frigid. Agreed. 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 Echoed the numerous clan leaders of the ancient royal clan present, nodding in unison. Indeed, the Golden Peng clan and the White Tiger clan had overstepped their bounds, severely tarnishing the reputation of the ancient royal clan. The notion of the Golden Peng and Jean Buffan serving as mounts was now an established fact. As for the White Tiger clan, they were unconcerned, for the rumors had taken on a life of their own. Even if unfounded, they had become a perceived reality. This was not something the ancient royal clan wished to witness. Bai Biao and the Golden Peng, infuriated, felt as though they might vomit blood. Meanwhile, The White Tiger Saintess seethed with a desire to rend Yi Xian into pieces. Had this man truly indulged in excrement? All because of a single statement. Her reputation lay in ruin, and now she faced expulsion from the ancient royal clan. The White Tiger Saintess harbored an intense hatred for Yi Xian and an even greater disdain for her inept younger brother. Why on earth did he address him as brother-in-law? Yet, the White Tiger Saintess could only endure her frustration, unable to retort. In contrast, Jin Bufan remained unperturbed. After battling Yi Xian, he found him to be a prodigy. Serving as a mount for Yi Xian was of little consequence. After all, in this era, he was far from the strongest genius in the ancient royal clan, as there were many formidable talents, such as Long Ao Tian and Long Shang Tian from the True Dragon clan, who were exceedingly exceptional. There were also numerous other talented disciples of which he was no match. However, the Golden Peng was consumed by profound discontent. Forced to lead his kin away from the very land that had nurtured them, the situation was more unbearable than killing him. However, Jin Peng discerned that he had no choice but to depart. Just as Jin Peng and the others contemplated this, Bai Biao coldly addressed Long Zhu. We of the White Tiger clan have not committed any heinous acts. We have always been diligent in our dealings with the ancient royal clan. Is this treatment not excessive? Patriarch Bai, this is the consensus of all. It is not merely my opinion, Long Tsang retorted, casting his gaze towards the other clan leaders. Bai Biao, I have long harbored disdain for you. Your White Tiger clan has always been timid, disappearing every time there is a conflict with the human race. Now I understand. You were merely shielding your daughter while she bore children for the disciples of the human race? Huang Tian remarked coldly. To hell with it. Did you eat excrement today? Your words reek. Bai Biao was infuriated upon hearing Huang Tian's venomous remarks. Just as Bai Biao and Huang Tian were about to clash once more, the vermilion bird goddess stepped forward and declared, if that is the case, then let us expel the vermilion bird clan as well. Her words fell like a stone into a still pond, plunging the assembly into a profound silence. Chapter 168. The three ancient royal clans expelled from Nanling Chichi. Have you lost your mind? Upon hearing his daughter's words, the patriarch of the Zhu family felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. What had come over his daughter? Although she had indeed enhanced her cultivation and acquired significant legacies from the tomb of Tang Tian, her personality had undergone a drastic transformation. According to the maid, ever since Chi-Chi returned, she often gazed at the distant moon for prolonged periods at night, staying awake until late. While this behavior was rather unusual, the Zhu patriarch had not given it much thought. However, what she said today was undoubtedly outrageous. Little did he know, Zhu Mingqi had already savored the sweetness of Yi Xian, and naturally, she pledged her allegiance to him. Father, I am not insane. I speak the truth. I must confess, I am with child, the offspring of a human disciple, declared the divine maiden of the Zhu family, Zhu Mingqi. What? Before the other cultivators present could respond, the patriarch of the Zhu family turned pale. Pregnant with a human disciple's child? This was intolerable. Father, I assure you I speak the truth. If you do not believe me, you may check my pulse. I was born for him. Without him, I would be like a fish out of water, utterly miserable. Zhu Mingqi insisted with sincerity. Chi-Chi, have you truly lost your senses today? The patriarch's expression darkened considerably. He had intended to witness the unfolding drama between the golden-winged Great Peng clan and the White Tiger clan, only for his daughter to stand up and declare their family expelled from the ancient royal clans. It was as if he had unwittingly become the subject of the spectacle. Let me see, Long Tsang said coldly, releasing an aura of dragon energy directed at the divine maiden of the Zhu family. Moments later, Long Tsang's mood soured as he remarked, Patriarch Zhu, you have concealed this matter from us. Your daughter is bearing a human disciple's illegitimate child, and you did not inform us? I was unaware. The patriarch of the Zhu family replied, his face dark as thunder. Humph. I see you are no different from the White Tiger clan, plotting to betray our ancient royal lineage. Huang Tian interjected at this moment. Huang Tian, close your mouth. Your silence would have spared you from being regarded as a mute. The patriarch of the Zhu family retorted, his face pale with anger. What could have been a matter for calm discussion had turned sour due to Huang Tian's ill-timed remarks. Patriarch Zhu, cease your protests. Your Zhu clan has now been expelled from Nanling. If you are dissatisfied, feel free to test our resolve. You have 3 days to leave Nanling, or do not blame us for being unkind. Long Tsang's voice was frigid. What in the world was happening? Long Tsang's heart was filled with overwhelming frustration. How could it be that the descendants of the three great families either fell for the talents of the human race, becoming bearers of their offspring, or ended up as mere mouths? This is utterly absurd. Long Tsang felt an overwhelming urge to unleash the most vehement of curses. Dismissed. Long Tsang waved his hand, unable to express his frustration any further. Upon hearing the dismissal, the assembly gradually dispersed. At this moment, Jin Peng, the leader of the Zhuke clan, Zhu Lin, Bai Biao, and the three heirs gathered together. The three clan leaders shared a sense of mutual sympathy. Undoubtedly, the most enraged among them was the White Tiger Saintess. She had done nothing wrong, yet a mere rumor had driven her family to the brink of despair. Jin Peng, Bai Biao, what are your plans moving forward? Zhu Lin inquired, his heart laden with anguish. What plans can there be? My son's life is in the hands of those two lunatics, Yi Xian and Wu Jingxin. Hence, I am resolved to head to the Chaos Sacred Land. Jin Peng declared, I too must venture to the Chaos Sacred Land. My daughter has fallen victim to that individual named Yi Xian, and I must seek him out. I shall make the Chaos Sacred Land aware of the dire consequences of provoking the White Tiger clan. Bai Biao asserted, his expression steeped in fury. You all intend to go to the Chaos Sacred Land? It lies in the eastern wilderness, and that Wu Jingxin is indeed a madwoman. Serving as her mount is hardly unjust. Zhu Lin remarked. What about you, old Zhu? What are your intentions? Jin Peng queried. I can only think of my daughter. She bears the child of that individual. Thus, she has no choice but to seek refuge with him. Alas, Zhu Lin sighed, turning his gaze towards his daughter. Father, if we are to ally with the human race, the only option is the Chaos Sacred Land. Zhu Mingqi stated, My daughter, you are not carrying the child of this Yi Xian, are you? Upon hearing his daughter's words, Zhu Lin's brow furrowed in concern. Indeed, Zhu Mingqi replied. Her head bowed. Zhu Lin was exceedingly irritated. Jin Peng and Bai Biao exchanged incredulous glances. What manner of being is this Yi Xian, who not only has made Mingqi pregnant, but also turned Bu Fan into a mount? Even more alarming, with a single rumor, he has driven my White Tiger clan from Nanling. Upon hearing Zhu Mingqi's admission, Bai Biao was utterly astonished. It seems our paths are aligned. Thus, the three ancient royal clans shall journey to the Chaos Sacred Land together. We shall impart a lesson to the Chaos Sacred Land. Indeed, I have long harbored grievances against that place, which has rendered our three families homeless. Onward, to the Chaos Sacred Land. The three clan leaders declared vehemently, before setting off to gather their belongings for the impending journey. Meanwhile, within the Chaos Sacred Land, Yi Xian spent some time with the pregnant Li Xiao before making his way to Wu Jingxin's training cave. At this moment, Wu Jingxin cast a disapproving glance at Yi Xian. Senior Wu, please don't look at me like that. The sky has turned dark. If there's nothing pressing, I intend to take my leave, Yi Xian remarked, feeling the weight of her gaze. While he was aware of Wu Jingxin's intentions, he chose to remain silent, curious to see who would show more urgency. Can't you sit down and keep me company for a while? Why are you so impatient? Xiao needs her rest, and your presence will only disturb her. Wu Jingxin replied coldly. Very well, I shall keep you company. How would you like me to do so? Yi Xian responded with a smile. Come here. However, I must warn you, tonight's events must remain a secret. Treat it as though it never occurred, otherwise, I shall not hesitate to silence you, Wu Jingxin declared, reclining upon a bed crafted from exquisite jade. I'm on my way, Yi Xian replied, and together they embarked on a mutual cultivation session. Ever since Wu Jingxin had come to terms with her desires, she would often protest verbally, yet deep down, she yearned for the connection. Perhaps this is the nature of women. They may not openly express their needs, yet their every gesture betrays their longing. Time passed in this manner until the dawn of the fourth day. Suddenly, a profound darkness enveloped the entire sacred land of chaos, startling all the cultivators within its bounds. Chapter 169. The arrival of the three ancient royal clans at the sacred land of chaos. Some individuals, engaged in cultivation or clandestine rendezvous, and even those like Yi Xian, who were fervently practicing, suddenly paused. Their gazes turned towards the void, where three colossal flying vessels materialized. These vessels exuded profound and mysterious rhythms of the Tao, each brimming with people, radiating an overwhelming aura. The foremost vessel bore the intricate carving of a golden-winged roc, The central one depicted a white tiger, and the first vessel showcased a flaming vermilion bird. Had the golden-winged rock clan, the vermilion bird clan, and the white tiger clan come to us? What? 3 ancient royal clans have arrived simultaneously? Indeed. Upon confirming that the practitioners aboard these vessels hailed from the white tiger, vermilion bird, and golden-winged rock clans, the expression of the cultivators within the sacred land of chaos shifted dramatically. Nevertheless, the sacred land remained resolute. In the face of these 3 ancient royal clans, the elder responsible for guarding the formation promptly activated the protective grand array of the sacred land. Once the vessel stabilized, a chilling and clear voice resonated from within. "Where is Yi Xian? Come forth to face your demise." Upon hearing this, Yi Xian halted his cultivation with Wu Jingxin. A smile crept upon his lips, for he realized the significance of the arrival of these ancient clans. "Yi Xian, do not concern yourself. Let us go and observe. It seems the 3 ancient royal clans are targeting you," Wu Jingxin remarked, wiping away the droplets from her body. Simultaneously, she cautioned him telepathically. This joint cultivation must remain a secret. Perhaps it was Wu Jingxin's consideration, as she often found herself wishing to cultivate alongside Yi Xian, yet after each session, she would remind him to keep it confidential and to forget about it. "Senior Wu, today these 3 ancient royal clans have come for me. How can I not respond? Rest assured, we shall be fine," Yi Xian declared with unwavering confidence. As for the golden-winged rock clan, the 2 most significant figures, Jin Peng and Jin Bufan, were under the control of Yi Xian and Wu Jingxin. Thus, the golden-winged rock clan could be dismissed as a threat. The other formidable members of this clan were not foolish and would undoubtedly refrain from engaging in conflict with the sacred land due to Jin Bufan and Jin Peng. Regarding the Vermilion Bird clan, during his time at the pinnacle of the 7-colored heavens, Yi Xian had thoroughly captivated the Vermilion Bird goddess with his unique talents. He was confident that she had developed feelings for him. It is often said that a woman in love possesses little common sense. Of course, Yi Xian was also aware that the Vermilion Bird goddess was expecting, providing him with further reassurance. The Zhuke clan holds great expectations for the Zhuke goddess. If the Zhuke goddess intervenes, the clan would refrain from any excessive actions. Thus, the only slightly troublesome matter today pertains to the Baihu clan. However, Yi Xian harbors little concern regarding the Baihu clan. He believes he can respond appropriately to any situation that arises. As the saying goes, when soldiers approach, one must defend. When water flows, one must build a dam. Yi Xian, you wouldn't dare to involve the Zhuke goddess with the Baihu holy maiden, would you? Wu Jingxin exclaimed, glaring at Yi Xian, who appeared brimming with confidence. Yet, deep down, Wu Jingxin recognized Yi Xian's formidable skills. Anyone who trained alongside him would find it utterly captivating, especially the Zhuke goddess and the Baihu holy maiden, who were at the cusp of their emotional awakenings. Senior Wu, I am merely acting for the benefit of our human race. You should be applauding me, Yi Xian declared. I'll give you a resounding no applause. Just wait until I deal with you for your frivolous antics, completely disregarding your own reputation. Do you wish to scatter your seeds across the vast realms? Wu Jingxin retorted, chastising him as they stepped out into the void. Upon their arrival, they encountered the holy master Li Chongqing and several elders. Noticing Wu Jingxin's radiant complexion, Li Chongqing inferred that she had likely become infatuated with Yi Xian. This realization caused him some distress, as he had long harbored feelings for Wu Jingxin, yet she had shown him no reciprocal affection. Ultimately, he accepted that such matters could not be forced. If Wu Jingxin favored Yi Xian, he could only wish them well, considering Yi Xian was also part of the Chaos Sacred Land. After all, it was said that one should not let fertile waters flow to outsiders. Master, Yi Xian greeted with a slight bow. Yi Xian, the 3 ancient royal clans have arrived at our Chaos Sacred Land, and their intentions do not seem benign. They have been calling your name. What heinous deeds have you committed? Li Chongqing inquired. Master, I have done nothing truly heinous. You know well that I merely took the descendant of the golden-winged Dapeng as my steed, and then spent the night with the Zhuke goddess. As for the Baihu holy maiden, I merely allowed my future brother-in-law to spread a rumor. Yi Xian replied with an innocent expression. The elders present were left speechless, and Li Chongqing felt a wave of frustration. This fellow seemed even more troublesome than Wu Jingxin had been in her youth. You treated their descendant as a mount and even bedded their goddess? It's no wonder they're seeking trouble, he thought. Everyone need not worry. Upon seeing that I acquired a steed, Senior Wu also took the patriarch of the golden-winged Duping clan as her mount. Yi Xian asserted. Li Chongqing staggered, nearly losing his balance. You two are causing a ruckus. It seems we are in trouble this time. He lamented, a headache brewing. As everyone was preoccupied with their cultivation, they had paid little attention to the happenings at the tomb of the Heavenly Path, which resided in the central state. Li Chongqing was merely aware that Yi Xian had ventured into the tomb and gained considerable benefits. Yet he never anticipated that he would manage to bring down the three great ancient royal clans. That was indeed absurd. Saint Sun, I believe it would be wise for you to remain within the protective array. It would be best if the Grand Elder stayed back as well. I fear for your safety, one elder exclaimed. Indeed, echoed several others upon hearing Yi Xian's words. Master, esteemed elders, to untie a knot. One must be the one who tied it. Let us proceed. I will handle this, trust me, Yi Xian declared with unwavering confidence. After speaking, Yi Xian, along with Wu Jingxin and Li Chongqing, opened the portal of the formation and ventured outside. Meanwhile, an astonishing scene unfolded in the forbidden area of the back mountain of the Chaos Sacred Land. At that moment, the landscape was dotted with countless burial mounds. A sight to behold. These graves were the final resting places of the powerful figures who had once held high positions in the Chaos Sacred Land. However, upon closer inspection, one would notice that many of the soil piles atop these mounds had begun to crack. Chapter 170. The Divine Maiden of the Vermilion Bird. I cannot allow a child to be without a father. The rift continued to widen, and within the void, a terrifying vortex emerged, distorting the very fabric of the universe. Shall we take action? The three ancient royal families have arrived. It seems we might have a feast. Let us wrap them all up as dumplings to consume. White tiger meat dumplings, golden-winged Duping dumplings, vermilion bird dumplings. Sounds delightful. You are all too restless. Quiet yourselves. These three ancient royal families have come with their kin and do not appear to be here to create trouble. Let the young man resolve this matter. If he fails, we can intervene later. Indeed, as these words echoed, tranquility returned, as if nothing had transpired. The cultivators outside could never have imagined that the ancient beings within the Chaos Sacred Land had declared themselves to be in a state of demise. In truth, many had not perished, but were merely concealed within the depths of the Chaos Sacred Land. Should the Chaos Sacred Land encounter a grave crisis, these ancient beings would emerge to demonstrate to the outside world that they were not inferior to any force. It was simply beyond the imagination of others. With the atmosphere settling, outside the Chaos Sacred Land, Li Chongqing, Yi Xian, and Wu Jingxin had arrived. Upon seeing them, Bai Biao, the leader of the White Tiger clan, Zhu Lin, the leader of the Vermilion Bird clan, and the White Tiger Saint Maiden all turned their icy gazes toward Li Chongqing and his companions. At that moment, the void twisted violently, and an air of profound hostility enveloped the surroundings, as if the very air had ceased to flow. After all, this time, the three ancient royal families had collectively mobilized their entire forces, and the pressure they exerted was indeed formidable. Distinguished guests from afar, I apologize for the lack of proper reception. I am the one you seek. Yi Xian. Sensing the tension, Yi Xian stepped forward. You are Yi Xian? Upon hearing Yi Xian's words, the cultivators of the Vermilion Bird clan and the White Tiger clan fixed their fierce gazes upon him. Before them stood Yi Xian, clad in white garments, exuding elegance and grace, his eyes shimmering like stars, strikingly handsome, giving the impression of a celestial being descended to the mortal realm. Extraordinary in every sense. Yi Xian, you have spread rumors that have caused us great suffering, leading to the expulsion of my White Tiger clan from the southern ridge. Today, my White Tiger clan shall make you pay in blood. Bai Biao's voice was as cold as ice. Yi Xian, I will tear you apart. The White Tiger Saint Maiden declared, her tone equally frigid. While she acknowledged Yi Xian's striking appearance, her fury was palpable, for her reputation had been tarnished by his actions, enduring humiliation at the hands of the ancient royal families. This debt, she felt, must be repaid. Ah, dear brother-in-law, you've arrived as well. I presume this is the sister you spoke of. Indeed, as you mentioned, her temperament is exceptionally explosive. Yi Xian disregarded the White Tiger Saintess entirely, instead directing his gaze towards a young figure not far from the flying vessel. This young man was none other than Bai Chun. Bai Chun, upon hearing Yi Xian's words, felt as though he were on the brink of madness. He had truly done nothing wrong. Upon returning to his clan, he had been met with a brutal threefold assault. Even now, the memory haunted him. If only he could utter a single phrase to Yi Xian, it would be, "Yi Xian, I implore you to show some kindness and behave like a decent person. You have truly brought me to ruin." "Chen Chen, is this what you spoke of?" The white tiger saintess shot a fierce glare at Bai Chun. "Sister, I said nothing." Bai Chun replied, his complexion darkening. I shall deal with you later." The white tiger saintess retorted coldly, then turned her attention back to Yi Xian. Meanwhile, Bai Biao emanated a murderous intent. They were indeed caught in a dire predicament, suffering calamity that had descended upon them from the heavens, all due to a mere rumor instigated by Yi Xian's words, forcing them into exile. It was a situation anyone would find intolerable. Kill him. Eliminate him. The other members of the White Tiger clan echoed with palpable fury. With their home lost, they feared nothing. They were prepared to fight to the death. The Chaos Sacred Land possessed unparalleled divine artifacts, and so did the White Tiger clan. What were they afraid of? "Yi Xian, you have deceived my Zhuke clan's divine maiden into bearing a child. Today, I shall devour you alive." Zhu Lin, the patriarch of the Zhuke clan, declared coldly, his aura brimming with murderous intent. "How could you let their divine maiden become pregnant?" Upon hearing Zhu Lin's words, Li Chongqing and several elders could not help but twitch their lips. It must be said, Yi Xian was indeed formidable. To have not only slept with but also caused a divine maiden to carry a child was no small feat. It would be difficult for them not to seek revenge. However, Li Chongqing also understood that since these three ancient clans had been expelled from the Taiku royal clan, should they ally with the Chaos Sacred Land, it would significantly bolster its power. The mere thought was enticing. "You are resolute in your intent to kill me today? Then come forth. If I so much as furrow my brow, I shall no longer be known as Yi Xian." Yi Xian proclaimed, adopting an expression of defiance. Yi Xian. Upon witnessing Yi Xian's demeanor, Li Chongqing and the others revealed their concern. Nonetheless, Li Chongqing recognized that today's situation was indeed precarious. If the three ancient royal clans truly decided to take action against the Chaos Sacred Land, even with its considerable resources, it would suffer heavy losses. After all, the White Tiger clan among the three ancient clans possessed unparalleled divine artifacts, signifying that their ancestors had once been true immortals. Of course, the golden-winged Dapeng clan and the Zhuke clan had also produced true immortals. However, their unparalleled divine artifacts had been destroyed after their families encountered great troubles, following a process of extreme refinement. Thus, among the three ancient royal clans, only the White Tiger clan possesses the supreme celestial artifact. However, if the three ancient royal clans were to unite today, they would undoubtedly pose a formidable challenge to the Chaos Sacred Land. Observing Yi Xian's fearless demeanor, Zhu Lin and Bai Biao could not help but commend such audacity. Yet, young one, you are still too inexperienced. Do you truly believe we would refrain from taking your life with such tactics? As Bai Biao spoke, an overwhelming aura of power surged forth from his being. "Do not act rashly. My life is in Yi Shengzi's hands. If you were to slay him, I would perish as well." At this moment, Jin Buffon stepped forward. Following his lead, Jin Peng also emerged, for he naturally wished to prevent his son from a tragic demise. If Yi Xian were to fall, he surmised that he too would meet his end at the hands of the deranged Wu Jingxin. "Jin Peng, we had agreed to jointly eradicate the Chaos Sacred Land. Do you intend to renege on that promise?" Bai Biao spoke in a grave tone upon seeing Jin Peng step forward. "Zhu clan leader, one must bow their head beneath another's roof. Oaths may be sworn, but the fates of myself and Buffon are in their hands." Jin Peng replied, his expression clouded with distress. "I will not allow you to end Yi Xian's life. I cannot permit my unborn child to grow up without a father." At this moment, the Phoenix goddess also stepped forth. "Chi-Chi, have you lost your mind?" Zhu Lin remarked, his expression one of disbelief as he witnessed Zhu Mengqi standing defiantly before Yi Xian. "Father, I speak the truth. Should Yi Xian perish today, I shall not survive either," Zhu Mengqi declared with unwavering resolve. Chapter 171. The Trial of the White Tiger Clan. Upon hearing their divine maiden's words, the members of the Zhuke clan were left utterly speechless. Had their holy maiden been brainwashed by Yi Xian, or was it something else? This individual had caused them to abandon their homeland, yet she continued to defend him. It was truly absurd. "Alas, Chief Bai, I find myself at a loss. With my daughter in such a state, I can only side with her. Do as you will, Zhu Lin stated, raising his hands in resignation. Zhu Lin's declaration was unequivocal. The Zhuge clan would no longer partake in the eradication of the Chaos Sacred Land. Upon hearing this, Bai Biao's expression darkened considerably. How infuriating! They had arrived with such fervent promises to annihilate the Chaos Sacred Land and to dismantle Yixin piece by piece, only to turn their backs now. Such betrayal was utterly disheartening. Watching this unfold, the Chaos Lord Li Chongqing and the elders were equally astonished. They couldn't help but admire Yixin, who had managed to resolve matters with 2 of the 3 ancient royal clans without even making an appearance. If the White Tiger clan could also be swayed to join the Chaos Sacred Land peacefully, the latter would truly prosper. At this moment, Li Chongqing held an immense respect for Yixin. How had he managed to win the affection of the Zhuge Divine Maiden? It was evident that it wasn't through force. Had it been so, she would never have defended him so fiercely. It was indeed impressive. Moreover, it appeared that he had also captivated their own sacred maiden. Rumor had it that Wu Jingxin had similarly yielded to him. A woman in love radiates the sweetest smiles, often devoid of reason. Li Chongqing had heard that Yixin possessed numerous partners, and he resolved that once this matter concluded, he would seek Yixin's wisdom. Chief Bai, why not marry your daughter to me? We would then be family. So, White Tiger Sacred Maiden, would you be willing? Yixin addressed Bai Biao and the White Tiger Sacred Maiden with a playful tone. Get lost, you shameless wretch. Bai Biao and the White Tiger Sacred Maiden retorted in unison. What do you truly desire? Bai Biao questioned. I genuinely have feelings for your daughter, Yixin replied earnestly. You couldn't be more shameless. Bai Biao was infuriated, wishing he could wield a supreme artifact against him. Nevertheless, despite his rage, Bai Biao remained composed. He understood that he was alone in this struggle. The depths of the chaotic sacred land remain a mystery to him. Currently, he is responsible for his family, with all the practitioners of the White Tiger clan aboard this flying vessel. Should conflict arise, the White Tiger clan stands to gain nothing. The fact that this young man has managed to have the Vermilion Bird Goddess bear his child speaks volumes about his capabilities. Otherwise, he would not have ascended to the position of the sacred son of the chaotic sacred land. However, Bai Biao knows that he cannot easily submit. Otherwise, how would the White Tiger clan maintain their dignity in the future? Chief Bai, what do you propose? Speak freely. If we can resolve this peacefully today, and you agree to marry your daughter to me, I am willing to comply with any request, Yixin stated, raising his hands in a gesture of openness. This boy must be concocting some devious scheme. Observing Yixin's seemingly innocent expression, Wu Jingxin couldn't help but murmur to herself. It was this very demeanor that had once captivated her. How dare you? I, the sacred maiden, would rather leap from a cliff or perish here than become your consort. The White Tiger's sacred maiden seethed with barely contained fury. You may refuse now, but you will soon realize how desirable I truly am. Upon hearing her words, Yixin silently reflected. Yet, he understood that some matters required restraint. In truth, he had already overstepped his bounds. Thus, it was necessary to grant the White Tiger clan some semblance of dignity. Very well, here's the deal. If you agree to my 2 conditions, the White Tiger clan will pledge allegiance to the chaotic sacred land. Should you fail to meet them, we will ensure that we take someone down with us. Bai Biao declared. He was acutely aware that the White Tiger clan had already been expelled from the southern ridge, their fortunes dwindling. Aligning with the chaotic sacred land might not be entirely disadvantageous. Although Yixin's words could be sharp, he undeniably possessed remarkable abilities and was quite handsome, fitting for their sacred maiden. Chief Bai, please proceed, Yixin invited. The first condition is that you must withstand 3 of my strikes. If you survive, we shall discuss the second condition, Bai Biao stated. Absolutely not. Bai Biao, if you have the skill, come at me. I shall receive your 3 strikes. The sacred maiden insisted vehemently. The sacred son cannot agree to this. It poses a risk to the White Tiger clan, Li Chongqing, Wu Jingxin, the Vermilion Bird Goddess, and the elders of the chaotic sacred land all shook their heads in disapproval, their gazes at Bai Biao filled with palpable animosity. Do you expect Yixin to endure your 3 strikes? That would be tantamount to his demise. Although formidable, Yixin is currently at the refinement void stage. How could he possibly withstand the might of a major ascension's 3 strikes? Are you out of your mind? I speak of 3 realms not to boast of my mastery at the great vehicle stage, but to indicate my ability to compress my cultivation to the harmonization stage. For true prodigies can transcend the shackles of their realms. Is it unreasonable for me to condense my prowess to the third level of the harmonization stage? Yi Xian, will you agree? If not, let us dispense with idle chatter, for the White Tiger clan shall take action. Bai Biao declared coldly, with Bai Biao's words echoing. A voice resonated in Yi Xian's mind. Ding! The system has detected that the White Tiger Saintess is suitable as a companion for the host. Please conquer her. The shorter the conquest, the more abundant the rewards. Upon hearing the system's proclamation, a subtle smile graced Yi Xian's lips as he replied, I accept. Chief Bai, let us hold true to our words. Yi Xian naturally preferred a resolution that required no bloodshed. Furthermore, the White Tiger clan was inherently formidable. If he could subdue them, the power of the chaotic sacred land would ascend to new heights. However, upon hearing Yi Xian's response, Li Chongqing and others' expressions shifted dramatically. The Saint's son cannot agree. It is far too perilous. Yi Xian, you must not acquiesce. They exclaimed anxiously. Li Chongqing understood all too well the vast chasm between the void refinement realm and the harmonization realm. The higher one ascends, the more insurmountable the barriers become. Each realm represents a new heaven. Do not worry, my lord. I am fully aware of my capabilities, Yi Xian assured with a hint of confidence. Then, with a swift leap, he was instantly before Bai Biao. Chapter 172. What of your 3 palm strikes? Yi Xian understood that this was the test set forth by the chieftain of the White Tiger clan. Should he succeed, Bai Biao would harbor no further doubts and would join the chaotic Holy Land with unreserved intent. Moreover, given that the system had already made its proclamation, Yi Xian was naturally determined to pursue the White Tiger Saintess. Observing Yi Xian standing before him, serene and unyielding, Bai Biao could not help but display a hint of astonishment. Child, do you not fear death? Bai Biao inquired. Indeed, I fear it. Who among mortals does not? However, as a man, one must act and refrain from action where necessary. This matter originated from my own doing. Thus I shall bear the responsibility. Yi Xian declared. Very well. Yi Xian, I shall regard you with newfound respect for your words. Are you prepared? Upon hearing Yi Xian's response, Bai Biao's admiration for him grew. Although Bai Biao had previously held little regard for the talents of the human race, after witnessing Yi Xian's series of actions and dialogues, he found himself less averse to him, even harboring a trace of admiration. This was indeed a rare occurrence. The eloquence of this young man was impressive. No wonder he managed to deceive my daughter into bearing a child. Furthermore, his strength is formidable. Otherwise, my daughter would not be so easily swayed. Zhu Lin observed Yi Xian with a nod of approval. Chieftain Bai, please proceed. I am ready, Yi Xian urged. As he spoke, divine light enveloped him, fully unleashing his cultivation. Very well, then prepare to receive my strike. Bai Biao responded, suppressing his cultivation to the 3rd level of the combined realm. Yet, even in this suppressed state, the spectators could still sense the overwhelming aura emanating from Bai Biao. Is this brat truly seeking his own demise? Zhu Lin murmured, feeling the pressure of Bai Biao's presence. Father, I have battled with Yi Xian. His physical prowess far exceeds our expectations. I have faith in his capabilities. Zhu Ke, the divine maiden, interjected upon hearing Zhu Lin's words. Oh, you hold him in such high regard, my daughter? Zhu Lin replied, intrigued. Naturally, father. I am not devoid of reason. You shall soon witness his terrifying and extraordinary abilities. Otherwise, the extraordinary would not willingly become his mount. Zhu Ke remarked, her eyes sparkling. Indeed, that seems to be a valid point. Let us await the outcome. Zhu Lin nodded in agreement. Moreover, aside from Zhu Lin, the ancestors of the Zhu Ke clan, the Golden-Winged Rock clan, and the White Tiger clan, though initially sealed within the divine source upon their arrival, now extended their consciousness outward, eager to ascertain whether Yi Xian possessed the qualifications to warrant their investment. Grand Elder, do you think this young man is capable? Li Chongqing inquired of Wu Jingxin. I believe he is quite capable, Wu Jingxin replied with a nod. As the crowd engaged in discussion, Bai Biao let out a thunderous shout, White Tiger splitting sky palm. With a sudden motion, he unleashed a powerful strike. Though Bai Biao did not exert his full strength, he was aware that he could not eliminate Yi Xian in one blow. Otherwise, the situation would escalate dramatically. Nevertheless, the force of a combined realm strike was undeniably formidable. As Bai Biao's palm struck, The very void around them warped violently. Bang! The blow landed heavily upon Yi Xian, who let out a muffled groan and was sent flying like a severed kite. By the time Yi Xian regained his footing, he had already been propelled over 1,000 meters away. Pooh! After stabilizing himself, Yi Xian coughed up a mouthful of thick blood. He hastily settled into a cross-legged position and began to circulate the Nine Suns' divine art to heal his injuries. Mystical incantations manifested as golden light, hovering above his head. Seeing Yi Xian spitting blood, Wu Jingxin and the others displayed expressions of concern. However, their faces soon transformed into astonishment as they clearly sensed that after a brief period of meditative healing, Yi Xian's injuries had completely vanished, restoring him to his former state. This young man's cultivation technique is astonishing. He can recover from injuries at such an incredible pace? Li Changqing remarked, surprised by Yi Xian's transformation. It seems this fellow indeed possesses remarkable abilities. Zhu Lin exclaimed in shock upon witnessing Yi Xian's rapid recovery. While the crowd was still in a state of disbelief, Yi Xian spoke calmly. Chief Bai, your third level of the combined realm is rather unimpressive. Could you refrain from being so lackluster? Unleash your full strength. I must inform you that I only used 30% of my power just now. Bai Biao replied solemnly. Then unleash 100%. Otherwise, there is no challenge at all. Others might think you are showing me mercy. Yi Xian declared with undeniable confidence. Yi Xian's words were nothing short of audacious. Very well, since you wish for me to strike with all my might, I shall oblige. Bai Biao responded, no longer holding back. Boom. As Bai Biao's words fell, his aura intensified significantly, and he thrust out his palm towards Yi Xian. The power of this strike was magnitudes greater than before. When the palm collided with Yi Xian, he offered no resistance whatsoever and was sent hurtling away like a ragged sack. Ultimately, he crashed heavily to the ground, continuously spitting blood, and lay there, unable to rise. The chest appeared somewhat sunken. Yi Xian. Upon witnessing this scene, the onlookers could not help but feel anxious. This fool is truly courting death. I am fine. This strike was just enough to save her, Yi Xian said with difficulty. Then, amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, he laboriously sat down cross-legged. However, in that moment, Yi Xian's complexion was pale, and blood continuously flowed from the corner of his mouth. He is strong, yet he remains resolute. The gentle breeze caresses the mountain ridge. He is arrogant, yet the bright moon illuminates the great river. Yi Xian hastily activated the Nine Yang divine art to recuperate from his injuries. As he healed, he inwardly lamented. Although showing off is exhilarating, this time it has escalated rather considerably. Nevertheless, I must maintain this fade. After a brief recovery, Yi Xian staggered to his feet and limped toward Bai Biao. Yi Xian, enough already. Let me take the last strike for you. At that moment, the Phoenix goddess stepped forward. Yi Xian, Holy Sun. Seeing him limping, swaying, and spewing blood, everyone shouted in concern. I appreciate everyone's goodwill. However, since I have made a promise, I must see it through. Chief Bai, I hope you will exert all your strength, rather than fight as if you have not eaten. Yi Xian declared boldly. Bai Biao. The crowd. Bai Biao felt speechless towards Yi Xian. However, Bai Biao had also just issued a stern warning, so the challenge must proceed. Yi Xian, if you perish, do not blame me, Bai Biao said in a deep voice. Holy Master, life and death are predestined. If I truly die, do not hold Chief Bai accountable. Yi Xian replied to Li Changqing. Li Changqing nodded, his admiration for Yi Xian reaching its peak. Yi Xian, would you like to rest before proceeding? Bai Biao's heart softened at that moment, for Yi Xian was indeed formidable. Despite spitting blood under his 2 strikes, he showed no signs of yielding. Bai Biao thought this was what it meant to be a true man, unyielding and resolute. No need. Come on, I shall take it next, Yi Xian declared with great bravado. Chapter 173. How foolish of me, then do not blame me for being rude. Bai Biao's voice was frigid. He found himself in a predicament. As the chieftain of the White Tiger clan, he represented the entirety of his lineage. Should he exhibit excessive kindness, it would surely invite mockery from the other ancient royal families. As Bai Biao's words fell, he unleashed his cultivation at the 3rd level of the unification realm without reservation. He had discerned that Yi Xian was indeed extraordinary. A single strike from his unification realm would not be sufficient to vanquish Yi Xian, at most. It would only inflict severe injuries. leaving Yi Xian to languish in bed for a few months. This individual had truly overstepped his bounds, causing the White Tiger clan to be expelled from the southern ridge, and now they were forced to rely on others for shelter. Thus, as long as Bai Biao did not kill this brat, all would be well. The Chaos Sacred Land was not naive. If they were to engage in conflict with the White Tiger clan, even if the Sacred Land were to annihilate them, it would still sustain grievous losses. Yi Xian, be cautious. Sensing the terrifying power of Bai Biao's impending strike, Li Chongqing could not help but exclaim in warning. In the next moment, Bai Biao's palm struck Yi Xian's chest with a resounding bang. Yi Xian was sent flying once more, blood erupting from his body, and he crashed heavily into the ground, creating a deep crater within which he lay ensnared. Young Master Yi, upon witnessing Yi Xian tumble into the pit, with only his feet protruding, the vermilion bird goddess was consumed with worry and rushed to his side, ready to extricate him from the earth. I am fine. Do not move me now, or I might perish. Just as the vermilion bird goddess prepared to assist, Yi Xian's weak voice resonated through the air. Hearing him speak, she breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, Yi Xian was still conscious, which meant he had not succumbed to unconsciousness. What remarkable willpower! Upon hearing Yi Xian's words, Bai Biao's expression shifted to one of astonishment. Meanwhile, the White Tiger Saintess's eyes sparkled with brilliance. She was acutely aware that had she been in Yi Xian's position, subjected to her father's 3 strikes at the Unification Realm, she would have undoubtedly fainted. Yet, it was evident that although this fellow appeared somewhat disheveled, he would not suffer too severely. You little rascal, you truly exerted yourself for the Chaos Sacred Land. I will refrain from striking you in the future. I shall treat you well. At this moment, Wu Jingxin contemplated inwardly. A flush crept across her face as she recalled Yi Xian's astonishing speed and agility, leaving her puzzled as to why. She is undeniably captivated by Yi Xian's myriad of peculiar thoughts and demands. Although it may be somewhat difficult to articulate, affection is affection, and no one can impede it. Perhaps this is the very reason for her fondness towards Yi Xian. She loves everything about him. As everyone contemplates this, Yi Xian's feet emerge from the earth, radiating a terrifying golden sheen, exuding an air of profound mystery. Before long, he emerges from the pit, appearing somewhat disheveled, yet exuding an extraordinary aura. His eyes sparkle with vitality, as if he were utterly unfazed by his recent ordeal. Young Master Yi, are you well? Inquired the Phoenix Goddess, unable to suppress her concern. I am fine now. My gratitude to Chief Bai for tempering my physique. Yi Xian replied, shaking his head. He then turned his gaze to Chief Bai and asked, what is the second trial? His injuries have healed? Upon sensing Yi Xian's apparent well-being, Bai Biao became increasingly unsettled. Not only Bai Biao, but also Jin Peng, Zhu Lin, and the others present were equally astonished, their expressions filled with disbelief. They had all distinctly sensed that after Yi Xian endured Bai Biao's 3rd strike, his aura had waned, and his true essence was somewhat disordered. Yet, in such a brief span of time, he appeared revitalized. This was utterly absurd. What they did not realize was that Yi Xian possessed a form of divine technique akin to the imperial laws, 9 Suns' divine art, that safeguarded him from significant harm. Unless his opponent were excessively formidable, capable of rendering Yi Xian unconscious, he would remain unscathed as long as he activated his inner power through the 9 Suns' divine art. Furthermore, Yi Xian's physical prowess was exceptional, brimming with vitality. Had he not been so resilient, he would not have gained numerous companions. At this moment, the White Tiger Saintess also displayed an expression of incredulity. Her beautiful eyes regarded Yi Xian with a blend of astonishment and admiration, recognizing that he had indeed transformed far beyond her expectations. No wonder this fellow could make the Phoenix Goddess with child. Chief Bai, please proceed with the second requirement, prompted Li Chongqing, his voice filled with enthusiasm for Yi Xian's remarkable performance. The stronger Yi Xian became, the more powerful the Chaos Sacred Land would grow. Li Chongqing understood that if Yi Xian could persuade these 3 ancient royal clans to join the Chaos Sacred Land today, it would be nothing short of perfect, significantly enhancing their overall strength. This second condition is rather simple. Bai Biao began. Meanwhile, at the site of the Southern Ridge True Dragon clan, true dragons soared majestically, their golden fortunes cascading like waterfalls. It appears utterly extraordinary. At this moment, Long Tsong, the chieftain of the dragon clan, stands with his hands clasped behind his back, a fierce glint evident in his gaze. This is due to the recent excessive actions of the Golden-Winged Rock clan, the Vermilion Bird clan, and the White Tiger clan. Although Long Tsang has already allied with other ancient royal clans to expel the three major ancient clans from the Southern Ridge, he finds no joy in this victory. As he ponders with his hands behind him, a figure suddenly appears beside him. "Greetings, chieftain." The figure bows respectfully to Long Tsang. "Shadow, have the three clans indeed departed from the Southern Ridge?" Long Tsang inquires nonchalantly. "Yes, chieftain, everyone from our clan has left." Shadow replies, "Damn it. I have just realized I have committed a grave folly." Long Tsang's complexion darkens upon hearing Shadow's words. "Chieftain, they have betrayed our ancient royal clan and been expelled from the Southern Ridge. Is this not a cause for celebration?" Shadow speaks up, noticing the chieftain's grim demeanor. "What a fine situation indeed. Once they leave the Southern Ridge, where do you suppose they will go?" Long Tsang retorts, "After departing from the Southern Ridge, they can only venture into human territory. However, they likely will not fare well there, as the humans are quite hostile towards our ancient royal clan." Shadow elucidates, "True as that may be, what if they were to align with some formidable power? Would that not create an enemy for us? How foolish I have been, for I knew all along." Chapter 174. No need. Let it be now how foolish I truly am. I am acutely aware that they may align themselves with a formidable superpower, which would pose an immense threat to our ancient royal clan. Yet, I still chose to expel them from the Southern Ridge. My intention was merely to threaten them, to make it clear to all within the ancient royal clan that we shall never be inferior to others, nor shall we submit to the human race. Ironically, these three prominent families have indeed departed. Had they returned to plead with me, I would have shown them mercy. Alas, how foolish I truly am. Long Tsang's countenance was grim at that moment. "Chief, what shall we do now?" Upon hearing Long Tsang's words, Ning could not suppress his growing concern. He felt that the chief's reasoning was quite sound. "Where have they gone now?" Long Tsang inquired. "They have already crossed into human territory. We can no longer sense their presence at all." Ning replied, "Damn it, it is done and cannot be undone. Inform everyone. The clan leaders are to convene." Long Tsang commanded. "Understood." Ning nodded and proceeded to relay the message. Before long, the ancient royal clan gathered once more, convening for the highest council. During the meeting, Long Tsang emphasized the necessity for each ancient royal clan to keep a vigilant eye on their heirs, particularly the female descendants of the Divine Phoenix and the Nine-Tailed Celestial Fox clans, who must not overstep their bounds. The examples of the Zhuke Goddess, the White Tiger Saintess, and Jean Buffon serve as cautionary tales. They ought not to be emulated. Should any of these heirs engage with the disciples of the human race, expulsion from the Southern Ridge would be the least of their worries, as they would face the strictest consequences according to our highest clan regulations. The clan leaders of the Nine-Tailed Celestial Fox and Divine Phoenix clans nodded in agreement. Upon returning to their families, the leaders, including the Nine-Tailed Celestial Fox clan chief, earnestly cautioned their heirs. However, what Long Tsang remained oblivious to was that women are inherently rebellious. The more one forbids them, the more curious they become about what manner of man could captivate the White Tiger Saintess and the Zhuke Goddess. The female heirs of these ancient royal clans were filled with curiosity, though they outwardly pledged their disdain for the disciples of the human race, vowing to show no mercy. As for the happenings within the ancient royal clan, Yi Xian and his companions were entirely unaware. Even if Yi Xian had known, it would not have troubled him. His life's principle was to pursue any beauty that the system deemed a compatible partner, regardless of the difficulty in winning her over. He was resolute in his commitment to contribute to the peace of the human race. Yi Xian believed it was his duty as a man to do so. At this moment, after receiving the 3 strikes from Bai Biao, Yi Xian, having posed the second question to Bai Biao, he began to speak. "Yi Xian, you have successfully passed the first trial. The second trial lies with my daughter. I hereby promise you that if you can defeat my daughter, the White Tiger Saintess, I shall agree to join the Chaos Sacred Land. Furthermore, I am willing for my daughter to become your Tao partner." "Father." Upon hearing her father's words, the White Tiger Saintess frowned. To be candid, despite having witnessed Yi Xian's extraordinary abilities, she harbored a modicum of resentment and resistance towards him, for he had tarnished her reputation with malicious rumors. The prospect of becoming his Tao partner was something she could scarcely accept at that moment. "My daughter, you must recognize the current situation. This young man is truly exceptional. Under my superior realm, he withstood 3 of my strikes, which is ample proof of his prowess. If you were to unite with him as partners, our entry into the Chaos Sacred Land would not be as subordinates, but as equals. Bai Biao conveyed through his spiritual sense to the White Tiger Saintess. I understand, Father. She nodded in acknowledgement. Although the White Tiger Saintess harbored disdain for Yi Xian, she was not one to be overly sentimental. She could see the merits in Yi Xian. After all, even the proud Zhuke goddess was willing to bear his child. It was clear that Yi Xian possessed many admirable qualities. Very well, I accept your challenge. White Tiger Saintess, let us engage in combat, Yi Xian declared, directing his words toward her. Yi Xian, you have just withstood 3 of my strikes. Perhaps you should rest for a few days before engaging in battle with Lang Lang. Bai Biao suggested. Lang Lang was the true name of the White Tiger Saintess. No, let us begin now, Yi Xian replied, shaking his head. Upon hearing his words, Wu Jingxin and others could not help but furrow their brows. Yi Xian, perhaps you should heed Chief Bai's advice and rest a while, Wu Jingxin interjected. Remarkably, she was not angry at that moment, for she recognized Yi Xian's commendable performance. She was not one to act irrationally. The bigger picture must be considered, and she could not allow her personal feelings for Yi Xian to cloud her judgment. No, now is the perfect moment, Yi Xian insisted, shaking his head once more. Hearing his determination, the White Tiger Saintess leaped gracefully, landing before him. Her aura was immensely profound. As she had reached the 7th realm of the void refinement stage, a level of cultivation that was exceptionally high, placing her among the top 10 of the ancient royal clan. Lang Lang, be cautious when you strike. If you injure me severely, it would not bode well, Yi Xian remarked with a playful grin. Do not speak so intimately. We are not yet connected, she retorted. The White Tiger Heaven-Splitting Seal. Upon hearing Yi Xian refer to her as Lang Lang, the White Tiger Saintess was filled with uncontainable fury. She summoned a seal, which was her life as treasure, exuding extraordinary power. In an instant, the White Tiger Heaven-Splitting Seal transformed into the size of a mountain, radiating a torrent of lethal intent. Simultaneously, an apparition of a white tiger emerged, charging towards Yi Xian with relentless force. How utterly violent, Yi Xian exclaimed, unable to restrain his surprise at the Saintess's unreserved attack. Subsequently, the terrifying aura of his 3rd level of the void refinement realm erupted forth as he unleashed a powerful punch. As Yi Xian's fist soared, the earth trembled with the roar of an ancient giant elephant, its cry echoing as if it could rend the heavens. Then, it collided with the oncoming White Tiger Heaven-Splitting Seal. Boom, boom, boom. In a fleeting moment, the two forces clashed with a cacophony of explosive sounds. The void twisted violently under the strain of their encounter. After an intense collision, the subsequent scene left all who witnessed it in a state of astonished disbelief. Chapter 175. The White Tiger Saintess subdued at this moment. Following a collision, the White Tiger Sky-Splitting Seal began to spin rapidly. However, in the next instant, Yi Xian unleashed another punch. Bang! As Yi Xian's fist struck the White Tiger's Sky-Splitting Seal, a resounding boom echoed, and the seal's radiance swiftly dimmed before returning to the side of the White Tiger Saintess. The White Tiger Saintess furrowed her delicate brows and promptly retracted her treasured artifact. The onlookers, particularly the members of the Zhuke and White Tiger clans, were utterly astonished to witness Yi Xian nearly nullify the power of the White Tiger Saintess's Sky-Splitting Seal with just 2 punches. Among them, Bai Biao was especially taken aback. He was well acquainted with the formidable nature of his daughter's cherished artifact. He had not anticipated such vulnerability before Yi Xian, which signified that Yi Xian's strength was indeed extraordinary and terrifying. No wonder my daughter could be captivated by this young man. His prowess is truly formidable. What would it be like had he not endured 3 of my strikes? Zhu Lin mused, gazing at Yi Xian with admiration. Meanwhile, the White Tiger Saintess, witnessing Yi Xian effortlessly send her treasured artifact careening back to her, felt a flicker of brilliance in her beautiful eyes. She could not deny that this individual was astonishingly powerful. The White Tiger Saintess deemed Yi Xian exceedingly formidable. Is that all you can do? Yi Xian taunted. Humph. Yi Xian, you are overly confident. Prepare to experience my White Tiger sword technique, declared the White Tiger Saintess. As she spoke, a gleaming white sword materialized in her hand, emanating an intense chill. White Tiger sword technique. Flash. The white tiger saintess swung her sword fiercely, unleashing an overwhelming surge of sword intent. Imbued with the power to annihilate everything in its path, directed towards Yi Xian. Confronted with this terrifying sword intent, Yi Xian nodded slightly. Not bad. But you still lack a touch of refinement. Observe. Come forth, sword. Yi Xian bellowed. With his commanding shout, a cacophony echoed throughout the chaotic sacred land, where countless swords were displayed. They vibrated in unison, as if summoned, and surged wildly towards Yi Xian's location. Initially, the disciples of the chaotic sacred land were on high alert, but in the next moment, they were astonished to see not only countless swords soaring into the air, but also the swords in their own hands flying forth from their sheaths, levitating towards the void. What is happening? Why is my sword flying away? I am at a loss. Behold, the sky is filled with swords. Who is invoking this? It is truly terrifying. The disciples are utterly astonished. Undoubtedly, the most shocked among them are Li Changqing, Wu Jingxin, and the representatives of the three ancient royal families present. Particularly, the members of the three ancient royal families stand with mouths agape, overwhelmed with disbelief. Goodness, this young man is formidable. He can summon swords? I have never witnessed anything like this in my lifetime. Indeed, he is extraordinarily powerful, as if he were born for the sword. This audacious lad has concealed such a skill. It is indeed impressive, and I wish to learn this technique myself. Upon witnessing this spectacle, Li Changqing, Wu Jingxin, and the esteemed elders all expressed their amazement. As for the practitioners of the White Tiger and Vermilion Bird clans, they are utterly astonished. This remarkable young man is truly impressive. It seems joining the Chaos Sacred Land might not be out of the question. Yes, he is astonishing. I admire him. At this moment, the ancestors of the Vermilion Bird and White Tiger clans awakened from their slumber. As their consciousness swept through the countless swords in the void, they were rendered speechless. The ability to summon such an array of swords from the void refinement realm signifies that Yi Xian's mastery of the sword has reached an extraordinary level. Meanwhile, Yi Xian unleashed his full power. If he is to impress, he must hold nothing back. Today, he must demonstrate to the three ancient royal families that submission to him, Yi Xian, is inevitable. 10,000 swords return to their origin. Upon summoning tens of thousands of flying swords, Yi Xian directed them toward the White Tiger Saintess. The overwhelming sword light she had unleashed moments before was instantly obliterated upon contact with Yi Xian's swords. The White Tiger Saintess's expression changed dramatically as she realized her strike was so easily countered. She swiftly retreated, but despite her speed, Yi Xian's swords were swifter. In an instant, the flying swords were before the White Tiger Saintess, leaving her in a dire predicament. However, just as the swords seemed poised to pierce her, they came to an abrupt halt. Gasping for breath, the White Tiger Saintess was filled with trepidation, and even Bai Biao and the others broke into a cold sweat. Truth be told, had Yi Xian not intervened in time, the White Tiger Saintess would have been pierced by countless swords. White Tiger Saintess, you have lost. Yi Xian proclaimed with authority. I have lost. The White Tiger Saintess replied, her voice tinged with melancholy, visibly distressed. After all, she had secluded herself for so long, believing herself invincible, only to discover that Yi Xian was far more powerful than she had anticipated. The prowess of Qi Leaf Xian paled in comparison to hers, instilling within the White Tiger Saintess a profound sense of defeat. She felt utterly vanquished. Do not despair, Lang Lang. Once you become my Dao companion, the matters of battle shall rest upon my shoulders. Your only duty will be to bear children, Leaf Xian remarked. Who would bear children for you? I am not your Dao companion, the White Tiger Saintess retorted. Yet, it was evident to all that her reprimands lacked venom, instead imbued with a touch of tenderness. Saint Lord, I have accomplished my task. Chief Bai, I have fulfilled both of your requests. Leaf Xian addressed Li Changqing and Bai Biao. Indeed, you have performed admirably. Both Li Changqing and Bai Biao nodded in agreement. Chief Bai, am I now worthy of being your son-in-law? Leaf Xian inquired. You are indeed worthy. Bai Biao affirmed with a nod. Haha, the heavens did not give birth to me, Leaf Xian. The eternal sword path is but a long night. I reclaim my place. Upon hearing Bai Biao's words, Leaf Xian proclaimed loudly. He then commanded his flying sword to return to its original position. Once this was accomplished, a resounding crash echoed. Leaf Xian plummeted from the void, falling to the ground and losing consciousness upon impact. Li Xian. Upon witnessing his fainting form, a chorus of worried exclamations filled the air. Chapter 176. White Lang Lang. We are indeed lawful partners. As the crowd hurriedly approached Yi Xian, they eagerly began to examine him. After a thorough inspection, Li Changqing let out a sigh of relief. The reason for Yi Xian's fainting was solely due to the depletion of his internal true essence. This young man had truly exhausted himself for the sake of the chaos sacred land. Xin'er, you have worked hard. Li Changqing murmured softly. Lordly, this matter originated from our White Tiger clan, so I propose that Lang Lang accompany Yi Xian for a while. After all, one must rely on those who tied the knot to untie it. Bai Biao interjected. Bai clan leader's reasoning was sound, and thus it was decided that Lang Lang would stay by Yi Xian's side. From this day forth, we shall be one family. The chaos sacred land is now your home. Please feel welcome. Li Changqing nodded in agreement. Li Changqing was filled with immense excitement at this moment. Yi Xian had single-handedly subdued the 3 ancient royal clans without shedding blood. With the addition of these 3 clans, the power of the chaos sacred land would be significantly enhanced. As for the potential betrayal from the 3 ancient royal clans, Li Changqing was unconcerned. The lives of Jinping and Jin Bufan were firmly in the hands of Yi Xian and Wu Jingxin. Furthermore, the goddess of the Zhuge clan was already carrying Yi Xian's child, ensuring that the Zhuge clan would not turn against him. As for the goddess of the White Tiger clan, Li Changqing was well aware that it would not be long before Yi Xian would win her over as well. Although Bai Biao was somewhat more formidable than the Zhuge clan leader, he would certainly not act recklessly for the sake of their holy maiden. This brat truly possesses some skills. When he awakens, I must inquire about his methods. How is it that these lovely ladies willingly bear his children? Li Changqing pondered inwardly. To be frank, Li Changqing held a deep admiration for Yi Xian. No one in history had ever managed to subdue the 3 ancient royal clans. Yet Yi Xian had accomplished this feat. Li Changqing believed that Yi Xian's actions were unprecedented, shattering historical records. The chaos sacred land was vast, so there was no need to worry about the 3 ancient royal clans lacking accommodations. Soon, Li Changqing had settled the 3 clans comfortably, each receiving their own magnificent peak. The matter of the 3 ancient royal clans joining the chaos sacred land had come to a close. Meanwhile, deep within the forbidden area of the chaos sacred land, upon sensing the submission of the 3 ancient royal clans, an excited voice echoed. Haha, I feel it is time for me to emerge into this world. I have been hiding here for so long that my limbs have grown stiff. Hee, I share the same sentiment. However, I believe it is prudent to wait a while longer. Once that rascal grows stronger, I shall become his protector. I have a strong conviction that in this lifetime, he is destined to attain the path of true immortality. Indeed, he possesses the bearing of a genuine immortal, yet I feel it is wise to observe further. Following an exchange of thoughts, silence enveloped the surroundings. The numerous graves lay in a deathly stillness, devoid of any flicker of movement or sound. Meanwhile, atop a magnificent and imposing peak, which Li Changqing had commissioned for Yi Xian, abundant spiritual energy permeated the air, rendering it extraordinary. Nevertheless, Yi Xian seldom resided there, as he often spent his time accompanying Li Xiao and, more recently, Wu Jingxin. However, after Yi Xian fainted, Li Changqing instructed Bai Lang Lang to take him to the sacred master peak for recuperation. At this moment, within a cave, the White Tiger Saintess gazed upon the slumbering Yi Xian. Her beautiful eyes scrutinized him as her thoughts raced. To be candid, Yi Xian's actions to force the White Tiger clan to vacate the southern ridge were exceedingly despicable. At that time, the White Tiger Saintess harbored a desire to see Yi Xian utterly destroyed. Yet, upon arriving at the chaotic sacred land and witnessing Yi Xian's extraordinary prowess firsthand, her animosity dissipated. Especially after witnessing his formidable presence today, she found herself inexplicably filled with reverence for him. This individual, despite his sharp tongue, certainly had his own methods and appeared strikingly handsome. As the White Tiger Saintess pondered this, Yi Xian suddenly opened his eyes. Upon doing so, he found himself gazing at an enchanting face that was observing him intently. Recognizing the stunning visage of the White Tiger Saintess, he was momentarily captivated. As their eyes met, the Saintess's cheeks flushed crimson, and she quickly distanced herself from him, softly inquiring, "Young Master Yi, you are awake? How do you feel? If you are better, I shall take my leave." "Oh, my head aches, and I feel utterly unwell," Yi Xian lamented, clutching his head in discomfort. Are you all right? Where does it hurt? The white tiger saintess asked with concern, her worry deepening upon witnessing his distress. After all, she had been specifically tasked with caring for Yi Xian. If anything were to happen to him, she would be in a precarious position. I. Yi Xian attempted to speak, but his voice was barely audible. The white tiger saintess strained to listen, but all she could see was his lips moving, unable to discern his words. I cannot hear what you are saying, she responded. Yi Xian gestured, indicating that speaking was quite laborious for him, prompting the white tiger saintess to draw nearer. Reluctantly, her stunningly beautiful visage gradually approached his. A little closer, Yi Xian signaled once more. Is that not sufficient? The white tiger saintess, though innocent, was oblivious to Yi Xian's playful intentions, unaware that he sought to tease her and seize the moment for his own advantage. Just a bit closer, he implored once again. In her helplessness, she complied, closing the distance until her enchanting face was mere inches from his. At that moment, Yi Xian could distinctly perceive the alluring fragrance of her untouched purity, which was truly delightful. However, just as she was within reach, Yi Xian suddenly lifted his head and planted a kiss on her. How dare you? The instant Yi Xian's lips met her cheek, the white tiger saintess blushed fiercely, resembling a charming June apple, radiating cuteness. Yet, she swiftly recoiled, akin to a startled fawn, retreating far from him. Once she regained her composure, the realization dawned upon her that Yi Xian had not been genuinely suffering, but had instead taken advantage of the moment to indulge in mischief. Yi Xian, you scoundrel! She exclaimed through gritted teeth. Ah, but dear, we are now legitimate partners, our families having mutually consented. As my companion, is it not permissible for me to steal a kiss? Yi Xian replied with a playful grin. Chapter 177. Are you capable or not? The parents have consented, but I have not, declared the white tiger saintess. No, you must fulfill your duties as a Tao partner and bear me a robust child. Yi Xian insisted. Then keep your distance, and I shall agree. The white tiger saintess replied. How can I conceive without closeness? Yi Xian lamented, his expression one of frustration. That is not my concern. It is your responsibility. The white tiger saintess regarded Yi Xian with a wary gaze. Yi Xian was exasperated. Her reasoning was utterly unreasonable. Conceiving a healthy child necessitates some form of contact. Without such intimacy, Yi Xian could not possibly create a child out of thin air. I need some time to ponder this. May I think it over? Seeing Yi Xian's disappointment, the white tiger saintess softened her tone. She understood that they were indeed legitimate Tao partners now, as the Chaos Saint Lord and her father had sanctioned their union. Moreover, she realized that only by becoming Yi Xian's Tao partner could her clan truly be recognized as part of the Chaos Sacred Land. The weight of her responsibilities was immense. Yet, this moment arrived far too swiftly. The white tiger saintess had previously devoted herself solely to cultivation, never contemplating the notion of having a Tao partner. Suddenly being bound to Yi Xian left her utterly unprepared. I will not press you. I shall grant you the time you need. Speak to me when you have come to terms with it. Yi Xian said. Yi Xian spoke the truth. He never forced himself upon a woman. It was essential that the other party fully comprehended the situation before proceeding, for coercion would not yield any rewards from the system. Thank you, Yi Xian. The white tiger saintess, witnessing his rationality, found herself unable to remain obstinate and expressed her gratitude. From now on, we are family, so there is no need for such formalities, all right? Yi Xian remarked. Understood. The white tiger saintess replied. That is more like it. Yi Xian affirmed. As he spoke, he rose from the bed. At that moment, Yi Xian felt invigorated, devoid of any fatigue, filled with vitality. This was the terrifying power of the 9-yang divine art. Whenever one was injured or their true essence depleted, the 9-yang divine art would automatically activate to restore their body. Yi Xian had fainted after the battle with the white tiger saintess due to his overexertion. Are you all right? The white tiger saintess inquired, astonished by Yi Xian's vigorous demeanor. Just a minor injury. I'm fine now. My dear, may I ask one last favor? Yi Xian gazed intently at the white tiger saintess. What is it? She asked, eyeing him warily. The white tiger saintess had an inkling that he was up to no good again. Kiss me, and I will let you go, Yi Xian stated. How infuriating. Just when I was serious, you go back to being frivolous. The white tiger saintess exclaimed, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment upon hearing Yi Xian's request. What? I have already agreed to your conditions, and now you refuse to meet this minor request? I will inform your father that you struck and insulted me during my recuperation, and even threatened to kill me. Yi Xian jested. You. Stop saying such things. When did I strike you? Fine, fine, I concede. The white tiger saintess replied. Exasperated. Reluctantly, she approached Yi Xian and bestowed a fleeting kiss upon him like a dragonfly skimming the surface of water. Blushing fiercely, she then hurriedly fled from the cultivation cave where Yi Xian resided, observing the enchanting silhouette of the white tiger saintess as she departed. Yi Xian swallowed hard and thought to himself, Hee, one day, you shall be mine. After that, he began to ponder. Oh no, I promised to visit Meng Li and Qin Yan, but I nearly forgot because of the opening of the celestial tomb. It seems I must make a trip to the Lioli sect and the Violet Orchid Kingdom soon. However, this time, I shall also capture Zhao Huanyu. Yi Xian mused about his forthcoming journey. Of the 3 renowned beauties from the previous era, he had already won over 2. Only Zhao Huanyu remained unattained. And this was a task triggered by the system. According to the system's prompts and requirements, failing to complete the triggered tasks would diminish future rewards. As for the white tiger saintess, Yi Xian felt there was no need to rush. He would wait for her to come to her senses. Lost in such thoughts, Yi Xian exited the cultivation cave. Just then, a communication talisman in his hand glowed to life. Upon receiving its message, he discovered that the sovereign was summoning him for a meeting. I wonder what pressing matter the sovereign wishes to discuss. I should check it out first. Then proceed to the Lioli sect, Yi Xian murmured to himself. He swiftly made his way to the Holy Master Peak, where Sovereign Li Changqing resided. Before long, he arrived at the entrance of the sovereign's cultivation cave, familiar with the route. Sovereign, Yi Xian called out. Xianu, come in. I have been waiting for you for quite some time. A warm and excited voice echoed from within the cave upon hearing Yi Xian's voice. After acknowledging the sovereign's words, Yi Xian entered Li Changqing's dwelling. Sovereign, what is the purpose of your summons? Yi Xian inquired directly. No need to rush. First, have some tea. I have some exquisite tea here, freshly picked, and absolutely delightful. Li Changqing replied playfully, personally pouring tea for Yi Xian. Observing Li Changqing's demeanor, Yi Xian felt perplexed, unable to decipher the situation based on the message from the communication talisman. The sovereign appears to be in quite a hurry. However, he has now arrived. At this moment, Li Changqing has fallen silent, instead exhibiting a demeanor of great attentiveness. Sovereign, that won't do. Allow me to take charge. Yi Xian interjected. No, please sit down. Have a cup of tea, and we shall converse leisurely. Li Changqing replied with an awkward grin. If an outsider were to witness this scene, they would undoubtedly be astounded. For this figure, who is regarded by many as a terrifying and murderous entity, is now displaying such a gentle and amiable side. Sovereign, what is it that requires my assistance? Yi Xian inquired after taking a sip of tea. I'm a bit embarrassed to say. Li Changqing scratched his head sheepishly. Is there something that the sovereign finds difficult to disclose? Permit me to guess. Could it be that you have an estranged daughter whom you wish for me to recognize? Yi Xian teased. Get lost, that's not it. Li Changqing retorted. To be frank, I wish to seek your wisdom, he said, his demeanor bashful, akin to that of a maiden. Frankly, this was the first time Yi Xian had witnessed such a display from Li Changqing. Seek wisdom? Sovereign, if you do not mind, consider me as a son and allow me to serve you. Yi Xian's expression turned incredulous. His initial thought was that Li Changqing was unable to father children, hence the peculiar request. However, before Yi Xian could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by a visibly exasperated Li Changqing. Get lost. What are you thinking? The reason I summoned you is to learn a thing or two about wooing women. You are extraordinarily adept at it. To be frank, there was once an unmatched beauty, captivating and enchanting, who rendered me infatuated and entranced, yet I never succeeded in winning her heart. This remains my greatest regret in life, and thus, I wish to learn from you. Yi Xian was taken aback, having expected something far more enigmatic from Li Changqing, and yet it turned out to be this. Nevertheless, observing the earnestness in Li Changqing's request, Yi Xian felt compelled to respond. In truth, there is but one key to successfully pursuing a woman. It ultimately hinges on your own capabilities. Chapter 178. Heartbroken. Wait a moment. Let me grab a notebook. Li Changqing exclaimed, his excitement palpable as he retrieved a notepad upon seeing Yi Xian's intent to explain something to him. I have finished speaking, Yi Xian replied, preparing to take his leave. Finished? You hardly said anything. Li Chongqing's face fell into a frown as he watched Yi Xian turn to depart. Others are diligently striving for improvement, yet you treat me with such indifference. Yi Xian, do you not wish to impart your enchanting techniques for courting? I assure you, these skills are not taken to the grave. Why hoard them? Don't go, please share. Li Chongqing's expression was one of earnest yearning. Clutching his notebook as if he were a devoted student before his idolized teacher, his attitude reverent and his thirst for knowledge unquenchable. Truly, I have shared all I can. Did I not inquire if you grasped my words? Yi Xian replied, exasperation etched across his face. Despite his clarity, Li Chongqing seemed oblivious to the essence of his message. If I were capable of such things, would I be seeking your counsel? Li Chongqing retorted, a hint of indignation in his voice. He had already set aside his pride to learn, only to be dismissed with a single phrase. This felt rather excessive. My hands are tied in your situation. Yi Xian stated. Tied. You simply refuse to share your ultimate secrets with me. Li Chongqing snapped back. Very well. I need to relieve myself. I shall return shortly. Yi Xian declared. Let's go together. Li Chongqing responded. Thus, they made their way to the restroom. As they relieved themselves, Li Chongqing observed Yi Xian's stream shooting forth like a water gun, while his own nearly splashed onto his shoes. Curiosity piqued. He turned his head only to experience a moment of enlightenment upon witnessing the scene before him. In that instant, Li Chongqing felt as if a veil had been lifted from his understanding. I have comprehended. Li Chongqing murmured, his voice low. Congratulations, then. I have personal matters to attend to and shall be leaving the sacred land of chaos for a time, Yi Xian replied. With that, Yi Xian transformed into a streak of light, heading towards the direction of the Liuli sect. As he watched Yi Xian's retreating figure, Li Chongqing was overcome with sorrow, tears streaming down his face. At this moment, his heart ached profoundly. It was only upon witnessing Yi Xian that he began to grasp why Wu Jingxin favored Yi Xian over him. He truly felt unworthy. The Liuli sect, nestled in the eastern region of the eastern wilderness, thrived amidst an abundance of spiritual energy. Countless ornate buildings towered majestically, their intricate designs a testament to artistry. At this moment, the atmosphere surrounding the Liuli sect was vibrant with activity, for today marked the day of the grand competition among its disciples. Thus, this occasion is a momentous event for the Liuli sect. The competition arena is filled to the brim with spectators. However, among the disciples, one individual is conspicuously absent, Zhao Mengli. The exceptional talent ranked highest within the Liuli sect. Presently, Zhao Mengli is heavily pregnant, rendering her incapable of participating in the battles. As she gazes upon the lively and exhilarating competition ahead, her demeanor appears somewhat somber, her large belly a reminder of her current state. If one were to encapsulate Zhao Mengli's sentiment in a single phrase, it would be, the revelry belongs to them, while I possess nothing but the child within me. Yi Xian, you wretched scoundrel, you promised to visit me and our child, and with the birth imminent, you still neglect us. You ungrateful fiend. Zhao Mengli's beautiful eyes drifted into the distance as she murmured, a hint of grievance in her heart. It is not that Zhao Mengli demands Yi Xian's presence for her and their child. Rather, it is the promise he made to her that weighs heavily. For Zhao Mengli, this is not merely a promise, but a matter of principle. Yi Xian, you rogue, you are not the virtuous man you claim to be. You swore you would come swiftly to see me, yet here you are, lost in the allure of the chaos sacred land, undoubtedly entranced by that vixen, Li Xiao. Zhao Mengli berated him. At that moment, a female disciple hurriedly approached Zhao Mengli and said, Goddess, a young man wishes to see you. A young man? What is his name? Zhao Mengli inquired, momentarily taken aback. I asked for his name, but he did not disclose it. However, he specifically requested to meet you. And he is incredibly handsome. I've never seen a man so striking. The female disciple reported, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she spoke of the youth. It must be Yi Xian. Upon hearing the disciple's words, Zhao Mengli's expression transformed into one of exhilaration, her previous irritation dissipating entirely. With her excitement radiating, Zhao Mengli swiftly made her way toward the gates of the Liuli sect. Goddess, slow down. You mustn't agitate the baby, the female disciple called out from behind. Yet, in the blink of an eye, Zhao Mengli had vanished from her spot. When she reappeared, she stood at the gates of the Liuli sect, her prominent belly evident. There, she beheld a figure of unparalleled handsomeness, as if a celestial being had descended. Upon sighting him, Zhao Mengli exclaimed with fervor, "Husband!" Without hesitation, she rushed to Yi Xian and fell into his embrace. "My little fairy, take care. Don't strain yourself," Yi Xian cautioned. "Husband, I've missed you terribly. Why did it take you so long to come see us? You big rascal, I despise you." Zhao Mengli playfully pounded her fists against Yi Xian's chest. "My beloved, your husband was compelled into this situation, entangled with the 3 ancient royal clans, which caused the delay. Yet, I have always cherished thoughts of Mengli." Yi Xian remarked. "Are you all right, my lord? Those accursed ancient royal clans," Zhao Mengli exclaimed with a frown. In that moment, all resentment dissipated, leaving only joy and excitement. "Of course I'm well. Otherwise, how could I stand before our magnificent Zhao goddess?" Yi Xian responded, channeling his thoughts and producing a meticulously arranged bouquet of roses. This bouquet comprised 999 blooms, upon which Yi Xian had artfully inscribed the words Mengli, "I love you." "Mengli, you have worked so hard. I love you," Yi Xian declared as he knelt on one knee, presenting the bouquet to Zhao Mengli. At this moment, Zhao Mengli was overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down her face. She felt an immense happiness. However, upon recalling the other beauties, Zhao Mengli's expression shifted, and she asked, "My lord, did you also send flowers to other women, such as Li Xiao or Luo Ningxue?" "Absolutely not. This bouquet of roses is solely worthy of our Zhao goddess," Yi Xian asserted. "You are truly wonderful, my lord. Oh, let us go. You have arrived at the perfect time. I shall take you to a splendid place," Zhao Mengli said, leading Yi Xian toward their destination. Upon arriving, Yi Xian was momentarily taken aback. Before him lay a sea of people, with many disciples engaged in fierce battles on the competition stage. "Mengli, the Liuli sect is bustling with excitement. What occasion is this?" Yi Xian inquired. "Today marks the triennial tournament for the disciples of our Liuli sect," Zhao Mengli declared proudly. Then she called out, "Do you see who has arrived?" Hearing her words, the disciples paused their battles, their gazes collectively turning toward Yi Xian. Upon recognizing him, they were all left in awe.